A small beggar came to the town enrollment teaching. The townspeople learned of the face changed greatly. The old man is so scared that he directly kneeled down. You actually know how to read and write? The sky is falling. Quickly escape. Then he ran away, not even caring about the agricultural tools falling on the ground. The other onlookers also looked like they had seen a ghost and turned to run. The beggar-like teenager helplessly spoke out to explain. Folks, Wu has already become history, and now it is the world of Great Joe. Great Joe does not kill readers. However, no one listened to him at all. What Wu stayed Great Joe? In their memories, it was the Lord who treated their common people as animals. In the blink of an eye, the front door, which had been bustling just a moment ago, had become cold and quiet. The young man sighed helplessly. Time was running out. If he couldn't collect any more students, he wouldn't be able to live. Brother Zhixing, I've brought you food. A bright little girl walked towards him carrying a food box. The young man quickly stepped forward. Little Nico, thank you for your hard work. The little girl did not have a name, but then the young man came, and thanks to Widow Zhao taking in and caring for her, he helped the little girl give her the name Zhao Nico, with the milk name Nico. Peach in the morning, its leaves in the morning, full of vitality and vigor. Because of the name, the little girl had an excellent impression of the young man. Brother Zhixing, why is there no one? The young man smiled and said, there's no rush. Things change in the world. Everyone always needs time to slowly accept. Little Nico couldn't understand what the young man was saying. She only felt as if it made sense. And just then, a voice rang out from outside the courtyard. Is anyone there? The young man and the little girl turned their heads at the same time to look out the door, only to see a teenager in his teens standing at the door, his feet wanting to come in but somewhat deterred. The young man got up and walked out of the hut. Hello, I am Su Zhixing, the dean of this Zhixing Academy. The teenager stood at the entrance of the courtyard, looking at the young man named Su Zhixing. The little bit of tension and uneasiness that was originally in his heart surprisingly gradually calmed down. Su Zhixing beckoned. Come in first. The teenager nodded and walked over to Su Zhixing. Su Zhixing sidestepped his body and pointed to the bamboo chair in the courtyard. If there's no rush, you can go sit there first, and I'll come back to see you when I'm done eating, okay? The teenager nodded and quickly walked over to the bamboo chair and sat down. Inside the house, little Nico cocked her head at the teenager, shook her head and sighed. Brother Zhixing, I know him. He only came to Longquan town a year ago, and with him is only a sickly father. His family is so poor that they can barely afford to cook, so I guess they don't have the money to pay your tuition. Su Zhixing looked at the teenager along with little Nico's hand and did not say anything, only silently burying his head to eat. Suddenly, she felt a bit depressed, and although the expression on Su Zhixing's face didn't change much and remained as bland as ever, there was always a feeling of panic when she looked in her eyes. Brother Zhixing, did I say something wrong? Su Zhixing smiled, still not saying anything. Little Nico didn't dare to say anything more, but just sat to the side with some apprehension. Finally, Su Zhixing finished the last grain of corn in the bowl before he stood up, gently rubbed little Nico's head, and said with a rare and somewhat serious expression, I know that you are speaking mindlessly, but you must remember that mindless words hurt the most. Although little Nico Buckwheat was still young, she immediately understood that Su Zhixing was criticizing what she had just said about the teenager outside. Although she didn't quite understand what it meant, she still nodded. Su Zhixing smiled, the majesty in his body gone. Alright, you go back first. When I come back at night, I'll tell you a story. Hearing storytelling, the little girl's eyes immediately lit up. Aha, I'll wait at home for Brother Zhixing to come back. Su Zhixing walked out of the house. Come in. The teenager jerked his head up and met Su Zhixing's eyes, and couldn't help but feel a bit flustered, so much so that he almost tripped over a chair between steps. Su Zhixing just looked at him quietly, not rushing. Entering the house, the two sat opposite each other. Su Zhixing opened the door. You came, because you want to enroll in school? The young man nodded. Father heard that Mr. School was open, so he asked me to come over to enroll. Su Zhixing laughed and said, aren't you afraid that you'll be captured by the government and beheaded because you've read a book? The teenager smiled back. Just like you said, sir, Great Joe does not kill the readers. Instead, reading is considered a path to heaven for the people of Great Joe today. Su Zhixing was a bit surprised, sizing up the teenager. Seeing how you talk, I think you shouldn't be from an ordinary people's home. Why are you stranded here? The teenager was silent, with a struggling look on his face. Su Zhixing immediately said, it's me who was abrupt and shouldn't have asked. There is no need to tell me where you and your father came from. As long as you have the heart to learn, I will naturally do my best to teach you. The young man immediately cupped his fists and bowed, looking about to kneel. Su Zhixing immediately took a step ahead of him to hold his body. Teach you the first lesson. Men's knees have gold. First, kneel for the grace of parents' birth and upbringing. Second, kneel for the right of ancestors' sacrifice. And third, kneel for the virtue of heaven and earth's tolerance. Other than that, there is no need to kneel to anyone else. The young man froze, looking at Su Zhixing's handsome face and listening to his gentle voice. For the first time in his life, his heart was filled with uncontrollable admiration for a person. His back gradually straightened, and a bit more determination grew in his eyes. Then he bowed and cupped his fists to Su Zhixing again and said, "Thank you for your teachings, sir. My disciple understands." Only, when he said this, the teenager's cheeks became a bit constricted again. With indescribable embarrassment in his eyes, Su Zhixing waved his hand and said, "There's no harm in it. The matter of the bundle of tutors. You can just do your best." The young man was stunned, and his eyes actually involuntarily turned a little red. He bowed once again and said, "Disciple Yu Wenqing, I pay my respects to Mr. Great Grace." Su Zhixing reached out to help the teenager up and nodded with a smile. "Your name is Yu Wenqing. Very good. From today onwards, you are the first student of my Zhixing Academy. You go back and prepare first. 7 days later, the academy will officially open." The teenager nodded solemnly and bid farewell to Su Zhixing. After sending the teenager away, Su Zhixing closed the door of the thatched hut and sat quietly in the schoolroom where there were 10 or so bamboo short tables, repeatedly taking deep breaths. It was only after about a few breaths that Su Zhixing completely calmed his mind, and the main reason why he was so distraught involved a secret that was uniquely his own. Su Zhixing was not from this world. He was originally a grassroots teacher on Earth who had been sticking to the remote countryside for 20 years when he died trying to save 2 students from a flash flood. Perhaps it was the mercy of the heavens that his soul had traveled to this world that was extremely similar to Earth, possessed a young man who had just starved to death. It was just not too lucky that Su Zhixing, who had just crossed over, ran into a chaotic world. Or maybe he was lucky and survived a year of chaos before the Great Zhou dynasty unified the 9 states of the Middle Kingdom with a mighty force, an end to a mess that had lasted for centuries. Heaven not only gave Su Zhixing the chance to live another life, but also gave him a heavy treasure. In the words of that world, it's called the Goldfinger system. It was only the conditions for the golden finger to open that gave Su Zhixing a bit of a headache. The condition was for him to open a schoolhouse and enroll a disciple with a potential value of 80 points or more in order to open the golden finger. But in that chaotic world, where even living was a luxury, how could one open a school to recruit disciples? Fortunately, after Su Zhixing survived a few years, he came to Longquan town. After saving up a little money, he applied to the higher level of government in charge of Longquan Township and successfully opened the school. And just a moment ago, after Junior Yu Wenqing officially paid his respects to the academy, this golden finger system finally reacted. In Su Zhixing's mind, there was a screen with Su Zhixing's personal information. Su Zhixing calmed down and opened the system with his mind. Name, Su Zhixing. Age, 22. Skills, proficient knowledge of 9 years of compulsory education. Apprenticeship return, 1x. Number of disciples, 1. Disciple information, 1. Yuan Cheng, potential value 92. Congratulations to the host for opening the system. There is a reward to be claimed. Chapter 3, Doing the Opposite. Su Zhixing used his mind to reply back in his head. Collecting. Received successfully. The reward to the Sheng Confucianism complete set. Distribution in progress. In an instant, Su Zhixing felt that many memories that did not belong to him had been added to his mind out of nowhere. A canon. A volume of scripture. There were those he knew from reading and those he had never heard of. It's like a mountain of books and a sea of learning, and it's majestic. Strangely enough, these things were clearly instilled into Su Zhixing's mind in an extremely rough manner, yet he didn't feel any discomfort. Naturally, as if he would have, but only as far as it would go. With so many canonical books, it was impossible for him to comprehend them all. When Su Zhixing had finished receiving the full set of Supreme Sage Confucianism, he realized that the Confucianism that this system had imparted to him seemed a bit different. Although Confucianism has always had the saying that I am good at raising my vast energy, as far as Su Zhixing knew in his previous life, this so-called vast energy did not really refer to a certain kind of energy. It is more of a metaphysical thinking and characterization. However, this set of supreme sacred Confucianism taught by the system contained many genuine methods of cultivating and practicing qi, being able to raise a mouthful of chest-high true qi, so that even the readers can have the ability to pull up mountains and cover the world. That's a bit of a mystery. After traveling to this world for the past few years, he had pretty much figured out that this world similar to Earth's ancient times did have Jianghu masters similar to those in martial arts novels. He had also seen with his own eyes that a swordsman had decapitated a human head several meters away with a single slash out of thin air. But that's martial arts. It's a martial art that needs to be practiced one move at a time, and practiced diligently for decades. Like this kind of system imparted. Reading a book can read a Confucian saint who really has the means of the gods. This kind of situation has not really heard of. It was possible, though, that he had traveled too little, had met too few people, and still had limitations in his knowledge of the world. Maybe this really is a metaphysical world. Su Zhixing didn't think about it that much, and after receiving the reward, he began to study this so-called system Goldfinger. There's not much to that property bar. It's pretty straightforward and simple. What intrigued him was that ordination return feature. Currently the system shows a multiplier of 1x for the return of an apprenticeship. The representative is supposed to mean that whatever he teaches a student, the student will return it to himself in a double multiplier if he learns it, or if he practices it. Let's say the student has mastered a knowledge point. Then the system will return the same knowledge point to Su Zhixing. Or if the student practiced a strand of vast true qi, then Su Zhixing would also receive a strand of vast true qi back. I just don't know if the feature can be stacked. In addition to this function, Su Zhixing realized that he could also view the personal information of his disciples. However, there was a condition. Those with a potential value of less than 80 points could not be accepted by the system to become Su Zhixing's disciples. Only those with a potential value of 80 points or more could be successfully recognized by the system, and what Su Zhixing had imparted to them could be returned. Su Zhixing tapped on Yu Wenqing's information, and what showed up was also a data bar. Disciple, Yu Wenqing, M, age, 11, skills, none, identity, senior disciple of the School of Knowledge and Practice, hidden identity, direct descendant of the former Yan royal family. A few short lines basically allowed Su Zhixing to grasp the teenager's most important information. What surprised him was that this first disciple to be sent to his door was actually a direct descendant of a dynasty that had been wiped out. The Great Zhou destroyed the 6 kingdoms and pacified the world. If someone knew about Yu Wenqing's birth, I am afraid that it would definitely be a great disaster. But Su Zhixing didn't care too much. Whether it was the former royal family or the common people, there was no difference in his mind. Since he had entered the door of Zhixing Academy, he was his disciple, and should be treated equally. Moreover, he had already determined that in the future, he would teach Yu Wenqing the supreme sacred Confucianism. After all, it was also because of him that the system rewards were opened. As for whether he would have any unrealistic ideas if he really practiced any remarkable means in the future, that was his own business. As a teacher, he will teach, advise, and guide. But if they still don't listen, teachers can help if they can. But if they can't, they can only look at each other from the other side of the river. After studying the system, Su Zhixing exited the consciousness space and stood up to open the door of the hut. The reason why he had asked Yu Wenqing to come back to class in 7 days was because he wanted to see if he could recruit any other students within those 7 days. But I'm afraid it's a little hard to see how long Springs people are about reading and literacy. He is not in a hurry. When the academy opens, Yu Wenqing learns from here. And when word gets out that the government did not take Yu Wenqing for questioning, then all the rumors will go away. Only in order to build this schoolhouse, the little savings he had managed to save over the past few years had been depleted. Now he has only a few dozen pennies left, and it's hard to even make ends meet. Still have to find a way to make some money. In addition, he had recently been staying at Widow Zhao's house, which was bound to give rise to a lot of gossip as the days went by. He naturally wasn't afraid of anything, but after all, it would ruin Sister Zhao's reputation, so he's moving out as soon as possible. 2. Just how should I earn money? He does have quite a bit of knowledge in his head that transcends this era, but trying to turn that knowledge into money is not simple. Most of all, in this day and age, many things are taboo. It can make money and it can get you killed. We still have to find a way to change the mindset of the town's residents. This year is the first year of the Great Zhou, and many of the decrees have yet to reach such remote places, so perhaps I can be more proactive. Thinking about this, Su Zhixing probably had an idea. The next day, Su Zhixing opened the door for enrollment just like yesterday. The townspeople continued to shun him. Su Zhixing still looked like he was in a leisurely mood, but today the town is a little unsettled. Overnight, I do not know where rumors spread, said the county officials have a decree, but all found to have illegal and disorderly behavior. To be the first time to report to the government, the officials may offer a small reward for those who report a crime. Because of the initial settlement of the Great Zhou, Longquan Town had been left empty after the death of the previous regent. That's why Longquan Town is now in a remote corner where orders can't be conveyed. Upon hearing these messages about the rewards that would be given for meritorious prosecution, certain people in the town couldn't sit still. There are not many people in the town, and most of the young and strong people died in the war, leaving only some orphans and widows, the old and the sick. It's unlikely that there would normally be any lawlessness. Then the only thing in front of them that seemed to them to be illegal was the opening of the school by Su Zhixing. According to the previous rules when Wu ruled here, ordinary people who dared to read and write were either directly sentenced to death or taken to hard labor. The people of Long Springs have not yet broken free from the old laws of the past, so it was obvious that Su Zhixing was a great work in their eyes at this point. So on this day, the mountain road leading from Long Springs to the county was no longer cold and quiet. Chapter 4: Breaking the Law. The magistrate of Ani County was not in a good mood these 2 days, being annoyed. I don't know how, but in the past 2 days, people have always come to complain that Longquan Town, the most remote town under the rule of Ani County, has people breaking the law. Later, when I inquired, I learned that these people had come to denounce Mr. Su, who had opened a school in Longquan Town. When the Great Zhou was first settled, even just a small Ani county had mountains of political affairs to deal with. How could he, a county dignitary, have the time to explain the difference between the old and new dynasties to those mudbloods? So they were all sent back. What's funny is that those Longquan townspeople were still muttering on their way out about how there was no reward money. It's not easy for a town to have a gentleman who's willing to condescend to teach their dirt-legged children how to read, and they come to report it, and they want a reward? Ridiculous. However, thinking that Longquan Town was once considered a town with a thriving population and could not be ignored, the county dignitary sent a chief bookkeeper to rush to Longquan Town with a blank document that he had stamped with his official seal. 1. To do justice to Su Zhixing's academy. Secondly, there is also a need to assign a local person to the position of Long Springs Township Rector. Because of the busy political affairs, the chief bookkeeper could not take time off for a while, so he slowed down for a day. On this day, however, the town of Longquan was in a bit of an uproar. Those villagers who went to the county to complain didn't get the reward money, and didn't figure out the government's attitude towards Su Zhixing's school. It was already full of unpleasantness after a wasted trip. After going back to Longquan Town, this belly full of unhappiness will have to send on Su Zhixing. The next day, a group of people with old arms and legs, mixed with a few young men with disabilities, ran to Su Zhixing's door to cause trouble, clamoring to tear down his schoolhouse. One of the young men with a limp made the most noise. Perhaps it was this trip back and forth to the county that cost him the most, so for Su Zhixing's attitude was also the most gnashing of teeth. Tear down the schoolhouse and tell him to get out of Longquan Town. The county officials have said that he opened the schoolhouse privately. It's already a capital offense, and we in Longquan Town will be punished along with him. Can't let him stay here. The crippled man's face was red, as if he had some great grudge against Su Zhixing. After he had fanned the flames, the emotions of the other villagers were also mobilized. Yes, tell him to get out and tear down the schoolhouse. Get out of here before you hurt our whole town. In fact, although there are many people surrounding the entrance of the school, but the only ones who really make trouble are those few who have gone to the county. The rest of them just came over to watch the fun and occasionally shout along. In the face of these villagers, Su Zhixing remained pleasant. He raised his hand and pressed it, raising his voice. Gentlemen, please listen to me. Su Zhixing's voice was thick and calm, and although the volume wasn't high, it suppressed the villagers who were shouting at the top of their lungs. Everyone gradually quieted down as well, not turning their heads and running away like they did last time, but waiting for what Su Zhixing could say. Su Zhixing sighed and arched his hand. Gentlemen, my late student Su Zhixing, as you can see, I am a scholar and a teacher. As soon as the words fell, the crippled man immediately said angrily, Look, he's admitted it himself. Let's kidnap him and wrangle him to the authorities. The others weren't as extreme as the crippled man, but their faces were also a bit unsightly. Su Zhixing looked at the crippled man and smiled. This big brother, since you say that the county officials have said that I am guilty of a capital offense, why is it that a day has passed and no official has come to arrest me? The crippled man froze and stammered a bit. Su is, perhaps, the officials are not allowed to be idle, so when they free up their hands they can come and get you. Su Zhixing smiled helplessly and faintly said, Alright, let's pretend they're not available. Then in that case, we might as well wait a few more days to see if the officials will come to arrest me. If the officials come to arrest me, then it means that I am indeed guilty and deserve to die. But if the officials don't come to arrest me, then will you all be able to believe that I, Su Zhixing, didn't break the law? The crippled man hadn't really thought about this, including the other troublemakers who hadn't thought deeply about it. It is just that he has traveled a long way for nothing, and his heart is angry, so he has come to the entrance of the Zhixing Academy to vent his anger. But hearing Su Zhixing say that, they also felt it made sense. Whether or not the academy is illegal, the government says so. When the crippled man saw that Su Zhixing had bluffed everyone in a few words, he suddenly felt that he had lost some face. He grabbed Su Zhixing's arm and snapped, "Don't believe him, everyone. He's just guilty and will harm us. Let's tie him up and throw him out of Longquan town." Su Zhixing froze, rather helpless. There was really a feeling of a showman meeting a soldier and being unable to reason with him. "Let go of Mr." Suddenly, a slightly childish voice rang out, and Yu Wenqing kept pushing in from outside the crowd. He was followed by a man, pale and weak, who looked like he was about to fall over after 2 steps. However, no one noticed that after this person followed Yu Wenqing and squeezed into the crowd, he weaved through the gaps between the people as if he was walking in an open space, easily and naturally, without the slightest feeling of difficulty. Yu Wenqing squeezed through the crowd and came to Su Zhixing's side, glaring angrily at the crippled man as he raised his voice again. "Let go, sir." He said that he was going to pull the crippled man to grab Su Zhixing's hand. The crippled man glanced at Yu Wenqing, recognizing him as the son of the consumptive who came to Longquan town a year ago, and sneered, "Where's your business, little sicko? Get out of my way." The crippled man then directly reached out and pushed Yu Wenqing away. Seeing that the teenager was about to fall, his consumptive father seemingly unintentionally shifted a step sideways, right behind him, stopping Yu Wenqing's backward fall. Su Zhixing Mayan was startled, but fortunately, he could not help but sigh in relief when he saw that Yu Wenqing did not fall. He turned his head to the crippled man, the gentleness in his eyes long gone. "Big brother, it's a bit much to lay hands on a child." The crippled man was just about to say something back to him when he suddenly felt the hand holding Su Zhixing loosen. It turned out that Su Zhixing had broken free of his grip by twisting her wrist. Immediately afterward he was blinded, and before he knew what was happening, he felt his arms being locked back. This was followed by a heavenly spin and a thud on the ground. Before the crippled man could return to his senses, he heard Su Zhixing's voice become gentle again. "Since Big Brother doesn't want to be reasonable, I also know a little bit about fists and kicks." The surrounding crowd of onlookers couldn't help but be dumbfounded. They couldn't have imagined that Su Zhixing's seemingly civilized and weak appearance would be able to throw a grown man over his shoulder and land heavily on the ground. Yu Wenqing's father, that pale middle-aged man, saw Su Zhixing's hand and his eyes clearly lit up for a split second, but in an instant it fell silent again. Only at this point did the crippled man realize that he had been put down by Su Zhixing's move. The violent collision made him feel as if all the bones in his body had been broken, and his chest was clogged and gasping for air from the fall. It took several breaths before he managed to exhale a mouthful of turbid air, regaining his ability to breathe. When the surrounding people saw this, their eyes became somewhat fearful. "This reader, his temper doesn't seem to be as good as it seems." Su Zhixing looked at them with a smile and asked, "Folks, do you think you should wait a few more days to see if the officials will come for me or not?" The onlookers nodded their heads in unison. Well, look again, look again." Su Zhixing smiled and stopped talking. He remembered a saying he had heard in his last life. Once you decide to approach the world in a savage way, you'll realize that everyone around you seems to have become gentler. That seems to make sense when put into this strange world. It's bad. The officials are here. They're here to arrest Su Zhixing. Just then, someone suddenly shouted at the top of their voice in the distance. Chapter 5, The Officials Come. It's bad. The officials are here, coming to arrest Su Zhixing. The shouts came from far and near, and in a short time they came to the front of the schoolhouse. The onlookers' spirits were shaken, not realizing that the officials had actually come. The crippled man who had just been almost backed out of breath by Su Zhixing's fall immediately struggled to stand up. Pointing at Su Zhixing, he laughed. "Ha ha 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 ha, am I right? You're dead. The officials are here to arrest you." Su Zhixing didn't pay any attention to him, but instead turned his head to look at Yu Wenqing, straightened the clothes on him, and asked, "It's not hurt, is it?" Yu Wenqing tilted his face and laughed. "No, thank you, sir." Su Zhixing smiled, looked up at Yu Wenqing's father, and nodded slightly as a greeting. A light smile appeared out of the corner of the consumptive middle-aged man's eye as a response to Su Zhixing. Seeing Su Zhixing still so calm, the crippled man was suddenly a bit flustered for some reason. He couldn't help but take a few steps back into the crowd. "Still talking. You're dead. The official is here to arrest you. Everyone get out of here before he gets you involved." Su Zhixing was too lazy to tangle with him, so he could stay or go as he pleased. But coincidentally, the crippled man hadn't gone very far when he was called by the 2 magistrates. "Stop, I command you one thing. Go and call the men, women and children of the town to come here. You will only be given 1 incense burner of time. Do you hear me?" The crippled man's heart trembled and his face was filled with bitterness. "Grand Master, I have trouble with my legs. Can I?" The magistrate didn't listen to him, and after giving his orders, he went straight ahead. leaving him behind. Immediately after that, the lame man saw a line of people pass by him, obviously only 4 or 5 people, but he felt a vast and majestic power. Perhaps the official uniforms they were wearing were too shaky for the crippled man to really see. When the group of people walked past, the crippled man hurriedly ran towards the town, and that lame leg actually became sharp. There's no way around it. The government is bigger than the sky for people like them. What's a leg to live for? The other people gathered in front of the academy also saw these 4 or 5 hordes of official visitors, and wanted to leave, but their knees couldn't help but bend, and they fell to their knees, not even daring to raise their heads, kneeling at the doorway. Only Su Zhixing, Yu Wenqing and that sickly middle-aged man still stood upright. The official who came this time was the chief bookkeeper of Ani County, surnamed Lu. Su Zhixing had actually met him a long time ago. Some time ago when he went to the county to apply for the paperwork to open a school. It was this Master Lu who received him. Seeing him come, Su Zhixing probably knew what the matter was. Master Lu, I'm sorry to have missed you. Su Zhixing took a few steps forward and greeted him with an arch. When those farmers kneeling on the ground heard Su Zhixing's unassuming tone of voice when he greeted the official, a touch of admiration and panic rose in their hearts for no reason. It turned out that the escaped to Longquan really small beggar, but is able to talk to the official master of the character. What surprised them even more was behind, only to hear that official even greeted Su Zhixing in a peaceful manner as well. Mr. Su is polite. Originally I was supposed to come yesterday, but I couldn't help that I was tied up with mundane matters and was delayed. Although Su Zhixing was only a white man, Master Lu did not half-ass it. The reason was that some time ago when this Mr. Su had gone to the county office to apply for the opening of an academy, His Excellency, the county dignitary, had quizzed him on his learning. Su Zhixing waved a brush on the spot and left him an ink painting. That was a poem, and to this day that poem is treasured by His Excellency, the prefectural governor, who takes it out in his spare time to speculate and admire it. In the words of His Excellency, Mr. Su is a man of great talent, since he can willingly condescend to live in a corner, teaching and educating people for Ani County. As a county magistrate, he should be courteous and respectful. Even the county honors have to respect the person. He a main book naturally does not dare to have half arrogance. After all, Master Lu also knows that the world is just beginning to settle down. 100 things are waiting to happen, and the imperial court is in need of talents. If this Mr. Su was able to produce 1 or 2 scholars who could cross the Dragon Gate for Ani County, then he, as a county dignitary, would certainly add to his political achievements. It's just that none of these things are known to the people of Longquan Town. Without a mayor, who is the intermediary figure, Longquan is a closed and ugly place outside the world. Lord Lu looked around the weak, cleared his throat, and said lightly, "All stand up." He was used to such scenes. This land was once too oppressed. The people of this land have long since lost their dignity as human beings. Even if they were given the chance, they would never be able to straighten their spines again. The group of villagers stood up trembling, their heads still lowered. Master Lu didn't pay any more attention to them and just kept to himself, chatting with Su Zhixing. Taking advantage of the fact that the people had not yet arrived, Master Lu took down a bundle from the shoulders of his entourage around him and handed it to Su Zhixing Dao. Mr. Su, the county dignitary has asked me to convey that if you have any difficulties, you should go to the county office to find him, and that you will definitely help if you can. Here's 5 guan of money. Consider it a small contribution from the county office to Mr. Academy. I also ask for your understanding. Sir, the court is in its infancy and money is used everywhere. The county, there is also no surplus food. Su Zhixing thought for a moment and took the package. I would also like to ask the Lord Headmaster to thank His Excellency the Prefecture on my behalf. Master Lu nodded. You're welcome, sir, as it should be. As we were chatting, people from the town came one after another. Men, women and children, but most of them are orphans and widows, old and sick. Everyone had surrounded the entrance to the academy, each looking blearily at Master Lu and Su Zhixing, wondering what had happened. Brother Zhixing, little Nico also followed her mother, Widow Zhao, and when she saw Su Zhixing, she was the first to break away from Widow Zhao's hand and run toward him. Su Zhixing took her hand, made a gesture of silence, and said softly, "Natalie, the Master Chief has something to say, let's be quiet." Natalie nodded and looked at Master Lu with wide eyes, waiting for him to speak. Lord Lu showed a rare smile to little Nico, then looked around, cleared his throat, and spoke aloud. This official has come today to convey a few things to the people of Longquan Town on the orders of the county honors of Ani County. The first thing is most important. Nowadays, the world is unified by the Great Zhou. Now this world is the world of the Great Zhou court, and you are the people of the Great Zhou dynasty. No longer are you the dim and cruel pariahs of Wu from before. This is something you must keep in your hearts. Do you understand? Master Lu paused for a moment. Normally at this time these villagers should have interacted with him, either waving their hands and shouting or answering in unison. The residents of Longquan Town, however, were not that angry and remained dead. Master Lu made a fool of himself and had to continue. The second thing is about the new law. From the first day of the Great Zhou dynasty, all the old laws of the Wu kingdom will be abolished, and what will be practiced from now on is the new law of the Great Zhou dynasty. As for the contents of the new law, they are too tedious for me to go into, but there is one of them that you should understand. Great Zhou is not Wu, and Great Zhou does not kill readers. On the contrary, Great Zhou practiced the imperial examination system, and if you are successful in your studies, you can still obtain an official status and become what you call an official lord, acting on behalf of Great Zhou's court and managing one side of the people. Chapter 6, Writing the Name. When these words came out, there was an uproar in all directions. How can you be a government official if you study? It's a lie, isn't it? Can they, who have been farming for generations and are dirt-legged, pariahs whose lives are worse than those of dogs, still turn over a new leaf and become government officials? It's definitely a lie. However, these are the words of the official himself. What the official said is naturally a word and a nail. Ironclad. Master Lu added another sentence. Said, this is one of the 10 strategies for the founding of the Great Zhou. It is the royal decision of the co-lord of the world, the sage of the Great Zhou, His Majesty's present handwriting, and it is absolutely not false. It was only after hearing Master Lu say this that the surrounding Longquan town residents finally believed it. After all, Lu said, that is the saint's own mouth. Although Lu is a government official, but also do not dare to fake the saint's words, right? Before the crowd could return to their senses, Master Lu continued, the third thing I've come here for today is to give a proper name to Mr. Su's Jixing Academy in Longquan Town. Mr. Su is a gentleman invited by His Excellency the Prefectural Governor to open an academy in Longquan Town with His Excellency the Prefectural Governor's strong support. If you want to study, go to Mr. Su, and as long as Mr. Su is willing, all the men of my Great Zhou can be enrolled. With those words out of the way, the gazes of the crowd towards Su Jixing had long been very different. I didn't realize that the words Su Jixing had said earlier were actually true. The few people who had just screamed that they wanted to drive Su Jixing out of Longquan Town, each one of them turned red with shame and didn't dare to raise their heads. The crippled man was even deadlier. He had offended Su Jixing so badly just now. With his perception, he would naturally feel that Su Jixing would definitely retaliate against him and even take his life. Bang! A soft thud drew the crowd's attention. It turned out that the crippled man was so scared that his legs were weak and he unconsciously fell to his knees. Su, Mr. Little, I was wrong. Where would Su Jixing care about him in general? People like that are as stupid as they are bad. But such a person was doomed to struggle at the bottom in this lifetime, unable to pose a substantial threat to him. That's why Su Jixing just faintly said, get up, and don't let it happen again. Speaking of which, if it weren't for them, Master Lu wouldn't have come to Longquan Town today, and the enrollment matter might still have to be delayed for a while. The crippled man was like an amnesty, and wanted to stand up, but found that his legs and feet did not listen to him and he did not have half the strength, so he had to continue to sit on his knees. Lord Lu also did not look at this person more than once. This kind of small ant-like characters, not worth wasting half of his energy. Then Master Lu continued to announce the latter. Select a riparian in the town. At first the people of the village almost unanimously turned their attention to Su Jixing, electing him to be the head of this village. But Su Jixing refused without any hesitation. In the end, after a popular vote, the choice for the head of the village fell to an old and reputable farmer in the town. After all matters were concluded, Master Lu then bid farewell to Su Jixing and left Longquan Town. After Master Lu left, the onlookers did not leave. Each one looked at Su Jixing as if a wolf had seen meat. Su Jixing naturally knew what they were thinking. Just now, Master Lu said that if you read well, you'll have a chance to become an official. This is like a chance to change their lives against the odds for the people who have been oppressed by the officials all their lives. Naturally they all want this opportunity, and Su Jixing was the only one in Longquan Town who could give them that chance. Su Jixing smiled and waved his hand. It's getting late, so let's all go back, and come back tomorrow if you want to come to enroll. Nowadays, Su Jixing's words could be said to carry the most weight for Longquan Town, and hearing him say that, everyone didn't dare to disobey, so they had no choice but to leave individually. After the crowd dispersed, Yu Wenqing walked over to Su Jixing and asked, Sir, why don't I come and help tomorrow? Su Jixing nodded and smiled. Good. Yu Wenqing was overjoyed and smiled incomparably. The consumptive middle-aged man also walked over, reached out and pulled out a jade pendant from his pocket, handing it to Su Zhixing, saying, "Mr. Su, my father and son have no belongings at home. Only this jade pendant can barely hold a hand. If you don't abandon it, sir, accept it as a bundle of tutors." Su Zhixing looked at the jade pendant in Yuan Cheng's father's hand, only to see that its body was full of green, pearlescent, and at a glance, he knew that the color was the finest in jade. How can this be collected? This item is too valuable. Brother Yuan, please take it back. As for the bundle of tutors, I think it would be better to do this. Let Yuan Cheng help out here in my place, doing the work of sweeping the courtyard, and consider it to be a counterbalance. Although Su Zhixing advocated the teaching of all things, the binding of tutors was a necessary rule. This reflects the courtesy and sincerity of the students seeking to learn. People don't pay attention to most of the things they get for free, so the tuition, or school fees, must be collected, only that he will not set a fixed standard, and it is all up to the students to volunteer. The consumptive middle-aged man looked at the jade pendant in his hand and contemplated for a moment before looking at Yu Wencheng again, seemingly inquiring. Yu Wencheng hurriedly said, "I'd like to help sir with the sprinkling, but father, the tuition is still required." Su Zhixing didn't force himself, turning around and holding little Nico's hand as he left. The quest for learning is in the mind, not in the money. Set yourselves. With that, he was already walking away with little Nico. The consumptive middle-aged man looked at Su Zhixing's departing back, and a flash of brightness appeared in his eyes. What a great line about seeking to learn from the heart. Interesting people. Yu Wencheng tilted his head and looked at his father, asking, "Father, what does the gentleman mean?" The consumptive middle-aged man smiled faintly and said softly, "Xinger, remember, from now on, he will be your benefactor." Yu Wencheng nodded doubtfully, thinking to himself, "Sir was originally my benefactor." He didn't understand that Su Zhixing's words just now were something that would only be said to a truly initiated disciple. Who would feel comfortable letting a student clean their private place if they were not an initiated disciple? The consumptive middle-aged man heard the meaning of Su Zhixing's words and made a point of advising his own child. As for whether or not Yu Wencheng heard and understood, there was no hurry yet. It's natural to understand over time. Su Zhixing took little Nico and widow Zhao together and returned to Zhao's winery. In fact, when it is said to be a wine shop, there are only 2 or 3 kinds of wine brewed. The chaotic times had just passed, and it was a problem to get enough to eat. So where was there much grain left to make wine? That's why the brewery doesn't produce much, and the wine isn't cheap. Only a few of the better-off families in town would occasionally come by to score a few taels of wine for a taste. But today, after widow Zhao finished her work in the kitchen, she sat down at the dining table, but she purposely poured a bowl of somewhat cloudy soju for Su Zhixing. "Xiao Su, congratulations, the academy is finally open." Zhao widow some emotion. How could not imagine? A moment of goodwill to take in a small beggar, but there is such a great ability. At first, when she heard that Su Zhixing was going to open a school, her reaction was actually similar to those people in the town. Only widow Zhao was a sensible person, and after Su Zhixing's persuasion, she turned the corner. After hearing the announcement from Master Lu himself today, the big stone in her heart finally fell to the ground. Su Zhixing picked up his wine bowl and looked at widow Zhao, his tone incomparably sincere. "Sister Zhao, I'm grateful to you for taking in and caring for me, so that I didn't freeze to death on the streets. This favor will always be remembered by Zhixing." After saying that, Su Zhixing tilted his head back and drank all the wine in the bowl. Not a drop left. Widow Zhao smiled at him and was silent. Little Nico, who was sitting on the sidelines, however, suddenly felt as if something flickered in her mother's eyes. Chapter 7. Why read? The next day, Su Zhixing deliberately got up early and walked towards the schoolhouse ahead of time. But when he arrived at the entrance of the schoolhouse, he found that it was already crowded with people. Seeing Su Zhixing come over, everyone greeted him cordially. "Good morning, Mr. Su. Mr. Su, this is the rice cake I steamed. Please taste it." "Sir, Mr. Su, big buns, with fatty meat inside. It's fragrant. Try it." Su Zhixing thanked him repeatedly, but the things were confiscated all the same. Only he realized a problem. With so many people on the scene, he was surprised that he didn't see a single child. Su Zhixing understood what was going on after a little thought. There was some crying and laughing. Obviously, these people had only heard that studying could lead to office, but they knew nothing about how to become an official or how much studying was needed. They all thought that if they came to the academy to study for a few days and read a few words, they could go and become an official. So it came running on its own. After all, in their view, how could a hairy child be a good official? Su Zhixing squeezed through the crowd and walked into the courtyard. Looking at the crowd and smiling, Gentlemen, are you all here to study at the academy? People don't hide their faces, they just go right back to it. Yeah, didn't that official say that yesterday? If you study, you can become an official. It was really true. Su Zhixing was right in thinking that. He had to explain. It's true that you can become an official by reading, but you may have misunderstood. It's not true that you can be an official just because you've read a book. If you want to be an official by studying, you have to go through the imperial examinations. The imperial examinations are very complicated. There are county exams, courtyard exams, township exams, parliamentary exams and so on. There's a saying among readers, 10 years of hard work, when the gold list is titled. It means that it takes a very long time to want to have an official position by studying step by golden step. While it's not necessarily true that you all can't study, I'm sure you all have your own livelihoods to run around with, your own families to support, and don't have as much time as you'd like to spend delving into the disciplines. That's why the enrollment in the academy is mainly for children, both male and female. After hearing Su Zhixing's explanation, the crowd could not help but look at each other. What? 10 years of study? I don't even know if I'll live for another 10 years, and I need 10 years to read a book? Didn't you hear Mr. Su say? To take a lot of exams, Lu. Of course, spend a long time. Forget it. It looks like I don't have a destiny to be an official in my life. Just because we can't, doesn't mean our kids can't. Go home and send my brat over to Mr. Su. The packed crowd quickly dispersed, but Longquan is an old and weak town nowadays, and the town is mostly filled with old people and women. Because of the chaos, young adults were forcibly conscripted into the army. Without a man, how can there be a child? Most of the town's children are still the seed left behind by the young men of old before they left home. However, after so many years, none of the young and strong who once left have returned. Those with children at home are still full of hope, even though they can't become officials themselves. When I got home, I took my kids and ran to the schoolhouse. Those who don't have children at home can only look enviously at those who have children, happily bringing their children to the door to seek education. As the morning passed, only 5 or 6 children actually met Su Zhixing's requirements. The key was that none of these 5 or 6 children had a potential value of 80 points or more. In other words, even if he recruited 5 or 6 children, the number of disciples he could be certified by the system would only be 1. That would be Yu Wenqing, but it didn't matter. Su Zhixing wasn't in a hurry. The academy was here, and he couldn't carry it up and run all over the world with it to find disciples. You don't have the capital to open a school in a big city. Anyway, a little bit to come. All depends on fate. For the remaining few days, Su Zhixing was busy doing only one thing, and that was writing the textbook. In addition to the necessary scriptures, Su Zhixing would also prescribe subjects such as mathematics, natural sciences, and physics, comprehensive training of the disciples of the school. In addition, that set of supreme sacred Confucianism that could cultivate vast true qi, Su Zhixing would also pass it on little by little. As to whether or not these kids can practice to make a name for themselves, it's up to them. He would not treat Yu Wenqing with special care just because he was the only disciple that the system had recognized. If other disciples were capable, they could likewise receive his true teachings. Soon the day came when the schoolhouse opened. Su Zhixing took all the trainees and held an opening ceremony in the presence of the town's residents outside the courtyard. They are given educational materials and ink and paper. Looking at the few children standing straight in front of him, Su Zhixing was suddenly in a bit of a trance. In his last life, he was born an orphan and grew up with difficulty, relying on the whole village for succor. Later, through her own hard work, she was admitted to Beijing Normal University and got out of the mountains. After graduation, originally the local city school board wanted to hire him to teach at a high school in the city, but he resolutely returned to the remote mountain village where he was born and raised, and took root there for 20 years. From a 20-something Shaohua youth, boiled into a rustic village teacher, because he knew that the remote mountain village needed him more than the bustling city. For 20 years, he sent one child after another out of the mountains, but he himself was left there forever by a flash flood. God saw pity and allowed him to be reborn, and he was also gifted with a golden finger system that was mainly centered on imparting disciples. It seemed destined that, whether in his past life or in this life, he would never be able to leave that 3-foot podium. That's pretty good too. Having been a teacher for 20 years in his last life, he didn't really know what he could do other than teach. Since even God thinks he should continue to teach, it's good to keep teaching. Watching a child grow up in his hands, Su Zhixing is immensely gratified. He knows he can't change the world on his own, but just do what you can to help as many children as you can. In this life, coming to this completely different world, Su Zhixing still has not changed his original intention. Returning to his senses, Su Zhixing took a deep breath. looked at the several children underneath, and slowly asked in a solemn tone, "Children, from this day forward, you are the readers of this world. The master would like to ask you a question. Why have you come to study?" A few kids at the bottom looked at me and I looked at you, not knowing how to answer. In fact, they all know in their hearts that their parents let them come to study for only one purpose, and that is to become official masters after they have finished their studies, and then bring their parents to enjoy the blessings and live a good life. But these are words they dare not say, and exactly why they dare not say them they do not know. Su Zhixing smiled faintly. "I know that your parents told you before you came here that you were studying to become officials. It's good. It's really good. There's nothing wrong with being an officer. To be a teacher, one teaches a schoolhouse, but to be a parent official, one teaches a party of 10,000 people. But remember, you are not in office for your own sake, much less so that you can turn around and oppress the people who are just like you once were, like the officials you see. As an official, he should guard the land and protect the people, and bless the side. When bowed to the ground, I will die." Chapter 8, Huanqi. These kids couldn't understand what Su Zhixing was saying. Those townspeople outside the yard couldn't understand it either. But he heard one thing, "Mr. Su said it was good to be an official. With that, it's enough." Su Zhixing wasn't in a hurry to instill too much into them all at once. There was still plenty of time in the future. The Long Springs Knowledge Academy then opened successfully. There are 6 students in the academy. Aside from Yu Wenqing, the other 5 were all native children of Longquan Town. Yu Wenqing was actually literate and went to school. Still, he patiently followed the other children and started learning Montessori all over again. The 3-character classic, the 100 surnames, the 1,000-character classic. Of course, some of the illusions in the 3-character classic that are not found in this world, Su Zhixing modified them to reflect the history of this world. The precious truths in it were retained. Longquan Town was thus a chic scenery, and every morning, as long as it didn't rain, the town's residents could see Mr. Su with a few students running along the bank of the Longquan River while rhythmically reading some strange syllables. This landscape never stops along time 1. Rain, vernal equinox, Changming, and valley rain. In the blink of an eye, it will be summer. The thick cotton clothes had also been replaced with coarse linen singlets. Mr. Su of the academy is still the same, gentle, elegant. Early in the morning, when the first rays of sunlight sprinkled down on the earth, on a large rock by the Longquan River, Su Zhixing slowly opened his eyes. Upon closer inspection, a glistening white light flashed around his pupils for a split second. Su Zhixing slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, which actually lasted for half a minute. The calm surface of the river was all rippled with a layer of ripples. He looked at his body with a rare flash of surprise in his eyes. "It's really been practiced by me to develop Haoran Qi." He gently raised his hand, and a glistening white qi lingered at his fingertips. Su Zhixing flexed his fingers, and the aura passed by in an instant, landing on the surface of the river. It was as if a cannonball had been thrown into the river, exploding a 1-meter-high water column. Su Zhixing couldn't help but smile. Frying fish isn't even enough. However, although this piece of true qi was not very powerful, it made his body noticeably a bit lighter and more powerful. During this period of time, apart from teaching, he was studying the supreme sacred Confucianism that had been imparted to him by the system. Through reading, one understands the true meaning of it, and then combines it with the unique method of cultivating qi. After 3 months, the first strand of Haoran true qi was finally practiced by him. The benefits brought about by this were indeed an unexpected surprise to Su Zhixing. Only after he had succeeded in his own cultivation did he have the certainty to teach his students. Of course, those children couldn't even recognize all the words right now, and they couldn't memorize a single 3-character classic, so even if they were to pass it on to them, it wouldn't do them any good. Only Yu Wenqing, who already had the ability to learn the supreme sage Confucianism. This child is gifted and calm, and can be said to be a natural-born scholarly seed for learning Confucianism. Perhaps it was also because of this reason that the system rewarded supreme sacred Confucianism to Su Zhixing, in order to be able to teach him according to his ability. Not a moment later, Su Zhixing heard faint footsteps behind him. He turned his head to look, and his expression was unsettling. The person who came was Yu Wenqing, but at this time, Yu Wenqing was clearly at least 1 or 2 dozen meters away from him, and as a matter of fact, it was impossible for him to hear the sound from so far away. Su Zhixing perceived carefully, and realized that not only the sound of footsteps, but also the various insects and birds chirping around him seemed to have become much clearer than before. It seems my 5 senses have improved as a result. Su Zhixing understood that it should be the effect of the vast true qi. Just practicing a strand of true qi, even have this effect. If the true qi grows in the future, will not really be able to do. The showman does not go out to know all the world affairs? Good morning, sir. Yu Wenqing walked up to Su Zhixing and bowed respectfully in greeting. Su Zhixing got up to return the salute and smiled. Little Chang, when the senior siblings come over, you take them on a run to read. Yu Wenqing froze, then nodded. Yes, sir. After saying that, Su Zhixing walked back into the academy, leaving Yu Wenqing there in a daze. For some reason, the teenager always felt as if there was something different about Mr. Today. But what exactly was different? He couldn't say. Today was also the first time that Sir had asked him to take his junior siblings on a run to read, and Yu Wenqing couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. He waved his fist, giving himself a pep talk. You can do it. You can't fail, sir. At this time, Su Zhixing, who had returned to the academy, was doing something else. He transcribed a copy of the university from memory. This is the opening text of the most sacred Confucianism. Su Zhixing is relying on the university with the method of qi cultivation to develop the first strand of vast true qi. There was Confucianism in this world as well, but it was quite different from the Confucianism known to Su Zhixing and the supreme sage Confucianism that was systematically taught. The text of the university is even more non-existent. After transcribing this one chapter of the university, Yu Wenqing also brought a few schoolmates to finish their morning run and returned to the school hall. After a period of rest, the day's lessons began. After completing the day's coursework, Yu Wenqing didn't go home immediately like the other students. He also had to finish cleaning the entire schoolhouse before he could go home. Although the academy was not dirty, Yu Wenqing still cleaned it meticulously, not sparing any corner. After cleaning up, Yu Wenqing walked up to Su Zhixing and bowed. Sir, disciple will go back first. See you tomorrow. Su Zhixing beckoned and said, Not yet, come here. Yu Wenqing was a bit puzzled and walked over to Su Zhixing and asked, What do you want? Sir? Su Zhixing took out the hand-copied copy of the university chapter, handed it to him, and said, This book was copied especially for you by your master. Take it back and study it well sometime, and come and ask me if you don't understand anything. Yu Wenqing was stunned, then intense surprise flashed in his eyes. He cupped his hands over the tome as if it were a treasure. Thank you, sir, for passing it on. Su Zhixing smiled. In addition, there are also some things that are not suitable to be recorded in books, and I will pass them on to you as well, so listen carefully. Immediately afterward, Su Zhixing taught Yu Wenqing the method of cultivating qi from the supreme sage Confucianism and solved his confusion on the spot. A teacher, a disciple, a teacher and a learner. Forgetting. It was not until the night sky was already dotted with stars that Yu Wenqing left from the academy. Yu Wenqing, who was born with insights that were different from those of the common people, had already realized that what Su Zhixing had imparted to him today was by no means unusual. Back at home, my father casually asked, Why are you so late today? Yu Wenqing, who had always been dongly and observant of etiquette, however, did not greet his father at the first opportunity. Instead, he turned around and closed the door with a grave expression on his face. He then walked over to his father and took out the hand-copied copy of the university chapter that Su Zhixing had given him. The consumptive middle-aged man frowned slightly. It is? Yu Wenqing exhaled and returned. Here's a book that Mr. passed on to me today, and some unusual things. The consumptive middle-aged man's eyes gave a lurch. Then his gaze immediately moved away from the book and turned around to go back to his room. It's just a matter of you knowing. Chapter 9. Su Zhixing had moved out of Widow Zhao's place and was now living in the schoolhouse. Under the oil lamp, he was writing down the spring and autumn annals silently from memory with a hand of proper lower-case letters. As a liberal arts student as well as a teacher for more than 20 years, Su Zhixing's soft brush calligraphy was already well accomplished. Now that he had practiced a strand of vast true qi, it was as if there was a hint of spirituality in his calligraphy. All the more reason to look extremely extraordinary. And although the writing in this world is also Chinese characters, the development of the font has only barely reached the level of the official script. Su Zhixing's writing of the lowercase is undoubtedly a highly groundbreaking script for this world. If it was out in the open, it could definitely become the ancestor of a sect. This is the reason why the county honors of Ani County would consider his ink treasures as treasures. The systematic transmission of a whole he to Saint Confucianism canon was extremely rich in content. In order to facilitate daily enlightenment, Su Zhixing then planned to transcribe them all. This is undoubtedly a big project that will be difficult to accomplish in a short period of time. It was late at night, so Su Zhixing put down his pen and rubbed his wrist, intending to turn out the lights and rest. However, just at this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door from outside the hut. Su Zhixing was surprised. How could someone still come knocking on his door so late at night? I was just about to get up and walk over to open the door, but a sudden flicker of alarm rose in my mind. It's not right. With the power of his five senses now, it was impossible to wait for someone to walk up to the door without realizing it. The only explanation is that this person outside the house is no ordinary person. Knock knock knock. There were 3 more knocks on the door, and this one was noticeably more urgent than the last. Su Shixing took a deep breath and asked, "Who?" One of his hands was hidden behind his back, and his palm had already condensed that strand of vast true qi. "Mr. Su, it's me, Yu Wenqing's father." Su Shixing froze, not expecting it to be him, walked over and opened the door to the room. Under the moonlight, he really saw the pale face of Yu Wenqing's father, as well as Yu Wenqing, who seemed to be asleep on his back. "Brother Yuan? It's so late, is it?" The man didn't say anything and directly barged into the room, placing Yu Wenqing on a chair. Su Shixing was confused and unsure. After the man settled Yu Wenqing, he turned to look at Su Shixing, then violently bent both knees and knelt down. Su Shixing was startled in his heart and hastily reached out to help, but he realized that the man was actually like a big mountain, and he couldn't help him up. "Brother Yuan, what is the meaning of this?" The man ignored Su Shixing's obstruction and kowtowed 3 times in a row. Su Shixing had realized something. He knew this man's true identity as a former direct descendant of the royal family of Yan. This kind of person would never kneel to someone lightly. The only possibility could only be because of Yu Wenqing. Sure enough, after kowtowing, the man spoke in a deep voice. "Mr. Su, Qinger is counting on you in the future. 7 days later, if I don't return, tell Qinger for me that she should never leave Longquan town in this lifetime." Su Shixing was stunned and guessed something. "Brother Yuan, Xiaoqing is still young, are you?" The man shook his head. "I don't have much time left and can't wait any longer. I'm relieved to have Qinger under your tutelage. Mr. Su, please." When he had said that, the man bowed again and did not get up for a long time. Su Shixing looked at him, and after a moment of silence, sighed tersely. "Alas, Brother Yuan, people have their own aspirations. If you firmly believe that this is your path, then go ahead. Don't worry Xiaoqing, since he's my disciple, I'll naturally take care of him." The man got up, his eyes a little red. "Mr. Su, if I can come back alive, I, Yuan Chang, will definitely repay Mr. Su's kindness." Su Shixing shook his head and didn't say anything. The man named Yuan Chang finally looked at Yu Wenqing on the chair, his eyes full of reluctance, but in the end he still left, not a single step of hesitation. Su Shixing looked at Yu Wenqing in the chair and sighed helplessly. He has lost his country, his family, and now even the last of his family has left him. Why was this understanding child so ill-fated? Su Shixing carried him to the bed and covered him up, while he himself sat on the side for the rest of the night. The reason why Yu Wenqing was able to sleep so soundly, Su Shixing guessed that he should have been hypnotized by his father, who was obviously not an ordinary person. With a special technique, he didn't wake up with his eyes open until the next morning. Looking at the both familiar and unfamiliar environment in front of him, Yu Wenqing could not help but rub his eyes, unable to react for a moment. "You're awake?" Yu Wenqing froze and turned his head to see that it was actually Su Shixing. "Sir, what am I? How did I get here?" He clearly remembered sleeping in his own home last night. "How did you wake up in the gentleman's room?" Su Shixing was silent for a moment before finally deciding not to hide it. "Little Chang, from now on, you'll live with master." Yu Wenqing's eyes gave a lurch as if he had thought of something. A mist of water slowly covered his eyes and his voice trembled a little as he asked, "Sir, my father, he..." Su Shixing held his hand and softly said, "Your father is gone. He had his choice. Don't blame him." The tears in Yu Wenqing's eyes instantly broke the bank. "He went after all. Father doesn't want me anymore. After all, it is still only an 11-year-old boy, usually more mature and stable. Encountered such a thing will not be able to taught emotional collapse." Moreover, listening to the meaning of his words, Yu Wenqing seemed to know what his father had gone to do. Su Shixing didn't ask too many questions, but only comforted. "You are in a special position and you should understand your father's inability to do anything." Yu Wenqing, who was grieving in his heart, did not notice the information revealed in Su Shixing's words. Yu Wenqing had a hard time accepting it for a moment, and flopped down on the bed, sobbing uncontrollably. The reason he was so sad was not because his father had left him. Rather, he knew that his father's departure would be destined to be goodbye forever. Ignorant at a young age, the pain of losing his country didn't make him feel so hard to accept. But right now, his father is the only family he has. Now even this only family member is leaving him. Su Shixing also knew that any words of comfort were useless at this time. Had to wait for him to calm himself first. Su Shixing stood up and walked out of the room, gently bringing the door to the room with him. Looking to the east, which was already flooded with light, he once again stifled a long sigh. The world is a tough place, and life is destined to be a farewell tour, but as a real-lifer he was able to see and let go. But Yu Wenqing was still a child after all. Su Zhixing only hoped that this incident would not cause Yu Wenqing, the child, to be devastated or have a drastic change of heart from then on. The heart is also filled with national hatred like his father. If that was the case, his life would be incredibly difficult. Slowly exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Su Zhixing raised his hand, a glistening white light flashing across his palm. The originally lone strand of qi was finally paired up. I see. Cultivation means cultivating the heart. Chapter 10, Return of Cultivation. From that day onwards, Yu Wenqing moved to the academy and ate and lived with Su Zhixing. The jade pendant that Yu Wenqing had intended to use as a bundle of tutors to present to Su Zhixing in the beginning had been left to Su Zhixing after all. However, Su Zhixing had given him to Yu Wenqing, which was the only thought his father had left for him. 7 days went by in a flash. Wu Xiao, unsurprisingly, didn't make it back. Su Zhixing clearly felt that the glint of light in the eyes of Yu Wenqing, the teenager, had disappeared along with the 7 days once they had passed. In the evening, after the school was dismissed, Yu Wenqing continued to clean the courtyard meticulously as before. This time, however, Su Zhixing joined in and cleaned with him. Yu Wenqing only paused for a moment, then remained buried in cleaning. When the entire schoolhouse was cleared, the master and disciples sat under the eaves and rested, neither speaking. I could just hear the twittering of the birds of prey returning to their nests in that laurel tree, the sound of frogs hidden in the reeds by the river, and the concerto of insects outside the schoolhouse that seemed to pervade the whole world. After a long time, Su Zhixing opened his mouth to break the silence. Chang, listen. Yu Wenqing froze, not knowing what Su Zhixing was making himself listen to. Su Zhixing closed his eyes and looked up slightly, a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. What a hoot! Only then did Yu Wenqing understand that the gentleman was asking him to listen to the sound of those insects and birds chirping in the mountains and fields. However, these cluttered voices in Yu Wenqing's ears caused him to become more and more irritated. There was even an urge to flee. Su Zhixing gently rubbed his head and sighed softly. Shao Chang, the hatred of the country and the family naturally cannot be forgotten. This is the bottom line of being a human subject and a human son. But it is the sincere hope of my teacher that your life should not be filled with nothing but grief and hatred. Rather, it is like an early summer's night, with a surging and raging life and vigor lurking beneath the quiet of the night. There's never just one choice in life, and the kind of choice you make is the kind of person you become. This power is yours. The master will not intervene. I just want you to see more of the world. Since there is darkness, there must be light. If you can't find the light, then become that light yourself. Yu Wenqing lowered his head, his eyes reddening. He didn't actually listen to much of what Su Zhixing said, but that last line, if you can't find the light, then be that light yourself, kept echoing in his heart. It made the lake of his originally sorrowful heart finally show signs of calm. Yu Wenqing raised his hand and wiped his eyes, standing up and bowing towards Su Zhixing. Sir's teachings will be remembered by the disciple. Su Zhixing smiled, holding on to Yu Wenqing's arm, and said softly, come on, while it's still early, let's go catch a few small fish, and you and I will drink a few cups to each other tonight. Fishing is one of Su Zhixing's few hobbies besides reading and watching books. In his last life in that remote mountain village, there were no entertainment programs, and Su Zhixing relied on fishing to kill the boredom of his leisure time. He probably had the influence of this reason when he built the Zhixing Academy on the edge of the Longquan River. The master and disciple shouldered their rods, went out and walked to the bank of the river, found a comfortable spot, and began to fish. The Long Springs River isn't too deep, nor is it much wider. However, the river is extremely rich in fish and shrimp because it is connected to the Yuji River, one of the largest in Yanzhou. It was only half an hour before Su Zhixing's fish basket placed in the water was already full. When it was time to close the rod and go home, Su Zhixing lifted the heavy fish trap and smiled. Yo, not bad, quite a good harvest. Shao Chang, look, this biggest lotus carp was caught by Mr. I. Yu Wenqing smiled, but his gaze fell on Su Zhixing. How could the intelligent and understanding man not see that Su Zhixing's bringing him fishing was secondary, and that his main purpose was actually to enlighten him so that he would stop thinking about those bad things? Yu Wenqing looked at the gentleman whose face was sprinkled with golden light, and his heart was actually enlightened for no reason. With a gentleman like that, what reason is there to be depressed all the time? Mr. Good skill. In a moment, my disciple will cook you a famous dish from my hometown, wine-stuffed dragon carp, to ensure that you, sir, will have a good mouth-and-mouth. Su Zhixing laughed. Well, sir, I'm in for a treat. Lifting the largest carp in the fish basket, Su Zhixing turned around and dumped all the other fish back into the river. and muttered under his breath, "Tough luck, guys." Yu Wenqing looked at such a gentleman, and the disappearing light in his eyes surfaced once again. The past is the past, and living every moment of the present is life. That night, after Su Zhixing finished transcribing the booklet, he was planning to go to bed. Just as he sat down, his eyes suddenly twitched. Turning his head to look in the other direction, over there was Yu Wenqing's room. A moment later, Su Zhixing let out a long breath and sighed heartily. Good boy, worthy of a near full potential value. This natural talent, it's much higher than me as a gentleman. He raised his hand, and a glistening white light flashed in the center of his palm. A third strand of Haoran True Qi actually appeared. Doubling the return of ordination meant that Yu Wenqing, who was his only disciple recognized by the system, had also practiced the vast True Qi from the supreme sacred Confucianism just a moment ago. It had only been less than 10 days since he had taught Yu Wenqing the university chapter and the method of cultivating Qi. This young man had already practiced the Haoranjin Qi that even he needed 3 months to practice. This kind of natural talent was truly astounding. It also benefited Su Zhixing, a gentleman, to follow. It was destined to be an unusual night. Early the next morning, Yuan Chang woke up early and waited at the door of Su Zhixing's room. He had doubts in his mind and wanted to ask Su Zhixing, because Su Zhixing had not mentioned to him that reading the university chapter in conjunction with that method of cultivating Qi would enable him to practice that thing in his body. When Su Zhixing went out and saw the doubt on Yu Wenqing's face, he understood what this disciple was about. Between the questions and answers of each other, Su Zhixing then uttered the famous sentence that would be treated as a maxim by the Zhixing Academy in the future. To be a reader, you need to be able to reason with people as well as have the ability to get people to listen carefully to your reasoning. Only then did Yu Wenqing realize that the magical strand he had practiced was actually a power similar to the internal true Qi of martial artists. Reading books could also read out internal true Qi, which Yu Wenqing had never heard of. As a result, Yu Wenqing had a few more moments of heartfelt admiration for his teaching mentor. In addition to admiration, throughout history, those who could start a lineage of pioneers have invariably gone down in history. And his husband, sir, was such a strange man as to be famous enough for the ages. Chapter 11, Outsiders. The years go slowly and time flies. In the blink of an eye, it's the summer solstice. Originally, Su Zhixing had planned to give the children a summer vacation and stay at home for the summer. But for some reason, even though it was already the summer season, it was still cool as early summer inside the schoolhouse. Those children in turn were more willing to come to the schoolhouse. Since this was the case, Su Zhixing continued to hold classes. It just so happens that in February of the coming year, Ani County will be hosting the first county examination since the founding of the Great Zhou dynasty. If you grab some tights, these kids can go along for the reference. It doesn't matter if you pass the test or not. Experiencing it once is also considered an additional experience. As for why the academy was different from the scorching heat of the outside world, Su Zhixing also probably understood a little of the original reason. It was still all because of himself. From the beginning of summer to the summer solstice, more than a month. On the one hand, there was his own cultivation. On the other hand, there was the return of the ordination of Yuan Chang's cultivation. Su Zhixing's vast true Qi cultivation had changed considerably. When his true Qi reached 10 strands, those vast true Qi actually converged together on their own, coalescing into a more solid, more majestic true Qi. Su Zhixing understood that this was what was referred to in the Supreme Sage's Confucianism as entering the character. The Supreme Sage Confucianism divided the cultivation of vast true Qi in Confucianism into a total of 9 grades in 3 realms. The 9 pints are the lowest, all the way up to the first pint, which is the highest, and after the first pint, there will be 3 more realms. Eventually, he cultivated into a Confucian saint. Su Zhixing was now the Confucian scholar who had successfully cultivated into the 9th grade. 10 strands of true Qi converge into one, and when the second solidified true Qi is condensed, it will be an 8th grade Confucian. 4 channels of condensed true Qi is the 7th grade, and so on. Now that he had successfully entered the grade, Su Zhixing's body would naturally exude an aura unique to Confucians. This aura can influence people and things around you, even the environment of heaven and earth. Why did the ancients say that a man's character grows higher with a virtuous man? That's roughly the reason. And with Yu Wenqing's cultivation returned, Su Zhixing had not only just entered the 9th grade, but in addition to that condensed true Qi, there were also 5 strands of ordinary true Qi in his body. It doesn't seem too far from the 8th product. Yu Wenqing was worthy of his heavenly talent. In just over a month, he had raised 7 strands of true Qi. The speed of cultivation was even faster than Su Zhixing, a gentleman. However, recently, Yu Wenqing's progress seemed to have slowed down. The cultivation of Confucianism and Taoism emphasizes most on heart and literary talent. Given Yu Wenqing's age and his understanding of Confucianism, it was already extremely rare for him to be able to raise 7 strands of vast true qi. It takes at least a while to settle down before you want to continue to progress. In this regard, as Mr. Su Zhixing and disciple Yu Wenqing were not in a hurry. Everything went with the flow, day by day. For the town of Long Springs, where people work at sunrise and sleep at sunset, after the Great Zhou unified the world, it introduced a number of state policies to rest with the people. One of them is tax relief. When the chaotic times of the old Wu kingdom set as many as dozens of harsh taxes, the vast majority were abolished, leaving only some basic taxes. With these state policies, the people have finally seen some hope. It's just that the population of the town is still a problem. There are too many old and weak people, and when these old people pass away, there probably won't even be many people left in the town. For this reason, the county honors of Ani County specially collected some of the displaced stragglers and distributed them according to the affordability of each place. Today is the day that the stragglers assigned to Long Springs come in and settle. Accompanied by the officials, Longquan Township is assisting in settling these stragglers, allocating some of the town's long vacant premises to these people to settle down. Since then, Long Springs has been home to hundreds of out-of-towners. It's just that at this time of the year, spring plowing has already passed, and it's not easy for these stragglers to settle down. Fortunately, the county honors of Ani County had early consideration, and took out a portion of the money and materials to preside over the construction of an official road from Longquan Town to Ani County, as well as by the Longquan River, to build a wharf. Recruiting those stragglers to do this is also considered a form of food for work. At first, the local residents of Longquan Township were a bit jealous and wanted to participate in the construction of the project and get a share of the wages. But after going there, I realized that the wages given by the government were just enough to keep people from starving. For the stragglers, it was a godsend, after all, to be able to live. But for the natives of Long Springs, who already have a livelihood, it's a little hard to see. This was also done intentionally by the County Han of Ani County. The purpose of building official roads and wards is to accommodate these displaced persons, and if the locals also come to play a part in it, it will lose its essential significance. As long as they survived this year, and waited for the next spring plowing, these stragglers would be completely settled. Because of the increase in population, Longquan Town was also finally bustling with activity. Gradually, some local residents with a lively mind began to set up some small businesses, selling some rice, flour, oil and grain, and the things of life. Long Springs is also finally looking like a town should. This time, in addition to the resettlement of stragglers, something new happened in Longquan Town. A group of people, driving ox carts and carriages, entered Longquan Town with great vigor, and directly lived in one of the largest mansions in Longquan Town. I heard the old people in Longquan Town say that the mansion was originally the mansion of a squire in Longquan Town, and then because of the war, it was moved away as early as more than 20 years ago. Only one old servant was left to watch over the cleaning. The new group that came in looked different. They were dressed in silk frocks that were very different from those of the neighborhood. The ox carts that carried the supplies and household goods one after another could not be seen at a glance, and the persons accompanying them numbered at least 30 or 40. There were 4 or 5 wagons pulled by 2 horses together. It could be imagined that the one sitting in the carriage must be a nobleman of honorable status. On the carriage in the middle of the caravan, the satin-covered window was lifted at one corner, revealing a pair of eyes as translucent as clear springs. Judging by the eyebrows, this would be a teenager. The teenager's eyes were extremely flexible and seemed so new to everything outside. Wow, sister, look, that kid isn't wearing pants, his butt is exposed. And that one, snot all over his face, dirty, how strange, why don't they all wear shoes? The teenager jabbered on and on. Suddenly a white, slender hand reached over and lowered the curtains that had been lifted by the teenager. A warm and soft voice rang out immediately afterward. Minji, be careful what you say. The teenager muttered back. Sister, it's so hard to get away from father's discipline, and you're here to discipline me again. In the carriage, besides a richly dressed teenager, there were also 2 people sitting. One should be a maidservant by her appearance and demeanor. The other wore a long green and white dress with a thin veil covering her face. Just by looking at her figure, one could guess that she must be a beautiful woman with an outstanding appearance. I think it would be the sister the teenager was talking about. This is my Chen family's ancestral land, and those people you look down on might still be the elders of the Chen family back then. Do not be rude. The teenager beamed and stopped talking. The maidservant sitting on the sidelines, however, laughed. Miss, for master to be able to go from such a poor place to becoming the current minister of the household department of the Great Zhou, one can only imagine how many trials and tribulations master went through back then. The young girl didn't answer. Her eyes were lowered and her expression was bland. She didn't know what she was thinking. Chapter 12. It was only later that the people of Longquan Town realized that the group of hoary nobles was actually the descendants of the squire who had moved away from Longquan Town more than 20 years ago. An old man vaguely remembers that the family's surname is Chen and that it was once a large local clan. On the third day after the Chen family returned to Longquan Town, they set up a running banquet for 3 whole days on the only stone-paved street in the center of Longquan Town. Invite all the townspeople in the whole town to come and eat. The townspeople have never had such a good thing happen to them. The big fat piece of meat, which was usually rare to eat even on New Year's Day, was getting tired of eating it in the past 3 days. There were also all kinds of fruits and vegetables that I had never seen before, and snacks. It's kind of a way for the whole town to follow along and see the world. Through these 3 days of flowing banquets, the people of Longquan Town also roughly knew. This time, only a pair of siblings came back from the Chun family, and all the others were servants who followed to serve the pair, as well as guards to protect the safety of the pair. Looking at those maids and maids-in-law, each one of them was well-dressed and well-fed. The people of Longquan Town did not mention how envious they were, and they even wanted to recommend themselves and go to the Chen family to be underlings as well. Only in the end, they were still afraid of the Chen family's majesty, and no one dared to open this mouth. 3 days of flowing banquets were attended by almost everyone in the town, including those newly settled stragglers in Longquan Town. Only Su Zhixing and his disciples did not go, but even though their people didn't go, they still enjoyed the favor of the Chen family. Little Nico was very understanding and took the food box from home and brought Su Zhixing and Yuan Cheng a box full of fruits and snacks. The little girl couldn't have been more excited to eat so much delicious food for the first time. Later, when the Chen family took stock after the banquet, they learned that Su Zhixing, the town's only pedagogue, hadn't arrived, and the underlings reported it to Chen Yunlan, the Chen family's eldest young lady, who actually wielded the power. Chen Yunlan did not pay too much attention, until the next day in the courtyard morning exercise, suddenly heard the faint sound of reading. Listen carefully for a while. This in Kyoto enjoys the name of talent of the young girl that is a little attention. So he asked his subordinates to inquire about the details of this only teaching teacher in Longquan Town. The reason why she did this was naturally for the sake of her brother, Chan Minji. While it's not a bad idea to be taught by yourself, children, after all, need to spend more time with their peers. A good place to go is the schoolhouse. The next day, Chen Yunlan covered her face with a light veil and brought her younger brother, Chan Minji, to her door in person to find Su Zhixing. It just so happened that on this day, it was the school's once-in-7-day recess, so Su Zhixing had the time to receive the siblings. Upon entering the door, Chen Yunlan saluted in style, still speaking softly, showing everyone's demeanor. It was only when she saw Su Zhixing's face that the Chen family-ness, who was used to seeing the big world, couldn't help but freeze for a split second. She hadn't expected that the Mr. Su that Longquan townspeople spoke of was such a handsome young youth. By the looks of it, it was only a few years older than himself. Su Zhixing guessed what was on Chen Yunlan's mind from her stunned expression. Indeed, his appearance was a little different from that of the usual Mr. Husbandman in the schoolhouse. Su Zhixing didn't care, still politely guided the two of them to their seats. After taking his seat, Chen Yunlan slightly owed his body and said, "Forgive me, Mr. Su, but I'm sorry for my rudeness." Su Zhixing waved his hand and laughed. "Miss Chen needn't be concerned. I really don't look much like a Mr. Sincere yet." Chen Yunlan smiled lightly and said politely, "Talent does not come with age, and since Mr. Su can be held in such high esteem by His Excellency the Prefectural Governor, he must be overly learned." Without being overly polite, Su Zhixing opened the door. "Ms. Chen is here today?" Chen Yunlan turned his head and beckoned to Chen Minji, who was squatting to the side watching Yuan Cheng make tea. "My sister and brother are new to the country, and my younger brother has reached the age of studying, so I heard that Mr. opened a school here, so I came to beg Mr. to accept my younger brother into the school, not asking him to learn much, but only wishing that he could learn some more truth." Chen Yunlan had just finished speaking, and before Su Zhixing could say anything, Chen Minji crossed his arms and arrogantly said, "Humph, I'm not coming here. I'm not going to learn from him. Sister, you're a famous talent in Kyoto. You'll teach me 10 times better than him." Chen Yunlan's eyebrows were slightly knitted, and his tone was rare and stern. "Minji, don't be rude." When Chen Minji saw that his sister was angry, he was a bit timid, but he still looked unconvinced. Chen Yunlan hurriedly apologized to Su Zhixing. "Sir, don't blame me. Sherbrooke has been spoiled at home since he was a child and offended you." Su Zhixing smiled and didn't care. Child's play. All right. Chen Yunlan was a bit surprised in his heart, secretly saying that this Mr. Su was a good temperament. Let put in the eyes of those gentlemen in the capital. Chen Minji this rude. Although the mouth will be because of the Chen family power to say that they do not care, but the heart will certainly be a little bit between. But looking at this Mr. Su, it seemed as if he really didn't care. Remembering that he had heard the sound of those children reading in the past 2 mornings, Chen Yunlan was becoming more and more curious about this Mr. Su. She turned her head to Chen Minji and said seriously, Minji, apologize to Mr. Su. Listening to his sister's tone, Chen Minji's face stiffened. Since he was a child, he was afraid of no one but his own sister. Seeing that a hard approach wouldn't work, Chen Minji immediately played his little kid's best trick and started pampering himself. Sister, you know, I don't like to study, so let me stay at home and practice martial arts with Master Lu, okay? Chen Yunlan looked at him coldly, not saying a word. Su Zhixing looked at this pair of siblings with interest, and to be honest, he did want to take Chen Minji as a child. Not only Chen Minji, but even Chen Yunlan he also wanted to receive it as well, because as soon as these 2 people walked into the schoolhouse, that system in his head reacted. A disciple with a potential value of over 80 points has been detected. Please accept the host as a disciple as soon as possible. The potential value of this pair of siblings had unexpectedly exceeded 80 points, but thinking about it, Su Zhixing wouldn't force it. Chen Minji looked at his cold-faced sister and gradually lost the battle, frustrated and helpless. Alright, I'll learn from him, but sister, you have to promise me that you'll let me practice martial arts with Master Lu, otherwise I'm determined not to come. Chen Yunlan had no choice but to compromise. Okay, according to you, apologize to Mr. Su first. Only then did Chen Minji change his smile and turn his head to look at Su Zhixing, still with a few hints of disdain and pride in his eyes. I'm sorry. When Chen Yunlan saw his appearance, he couldn't help but open his mouth to chide him again. Su Zhixing, however, waved his hand and said, that's okay. Chen Yunlan smiled and got up. Then I'll trouble Mr. Su to worry more about it. After she said that, she turned to look at the servant girl on the side, her eyes signaling. The maidservant understood and walked over to Su Zhixing with a tray that had been prepared long ago. Chen Yunlan faintly said, a small token of appreciation. Considered Minji's tuition. Please accept it, Mr. Su. Su Zhixing looked at the silk blue cloth covering the tray, but smiled and shook his head. There is no hurry. Studying and seeking education is not child's play. Mr. Chen's heart is not sincere. Even if he barely enrolls in school, it will be a waste of time. Why don't we wait until Mr. Chen willingly seeks education? Chapter 13, Mr. Su, the one you can't see through. Hearing Su Zhixing's words, the Chen family siblings couldn't help but freeze. Listening to Su Zhixing, he actually rejected them? To be honest, Chen Yunlan had only considered whether his own brother was willing to learn or not, and had never thought about being rejected. In her inherent notion, with their status, it was always just them rejecting others, and it was really hard to come across others rejecting them. Chen Yunlan was a bit stunned for a moment, and her brother Chen Minji was similar. Chen Yunlan pointed at the tray carried in the hand of the maidservant and tried to ask, Mr. Su, are you not satisfied with the tuition? Su Zhixing shook his head. It has nothing to do with money. Like I said, Mr. Chen is not sincere in his quest for learning. Rather than reluctantly enrolling in school and wasting his time, it would be better to, as Mr. Chen himself said, practice martial arts properly. Learning things is more valuable in terms of refinement than in terms of abundance. The 2 of you, please return. After saying that, Su Zhixing picked up the teacup on the table and lightly sipped the tea. The very eagle-eyed Yu Wenqing walked to the courtyard door, opened it, and made a gesture of invitation towards the outside of the courtyard. Chen Yunlan couldn't react for a moment. This teaching teacher in the town actually drove himself away? Even in the capital, she had never been treated this way. Seeing this, the maidservant carrying the tray instantly turned ice-cold and angrily rebuked. Bold rotter, do you know who my lady is? How dare you be so rude? Su Zhixing just sipped his tea silently and didn't look at her more than once. You. The maidservant was about to curse again when Chen Yunlan spoke up and stopped her. Shut up. Hearing her master speak, the maidservant naturally didn't dare to say anything more. Chen Yunlan glanced at Su Zhixing and saw that he was resolute, so he no longer forced himself. Slightly indebted. Excuse me. With that, he turned and left with his brother and his subordinates. As he passed by Yu Wenqing, Chen Minji couldn't help but snort coldly. Humph, country bumpkin, that's a big one. Yu Wenqing's eyes gave a start, then slightly raised his head. A glistening white light flashed in his eyes. Kiyoshi, see off the guests. Su Zhixing's voice came leisurely, and the glistening white underneath Yu Wenqing's eyes was instantly hidden. He sidestepped and reached out. Please. Chen Yunlan, who had already taken a few steps out, couldn't help but have his footsteps stuttered as he turned his head to look at this seemingly weak teenager. A flash of surprise couldn't help but show under his eyes. At that instant just now, she clearly felt an extraordinary aura flowing through this teenager, but when she looked over again, the teenager still looked flat. After the Chen family siblings left, Yu Wenqing returned to Su Zhixing's side, his face somewhat unpleasant. Su Zhixing glanced at him and laughed. What? That's not happy? Yu Wenqing didn't hide it and said in a jar. They look down on Sir, and the disciple is not used to seeing them in such a lofty posture. Su Zhixing smiled and poured a cup of tea for Yu Wenqing. Have a cup of tea first to take the edge off. Yu Wenqing received the teacup with both hands and took a shallow sip. Looking at Su Zhixing's bland appearance, he couldn't help but ask, and the gentleman is not angry? Su Zhixing froze and laughed. What's there to be angry about? That MS. Chen was kind of polite and courteous from start to finish, and as someone of their kind of status, it's already considered rare. Yu Wenqing, however, said with some indignation, she is polite and courteous on the surface, but in reality she has never asked you, Sir, if you are willing to accept her brother, as if it is a matter of course for you to accept him, and this attitude is actually even more aggravating than her brother in my opinion. Su Zhixing couldn't help but laugh as he looked at Yu Wenqing's indignant face. Ha ha ha, Shao Chang. You have to realize what kind of environment she has been living in since she was a child. Think about it differently. If you were in that kind of position, would you still be able to treat someone whose position is far inferior to yours with a normal heart? Yu Wenqing froze, and for a moment, he didn't know how to answer. Su Zhixing continued. The sages say, push yourself and others, and turn the tables on yourself. Morality is for disciplining oneself, not for chastising others. Listening to Su Zhixing's teachings, Yu Wenqing could not help but fall into deep thought. Su Zhixing nodded in relief at the sight. Of course, Sir is not saying that her way of doing things is right, just telling you that you don't have to spoil yourself for the faults of others. Yu Wenqing thought about it and couldn't help but nod frequently. He stood up and bowed. Thank you for teaching me. Sir, I understand. Well, it's good to understand. Come on, bring the chessboard. Let's play a game. Okay, Sir, wait a moment, I'll go get it. On the other hand, Chen Yunlan brought Chen Minji back to the Chen residence. Along the way Chen Yunlan was always in a bit of a trance. She could be 100% certain that she had just felt an extremely pure qi on that teenager. This kind of qi could only be possessed by people who had cultivated their internal energy to a certain level. But how could a child in his teens, whose qi and blood were not yet full enough, be able to practice this level of true qi? There is a consensus among the martial artists of the world. Martial artists are divided into 9 grades, and the next 3 grades practice flesh, bones and blood, refining their own qi and blood. Only by entering the middle 3 grades could one practice internal true qi. Without exception, it was theoretically impossible for martial arts practitioners under the age of 15 to practice internal true qi, because the origin of true qi is to use qi and blood refining. The so-called refining essence and transforming qi is this principle. Children under the age of 15 had insufficient qi and blood to condense true qi. Unless it was that kind of absolute heavenly pride with a strong innate physique, it was impossible for a regular person to condense true qi before the age of 15. In that case, what about that teenager just now? Could it be that this small place, Longquan Town, could also produce a supreme genius with this kind of innate martial body? If the disciple is so, what about the one who is a gentleman? Chen Yunlan couldn't help but think of that Mr. Su. Outwardly, she couldn't see anything divine about this Mr. Su. Just like the teenager, she couldn't tell any difference just as well when he didn't show his chakra. That's a bit of a stretch. A person who practiced martial arts and reached the realm of condensing true qi was at least someone who had practiced martial arts for many years. This kind of person, no matter how much he hit it, would eventually have some traces of the martial arts he practiced on his body. For example, those who practiced external kung fu would definitely have a full divine court and a strong breath when they reached a certain level. Or swordsmen and knives, all of them will have more or less traces of it. But this Mr. Su and that teenager, the temperament embodied from head to toe, were like an authentic scholar, some gravitas at best. You really can't see any signs of martial arts training on your body. If there's an explanation that has to be given, there's only one possibility. Legend has it that after a martial artist has practiced kung fu to transcend the first grade realm, the weather of the whole body will return to its original state. On the outside, it looks like an ordinary person, but to say that Mr. Su and that teenager were divine figures who had transcended the first grade realm, Chen Yunlan absolutely could not believe it. Interesting, a Longquan town would have such a character. Chen Yunlan was becoming more and more curious. Thinking of this, she turned to the sullen Chen Minji at the side. Minji, tomorrow we'll go back to Mr. Su, and this time, if you dare to fool around again, I'll send you back to Kyoto. Chen Minji froze and just wanted to say a word back, but when he saw his sister's unquestioning eyes, he couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart. He had to answer back honestly. Okay, all at your sister's discretion. Seeing this aggrieved look on his face, Chen Yunlan was again a little distressed and walked forward to hold the boy's face and softly said, Minji, no more nonsense, perhaps this Mr. Su will give you a great surprise. Chapter 14 Unheard of Psalm Scriptures. Early the next morning, the Chen family siblings once again went to the schoolhouse. It was just that what they didn't expect was that the students in the academy had come earlier than them, led by the same teenager from yesterday, who was doing some strange maneuvers in the yard. First period, stretching, ready, start. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Chen Yunlan was a little curious as he watched the movements those children were doing. These movements were not like martial arts boxing, but every move and every stance seemed to have the effect of exercising the body. And the movements are so simple that even children can learn them easily. Following the slogan shouted from that teenager's mouth seemed to possess some kind of magical rhythm. It actually made Chen Yunlan look a little mesmerized. On the side, Chen Minji was a bit disdainful. These movements are slow and not at all intimidating, and there's no fight in them at all. It also added to his reluctance to enroll in a schoolhouse to read and seek education. Chen Yunlan knew his brother's temper and immediately reminded him, Minji, don't forget what I told you yesterday. Chen Minji reluctantly nodded. Finally, Yu Wenqing finished the morning exercises with his schoolmates and planned to go back to the classroom. When Chen Yunlan, who was outside the courtyard, saw that they had finished, he shouted towards Yu Wenqing, This gentleman, may I ask if Mr. Su is here? Chen Yunlan of the Chen family has come to visit with his younger brother. Yu Wenqing had seen them early on, and when he heard Chen Yunlan's greeting, he didn't rush to respond, but first arranged for the other students to sit quietly in the classroom before he retraced his steps back into the courtyard, cupping his fists and saluting towards the Chen Yunlan siblings. Miss Chen, I'm sorry, today's classes have already begun, and Mr. needs to attend classes, so he may not have time to see you. Chen Yunlan was stunned, not expecting this Mr. Su to be so resolute in his attitude. Chen Minji was even more furious after hearing this and was about to open his mouth to curse angrily. Chen Yunlan glared at him, which made him hold it back. Mr. Yuwen, please also take the trouble to pass on the message that it won't take too long for the gentleman to get there. Yu Wenqing was a bit embarrassed, and it so happened that at that moment, Su Zhixing walked out of the room with a book, and he had already heard the conversation between Chen Yunlan and Yu Wenqing. Ms. Chen, why don't we wait until after class to talk about what we have to say? After saying that, Su Zhixing walked straight into the classroom, reminding him in the process, Kiyoshi, class is starting. Yu Wenqing hurriedly bid Chen Yunlan farewell and turned around to run into the classroom. Chen Minji was instantly on fire. I'll go. This Mr. Countryside is too arrogant, isn't he? Chen Yunlan also didn't expect that this Mr. Su would be so faceless, but she was still an educated person in the end, and although her heart was displeased, she wouldn't be like the village shrews, who were cursing at the top of their voices. Instead, it made her more curious about this Mr. Su. This kind of bratty person is either a pretender or really something. Chen Yunlan turned his head to instruct his subordinates, go get a chair. Chen Minji stared in disbelief. Sis, what are you doing? Chen Yunlan laughed. Let's be spectators for once today and listen to see what kind of lessons this Mr. Su teaches. Chen Minji said helplessly. Sister, you are the head of the 4 great talents of Kyoto. That poor gentleman. Where does he get the qualification to let you listen to his lectures? Let's go back. Chen Yunlan just glanced at him and did not say anything. Chen Minji had no choice but to stand by and accompany him. Just then, the sound of class came from the schoolhouse. Classes, stand up. Good day, sir. Hello, class. Have a seat. Class, last time the teacher assigned to go back and recite Silent Night Thoughts, have you all memorized it? Take note. Good. Then everyone come together and recite. Silent Night Thoughts. The bed is bright and the moon is shining. Start. Silent Night Thoughts. The moonlight in front of the bed is suspected to be frost on the ground. Raise your head to look at the bright moon. Lower your head to think of your hometown. Very good. It seems that everyone has not been lazy at home. It is worth praising. Before the end of class at noon, if there is time, the teacher will give you a journey to the west as encouragement. Okay? When they heard Su Zhixing say that he was going to talk about journey to the west, The classroom erupted in joyous cheers. Wow! Sir, I want to hear Journey to the West. Fine, fine, but we have to finish today's classwork first. Today we're gentlemanly. After saying that, Su Zhixing turned around, and on the homemade blackboard behind him, using plaster as chalk, he wrote 4 large characters of great calligraphic beauty, virtue of a gentleman. Outside the academy, Chen Yunlan was still immersed in the silent night thoughts that the students had just recited, and she could hear that it was a poem with ordinary words and extremely pure meaning. She had never heard such a poem before, so succinct and concise, and yet it captured that image, that homesickness, so well. The point is, she asked herself to read all the poems in books in the world, but she had never heard of a poem like this one that could be regarded as a treasure. Chen Yunlan couldn't help but think of those reading voices she heard every morning. The way of the university is to be clear and virtuous, to be kind to the people, and to stop at the highest good. It was also a scripture she had never learned or heard before. However, after careful tasting and pondering, I feel that this scripture contains the most important principles of heaven and earth, and expounds the essence of how to live in the world, study and learn, and govern the world. Chen Yunlan Mayan was shocked and thought secretly, it can't be that these are all authored by this Mr. Su himself, can it? Thinking about this, Chen Yunlan only felt a little ridiculous, because it's just too unbelievable. A scripture like this that was sufficient to be passed down through the ages. If it was really authored by this Longquan town's pedagogue himself, then it meant that this pedagogue was even sufficient to be compared to those sages in history who had been immortalized for hundreds of years. Just as she was secretly thinking, Su Zhixing's voice came again from the schoolhouse. As to the virtues of a gentleman, the most sacred master has long since defined them. It is not to act rashly, not to speak in vain, not to seek in vain, and not to act in vain. The so-called don't move rashly. There must be a way to move, plan and then decide. In all things, do not act rashly. Outside the academy, Chen Yunlan just listened to a sentence, and his figure couldn't help but sit upright. The eyes were full of thought. Inside, he was even more shocked. At first, she thought that Su Zhixing would have been like those other gentlemen, speaking about the contents of the imperial examinations. But after hearing one sentence she knew that she was wrong, dead wrong. What this gentleman has said has transcended worldly utilitarianism and is a higher level of truthfulness. Time slowly passed, and Chen Yunlan sat outside the courtyard of the academy, just listening to the hot sun all morning. Alright, that's all for the gentleman's virtue for the teacher. Everyone do more review after class. My disciple respects the teachings of Sir. Seeing that the class was about to end, a young boy in the schoolhouse hastily raised his hand. Sir, you tell us about the journey to the west. Last time we talked about that Sun Wukong who crossed mountains and seas in a boat to go to a master to seek his skills. Did he find the immortals or not? Yes, sir, tell us all about it. Su Zhixing smiled, looked out the window, and nodded. Okay, it's still early, so the gentleman will tell you one more time. That is to say that the Monkey King to participate in the immortal visit Tao. No chance to meet. In South Alimony, string of the Great Wall, tour of small counties. Do not feel that more than 8 or 9 years. Chapter 15, cherish what you can't have. There was no surname in the beginning of the Monkey King, and the Monkey King had to be enlightened in order to break the stubbornness of the sky. After this Monkey King and cultivate what Taoist fruit, and listen to the next decomposition. Sir, why is it that we have to listen to the next part of the explanation? Tell me more. Yes, sir, what exactly did the ancestor teach the Monkey King? Tell us. Hear and listen to the next decomposition of the 4 words. The bottom of the children immediately quit. Have begged Mr. Continue to speak. Chan Minji, who was listening intently outside the room, was also scratching his ears anxiously. Hey, this poor gentleman. He stops in the middle of a story. Why don't you go on? On the side, Chen Yunlan was in deep thought. There are so many mysterious sentences in the story, which at first sound like a story, but when you think about it, they seem to contain mysterious truths. Surprisingly, this famous talented girl from Kyoto was also mesmerized by what she heard, and she thought far more than her brother Chen Minji. From within this story, she could vaguely see a theoretical system to rely on, a kind of trace of a religion similar to such religions as the Buddhas and Taoists of the Middle Kingdom, but the little content occasionally revealed in it was quite different from the Buddhas and Taoists circulating in the Middle Kingdom's Kyushu. Could it be that this Mr. Su made up this story as well? Chen Yunlan secretly thought. This kind of story, rich in philosophy and with novel content, would surely be famous all over the world if it had been circulated for a long time, but she had never heard of it. And what a strange man. Chen Yunlan was becoming more and more curious as to what kind of person this Mr. Su was. Was he really just a small-town schoolteacher? As he swayed, he only heard Mr. Su say, "Stories are only to cultivate the emotions and enrich your imagination. Do not play with things, remember." The students didn't dare to disturb them any further, so they got up and saluted. Mr. Hard work. Well, students have worked hard. Go home and come back after lunch. At lunchtime these kids are going home for lunch, so this time is a break. The little ones bid farewell to Su Zhixing and immediately swarmed home. It wasn't so much that they were looking forward to the end of school, but they wanted to hurry home to finish their meal and get back to the schoolhouse. It's not as hot in the schoolhouse as it is outside, and with so many little ones to play with, it's much more comfortable than at home. And at noon, if he meets a gentleman who is happy, he will also play games with everyone. Who can't look forward to that? Seeing that school was finally over, Chen Yunlan hurriedly got up and walked to the entrance of the courtyard towards the inside of the school hall and owed his respect. Mr. Su, the Chen family siblings have come to pay their respects. Su Zhixing, of course, knew that they had been outside the courtyard, and now that the class had ended, it was not good to continue to hang them out to dry, so he instructed Yu Wenqing to invite them in, sitting opposite each other again. Although Chen Yunlan was still as gentle and courteous as last time, Yu Wenqing, who was standing by the side, could see that this Chen family's eldest young lady also had an additional amount of respect and modesty today. Chen Yunlan didn't nag and opened the door. Mr. Su, I know that last time, Sherbrooke rudely offended Mr. Su. This time around, my siblings are sincerely here to apologize to Mr. Su, and I implore Mr. Su to forgive. Su Zhixing shook his head. Apologizing is not necessary. As I said last time, what I care about is not Mr. Chen's attitude, but his heart to learn. Before Su Zhixing finished speaking, Chen Minji immediately stood out and said, Mr. Su, I have a desire to learn. I have repented. I want to come to school. I implore Mr. Su to teach me. Su Zhixing froze and looked at Chen Minji in surprise. Even his sister was a bit puzzled, but since Chen Minji could have this attitude, she was naturally happy. So it helped. Mr. Su, my younger brother really knows he's wrong, and I implore Mr. Su to accept him on the basis that my siblings are dependent on each other and have no one to support them. Su Zhixing looked at Chen Minji and suddenly thought of something and asked with a smile, You're not here for school, you're here for a story, aren't you? Chen Minji was stunned and somewhat embarrassed. Hey, I came to school to hear a story. Su Zhixing looked at the two siblings with a slight thought in his heart. He stood up and faded. You may return. After saying that, Su Zhixing looked at Yuan Qingdao. Cheng, burn the fire and cook. Chen Yunlan hurriedly got up and looked at Su Zhixing, who had already walked away, wanting to say something. This time, Chen Minji, however, seemed a bit quiet. He wasn't as furious as the last time he was rejected by Su Zhixing, and just looked at Su Zhixing's back with a puzzled expression. To be honest, growing up, Chen Minji had never seen someone like Su Zhixing. Other men would be mesmerized when they saw their own sister, even though they were veiled. Even if some people are able to look at it lightly, it is just a pretense of composure and superficiality. But whenever my sister casually spoke to those people, all the pretenses on the surface would be revealed. But this Mr. Su, he was able to reject his own sister twice, which was extraordinary. Seeing that Su Zhixing's mind was made up, Chen Yunlan could only sigh helplessly and slowly salute. Before leading Chen Minji out of the academy, Yu Wenqing looked at the few people walking away, somewhat puzzled, and asked, Sir, this time the Chen family siblings have been quite sincere. How come Sir still hasn't accepted him? Su Zhixing laughed as he washed the rice. Don't you see it's a shame to pour my rice water into the flowers for nothing? Yu Wenqing froze, not knowing why Sir suddenly asked this. He shook his head back. Not really a shame. It still nourishes the flowers and plants, so it's kind of a waste. Su Zhixing poured the washed rice into the pot and covered it, asking again, if not a drop of rain falls in March under this heaven, and the earth dries up and everything withers, is it not a pity to pour out this rice-washing water directly? Yu Wenqing couldn't help but nod his head. That would be a shame. Let alone rice-washing water. Even just a drop of water is precious. As he said that, a sudden light came on in front of him. I understand. Sir is trying to let them know that the opportunity to enter the academy and pursue their studies is precious and rare, so that they will take it seriously and be able to concentrate on their studies? Su Zhixing laughed. Pretty much. The world is always like that. What is within reach is often not cared for too much. Only what is painstakingly sought after can be treated as a treasure. The Chen family siblings have extraordinary qualifications. If they don't have the heart to pursue their studies, it would be a waste of time for them to come. and even because of the relationship behind them, it would have a considerable impact on our academy. So one has to be careful. Yu Wenqing exclaimed with heartfelt admiration. Sir is really taking great pains. Only Sir isn't worried that they won't be able to stand the test and come? Su Zhixing looked at the already dark green wilderness outside the courtyard and said softly, that Miss Chen must still have some insight since she is known as a talented woman. She won't not come. Speaking of this, Su Zhixing smiled brightly. Even if it doesn't come, it doesn't matter. It doesn't affect us, does it? Yu Wenqing was stunned, then laughed equally brightly. Sir is right. Chapter 16, is the journey to the West real? After leaving the academy, the Chen family siblings were thinking about their respective thoughts all the way. Chen Yunlan thought back to the lesson Su Zhixing had just taught that morning, the old poem Silent Night Thoughts, the 4 virtues of a gentleman, journey to the West. Each of them almost brought her upside down perceptions. The point was that they all seemed to be deep in the truth, causing her to become more and more alarmed the more she pondered over them. When she snapped out of her thoughts, she suddenly felt as if something was wrong. Turning his head to look at it, he realized that it turned out to be Chen Minji, who even didn't have a word to say on this journey as well, quiet and unlike his previous self. Chen Yunlan was curious. Minji, what's on your mind? Chen Minji was stunned and hemmed and hawed. Nothing whatsoever. Chen Yunlan was even more curious. This younger brother had never been able to hide his words, but at this moment, he would actually squirm. You're thinking about the academy, aren't you? Chen Minji froze and twisted his head in some embarrassment. Humph, who misses him? Chen Yunlan was surprised. Him, Mr. Su. Seeing that he couldn't hide it, Chen Minji had no choice but to helplessly say, yes, it's the poor gentleman. Chen Yunlan instantly became interested and asked, tell me, what did you come up with? Chen Minji thought about it, and his first question made Chen Yunlan a bit stunned. Sister, I don't know if you felt it yet, but there's something strange about that schoolhouse. What's strange? That schoolhouse is surprisingly not hot. Originally I stood at the door for a whole morning. I have long been too hot to bear. As soon as I walked in it was surprisingly not hot. And this kind of not hot is very strange. It doesn't feel like the weather is not hot. It's like a heatlessness that radiates from the bottom of my heart. I can't say. Chen Yunlan was stunned and couldn't help but be somewhat impressed. To be honest, she didn't feel as much about this as Chen Minji, because she has long been cold and hot. Even in the scorching sun during the summer season, she will not feel hot. You don't feel cold when you're in the middle of a snowstorm on a cold day, so she subconsciously ignored it. However, hearing Chen Minji say this, Chen Yunlan also immediately reacted. That yard is, indeed, extraordinary. Chen Yunlan was somewhat relieved and continued to ask, any more? Chen Minji thought for a moment and returned. Also, that Mr. Su isn't very old, and there's usually no man of that age that I've ever seen who can ignore his sister like that, and he was able to do it, and he wasn't faking it. His eyes, they barely lingered on his sister, and the point is that she had already condescended to beg him, and he even managed to refuse. That's pretty unusual too. Chen Yunlan was slightly stunned and couldn't help but be somewhat impressed with his brother. Good boy. Finally a bit of a worldly son. Chen Minji smiled in embarrassment. That's right, and don't look whose brother it is. Chen Yunlan was dumbfounded and stretched out an alabaster-like finger to tap Chen Minji's forehead. Poor mouth. In the end, the origin is not bad. Vision and insight, absolutely very human, can be compared. Chen Yunlan took Chen Minji's hand and said in a serious tone, Minji, you're the only child of our Chun family, although sister doesn't want you to live too tired, but you're shouldering the hopes of the Chun family. There's no escaping it. So Minji, you can't continue to fool around like this. You're already 11 years old. In a few years, you'll have to start taking care of things. You need to grow up as soon as possible, okay? A deep helplessness came out of Chen Minji's eyes. In fact, since he was 4 or 5 years old, he had a dream of going on a wander and getting away like those chivalrous swordsmen. But his status was destined to make him compromise and do things he didn't like to do. It wasn't that Chen Minji didn't understand. He just hoped to escape for one day. But now it seems like there is no escape. Well, sister, I would like to go to the schoolhouse. Chen Yunlan smiled sweetly, but there was some heartache under her eyes. Okay, we'll beg Mr. Su again tomorrow. Well. The next morning, Yu Wenqing was doing morning exercises in the courtyard with the others when he saw the Chen family siblings walking over from afar. Yu Wenqing's heart was moved and he couldn't help but praise it. Sir is really predictable. They did come again. This time, the Chen family siblings learned their lesson and just gave a slight nod to Yu Wenqing to salute him. Then they sat outside the courtyard of the academy, stretched out their parasols and waited quietly. It looked as if it was planning to dabble in another class. This morning's class was another one that Chen Yunlan's siblings had never heard of before. Listening to that Mr. Su say that the class math, arithmetic Chen Yunlan will naturally, but this kind of arithmetic taught to Su Zhixing was an eye-opener for her, especially that thing called multiplication mnemonic, which directly simplifies the originally extremely complicated arithmetic process into one simple mnemonic. By memorizing the mnemonic, you can work out a large and complex set of arithmetic at a very fast pace. Hearing this, Chen Yunlan even couldn't help but stand up and sigh. Mr. Su is truly a celestial being. This time, even Chen Minji was somewhat convinced. He had never seen his sister admire someone so much. This Mr. Su is really someone with real skills. After the morning's lesson, the children in the school and Chen Minji outside the school all looked blearily at Su Zhixing on the podium, expecting him to continue telling yesterday's story. Su Zhixing laughed and opened his mouth. When the Monkey King got his name, he was happy and enthusiastic, and thanked Bodhi for his gift. The master then ordered the public to guide the Monkey King out of the second gate and taught him the rules of sweeping and maneuvering. Su Zhixing didn't nag and went straight to the point. The schoolhouse was silent, and everyone was fully focused. Even Yu Wenqing was looking forward to it. Su Zhixing stopped his story when he came to the point where the Monkey King was sent back to the mountain of flowers and fruits by Grandmaster Bodhi. Once again, the students were tickled. Okay, everyone, back to dinner. Outside the courtyard, Chen Minji was similarly itching. What will it be like when that sun monkey learns the power of the gods and returns to his hometown? What's going to happen? What's the problem? It was almost worse than not letting him practice martial arts. On the side, Chen Yunlan was thinking of something completely different. She had a look of shock on her face and her eyes held a hint of pain. In his mind, he tried hard to recall the passage of the myriad Dharma mantra that Grandmaster Bodhi had passed on to the Monkey King. However, she clearly remembered there was that arcane section of the mantra. But how could she not recall half a word? So much so that when he forced himself to remember, he couldn't help but feel his blood churning and watched as a mouthful of blood was about to be spat out. Chen Yunlan forcibly swallowed back the mouthful of rebellious blood and secretly tempered himself for a long time before recovering slightly. The mind was already appalled. Oh my god, what is this journey to the west story? Could it be that the Monkey King and Grandmaster Bodhi mentioned in it are really real? Are all those marvelous magical powers also real? Chen Yunlan didn't dare to imagine if there really was a wonderful method in this world that could change everything and turn 100,000 miles in an instant. Is that still a human being? She didn't dare to think more about it, but straightened her clothes, stood up straight, and bowed respectfully towards the schoolhouse. Chen Yunlan of the Chen family, Chen Minji, seeks an audience with Mr. Su. Chapter 17, The Great Harvest. This was the third time Su Zhixing had met with the Chen siblings. This one is again different from the previous two. The Chen family siblings unexpectedly didn't even dare to sit down, but instead stood honestly opposite Su Zhixing, their demeanor respectful and unusual. Chen Yunlan didn't nag and spoke directly. Mr. Su, my younger brother has sincerely changed his ways, and now willingly worships under Mr. Su. I hope that Mr. Su will have mercy on him and accept him. My Chen family will definitely be grateful and never forget it. Chen Minji, who was on the side, also bowed respectfully. Mr. Su, it is the kid who is young and ignorant, not knowing the great talent of Mr. Su. Now I have sincerely repented. I beg Mr. Su to allow the kid me to follow Mr. Su to pursue my studies, and I will definitely be sincere and not dare to be negligent. Su Zhixing looked at the siblings and smiled bashfully. You siblings have visited the hut 3 times, so you can see that you are indeed sincere. In that case, come to school tomorrow morning at 3 minutes past dawn. Chen Yunlan was overjoyed, and Chen Minji also had a slightly joyful look on his face. The siblings spoke in unison. Thanks, Mr. Su. Saying that, the maidservant who had been standing by the side serving for a long time walked up with great eyesight and placed the tray in her hand on the table. Chen Yunlan explained, some mundane things, I hope Mr. Su will smile. Su Zhixing nodded and didn't excuse himself. Kiyoshi, take it down. Yu Wenqing reached out and picked up the tray. His heart gave a beat, and he secretly said, it's so heavy. Is it silver? He naturally wouldn't ask out. Carrying the tray back to Su Zhixing's room, seeing Su Zhixing accept the tuition, Chen Yunlan was secretly relieved. Said, Minji, hurry up and salute Mr. Su. Chen Minji nodded and was about to kneel down. The great Zhou dynasty places great importance on teacher succession, and disciples who enroll in school are required to bow to the gentleman, even as a royal prince. The same is true for worshipping a teacher, but after all, Su Zhixing was a person who had traveled from the earth world, and although he was equally focused on his teacher's lineage, he was still not accustomed to such a bowing ritual, so it was said, "There is no need to kowtow. There is gold under a man's knees. Don't kneel so easily." Chen Minji was stunned and looked at his sister at a bit of a loss. Chen Yunlan's eyes lit up as he pondered over the phrase "there is gold under a man's knees" in his heart. It just felt rather new. Su Zhixing sat upright in his chair and said to Chen Minji, "Since you have the heart, you are a disciple of my Zhixing Academy, and there is no need to stick to the rest of the mundane rituals." Chen Yunlan once again thought more highly of Su Zhixing in his heart. "Minji, since Mr. said so, do as you're told." Chen Minji nodded, folded his hands, raised them above his head, and bowed. "Yes, disciple Chen Minji, greetings to you, sir." Su Zhixing smiled and nodded. "Good." On the side of Chen Yunlan suddenly some envy. These 2 days she listened to Su Zhixing 2 lessons, greatly touched, her heart actually also more than a few points of yearning. Su Zhixing could see the strange color in Chen Yunlan's eyes at a glance, and probably guessed what this young girl was thinking in her mind. "Ms. Chen, if you're free, you can also come to school together." Chen Yunlan was stunned, somewhat incredulous. I can too." Although the Zhou dynasty did not have laws and regulations that women could not go to school, the world agreed that girls would basically not be seen in the middle of the academy, because it doesn't do much good for a girl to read. The kotaku can only be attended by men. The sole purpose of all the readers in the world is just for the imperial examinations. And why should women waste their time reading when they can't take the examinations? All that is needed is a gentleman at home who is literate. Su Zhixing smiled and said, "Although women can't take the imperial examination, but reading and understanding, the imperial examination is only one of the choices rather than the only choice. Read more books, no matter whether it is a man or a woman. There are always more benefits." Chen Yunlan froze in place, his heart already turning over. The world's husband, students, there has never been a person such as this Mr. Su General, said the examination is just a choice of all. Everyone in the world knows that the great Zhou dynasty has swept the world with its martial arts. Now that the world was first stabilized, those military generals had the merit of being subordinate to the dragon, and no one was able to suppress their power in the courtroom except for the founding emperor of the great Zhou, Zhou Tianzi. Once one day, the Zhou emperor died and a new emperor succeeded to the throne. These military generals would become a great danger to the great Zhou. Therefore, during this period, the emperor would certainly support a large number of civil officials to separate themselves from the military generals in the court, so as to achieve the purpose of checking and balancing the court. That said, readers in these recent years have definitely hit the best of times. It's also the easiest time to get ahead. At this time, one of the teachers said that the imperial examinations were not the only purpose of studying. Su Zhixing saw her eyes fluctuate greatly, and understood that these words were indeed a bit too forward for women of this era. He was about to say forget it, but then he saw that Chen Yunlan had actually bowed to him with a disciple's salute as well. "Disciple Chen Yunlan, greetings to Sir." Su Zhixing froze, then laughed. Fine. From today onwards, both your siblings are students of my knowledge academy." Chen Yunlan's eyes were delighted. Looking at Su Zhixing's gentle and elegant smile, his heart actually involuntarily trembled violently. Her cheeks couldn't help but blush slightly. Chen Minji, who was on the side, was a bit dumbfounded. He said that he would worship his own teacher. How come in the end, even his sister is trapped in it? With your talent, do you still need to go to school? He didn't understand it anyway, but at least, he trusted his sister's vision. At this point, though, his mind was already looking forward to coming to class tomorrow. It wasn't that this magnate's son had really become a lover of learning overnight. It was mainly because he was so eager to know what was behind that back of the journey to the west. This one was kind of a big haul. 2 disciples with 80 points or more paid their respects, and the system reacted at the first opportunity. It was only that there were still classes to attend, so Su Zhixing wasn't in a hurry to check it out. It was only after classes ended in the evening, after having dinner with Yu Wenqing and returning to his room, that Su Zhixing sat steadily in his chair and calmly checked the system. Name, Su Zhixing. Age, 22. Skills, 9 years of compulsory education knowledge proficiency, to the 9th grade of Confucianism, apprenticeship return, 3 times. Number of disciples, 3. Disciple information, 1. Yu Wenqing, potential value 92, 2. Chen Minji, potential value 83, 3. Chen Yunlan, potential value 85. Congratulations to the host for adding 2 disciples. There are 2 rewards to be claimed. Do you want to claim them? The information on the panel had changed quite a bit, and what surprised Su Zhixing the most was the multiplier of the apprenticeship return, which had become 3 times as much. In this way, the multiplier of the granting of the return is determined by the number of disciples. According to this, If Su Zhixing's number of disciples reached 100, or even 1,000, then wouldn't he be able to cultivate into the extremely high realm of Supreme Sage Confucianism in an instant? But it's just so much to think about. Not to mention whether there were so many disciples with potential values over 80 points. Even if there were, Su Zhixing might not be willing to accept anyone. Su Zhixing looked at the 2 new rewards issued by the system and said in his heart, "Pick up." Chapter 18, 2 rewards. Rewards are being given out. Su Zhixing's figure lurched, slightly closing his eyes. As with the last time, there were suddenly many more memories in his mind. It's like he would have been. When the system inheritance ended, Su Zhixing still had his eyes closed as he was organizing the knowledge in his mind. 2 rewards. Not surprisingly, still 2 skill knowledge. The first one is called the True Explanation of the Martial Way, which covers all the essence of the martial way from low to high. It could also be considered a general outline of martial arts, instructing one on how to cultivate martial arts, from the 9th grade to the 1st grade, and finally the 2 realms above the 1st grade. Unlike the Supreme Sage Confucianism, there are 3 other realms above the 1st grade of the Supreme Sage Confucianism. However, there were only 2 realms above this 1st grade of martial arts. Su Zhixing didn't know what the other secret martial arts books in this world were like, so he couldn't really judge their value. But judging by the rewards of the first one, I guess it can't be bad. The second copy is titled Heavenly Voice 8 Secrets. Surprisingly, it's a secret book with information about the piano. From the basic introduction to the final step of entering the Tao with the zither, there are 8 grades, and the introduction would be equivalent to the 6th grade realm. This was because the 8 skills of the heavenly voice was a gong method based on the cultivation of Confucianism and Taoism. Only Rudraksh who has entered the character can practice it. After sorting through this information, Su Zhixing knew that these 2 pieces of knowledge should correspond to Chen Minji and Chen Yunlun. Chen Minji was good at martial arts and was suitable for the true explanation of the martial Tao, so he thought that Chen Yunlun should have a talent for the zither, which was why the system rewarded the 8 skills of heavenly tones. In that case, it looks like martial arts and music can be added to the curriculum in the future. Reading, practicing martial arts, playing the piano. Well, there's no conflict. Su Zhixing was satisfied, and he never thought that reading was all about dead books. A specialization is what makes a student or a qualified person. He wouldn't just pass it on to Chen Minji just because the true explanation of martial Tao was rewarded because of Chen Minji. All the children in the academy can learn, and it's up to them how well everyone learns at the end of the day. Likewise, the same is true of the 8 techniques of the heavenly voice. However, as the saying went, the law should not be passed on lightly, and before teaching his disciples this particular skill, Su Zhixing would definitely still give it more consideration, one to test their character and the other to test their potential. For example, if it is obvious that he is pentatonic and not suitable for learning phonetics, it would be a waste of his time for you to let him learn phonetics. The main thing to do as a teacher is to teach according to your ability. However, Su Zhixing also set a tone for his academy, that is, the basic subjects. To the sacred Confucianism, mathematics, these are compulsory. The rest is left to the student's choice. After organizing the contents of his mind, Su Zhixing couldn't help but try. He walked out of the schoolhouse to the riverbank. At this time it is already a starry sky, the sound of frogs in the fields, starry fireflies floating in the grass, just like a picture of a midsummer night. The contents of the true explanation of the martial way were engraved in Su Zhixing's mind. Like instinct, he just needs to do as he's told. The first 3 grades of Wudao were refining skin and flesh, refining sinews and bones, and refining blood and marrow. There is a set of movements in the true solution that are done somewhat similar to Tai Chi techniques and somewhat like yoga movements, and upon further inspection, there are even hints of modern fitness. Although Su Zhixing had never practiced this set of movements before, the system had imparted it to him like it was his instinct, and it came naturally to him. As the movements were performed one after another, Su Zhixing soon felt the sizzling sensation coming from inside his muscles. His skin also gradually became red, the pores on his body bulged one by one, and his sweaty hairs stood up like steel needles. It lasted for about half an hour before the visions on Su Zhixing's body gradually receded. Phew! After his breathing stabilized, a hint of surprise flashed in Su Zhixing's eyes. I didn't realize that he had completed the stage of Wufu from entry to entry level just by casually practicing. Yes, that's right. In half an hour, Su Zhixing stepped into the 9th rank of the Wufu realm. If it was placed on an ordinary person, even someone with superior talent would have to spend at least 3 months of work. For those with poor qualifications, it can even take a year or two. Half an hour into the 9th grade. Unprecedented. However, Su Zhixing also understood that it was probably because he had vast true qi. The physique had already been nourished very well. which was why it was able to refine so quickly in the first realm of Wufu. Su Zhixing struck the iron while it was hot and continued refining. Qi and blood traveled between the skin and flesh, and the sizzling sensation reappeared. This was tempering the flesh and skin with his own qi and blood. Once one waited for the skin and flesh to be quenched and perfected, the power of qi and blood would naturally overflow and enter the sinews and bones. That means he's entered the 8th rank of Wufu. A little bit of time passed, and Su Zhixing was already immersed in it, until he used up the last bit of his strength and broke away from practicing. Although he was tired, Su Zhixing clearly sensed that his skin and flesh were just one last bit away from consummation. In other words, he would soon be able to enter the 8th rank of Wufu. This kind of martial arts practicing speed, if you say it out loud, is simply appalling. The first 3 grades of body forging in Wufu, there was absolutely no shortcut to take, and the enhancement of the physique must be accumulated step by step, little by little. If it was to the realm of refining true qi, there might still be a possibility that because of an epiphany or taking some heavenly material could break through the realm in the twinkling of an eye. But this has never been the case with the refining of the body's psyche. Su Zhixing was a special case. After all, there had also never been anyone who had refined their true qi first and then returned to refine their physique later. After sitting by the river and resting for a while, Su Zhixing returned to the academy. After cleaning up a bit, he fell back to sleep. He didn't wake up until the next morning, when he heard the sound of Yu Wenqing leading everyone to read together. After a night's rest, Su Zhixing clearly felt that his body was a little less different. The most intuitive feeling is the change in power. Although before, because of the vast true qi, his power was a bit greater than an ordinary person. However, it was nowhere near as big a difference as it was after refining into the 9th grade of Wufu. Su Zhixing looked at his fist and smiled. At this rate, the Zhixing Academy might really be able to turn that phrase he said to Yu Wenqing into reality. Make others behave and listen to their reasoning. After washing up, Su Zhixing ate some of the breakfast that Yu Wenqing had specially left for him and went to the playground. At that exact moment, the children had finished their morning reading and were being led by Yu Wenqing as they prepared to go out for a run to warm up. The two of them, Chen Minji and Chen Yunlan, were also in the group. Chen Yunlan did not wear that veil this time, and her stunning beauty was on display. Today's siblings have taken off their fancy clothes and replaced them with a plain outfit, already somewhat student-like. Su Jiwei walked up to Chen Yunlan and said, "Yunlan, you won't have to follow the run." Chen Yunlan was stunned and somewhat confused. "Why is that, sir?" Su Zhixing smiled and said, "I make them run for the purpose of exercising and strengthening their bodies. For you, superfluous." Chen Yunlan's heart was startled, and he looked at Su Zhixing with some surprise. It was obvious that Su Zhixing had seen through her. This couldn't help but make Chen Yunlan a little incredulous, as she had an exotic treasure on her body that concealed her qi and blood. If one did not cultivate an extremely high level of martial arts cultivation, it would be impossible to see through it. Sure enough, this Mr. Su is unfathomable. Chen Yunlan thought this way. How could she know that the reason why Su Zhixing knew her bottom line was entirely because of the system? Disciple, Chen Yunlan, F. Age, 17. Skills, mastery of zither, chess, calligraphy and painting. 4th rank in martial arts. Status, disciple of the School of Knowledge. Hidden identity, the only surviving true disciple of Fengming Mountain, the holy land of martial arts in Zhongtian Prefecture. Chapter 19, Sir, is he a land god? When he first learned of Chen Yunlan's hidden identity, Su Zhixing was also a bit surprised. A 17-year-old with a 4th grade cultivation in martial arts would be fine. One could only say that she was a genius, and there should be quite a few of them in the thousands of people in this world. But the only surviving true disciple of this Zhongtian Prefecture martial arts shrine, Fengming Mountain, was a bit scary. Combined with the horse-treading rivers and lakes that was going on in the Great Zhou dynasty nowadays, it was easy to deduce that this Fenghuang Mountain should be one of the clans that were being cleansed underneath the Great Zhou Iron Horsemen. To put it bluntly, once this hidden identity of Chen Yunlan was exposed, I'm afraid the Chen family would not want to live. Even he, the small-town schoolteacher who had taken him as a disciple, would be implicated. But after being surprised, Su Zhixing didn't care too much. Since you're hiding your identity, just hide it well. As long as no one knows about it, it's not safe. In case you really didn't snuggle up later and missed the trap, then we'll talk about it later. After all, who can always tell what will happen in the future? Knowing Chen Yunlan's hidden cultivation and identity, Su Zhixing's way of cultivating her was naturally not quite the same. This type of exercise, morning jogging, was a waste of time for Chen Yunlan, and with this time, it would be better for her to study the canons of the most holy Confucianism. Let's see if we can practice how Ranjin Qi. After all, she definitely couldn't use her previous martial arts, and with how Ranjin she replacing it, she thought it would be more stable. After everyone else had gone out for a run, Su Zhixing called Chen Yunlan to his room alone. Chen Yunlan looked at Su Zhixing with some apprehension, not knowing what he was going to do. In her opinion, Su Zhixing was able to see through her hidden cultivation, and it was very likely that he was that first grade or even a supreme master beyond first grade. In the face of such a character, even the current son of heaven would have to be cautious. After all, lessons have been learned long ago in these centuries of chaos. A first-ranked expert would be able to defeat 1,000 armies with his own strength, and a super first-grade grandmaster expert was not even something that a mortal army could deal with at all, not even with more people. It was because a super first-grade grandmaster had an ability that had already transcended mortals, and that was the ability to fly in the air. Even if you have thousands of troops and horses, how can you stop a godly man who can fly above the 9 heavens? Chen Yunlan remembered that among the 6 countries that were destroyed by the Great Zhou, there was a country of Yen, and a super first-grade grandmaster was enshrined within the royal family. Indignantly striking out when the building of Yen was about to fall, a sword killed 3,000 iron riders, and after one battle, none of a 20,000-man army of Great Zhou survived. Although in the end, that super first-grade grandmaster also exhausted himself as a result and was surrounded and killed by 13 first-grade experts from Great Zhou. But this battle of his made the whole world understand one thing: the great master was no longer a mortal. That's why there is another name for the archons, land immortals. If this teaching teacher in front of him was a terrestrial deity, even if Chen Yunlan's attitude was no more respectful, it would not be too much. Su Zhixing didn't know what was going through Chen Yunlan's mind at this moment, as he was on his desk, rummaging through books one by one. In the end, a total of 3 books were taken and handed to Chen Yunlan. It is? Chen Yunlan looked at the books in his hands and was a bit puzzled. Su Zhixing explained, since you have the name of a talented woman, I think your knowledge is not bad, so you don't have to be with those children and learn those enlightenment lessons. These 3 books are the University, the Analects, and the Mencius. Go back and study them, and if there is anything you don't understand, come back and ask me. Chen Yunlan's eyes lit up. She already knew that the scriptures those children read in the morning were from this book, the University, and the fact that the gentleman had given this book to himself was thought to be an endorsement of himself. Su Zhixing pointed to the seat on the side and said, you can just read the books here in my place, and when you familiarize yourself with these classics and comprehend the meaning of the scriptures in them, I'll teach you something else. Su Zhixing did not teach Chen Yunlan the method of cultivating qi together. She was different from Yu Wenqing, who had come here as almost a blank sheet of paper and had learned whatever was imparted to him. But Chen Yunlan was already well-read, and even in the knowledge she had learned in the past, there were some that contradicted what Su Zhixing had imparted, so she needed to be exposed to it, understand it first, and if she could meld it into her own before passing on the method of raising qi, then it would be truly effective. Chen Yunlan bowed respectfully. Yes, I'll follow your instructions, sir. Su Zhixing was slightly stunned, feeling as if this Chen family's eldest miss was treating herself a little differently, a little too respectfully. He didn't think much about it and left after a few words of instruction, leaving Chen Yunlan alone in his room to read a book. Sitting in front of the desk, Chen Yunlan calmed the excitement in his heart and gently turned over the book. Upon seeing the neatly organized rows of lowercase letters on the booklet, Chen Yunlan could not help but see a light in front of his eyes. Good word! It was a font she had never seen before, but it didn't stop her from reading it. Suddenly, Chen Yunlan's face changed slightly as he got up violently and took a step back. There was shock in his eyes. In this word, it actually contains a power that shocks the heart. Just now, as she looked at those words and became mesmerized, the true qi in her body unexpectedly began to stir. Chen Yunlan clearly felt that his state of mind was affected by the words in the book, being substituted into a certain rhythm. She looked incredulously at the book on the table and murmured, rumor has it that only those who have transcended the first-grade realm are able to manifest their divine souls outwardly to influence others. Sure enough, Mr. He is a land god. If she had only been guessing just a moment ago, but now, Chen Yunlan had been able to confirm 100% that Su Zhixing was a land deity who had transcended the first-grade realm. It is said that those who have reached this realm will have a lifespan far exceeding that of ordinary people. In that case, it seems that Sir's true age may far exceed his appearance. No wonder. I can always see in Sir's eyes the touch of precipitation that sees through the world. Chen Yunlan suddenly thought of something with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Since I'm already a disciple of Mr. Is it possible to plead with Mr. to vindicate me? Fenghuang Mountain? She quickly dismissed the thought. Though, a land god is not a character she can utilize? In case it backfired later, perhaps the entire Chen family would be implicated. Putting aside those unrealistic thoughts, Chen Yunlan sat down once again, took a deep breath and calmed down. It was a long time before he continued to look at the booklet. She knew that this kind of text containing divine intent, as long as she managed to match the intent, not only would it not have any effect, but it would also help her comprehend the scriptures in the book with half the effort. At first, how could Chen Yunlan not be able to achieve peace of mind? The clear sound of reading didn't come from the room until after the children outside had finished their morning exercises and started their lessons. Su Shixing, who had already stepped onto the podium, couldn't help but smile in relief when he heard about it. Being gifted is really just so unreasonable at times. Chapter 20, A Pot of Osmanthus Brew. As summer turns to fall, it's already mid-autumn. On the bank of the river, Su Shixing was facing the rising sun, holding a scroll in his hand, and was easily reciting the articles in the book. His body gradually overflowed with an aura that was enough to affect the surrounding heaven and earth. A fiery red lotus koi carp quietly showed its head, undulating just below the bank where Su Shixing was sitting on the stone. It was as if he was listening to Su Shixing read a book, and there was even some spirituality. When Su Shixing closed the book, the fiery red koi carp dives deeper into the water and disappeared. Su Shixing naturally knew of the koi's existence, having discovered it more than a month earlier when he came to the river to read a book. At first Su Shixing only thought it was a coincidence, but gradually he realized that this koi came every day. There was even a touch of spirituality in those fish eyes, so Su Shixing pretended that he didn't know it existed, still coming to the riverside every day to read and study, and deliberately let the vast aura of his body overflow. If this koi could really benefit from this, it would be a blessing for it. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. The school is taking a day off so that the children can go home for the festival to fulfill their filial piety. That's why Su Shixing had a rare free moment today. After returning to the academy and having lunch, Su Shixing took Yuan Cheng to the town, intending to take a stroll. A few months had passed, and Longquan town was noticeably more lively. Those foreign stragglers, as well as some of the residents who had been relocated by the officials one after another, had also adapted to the life in Longquan town. Once there are more people, there is a natural spin-off of a phenomenon that the moderns call a market. It's called a bazaar here, Longquan town, because the place is big enough. People also gradually more and more. Some of the nearby villages heard that this place is gradually prosperous. Every now and then will bring their own fields-produced fruits and vegetables to sell here. Slowly the street in the center of Longquan town became more of a bazaar. Even the house where Yu Wenqing used to live was rented out and a cloth house was opened. Yu Wenqing had become the landlord boss instead. The master and disciples walked through the bazaar with much emotion in their hearts. It was amazing that a town had changed so much in less than a year before and after. Nowadays, there are spacious official roads on the land that are big enough for 2 vehicles to drive side by side. The waterways also have the Longquan River Marina. The docks are not yet built, but there are already a number of boats docking occasionally. It is foreseeable that it won't be long before the marina evolves into a lively area as well. It was worth mentioning that although this place, Longquan town, was remote, it was rich in produce. It's just that the previous Wu kingdom was so focused on exploitation that it never had the patience to develop and failed to tap into the wealth of this place. The newly appointed magistrate of Ani County also learned from somewhere that an iron ore source had been found in that valley behind Longquan town. There is a stagnant water lake within the mineral source. In the past, the residents of Longquan Township have avoided this place, because the water in this stagnant lake is not only undrinkable, but also has an odor. And there is not even an inch of grass around the lake, but it's just such a stagnant lake that is rich in a kind of iron sand. This iron sand is said to be an excellent material for forging weapons. It was only after learning this news that Su Shixing finally understood why the officials of Ani County had spared no effort in building official roads and wharves for Longquan County. The resettlement of stragglers was secondary, and the main purpose was perhaps for this source of iron ore. Of course, it is also true that the displaced persons were resettled, regardless of the starting point. What's not to like about getting 3 birds with 1 stone? Later, after learning that the Chen family, Chen Yunlan, had acquired the mining rights to a portion of Iron Sand Lake with a large sum of money, Su Shixing could not help but sigh. They, of all people, never make a move for nothing. The Chen family has long known about the Iron Sand Lake here, and has also privately negotiated terms with the county honor of Ani County. That's why the eldest daughter and only son of the family were sent back to Longquan town to take charge of this Iron Sand Lake in the name of returning to their ancestral land to study and recuperate. Why is it that the odds are that the upper class will always be the upper class? This is because the information, connections, wealth and strength they possess are enough to make him easily earn money and benefits that people at the bottom of the ladder can never earn in a lifetime. It's too hard for the bottom feeders to turn around, unless one obtains unexplainable external help like a system plugin like Su Shixing. Most of the people at the bottom are able to turn over a new leaf only because the people standing on top suddenly have the idea of wanting to raise a dog. It's harsh, but it is what it is. Of course, these so-called fame and fortune were never something that Su Zhixing sought after for him. He lives in this world, but sees it from a perspective that stands outside of it. All of it seemed to him like he was just reading a script that belonged to the people of this world. Therefore, Su Zhixing could play the world with the attitude of not being hung up on anything. The mind is naturally positive and bright. And when the mind is bright, everything you look at is springtime. The central street of Longquan town wasn't too long, so Su Zhixing and Yuan Xing didn't have to stroll for long before they almost reached the end. It just so happened that Widow Zhao's winery was located here. Because of the increased number of people, the business of Widow Zhao's wine shop was also much better. When Su Zhixing and the two of them walked to the entrance of the brewery, they saw two people sitting in front of the brewery and drinking. Seeing Su Zhiwei arrive, Zhao Widow's eyes suddenly brightened. Mr. Su, you're here. Have a seat. Inside the house, little Natalie heard her mother's voice and rushed out as well. One pair of eyes was incredibly bright. Brother Zhixing, it's been a long time. Su Zhixing nodded to Widow Zhao, then looked at Nico and smiled. Didn't you go to the schoolhouse yesterday and stayed to hear a story? How come it's been so long? Natalie beamed. It's just that it's been a long time. Su Zhixing laughed out loud, pinched little Nico's cheeks, and nodded. Okay, so let's say it's been a while. Yu Wenqing, who was standing by the side, looked at the eloquent and cute little Nico, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. It wasn't until Su Zhixing sat down and called out to him that he reacted. As Su Zhixing looked on, he couldn't help but add a few more smiles to his eyes. Teenagers, they still can't hide their little hearts. Soon Zhao Widow brought a plate of small dishes, and a jug of wine and set them in front of Su Zhixing, stroked the hair around her ears, and laughed. Mr. Su, try it. This is a new wine I brewed called Osmanthus Brew. Let's see how it tastes. With that, Widow Zhao personally poured a small cup for Su Zhixing. Su Zhixing didn't refuse, picking up the wine and sniffing it, a wisp of osmanthus fragrance hitting his nose. This was followed by the aroma of wine mixed with the scent of cinnamon. Su Zhixing's eyes lit up with heartfelt admiration. Smells good. The two drinkers at the next table twitched their noses in agreement. It smells so good. Boss lady, serve us a pot as well. Widow Zhao, however, laughed in embarrassment. Two guests. It's not that the slaves don't serve you. It's just that this osmanthus brew slaves are still experimenting, so they only brewed this one pot. If it's good, the slaves will brew some more. The two drinking guests glanced at Su Zhixing, a touch of mockery appearing out of the corner of their eyes, but didn't say anything more. Still burying his head in drinking to himself, Su Zhixing finished a glass of wine, picked up the rest of the jug and walked over to the two men's table, laughing. There's still quite a lot in this pot. If you two don't mind, I'll share it with you, and you can just pay for half of the wine. How's that? The two of them looked at each other in dismay, not expecting Su Zhixing to be so generous. Widow Zhao was about to speak, with a touch of loss in her eyes, but in the end, she didn't open her mouth. Those two were also good drinkers, and since Su Zhixing was so generous, they didn't squirm and accepted the pot of osmanthus brew with the same generosity. Su Zhixing turned to Widow Zhao and smiled. Sister Zhao, thank you for your hospitality. There are still some things to do at the academy, so I won't stay much longer. With that, he turned to leave. Zhao Widow was stunned and hurriedly caught up a few steps forward and said, Mr. Su, today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Sir, stay and have a reunion festival together. Su Zhixing paused, turned around and politely refused with a clasped fist. Thanks to Sister Zhao's kind invitation, it's still not necessary. Farewell. Widow Zhao's eyes gradually dimmed as she watched Su Zhixing walk farther and farther away. She was ultimately stuck in place, not daring to take a few more steps forward. Little Natalie, for some reason, was quiet this time and watched Su Zhixing leave without trying to follow. The two drinking guests looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. Su Zhixing brought Yuan Xing to buy some round cakes and household items, and then headed in the direction of the academy. After all, he had lived for more than 40 years in his last life alone, and with the experience he had in this life, how could he not see Zhao Widow's passion that was beyond common sense? It's just that the emotional stuff is not something that can be initiated by one side. Since he knew it was impossible, Su Zhixing also sort of made a snap decision, trying not to let her have any more thoughts of misunderstanding. Su Zhixing, who was lost in thought, was suddenly startled, turning his head violently to look upwards, only to see several figures swept up and down the roofs on both sides of the street. Looking at the figures of those people, it was obvious that they were martial arts experts with good hands. When did Longquan Town have so many martial arts masters? Chapter 21, Goodbye to Yin and Yang. Su Zhixing just glanced at it and didn't continue to look at it. These experts flew between the eaves of the houses, but the soles of their feet were so light that they even made little noise. If not for the fact that his five senses were far superior to normal people, he wouldn't have seen it. At this time, the people on the street all did not realize that there was a group of people on top of their heads were running away quickly, still busy with their own hands. The only person who saw those figures was Chen Yunlan, who was reading a book inside the Chen residence, who looked up sharply. She frowned slightly and murmured under her breath, "Fish in dragon clothing. How did the people from the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion come to Longquan Town?" As he spoke, Chen Yunlan's eyes were already filled with killing intent, but in an instant it was hidden from her again. Deeply, Su Jiwei took a few steps, and for some reason, his heart was a bit terrified. It was the first time he had felt this way since he had been in Longquan Town for so long. Slowly, Su Zhixing stopped and looked around, unable to help but mutter in his heart, "What's going on here? Is something going on?" Bang! Just then, he suddenly heard a loud noise. On top of that, it was accompanied by a hidden layer of fluctuations. Immediately afterward, screams of panic were heard from the other end of the street. Su Zhixing froze, then immediately reacted that this was someone making a move. That layer of fluctuation was clearly the power of true qi swirling away. He turned his head to the end of the street and his eyes suddenly changed drastically. "No good. Chang, go back by yourself." After leaving behind a sentence, Su Zhixing leapt up and flew forward at an extremely fast speed. In a few breaths he ran to the end of the street. However, Su Zhixing's footsteps came to a violent halt, an incredulous look on his face. That wine shop, at this point, had actually become a ruin. 6 or 7 people wearing uniforms and ghost masks stood outside the ruins with long swords. In the center of them, surrounded by 2 men, one has been separated from his head and is dead as a doornail. The other sat paralyzed on the ground, 2 long, cold, flashing knives held at his neck. But none of this was what Su Zhixing cared about, and his gaze remained fixed on the ruins, or rather, staring at a hand exposed beneath the rubble. Just moments ago, that hand had filtered through the long hair around his ear in a slightly dainty manner and poured him a freshly brewed osmanthus brew. Su Jiwei walked up to the ruins and didn't bother to look at the few people with masks, then began to frantically clean up the ruins, trying to dig that woman out. Seeing that there was actually someone who wasn't afraid and dared to save people in front of them, those few ghost-faced men couldn't help but be interested, and just watched as Su Zhixing cleaned up the rubble. Soon, Su Zhixing moved away the broken pieces of wood and masonry and dug Zhao Widow out. The first thing Su Zhixing saw was the knife mark on Widow Zhao's chest that was still bubbling out blood. "Sister Zhao! Sister Zhao!" Widow Zhao slowly opened her eyes and saw Su Zhixing. Then, as if he had grabbed a lifeline, he said with his last breath, "Save, save, Natalie." She was completely silent before she could even finish a whole sentence. Su Zhixing trembled, his heart twisting for no reason. He immediately put down Widow Zhao's body and began to continue digging through the rubble with his hands. Relying on his sharp 5 senses, he heard movement under the rubble. Under a doorway, the tiny figure was finally seen, none other than the buried Natalie Chiu. Su Zhixing didn't dare to act rashly, and first tried her pulse to check her body. Only after confirming that it was only an injury and not a fatal risk did he pick up little Natalie as soon as he could and turn around, about to go back to heal her. "Stop!" A grim voice sounded behind him. Su Zhixing stopped and turned to look over. Several ghost-faced men also looked at Su Zhixing at the same time. Su Zhixing's face was calm, and not the slightest fluctuation of emotions could be seen in his eyes. "May I ask you all, who killed the woman who owns this wine shop?" The few ghost-faced men couldn't help but stare, obviously not expecting Su Zhixing to even dare to take the initiative to question them. One of the ghost-faced men stepped forward and returned in a domineering tone. "The Heavenly Patrol Pavilion was ordered to apprehend the offending martial artists and has the right of life and death. It was an emergency and we failed to take care of this mother and daughter. We are willing to compensate." With that, he waved his hand and threw out a money bag. After the money bag fell to the ground, a golden object leaked out. "Here are 10 taels of gold, enough to buy both their lives." Su Zhixing looked at the gold on the ground and suddenly wanted to laugh a little. In this world, if you can trade your life for 10 taels of gold, maybe many people will be eager to do so, right? However, he, Su Zhixing, could not see it. "May I ask who killed the woman who owns this wine shop?" Su Zhixing asked again. Those few ghost-faced men who were planning to leave couldn't help but have their footsteps lurch for it. They all turned to look at Su Zhixing. One of them crossed the crowd and shook off his long knife that was still dripping blood, his tone already carrying a morose murderous aura. "I killed her, and when I made the knife, she happened to be standing next to the prisoner, and when the knife chi overflowed, it naturally implicated her." Su Zhixing nodded and continued to ask, "May I ask your honor, what is your name? Where are you?" The man froze, then laughed. "Ha ha 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 ha, what do you mean? Want to seek revenge on me? A mere mole cricket. Something that landed on its feet and only stepped on it in passing. Also wants to seek revenge from me?" Su Zhixing shook his head, looked at the little girl in his arms, and said, "It's not me, it's her. When this child grows up, she should always know who her mother's killer is. As to whether she will take revenge or not, everything will be decided by her." The man looked at the little girl in Su Zhixing's arms and laughed even more recklessly. "Ha ha 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 ha, interesting. I've never heard of anyone daring to seek revenge on someone from my Heavenly Patrol Pavilion. Fine, fine. You remember. My name is Wan Gue, 6th grade Heavenly Guard of the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion." Su Zhixing nodded and turned around with the intention of leaving. The moment he turned around, the eyes under the mask of that ghost-faced man suddenly turned cold, his feet slowly stepped out, and he said morosely under his breath, "Since you said so, if I don't kill this child, won't I be sorry for the sword in my hand?" As soon as the words fell, the man's figure swept past, his long knife raised, actually wanting to decapitate Su Zhixing along with the little Nico in his arms. Su Zhixing slowly exhaled a breath, and in his eyes, a glistening white light emerged around his pupils, and his footsteps changed slightly as he was about to make a move. Just then, he saw a sword light whistling and landing behind him. Su Zhixing then retracted his footsteps, the glistening white light in his eyes dispersing, no longer paying attention to the attack behind him. Clang! A sound of gold and iron striking resounded behind him. The ghost-faced patrol guard's figure flew violently backwards, landing more than 10 meters away. His body shook, and a line of blood spilled out from under his mask. The long knives in his hands were all directly shaken out a long way, and where he had just stood, there was actually a long sword with sword chi sticking out of it at some point. "Dare to disrespect Mr. Su, looking for death." Chapter 22, Carrying Hatred. Chen Yunlan's voice came out, but the first person to appear was a one-armed middle-aged man. The man fell from the sky like a meteor. It falls to the ground but then it's like a feather. His only arm's sword finger pointed, and the long sword that had been stuck behind Su Zhixing's back flew back into the scabbard behind him. All the majestic sword chi was hidden. It was not until then that Chen Yunlan came in style. The moment those ghost-faced men saw that one-armed man, their eyes couldn't help but change drastically as they exclaimed, "Storm Sword Lu Zhou." The one-armed middle-aged man just coldly glanced at the several people, and then quietly stood aside, no longer asking questions. Chen Yunlan walked up to Su Zhixing and bowed respectfully. "Sir, Yunlan is late." Su Zhixing gently shook his head, turned around, and looked at that heavenly patrol guard who had flown out a dozen meters backwards, and faintly said, "Wan Q, remember, from now on, you are not allowed to die." The heart of that patrol guard named Wan Gue couldn't help but feel a bit flustered, although that young man looked like a handless scholar. For some reason, the words he said seemed to be able to point straight to the heart. It made his heart skip a beat to hear it. Su Zhixing looked toward Chen Yunlan and said softly, "Yunlan, do Mr. a favor and collect Sister Zhao's remains for me and prepare her afterlife." Chen Yunlan nodded. "Don't worry, sir, we will definitely give Boss Zhao a generous burial." Su Zhixing shook his head. "No need, just follow the specifications of the common people." After saying that, Su Zhixing left with little Nico. Chen Yunlan looked at the direction Su Zhixing had left and didn't turn back until he was out of sight. Patrol guards, straw men, what a bully. Chen Yunlan's eyes were already ice cold, but she still tried her best to restrain herself. After all, if her identity was leaked, she and the Chun family would definitely end up 100 times more miserable than this Zhao's winery. The few ghost-faced men looked at each other in dismay. They didn't recognize Chen Yunlan, but they knew the middle-aged swordsman beside Chen Yunlan. "This is the offering from the residence of the Minister of the Household in Kyoto, a third-ranked swordsman known as the Wind and Rain Sword." Even in the Jianghu martial arts, they all had a great reputation. With the few of them, they weren't enough for someone to kill with a sword. Since the Wind and Rain Sword Lu Zhou was here, the identity of this young girl was also called out. The first of the 4 great talents of Kyoto, the daughter of the Chen family, Chen Yunlan, who had the reputation of being the fairy of Yunlan. This one is the first daughter of the Minister of the Household. Though a household minister was nothing to the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion, but the Chun family, this household minister is not ordinary. Is said to be the emperor of the Zhou dynasty at the end of the time of the life and death of friends, step by step with the Son of Heaven in a mountain of corpses and blood. The Son of Heaven even had a clear statement that as long as this minister of the Ministry of Revenue does not conspire against the country and does not commit treason, all can be forgiven. With this relationship in place, it's not just an ordinary household minister. Even the patrol pavilion master didn't dare to put up a fight. Not to mention them, these tiny 6th grade heavenly patrol guards. The several ghost-faced men had been somewhat overwhelmed by Chen Yunlan's words. However, Chen Yunlan didn't say anything more. She hated the heavenly patrol pavilion, but it wasn't something that could be solved by killing so few heavenly patrol guards. Get the hell back to Kyoto. From today onwards, if the heavenly patrol pavilion dares to take half a step into Longquan town again, kill. After saying that, Chen Yunlan left. Only a few ghost-faced men were left behind, not knowing what to do. In the end, they could only leave in disgrace. In the schoolhouse, Su Shixing took a towel and wiped the dust off little Nico's face and hands. The Hao Ran True Chi slowly covered those wounds on the little girl's body, healing her. About half an hour later, the little girl finally woke up, her eyes filled with confusion. Seeing Su Shixing sitting beside her, the first thing the little girl said was, "Brother Shixing, where is my mother?" Su Shixing was slightly silent, gently stroking the little girl's head. Seemingly sensing something, the little girl's eyes instantly moistened, but the tears were locked in his eyes and never came down. "Where is my mother?" she asked again. Outside the house, Chen Yunlan, who had just walked to the door, couldn't help but have a sour nose. It was originally the Mid-Autumn Festival, a day of family reunion, but in the blink of an eye, Su Shixing sighed softly and returned. "Nico, from now on, you'll live with brother Shixing, okay?" Hearing Su Shixing's words, the little girl finally couldn't hold back and cried out with a wow sound, tears coming out of her eyes and leaving a waterline hanging on her tender face. "Brother Shixing, let me go back, okay? I want my mother. I want my mother." Listening to the little girl's near asphyxiating sobs, Su Shixing was unable to suppress his emotions in a rare moment. From memory, in his last life, he was also at this age when his parents died unexpectedly, leaving him to live alone in this world, alone and without support. The confusion, the fear, the despair, he still can't forget. So later, after he returned to the mountain village to teach, almost 1/3 of those students of his were orphans he picked up from all over the world. He understood better than anyone what a home meant to an orphan. What does it mean to be someone worth relying on? Su Shixing didn't say too many comforting words. He realized that any words of comfort were blank and powerless. He just gently took the little girl in his arms and let him rest on his shoulder. Big hands patted the little girl's back one by one, giving her a little bit of reliance and warmth as much as possible. The little girl clung to Su Shixing's neck, crying her heart out. But hooray, she had a harbor to lean on that she could vent to. Chen Yunlan, who was at the doorway, took this scene in, and his heart was incomparably touched. Su Shixing, who was already a divine figure in her mind, could treat an unrelated child so gently. Gradually, the respect in Chen Yunlan's eyes became a few points heavier than before. After crying for almost an hour or so, the little girl fell asleep again. Great joys and great sorrows are things that hurt the soul to the core. It's good to be able to sleep. Su Shixing incomparably gently put down the little girl, wiping away the tear tracks on her face, and sighed softly. Turning around, he happened to see Chen Yunlan standing in the doorway. The moment his eyes met, a momentary panic flashed in Chen Yunlan's eyes, but it was soon covered up by her. Su Jiwei walked out of the room and gently brought the door with him. When he reached the courtyard, Chen Yunlan said with a touch of sympathy, "Sir, Boss Zhao's remains have been cleaned and neatly tended to. Should we let Natalie Zhao see her mother one last time?" Su Shixing looked at the distance outside the courtyard, the stacked and undulating mountains, and faintly said, "Let's go back tomorrow. It's a bit brutal, but it's time to face it." Chen Yunlan nodded and asked again after a moment's thought, "Do you need me to write a letter and send it back to Kyoto?" Su Shixing shook his head. "Stay out of it. That one. Leave it to Nick." Chen Yunlan looked back at the closed door of the room with some sympathy. At a young age, he was burdened with a blood feud. In the future, even if Natalie Zhao was able to take revenge, I'm afraid that she wouldn't necessarily be able to live a happy life. Just as she, Yunlan. Suddenly, Su Shixing called out softly. Chen Yunlan was stunned and hurriedly returned. How are you doing with those 3 books?" Chen Yunlan thought for a moment and returned. A slight realization. Su Shixing nodded and said, "Next I'll pass on to you the supreme sacred Confucianism method of raising qi. I'll say it, you remember it." Chen Yunlan froze, then a flash of joy flashed in his eyes. "Yes, sir." Chapter 23, I Want Revenge. Chen Yunlan had never heard of such a peculiar heart technique. Surprisingly, it was not refining qi and blood to condense true qi, but rather using the cultivator's talent and literary qi as the foundation to refine true qi. She suddenly understood why Yu Wenqing, who was obviously only 11 years old, possessed a pure and incomparable true qi. It must have been refined in this way. no one would mind having an extra skill. Chen Yunlan is no exception. That night, in the middle of her boudoir, Chen Yunlan recited the university while running the qi nourishing method. Because of her deep roots, after just one pass, she clearly felt an extra strand of true qi in her body. Moreover, this true qi contained a spiritual power that was uniquely hers, full of bright and righteous intentions, compared to the original Wufu Jin qi in her body. This strand of Jin qi raised through reading was somewhat lacking in strength and destructive power though, but the spirituality and vitality are far better than the martial arts true qi. It's amazing. Is this the Confucianism and Taoism cultivation that Mr. said? It's simply heavenly to think that even reading can produce an inner master. Chen Yunlan had the feeling of being in a dream. She was different from Yuan Chang. Her insights and abilities were far from being comparable to Yuan Chang's. Because of this, the way of Confucianism and Taoism cultivation shocked her even more. After calming down a bit, Chen Yunlan continued to read and nourish his qi. Unconsciously, it was already dawn in the east, and a whole night had passed. Chen Yunlan's face, however, did not have half a bit of fatigue, and instead, his eyes were even more radiant. His body also unconsciously had a few more auras similar to Su Zhixing's, which was the unique aura of a Confucian practitioner. Entering the 9th grade overnight, my talent accumulation has merely reached this point? Chen Yunlan thought that with her literary talent, how could she almost step into the 7th grade and condense 4 condensed vast true qi? But the truth gave her a blow. A night's work, but also only condensed 10 strands of basic true qi, metamorphosed into a solid true qi, sort of stepping into the 9th rank of Confucianism. By this point, her literary talent was also largely depleted and needed to be rebuilt. On the other hand, in the Zhixing Academy, Su Zhixing was similarly sleepless all night. On the one hand, it was because Natalie Zhao would wake up crying from time to time, and on the other hand, it was naturally because of the return of Chen Yunlan's discipleship after his cultivation level had increased. Now that there are 3 disciples, the return multiplier becomes triple. The original 4 channels of condensed true qi flowing in the Mud Pill Palace had also turned into 7 channels overnight. There were also 3 strands of basic true qi wandering around. In other words, Su Zhixing was only 7 strands of basic true qi short of stepping into the 6th grade. Ever since taking in Chen Yunlan and Chen Minji, Su Zhixing's Confucianism cultivation had progressed at an extremely fast rate in the past few months. On one hand, it was his own thick and thin, and on the other hand, it was Yu Wenqing's contribution. Now that Yu Wenqing had also stepped into the 9th rank, his cultivation speed couldn't be said to be much faster, but it was steady. In addition to his Confucian cultivation, Su Zhixing's progress in martial arts was also extremely exaggerated. In a few months' time, he had traveled the path of the first 3 grades of the martial Tao that others had to take at least 5 or 6 years to complete. It was now in the 7th grade realm. It gets a little harder further back though. The reason why the first 3 pints had gone so fast was because of the help of the Haoran True Qi, which had allowed his physique to reach a not-so-low level a long time ago. But 7 pints was already the limit. Further up the ladder, one would need to condense qi and blood and refine true qi. Vast true qi, and martial true qi, were 2 things that were completely different in nature and could not complement each other. He can only rely on his own slow cultivation. However, Su Zhixing had already decided to start popularizing the introductory chapter of the true explanation of the martial way within the academy. All disciples practiced together. He didn't do this just to teach his disciples to return and allow his cultivation to rise. More often than not, it is for the student's own development. After what happened to Widow Zhao, he suddenly came to his senses. Although the great Zhou dynasty valued the imperial examinations and the readers, but this world wasn't that ancient world on earth after all. It was a world where martial artists could come and go as high as they wanted, destroying a house with a casual swing of a sword. If you want to survive well in this world, it's not enough to know those truths and master those knowledge, to not have your life taken at the drop of a hat. You need to have the strength to be able to protect yourself and your family. The children are still young, and their understanding of the Confucian scriptures is not enough for them to raise a vast amount of true energy. That was why Su Zhixing had passed on the true solution to the martial way. As the sun rose, Yuan Cheng, who had also been up all night, got up early in the morning to make congee. He remembered that Natalie Zhao liked cinnamon honey, so they added a big spoonful of sweet and savory cinnamon honey to the simmering porridge. It's just that for Natalie Zhao at this time, even the most delicious thing in the world would be like chewing wax. It was only after Su Zhixing's persuasion that he reluctantly drank a small bowl. Natalie Zhao got off the bed, huffed, and looked up at Su Zhixing. Dao, brother Zhixing, I want to go see mother. Su Zhixing nodded gently. Okay, I'll take you. Yuan Qing was a little too impatient to do so, but didn't stop it and just followed along out the door. The courtyard of the schoolhouse was already full of people. All were students of the academy, and they already knew that Widow Zhao of the winery had passed away unexpectedly, and that cute little girl had been an orphan ever since, and most likely, it will be everyone's little sister as well. So these children who had already understood some reasoning, spontaneously wanted to send off this little sister's only relative together. Su Zhixing smiled gratefully, but didn't let everyone go along. Little Chang, stay in the schoolhouse and take the senior brothers and sisters to study. Yu Wenqing glanced at the sad-looking Zhao Nico and finally nodded. Yes, sir. The collapsed ruins had already been cleared away by the time he led Natalie Zhao to the brewery, and a hearth was erected. Chen Yunlan had long been waiting in the spirit hall, and Chen Minji stood aside, first saluting and greeting Su Zhixing, then squatting down and looking at Zhao Nico with a slight smile. Little Natalie, don't be afraid. From now on the schoolhouse is full of your brothers and sisters. No one will dare to bully you anymore. Natalie's lips deflated slightly, and she saw that she was about to cry out again. Chen Minji was instantly a bit flustered and just wanted to apologize. However, he saw that Natalie Zhao actually broke into a smile, revealing a smile that looked little better than crying. Thank you, brother Minji. Chen Minji's nose was sore, but he could no longer say a word of comfort. Natalie released Su Zhixing's hand and turned her head to look at the coffin parked in the center of the hearth. She knew that mother was in there, a 5 or 6-year-old girl. Although she was already in tears, she was still able to restrain her emotions extremely well and did not bawl like an unusual child. It's just that this kind of silent cry is the one that hurts the most. Natalie Zhao walked to the coffin, and because of her height, she couldn't see Widow Zhao's remains inside. Su Ji walked forward, intending to pick her up, but Natalie Chiu refused. No, it's good to know that mother is sleeping peacefully. Su Zhixing froze, and even with his state of mind, he couldn't help but feel his heart shake. Natalie Zhao turned back and raised her tear-filled face to look at Su Zhixing. Brother Zhixing, do you know martial arts? Su Zhixing nodded gently. No, a little. Without warning, Natalie snapped to her knees and said in a tone that was definitely not lost on a child. Brother Zhixing, I want to learn martial arts. I want revenge. At such a young age, that sentence of I want to take revenge caused everyone present to be swayed and moved. Chapter 24, Sword Scriptures. Congratulations to the host for adding a disciple. There is a reward to be claimed. Do you claim it? Natalie Zhao also became Su Zhixing's disciple, but this little girl, for some unknown reason, did not address Su Zhibei as Mr. Su, but insisted on calling him Master. Interestingly enough, the previous Natalie Chiu's potential value didn't reach above 80. However, after experiencing this change, her potential value had unexpectedly changed, breaking through 80 points, even a little higher than Chen Yunlan. Only then did Su Zhixing realize the truth that human potential is not permanently fixed, just like human future, full of variables. Even the system is not always accurate in determining someone's lifetime potential. Su Zhixing collected his reward for taking in Zhao Nico, and to his surprise, it was a sword scripture. The name is also simple. It's called the Sword Sutra, similar to martial arts, but fundamentally different. Budo hammers the body and refines the true chi. Instead, the sword scripture directly used the sword to warm and nourish the sword chi, and used the sword chi in turn to sharpen the physique. According to the description in the sword scripture, this type of pure sword cultivation was extremely painful. From the very beginning of practicing the sword, one has to endure the pain of sword chi chipping flesh and eating bones. From start to finish, not a moment to stop. Only after the body was tempered into an innate sword body, where the person was the sword and the sword was the person, could this pain of 10,000 swords piercing through the heart disappear? Therefore, those who practiced the sword scripture and were able to achieve success must have been characters with a tough mind like a sword. But it doesn't necessarily mean that anyone can survive. If you give up in the middle of the day, you will give up all your efforts and risk your life. The most crucial thing was that the stronger this sword chi quenched the physique, the more painful it was instead. Cultivating as a child is, on the contrary, the best time. But there is a price to pay and a natural reward. Once the cultivation of the sword scripture was accomplished, one would be the purest sword cultivator, a killing power that was even stronger than a martial arts cultivator of the same realm. Although Su Zhixing couldn't bear to let Zhao Nico endure such pain, the young girl was determined to take revenge, and naturally she would have more hope if she could practice the sword scripture. Before imparting the sword scripture to Nico Zhao, there were still some preparations needed. The first order of business was naturally to create a sword that would stay with him for the rest of his life. In the sword scripture, there was the same method of casting swords. This type of sword casting is different from the kind of sword used by ordinary martial artists. The materials were still the same, but the techniques, steps, and final formation of the sword were all different. Natalie Chiu was needed for the entire process. 3 days after Zhao Widow's burial, Su Zhixing explained to Zhao Nico the advantages and disadvantages of practicing the sword scripture, as well as the pain she would need to endure. Natalie just looked down and thought and asked, "Can the sword practice sutra kill people?" Su Zhixing was silent for a long time before he returned. "Can. But you must remember that the highest level of swordplay is not killing." Natalie Zhao froze, not understanding what Su Zhixing meant by not killing. She only needed to know if practicing this sword scripture would lead to revenge. She doesn't care about anything else. As for the pain that the master had described, Natalie Chiu didn't care. Su Zhixing silently sighed softly and said no more. In the days that followed, with the help of Chen Yunlan, a sword casting furnace was built within the academy. Chen Yunlan didn't expect that Mr. Su was even a sword maker. This profession is a profession with a notable status in the Jianghu. Longquan town had already had 2 or 3 more blacksmith stores in the town since the news of the Iron Sand Lake had gotten out. The store ostensibly builds ordinary farming tools and wood knives. However, it is actually based on casting weapons. One of them was her Chen family's property. However, there was something strange about Su Zhixing's sword casting. Every time he entered the sword furnace he even had to bring along Nico Zhao, the little girl. Of course, she wouldn't dare meddle in Mr. During this time, all of the students in the academy began to have more and more heavy coursework, because Su Zhixing had added one more course to them, martial arts. All the children start practicing Budo every morning after morning reading. It was a set of boxing techniques that Chen Yunlan had never seen before. Can't see the road, plain and simple. At first, being a 4th rank in martial arts, she didn't care, merely practicing with everyone with the mindset that she wouldn't go against the teachings of the gentleman. But practicing felt wrong. It was reasonable to say that with her current realm, practicing this kind of basic boxing technique in reverse should not have any effect. But the opposite was true. It was clear that it was only the first 3 grades of the body forging realm's fist technique, but after she practiced it, there was actually an effect that could be seen with the naked eye. Her physique was once again tempered, and her foundation became deeper and deeper. 3 days later, because of the chain reaction, Chen Yunlan surprisingly got a breakthrough in his true chi as well, and his martial arts cultivation directly jumped from the early 4th grade to the peak. With one more step, he would be able to step into the realm of the upper 3rd grade, becoming one of the first-class masters that people in the Jianghu said he was. Only then did Chen Yunlan realize just how valuable this fist technique taught by Su Zhixing was. With her insight as a true disciple of the martial Holy Land, she had never seen such a powerful body-forging fist technique. Once this fist technique was known to the outside world, I am afraid that it would definitely cause a bloody storm and a great shock to the world. But Su Zhixing taught it to the students of the academy without a care in the world. The students who had little insight only practiced it as a boxing technique to strengthen their bodies, and did not pay any attention to it. After passing down the true understanding of martial arts, the person who actually benefited was Su Zhixing himself. After taking in Natalie Zhao, the multiplier for the return of the discipleship came to 4 times. Chen Yunlan and Chen Minji were both extremely talented martial arts students. Chen Yunlan was initiated in just 1 day, returning a lot of martial cultivation to Su Zhixing. 3 days later, Chen Minji also managed to enter the door, and although he had not yet entered the grade, he had already had his cultivation returned. At the same time, Yu Wenqing had also practiced the true explanation of martial Dao and had entered the grade in half a month's time. The cultivation of the 3 of them had directly caused Su Zhixing's martial realm to be plucked up to the level of the 7th grade of perfection. One only needed to change to the Qi refining chapter in the true explanation of martial Dao to refine true Qi and advance to the 6th grade realm. However, Su Zhixing wasn't in a hurry, as he realized that even though the 7th grade of the physical body was perfected, the disciple's cultivation achievements would still be returned. The strength of his physique was also still rising. In that case, let's try to see where the limits of this boost are. And now, his main job was to forge a satisfactory sword for Nico Zhao and himself. Chapter 25, Ma Yuan. The iron sand in Longquan Town's Iron Sand Lake is an excellent material for sword casting. It contained a certain property that allowed the toughness and strength of the constructed sword to reach an extremely high level. However, the method of sword casting in the sword scripture required more than 10 different materials in addition to the iron sand from Longquan Town. None of these materials are really anything particularly rare. It took a while to gather it all quickly. Before he started casting the sword scripture's unique saber, Su Zhixing spent over a month building 2 swords with ordinary materials first as a practice. The knowledge imparted to him by the system will make him untaught. What is lacking is nothing more than proficiency. With 2 swords to practice with, Su Zhixing had full assurance. Once the furnace was officially opened for sword casting, he took Nico Zhao to stay in the sword furnace every morning. The reason why he had to bring Natalie Zhao with him was because the sword scripture said that a pure sword cultivator's saber must require the owner's personal participation in casting it out of the furnace. It even needs to be nourished by the essence blood of the master's heart so that it can be attuned to the master. And then with the special method of practicing the sword, it can warm up the sword chi, and use the sword chi to enter the body and cast the innate sword body. That's why Natalie Cho had to be there. Not only should you be present, you should be involved in the casting. Of course, with her current abilities, she would only be able to fight. In the sword furnace, the temperature was extremely high, and the little girl was almost deflated every time she completed half a day of sword casting. But even so, she remained persistent and never cried out a word of exhaustion. This resilience is both comforting and heartbreaking to watch. The Mid-Autumn Festival has passed and the days are getting shorter by the day. 2 months had passed since Su Zhixing and Zhao Nico entered the sword furnace to forge their swords. In the sword furnace, the sound of clanking and banging could be heard every day. In 2 months, I'm afraid there were at least 1 million knocks. The 21st day of the lunar month, the big cold. On this day there was a heavy snowfall, and the whole town of Longquan was instantly covered in silver. The courtyard of the schoolhouse, however, was still warm. The kids, who had grown quite a bit, were huffing and puffing and practicing their punches. The boy was naked, with smoke coming out of his head. The only other female student was also wearing a short shirt, exposing both arms and dripping with sweat. More than 2 months had passed, and these 5 disciples who were not recognized by the system had basically been initiated. It's just that there's still a short distance to go before entering the product. Although Chen Minji, who had the highest martial arts cultivation talent among the disciples, was only 12 years old, he had already succeeded in entering the grade half a month ago, becoming a 9th grade martial artist. Although Yu Wenqing had entered the pin earlier than him, it was actually because he had Haoren True Qi that had long ago helped him refine his body, which was why he was faster than Chen Minji. In terms of true martial arts talent, it was naturally inferior to Chen Minji. After all, the true explanation of martial Dao was gifted by the system because of Chen Minji's worship. In the courtyard, Chen Yunlan, dressed in a powerful outfit with his long hair tied high behind his head, stood in front of all the disciples, instructing them in practicing boxing. When Su Zhixing wasn't around, practicing martial arts would mostly be done by her. Just as all the disciples were practicing their fists wholeheartedly, suddenly a sword sound echoed through the courtyard. Everyone's minds couldn't help but be energized, and their gazes couldn't help but be drawn over. Immediately after that, another even brighter sword sound came out. The snow on the treetops outside the courtyard was shaken off. All the disciples stopped and looked in the direction of the sword furnace with shocked faces. Chen Yunlan looked at the sword furnace incredulously. With her cultivation level of martial Dao 4th grade perfection, she actually felt the oppressive feeling that sword sound brought to her. In the martial arts of Middle-earth, there is a famous sword manual. It lists 100 famous swords from Jianghu. The top 10 swords in the list are all divine weapons that have shaken the world for several eras. Chen Yunlan had also had the honor of seeing the famous sword that was ranked 5th on the famous sword list once. Named Chaolu, the famous sword was sheathed, and without the need for the sword master to use his sword it was already filled with sword chi. Mind-blowing. But at this moment, clearly separated by a sword furnace, Chen Yunlan could already feel the hidden sword aura. The sense of oppression was not in any way inferior to the top 10 famous swords on that famous sword list. Mr. is indeed a man of the gods. Forging a sword with his hands can be comparable to the top 10 most famous swords in the world. Chen Yunlan couldn't help but lament. Heartfelt admiration. Can cast a sword maker comparable to the world's top 10 famous swords? Today's world, only one person. The door of the sword furnace was opened, and a large and 2 small figures walked out together. In their hands, both of them were holding a long sword wrapped in cloth. While Su Zhixing looked fine, Zhao Nico was already pale and had a weak breath. The final step in the completion of the sword casting, the nourishment of essence and blood, was still a bit of a stretch for a child of her age. But again, this is an essential step. There was nothing Su Zhixing could do to help her. Nico, when you have recovered from your recuperation, I will pass on your swordsmanship. Natalie Zhao nodded and saluted. Yes, master. I'll go rest first. Looking at Nico Zhao's departing back, Su Zhixing sighed tersely. The once dexterous and lively little girl seemed to have left with Widow Zhao. Trauma doesn't heal overnight. It takes time to take its time. After the sword casting was completed, it didn't have much of an effect on Su Zhixing. Some essence blood was just that, and with his current physical strength, it wouldn't take long for him to recover. So that afternoon's cultural program Su Zhixing still completed it himself. At night, Su Zhixing sat in front of his desk, and the long sword was placed on it. Shedding the wrapping of the cloth, the sword's body was as cold as autumn water, and the sight of it was like being in an abyss. Su Zhixing reached out and gently brushed the sword. The cold touch was like stroking a piece of ice. Since he was going to teach Zhao Nico the sword scripture, he naturally had to learn it first as well. From now on, you will be called Mo Yuan, Su Zhixing said softly, as if the long sword had a spirit. It even trembled slightly and let out a low sword chime. Su Zhixing gripped the hilt of the sword, and immediately, a sense of fit came over him. This sword was cast by him personally, hammering hundreds of thousands of hammers, supplemented by his own heart's blood, almost intertwined with him. Gripping the hilt of the sword was like having his arm partially lengthened. Carrying his sword, Su Jiwei walked out of the room and into the courtyard, carrying the Mo Yuan sword upside down. He stood for a long time. A layer of frost slowly began to condense in the originally warm spring-like courtyard of the schoolhouse. That was because Su Zhixing had collected all of his own aura, and all of his mind was focused on the Mo Yuan sword. Communicate with the mind. Slowly falling snowflakes on a cold night. The schoolyard was also covered with a layer of snow in a short time. Su Zhixing remained standing there, almost becoming a snowman. Ding! A crisp sound of gold and iron rang out, and Su Zhixing's eyes suddenly opened. A sharp light flashed in his pupils. Rolling up the snow in the yard is like a tornado rising from the ground. The sword techniques in the sword scripture Su Zhixing had never practiced before, but at first hand, they were purely familiar. Swordsmanship is important, and the first thing to emphasize is the stance. The body was like a swimming dragon, and the sword followed. In the yard, it was as if a stump had appeared. Between the whistling wind and snow, Su Zhixing still didn't know how many swords he had passed out. Suddenly, his figure shook, and his pace and stance were actually all in a big mess, out of control. Su Zhixing stopped, leaned on the ground with his sword, and opened his mouth before spewing out a mouthful of blood. Yet he didn't care about himself. Instead he turned his head to look at Natalie Zhao's room with worry in his eyes. Chapter 26, Nico's Choice. Su Zhixing finally understood what it was like to penetrate the heart and etch the bones as stated in the sword scriptures. With his heart and soul, all of them lost their minds in an instant, and his sword technique was broken. Not to mention Natalie Chiu, who will only be 6 years old after this year. Once the sword scripture had begun its cultivation, it could not be abandoned halfway. So Su Zhixing felt that perhaps it was better to be on the cautious side. The big deal was to pass on her martial arts, as well as the swordsmanship practiced by martial artists in the Jianghu today, and with his assistance, she was bound to have some success as well. Only, Nico, whose heart had changed drastically after this incident, did not necessarily listen to his advice. Su Zhixing withdrew his sword stance and slowly exhaled, although it wasn't as painful as it was just now. That strand of sword chi had always entered his meridians and roamed around his body recklessly. So before becoming an innate sword body, Su Zhixing had to endure this pain every moment. It's hard to imagine how tough a person's heart would be if he could really pull through this kind of pain day after day. New Year's Eve, the 30th day of the lunar month. After 10 days of recuperation, Nico Zhao had fully recovered. Early in the morning on the day of New Year's Eve, Su Zhixing took Zhao Nico and Yuan Qing out on the street. Although there were only the three of them in the academy for New Year's Eve, there were still New Year's goods that should be purchased. Rice, oil, meat and sugar are naturally essential. Looking at the lively and festive scene on the street, Nico Zhao, who was holding a bunch of sugar gourds in her hand, finally showed some childish innocence in her eyes that a child of this age should have. People come and go in the town, and when they see Su Zhixing most of them will bow their hands and say hello with a smile on their faces. Mr. Su, it's a great new year. A year has passed and the townspeople, influenced by those outsiders, have come to understand what reading and literacy means to the common people of today. And as the only teacher in the town's only academy, Su Zhixing's position in their hearts naturally rose. Master and disciples from the street to the end of the alley, hands and arms have been piled up with a variety of New Year's goods, but not a single penny of silver money in Yuan Qing's money bag had been spent. Finally, the trio stopped in front of the newly opened wine shop at the end of the street. The name of the brewery is still Zhao's Brewery, and what was originally just a humble house for a wine shop has now been transformed into a small, second-floor courtyard. Seeing the three people standing at the entrance, the shopkeeper inside the wine shop immediately welcomed them out. Looking at Zhao Nico respectfully, "Young master, you're here." Natalie Zhao froze and looked up at Su Zhixing. Su Zhixing rubbed her head and softly said, "It was your eldest sister who ordered the brewery to be rebuilt, under your name." Natalie Zhao's eyes suddenly reddened as she walked into the wine shop, carrying the long sword in her hand that was almost as long as her person. She looked around the room in silence and finally asked, "Boss, does the store have cinnamon flower brew?" The shopkeeper froze and shook his head awkwardly. "Back to young master. The brewery is newly opened, and it's already past the time for osmanthus. Furthermore, the store's winemaker wouldn't. Natalie Zhao's face didn't change much, but she was already in tears. She brushed her fingertips over the wine jar on the liquor cabinet, and every moment of her mother's brewing days came to mind. Those images were etched in his mind like a knife and axe. Natalie Zhao couldn't help but say as if she was murmuring as a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The shopkeeper who was following along couldn't help but rejoice. That's a good feeling. When the coming August, when the osmanthus blossoms are in full bloom, the young master will come and give a few pointers. Natalie, however, shook her head and didn't say anything. Turning around, he walked out of the wine shop to come in front of Su Zhixing, raising his head, his voice light but full of stubbornness. Master, I've recuperated. When can I learn the sword scripture? Su Zhixing smiled and nodded gently. Well, go back. On New Year's Eve, in a newly constructed pavilion in the schoolhouse, the three masters and disciples sat opposite each other. A small red clay fireplace with an iron pot the size of a washbasin sat on the center table. The iron skillet gurgled and churned with bright red spicy oil, and the various ingredients were mixed together in a steaming heat. The three masters and disciples all ate with their noses sweating, and the little girl Nico even stuck out her tongue and sucked in a few breaths of cool air from time to time. Sir, this hot pot is aptly named, when it's really on fire, Yu Wenqing said as he sucked in cool air. Su Zhixing puffed out his cheeks and blew on a piece of piping hot meat that had just come out of the pot and stuffed it into his mouth twitching constantly. Swallowing it, he said with a look of satisfaction. In my master's hometown, there are still countless ways to eat hot pot. That's what it's called. It's just a pity that the ingredients here are limited, so I can only make do with what I have. This was the first time Yu Wenqing and Zhao Nico had heard Su Zhixing talk about his hometown, and the two of them couldn't help but be a little curious. Mister's hometown? To be able to produce a character like Mr. It must be an immortal hometown with treasures. Su Zhixing smiled slightly and nodded. Although there will also be some flies and dogs, but compared to Great Zhou, the people there do not worry about food and clothing. They are not suffering from war. Farmers plow their fields, students study their books, merchants set up their businesses, and officials. All in all, it is truly a paradise on earth in a way. Yu Wenqing couldn't help but yearn in his eyes after hearing this. Is there really such a good place on earth? Or is Mr. originally an immortal who descended from the heavens? Is the place he mentioned actually the immortal world? Natalie gulped down a slice of meat and snapped out of it. Then why did you come here, master? Su Zhixing froze and smiled helplessly. I don't know how I got here, and I couldn't find my way back even if I wanted to. Natalie hurriedly lowered her head, feeling as if she had asked the wrong question. Yu Wenqing hurriedly remedied the situation. Mr. taught us that there is always a limit to the size of the world, so I'm sure that in the future, Mr. will be able to find his way back. Su Zhixing nodded. Well, there's nothing in the world that's hard to climb. As he spoke, Su Zhixing suddenly stumbled. Then he got up violently, walked over to the gazebo, leaned over and spat out a mouthful of blood. Yu Wenqing and Zhao Nico's faces changed drastically, their eyes filled with panic. Master. Su Zhixing waved his hand, wiping away the bloodstains at the corner of his mouth, and took a sip of tea to rinse his mouth. Then he looked at Natalie Zhao and softly said, Nico, this is the sword scripture, and before you cultivate it, you will experience the pain of piercing your heart and eating your bones at all times. If you once fail to survive it, you will be crippled or killed. Although you are still young, Master knows that you have your own considerations. That's why Master wants you to think more. Aside from the sword scripture, Master is just as capable of making you an expert. Natalie Zhao stared blankly at Su Zhixing. Although she had heard her master talk about the difficulties and pain of practicing the sword scripture before, she could not have imagined that it would be this serious. At this moment, this little girl who had suffered a big change in her life always had a few moments of hesitation and fear. Yu Wenqing, who was sitting on the sidelines, was shaken to the core. He had heard of Mr.'s sword scripture and knew that Mr. had spent months casting swords just to teach his little sister the sword scripture. However, he did not expect that the cultivation of this sword scripture would be so dangerous. In the heat of the moment, Yu Wenqing even disregarded the etiquette and took hold of Nico Zhao's hand, eagerly saying, Junior sister, there's no need to be like this. Master is a learned man. There are ways to make you strong. Let's choose another path, okay? Chapter 27, Putting Pen to Paper. Yu Wenqing realized his rudeness only after he finished speaking, and hastily withdrew his hand. But really, for a little girl like Natalie Chiu, holding hands wouldn't be any different for her mind. She wasn't even paying attention to herself. Her mind was all about what Su Zhixing had said about the merits of the sword scripture. Natalie Zhao walked forward and gently helped Su Zhixing wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and asked, Master, does it really hurt? Su Zhixing just wanted to nod, but he held back after seeing the look in Zhao Nico's eyes. For Natalie's eyes were filled with nothing but concern, not fear of the pain she was about to face. Su Zhixing smiled and softly said, Nico, no matter what choice you make, Master supports you. Master just wishes that you would think and look around more. Natalie lowered her head and was silent for a long time before she spoke. Master, I'm a bit tired. I'll go rest first. Su Zhixing nodded. Well, go ahead. When Natalie Zhao returned to her room, Yu Wenqing said in a hurry, Sir, little sister is still young. We can't leave her to her own choices. In case she can't hold her own, then die. Yu Wenqing was stunned, looking at Su Zhixing with some disbelief. Su Zhixing stood up, looked over at Zhao Nick's room, and said again, if you don't succeed, then you die. Yu Wenqing trembled, unable to believe that such words were coming from Su Zhixing's mouth. Su Zhixing sighed and said slowly, Natalie may be young, but her mind is far more mature than a child of her age, and her only thought now is to avenge her mother's death. The sword scripture is her hope of accomplishing this goal, and if she doesn't succeed, her heart will die with her. So no matter how much we try to persuade her, she will definitely still choose the sword scripture. Yu Wenqing was slightly relieved. Fortunately, it wasn't what he thought. But, no buts, after this, she can be reborn and regain her hope of living. The world knows that parents love their children as much as they love them, but really, for a child, her love for her parents is often more pure, because that's all they have in life. When this reliance fell, she would become a rootless floater, unable to find her way to live. Right now, vengeance is what Natalie Cho lives for. In the middle of the night, the wind and snow rose again. Su Zhixing had been standing in the courtyard. The sound of footsteps came slowly over the wind. Su Zhixing opened his eyes without turning around. Do you want it? Natalie Zhao clasped the long sword in both hands and whispered back. Since Master forged this sword for me, it means that Master knows that the most suitable thing for me to cultivate is the sword scripture. Speaking here, Nico paused for a moment, and said with a slightly choked and incomparably firm voice, Master, I have no choice. After a long silence, Su Zhixing turned around and nodded gently. Good, then Master will pass on the sword scripture to you today. On the other hand, inside Yu Wenqing's study, leaning against the door, he sighed sardonically. Sweeping his eyes over those supreme sacred canons on the desk, Yu Wenqing walked over to the desk, flipped open a copy of the Analects of Confucius, and began to recite it silently. A layer of glistening white light crept up his body, appearing so bright and vast. Su Zhixing, who was standing in the courtyard watching Zhao Nico practicing with his sword, glanced sideways at Yu Wenqing's room and smiled gently. He couldn't help but sigh once again. A teenager with a potential value of 92 points as determined by the system really couldn't be viewed in a normal way. Su Zhixing sighed softly. A 12-year-old 8th grade Confucianist. I'm afraid that in the future many years from now it will become a chasm in front of the world's Confucian cultivators that will be difficult to cross. It was not easy for a 12-year-old to even understand the scriptures and the supreme sage Confucianism, let alone cultivate Wen Qi talent Qi and refine it into vast true Qi. Su Zhixing felt the vast true Qi within his mud pill palace, and there were already 13 channels of condensed true Qi. Just a moment ago there were 4 more strands of basic true Qi. It wasn't far from the 16 Dao 5th grade realm. As his Ru Dao cultivation became higher and higher, Su Zhixing gradually discovered some other wonderful uses of the vast true Qi, using his true Qi to instill it on top of the ink treasure he left behind. Then the piece of ink treasure would have a function similar to a talisman, being able to play the appropriate role. For example, he wrote the 4 words Hui Feng Haping, once unfolded, and was able to influence a small part of the world, making it as warm as spring, with a refreshing breeze. Or if you write down a sentence about sword Qi spanning 30,000 miles, the handwriting will really contain endless sword Qi, and once it is released, it will be able to kill the enemy across the air. Of course, Su Zhixing's cultivation level wasn't particularly high yet, and the ink treasure he left behind didn't have a large scope or degree of influence. However, it had to be said that this kind of tactic was just beyond the realm of understanding of worldly people. When he entered the 5th grade, this ability would inevitably increase again. The next day, the first day of the year, the schoolhouse has not stopped coming since morning. Those schoolchildren, and the townspeople, basically, they all came to the door to pay their respects, regardless of whether it is a peddler or the head of the township. Su Zhixing are all warmly received. Humane, cannot pick half a fault. The town was full of people and children. So then someone asked when the next enrollment in the academy would be. But Su Zhixing was a bit of a dilemma. With the current size of the schoolhouse, it can only accommodate about 10 children at most. When funds were limited, there was only so much space that could be built. If we really want to start it as a large-scale academy, the current area alone is certainly not enough. And once there were more students, it was a bit of a stretch for him alone. So Su Zhixing couldn't commit to these people and could only take his time to figure it out. After the first month of the year, at the beginning of February there will be an examination. The first one after the establishment of the Great Zhou dynasty. The county honors of Anding County had already sent an official letter by proxy, and the examination was scheduled to be held in the county on the 5th day of February. Because it was the first time the imperial examination was held, considering the past so many years of drought and weakness, not many people could read and write. So this time, relatively speaking, the exam questions will not be too difficult. That means it's a great opportunity. Su Zhixing had vast true qi in his body, and was able to involuntarily influence the people and things around him. So in his classes, students can't help but sink into the classroom atmosphere and learn extremely solid things. Although they did not know what the exact test questions were, the students in the academy had no problem, at least with the scriptures, after almost a year of study. The child student exam is supposed to be a test of basic knowledge, so I think I should get a good score. On the first day of the new year, the schoolhouse was bustling with activity from morning until noon. Zhao Nico, who hadn't practiced her sword for half a day, couldn't wait to take out the longsword she named First Snow and start practicing as soon as those New Year worshippers left. In the sword scriptures sword cultivation, the moves were secondary, but the most important thing was the warmth and communication with the sword. With a special method of practicing qi, the sword and the person are connected to each other. Guide the sword qi into the body. This step took Nico Zhao 15 days. Chapter 28, Deep in the Night. I don't know who's near. Waking up from a dream, I realize the old man is here. 15 days later, on the night of the Lantern Festival, the schoolhouse was also lit with a lantern. Nico, however, did not stay in the house, but carried his long sword to the wine shop. Boss Wu of the wine shop had left her an extra key specifically so that she could go whenever she wanted. During the Lantern Festival, shopkeeper Wu and his fellows naturally went home early for the festival. Natalie unlocked the door and stepped inside. After lighting a lantern that she had made with her own hands, Natalie Zhao sat at a table in the store and quietly watched the lantern in fascination. In the past, every Lantern Festival, her mother would make her a lantern with her own hands, tie it with her birth date and 8 characters and light it in the house until it burned out. In this way, we pray that Natalie Zhao will be free of disasters and be at peace. Only today, the people who look at the lanterns have become the people who make them. Instead of crying, Nico's eyes were filled with laughter. Mother, I'm fine now. In the hazy light, she seemed to see her mother sitting across from her, looking up at her and smiling. Natalie Zhao placed the Hatsu sword across the tabletop, resting her hands on the scabbard Su Zhixing had made from bamboo slices, her head gently lowered. Mother, master is good to me. Master is brother Zhixing. Now my master, Shifu, has been good to me, too, and everyone else. Girl, I'm warmly dressed and well fed now. Anything but mother. Girl, missed you so much. In the darkness of the night, the murmured words of Nico echoed in the sky and earth, illuminated by a single lantern. Outside the house, Su Zhixing sat on the roof, staring at the full moon in a daze. After so many years apart, he couldn't even remember what his parents looked like. But this longing for a deceased loved one is not something that time can easily erase. There were times when Su Zhixing would deliberately think about his parents, because he always felt that as long as there were still people in this world who remembered them, then they weren't completely gone. If one day, all traces of their presence in this world disappear, and no one even remembers them anymore, maybe that's where death finally ends. That's why Su Zhixing never comforted Natalie Zhao, so that she wouldn't always dwell on the thought of her mother's passing, because that was the last bit of Natalie that she owned and treasured about her mother. After an unknown amount of time, Su Zhixing heard a crisp, low chirping sound in his ears. Then his face suddenly paled and he spewed out another mouthful of blood. In the meridians, 4 more strands of pure sword chi appeared without warning. The stronger his physique was, the more powerful the sword chi's backlash would be. However, Su Zhixing ignored his situation and took a step to leap off the roof, anxiously walking into the wine shop, the area that was illuminated by that one light. Nico Zhao was lying on the Jin scabbard, his body trembling uncontrollably. No one knew better than Su Zhixing what kind of pain Nico was suffering at this moment, but once the sword scripture cultivation had begun, there was no turning back. Su Zhixing didn't have any way to help her either. He could only watch as Natalie Zhao gritted her teeth in death and endured it all. Natalie Zhao's body was already sweating profusely in the still cold spring weather. This is beyond the limits of a child's patience. Mother. Good. It hurts. Mother. Hug. Natalie Zhao spat out a few words between her teeth. She was in a bit of a trance. Su Zhixing's fists were clenched tightly. his forehead veins rippling, and he was also trying his best to restrain himself from interfering. But, seeing as how the little girl is about to lose her grip, right at this moment, Su Zhixing's eyes moved, his brow furrowed involuntarily. Within his eyes, glistening white light flickered. What demon? He unexpectedly sensed a gloomy aura floating out of thin air within the wine shop. It made the vast true qi in his body pulsate involuntarily. However, just as he was planning to strike, Su Zhixing saw a humanoid silhouette that he would never have expected anyway. Su Zhixing froze in place, his eyes full of disbelief. Zhao, Sister Zhao? That aura of coldness gradually wrapped around Nico's body, but in Su Zhixing's eyes, it seemed as if the already deceased widow Zhao had gently embraced Nico. Su Zhixing immediately understood that this turned out to be the soul of widow Zhao after her death. It turns out that in this world, there really is a soul. Something miraculous happened as Nico's trembling body slowly calmed down. The look of pain on his face slowly disappeared. Then surprisingly, he looked like a child asleep in his mother's arms, with a serene quietness on his face. Su Zhixing's eyes were slightly reddened, and his body's vast true qi was as internalized as it could be, with no semblance of leaking out. When Natalie was completely quiet, widow Zhao's spirit then released Natalie's body and lowered her head to gently kiss her on the forehead. Then he gazed at Natalie Chiu for a long time, unwilling to move his eyes away until the night had receded and a fish-white color had risen in the east. Widow Zhao finally reached out and gently brushed the hair around Natalie Zhao's ears. Finally turning to look at Su Zhixing, she opened her mouth, but not the slightest sound came out. But Su Zhixing nodded. Sister Zhao, don't worry, I understand. Widow Zhao smiled sweetly, then bowed deeply for a long time. Su Zhixing clasped his fists in return, likewise bowing deeply and not rising for a long time. That gloomy aura dissipated little by little, until finally, there was no longer any trace of it. Su Zhixing straightened his back, looked at the empty wine shop in front of him, and sighed tersely. And Zhao Nico, who had slept all night lying on his sword sheath, also woke up at that moment with a mooching start. Mother! Natalie Zhao shouted in panic, but immediately woke up to the realization that what had just happened was nothing more than a dream. Suddenly, her face twisted and she couldn't help but cover her heart. His face suddenly went white. Master is right. Once the cultivation of the sword scripture begins, one has to endure the pain of sword chi piercing through the heart and eating away at the bones all the time. Recalling last night's scene, Natalie Zhao couldn't help but feel a bit scared. At that moment she really didn't think she'd make it through, but at the last moment, she felt a gentle power envelop her body, allowing her to survive the hardest part. In that moment, she felt that her mother was beside her and was wrapping her arms around her, giving her endless tenderness and love. Compared to the beginning, the pain was a bit lighter at this point. It still hurt but at least it could barely hold. Natalie Zhao stood up and was about to leave the wine shop. When he turned his head, he realized that Su Zhixing had stood in the doorway at some point. Master, why are you here? Su Zhixing smiled and returned. When I saw that you hadn't returned all night, I guessed that you should be here, so I came to look for you. Let's go back. Natalie Zhao nodded and walked out of the wine shop. On the way back, Su Zhixing glanced at the first snow sword in Zhao Nix's hand and casually asked, Raised sword energy? Natalie nodded, her face still pale. Su Zhixing nodded similarly, then crouched down in front of Zhao Nico and said, Come, master carry you home. Natalie Zhao froze, looking at the back of her master's broad shoulders, and her eyes, which clearly hadn't shed a single tear all night, became instantly moist. She lifted her arm and wiped the tears from her eyes violently, a smile that used to surface often on her face, and laughed. Master, I'm going to jump up. Come on, master is still young enough to hold his own. Natalie Zhao slightly bent her knees and jumped violently, landing firmly on Su Zhixing's back. Su Zhixing made a gesture to stumble, then laughed. Ha ha ha, our little Natalie, weighing 3 taels, but her sword energy has the power of 10,000 pounds. She will surely be a great sword fairy in the future. Natalie Zhao's eyes were like curved moons, and the 2 pair swirls that Su Zhixing had when he first met her appeared at the corners of her mouth once again. Waving the Hatsu sword with one hand, he excitedly said, That's right, Master is the absolute great sword immortal, and I, Zhao Nico, am the absolute little sword immortal. Master, go home. Chapter 29, Reasoning and Fist Fighting. After the Lantern Festival, the atmosphere in the schoolhouse obviously became a little different, because they're about to take their first imperial exams in their lives, and it's the first step for these children in their quest for fame and fortune. Already understanding a lot of what's going on out there, precisely because the more they understand, the more apprehensive they are instead. Among these people, the only exception was Yu Wenqing, because he wasn't interested in so-called meritocracy in the first place. Deep down, he didn't even have the slightest sense of belonging to the entire Great Zhou. but he still goes ahead and takes the test anyway. Not only should I take the test, but I should also take the test to the best, and step on the bottom of all the readers in this great show. The county examination will be held for 5 days, which is considered to be no small test for the physical strength of all the candidates. Luckily, the students of the academy practiced martial arts fists, although other than the 3 Chen Minji, the others did not enter the grade. However, all of them had already been initiated in boxing, and their physical foundation was naturally much better than that of an ordinary student. It should not be a problem to cope with 5 days of exams. The day before the examination, the 4 male disciples in the academy went to the county town in advance accompanied by their parents. Yuan Cheng, on the other hand, entered the city with the Chen family's Chen Minji's carriage. Su Zhixing did not accompany him, but just stayed in the schoolhouse waiting for the good news. When to the county town, Yu Wenqing realized that this time the county test in an county was attended by a pitifully small number of people. The townships, let alone the townships, are few and far between. Only barely some people from the county still attend. Other than that, the largest number of people was surprisingly in Long Springs. There were 6 participants at a time. This cannot be helped. Hundreds of years of war. Most of the world's literary lineage in this world have broken the inheritance. It's extremely hard to survive. Where are the readers? This was one of the reasons why the county honors of Ani County placed so much importance on Su Zhixing as a teacher. After all, if these students could pass the exams, it would all be his political achievement, showing that he had taught them well. On the day of the examination, the sky was still dark, and at the entrance of the examination center, there were sparsely standing candidates for this reference. At a cursory glance, there were only about 20 to 30 people. The county seat of Ani accounted for nearly 20 of them, and it was rare to find 1 or 2 elsewhere. So in front of the entrance to the examination center, 3 groups formed quite naturally. One was naturally the group of predominantly county candidates, while the other was the candidates from Longquan Town's Jixing Academy, that is, Yu Wenqing and the others. Lastly, there are those scattered candidates who come from various townships. One of the most special is the group of Longquan Town. A glance over. Surprisingly all hairy. The oldest is only Yuan Chang, 12 years old. The other senior brothers are only 9 and 10 years old. The contrast with the other 2 groups full of old men with gray hair is simply extraordinary. Where did these brats come from? They can't even recognize all the words. How can they come to take the imperial examinations? It's a laughing stock. Unsurprisingly, someone opened their mouth to mock. Yu Wenqing and Chen Minji looked at each other and smiled, and in their hearts, they gained a few more points of admiration for Su Zhixing. Before they set off, Su Zhixing had told them that when they arrived at the examination center there would likely be the kind of nosy but not very capable people who would look at them as young and speak out to bully them. Yu Wenqing asks what he should do in response. Su Zhixing smiled and said, "After all that learning, doesn't that come in handy this time of year?" Yu Wenqing asked again, "What if he's unreasonable?" Su Zhixing laughed. "It's better if you're not reasonable. You 2 are 9th grade martial artists, with your vast aura. So you can deal with a few unreasonable and corrupted Confucians without a problem? As to whether you will be disqualified from the exam for this, Su Zhixing had already seen that it definitely wouldn't. There are only a few candidates in the entire Ani County, so how can that county dignitary be willing to easily disqualify the candidates from the exam? Besides, what are we afraid of if we're right? At this moment, just as Su Zhixing expected, someone did speak out sarcastically. Yuan Cheng made a wink towards Chen Minji. "Meaning, are you coming or not?" "I'll come if you don't." Chen Minji puffed out his chest, patted it, and lifted his chin with a confident expression. It's like saying, "Dang it." He cleared his throat and spoke in a deep voice with the thick undercurrent of a wolf. "And I don't know where the old sourpuss from, who, at his age, perhaps recognizes only a few words. How dare he snarl and bark?" There was silence in front of the examination center. Yu Wenqing secretly stuck out his thumbs, and the other senior brothers similarly covered their mouths and snickered. Vertical sun. What a big dog's guts. In that county camp, there was indeed an old man with white hair who stood out, pointing at the Longquan County students and cursing. "Old thief, what a thick skin." Almost as soon as the other party's words fell, Chen Minji pulled his voice back. The old boy's lips trembled with anger. Pointing at Chen Minji, you half a day. Angry froze cannot say a complete sentence. What an eloquent little thing. From which nook or cranny did you emerge? This section is the first section of the founding of the Great Zhou dynasty, and you can be allowed to come and join in the fun. Leave quickly, don't disgrace yourselves here. A young man around 20 or 30 years old beside the old boysen stood out and said with an arrogant expression. Chen Minji's face sank, and there was already a bit of icy coldness in his eyes. He was the son of the minister of the household. Even in Kyoto not many people dared to talk to him like that. Seeing that he did not look right, Yu Wenqing pulled him behind him, looked at the man and said lightly, "It is said that there is no order of learning, and that those who have attained greatness are teachers. The ancient sage, always tolerate people's short, respect people's long. Only the villain, often since the relative, narrow-minded. In my opinion, although you are older than us, but the mindset and temperament is still not as good as a toddler. The person who should go is you." That youth's complexion changed drastically, and those behind him were also in an uproar, suddenly cursing angrily, being reprimanded by a teenage child with this kind of reasoning. The key, he couldn't think of a better reason or rationale than this child to refute. His face was immediately unable to pass. "Wild-mouthed little boy, a mudleg from the countryside, how dare you lecture me here? Someone come, beat him out for me." As soon as the words fell, a group of house slaves immediately ran over not far away, looking like they should be this youth's entourage. Each one of them was fierce and didn't treat Yu Wenqing and the others like children at all, but to the surprise of those around them, Yu Wenqing's group of children had no fear on their faces. Looking closely, there was a hint of excitement in their eyes. Are these kids scared silly? Still not begging for mercy? The people in this county are really unreasonable. What has it to do with you if you take your test and he takes his? Ugh, cut the crap. The world is the way it is. It can't be helped. Yu Wenqing and Chen Minji exchanged a glance and laughed. 3 for 1? Chen Minji laughed. Ha ha ha, okay, let's see who solves it faster. Saying that, he charged directly towards the evil servants who pounced on him. Yu Wenqing, on the other hand, was much more civilized, as if he was walking idly, not taking these people seriously at all. In the next scene, the surrounding onlookers could never have imagined that it would end in such a way. Those two teenagers who looked like they should have been sheep were playing the role of tigers into sheep. In just a few glances, none of those evil servants could stand any longer. Chen Minji solved the last one and clapped his hands with a confident look at Yu Wenqing. However, to his dismay, Yu Wenqing had long ago resolved those 3 men of his, and was looking at him with his hands behind his back and a smirk on his face. Chapter 30, Chen Minji's Dinner Party. Chen Minji was helpless. Obviously the one who majored in martial arts was himself, but how could he see that this senior brother, who was only a few months older than himself, was progressing much faster than himself in martial arts? He had heard his sister say that Yu Wenqing also practiced Confucianism and had a higher cultivation level than his sister. It's unbelievable. That youth looked incredulously at his fallen servants and pointed at Yu Wenqing and Chen Minji. You are even martial artists. Brainless martial artists. How dare you come to disturb the examination center? Aren't you afraid that the prefectural honor will condemn you? Chen Minji most hate other people these literati wufu call them martial arts practitioners. Immediately then angrily reprimanded. Don't throw your hat in the ring. Which law of the great Zhou dynasty says that people practicing martial arts are not allowed to participate in the imperial examinations? Did you make it so? How dare you discuss the great Zhou laws? Your heart is punishable. The young man's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly defended himself. Nonsense. Where did I presume to discuss the law? Nothing of the sort. Silence. Just as the two were arguing, the person presiding over the examination at the county office had already arrived. The young man immediately walked up and complained about the crimes of Chen Minji and Yu Wenqing. However, that official from the county office just gave him a cold look and didn't pay any attention to him. The youth was momentarily dismayed, and even brought up his own family history. My lord, I am the Wang family. One more word and you're disqualified. That official didn't give him half a face at all, and directly spoke out to rebuke him. Chen Minji and Yu Wenqing were secretly snickering. That youth didn't dare to speak again. Just looked viciously at the two before honestly waiting in line to enter the arena. 5 days of exams is not that easy to stick with. At least 4 or 5 candidates were carried out of the examination yard. By the time the last exam was over, everyone, good or bad, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After walking out of the examination center, Chen Minji stretched his back and turned his head to laugh at the senior brothers behind him. Finally the exams are over. Let's go. Elder brother will take you guys out for a nice rubdown. Several senior brothers cheered at once, calling out to senior brother Chen's atmosphere. In fact, if we follow the order of initiation, Chen Minji should be the senior brother. Yu Wenqing shook his head helplessly and did not stop it. It's been a tough few days for everyone and we really need to relax. The big deal is to find an inn where we can all squeeze in and go back tomorrow. Led by Chen Minji, the crowd walked through the streets and finally found one of the most famous restaurants in the county. Yu Wenqing was unwilling to break the bank and was just about to persuade Chen Minji to change places. However, Chen Minji had already greeted all the senior brothers and walked in, calling out to the junior to order food. Seeing this, he couldn't afford to refute Chen Minji's face anymore. On the second floor of the restaurant, Chen Minji booked an elegant room and very boldly ordered a large table of dishes. This amount of expense was not even a drop in the bucket for his Chen family. So naturally, I won't take it to heart. However, those senior brothers from poor families looked at this table of dishes, but they were a little unsure of how to put down their chopsticks. They didn't dare to imagine that a single fish could be worth 70 or 80 cents when it arrived at a restaurant in this county. 70 to 81. In their town of Longquan was enough for a family to live for several days. Just one fish is so expensive. Then this table of food. They've completely lost count. Chen Minji had been with everyone for so long that he naturally understood what was in everyone's mind. He grinned broadly. Don't worry, eat boldly. As you all know, your senior brother and I have nothing else in my family but a lot of money. This table is nothing. It was actually something he really meant, but it sounded a little tarnished in the ears of the others. So after he finished speaking, the others still didn't dare to move their chopsticks. Yu Wenqing laughed at the sight. Let's all let go and eat. Between senior brothers, there's no need to be formal about this. And in the future, if senior brother Minji needs help, you guys won't hesitate to step in, right? Hearing Yu Wenqing say that, one of the junior brothers, who was nicknamed Dahu, stood up and said in a loud voice, "That's natural. We are all disciples of Mr. We are brothers and sisters as close as brothers. No matter if it's senior brother Minji or any other senior brother. In the future, if I, Dahu, need to help, I will definitely be obliged to do so." A year of reading and learning, and all the town kids have talked their way out of it. The other senior brothers responded. At this point, everyone really let loose and started eating with open bellies. Chen Minji smiled and turned his head to look at Yu Wenqing. A trace of admiration could not help but rise in his heart. A short sentence not only eased his awkward situation, but also made the relationship between the master and brothers even closer. No wonder when Mr. is not around, it is this eldest disciple who teaches on behalf of the master, while the other disciples are all convinced. This charisma, Chen Minji is ashamed to be inferior. Even in retrospect, even in Kyoto there weren't many sons of the world who could be compared to Yu Wenqing. Chen Minji looked at these junior brothers who looked like they hadn't seen the world before, and a hint of bravado rose in his heart for no reason. These can be his close and personal connections. Don't look at them as coming from a poor background. Chen Minji believed that these few senior brothers here would definitely be remarkable characters in the future. After all, these children could all be disciples of Su Zhixing, all practicing the true explanation of the martial Tao and the supreme sacred Confucianism. Give them a little time, 10, 15 years at the most. This world will surely have a place for them. In the future, when he returned to Kyoto, in that whirlwind of power, if he could get the help of these brothers and sisters, his future would surely be bright. This was one of the reasons why his sister, Chen Yunlan, had to enroll him in the Zhixing Academy in the first place. Chen Minji didn't figure it out until later. Among these people, the one he valued the most was eldest senior brother Yu Wenqing. Talent, and handling of people are all among the top heavenly pride of the world. It was unimaginable to imagine how unimaginable Yu Wenqing's future would be. Chen Minji poured a cup of glutinous rice wine, walked over to Yu Wenqing and laughed. Senior brother, I'll toast you, as an early celebration of your good results. Yu Wenqing froze and couldn't help but laugh. It's too early for that when you've just finished your exams. Yu Wenqing shook his head and said, I also took the exam and know that the content of the exam paper must be a handful for you, senior brother, so there's no need to be modest. Senior brother. Yu Wenqing waved his hand and was about to say something when the sound of arguing suddenly rang out from outside the private room. Tell them to get out. Can't you see that the Wang family's Grand Duke is here? Does your restaurant still want to open? Yu Wenqing and Chen Minji exchanged a glance and couldn't help but laugh. It can't be such a coincidence, can it? And to come up and make me fight again? Chen Minji looked toward the door and laughed. It seems really interesting. The many senior brothers who were eating also stopped and stood up to look at the door. Though they were young, none of them showed half a bit of cowardice on their faces. As expected, in no time, a familiar figure appeared at the door. The same youth who had clashed with the many teenagers of Longquan town at the entrance of the examination center 5 days ago. Chapter 31. Eldest brother gets angry. Seeing Chen Minji and the others in the private room, the youth was visibly stunned. Then his face was as cold as ice and he said angrily, Surprisingly, it's you guys? A bunch of country bumpkins. How dare you come here to eat? I'm afraid you don't want to eat a king's dinner, right? After saying that, he turned his head to look at the tavern keeper and mocked. Boss, you have to be careful. These brats can be mudbloods from the countryside who can't afford to pay for your meal. The shopkeeper's face was embarrassed as he explained. Mr. Wang, they have already paid. The youth surnamed Wang froze, his face a bit ugly. The shopkeeper didn't dare to offend him. After all, the Wang family held most of the business in Ani County. Even this restaurant of his rented a house from the Wang family. He walked up to Chen Minji and said in a pleasant manner, "This gentleman, I'm really sorry, it's our restaurant's negligence. This private room Wang Gongzi had booked it long ago. Look at it this way, I'll refund you the money for the meal at this table today, or I'll find you a different location in and serve the meal over there. How about it?" Although the shopkeeper was amiable, where had Chen Minji received such treatment? Even in Kyoto, even a prince would not treat him like this when he came. How could he be subjected to this kind of in this tiny county? He ignored the shopkeeper, but walked straight to Duke Wang and stared at him. "One last piece of advice. Get out of here, right now, or you'll know what it means to be desperate." Mr. Wang subconsciously took a few steps back. After all, he had seen the force of the teenager in front of him with his own eyes. But this is Ani County. The Wang family has been entrenched in this county for a long time, and has always been above board, so how can they easily give in? Duke Wang stood his ground, pulling two people in front of him and screaming, "The tone is not small. Countryside brat, what else can you do to me? I advise you, if you dare to make a move again, I will definitely let the officials take you, and then you will see whether the officials will listen to my Wang family or to a country boy like you." Chen Minji was simply infuriated and laughed. If those sons of the world in Kyoto knew that they were being belittled by one such commodity in a small county, they might say how they would mock. The shopkeeper on the side also hurriedly advised, "Gongzi, it's better to be soft. It's all because I'm willing to compensate. Do not hurt the peace." Chen Minji pushed the shopkeeper away. "None of your business." He turned his head to look at the several senior brothers and said, "Let's keep eating and drinking until we're full." Yu Wenqing always sat still. He was aware of Chen Minji's identity. Even if the county dignitary faced this second-generation official, he wouldn't dare to show any disrespect, so he naturally wouldn't worry about Chen Minji suffering a loss. On the contrary, after seeing the killing intent in Chen Minji's eyes, he was worried that he would be too juvenile to restrain himself from getting someone killed. "Minji, a lesson is just enough. There's no need to use real fire." Chen Minji nodded. "Fine. For the sake of senior brother, spare his life." This was the truth, but in the ears of Mr. Wang, it was a big joke. He absolutely did not believe that anyone would dare to kill him in an E-County Chang. Poor frogs in the well. Where have they seen how big the world is? How ruthless are the people in this world? Chen Minji, who grew up following his father in the chaotic world, would not be that kind of worthless dude. Killing people was something he had been used to for a long time. "Big talk and sparing my life. Just you wait. I'll make you spit out everything you've eaten later." After saying that, Mr. Wang turned around and left. And in the meantime, he also instructed the people around him to go and invite the teaching fistmaster in a martial arts school in the county to come here. A good man refuses to be defeated. He knows the stature of Chen Minji and others. Naturally he does not dare to be hard. That's why they're backing off for now. Chen Minji sneered. "Senior brother, this person probably won't live long even if we spare his life." Yu Wenqing smiled, not putting it in his eyes. In this county, even if there really was an expert he wouldn't be half worried. After all, a county, and then a high expert can be higher than the first floor of the restaurant. Is drinking alone wind and rain sword Lu Zhou? Lu Zhou followed the Chen family's siblings to Longquan town, and his main purpose was to protect the Chen family's Chen Minji, the only sole child. Chen Minji came to the county town to take the exam, and how could Lu Zhou not follow it? It was hard to persuade the ghost of that death with good words, and that Mr. Wang actually called in a group of people. Yu Wenqing raised his eyes to look at them, and with the vast true qi flowing in his eyes, he could tell that the qi and blood in their bodies were indeed much thicker than normal people. Although most of them did not enter the product, they were obviously much stronger than ordinary people. The leading two of them, on the contrary, had entered the grade. Only in Yu Wenqing's view, it was really sparse. The root foundation is a shallow mess, and maybe it's just a matter of chance that you happen to be in the pin. It was almost a cloud of difference compared to him and Chen Minji. Obviously, Lu Zhou on the first floor also saw this, so he just glanced at it and stopped paying attention. This kind of goods were not qualified to let him make a move. That Wang Gongzi once again resumed his arrogant stance by virtue of having a helper. "Master Luo, it's these two boys. Waste them for me. Just leave a life. I'll give you 2 years rent-free." That Master Luo didn't ask any questions and agreed immediately. Yu Wenqing frowned, stood up and looked at that Master Luo and asked, "People who practice martial arts, when it is important to be intentional, climbing up to power and helping the enemy, how do you deserve the word master?" Master Luo was stunned, not expecting to run into a teenager who reasoned with him. He couldn't help but laugh. "Kid, You're wrong. People who practice martial arts, the strong are honored. I have hard fists. I am the reason. Chen Minji pulled Yuan Cheng and said, Senior brother, there's no use reasoning with such simple-minded reckless people. You have to talk to them with your fists. Yu Wenqing sighed helplessly. No wonder the Great Zhou court wants to horse-tread the river and lake. If this river and lake are full of people like this, then it's better to fill it up. Master Luo was uncertain and couldn't understand what they were saying. His level, connecting to the bottom of that Wufu's jungle, couldn't even reach it. What a mess! Give me death! Between shouts, Master Luo had already swung his fist and smashed it over, which was quite a bit of sound. Chen Minji was just about to make a move, but Yu Wenqing grabbed it first. He didn't avoid it in the slightest, nor did he use any techniques, and also just plainly handed out a punch that clashed with that Master Luo's fist. Bang! A muffled sound came along with another crisp click. The crowd then saw that Master Luo's arm, unexpectedly twisted into several bizarre angles. The face of his fist was already a bloody mess. Ah! Master Luo froze for a moment before screaming out in misery. His arms and fists were unexpectedly wasted by a single punch from this literate teenager in front of him. You have indulged in martial arts and aided and abused indiscriminately, wasting one of your arms. It is better not to practice martial arts from now on, so that you don't go on to plague more innocent people. At this moment, not to mention those people from Dukwang, even the students of the Zhixing Academy, including Chen Minji, were all a bit shaken. It turned out that their eldest senior brother was also so fierce when he started his fire. Unbeknownst to him, Yuan Cheng was completely blessed with Mr. Su Zhixing's true heritage. Chapter 32 Power. Dukwang's face was white. How could he have never imagined that Master Luo, who was usually so powerful, would be crippled by this teenager's punch? Yu Wenqing no longer looked at Master Luo on the ground. He slowly walked to the already weak-legged Dukwang, clearly a head shorter than the other party, but the aura on his body was like a high mountain, not to be looked at directly. You, what are you doing? Let me tell you, I'm the youngest master of the Wang family. If you dare to touch me, the Wang family won't let you go. Yu Wenqing sighed lightly and shook his head. Forget it, reasoning with you is just a waste of words. Mr. is right. When dealing with people like you, you can only use force. After saying that, Yu Wenqing turned his head to look at Chen Minji. Chen Minji, who was in the midst of his surprise, immediately returned to his senses. Okay, I'm good at this. After saying that, he threw out a broken silver coin towards one of the tavern boys watching from the doorway entrance and ordered, "Go to the county office and ask Magistrate Lu to come here. Just say that Chen Minji of the Chen family has something to ask for." That little two got the reward silver. Overjoyed, immediately flew out to the county government office to run. That paralyzed Wang Gongzi had already realized that something was wrong, but he still didn't want to believe that Chen Minji could really call out to the county dignitary, much less do they believe that the prefect will favor him. You have to know that their Wang family is truly a huge wealth in Ani County. At least half of the county's most prosperous street was their Wang family's store. Dare not give him the face of the Wang family, then this Lu magistrate also do not want to continue to do well. But at this point, he no longer dared to talk back to Yu Wenqing and the others. Regardless of what would happen to them when the prefectural honor came in a while, he knew that if he dared to talk back to them, then Master Luo would most likely be his downfall. Yu Wenqing looked at the other senior brothers and apologized. Have you eaten enough? It's still early. Why don't we go back to Longquan town? Dahu and the others also knew that it was no longer appropriate to stay on at this time, so they all stood up knowingly and nodded. It's all up to eldest brother to arrange it. Yu Wenqing came to Chen Minji's side and faintly said, Minji, just please take care of it first. I'll escort them back. Chen Minji nodded and said, alright, senior brother. You go first, I'll be right behind you. Seeing Yu Wenqing and the others leaving, Duke Wang wanted to stop them but didn't dare to, so he could only watch them leave. It didn't take long. An E-County Lu magistrate did come. The voice came in before the person entered. Where is Mr. Chen? My humble servant has missed the welcome. Forgive me, forgive me. It was perfectly reasonable for County Magistrate Lu to call himself an inferior officer to Chen Minji, because Chen Minji was blessed by his father's generation. He was granted a baronial title by the current emperor after the founding of the Great Zhou. According to the rank, it was already considered to be the rank of the 5th grade. He, a county magistrate from the 6th rank, was naturally an inferior official in front of Chen Minji. It was only that County Magistrate Lu did not want to socialize too much with Chen Minji, or the Chen family, so even though Chen Minji was taking the exam in the county, he treated it as if he didn't know about it and didn't take the initiative to visit the door to pay his respects. But now, Chen Minji had already taken the initiative to greet him, then he couldn't still act as if he didn't know. The attitude he should have must be there. That Wang Gongzi's heart had already cooled down when he heard County Magistrate Lu's self-proclaimed name. After County Magistrate Lu went upstairs and saw Chen Minji sitting at the table and saluted him, Duke Wang was already ashen. Chen Minji just nodded lightly as a greeting. Then his eyes were cold, and he said without the slightest bit of emotion, County Magistrate Lu, I went back to my ancestral land to study with my sister, County Princess Feng Yang, originally because I saw Ani County as a place of greatness, but now it seems as if it's not what we thought it would be. Hearing Chen Minji's words, County Magistrate Lu was already sweating on his forehead. Good man, even the Phoenix County Lord has moved out. That was the only county princess in the world today who was enthroned by the Son of Heaven outside of the royal family, and he had heard of her name when he was in Kyoto. In the face of such a figure who could speak in front of the Son of Heaven, he was nothing more than a tiny mole cricket. It was a dereliction of duty on the part of the subordinate, and the subordinate will certainly conduct a thorough investigation. Chen Minji put away his slate face and smiled. This change of face in a matter of moments made County Magistrate Lu somewhat unable to react for a moment. I don't blame you. When the world is first settled, there are always some demons and devils. Just clean it up. Chen Minji's tone was gentle, but hearing it in Lu Magistrate's ears made him break out in a cold sweat. Clean it up? How? Chen Minji glanced at Duke Wang and continued. I heard that recently a rich merchant in Ani County has colluded with the remnants of the 6 dynasties with the intention of plotting a rebellion. This matter can be big or small. Lord Lu, you have to be careful. County Magistrate Lu was stunned, and out of the corner of his eye, he looked at Duke Wang, who was already paralyzed with fear. A sharp nod followed. Please rest assured, Sheriff and Lord Baron, that my humble servant will investigate thoroughly and never spare a single rebel. Chen Minji nodded and turned to walk out. When he reached the door, he turned back to the door with an innocent look on his face. Oh yeah, my senior brother said not to kill anyone, leaving behind such a headless sentence. Chen Minji disappeared in the doorway. Don't kill anyone? I don't know that there are times when death is a relief. Master Lu, who was following County Magistrate Lu, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and asked, My lord, colluding with the remnants of the 6 dynasties, if such a charge is determined, you will definitely be implicated. Lu Magistrate looked at the door and said helplessly, Alas, in the end, I still can't hide from these people. What else can I do as a small magistrate? That said, but Lu Magistrate also know, if really done this matter, not only will not be implicated, he can also ride on the Chun family line. The future of the official career must be smooth sailing. But this meant that he had taken a stand, and from now on, he was a member of the Chen family. To the people of Ani County, he, the county magistrate, was the lord of the green sky. But who knows, for those who sit in the center overlooking the world, he a small county magistrate, and that the people of the world is not any different. County Magistrate Lu sympathetically looked at Duke Wang and gently shook his head. These sons of the world, especially the sons of the world who survived the chaos in this generation, there is not a single one who is good at anything. You said that what you did was not good, but you even messed with him. It's fitting that your Wang family should have this fate. Duke Wang had been scared silly and his mind was filled with blanks. The Wang family, which has been entrenched in Ani County for many years and has even escaped the war, just because of the words of a 12-year-old boy, it was just mercilessly erased. Power. No wonder countless people fall for it and go crazy for it. Chapter 33 10 Years of Heavenly Silk. Yu Wenqing no longer cared about how Duke Wang or even the Wang family would end up. After leaving the county town, he led a group of senior brothers to walk quickly on the road back to Longquan town. There were still more than 50 miles to go, and I guessed it would be after dark. And now, Yu Wenqing was thinking of a problem, or in introspection. This matter of clashing with Duke Wang, if it fell on an ordinary student, it might be a major event that would affect someone's life, or even life and death. They are safe and sound, for one thing, because they occupy themselves and have a hard enough fist. On the other hand, it was because with Chen Minji, the son of a powerful noble, no matter which route they took and what method they used to deal with it, they could never lose out. But what if we don't have the help of these external forces? How could he cope without the help of conditions other than these ordinary means? After thinking for a long time, Yu Wenqing gave a valiant smile. Mediocrity. What advantages and what means are there that don't also belong to one's own strength? Why bother to take the bull by the horns? Yu Wenqing was enlightened and no longer felt that he was bullying people. That's the reality. If you're strong, the other guy is weak. As the saying goes, a gentleman is not a weapon. And if you don't know how to be flexible and are pedantic, then you are really a nerd. As long as the mind is vast and bright, whether it is force or power, naturally the higher the better. The higher the power of force held by a man of great light, the the more he can benefit the people, and vice versa. So in the end, it's still about cultivating the mind. Thinking through these joints, Yu Wenqing was relaxed and had a sense of openness. The most obvious is his cultivation, obviously not long ago promoted to the ranks of the 8th grade of Confucianism. After such a self-examination and enlightenment, the mud pill palace unexpectedly out of nowhere again more than 4 strands of vast true qi, and aura is raised another notch. There was a vague sense of Su Zhixing's kind of influence on the heaven and earth around him. At the same time, Su Zhixing, who was reading and practicing calligraphy inside the academy, stopped his hand movements and could not help but tsk. What is it that you've come across? How could your cultivation level skyrocket so much? In his mud pill palace, just a moment ago, 16 strands of vast true qi suddenly appeared, and with the 4 strands he already had, there were 2 channels of condensed true qi taking shape all of a sudden. It brought his cultivation to the level of 15 channels of condensed true qi of a 6th grade Confucian. Only the last one was missing, and he would be able to advance to the 5th grade realm. It made Su Zhixing sigh. This disciple was really not a bad acquisition. The scene returns to the county town on the way back to Longquan town. Chen Mingji explains to County Magistrate Lu and then quickly steps out of the city, rejecting the carriage sent by the Chen family. He pulled out his legs and ran wildly, catching up with his classmates in no time. Upon seeing Yu Wenqing, Chen Mingji gave an okay gesture that he had learned from Su Zhixing, signifying that the process was finished. Yu Wenqing didn't ask more questions. He didn't really want to know the rest. A group of 6, of similar age, although the weather was still cold and the road beneath their feet was still a long way to go, but all had big smiles on their faces, all the way chasing and playing around, not the slightest bit of the hard work of rushing 50 miles of road, actually do not realize that they have finished. Returning to Longquan town, the master brothers did not go home first, but first went to the academy to meet Su Zhixing. We will discuss the exam questions of the past few days. After summarizing and reviewing the tests, I found that all of them did pretty well. Even Chen Mingji, who was the least inclined to study, did okay on the exam. We will have to wait for the final ruling as to what the final score will be. Su Zhixing also asked if he had encountered any special things on this trip to the county exam. The crowd looked at each other, not daring to squeak. Yu Wenqing didn't hide it and told the story one by one. Su Zhixing didn't comment on this, but said to the group of students, "It seems that this world is not peaceful. While reading, everyone must not fall behind in their practice of martial arts." The disciples understood and secretly snickered. It turned out that their eldest brother was so hot, he learned it from Mr. When he came back, Su Zhixing gave everyone a 3-day vacation to have a good time. 3 days later is also the day when the results of the county exams are released. There will be arriving papers sent to Long Springs at that time. Apart from the purpose of giving the students relaxation, there is another main reason. Su Zhixing is quite busy these days. When he had taken Chen Yunlan as his disciple, the system had rewarded him with a tome on the musical instruments tone and rhythm, called the 8 Skills of the Heavenly Tone. This was not an ordinary tome of sound and rhythm, but a tome that was sufficiently comparable to martial arts, sword techniques, and other transcendent means. There are also grades in the 8 Skills of the Heavenly Voice, yet there are only 8 grades. The introduction to the 8 Skills of Heavenly Tones was the 6th grade, as it was a sound and rhythm technique based on the cultivation of Confucianism and Taoism. After practicing it, you will be able to form with the gathering of sound and kill with the sound of the zither. However, in order to cultivate the 8 Skills of the Heavenly Voice, one needed a basic condition. Just like the cultivation of the sword, scripture required the casting of a sword with a similar mind. The 8 Tones of Heaven also requires the creation of a guqin that is unlike any other in the world. The materials used for this instrument are all different, and the building techniques are also different. One of the rarest of these is the string. Unusual guqin only needed ordinary silk, but the strings of the 8 Skills of Heavenly Tones required the use of 10 years or more of heavenly silkworms. Heavenly silkworms were already extremely rare, and no matter whether they were heavenly silkworms or ordinary silkworms, it was impossible for them to live for 10 years, because creatures like silkworms, from hatching, becoming a worm, to finally spitting silk and dying, it's only a few dozen days before and after. Where would a silkworm survive more than 10 years? This is already considered fey. Knowing that it was impossible to find it on his own, Su Zhixing asked Chen Yunlan to ask someone to find it. How smart was Chen Yunlan? When she recalled that Su Zhixing had spent several months casting swords for Nikoja that were comparable to the 10 famous swords, she immediately thought that Su Zhixing was definitely going to build something extraordinary again, and since she was already good at the zither, she couldn't help but speculate in her mind whether Su Zhixing was doing it for himself this time. Thus, Chen Yunlan immediately commanded that the forces at the Chen family's disposal should spare no effort in searching throughout the entire Middle Kingdom of the 9 prefectures. The human and financial resources spent on it are unimaginable. The Emperor's sky is not a burden. More than half a year, spending countless costs. Finally the southwest barbaric tribes, to find this world's rare foreign species, and brought back half a pound of silk. Su Zhixing knew that this kind of thing was not easy to come by, and did not dare to make any mistakes, so for these 3 days, he needed to deal with these heavenly silkworms wholeheartedly. There were still many steps to go through if you wanted to refine these silkworms into strings. The first step is warming and quenching. It took 108 days of warming with dozens of medicinal herbs and ores, as well as the essence blood of the zither's owner to complete it. After that, it needs to be kneaded into strings with vast true qi before it can be used. As with the last time he brought Nico to cast his sword, Chen Yunlan followed him around without leaving his shadow during these 3 days. At every step Su Zhixing not only takes her through it, but also carefully explains it to her. Cutting to the chase is what preaching is all about. Chapter 34, Private Government Schools. 3 days passed quickly. All the processes had been completed, and the rest was left to time. Today is the day when the results of the county exams are announced. At the entrance of Longquan Town, the official road that led to the county town was crowded with people early in the morning. In fact, the only ones who are really relevant are the family members of those few candidates. The rest are just there to watch the fun. Everyone knows that if they pass the exam, a diary will be sent to the town. But no one knows for sure when it's coming. They didn't even think about whether they wouldn't be able to wait for the offsetting report in case everyone failed the test. Yu Wenqing remained the same, unwilling to get together, stay in the schoolhouse and hold a copy of the university and study it over and over again. Mr. Su Zhixing, on the other hand, sat in the gazebo and taught himself to play the zither. The youngest senior sister, Natalie Zhao, was wielding a long sword in the courtyard. Compared to a month or so ago, this girl seemed like a spring flower watered with water, growing old and fast. Natalie Zhao spent almost all of her daily time practicing with her sword. In addition to the copying of books set out by Su Zhixing, the sword qi in her body had built up to a sizable size, which also represented a deeper layer of pain that she endured every day. The reason why he was still able to act freely and see no color. In fact, he was as used to it as Su Zhixing. Yu Wenqing felt that this kind of life was just fine. With Mr. and little sister around, peace and quiet, reading and practicing martial arts, the days always felt insufficient. The only extravagance was that he hoped that his little sister and master would soon train into the innate sword body of the sword scripture and would not have to endure the pain of the 10,000 swords piercing through their hearts. The DD is here. The D is here. Senior brother, you've won. From a long distance, those students in the schoolhouse in groups were running towards the schoolhouse. Following them were panting villagers. Compared to these children who had already been initiated into martial arts, their physique was too poor. Yu Wenqing put down the book in his hand. Zhao Nico also returned his long sword to its sheath, and Su Zhixing pressed down on the Guqin zither that he had spent 20 taels of silver on in the county town. All 3 of them turned their eyes outside the schoolhouse at the same time, only to see Big Tiger gleefully running in this direction with a scroll clutched in his hand, running into the courtyard of the academy. Daho hastily braked his footsteps and first cupped his fists and saluted Su Zhixing. Greetings, sir. Then he looked at Yu Wenqing. Dao, elder brother. You won. Case head. First place. Yu Wenqing smiled and asked, got it, do you? What about everyone? Daho said excitedly, we've all won. We've all won. We've all won. Listening to the official who sent the report, he said that he will take the government examination at the state capital in May, and then pass the court examination in February next year, and we will all be considered the first batch of Shoutsai in the Great Zhou dynasty. Elder brother, you'll have it easy. You can go straight through to the academy exam and don't have to take the prefectural exam anymore. Yu Wenqing pretended to be serious. Dahu, remember not to be proud. The road has to be taken one step at a time. Dahu nodded repeatedly. Understood, and we need to work harder to do that. Su Zhixing looked at the excitement of each and every one of these children, and knew that it would be impossible for them to settle down and read today. Well, it's a happy event, so go home and celebrate with your families. There will be no school today. The students were naturally overjoyed, and after bidding farewell to the gentlemen, one by one they scampered away. Dahu also wanted to invite Yu Wenqing to join him, to fly a kite. It was politely refused by Yu Wenqing. After the disciples left, Su Zhixing looked at Yu Wenqing and smiled. Xing, congratulations on winning the title of head of the case. Why don't you go have some fun together? Yu Wenqing shook his head. There is nothing to be proud of when I won the head of the case. The world is in its infancy. There are not many readers. and winning the head of the case is not because I am at a high level, and the disciple does not dare to be lax. Su Zhixing didn't say anything more and remained back in the pavilion practicing his zither. Natalie Zhao looked at Yu Wenqing a few more times and couldn't help but think darkly. Senior brother is so powerful. Besides master, I don't think anyone is more powerful than senior brother, right? Yu Wenqing saw Zhao Nick looking at him and couldn't help but laugh. Junior sister, are you tired of practicing the sword? Why don't you take a rest first? Natalie shook her head. Not tired. After saying that, he continued practicing his sword. Yu Wenqing just stood by the side, quietly watching her practicing her sword, and from time to time, he even managed to utter a few words of instruction. Natalie Zhao knew that this senior brother of hers was an unimaginable supreme genius, reading and practicing martial arts, so even though Yu Wenqing had never really practiced swordplay, Nico Zhao would still listen carefully to his advice. As for whether it was right or not, she would use reality to verify it, and most of the time it proved that Yu Wenqing was right. In the gazebo, seeing this scene, Su Zhixing was filled with relief. It's quite a relief to have such a great disciple. The days that followed were like those of the past year, with the schoolhouse bustling with activity as the day began at dawning time, kicking off the day's schoolwork. Because of the Zhixing Academy's 6 disciples all through the county examination, and even out of a case head of the results, Ani County Lu Magistrate began to really pay attention to and practical action to support Su Zhixing Academy. The county government set aside a sum of money to begin an expansion based on the current address of the Zhixing Academy. Judging from the plan, the area of the enlarged Zhixing Academy is at least 10 times larger. There are at least 300 to 400 students who can be accommodated. Su Zhixing did not have any opinion on this. Just let Lu Magistrate recruit a few more teachers to assist him in opening the academy together. The original site of the previous Zhixing Academy is still preserved and can be used as the inner courtyard of the expanded Zhixing Academy. Only Su Zhixing and his approved personal disciples could enter the inner courtyard to study. According to the plan, the expansion project will be completed in late July, and by then all the children in Longquan Township will be able to enroll in school. The College of Knowledge and Practice, too, was thus clothed with the identity of an official school. However, the real person in charge of this academy was still Su Zhixing. It's also considered a public-private college. The county office moved quickly, and there were plenty of workers in Longquan Township for the construction. All that's needed is the silver to be in place and construction can begin without stopping. Silver, on the other hand, is the last thing that is in short supply in Ani County these days. Although most of the Wang family's properties were confiscated and turned over to the state treasury, but isn't the exact amount still up to Sheriff Liu? The money can be used exactly for this purpose, and even the construction of the pier, which has been shelved for a long time due to a lack of funds, can continue. Who would have thought that Yu Wenqing and the others went to take an exam? And under the cycle of karma, they ended up bringing such a big change to the Zhixing Academy and even Longquan Town. The work started at the end of February. On the Longquan River, there was a constant flow of boats carrying materials, which happened to be docked on the shore, so they could be moved up to the Zhixing Academy. The progress of the project is also extraordinarily pleasing. By the time the March spring season, Lu Magistrate promised Su Zhixing's 3 teaching staff also finally arrived. Su Zhixing met with them and chatted for a few moments. On the same day, a teacher quit, and even directly found Lu Magistrate, saying that Su Zhixing insulted him. Chapter 35, Mr. Goes to School. It's actually understandable that that gentleman of a handful of years would be so agitated. It was because Su Zhixing had asked the 3 of them to follow the students of the inner courtyard from tomorrow onwards, adapt to the teaching style of the Knowledge Academy so that in the future there will be no inconsistency between the teaching style of the inner and outer academies. The 3 gentlemen, the youngest, were in their 30s, older than Su Zhixing's age. It was already a bit of a stretch to make them call Su Zhixing a dean, and now they had to make them go to school with a few brats. Naturally, it's hard to accept. Su Zhixing didn't force himself, but just told them in a gentle but firm manner that this was the condition of staying in Zhixing College as a teacher. But everything was voluntary and would never be forced. Even if they refused, Su Zhixing would greet His Excellency the Prefecture and would definitely not make things difficult for them. The oldest and most excited of them left that day. The other 2 chose to stay after some hesitation. For one thing, the pay offered here was really good, and for another, he was still concerned about whether he would offend his prefectural honors by doing so it stayed with a tolerant attitude. The next day at dawn, the 2 gentlemen appeared sleepily in the schoolroom. They didn't even get up this early when they were pursuing their studies, and now that they're all gentlemen, they're even forced to get up early. With a belly full of grievances, the 2 began the first day of the Zhixing Academy experience. At 1:15 dusk, morning reading began. To both men's surprise, They were not sitting in a classroom during morning reading, but running and reading outdoors. It's nonsense. How can you remember when you read so much? The two began to complain, but endured to run along and carry along. By the end of the day, both adults were paralyzed with exhaustion. The students, on the other hand, are still keening. Didn't even break a sweat on my body. After the run, back in the courtyard of the schoolhouse, the students started practicing boxing again. The hooting and hollering didn't end until 3 minutes past the hour. After morning exercises, all the children ran in good order to the kitchen to start breakfast. The two gentlemen followed and walked in. Seeing that everyone was eating but not them, they became angry. And just when they wanted to get angry, Yu Wenqing brought in a dinner plate with some food on it. "Gentlemen, here is your morning meal." The two men scowled, took their plates, and looked at the others, frowning and asking, "How is everyone different?" Yu Wenqing explained with a smile. They were brought from their own families, and the academy has limited capacity to supply everyone with food and drink. But Mr. has explained that the two of you will not be short of food. Without speaking, the two buried their heads and began to eat. After all that tossing and turning all morning, they'd been starving for a long time. After breakfast, the two were in a slightly more relaxed mood. It wasn't until then that he saw Su Zhixing slowly walk out of the room, and surprisingly, he even waved his hand in greeting to them. Good for him, sleeping in until this hour. The two men muttered softly, their tones full of discontent. Unbeknownst to them, although their voices were small, they were clearly heard by several people in Yu Wenqing. Su Zhixing certainly didn't care, but two of his disciples were a little displeased. It was only due to etiquette that Yu Wenqing and Chen Minji did not make a sound. After eating and resting for half an hour, the morning's class work began. The two followed the students into the schoolhouse and sat at the very back, looking at Su Zhixing, who had already stepped onto the podium. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. I'd like to see what he can teach. In their opinion, Su Zhixing was so young, even if his learning was high, it couldn't be much higher. When the time came, when Su Zhixing made any inaccuracies in his lectures, they would then stand up and expose him in front of his students, pointing him out in turn, make him lose face in front of his own students. At that point, these kids will probably understand what a good gentleman really is. Classes, stand up. Good morning, sir. Good morning, class. Have a seat. This whole process bluffed the two trainee gentlemen. They had never seen a preschool meet and greet like this before, and were at a total loss for words. Cluelessly following the students through the process, the two had just sat down when they heard Su Zhixing begin his lecture. Students, turn to page 23 of your textbook. In the last lesson we covered the formula for the area of a rectangle is width times height. So, Mr. Next, let's do a problem and let's review it. Immediately afterward, Su Zhixing sprawled a question on the blackboard behind him with a plaster pen, as well as the formula for the area of a rectangle. Seeing this scene, those two Mr. Trainee completely froze. What the hell is this? What area? What width and height? What does unknown number mean? Formula? The two teachers, who were not too young and not too learned, were completely bewildered. When the class was over and there was a break between classes, they just couldn't help themselves and walked up to Su Zhixing to ask, Dean Su, may I ask what was the content of the lesson you taught just now, from that canonical book? Su Zhixing smiled and didn't say anything more, only taking a textbook he had compiled himself for the basic math geometry course and handing it to them. It's all in this book. You can read it yourselves first, follow along with the lessons, and ask Yu Wenqing if you don't understand. The reason why Su Zhixing did this wasn't really to humiliate them. Rather, they are telling them that there is no order of learning. Learning is not according to age. If there is no humility to learn from a child, where is the sincerity to teach the world? The second class of the morning was the scriptures of the Quran. For the readers of this world, this is the really vital learning. But for the students in the Knowledge Academy, this is only a very small part of all their coursework. For the scriptures and doctrines learned by the readers of this world are similar to the supreme sage Confucianism, though by and large, but it seems shallow in any case, with a distinct lack of depth and breadth of content. If it wasn't for the imperial examinations, Su Zhixing wouldn't even want his students to learn this. However, with the foundation of the supreme sage Confucianism in place, it is simply easy for these students of the school of scripture and knowledge to learn. It's like a student who has learned to add, subtract, multiply, and divide millions of numbers going to work on single-digit problems and even being able to do it without a teacher. So in the Zhixing Academy, the science and scriptures are just a very small part of the academics. But it was only this very small part that had taken those two gentlemen's breath away. The question and answer dialogue between Su Zhixing and the students in the classroom was almost like a discourse for them. A lot of the learning that was vague even to them was surprisingly well articulated in the mouths of these children. At this moment, he even felt that he was the student and those kids were the teachers. These two also finally understood why Sujibei wanted them to follow them to school. It's not that other people look down on them, but compared to the kids at Knowledge Academy, they're too weak. Chapter 36 3 years. The two gentlemen were no longer half as proud as they had been after a day of school. The morning was fine. The coursework was still sort of understandable. By the afternoon, Su Shixing was talking about Zhou Yi, and these two were completely clouded and confused. They heard it, and it was all to the deepest and highest learning. Nay, they didn't have the foundation to even know what Su Shixing was talking about, let alone understand it. After class, the two no longer cared about face and found Yu Wenqing and began to humbly seek advice. It wasn't until it was dark and Natalie came to call for dinner that the two of them left with a sense of satisfaction. Since then, the inner courtyard of Xixing Academy had two more college students whose grades were enough to be the fathers or even grandfathers of other students. In the blink of an eye, it was already the end of the day. After the festival, the children in the schoolhouse went to the county together. Take this year's prefectural exam. Yu Wenqing, because of the ranking of the top of the case, do not need to participate in the government examination. Just wait for the next year to directly participate in the Yangzhou courtyard examination can be. However, Yu Wenqing still followed his senior brothers to the county, just to escort them around. Those two gentlemen also accompanied them in the government examination. The schoolhouse immediately went cold. Only Su Zhixing and Zhao Nico were left. There is another female disciple in the academy with the breast name Irma, and Su Zhixing gave her a nice name, Lu Yuyu. The great Zhou dynasty did not allow women to participate in the imperial examinations, so Lu Yuyu's usual focus was basically on the martial arts teachings imparted by Su Zhixing. Although she was a woman's body, her cultivation speed was even faster than the other brothers and sisters. More than a year of burying his head in the sand and practicing hard. Nowadays, although he has not yet entered the product, he is only 1 foot away from the door. Perhaps after listening to those stories told by Su Zhixing, Lu Yuyu yearned for the distant rivers and lakes. I always fantasized that one day I will be able to have a white horse and a long sword and go to the rivers and lakes. So after the beginning of spring this year, she begged Su Jiwei to cast a sword for her to follow Zhao Nico in practicing swordsmanship. Su Shixing, who had always treated everyone equally, agreed and forged her a long sword named Deer Song. However, it did not teach her the sword scripture, because with Lu Yuyu's qualifications, practicing the sword scripture was bound to be a life of 9 deaths. Su Zhixing then evolved a sword technique from the sword scriptures and passed it on to her. Since then, on the lawn behind the academy, 2 beautiful figures could be seen practicing their sword skills every day. Natalie also had a mutual sparring partner to hone her skills with, and the sisters were almost inseparable, coming together all the time. Occasionally, Su Zhixing would bring his Guqin with him and sit on the rocks by the river, watching them practicing their swords while stroking his zither. The fiery red koi in the river also comes out to join in the fun from time to time. Later, Su Zhixing found dozens of peach trees from the mountains and planted them here as well. The disciples of the academy followed suit and added a few more peach trees to the place every year on that tree planting day that Su Zhixing had mentioned. Perhaps by the influence of Su Zhixing's breath, these peach trees grow extremely happy. The second spring has been blooming. This image, in the hearts of the many disciples of the Zhixing Academy, also became the most beautiful picture he had ever seen in his life. Many years later, no matter how far they traveled and how many stunning landscapes they had seen, when they thought about it, they could never match the scene. In the peach grove, the girls practicing swordplay grew into graceful young ladies. Natalie Zhao's temperament had become increasingly cooler since she had experienced the effects of her mother's passing and the cultivation of the sword scripture. Weekdays like to wear white plain dress. In addition to the school teachers and brothers will only have a smile when they get along. Outside the people, never cold and quiet. Lu Yuyu is just the opposite, and has always loved red. As she grew older and her martial arts became deeper, she always had an overbearing flavor about her. His personality is also becoming more cheerful and outgoing, and he and Nico are like ice and fire. The two men, who should be opposites of fire and water, are extremely affectionate. Not much has changed in the Knowledge Academy in 3 years. It remained the same, except that the disciples had all grown up a lot. There are many more students in the newly built Knowledge Academy in front of the academy. In addition to the local children of Longquan Township, there are also a number of readers who come to the school. These past 3 years, those disciples of Su Zhixing were simply too popular. The few disciples led by Yu Wenqing were already renowned and handsome in today's Yangzhou. A year ago, Yu Wenqing took the township examination in Yangzhou Prefecture and came out on top, winning the senior high school examination. He wrote in the examination on the encouragement of trade policy, but also sent to Kyoto. It is said to have been submitted to the desk of the current emperor. Aside from Yu Wenqing, the other disciples also performed equally well. The results of all the examinations of the academy are at the top of the list. With the gradual revival of the literary style in the world, the desire of the world's families, including the children of the humble family, to study and seek success in their studies became higher and higher. But all those who are closer will find a way to rush to Longquan Town Jixing College to pursue studies. In the end really cannot accommodate. Su Jixing through Lu Magistrate introduced a paper official document. Jixing College only accept Longquan Town household registration students. That's what stopped the thirsty readers. But once a person pursues something sincerely, he will always find a way even if it is difficult. The following year, people began buying property in Longchamp and mobilizing their domiciles. It really went well to the Knowledge Academy. Others who could afford it later followed suit. Surprisingly, it has spawned a whole new concept beyond this era. School district. Su Jixing also cried and laughed, so it turned out that no matter which world was the same, the common people ultimately could not escape the fate of becoming house slaves. Unlike the outer courtyard of Jixing Academy, the inner courtyard school hall consisting of those few thatched huts was very cold. In these 3 years, Su Jixing had not collected a single disciple to enter the inner courtyard. Still the same people as before. Not only that, those disciples in the past, such as Yu Wenqing, Da Hu, whose real name was Zhao Hu, and the other 3 disciples would go to the outer courtyard on weekdays to give lessons to those students in addition to studying on their own. Although they were all still just teenagers, if it came to academic knowledge, there really weren't many readers in the Great Zhou dynasty who could surpass them. A year ago, Su Jixing had passed on the method of cultivating qi from the supreme sacred Confucianism to them, and by now, all 4 disciples outside of Yu Wenqing had also cultivated vast true qi. Dahu had advanced the fastest and was already at the cultivation level of a 9th grade Confucian. The other 3 disciples are also at the stage where they are about to be inducted into the pinnacle. As for Yu Wenqing among the disciples, he was the most exaggerated and was now at the 6th grade realm. Thanks to the blessing of this great disciple, Su Jixing's Confucianism cultivation had also risen, and was now of the 4th grade. And in the Mud Pill Palace, he possessed 50 channels of condensed true qi. It was just that Dahu and the others were never recognized by the system, and their cultivation could not be returned to Su Jixing, otherwise he would have progressed faster. In addition to Confucianism, these disciples did not fall behind in martial arts, and all of them entered the 9th grade. The 2 of them, Chen Minji and Yuan Chang, were even already at the 7th grade of the martial Dao, just one step away from qi and blood consummation and refining their martial true qi. Also because of him, the martial realm that Su Jixing had been suppressing was finally unable to be suppressed. He couldn't even deduce just how powerful his physique was today. Chapter 37, 10,000 Swords Submission. It had been 3 years, and Su Jixing's physique had been rising. Although he had long ago perfected the 7th grade, he only needed to switch to the method of refining essence and transforming qi to advance to the 6th grade. But Su Jixing wanted to see if there was a limit to this kind of enhancement. So with the return of the disciples as well as his own quenching, he held it for 3 whole years. Lu Yuyu, this female disciple, was already at the 8th grade of martial arts cultivation, together with Chen Minji, Chen Yunlan, and Yu Wenqing, a 4-fold return. Just how strong he himself could not estimate. He had tried. A rock the size of his head, he could shatter it without using his true qi, just by lightly flexing his fingers. Mundane blades couldn't even cut through his skin. That kitchen knife in the kitchen is the one that rolled its blade when he was experimenting. For this reason Natalie Cho, who was in charge of cooking later, complained about him for half a day. Finally, he couldn't hold it in. The qi and blood had been saturated to the limit and could only be refined into true qi to open up the Dantian Qi Si. He had long been familiar with the method of refining essence and transforming qi in the true explanation of the martial way. Early that morning, before the sun had risen, Su Jixing sat on the large stone block that had now become his exclusive possession and practiced in meditation. When a bright white glowed in the east, Su Jixing finally refined the first strand of martial true qi, but before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the aura on his body suddenly skyrocketed. The invisible aura violently erupted. The river in front of him was almost instantly lifted by a layer of huge waves. The long hair at the back of his head flew, and the breadth of his robes bulged out, turning his entire body into what seemed to be a big fat circle. Crap, can't control it. Inside Su Jixing's body, it was as if a floodgate that had been dusty for years had suddenly been released. The true qi was like a flood of water. While other people refined their true qi in strands, it was as if he was coming in pots. Almost instantly, the Dantian Qi Si was rushed open. It also signaled his entry into the realm of the 6th grade of martial arts, opening up the Dantian Qi and filling it up as what needs to be done at the 6th level. This process is a quantitative accumulation for ordinary martial artists. How much Qi and blood power there is can be refined. How much true Qi can only come little by little. After all, the power of Qi and blood was not inexhaustible and needed to be recovered slowly. But Su Zhixing's Qi and blood were severely overloaded. He could only watch as his Dantian Qi was filled up in a few breaths. However, the Qi and blood power in his body was still in an extremely saturated state, and his true Qi was still constantly being derived. Those true Qi that couldn't fit in could only begin to overflow from the Dantian and enter Su Zhixing's peripheral meridians. It also meant that he was starting to enter the 5th grade realm. 5th grade martial artist, using true Qi to penetrate the 12 proper meridians around the body. When the 12 proper meridians are linked, they will form a small circumference in the body. The circulation of true Qi became extremely long. Su Zhixing's 12 proper meridians had already been penetrated by the sword Qi he had cultivated from practicing the sword scripture, so this step remained a snap for him. The 5-point realm went almost instantly. After penetrating the small circumference, the true Qi continued to overflow and began to travel through all the branch veins in the body, including the 2 most important meridians in the body, that is, the Ren and Dudu veins, which are known as the bridge between heaven and earth. When the Ren and Dudu 2 veins were finished and the true Qi formed a large circumference in the body, it meant that the 4th grade realm was complete. At this point, the true Qi in Su Zhixing's body had finally eased up. The 1 orifices on the Ren Du 2 veins were like a simplified Dantian, all of which needed to be filled. It allowed the excess true Qi in his body to finally have a place where it could be stored. The trend of skyrocketing cultivation had also finally stopped. Su Zhixing let out a long breath. It's finally stopped. That was a bit scary just now. He clapped his hands and was about to get up. Suddenly, his face changed violently, and a trace of disbelief flashed in his eyes. No, again? This time, it wasn't true energy. Instead, it's sword energy. After practicing the sword scripture for 3 years, coupled with the 4-fold return of Nico Zhao's cultivation, Su Zhixing had already accumulated an extremely majestic sword Qi within his body. These sword Qi were honing his physique all the time, not only making his physique stronger, but also transforming his physique a little bit. Originally, these sword Qi were still fine, honestly and unhurriedly transforming him, but just now, I don't know what happened, but it suddenly started to riot, most likely stimulated by the surge of true Qi. These sword Qi had actually come to get a foot in the door. If the usual pain of sword Qi piercing through the heart and eating away at the bones was measured in figures of 10, then the pain Su Zhixing was enduring at this moment could reach 100. Even he couldn't help but let out a low grunt. His flesh that couldn't even be cut with a sword actually started to bleed out. Droplets of blood seeped out of his pores, coloring him into a bloody man in the blink of an eye. The most crucial thing, those blood beads even contained a terrifying sword Qi, and after dripping down on the stones under his feet, he even directly smashed out a densely packed small pit. Su Zhixing clenched his hand on his sword, gritted his teeth, and endured all of this with reddened eyes. He knew that this might be the innate sword body molding that was mentioned in the sword scripture. Surviving this, he would be able to have an extremely strong physique. If you can't get through it, maybe it's the result of your flesh collapsing and everything going to hell. Meanwhile, in the peach forest in the backyard, Zhao Nico, who was practicing sword training with Lu Yuyu, suddenly stopped, jerking his head around to look at the river. As the only one who practiced the sword scripture in this world, she suddenly had a heartfelt sense of what was going on. What's wrong, Nick? Natalie Zhao pointed in the direction where Su Zhixing was sitting cross-legged and frowned. Master. As soon as the words fell, a sword roar violently rang out. Inside Su Zhixing's room in the academy, the Mo Yuan sword unexpectedly unsheathed itself and flew out as a stream of light, falling from the sky in front of Su Zhixing. The sword trembled and chirped low. Wang! An obscure fluctuation spread out in all directions. Natalie Zhao and Lu Yuyu suddenly realized that the swords in their hands were actually starting to tremble. I was surprised that it felt like it was going to come off. Not only them, even within the distant Longquan town, all the sword-shaped weapons magically began to shake at this moment, emitting clanking and knocking sounds. Inside the Chen family's mansion, Chen Yunlan awoke with a jolt. Looking up in the direction of the schoolhouse, he looked shocked. What happened? A silhouette flashed, and the one-armed middle-aged Lu Zhou appeared in front of Chen Yunlan. He clutched the sword that had accompanied him for decades in one hand, and his eyes were equally horrified. 10,000 swords submission. This is actually the 10,000 swords submission. Just who is it? Chen Yunlan looked in the direction of the academy and whispered. Yes, sir. Lu Zhou was a bit incredulous. Sir, the school teacher? How is that possible? In the entire history of martial arts, there was only one record of 10,000 swords submitting. It is said that 500 years ago, when the Qin swordsman Gaini, who was known as the god of swords, broke into the realm of the superlative land immortal, he had also triggered the submission of 10,000 swords, and all the long swords within the other city worshipped in unison. That teaching teacher, how could he be a character like the sword god? Right at this moment, in the direction of the academy, a sword chi emitting a glowing white light rose up into the sky. In an instant, the long swords in all the sword forging stores within Longquan town could no longer hold back, and they all flew out with a whoosh, hovering over the backyard of the schoolhouse. Lu Zhou used his true chi to control the sword in his hand so that it did not fly out with him as well. There were at least thousands of swords hanging upside down at the same time. The shock of this scene will definitely last a lifetime for those who see it. Unfortunately, Long Springs is still asleep at this point. There were only a few people who could see this scene. Chapter 38, Stone Dipped in Sword Chi. The moment the innate sword body was finally practiced, Su Zhixing finally realized why the sword scripture was so difficult to cultivate. In those words, it's 10 years of sharpening a sword and hiding the blade in the sheath. Once you cross that threshold, you are no longer mortal. Sword immortal. These two words came to Su Zhixing's mind. The moment the innate sword body was practiced, he was the legendary sword immortal. Ride the wind with your sword and take someone's head from 1,000 miles away. It was no longer a means that a mortal martial artist could possess. Those heart-piercing sword chi had become indistinguishable from him. It was even integrated into his bloodline. The pain that had been endured for more than 3 years also disappeared in this moment. The body is light and airy. Su Zhixing only had a single thought, and all those long swords flying in all directions returned to their respective places of origin. The only thing left was the last sword, suspended in front of him. It was the Moyuan sword, forged by his own hands. At the moment when his sword body came to fruition, the Moyuan sword also metamorphosed as a result. Not only was its quality on a higher level, but its spirituality increased greatly. Su Zhixing was even able to clearly feel Mo Yuan Jian, his childish emotions. It's like a newborn baby. I didn't expect that the sword scripture turned out to not be a sword Dao martial art at all, but a sword Dao immortal law. Su Zhixing faintly murmured. With a movement of his mind, the body of the inkblade sword instantly transformed into a ray of sword light and drilled into his meridians. This sword has also transcended the mundane and transformed into an immortal sword. Not to mention the top 10 swords on the famous sword list. Even if it was compared to the immortal swords in myths and legends, it was no less impressive. Su Zhixing silently compared in his heart. At this moment, if he only used this sword in sword chi against the enemy, even a third-grade martial artist wouldn't necessarily be his opponent. And there were 3 more realms after the sword scripture's sword body had reached its great completion. The gap between each realm was like a rift in the sky. One step at a time. Practicing the sword body was an unexpected blessing. Su Zhixing himself didn't expect it. Previously, according to his projections, it would have taken at least another year or 2 of hard work plus a 4-fold return of Natalie Zhao's cultivation to make it possible. Nowadays, it's a lot less work. Su Zhixing looked at his body, and the blood that had spilled out of his pores had already dried up and formed a layer of scabs. The clothes were also all stained with blood. It was so difficult that he simply jumped right into the river and began to wash his body. Those scattered blood traces were washed out by the river water a long way away, and a group of swimming fish and shrimps, scrambling to devour the river water mixed with Su Zhixing's blood, looked especially crazy. The fiery red koi carp was even more active than ever as it wandered around Su Zhixing. Su Zhixing looked at the novelty, so he waved at the koi. I didn't expect the koi, which was already more than a meter long, to actually swim towards him. Su Zhixing reached out and stroked the koi's head, snickering, "Little carp, you listen to me read and watch me cultivate day after day. You won't become a carp girl in the future, right?" The fiery red koi shook its head and wagged its tail, rubbing its head against Su Zhixing's chest as if in response to his words. "Ha ha ha, good thing too. There are spirits in all things. If you can really open your mind and enlighten your spirit, how about I take you as my disciple?" The koi seemed to really understand Su Zhixing's words and began to continuously leap out of the water, cheering. Natalie Zhao and Lu Yuyu finally got rid of that pressure from earlier and regained their mobility. Glancing at each other, their eyes were filled with horror. "Let's go! Go find master! Let's go!" To the gentleman, the 2 men spoke in unison, then ran out of the peach grove and toward the river, just in time to see the scene of Su Zhixing frolicking with the koi. Seeing the 2 of them arrive, Su Zhixing waved his hand toward the koi. "Go on, watch out for the fisherman's nets." The koi spat out a bubble at Su Zhixing, then dived into the water with a swing of its tail and disappeared. Natalie Zhao and Lu Yuyu walked to the riverside and just wanted to salute Su Zhixing. Lu Yuyu, however, fiercely changed her face and her figure suddenly retreated violently. It didn't stop until it had pulled away a distance of about 10 meters. Natalie Chiu was a little better, but backed up beyond 8 or 9. What is that? How could it contain such an amazing sword chi? Natalie Zhao looked incredulously at the boulder by the river where Master always sat in meditation. Just now, the two of them were the ones who had walked up to that rock and were about to get closer when they realized that terrifying sword chi was coming at them indiscriminately. If the two hadn't reacted quickly enough, I'm afraid they would have been injured by now. Su Zhixing was also a bit surprised when he leapt out of the water and landed on that rock. He slightly applied his energy, the water vapor evaporated, and the clothes on his body became dry in an instant. Reaching out, he touched the stone at his feet and was surprised. This piece of mountain stone has actually been tainted with my sword chi, turning it into a treasure that can catalyze sword chi. Speaking here, Su Zhixing suddenly had a flash of insight and turned his head to look at Zhao Nico and Lu Yuyu. Nico, yo, from now on you will practice your swords here, a little closer to the stone, and when that day you can sit on the stone easily, that will mean that your swordsmanship is accomplished. Natalie Zhao and the two of them recalled the monstrous sword aura just now and suddenly shivered. Practicing swords here is undoubtedly considered dancing on the edge of a knife. If you are not careful and are swept by these sword chi, I'm afraid that you will be left with no bones left. Having said that, the two of them also knew that for those who practice swords, this place was definitely a treasure land that was hard to find. Both of them responded at the same time with an arch. Yes, Master. Yes, sir. Natalie then asked again. Master, that sword chi that rose up to the sky just now, could it be? Su Zhixing nodded. He knew what Natalie Zhao wanted to ask. That's right, by a fluke. Master practiced. Intense surprise flashed in Natalie Zhao's eyes. In that case, Master would no longer have to continue to endure the pain of the 10,000 swords piercing his heart. Congratulations, Master. Congratulations, sir. Inside the academy, Yuan Cheng also saw the scene just now through the window, and after a little thought he understood the reason. He stood in front of the desk and bowed slightly. Congratulations, sir. In fact, in addition to these people seeing this vision, there was another person who had traveled all the way through wind and rain and had just arrived at Longquan town, who also saw this amazing vision. This person's hair was white, his clothes were ragged, and his body was dirty, so how could he look at it? He was just an old beggar, but between the eyes of this old beggar, there is an unusual aura. After seeing the vision triggered by Su Zhixing's breakthrough of the innate sword body, he, who had originally relaxed, had to tighten up once again. The divine light in his eyes also dissipated without a trace, and his spine was hunched and trembling. No more semblance of oddity. The old beggar entered Longquan town and leaned against a stone bridge with a broken bowl in front of him, as if he was begging. Longquan town, more an old beggar this matter, did not attract the attention of others. Passers-by were also kind enough to drop him a copper coin. Every time this happens, the old beggar nods his head in thanks. He crouched by the stone bridge that led to the gates of the College of Knowledge for 3 days, until Yu Wenqing unintentionally walked across the bridge. That old beggar's slightly squinted eyes snapped open, his lips lightly opened and slowly spat out 3 words. Yuanzhou. The passing Yuan Qing's footsteps lurched, and the hand hidden in his sleeve robe couldn't help but tighten. But it was only for a moment before he returned to his normal self and continued to walk across the stone bridge as if nothing had happened. Tonight at midnight, the land temple outside the town. The old beggar spoke again, and then closed his eyes, as if he had fallen asleep. Yu Wenqing did not stop and walked across the stone bridge with a calm face, entering the Zhixing Academy. Yet on the stone floor of the bridge where he had just paused for a split second, 2 clear footprints were left. The footprints were surrounded by a spider web of cracks spreading outward. Chapter 39, Former Ministers. It's not a very good night. The clouds are so thick that you can't see the stars or the bright moon. Reaching for the darkness enveloped the entire town of Longquan. On the outskirts of the town, at the foot of the tallest mountain in Longquan, there is a land temple, which is also said to be a mountain god temple. It was also the only place in the whole vast darkness where there was a bright light. In fact, usually there would only be a few columns of incense here at most, and because of the fear of fire, candles are usually not lit at night. Only today, there was an extra person in the temple. It was the old beggar who had been squatting by the stone bridge for 3 days begging. The old beggar was looking at the temple with his hands behind his back, looking out at the idol that was only 3 feet high. This one was looking at his appearance again, not half as stooped and old as he had been in the daytime. Instead, there was an air of nonchalance. At this time, the hour of midnight was about to pass, but he was still the only one in the temple. The old beggar remained calm and collected, because he was convinced that the teenager would definitely come. However, the truth was beyond his expectations. The teenager didn't show up. The look on the old beggar's face also finally had a few more moments of disbelief and disappointment. There was even a hint of anger hidden. On the divine platform, the white candle burned out completely. The land temple became dark again, and no half-light could be seen. The old beggar sighed suddenly, with an unspoken loss and sadness in his eyes. Suddenly, a strong wind swept through. The sound of air being cut apart by a sharp blade reached his ears. Immediately after that, the old beggar felt a touch of coldness and sharpness against his throat. The old beggar's heart skipped a beat and subconsciously had to return the favor, but ultimately held back. Instead, he smiled in relief. You finally made it. Not bad. He was suddenly happy. The teenager in front of him was much better than he thought. Perhaps the teenager had arrived long ago, but he never appeared, instead waiting until the moment the candle flame was extinguished. When the old beggar's sight had not yet adapted to the darkness suddenly struck, as a way to control the initiative. That's right, Yu Wenqing is still here. How could he not come? Ushiro was his father, and had been gone for 4 years. There wasn't a day that went by that he didn't miss his father and expect to see him again. Suddenly hearing his father's name today, Yu Wenqing almost lost control, but he managed to rationalize and control himself. He didn't know the old beggar's intentions, so naturally he couldn't trust him, but he couldn't stay away. That's why this is happening now. Yu Wenqing's hand holding the sword was slightly hard, and the blade had nearly cut into the old beggar's skin. Who are you? Why have you come to me? If Natalie Cho and the others were here they would be shocked. In all these years, they had never heard Yu Wenqing speak in such a cold and harsh tone. However, what Yu Wenqing didn't expect was that the old beggar in front of him, after hearing his inquiry, even knelt down with a flutter and bowed his head. Gzg, pay my respects to His Royal Highness, Wang's son. Yu Wenqing's heart trembled in disbelief. As far as he could remember, the last time he had been called His Royal Highness the King's grandson was like a lifetime ago. Back then, when Yen was destroyed, his father, who was the Crown Prince of Yen, took him with him and escaped from the Yen King's palace under the desperate guard of a group of loyal officials. From that day on, he never heard the name Wang's son again, yet this person in front of him called himself a minister and honored him as his highness. He remembered that the Prime Minister of Yen was called Gzg. It was said that he was made Prime Minister by the King of Yen at the age of 20, and with his powerful talents, he kept Yen in a position of rivalry with Great Zhou. Nay, in the face of great odds, Yen was still defeated. This kingdom, which was the most powerful of the 7 kingdoms at the time, then became history permanently. Yu Wenqing didn't expect that he was still alive. The kingdom of Yen has long since ceased to exist. Where is there any king's grandson left? Who exactly are you? The old beggar grabbed the ground with his head and said in a sad voice, "It is the incompetence of the humble servant who failed to guard the ancestral foundation of Yen, causing the king's grandchildren to stray. The humble servant is guilty." The old beggar tremblingly took out an item from his arms and handed it to Yu Wenqing. In the darkness, Yu Wenqing couldn't see what it was, but the body shuddered instinctively. "Your Highness, you should recognize this item. It was given to me by His Highness the Crown Prince himself, the Crown Prince of Yen, also known as Yu Wenqing's father, Yuan Chang." Yu Wenqing's forehead veins rippled as he slowly reached out to receive the item that was wrapped by a piece of yellow cloth. As soon as he got his hands on it, he knew what it was. It was a party seal, the inheritance seal of the Yen monarch. He knew what this object meant to his father. He couldn't have handed it over if he didn't trust it absolutely. But there is another possibility that the father was killed and this person got the seal. Yu Wenqing still did not put down the long sword in his hand. The awe-inspiring killing intent made the old beggar could not help but be numb for it. It was also full of relief. The young lord had this kind of heart, so that he, as a subject, would feel that hope was still alive. Seeing his disbelief, the old beggar continued, "Your Highness, if you think about it carefully, you may still have the impression that when Yen was still in existence, the king of the country hosted a banquet for his ministers to celebrate the birthday of His Highness. I drank a few more cups, and when I was touring the imperial garden with His Majesty, I fell asleep in the pavilion due to drowsiness, and it was Your Highness who took off his cloak and covered him with it to protect him from the cold. Whenever I think of this, I am always grateful." After listening to the old beggar, Yu Wenqing could not help but be in a bit of a trance. Back when Yen was still around, Imperial Grandpa celebrated his birthday every year. The royal family of Yen has always been withered. Counting upwards from Yu Wenqing, 3 generations are all only children, so Yu Wenqing was the destined heir to the throne from birth. King Yen was even more favorable to this grandson. Yu Wenqing's memory flashed back to many years ago. In that gilded palace, he never imagined that one day, he would be reduced to the destruction of his country. He fled the palace with his father when he was 7 years old, and his grandfather, His Majesty, the then mighty King of Yen, defended the royal city for 3 years with a group of die-hard loyalists. It was not until there was not a single soldier left in the city that it was breached by the Great Zhou. It is said that at that time, after the army of Great Zhou attacked the city of King Yen, they found that the city had already been deprived of food for more than 3 months, not a single woman or child left in the city. Later, Yuan Chang brought Yuan Cheng to hide in the east and finally came to Longquan town, settled thereon. Detaching himself from the memory, Yuan Cheng retrieved his long sword and attached himself to help the old beggar up. Lord Sagittarius, I'm offended. The old beggar was in tears and nearly lost his voice. It was only after a long time that Ji Ziji calmed his mind and took out the fire folders and half of the remnants of the candle and lit it again. With the light of the fire, Ji Ziji stared at Yu Wenqing for a long time. Like, Your Highness is too much like His Majesty back then. Yu Wenqing, however, shook his head. Don't call me Your Highness anymore. Yan is gone. Where is there any highness left? No. Instead, Ji Ziji violently raised his voice. Yu Wenqing froze with a surprised look on his face. No. As long as His Highness is still around, as long as the royal family of Yen still has a bloodline in this world, Yen has not been destroyed. Yu Wenqing's heart seemed to jerk violently. He saw anger, defiance, and hope on Ji Ziji's face. However, Yu Wenqing did not want to see this. After studying with Su Zhixing for so long, he had already seen through that the destruction of Yen was the general trend. In the words of Mr. The division of the world is bound to unite and unity is bound to divide, which is the inevitable trend of history. They, on the other hand, are nothing more than the unsuspecting praying mantis under the rolling wheel of history. Chapter 40, Bugu, Koku, Sagan, Yu Wenqing had wanted to say that he should accept reality, but the words were stuck in his throat, and he couldn't get them out no matter what. Ji Ziji, however, did not pay attention to Yu Wenqing's expression and said to himself, the Yen kingdom has been passed down for more than 360 years, with 27 generations of kings before and after. It should have swept across the world and unified the world. That Zhou was originally just a small barbarian country in the west, relying on the king of Yen to support step by step to stabilize the position of the 7 heroes of the warring states. But yet the wolves were ambitious and turned against their masters. Speaking here, Ji Ziji's eyes looked at Yuan Qingdao with a slight frenzy. Your Highness, this world, it should have been my great Yen kingdoms. It should have been your Yuan family's world. We will take him back. We must take it back, to avenge His Majesty, and to avenge the soldiers who died defending the city for 3 years in Great Yen. Yuan Cheng looked at Ji Ziji's agitated appearance and did not say anything. Seeing his silence, Ji Ziji thought he was hesitating and continued. Don't worry, Your Highness, we have been secretly developing and building up our strength all these years. We are only waiting for Your Highness to return and preside over the big picture. Yu Wenqing silently watched him for a long time before letting out a soft sigh. Ji Ziji froze, and a bad feeling rose in his heart. Yu Wenqing turned around and avoided Ji Ziji's burning gaze. Sagittarius, have you ever thought that the world, as it is now, is quite good? Ji Ziji froze, then immediately understood what Yu Wenqing meant. He was struck by lightning and said angrily, Your Highness, the better the world is now, the more I should hold him in my hands, for, it should have been Great Yan's world. Yu Wenqing shook his head and slowly said, the world is the world of the people of the world. For hundreds of years during the Warring States period, there was no place in the Middle Kingdom that was not in a state of war, so much so that the people were withered, and there was no hope of survival for the people. Now that the world is first settled, why should there be any need for war? Ji Ziji walked quickly to Yuan Cheng and bowed. Your Highness is kind and generous, the old minister understands, but how does Your Highness know that if I, Great Yen, were in charge of this world, and if Your Highness were the co-owner of this world, would it be better than it is now? Yu Wenqing shook his head again. I'm not in a position to judge what hasn't happened, at least for the time being. Great Week is doing just fine. Ji Ziji stomped her foot, a bit hateful. Your Highness, don't be a womanizer anymore. 27 generations of kings of my Great Yen, with their wickerwork and arduous steps, have worked hard to unify the world. Since Your Highness has grown up, you should inherit your ancestors' legacy, restore Great Yen and take back the world. Yu Wenqing was silent once again, and after a long time he slowly raised his head and looked at Ji Ziji before turning around and walking towards the outside of the temple. Sagittarius, you're getting old. Take care of your health. Today is the last time I'll see you, and in the future, don't come back. After saying these words, Yu Wenqing had already walked out of the land temple, his figure looking to be submerged in the darkness. Ji Ziji hesitated for a while, but finally spoke aloud. Good, even if you don't want Yen, could it be that you don't even want your father? Yu Wenqing paused in his footsteps and turned around, looking at Ji Ziji. Obviously, His figure couldn't even be seen in the darkness of the night, but those eyes gave GZG an unobstructed view. His Highness the Crown Prince has been scheming and suffering until now. As a human son, shouldn't you share your father's worries? A trace of pain flashed across Yu Wenqing's face. GZG looked at him with eager eyes and inner apprehension. Finally, Yu Wenqing ended up returning to the land temple. An old man and a young man, a king and a courtier, talked all night long in the darkness of this reaching night. It wasn't until the day dawned and the sound of roosters had already resounded in the town that Yu Wenqing dragged his tired body back to the academy. Back? Yu Wenqing froze and looked up, only to see that Su Zhixing had sat in the pavilion at some point, with a small clay stove in front of him, making tea. Yu Wenqing hurriedly greeted him. Good morning, sir. Su Zhixing nodded and pointed to the chair opposite his own. Here, have a cup of tea. Yu Wenqing walked to the gazebo and sat down. Seeing the small pile of steeped and discarded tea leaves in the tea tray on the table and the burning wick that fell aside, the expression could not help but froze, and then his eyes reddened slightly as he asked, Sir, you didn't sleep all night? Su Zhixing smiled and said, Maybe I drank too much tea and couldn't sleep. Yu Wenqing didn't say anything and silently bowed his head like a child who had made a mistake. Su Zhixing didn't say anything either, just methodically making him tea. When the teapot on the small clay stove boiled, Su Zhixing began to clean the teacups and wash the tea. I don't know whether it was an illusion or not. Yu Wenqing always felt that Mr. Brewer's steps in making tea today were a bit tedious and took much longer than usual, but no matter how slow it was, the tea was always made. Su Zhixing gently poured half a cup of clear tea for Yu Wenqing, but ended up slowly refilling it for him. Yu Wenqing said thank you and was about to serve a cup of tea, but Su Zhixing reached out and pressed the back of his hand. Hot. Wait until it cools down a bit. Yu Wenqing looked at the tea that was almost overflowing, then at Su Zhixing. His lips moved, but he remained silent. The pavilion was silent, except for the occasional pop or two from the coals in the small clay stove. When do we go, Mr. I? After a long silence, the two spoke almost simultaneously. Yu Wenqing was stunned, and his nose was suddenly a little sour. Su Zhixing sighed slightly and took a small sip from his teacup, but there was no more tea in the teacup for a long time. I've wondered since the day you arrived if this day would ever come. Of course, when a child grows up, they always have to leave home. It's just that Mr. didn't think that this day would come so soon, so suddenly. Yu Wenqing was already in tears. He stood up, walked to Su Zhixing, fiercely knelt down, choked the ground with his head, and said in a sad voice, Sir, I'm sorry. Su Zhixing laughed helplessly. Didn't I teach you that a man's knees are gold? Yu Wenqing remained kneeling on the ground and choked. Mr. is more gracious to me than my parents, and no one but Mr. can accept this kneeling. Su Zhixing reached out to help him up, but in the end, he just gently stroked Yu Wenqing's head, over and over again. Silly boy. It's not as if you won't come back. The Mr. will always be here, and the schoolhouse will always be here. When you're tired, come back. Yu Wenqing straightened up and knelt on the ground with his hands clasped together. Sir, as soon as I'm done with those mundane matters I'll be right back, following in your footsteps, never to leave again. Su Zhixing smiled and nodded. Well, sir knows. He gestured to the teacups on the table and spoke softly. The tea is cold. Drink it and go. Yu Wenqing stood up and reached out to pick up the teacup, that hand that would never tremble in the slightest regardless of whether it was holding a sword or a pen. At this moment, it accidentally spilled the tea in the cup. He took small sips of his tea, not bearing to drink it all. But the cup is so big that even if you drink slowly, you will finish it eventually. Su Zhixing got up and went back to his room, and when he came out, he already had an extra package in his hand. Monsieur has prepared something for you. If you are in danger, take it out and use it. If you really can't carry on, write and tell Mr. and he will help if he can. Yu Wenqing took the package, pinned his long sword, and looked at the rest of the room. Su Zhixing shook his head. Forget it, just don't say goodbye, it adds to the grief. Yu Wenqing nodded and turned around to walk outside the courtyard. At the entrance to the courtyard, he once again turned around and knelt down. Bang 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 and kowtow 3 times. Then he stood up and walked away without looking back. A cuckoo stopped at some point in a willow tree on the riverbank. A voice called out, Bugu, Bugu. Su Zhixing was a little upset for no reason. He stretched out his hand and wrote the word quiet out of thin air, and with a flash of white light, the cuckoo bird opened its mouth as if its voice had been taken away, but it could not make the slightest sound. Chapter 41, Life is destined to be a journey of separation. In the room, Natalie Zhao had actually woken up a long time ago. She watched the lights in the gazebo outside the house stay on all night. She waited all night too. She heard the conversation between Yu Wenqing and Su Zhixing clearly, but she never went out. Even if she was already in tears, Even if she wanted to say to Big Brother again, "Be sure to come back," she still restrained herself as well, because Natalie Zhao knew that eldest brother must have a reason why he had to leave. In that case, it's better to let Big Brother leave with his heart unattached. After a long time, when the sky was completely white, Natalie Zhao walked out of the room. The moment I pushed open the door, I was greeted by a dense, fine rain. The rain at the time of the rainy season still carries a few spring chills. However, Natalie Zhao still carried her sword and walked into the rain, coming to the peach forest in the backyard and standing still with her sword. The pain of the sword she raging inside her body she had endured for 3 years, originally thinking that she should have gotten used to it a long time ago. But today, it was somehow extraordinarily difficult to bear. The first snow was sheathed, and the light of the sword illuminated the dim morning. Natalie Zhao's body was like a swimming dragon and her sword was like frost as she wandered between the peach forests. She practiced her swordsmanship over and over again, tirelessly. In the end, the sword in his hand, however, flew out of his hand and pierced through a peach tree, the hilt of the sword still trembling uncontrollably. Natalie Zhao dropped to the floor, panting heavily. An opened oil paper umbrella shielded her from the rain, and Natalie raised her head, unable to tell if it was tears or rain at the corners of her eyes. "Master!" Su Zhixing reached out his hand to help her up, and with a gentle wave of his fingertips, the first snow sword that had been stuck in a distant peach tree immediately turned into a stream of light and flew back, hovering in front of Zhao Nico. "Go back! That's not how sword practice works." Natalie Zhao reached out and gripped the hilt of her sword, retracting it back into its sheath and tilting her head to look at Su Zhixing. "Master, it hurts. When will I be able to practice the sword scripture?" Su Zhixing was so stunned that he didn't know how to answer her. He knew that it wasn't the sword scripture that Natalie Zhao was asking about. He reached over and rubbed Nico's head, sighing, "When it's time to practice, it's natural." In the days that followed, Su Zhixing could often receive letters from Yuan Qing. In the letter Yuan Qing did not mention a word about his situation, only hush hush. Besides Mr. The only person he mentioned the most was Natalie Chiu. Su Zhixing wanted to write back to him, but he didn't know where to send it. Yuan Qing never mentioned where he was, or he himself didn't know where he would be tomorrow, so it would have to be him writing to Su Zhixing unilaterally. As spring turns to fall, it's already midwinter. It snowed heavily for 3 full days in Long Springs. The old folks in town are saying it's the coldest weather they've had in years. In the schoolhouse, there are no longer 4 seasons. Su Zhixing collected all of his own influences on the outside world, allowing this small courtyard to experience spring, summer, fall, and winter just like the outside world. Most of all, it was because the children in the academy had grown up, and because of their martial arts training, all of them were strong and would not be afraid of the cold. Early in the morning, the Chen family siblings rushed to the schoolhouse. Chen Minji came to Su Zhixing to understand, but when he saw that Chen Yunlan also came along, he knew that there must be something. Chen Yunlan was studying the 8 skills of heavenly tones with Su Zhixing, and needed an absolutely quiet environment, so he rarely came to the academy. In the snow, one of the siblings was dressed all in black with a snow-white fox fur around their necks. One wore a green dress and an azure-colored tunic. The snowy world was decorated with a little more life by the 2 of them. Chen Minji, who was already 15 years old, was already not much shorter than Su Zhixing. Both eyebrows are like swords, the gaze is very clear, and all of them are heroic, worthy of the style of a son of the world. He was as lively as ever, walking through the snow, occasionally pinching a snowball and smashing it at his sister. Chen Yunlan wasn't annoyed either. He just smiled and flexed his fingers to bounce those snowballs back at a swifter speed. Chen Minji even used the stance that Su Zhixing had taught him in order to barely dodge his sister's snowball. In the heckling, he didn't notice the faint hint of sadness between his sister's eyebrows. The letter came from the capital last month, allowing her siblings to depart for the capital. Not only was it a letter from my father, but even a letter was sent over from the palace. It wasn't Holy Writ, but it still wasn't something she could refuse. After a month of procrastination, it was time to count the feet and depart. After all, in the coming March, the first spring exam since the founding of the Great Zhou dynasty will be held in Kyoto. Chen Minji had studied with Su Zhixing for many years, and although his main focus was on practicing martial arts, Chen Yunlan still wanted him to give it a try as well. Today, Chen Yunlan came to say goodbye to Mr. Gradually traveling to the entrance of the schoolhouse, the playful Chen Minji also consciously quieted down. After pushing the door and entering the academy, the first thing he did was to go and salute Su Zhixing. After meeting the salute, Chen Minji then laughed cheekily. "Have you had breakfast, sir? I brought some of my sister's handmade pastries for you to try." Saying so, he took out a food box and took out a sealed box of pastries from it. placing them on the table in front of Su Zhixing, with the slightest hint of heat still on them. Su Zhixing smiled, pinched up the pastry and tasted it, praising it. Well, it's good, sweet but not greasy, lip-smacking, excellent. Chen Yunlan smiled and said, thanks for the compliment, sir, if you like it, I'll have my subordinates bring more in a while. Su Zhixing waved his hand, no need, it's good to have these to taste. After finishing a piece of pastry, Su Zhixing covered the food box and looked at Chen Minji and smiled. Minji, you're in a good mood today, is something good? Chen Minji nodded repeatedly and ran to Su Zhixing's side, sitting on his knees beside him as if inviting credit. Sir, yesterday when I was practicing at home, suddenly my blood and marrow turned over, my qi and blood filled up and overflowed. My sister said that I was completing the 7th grade of the martial arts, and that I could begin to cultivate true qi. Su Zhixing was stunned, somewhat dazed. A few months ago, also one morning, 4 strands of pure Wu Fuzhen qi appeared in his body without warning. Su Zhixing understood that it was bound to be that great disciple of his who had advanced to the 6th grade true qi realm. Before Yu Wenqing left, Su Zhixing had copied a copy of the method of refining essence and transforming qi from the true explanation of Wudao and placed it in his luggage. I just didn't expect that not long after they parted ways, this disciple would make a breakthrough. Now on the contrary, Chen Minji, who clearly had better martial arts qualifications, was a step behind. Su Zhixing smiled in relief. Not bad. In a moment, Master will pass on the method of refining essence and transforming qi to you. Chen Minji was overjoyed and thanked him repeatedly. In fact, with his status, how difficult would it be to want the method of refining essence and transforming qi? However, both he and Chen Yunlan knew that Su Zhixing's gongfu was much different from the other gongfu in this world, and since he practiced the gongfu taught by Su Zhixing in the first 3 grades, he naturally had to continue practicing Su Zhixing's gongfu in the latter as well. Not long after, Dahu and the others also arrived one after another. The day of schoolwork officially begins. It's just that the atmosphere in the classroom today is decidedly a little different. Big Tiger and the other 3 male disciples seem to have something on their minds. The only person in the entire classroom who was in the dark was Chen Minji, who didn't notice anything at all. By the time the day's classwork was over, Dahu and the others didn't leave right away, and Chen Yunlan pulled Chen Minji from leaving. Chen Minji was confused and didn't know what to do. Su Zhixing, however, had already guessed. First he went back into his room, and when he came out again, he had 6 more scrolls in his hands. It was a scroll of words that condensed his Confucian cultivation to write. Su Zhixing looked at the crowd and smiled slightly. Do you remember what Master told you on the first day? The crowd was uncertain. Daho thought for a moment and returned. Sir, disciples remember. On the first day when I first entered the academy, Mr. warned us that, as a teacher, one teaches a school, but as a parent official, one teaches a party of 10,000 people. For officials, when the land and people, blessing a party, when bowing to exhaustion, undeath. Su Zhixing looked at Daho with undisguised appreciation and nodded. On the occasion of parting, Master has nothing to give you. This piece of writing you accept as a parting gift. Chapter 42, Another Year of Peach Blossoms. Farewell? Why goodbye? Who wants to say goodbye? Dahu, are you leaving? Daho lowered his head and didn't say anything. The other 3 were also silent. When Lu Yuyu saw Chen Minji looking towards him, he hurriedly waved his hand and said, I didn't say I was leaving. Chen Minji looked towards Dahu and the others and said with some excitement, why are they all leaving? Yu Wenqing left without a word, and now you guys are leaving too. Why on earth? Okay 80. Chen Yunlan sighed lightly. He then stepped forward to receive the scroll of words in Su Zhixing's hands. Thank you, sir. Chen Minji couldn't help but stare. Sis, what are you doing? It's a parting gift from Mr. Speaking of this, Chen Minji seemed to have sensed something. Chen Yunlan sighed helplessly. Minji, it's not just them, it's time to go too. Chen Minji froze in place, not reacting for a moment. Why? Chen Yunlan stopped talking. Su Zhixing sighed softly, walked over to Chen Minji, bent down slightly, patted his shoulder and said, Minji, aren't you determined to become a famous general in the world? How can you become a famous general if you stay in the academy? But, without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Su Zhixing continued to speak. A good man should aspire to go out in the world. The sky is the limit. The academy will always be here. Mister, you are welcome back any time. Chen Minji already had moist eyes. He had thought about leaving the academy one day, but he hadn't expected it to be so soon. The days in the schoolhouse were the happiest and most joyous he had ever lived. He knew that only in the schoolhouse could he be his truest self without fear or defense. Once back in Kyoto, back in that whirlwind of power, He was going to be that son of the family, the only sole seed of the Chun family. Just put on a mask and go through that life of make-believe. In any case, he was still only 15 after all, still just a teenager. Chen Yunlan also cannot bear to let his brother return to Kyoto, but the palace mother's handwritten letter, written clearly, let the siblings return to the capital together. Minji, the Chun exam is coming up. Dahu and the others are going to take the Chun exam, and so are you, so don't be capricious anymore. Chen Minji was stunned. Chunin exams? He doesn't remember this at all. So it is. He suddenly understood what Dahu and the others were thinking. They are readers. Readers study hard, but what they seek is the gold list, a leap of the Dragon Gate. After reading for so many years, it is naturally impossible to miss the first spring exam of this great Zhou dynasty. They are all still young, but they are no less learned than anyone else. If you are once in high school at such an age, you will surely be famous. Not everyone in this world was like Su Zhixing, who did not value fame and fortune. Therefore, the big tigers they want to go to the Chun exam, whether it is Su Zhixing or Chen Minji, they can understand 100%. By now, Chen Minji also understood. The matter is a done deal. They have to go. Chen Minji took the scroll of words from Su Zhixing with tears in his eyes and bowed deeply. Sir, take care. Su Zhixing was also a bit sad. At the beginning of the year the first disciple left. Now, all the other disciples have left one after another. It looks like it's about to get cold in what used to be a hot and bustling schoolhouse. Good thing, there's still Nico Zhao and Lu Yuyu, so there's not all of them left. At this moment, Nico Zhao and Lu Yuyu stood in the corner of the academy, watching the scene of the senior brothers saying goodbye to Su Zhixing, and couldn't help but feel a sourness in their noses. Natalie asked as she held Lu Yuyu's hand, elder sister, in the future, will you also leave? Lu Yuyu patted her breasts, which were already somewhat bulging, and said with a proud face, I'm not going to be like them. It's not like I have to seek merit. Natalie smiled as if she looked like she was relieved. The next day, the Chen family siblings packed up and left Longquan town. Dahu and the four of them happened to be traveling with the Chen family siblings, so they can take care of each other along the way. A group of 6 disciples walked to the stone bridge at the exit of Longquan town and stopped in their tracks. Very silently, they turned around and made a deep goodbye towards the direction of the schoolhouse. At the top of the tallest mountain on the edge of Longquan town, Su Zhixing, dressed in white, similarly clasped his fists and returned the salute. My lords, may you all go this way, safe and well, without disaster. He didn't have that high a vision for his students. He only hoped that they wouldn't be bullied or encounter calamities out there. Peaceful and smooth. After Chen Minji and the others left, the schoolhouse went really cold. Natalie and Lu Yuyu still read and practiced their swords every day. But the academy with fewer brothers was always much more boring. Natalie Zhao noticed that Master always seemed to spend more and more time fuming. There were times when he sat on the stone block of sword energy that could kill people and looked at the mountains in the distance for an afternoon. When the gentleman from the college in front of him came to ask him to lecture to the students of the college, the master would oblige. But whenever the academy's gentleman wanted to recommend a few personal disciples to the master would always refuse. Such days passed day by day. The winter snow gradually melted, and everything revived again. Long Springs is also buzzing with activity. The schoolhouse is also bustling with activity. The backyard of the schoolhouse was buzzing with activity. To be exact, ever since the peach trees in the backyard had become a forest, in the past 2 years, every time the peach blossoms were in full bloom, a large number of tourists would come to the peach forest in the backyard of the academy to visit. Most of them were scholarly readers from the Knowledge Academy in front of them. Readers always like to attach themselves to elegance. Standing in front of this blooming peach forest, chest out and head up to search the ink in your stomach, recite a few lines of gorgeous poetry, and maybe even cause the lady of the house to stop and watch to satisfy her vanity. As the peach blossoms bloom year after year, this peach forest has gradually become a major attraction in Longquan Township. Even the state capital had people who heard about it and made a special trip to visit. In order not to disturb the reading in Zhixing Academy, Longquan Town Rejiang also specially built a stone bridge from the other side of Longquan River, leading directly to the other side of the peach forest. At that moment, there was a group of people in fresh clothes, walking on the stone bridge. Judging from the dress and the temperament, it was by no means an ordinary family. Brother Chang, it is said that this Longquan Town 10-mile peach forest is one of the best in Yangzhou, but in my opinion, it's nothing more than that. A young girl, about 14 or 15 years of age, riding a Tongzhou red BMW, scanned the peach forest with a condescending attitude, apparently not quite looking up. There was another woman to her left, a little older than her, dressed in white, with long hair like a waterfall and a stunningly beautiful appearance, paired with the snow-white horse under the seat. If ordinary mortals saw it, they would definitely think it was a fairy descending to earth. Although the woman did not say anything, it was clear from her expression that she was slightly disappointed. The young man who was called by the woman riding the date red horse to be called senior brother was slightly older than the two, riding a horse with a full body of oil and black, and was equally heroic. Senior sister, you don't know. This is exactly the beauty of the 10-mile peach forest. Going in from our entrance here, what we see is only the most unusual part of the peach forest. As long as we continue to go in, what we see at each step will be better than what we saw before, so that we won't have visual fatigue, and the more we see, the more joyful and beautiful it will become. Speaking here, this senior Chang turned his head to look at the white-clothed woman in the center and said cordially, "Qing Yao, don't worry, I definitely won't let you down." That white-clothed girl only nodded her head gently, her expression still cold. Chapter 43, The Ghost Beats the Wall. Entering the peach forest, the three of them rode deeper and deeper step by step, and it was true that the scenery was getting more and more stunning. Just as that senior Chang had said, inside, the peach trees are not only thicker, but the blooms are noticeably more colorful. This is strange. The same piece of land. Why is it that the more you go this way the better the peach trees grow? Can't it be that there is some mystery here? The date red horse maiden couldn't help but wonder. Senior Chang laughed. That's why this 10-mile peach forest can become a great wonder of Ani County, and even the entire Yangzhou prefecture. I hear there are even more amazing things. Hearing Senior Chang say this, both young girls became interested. What else? Tell me quickly. Senior Chang. Senior Chang glanced at the white-clothed girl and saw that she was also looking at him with a curious look in her eyes. Inside, he couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. He cleared his throat and continued. It is said that these 10 miles of peach blossoms are not only different in their splendor, but even their flowering period is different. The one we first came in on is not much different from the common peach blossom, which blooms in February and lasts only 5 or 6 days. But as you slowly go deeper and deeper in, the longer these peach blossoms last. I've heard that the innermost piece of peach forest, where the peach blossoms are in full bloom for a full month or two, can last from the spring equinox until the beginning of summer. But there is a restriction in Ani County that says that the peach forest is privately owned and that outsiders are not allowed to enter it. We should be able to see it in a moment as well. Hearing Senior Chang's words, the two young girls were both a bit novel. I've seen a lot of peach blossoms, but it's really the first time I've heard of a special peach blossom like this one. A few people were also a little anxious to see the peach grove that would be in bloom for a month or two. The three rode their horses, and although they were only strolling, it was a bit faster than a regular person on foot. Through the peach grove ahead of them, amidst the already brilliant blossoms, the three of them suddenly lit up. They saw, not far away, a clump of decidedly more gorgeous peach blossoms. Senior Chang, is that the peach forest you were talking about? The date red horse maiden asked in surprise. Senior Chang looked up and nodded. That should be it. The peach blossoms are noticeably different there. Come on, let's get over there. The three of them urged their horses forward and soon arrived in front of that peach forest. After seeing the wondrous scene in front of her, even the face of that cool young girl showed a look of being amazed. The peach trees here are all surprisingly thick, and their bare branches are laden with petals of a flower far larger than the common peach blossom. The colors are also noticeably more layered. It deserves the word spectacle. So beautiful. The white-clothed girl spoke softly, her eyes filled with a shocked expression. That date red horse maiden was similarly infatuated. Even senior brother Chang, who was a male, was unconsciously immersed in it. After a long time, that date red horse maiden suddenly frowned. Beautiful it is, but this fence is too distracting. Why fence off a nice peach forest? That's right, there was a fence made of bamboo surrounding the peach grove in front of us, without even a portal. It was clear that outsiders were not welcome to enter. Senior Chang said helplessly, "This is a private territory. I think the owner of this place is not an atmospheric person. A piece of peach forest is just a piece of peach forest, but it's even fenced off." The date horse maiden followed in agreement. "That's just it. That's too petty." The white-clothed girl on the side smiled faintly and said, "Since no one else is allowed to see it, let's go back." That senior Chang brother hurriedly said, "All right, let's go back. I'll take senior sister Qingyao to another place to take a look." With that, the two of them had turned the dock around, intending to head back, but that date red horse maiden is somewhat unfulfilled, still stopping to watch. Seeing that she didn't follow, the girl in white called out, "Green gardenia, let's go." The date red horse maiden deflated and was about to leave when she stopped. "Senior sister Qingyao, listen, there seems to be movement inside." The white-clothed girl sniffed and also stopped to listen carefully. and indeed found that there was movement. She suddenly brightened up and whispered, "Swords! The people inside are practicing their swords." The date Red Horse Maiden was instantly interested. "This place, there's even someone who can practice swords? Senior sister Qing Yao, let's go in and take a look." The white girl shook her head. "Green Gardenia, don't fool around. This place is fenced off. Obviously they don't want people to enter. Don't get into trouble." Which thought, that date Red Horse Maiden, however, did not care, has leaped off the horse, said, "As senior sister, just take a look. Maybe we can even make friends with them with swords." As soon as the words fell, the date Red Horse Maiden utilized her lightness and leaped over the fence. "Green Gardenia," the white-clothed girl shouted in a hurry, but she had already lost sight of the other party. She had no choice but to leap and follow as well. Seeing both of them go in, Senior Chang had no choice but to tie up his horse and leap over as well. This is the peach forest in the backyard of the academy, planted by Su Zhixing himself back then. Later, because of the sword chi stone, Su Zhixing was worried about hurting people who mistakenly entered this place, so he surrounded it with a fence and asked the Lu County magistrate to issue an official announcement to prohibit outsiders from entering. On top of that, Su Zhixing had also written ink treasures containing vast amounts of true chi on the peach trees on the outskirts of the peach forest, forming a disorienting force field. If someone mistakenly entered this place, they would be confused by the force field and never be able to get close to the sword chi stone. Just turn around and walk back over the fence. So the three came in and were caught in this force field without any surprise. At first they didn't notice, but after walking for some distance the white girl was the first to realize that something was wrong. She called out to the two, frowning, "Stop." "No." The other two stood still, somewhat puzzled. "What's wrong, sister?" The white-clothed girl pondered for a moment and pointed ahead. The sound came from that direction, and judging by that sound, it can't be too far away. But the distance we traveled just now definitely exceeded the distance of this sound. But now it sounds like that voice hasn't changed. Hearing her say that, the two of them were visibly stunned. And then, under careful consideration, their faces became more than a little flustered. How could this happen? What's going on with senior sister? Senior Chang also had a grave expression on his face, not expecting to come across such a thing. The white girl didn't know why this was happening. But then she remembered some folklore that said there were times when a person walking alone at night would realize that the path beneath their feet became so long that they couldn't finish it. Folklore says it's called the ghost in the wall. Thinking about this, the white-clothed girl was also a bit flustered, but she calmly dismissed herself. As a martial arts practitioner who had practiced the realm of true chi, even if there really was a ghost standing in front of her, she would be able to strike out her sword and kill it without fear. The date horse maiden obviously thought of the same thing as her, but after all, they were not ordinary people, and they calmed down after just a little bit of calming their minds. "So what now?" the date horse maiden asked. Senior Chang looked back and could vaguely see the fence he came from, so he said, "Why don't we go back?" The white maiden didn't say anything, but the date red horse maiden didn't do it. Going back like this, that would be too suffocating. "This broken peach forest dares to bully me, then I'll destroy him." After saying that, she directly sheathed her long sword and was about to drum up her true chi to swing this peach forest. "Stop!" Right at this moment, a voice with anger rang out, and two silhouettes walked out from the depths of the peach forest and stood in front of the trio. Chapter 44, Sword Competition. Stop! Just as the date red horse maiden was about to strike out and destroy the peach forest, Natalie Zhao and Lu Yuyu came out from the depths of the peach forest just in time. The two of them had actually noticed the three men a long time ago, and had thought that they would have the sense to leave if they couldn't get close enough, so they hadn't paid any attention to them at first. "I just didn't realize that that person was going to destroy the peach forest, which was not tolerable. This peach forest was planted by Master's hand, plant by plant. How much effort did it take? They would be heartbroken to break even a single branch, let alone destroy the peach forest." The date red horse maiden was startled, retracting her sword momentum and turning her head to look. Only two young girls a little younger than them came through the middle of the peach forest, and the hands are carrying sheathed long swords, eyebrows knitted, face containing anger. Thinking about how she had just been confused by the peach forest, the date red horse maiden also had her heart stifled and a belly full of fire. She pointed her sword directly at Zhao Nico and Lu Yuyu and drank. "Were you the ones who were up to no good just now? A piece of broken peach forest, making it sneaky, what do you want?" Instead, she started the conversation and questioned Natalie Cho and the girls instead. Natalie Zhao and Lu Yuyu froze, clearly bluffed by her. "In all my years at the academy, I've never encountered such an unreasonable person." Lu Yuyu, who was a bit older and a bit more hot-tempered, was the first to react and opened her mouth to reply. "This is the private land that the county government issued a land deed to my husband. and you are already breaking the law by trespassing without an invitation. The Peach Grove riddle was meant to make you leave, but I didn't expect you to damage the Peach Grove. And now you're questioning us instead? I want to ask, do you have parents and teachers to teach you? Do you know the truth of right and wrong? Jujube Red Horse Girl obviously did not expect this 12 or 13-year-old girl in front of her to be so eloquent. For a moment, she actually did not know how to respond. Only angry gritted her teeth. Her face reddened. Natalie Zhao secretly gave Lu Yuyu a thumbs up. The disciples of the academy have never lost a fight. Senior Chang, who came with the date Red Horse Maiden, originally didn't want to cause trouble, but at this moment, seeing that the people he brought with him were being harshly criticized by the other party, for the sake of face he had to step forward as well. How dare you, two village girls, insulting parents and teachers at every turn, not educated. What did your elders teach you? The white-clothed girl named Qingyao frowned and whispered. Senior Chang, stop it. The young girl with the Jujube Red Horse immediately hardened her heart when she saw that Senior Chang was backing her up. That's right, two village wild girls, uneducated. You're the wild girls with no parents or teachers to teach you. Qingyao hurriedly pulled the date Red Horse Maiden's sleeve, telling her to stop talking. But Lu Yuyu on the other side of the table is not satisfied. Obviously these people trespassed into the peach forest for no reason in the first place. Want to destroy the peach tree in the second place. How come it is their own inability to be educated? So you foreigners are all such people who turn black and white into right and wrong. I really don't know how you have the face to say the word education to me. Did your teachers teach you to take other people's property regardless of right and wrong? Lu Yo-Yo returned without budging. The most crucial thing was that she was already in the right, and she was naturally justified in saying so. Unbridled. How dare you? With these words, not only did that Senior Chang and the date Red Horse Maiden burst into a rage, even that white maiden, who had always been cold and bland, couldn't help but frown. Little girl, even if we were wrong in the first place, you shouldn't have tired the elders of your division. Isn't that too much? Lu Yuyu sneered and was about to return her. On the side, Natalie Zhao but tugged on her sleeve to stop her. While Lu Yuyu was puzzled, Zhao Nico stepped forward and cupped his fists and arched his hands. My senior sister made a slip of the tongue and shouldn't have tired the elders. I apologize to you on her behalf. This matter will end here, so you guys can leave. Lu Yuyu knew Nico's nature and understood that she wasn't being soft, but simply didn't want to waste time with these people, so nothing was said. It was just that I didn't expect that Natalie Zhao had already lowered her stance, but the date Red Horse Maiden named Qing Gardenia had gotten the better of her. Go, who do you think you are? Just let me go? Dare to insult my master's elders. I have to teach you a lesson today. After she said that, she actually killed towards Lu Yuyu with her sword. The white-clothed girl was violently shocked and wanted to stop it, but she held back. She believed that Qing Gardenia had her own measure and would not take the other party's life. The other party dared to insult their own elders, so naturally they had to teach them a lesson. Otherwise, how else would they be able to gain a foothold in this Longquan town? The Qingping Sword Sect subsect? But this scene was a bit hard to understand in the eyes of Nico Zhao and Lu Yuyu. How can they be justified in taking shots at them when they are clearly the ones at fault? Is everyone out there so unreasonable? Where could Lu Yuyu hold back? Sheathing her long sword in an instant, she gave a delicate cry. You guys are too spiteful. Do you think we're made of clay? As he spoke, Lu Yuyu had already met the date Red Horse Girl. The two long swords flashed with cold light, interlacing constantly. Pieces of pink petals flew in the air under the vibration of the powerful qi. Obviously, it is a killing battle, but it is so pleasing to the eyes of outsiders. Qingyao Mayan, who was watching the battle from the side, was shocked and couldn't help but praise. What a subtle sword technique. That senior brother Chen also couldn't help but frown, seeing something, but naturally, his mouth was unconvincing. It's only the 8th rank. If senior sister Qing Gardenia doesn't suppress her cultivation, one move will be enough to separate the winner from the loser. Xin Yao didn't say anything, but she was already thinking in her heart that it would be a true indication of the seriousness of the problem if she needed an absolute cultivation advantage to defeat against someone younger and weaker than herself. Qing Gardenia was also considered a genius-level character in the Qingping Sword sect, and the attainment of a hand of Qingping Sword technique was considered very outstanding among the disciples below the age of 30. But from the situation of the two sparring, Qing Jasmine's swordsmanship was clearly suppressed by that young girl on the opposite side. To be precise, it was the Qingping Sword technique that was suppressed by the sword technique used by the young girl on the opposite side. How is it possible? The Qingping Sword technique is considered to be one of the finest sword techniques even in today's martial arts. Xin Yao was appalled. How could there be such a high level of swordsmanship inherited in the middle of a countryside? At this time, the Green Gardenia who fought with Lu Yuyu for more than 10 rounds was even more shaken. She had been practicing the Qingping sword technique since she was 5 years old, and had been doing so for 10 years now. Surprisingly, it's not as good as a 12 or 13-year-old country girl. It was hard for her to accept. A body staggers and the two separate again. There was already a hint of real fire in the green gardenia's eyes. Where did you learn that sword technique? Who the hell are you guys? Lu Yuyu gasped slightly, proudly. What's it to you? Anyway, it's just better than you. Qing Gardenia's eyebrows were raised and her body already carried a hint of killing intent. Looking for death, only to see the petals floating down under her feet floating up in the air without warning. A forceful aura flowed on her body surface, and the long sword in her hand began to emit a hidden sword aura. Qing Yao, who was watching the battle from the side, was violently shocked and hurriedly spoke out. Gardenia, don't, but it's already too late. Qing Gardenia stood up, his body in midair stabbing a sword violently at Lu Yuyu. Qing Yao immediately sheathed her long sword and also swung it through the air in an attempt to stop Qing Gardenia's sword. Lu Yuyu's complexion was slightly grave as she felt a whiff of death. Natalie Zhao, who was standing on the side, had long since sensed that something was wrong with that date-red horse maiden. The moment the other party's sword came out, she appeared in front of Lu Yuyu with a flash of her body, forcibly controlling the sword chi in her body. The first snow sword stabbed out without hesitation. Chapter 45, Pure Heart of the Sword. The three sword chi clashed together almost simultaneously. The powerful force swept, and large petals were swept up among the peach forest. The closest Lu Yuyu crossed his sword to resist, but his body was still propelled by the force and slid backwards a long way. Her face was slightly white, and her eyes were already full of anger. That sword of Qing Gardenia just now was clearly aimed at killing her. Such disregard for human life really made Lu Yuyu furious. However, in that moment just now, she felt as if a soft force wrapped around her. Otherwise she would have been injured even if Natalie Zhao had stepped in to save her. Lu Yuyu's first thought was Su Zhixing. Mr. Lu Yuyu understood that Mr. Everything that happened here was in his eyes. Since you're laying a deadly hand on me, it's not my fault, sir, and I don't think you'd blame me. Lu Yuyu reached out and fished out a scroll of words from her bosom, about to open it. Senior sister, don't. Nico, however, stopped her with a flash in front of her. Lu Yuyu couldn't help but say angrily, Nico, she was the one who tried to kill me first. Natalie nodded, but said, she's not worthy of Mr. Power. Lu Yuyu was stunned and slightly sobered up. At this time that white girl also swept to the front of the green gardenia, sternly reprimanded. Green gardenia, you crossed the line. Although the bloody acts of the great Zhou dynasty's horse-treading Jianghu had ended long ago, if Qing Jasmine dared to kill someone here, if the word got out, their Qingping sword sect would definitely be punished as well. At least the Qingping sword sect subsect's intention to start a sect by the Iron Sand Lake in Longquan town was going to fall through. Qing Gardenia also knew that she had just acted on impulse and nearly made a big mistake. So in the face of the senior sister's scolding dare not dare to make a sound, the white-clothed girl glared at her, then looked at Lu Yuyu and cupped her fists. This girl, it was my senior sister's impulsive moment. Fortunately it didn't lead to a big mistake. Please forgive me. We are willing to compensate. Natalie Zhao pulled Lu Yuyu forward herself. We don't care about compensation. Leave your names, sects, and you can get out. Qing Gardenia's face turned cold, just wanting to say 2 words back to her, but Qing Yao grabbed her first. In my Qingping sword sect, Qing Yao, this is my senior sister, Qing Gardenia. My Qingping sword sect branch will be stationed in Longquan town in a few days. At that time, the two of you are welcome to come and observe the ceremony. Lu Yuyu took a step forward, raising his long sword flatly, pointing it at Qing Gardenia, and said in a chilling voice, remember, this sword today, Lu Yuyu, will get it back from you sooner or later. Qing Gardenia pulled a sword flower. Long sword returned to the sheath, disdainfully said, just by you? Fine. I'll be waiting at any time in the Qingping sword sect. Qing Yao shook her head helplessly, then clasped her fists at the two of them. Farewell. After the three left, Lu Yuyu sat on her but on the ground, her sword stuck to the side with an indignant look on her face. Natalie, I should have just let me use my inkling and slaughtered her. Natalie Zhao smiled and sat down as well, very naturally holding Lu Yuyu's arm, and faintly said, I told you, she doesn't deserve it. Lu Yuyu said angrily, I know she doesn't deserve it, but I'm pissed off. Natalie Zhao looked at the side of Lu Yuyu's face and smiled sweetly. Elder sister, thinking about it from another angle, this would be considered a trial and opportunity for you. Lu Yuyu froze and looked at Zhao Nico in confusion. Natalie Zhao sighed and drew her own saber. Hatsu, her gaze like water, her voice languid. Master said, sword cultivation. The most crucial thing lies in that one sword heart. If the sword heart is clear, then nothing can be achieved with the sword. Speaking here, she turned her head to stare into Lu Yuyu's eyes and asked, "Senior sister, if you really used the ink treasure given by Master just now and killed her, then is this considered to be killed by you or by Master? It would be clean if she died, but losing to her, the oppression, the fear brought on by that sword of hers, might just be engraved in your heart for the rest of your life, forever unable to shake it off, unable to step over it. Her life or death is irrelevant, but senior sister, your sword heart is no longer pure, thus affecting the future sword path, which is what makes the loss outweigh the gain. In that case, this ink treasure, can it be moved?" Being told this by Natalie Zhao, Lu Yuyu suddenly felt a pang of fear. Indeed, as Natalie Zhao had said, the young girl's sword just now had brought her a great sense of oppression and fear, so much so that the means Su Zhixing had left for them had been forgotten. Afterwards, he was so angry that he only thought of killing the other party, but he didn't consider that the psychological shadow that the other party brought to himself would be a great hidden danger. Whether it was martial arts or sword training, the most important thing was the word pure. If the heart of the sword was not pure anymore, then it would be difficult to become a pure swordsman in the future no matter what. When you come out of the sword against someone, there is hesitation, timidity, such a consequence she dared not imagine. Thinking through this joint, Lu Yuyu came to a realization. She stood up and bowed to Natalie Zhao with a clenched fist and a heartfelt expression. Many thanks to senior sister for her enlightenment. Natalie Zhao rose with a smile and helped Lu Yuyu up. "Elder sister, what's the point of saying thank you between you and me? If you were in a different position, wouldn't you think of me in the same way?" Lu Yuyu laughed out loud. "Ha ha 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 ha, that's right, we're sisters. No thanks." The two smiled at each other, so bright and dazzling. At this time this garden full of peach blossoms, in turn, became the accompaniment of the two young girls. Well, yo, it's good that you understand Nico's pain." The two of them turned around and saw Su Zhixing, who was dressed in plain linen and white, standing under a peach tree looking at the two of them at some point. The young girl moved lightly and ran to Su Zhixing's side, one to the left and one to the right. "Sir, disciple almost made a big mistake. Please punish me." Lu Yuyu bowed with a look of self-condemnation. Su Zhixing gently patted her head and chided her. "Nonsense, how are you at fault? It was they who were unreasonable in the first place. Even if you just made a move to kill her, it was still reasonable, although it was not favorable to yourself, but there was absolutely no fault." Hearing Su Zhixing say this, Lu Yuyu spread her eyebrows and smiled, only feeling that her own mister was really the best mister in the world. Su Zhixing looked at Nico again, nodding his head in approval. "Natalie, it was good of you to see and think of so much in that split second. It's even better to be able to put yourself in elder sister's shoes." Natalie Zhao's eyes were like curved moons with two-pair swirls as she returned. "It was the master who taught me well." Su Zhixing was filled with relief and let out a laugh. "Ha ha 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 ha, well, with disciples like you, master, I have nothing more to ask for." Outside the peach forest, the trio rode back to the entrance of the stone bridge. The green gardenia was still sullen, with a fierce glint in her eyes that seemed to be plotting something. Xingyao could see the other party's mind at a glance and said in a serious tone, "Qing Gardenia, the branch sect settling in Longquan town is a result of how much the elders of the sect have spent in exchange for it. If it's destroyed because of you, even your father won't be able to protect you. When the time comes, don't blame me for not reminding you." The green gardenia nodded, and with her legs clipped to the horse's belly, she sailed away. Xingyao shook her head helplessly, suddenly feeling that bringing this senior sister out was a mistake. Senior brother Chang, who was on the side, hurriedly consoled. "Qing Gardenia is still young and prone to impulsiveness. Senior sister Qing Yao is also generalizing with her." Qing Yao sighed, flicked her horse's reins and chased after her. Senior Chang stared at the white-clothed girl's back, the smile on his face gradually disappearing, his eyes shady as he let out a cold snort. Then he replaced it with a gentle smile and followed. Chapter 46, Xingping Sword Sect's Holy Daughter. Inside a mansion, in the city of Ani County. During the day the white girl named Qing Yao was sitting in the courtyard, gently polishing the sword in her hand. The moonlight fell on her as if covering her with a halo of light. The light reflected from the long sword in his hand was like the ripples of autumn water. Bright and cold. Footsteps sounded, and a man in a strong suit carrying a long sword walked into the courtyard. Stopping 3 meters away from Qing Yao, he cupped his fists and bowed. "Enlightened holy maiden, the girl's information has been found." With that, he took a letter out of his arms and presented it with both hands. Qing Yao slightly beckoned, and her true qi was released, sweeping the sealed letter to fall into her hands. "With pleasure." The man in the strong suit didn't say anything. He just clasped his fists and saluted before exiting the courtyard. Qingyao opened the letter and read the handwriting on it by the moonlight. I just couldn't help but frown and wonder to myself after reading it. 3 generations up. Nothing special. Which means that her ability to practice this kind of swordplay at a young age is all thanks to that Mr. Su, 11 years old, practicing true qi. Nope. Between muttering to herself, Qingyao suddenly got up, tapping her toes, her body like a floating cloud floating and rising leisurely. She and her sword finger wiped across the sword, followed by a horizontal slash. A green-colored sword qi descended from the sky, splitting the stone table in the courtyard in two. Qingyao's figure then drifted down, standing right in front of the stone table that had been split in half, frowning in thought. It is indeed sword qi, but why does her sword qi seem a bit different? She recalled the sword qi that the young girl had swung out in the nick of time during the day, when things were so urgent that the others had no time to think about it, nor did they think about it in detail. However, Qingyao was the first to notice the difference in that sword qi. The main thing was that the girl was clearly only in her teens. A girl in her teens, casually waving a sword qi could block the sword of a 6th grade sword Dao genius from the Qingping sword sect? Qingardina was 15 years old this year, and when she was still under 15 she was among the 6th grade and practiced true qi. Even in the Qingping sword sect, it was a rare genius. However, when compared to this girl who could inspire sword qi at the age of 11, she immediately looked dim. After leaving the peach forest, Qingyao immediately sent someone to check on Nico Zhao's information. But from the information, Natalie Zhao was downright a village wild girl. The only special thing was that Nico Zhao was a disciple of Mr. Su of that knowledge academy. Qingyao held her long sword upside down, her gaze deep with a bit of curiosity. If the disciple is so, how is he who is a gentleman? As the holy maiden of the Qingping sword sect, she had too many things to consider. The Qingping sword sect was interested in the iron sand mines of the Iron Sand Lake in Longquan town, and it took countless costs to seek an opportunity from the Imperial Court's Heavenly Pavilion to open a sect in Longquan town. It was said to be a branch of the sword sect, but in fact, it was essentially the Qingping sword sect's sword casting factory. The main job and task of the Longquan subclan was to forge swords for the Qingping sword sect. It also carries the responsibility of forging swords for the court. This was one of the prices for the Qingping sword sect to be able to open a branch in Longquan town. As a martial arts clan that was able to preserve itself after the Great Zhou Stampede, the Qingping sword sect did not have a good time. Every step is like walking on thin ice. Therefore, Qingyao, who presided over this division and establishment of the sect, did not allow any unfavorable factors that were beyond his control. It wouldn't have seemed before that this remote town would have anything beyond her control. But after seeing those two little girls today, Qingyao realized that she still underestimated the world. After thinking for a moment, Qingyao softly whispered, "Looks like it's time to meet this Mr. Su." Early the next morning, Qingyao was planning to go out after completing her morning lessons, and when she walked to the entrance of the mansion, she saw the young man surnamed Cheng standing there. Qingyao couldn't help but frown. This youth was surnamed Cheng Yuanzhou, and was not a disciple of her Qingping sword sect. Instead, he's the second son of Yangzhou's famous sword villa. Because the Qingping sword sect and the famous sword villa had always had dealings, plus this time, the subsect came to Yangzhou to set up a sect in Longquan town, Ani County, and had cooperation with the famous sword villa. That's why it crossed paths with him. Ever since meeting her, this second son of the famous sword villa had pestered her. In order not to dishonor the famous sword villa, Qingyao couldn't refuse, so she let him follow along. Just from the inside, she couldn't look at this male with obscenity in his eyes from the bottom of her heart. If it wasn't for the fact that the subdivision was able to open smoothly, Qingyao might have even pulled out her sword. "Senior sister Qingyao, want to go out? It just so happens that I'm free today. I'll take you wherever you want to go." Seeing Qingyao come out, Cheng Yuanzhou immediately greeted him. Qingyao slightly owed her body and returned. "There's no need to trouble Senior Cheng. I'll just go by myself." Cheng Yuanzhou didn't care the slightest bit about the meaning of rejection in Qingyao's words, and had already taken it upon himself to help Qingyao bring the horses to the road. "What's the trouble? When the Qingping sword sect branch settles in Longquan town, we'll be a family from now on. What's the point of being polite with our own family?" Qingyao had no choice but to follow him. The two of them traveled in pairs, heading towards Longquan town. Cheng Yuanzhou realized that Qingyao was surprisingly not traveling light, but was carrying a companion gift. He couldn't help but ask with some curiosity, "Who is senior sister Qingyao going to see? Who else in this Ani county has the qualifications to allow senior sister Qingyao to bring gifts to her door?" Qingyao faintly returned, "Not a big one," he said, and stopped paying attention to him. Cheng Yuanzhou was momentarily speechless. and his heart could not help but be irritated. However, he still suppressed his temper and remained pleasantly chatting with Qingyao. Soon, Longquan Town arrived. Looking at the few huts in front of him, Chang Yuanzhou was a little surprised. The School of Knowledge? Why is senior sister Qingyao here? He had heard of the Zhixing Academy, and it was said that the teachers in this academy were very good at teaching, and the disciples they taught all achieved very good fame in the previous examinations. Even more so, solved the examination in the countryside. Later on, the Zhixing Academy became so famous that seekers flocked to it, so the county magistrate of Ani County opened a Zhixing Academy in Longquan Town. Although in the circle of readers, this Zhixing Academy is not small in fame. However, in the eyes of a martial artist like Chang Yuanzhou, it was not seen at all. No matter how learned you are, he can just stretch out his hand and crush you to death. Such a person has a synonym in his conception, a mole cricket. Jianghu martial artists have always been like this, looking down on the readers. In the same way, the readers also look down on those who practiced martial arts, or else they would not have given them the name of martial artists. After a long time, people who practiced martial arts have in turn made the word martial artist synonymous with them. Qingyao glanced at the hut in front of her and rolled down from her horse. After bolting his horse, he went up to knock on the door with a companionable gift. Who? A young girl's voice rang through the house. The door to the room then opened and out walked a young girl wearing a plain white power suit dress. Chang Yuanzhou couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the young girl's appearance. Is she? Natalie Zhao was also a little surprised when she saw the two people standing at the entrance of the courtyard. It's you guys? What are you guys doing here? Chapter 47, each has his own thoughts. Qingyao owed her body slightly and politely said, Mo Qingyao of the Qingping sword sect has come to make amends to the girl and Mr. Su. Natalie Zhao froze, not expecting to come to make amends. Chang Yuanzhou on the side also did not expect that Qingyao, the holy daughter of Qingping sword sect, one of the topmost heavenly prides of today's martial arts, would come to make amends to this country girl. With her status, even officials in the court would treat her with respect. This country schoolgirl, where did she get the qualifications? Just then, a gentle voice came out from inside the schoolhouse. Natalie, the visitors are guests. Let them in. Natalie reluctantly stepped forward and opened the courtyard door, inviting the two inside. Su Zhixing also walked out of the room. Qingyao turned her head to look at Su Zhixing and was just about to salute him. She didn't expect this Mr. Su to be so young, looking as if he wasn't more than a few years older than her. Still, she reacted immediately. Meet Mr. Su. Su Zhixing nodded and greeted the two men as they sat down in the gazebo. Nico, on the other hand, reluctantly went to boil water and make tea. After taking her seat, Qingyao looked around and did not see Lu Yuyu's figure. Why isn't the girl from yesterday here? Su Zhixing naturally knew who she was talking about. Yoyo had something to do today and didn't come over. Qingyao nodded and apologized as she placed the gifts she brought on the table. Yesterday, my senior sister was impulsive and offended Mr. Su's two senior disciples. Qingyao was overjoyed in her heart, and today, she specially brought the clan's unique pills to make amends to Mr. Su. Su Zhixing smiled and pushed the gift box back. There's no need to take conflicts between children to heart. Just let them work it out on their own. Mo Qingyao's heart lurched. Su Zhixing's words couldn't be more obvious. He could not care about this matter, but his disciple would definitely still have to retrieve it in the future. Mo Qingyao sighed lightly in her heart and didn't say anything more. Instead, he digressed and said, Mr. Su is highly talented. Why would he stoop to this tiny Longquan town? Su Zhixing smiled in his heart. He probably knew the purpose of Mo Qingyao's visit today. There's nothing wrong with the people of Long Springs. Mo Qingyao nodded and seemed to hesitate for a moment before continuing. Mr. Sit down disciples. Each are handsome. Must be teaching disciples have a way. Mr. If you are willing, I Qingping Sword Sect Longquan branch would like to serve Mr. As a master. Just ask Mr. Leisure, can point my sword sect disciples one or two can be. I don't know what Mr. would like to do. Su Zhixing was a bit surprised, thinking that this girl was quite direct, revealing her purpose without hiding it. Chang Yuanzhou, who was on the side, almost sprayed out a mouthful of tea when he heard Mo Qingyao's words. Worshipping a teacher as a guru? There's no mistaking it. What is the Qingping Sword Sect? That's the recognized leader of the world's martial arts world. It was a sect started by that legendary sword god hundreds of years ago. Although a part of the inheritance was lost after hundreds of years of war, it still didn't prevent the Qingping Sword Sect from standing proudly at the top of the Sword Dao. Sword Sect's contemporary patriarch Mo1, but also recognized by the people in the Jianghu Lake as the top three masters of the Sword Road, with the reputation of the Sword Sage. How could such a Qingping Sword Sect invite a teaching teacher to instruct them in swordplay? Thinking about this mileage, Yuanzhou couldn't help but say, "Qing Yao, Mr. Su is just a teacher. Aren't you making it difficult for him by asking him to give sword instruction to sword sect disciples?" Mo Qingyao's face changed slightly and looked at Chen Yuanzhou. Her fingers jumped slightly, and she actually had the impulse to resist the urge to draw her sword and kill the man in front of her. Stupid! The disciple's swordsmanship is so brilliant. How could the one who was a teacher be an ordinary pedagogue? Mo Qingyao couldn't help but say angrily in her heart. If it wasn't for Su Zhixing being here, she was afraid that she would really have to have a seizure on the spot. Su Zhixing, however, glanced at Chen Yuanzhou with relief. Such stupidity should come more often. This brother is right. I'm just a pedagogue. I can't instruct in swordsmanship. Mo should hire someone else. Mo Qingyao gently sighed and no longer insisted. Standing up and saluting, he said, "On the 3rd day of April this year, my Qingping Sword Sect subsect will set up a sect by the Iron Sand Lake in Longquan Town, and Qingyao cordially invites you to come and observe the ceremony." Su Zhixing similarly rose and nodded. "I will come then, if no mundane matters come up. Sir, farewell." Slow down. When the two left, Zhao Nico walked over to Su Zhixing and said thoughtfully, "Master, she seems to have come with impure intentions." Su Zhixing smiled and casually said, "Maybe it's because of that sword of yours." Natalie Zhao froze, then immediately figured out the key. In this world, those who were able to practice true qi before the age of 15 were 1 in 10,000 with a special physique. Such a person would surely become the object of those sect forces and even the imperial court's solicitation. She was only 11 years old this year, and she had used the sword qi accumulated in her body in the heat of the moment yesterday. However, her sword qi was due to the fact that the first snow sword came from a special casting method coupled with her warmth, and it was not condensed from her true qi. But who would believe it? In this world, it was never possible for someone to use sword qi without true qi. Therefore, Natalie Zhao understood that the female disciple of the Qingping sword sect had misunderstood herself, thinking that she was a supreme genius who had practiced true qi at the age of 11. Today's visit was supposed to be a test run. "Master, there won't be trouble, will there?" Natalie asked with some concern. Su Zhixing smiled, not really caring. "Who knows? As long as we are strong in ourselves, whether or not we are in trouble still depends on our own attitude. No need to care." Natalie nodded. Fruity just doesn't care. In her heart, Master was the sword immortal, a heavenly immortal. In this mortal world, how can any trouble be difficult for Master? "Master, then I'll go practice my sword." With a brisk pace, Natalie Zhao went to the backyard. Only after she disappeared did the smile on Su Zhixing's face slowly disappear. He looked at the cloudy sky and sighed. Alas, businessmen seek profit. Martial artists are good at martial arts. So maybe, there's really some trouble. He hadn't been in contact with other Jianghu people before, so he didn't really know. But this time, judging from yesterday's sword match between Lu Yuyu and that Qingping sword sect's female disciple, the sword martial arts that he had evolved from the sword scriptures seemed to be quite powerful. That sword sect's female disciple's sword technique, although it had merit in his eyes, was clearly not on the same level as the sword scripture. Since it was called the sword sect, then the sect's sword technique must not be bad for this world, but it was still not as good as the sword technique he had evolved from the sword scripture. Mo Qingyao had obviously found out about this, which was why she had come to find herself. In the martial arts novels that I read in my previous life, it was not uncommon for people in the Jianghu to slaughter other people's families for the sake of a secret manual of divine power. Su Zhixing was a little worried that this Qingping sword sect would come to take it by force as well. Other than that, there was one other thing that was quite interesting. That Qingping sword sect's female disciple Mo Qingyao had just appeared in front of him when the long silence system unexpectedly reacted. Interesting, should we consider a dig? Chapter 48, a sort of light colds the 19 continents. Su Zhixing was just talking, so naturally, he couldn't really go digging around. He could tell that Mo Qingyao was similar in age to Chen Yunlun, in her 20s. However, his cultivation level was already at the 3rd grade, and he was not far from the 2nd grade realm. Such a disciple was definitely a treasure among treasures no matter which sect he was placed in. If he really dug it up, I'm afraid that the Qingping sword sect would have to fight him to the death. On the other hand, Mo Qingyao left the academy and then directly spurred her horse and galloped back. Cheng Yuanzhou followed behind and tried to strike up a conversation, but Mo Qingyao's horse was always a body length faster than him. It kept him from saying a word the entire time. When they arrived at the entrance of Mo Qingyao's temporary residence, they dismounted and immediately had a subordinate come to lead them. Cheng Yuanzhou still wanted to follow them up to say a few words or rub out a lunch, but Mo Qingyao turned around violently when she walked to the door and looked at Cheng Yuanzhou and said in an irresistible tone, "Mr. Chang, I'm not feeling too well and need to rest." so please go back. Before Chang Yuanzhou could say anything more, she directly ordered her subordinates to send the guests away. The door to the room was then closed with a bang. Chang Yuanzhou ate a closed door and was embarrassed. There was even a surge of anger in the depths of his eyes. To think that he, the second son of famous Sword Villa, lowers his voice every day like a licking dog to follow her around. This woman unexpectedly does not appreciate it in the slightest. Almost never gave himself a smile after all these days. In the morning in that countryside schoolhouse, but so polite to a teaching teacher, and even rushed to invite people to teach disciples in Qingping sword sect. Thinking about this, Chang Yuanzhou's heart was suffocating, almost driving him crazy. In all his life, he had never been ignored like this. It was just that he also knew that Mo Qingyao was the holy daughter of the Qingping sword sect, and herself was even a third-grade martial artist. No matter if it was the power behind her or her own strength, she was stronger than him. Trying to get rough or other unconventional means is unlikely. This was the main reason why Chang Yuanzhou had been able to endure until now. Chang Yuanzhou grimaced and left Mo Qingyao's mansion. The more I thought about it along the way, the more angry I became. How could the fire and evil in his heart not be vented? So they found a greenhouse, called a few girls and indulged themselves. He was at least a 5th grade cultivation martial artist no matter what. The toughness of the body is naturally far beyond the reach of non-permanent people. 3 girls, 2 of them died on the spot in their beds. There was another one that wasn't dead, but it was at the end of its rope. The owner of the greenhouse was naturally reluctant and wanted to retrieve the scene on the spot, only under the threat of Chang Yuanzhou casually chopping off the beams of the greenhouse with a sword. The boss had no choice but to give up. In the end, Chang Yuanzhou only left 200 taels of silver to settle the matter. The owner of the greenhouse didn't even think about reporting it to the police. After all, after reporting to the police, Chang Yuanzhou does not necessarily have to be arrested, but he is definitely difficult to escape death. Only then did Chang Yuanzhou, who had slightly vented his inner fire, feel more comfortable, and also gradually calmed down and began to think about things that I hadn't thought of before. For example, why would Mo Qingyao run to that teaching teacher for no reason? What in the world does that teaching teacher have that deserves a personal door-to-door invitation from the holy maiden of the Qingping sword sect? Thinking down carefully, Chang Yuanzhou suddenly realized that he seemed to have overlooked one thing. The girl I met yesterday in that peach forest seemed to be the disciple of that teaching teacher. In retrospect, although his cultivation level was low, his swordsmanship seemed to be quite good. Is it because of that? At that time, his mind was focused on Mo Qingyao, and he did not pay attention to Lu Yuyu's swordsmanship, so don't quite remember the wonders of Lu Yoyo's sword technique. But now thinking about it carefully, Lu Yuyu was able to suppress Mo Qingjia, who was a few realms higher than her, with her swordsmanship, so she thought that she should be quite good at swordsmanship. In that case, Mo Qingyao's reason for going to that Mr. Su was most likely because of this. Just what kind of sword technique is it? It makes Mo Qingyao take it so seriously? Thinking of this, Chang Yuanzhou couldn't help but think, if I can obtain this sword technique and bring it back to present it to father, maybe father will let me be the heir of the famous sword villa once he is happy. What Su Zhixing was worried about really came to pass. If it was someone like Mo Qingyao, even if she really had this idea, she would definitely act more rationally. Instead, it's goods like Chang Yuanzhou who have even less lower limits in what they do. It's also more unscrupulous. It is easy to implicate innocent people. This is not, just had this idea. Chang Yuanzhou will be sent to inquire about Lu Yuyu's whereabouts information. He didn't even think to go to Su Zhixing to ask for this sword technique, but instead went straight to Lu Yuyu. Coincidentally, Lu Yuyu happens to be absent from the school today, because the mother is not very comfortable. In the town to see the doctor is not good, so they hired an ox cart to pull to the county town of Ani. Chang Yuanzhou sent someone to Longquan town to inquire about the news. The person who sent out has not returned. He himself happened to meet Lu Yuyu, who is taking his mother to see a doctor. The good thing is, as clueless as he is, he knows he can't do it in public on the county streets. So they looked at an opportunity and planned to negotiate with her and spend some money on it. Lu Yuyu also didn't expect to meet this person, because yesterday's conflict made her not have a good impression of Chang Yuanzhou. So when Chang Yuanzhou offered to buy her sword technique, Lu Yuyu rejected it outright without even thinking about it. Chang Yuanzhou was not annoyed and left with a smile. Lu Yuyu had some not-so-good vibes in her heart. After taking her mother to see the doctor and grabbing the medicine, she let the ox cart take her mother back first, while she herself pretended to stroll around the city for a while longer, gauging that it was about time before she left the city. After walking for more than 10 miles, as expected by Lu Yuyu, Chang Yuanzhou appeared. In a very cliched episode, Chang Yuanzhou, relying on the fact that he is outnumbered and his strength is higher than Lu Yuyu's, directly asks for the sword technique. Although Lu Yuyu was not very old, she remained unperturbed in the face of this situation. She was alone with her sword, facing half a dozen adults a dozen years older than her without flinching. Seeing this, Chung Yuanzhou no longer hesitated and ordered his men to take down Lu Yuyu. In an instant, both sides were at war. Lu Yuyu's sword skills were superior, and although she was only at the 8th rank martial arts realm, none of these 7th rank adults were her match. Two of them, the 6th grade, didn't dare to really lay their hands on them in order to be captured alive. So for a while, in turn, they couldn't help Lu Yuyu, and there were even 2 people who were careless for a moment, and had their tendons broken by Lu Yuyu's 2 swords. Seeing that one of his own people was injured, Chang Yuanzhou finally couldn't help himself and joined the battle himself. He was at least a martial artist of the 5th grade realm, and between his moves, he was strangely powerful even without using his true chi. With his suppression, Lu Yuyu immediately struggled to fight. The long sword in his hand was almost picked off. His chest was also hit by Chang Yuanzhou's palm and he fell several meters away, spitting blood from his mouth. However, Lu Yuyu's face still did not show half a bit of fear. She knew that she was no match for these people, and the reason why she still wanted to fight with them was to verify her sword technique, and how much power it could be utilized in a life and death battle. So far, it seems to be working pretty well, except that cultivation is a shortcoming. It can't be helped. After all, the age is there. The other purpose is to paralyze these opponents and make them gullible, thinking that there is nothing they can do. After Lu Yuyu spat out a mouthful of blood, she lay down on the ground, feigning unconsciousness from her injuries, but the eyes were half open, half closed, watching the other's movements. As expected, Chung Yuanzhou, who didn't have much of a brain, smugly put away his longsword, led a group of attendants to Lu Yuyu, and commanded, "Tie it up and bring it back to me." A few people were about to make a move. Just then, Lu Yuyu snapped his eyes open, and a scroll of words held in his hand was violently pulled apart as he snapped under his breath. One sword light chills the 19 states. Chapter 49. In an instant, a cold light appeared, and the sword aura spread out, like a howling wind that sweeps through everything. It was as if there was a heavenly sword rushing towards the sky, and between the flashes of sword light, the wind and clouds changed. This kind of power completely surpassed the limits of Chung Yuanzhou's ability to withstand them. A few people didn't even have time to react before they were directly swept by the sword chi, cutting off all life. Seeing this, Lu Yuyu hurriedly put away the scroll in his hand, and the sky-charging sword chi suddenly dissipated into nothing. Looking at the people lying all over the place, Lu Yuyu only felt her heart and mind jumping, with indescribable panic and fear inside. After all, it was only a 13-year-old, and a girl at that, who had taken half a dozen lives on her back in her first killing spree. It's normal for the heart to fluctuate like that. Lu Yuyu's brain was a bit blank at this moment, and there was only one thought in her mind. Run! Get out of here and clear your name. She put away the scroll of words, picked up her sword, and drew her legs. Only a field of corpses were left lying there, as well as wisps of sword chi still lingering in the air. Lu Yuyu panicked and ran out 4 or 5 miles before settling down a bit. She murmured to herself as she gasped for air and reached up to pat her chest lightly. Sir said it was called self-defense. They were trying to kill me, so I killed them to protect myself. It's called no mistake. Just then, a stream of light crossed the sky, and a silhouette landed not far from Lu Yuyu. "Yoo-hoo, are you okay?" Lu Yuyu froze, turned her head to look, and was surprised to find that it was Mr. "Sir, what brings you here?" As soon as she finished speaking, a wave of aggression rose in Lu Yuyu's heart. Eyes reddened and slightly choked, he shouted again. "Mr. Suji," walking forward, hastily check her body. She did not have any injuries, this is to rest assured. However, if he felt carefully, he found that Lu Yuyu's chest was blocked by chi and blood. His internal organs were shaken, and his sternum seemed to be somewhat damaged. Couldn't help but be a little worried. "You're hurt? Who hurt you?" Lu Yuyu only remembered the injuries on her body at this moment, and suddenly felt a dull pain in her chest. Her breathing was a little unsmooth, and her body was so weak that she almost went limp. Su Zhixing hugged her body and leapt into the mountain forest aside, finding a clearing to set her down, and then he activated his Haoren True Chi to heal her injuries. About an hour later, Lu Yuyu finally felt that the stagnant feeling of chi in her chest had eased. The pain coming from deep within her bones was also much lighter, and her chi and blood were running smoothly, so there was no longer any major problem. Su Zhixing withdrew his true chi and asked again, "What happened?" Speaking of this, Lu Yuyu was a little aggravated again, so she told what happened before. One by one, after hearing this, Su Zhixing couldn't help but frown before saying, "Wait here while I take care of it." After he said that, Lu Yuyu saw Su Zhixing unexpectedly rise up from the ground and fly away as a swordlight. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuyu couldn't help but be dumbstruck, her mouth unable to close for half a day. So Mr. is really a god. Su Zhixing was in such a hurry to fly away, naturally to go deal with the traces left behind by Lu Yuyu. In his opinion, Chang Yuanzhou's few people naturally deserved to die, but even a blind man could see that Chang Yuanzhou's family was not bad, and he should be no ordinary person. Such people are the most unreasonable. Once they know that Lu Yuyu is the murderer of Chang Yuanzhou, they will definitely use all legal or illegal means to take revenge on Lu Yuyu, and even on Lu Yuyu's family. And people won't listen to your side of the story and think Lu Yuyu was acting in self-defense. The best way to avoid this outcome is to destroy the body. Su Zhixing's imperial sword flew over a distance of 4 or 5 miles, and with his sense of the sword chi inspired by that piece of ink treasure he had personally written down, Su Zhixing quickly found the location of the crime. The reason why Su Zhixing was able to come from Longquan town so quickly was because he sensed that the piece of writing he had left for Lu Yuyu had been activated. The heart knew that Lu Yuyu had definitely encountered some force majeure danger, or else he would never have moved that character so easily. It was also because they weren't far apart that Su Zhixing was able to sense the exact location. If they were far away, even Su Zhixing could not do anything about it. After landing in the forest dozens of meters away from the crime scene, Su Zhixing's heart lurched, secretly saying that it was not good. Trouble. The bodies were indeed still there, but there were several more next to them. By the looks of it, it should be touching the body. Su Zhixing couldn't do something like kill and silence a few innocent people just to cover up his disciple's secret. As expected, the men turned around and ran in the direction of the county after touching the corpse. By the looks of it, it should have gone to the police. After those few people left, Su Zhixing came over to the several corpses, frowning as he considered something. In the end, he gave up on the idea of destroying the corpse and just dispersed the sword chi that was attached to it. Back in the forest, Lu Yuyu was anxiously waiting for Su Zhixing. When she saw him return, she didn't dare to speak, and kept her head down, not saying a word. Su Zhixing didn't say anything and took Lu Yuyu back to Longquan town. Inside the academy, Lu Yuyu was still pale and jittery. After all, it was killing people, and 6 or 7 at a time. It's hard for a teenage girl to adjust all at once. Natalie noticed that something was wrong and rushed forward to ask, "Elder sister, what's wrong?" Lu Yuyu choked with red eyes as she took Nico Zhao's hand. "Natalie, I'm in trouble." Natalie Zhao froze and turned her head to look at Su Zhixing, seeing that he looked calm and did not look like he was in any great trouble. "Hey, what are you afraid of? Even if you break into a big trouble our master can cover for you." Saying so, he turned his head to look at Su Zhixing again and laughed. "Wouldn't you say, master?" Su Zhixing froze and couldn't help but fill his head with black lines, his eyebrows jumping straight up. This disciple, Pro, is really filial. There was no other way. In order to not leave a burden in Lu Yuyu's heart, Su Zhixing had to nod his head and say, "Nico's words are wrong, but don't you worry. What are you afraid of with Mr. around? But, it's fine. You only need to remember one thing, as long as it's not your fault, not that you don't take advantage of the situation. No matter what Mr. will support you. In the past, I said something to your senior brother. Now I also tell you, we readers, we need to have both the civilized knowledge to reason with the other side, and also the ability to make the other side obediently listen to me. Mr. Since I gave you that piece of writing, it is to ensure your safety. Our life and death do not have to wait for what? But you must also remember that everything is too much. Mr. Is your backstage pillar is right? But Mr. Is definitely not your wanton and reckless accomplices. If you guys look down on others and can't be good to others just because you have the backing of Mr. will be very disappointed. Lu Yuyu's eyes reddened as she raised her head to look at Su Zhixing, as if endless light had blossomed within her. Although Nico had heard Su Zhixing say similar things, hearing them again at this time still gave her a deafening sense of touch. These words were also a guiding light for the two young girls for the rest of their lives, often used by them as a standard of self-restraint and introspection. By them, and by the entire student body of the Knowledge Academy, it has been held in high regard throughout their lives. Chapter 50, Murderer. Chang Yuanzhou's death immediately alerted the county court. Lu Magistrate was even more alarmed. Although the famous Sword Villa was only a Jianghu clan power. However, the famous Sword Villa is a clan that is listed in the court's heavenly pavilion, and is already considered a supernumerary of the court. And because the owner of the famous Sword Villa, Cheng Feng with the name of Sword Idiot hangs the reason of the guest minister of the Heavenly Patrol Pavilion, the weight of the famous Sword Villa is far more than what he can compare with such a 6th grade county magistrate. Now that the second son of famous Sword Villa had died in the county within his jurisdiction, County Magistrate Liu was naturally responsible. When the people from the county office heard the report, they went to the countryside and pulled back several corpses. And after County Magistrate Liu learned that it was Chung Yuanzhou, he rushed to the autopsy room at the first opportunity. While ordering the coroner to examine the corpse, he sent someone to inform the famous Sword Villa. Another person was also sent to inform Mo Qingyao, the holy maiden of the Qingping sword sect. When she learned that Chung Yuanzhou was dead, Mo Qingyao's first reaction was surprisingly relief. Some confusion ensued. In this Ani county, besides her and Qing Gardenia, who else had the ability to kill Chung Yuanzhou? Although Chung Yuanzhou was useless, but after all, he had the cultivation and strength of the 5th grade, and he was accompanied by a group of attendants. And in a place like an E-county, where the 7th grade was already a top martial artist, it was reasonably impossible for anyone to kill him. With these questions, Mo Qingyao and Mo Qingjia both came to the county office's autopsy room. He looked at the records of the coroner's autopsy and personally checked the injuries on Chung Yuanzhou's body. Mo Qingyao couldn't help but be shocked. Sword wounds? Qing Gardenia, who was on the sidelines, also noticed the end. Strange. There are still swordsmen in this E county who are so skillful with swords? Chung Yuanzhou was directly cut off from all vitality by this sword, and didn't have the slightest power to fight back at all. The cultivation of the person who made this sword might not be below you. Senior sister, Mo Qinghuan said to Mo Qingyao while looking at Chung Yuanzhou's wound. Mo Qingyao's complexion was obscure and she didn't say a word. A few moments later, she turned right around and walked away. Mo Qingjia could only follow with a puzzled face. Out of the autopsy room, Liu Magistrate immediately greeted and respectfully asked, "I wonder if the Holy Maiden can see any clues?" Mo Qingyao shook her head and returned, "I'm sorry, I can only see that Mr. Chang died from a sword wound, but I don't know anything else." Dying from a sword wound is basically the same thing, because the coroner could also see that Chung Yuanzhou died from a sword wound. Liu Magistrate was helpless and somewhat worried. This official has already sent someone to notify the famous Sword Villa. Lord Chang will probably come in person. At that time, if Lord Chang blames him, I still ask for the Holy Maiden's help. Mo Qingyao nodded. The branch clan settled in Longquan town, and in the future, it is inevitable to deal with this Liu Magistrate. It is natural to need to befriend it. After bidding farewell to County Magistrate Liu, Mo Qingyao and Mo Qingjia returned to their mansion. Mo Qingjia, who had held her breath all the way home, finally couldn't help but open her mouth and ask, "Senior sister, do you see something?" Mo Qingjia actually thought of something, but it was immediately dismissed by herself. She didn't think the young girl she fought with last time was capable of that, but that doesn't rule out someone else being behind the young girl. Could her condescending and preconceived thinking? How could she not convince herself to believe that there would be a 3rd-grade swordsman in that Longquan town? Ever since the Middle Kingdom rivers and lakes were bloodied once by Great Zhou, the entire world couldn't find many 3rd-grade swordsmen, and most of them have been returned to the court or are bound. And how dare you kill the second son of the famous Sword Villa? That famous Sword Villa's villa master, Sword Idiot Cheng Feng, was a top expert at the peak of the 2nd grade. Under the circumstances where the first rank in the world was subject to the imperial court's restriction order, among the experts who could roam around the Jianghu, the 2nd rank would already be the strongest martial artist. Who dares to offend the swordsman? Hearing Qing Gardenia's inquiry, Mo Qingyao shook her head. Don't think too much. This matter has nothing to do with us. When Lord Chang Zhuan comes, it's enough for us to do superficial work. Don't meddle in the rest. Mo Qingjia nodded, then spread her eyebrows and smiled. Actually, if you ask me, it's better to die. That Chung Yuanzhou is pestering senior sister all day long. Who doesn't know about that ghost mind? He didn't even look at his own virtues, but he dared to think of you. Sister, now that you're dead, it's cleaner. Mo Qingyao helplessly laughed, nodded Qing Gardenia's forehead, seemingly reproachful but gentle. Well, don't say anything like that even if it's in your heart, okay? Gardenia Grinch laughed. Senior sister underestimates me. I'm not that stupid. Of course these words will only be said in front of senior sister. Mo Qingyao sighed in her heart. It's also good to be a little stupid and not use it to associate Mr. Su, Chung Yuanzhou's death. In Mo Qingyao's opinion, Su Zhixing was the most suspicious. There was just some doubt in his mind as to what Su Zhixing's motive for killing was. If you killed someone, why did you leave the body to be found? Did you not think of it? Or did you just not care if it was going to be noticed? Mo Qingyao couldn't figure it out. After returning to his courtyard, he immediately gathered his men and commanded, "You go and check to see if Mr. Su of the Longquan Town Knowledge Academy has left Longquan Town today." The henchman led the way and was about to leave. Mo Chinyao immediately commanded again. And check out the rest of the Knowledge Academy as well. Yes, inside the Longquan Town Jixing Academy, Su Jixing still plays the zither and reads as usual. Yu Wenqing has been gone for over a year. Those other disciples who went to the capital to catch the exams were gone for a few months. Counting the time, it should have already finished the Chunin exam. I just don't know if I made it to the temple exams. These disciples Su Jixing isn't too worried. With the Chen family siblings looking after them, they shouldn't suffer any losses even in Kyoto. The one that worried him the most was his eldest disciple, Yu Wenqing. Previously, when he had just left, Yu Wenqing had often exchanged letters. However, in these 2 or 3 months, he had only received a letter from Yu Wenqing on the eve of New Year's Eve, and from the content of the letters, which are sparse and sketchy, it's clear that there was no heart from the heart. Yu Wenqing was a disciple recognized by the system, so some of his basic circumstances were probably clear to Su Jixing. In more than a year's time, Yu Wenqing, who had clearly majored in Confucianism, had soared in martial arts. By this year, it was actually the peak cultivation of the 5th grade. The cultivation level returned to Su Jixing even allowed him to successfully rank among the 3rd grade and cross the gap between the upper 3rd grade, and that was the main reason why Su Jixing was worried. For martial cultivation to break through so swiftly, either one's talent was heaven-defying, or the environment they were in was abrasive and difficult. He had to pursue higher power and strength to preserve himself. However, Yu Wenqing's progress in his Confucianism cultivation was extremely slow. It's been over a year since I left, and I'm still at the 6th grade. From this Su Jixing deduced that something was wrong with Yu Wenqing's state of mind. Nay, he had no idea where Yu Wenqing was, and he couldn't go and meet him, even if it was just to chat for a few moments. One can only hope that this great disciple will be able to solve his dilemma on his own. Now, however, Su Jixing knew that a predicament belonging to him was coming. Chapter 51, talking about the way of initiation. 2 days after the murder of Lu Yoyo, Mo Chinyao, the holy maiden of the Qingting sword sect, once again visited the Jixing Academy. This time Mo Chinyao just brought 2 tails of Yangzhou tea dragon-toothed Chui to the door, and it came in the name of visiting friends and discussing the sword. Su Jixing knew that she must have some other purpose, but didn't point it out. Pretend you don't know, and stay with us for tea and conversation. But truth be told, Mo Chinyao did have a few sincere intentions of coming to discuss the sword. In her heart, Su Jixing was an expert whose sword cultivation was not inferior to hers, and both are about the same age. This kind of sword discussion object, Mo Chinyao really rarely encountered. In fact, she didn't know that Su Jixing was almost 30 years old today. It just looks like early 20s on the outside. After drinking a cup of dragon-tooth Chui, Mo Chinyao asked directly, Mr. Su, Chinyao learned martial arts at the age of 3 and swords at the age of 6, and it has been 16 years since then. But recently, this year, I always feel that the fog is shrouded in front of me, and the future is so uncertain that I can't see the way forward. I don't know if Mr. Su has ever encountered such a situation since he learned the sword? Su Jixing was a bit surprised that this girl had actually come to ask herself about things in the sword path. From this, Su Jixing could pretty much tell which type of person this Mo Chinyao was. Like Chen Yunlan, he was a supreme genius. However, unlike Chen Yunlan again, Chen Yunlan's mind was more focused on the development of the Chen family's power, the clearing of Fengming Mountain's injustice and the cultivation and teaching of his younger brother, Chan Minji. Su Jixing had taught her the 8 skills of heavenly tones for more than a few years now, and she had only just broken through the first realm. It was reasonable to say that with her natural talent and the system's specially matched gongfu, her progress would never be more than this slow. Truly, her mind was too mixed up. The Mo Chinyao in front of her was different. Comparatively speaking, Mo Chinyao was going to be even more obsessed with martial arts and the way of the sword. Perhaps that was precisely why she was able to see at a glance the unimpressive swordsmanship used by Lu Yuyu at that time. It was only then that I could perceive the extraordinary nature of Su Jixing, because she has the sword heart of a swordsman. Su Jixing settled down a little and laughed. Mo comes from a famous family. There must be teachers and elders to solve your problems. It's not my turn to talk too much. Mo Chinyao froze and laughed helplessly. Mr. is joking. Chinyao has also asked the elders of the division. Only that I have tried all the methods the elders said and they didn't have much effect. Mr. is highly talented and can teach such an excellent disciple, so I'm sure he must have even more unique insights. That's why Chinyao has the cheek to come and ask Mr. Su Jixing saw that she was indeed genuinely asking, and began to treat her cautiously as well. After some thought, he put down his teacup and said slowly, there are as many sword techniques under the sun as there are stars, each with its own advantages and disadvantages. No one can say that what they practice and what they know is necessarily right. so I can't say that what I say will necessarily work for you. Just listen. Mo Qingyao nodded. Just based on this paragraph alone, she was already a few points higher on Su Zhixing. Go ahead, sir. Su Zhixing stood up, walked to the edge of the gazebo with his hands behind his back, and said slowly, although whether it is martial arts or swordsmanship, there are thousands of people with different paths and different factions, but I think that fundamentally they are actually all on the same path. There is only one ultimate goal, to enter the way. Mo Qingyao was stunned. Into the way? She had never heard that before. After thinking about it, she asked again, may I ask, sir, does the so-called entering the way mean stepping into the ranks of the superlative, the realm of the land gods? Su Zhixing smiled and shook his head. No, it's not just that. Land immortal is just a realm, and an initiate may be able to step into the realm of land immortal. But the realm of land immortal is not necessarily the same as being initiated into the way. By entering the way, I mean finding the great path that I am pursuing by practicing martial arts and swordsmanship. There are those who practice sword fighting to guard those around them. There are those who are there to cut down the world's injustices. And some, purely for the sake of the sword in their hands, were able to be faster and stronger. Find your own path. Pursue it, practice it, become it, and enter the path. So some people may be lacking in realm, but he clearly understands his own Tao. And such a person, regardless of whether he throws a punch or a sword, can be the most in line with the state of mind, the most pure and flawless, as well as the most uninhibited. Having entered the Tao, the so-called realm is no longer important to him, for he has already obtained the goal he seeks, and the realm, battle power, and means are merely things that come incidentally to his pursuit of these goals. Hearing this, Mo Qingyao had lost her eyes, and her entire body stood there, not knowing what she was thinking. Zhao Nico and Lu Yuyu, who were waiting at the side, were equally thoughtful, especially Natalie Zhao. The first snow sword that never left her body was trembling slightly, causing wisps of lingering sword aura to surface on Natalie Zhao's body. At this moment, with the Zhixing Academy as the center, an invisible Taoist rhythm that was not visible to the naked eye but could be felt by those who were enlightened was constantly overflowing in all directions. The osmanthus tree in the yard swayed gently, surprisingly sprouting a bud in this March season. By the side of the schoolhouse, in the Longquan River, the 1-meter-long fiery red koi carp floated and sank. The fish's head kept nodding as if kowtowing. At the corners of its mouth, the two fish whiskers grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in the blink of an eye, they were half the length of its own body. It looked more and more divine, as if it was a foreign species in heaven and earth. In the backyard of the schoolhouse, the fenced-off peach grove also became more brilliant. Clusters of peach blossoms compete for color. It was a stark contrast to the peach blossoms outside the yard. On the bank of the river by the peach forest, that sword chi stone also showed its divine side amidst this Taoist rhythm. A gentle sword chirp emanated from that stone, and the glistening white sword chi surrounded it, decorating it as if it was a heavenly immortal stone. It was just a pity that the residents of Longquan Town were mostly flesh-eyed mortals, and were not able to notice any abnormality here. Even if there were martial artists who sensed something, they were too low in realm to empathize and could not detect anything peculiar. In the gazebo, Lu Yuyu returned to her senses the fastest. After coming to her senses, Lu Yuyu directly rolled over and leaped out of the pavilion, sheathed her long sword, and began to forget about practicing her sword. Between the rolling of the sword, it was vaguely like the style of a great man. Su Zhixing couldn't help but smile in relief as he watched Lu Yuyu's swordplay. After practicing the sword for more than 4 years, this set of sword techniques derived from the sword scripture, Lu Yuyu has finally made it to the top. The advancement of the sword technique triggered the qi and blood in her body. The power of qi and blood directly penetrated the tendons and bones and began to quench her blood marrow. This also signified that Lu Yuyu had entered the 7th grade realm. A 13-year-old 7th rank was already considered among the geniuses. The second person to come back to his senses after Lu Yuyu was Natalie Zhao. The first snow sword in her arms trembled and unexpectedly flew out with a whistling sound, practicing swordplay on its own in the courtyard. It was only after a dozen breaths that he finally exhausted himself and returned to Nico Zhao's arms. Natalie Zhao also had her sword chi skyrocket as a result, and her body didn't adapt at once, spewing out a large mouthful of blood under the pain of the sword chi piercing through her heart and eating away at her bones. When Su Zhixing saw this, instead of worrying, he smiled in relief. Whether it was him or Natalie Zhao herself, she had long since gotten used to things like spitting up blood from time to time. The blood that was spat out was actually waste blood that had been quenched by the sword chi in his body, and spitting it out was a good thing instead. Natalie wiped the corners of her mouth and spread her eyebrows. Master, I'm almost practiced too. Su Zhixing smiled and nodded in approval. Nice. At that exact moment, Mo Qingyao also finally came back to her senses. But unexpectedly, just after she came back to her senses, her breath instantly wilted, her face flushed red, and just like Nico Zhao, she also sprayed out a large mouthful of blood. Chapter 52, Scattering Power and Falling. Su Zhixing was startled and rushed forward to check the situation. It's a shock not to look at it. Mo Qingyao, for some reason, had her true qi reversed and her blood veins surged backwards. This is surprisingly a sign of dispersal. What is it? What is my Tao? How can I enter the Tao? Mo Qingyao's sanity was blurred, and she murmured vaguely under her breath. Crap! Su Zhixing gave a dark cry. He didn't expect that the girl would be so serious, forcing herself into a dead end and out of it because of a paragraph of her own words. It caused the true qi in his body to flow backwards, and it all began to dissipate. This also meant that Mo Qingyao had actually begun to doubt her sword Dao cultivation over the past 10 years because of Su Zhixing's passage. From there, you deny yourself and can't find a new direction. Therefore it was natural that her cultivation could not be preserved. In fact, if it were an ordinary person to say what Su Zhixing had just said, perhaps Mo Qingyao would also have deep feelings and would think deeply, but would definitely not have such a strong reaction. It was mainly because Su Zhixing's cultivation of the third grade of Confucianism nowadays, and his words and actions were enough to influence the surrounding heaven and earth. The aura one carries can't help but influence the thinking and ideas of those around them. Without any defense or resistance, Mo Qingyao was naturally brought into the scenario of that passage by Su Zhixing, leaving her deep in self-contradiction and struggling to get out of it. Natalie Zhao and Lu Yuyu are different. They were in a low realm and hadn't been practicing for long. The most crucial thing was that all along they had been taught by Su Zhixing. The routes taken were also chosen under the influence of Su Zhixing, so the fact that they heard Su Zhixing's discourse didn't cause them to be conflicted within themselves. Instead, he recognized Su Zhixing even more and comprehended deeper on the original foundation. So after they listened to it, under the influence of the Tao rhyme and the third grade Confucianism, they would instead cultivate. As soon as Su Zhixing picked up Mo Qingyao, he instructed Zhao Nico and Lu Yuyu, "You guys keep an eye on this place and don't let anyone bother me." The two young girls also knew the seriousness of the matter and nodded their heads in a hurry. He then stood guard outside Su Zhixing's room door, like two door gods. In the room, Su Zhixing put down Mo Qingyao, whose skin was red all over from the surge of qi and blood. There was also some anxiety inside. At this moment, Mo Qingyao was still delirious, muttering something. Su Zhixing knew that if this continued, there would definitely be more serious consequences. Then he stretched out his hand and wrote two words in the void with the cultivation of the third grade Confucianism, meditation. The two words fell into Mo Qingyao's body. The inexplicable power rippled out, and her scattered mind was finally brought together a little bit, gradually settling down. Mo Qingyao stopped talking nonsense though. However, the true qi in her body was still reversing and continuously leaking out. In the blink of an eye, it had fallen from the third grade realm to the fourth grade. Su Zhixing had never encountered such a situation before and didn't know how to proceed. The only method he could think of was to use his own true qi to forcefully control the true qi in Mo Qingyao's body, causing it to calm down and return to its normal path. I don't know if it's working, but there's nothing else to do at this point. Su Zhixing lifted her body up, one hand resting on the back of her heart, the other resting on the location of Mo Qingyao's small abdominal dantian. For the girls in this world, this action was already beyond the worldly boundaries of male and female, and if they were not husband and wife, it was absolutely impossible for them to do it. Su Zhixing, as someone who had crossed over from another world, didn't have as many worries, so it was very natural. Fortunately, at this time, Mo Qingyao was unconscious and did not notice. Su Zhixing began to mobilize the true qi in his body, entering Mo Qingyao's dantian and the directing vessel behind her. After the true qi entered the body, it began to overbearingly drill into the meridians in Mo Qingyao's body to capture the scattered and retrograde true qi. The powerful impact caused Mo Qingyao's unconscious body to tremble, and a moan escaped from her mouth. It sounds really easy to misunderstand. Outside the door, Nico Zhao and Lu Yuyu were both a bit curious as to how that woman could make such a noise. It's a good thing they're still too young to understand the other layer of meaning in that sound. After Su Zhixing's true qi rushed into Mo Qingyao's meridians, he realized that Mo Qingyao's true qi was surprisingly so fragile compared to his true qi. He was just trying to capture those true qi, not realizing that he had accidentally washed them away. It caused Mo Qingyao's realm to fall from the 4th rank to the 5th rank again in one fell swoop. Su Zhixing was embarrassed for a moment and laughed sardonically. "Sorry, understand. I was trying to save you too." He then proceeded to control his true qi extremely hard like embroidery and began to help Mo Qingyao recover her qi veins. Luckily, after a few weeks of chasing, Those scattered true chi of Mo Qingyao were finally captured by him successfully. Inevitably, there will be some wear and tear in this process. Perhaps when it calmed down, there would only be a 6th grade of true chi left at best. But it's still a life, isn't it? Outside the door, Zhao Nico and the two of them sat motionless on the threshold for more than an hour, waiting with some anxiety. Finally, the door to the room was pulled open, and Su Zhixing walked out from inside. The two young girls asked in a hurry, "How's it going, Master?" Su Zhixing smiled and returned. Fortunately, life was saved. The two girls were also relieved. Nico couldn't help but be a little curious. She's so strange too. How come she's like this after listening to a lesson from Master? Is the psyche that fragile? Lu Yuyu also deflated and said, "That's right, I thought it was some kind of great master." Su Zhixing was dumbfounded and raised his hand to give the two a chestnut each. "Ouch, Master, why are you hitting me?" Su Zhixing didn't have the good sense to say, "Sit quietly and always think about your own faults. Do not talk about people's faults. Have you forgotten what you were taught?" Natalie Zhao and Lu Yuyu looked at each other and spat out their tongues. Then he bowed archly. "Yes sir, Master, the disciple is wrong." Su Zhixing smiled helplessly and said, "Go make some porridge and put some meat froth on it." The two young girls hurriedly ran to the kitchen, afraid that Su Zhixing would still punish them. In response, Su Zhixing smiled dotingly. "Children, there are always some things they can't do. Isn't it the teacher's job to help them get on the right track?" So for this, Su Zhixing would chastise, but would not be disappointed in them. After about another hour, Mo Qingyao finally woke up. Sitting up from the bed, she contemplated for a few moments. Eventually there was a feeble, dark sigh. In fact, she remembered everything that had just happened, but she was in a state of mindlessness and had already taken care of herself. Fortunately, Su Zhixing was the first to save her. Otherwise, once she waited for her true chi to reverse to the extreme, her physique would not be able to support the surge of chi and blood, and her heart and brain would definitely not be able to withstand the impact and suffer unimaginable damage. Even if you are lucky enough to escape death, I'm afraid you'll be a cutie if not an invalid. Although his cultivation had now plummeted and he was only left at the 6th grade realm, it was good that his life was still alive, and he could still cultivate again when his cultivation was gone. There's really nothing left if you lose your life. It was just that Mo Qingyao couldn't help but blush a little when she remembered the place where Su Zhixing's hand had rested when he saved herself just now. How can she be seen after being touched in a place like that? Forget it, it's also a compulsion in the heat of the moment. Let's just pretend it didn't happen. Mo Qingyao murmured softly, as if looking for an excuse to quiet down her beating heart. Chapter 53, Being Unseen. Pushing open the door and walking out of the room. Looking at the sunlight that was already a bit dim in the sky, Mo Qingyao was in a bit of a trance. I didn't expect that a simple visit, which was meant to use Cheng Yuanzhou's case as a bargaining chip for a conversation with Su Zhixing, would end up costing him his cultivation of over 10 years of hard work just by listening to a sermon. It's really a curse. But although her cultivation had plummeted, Mo Qingyao somehow felt a sense of relief in her body. The little bit of true chi that remained in the body also seemed far more solid and spiritual than the previous one. At this point, when she thought back to Su Zhixing's earlier words about entering the Tao, she no longer had so much entanglement within her heart. Instead, "I thought I could mull it over and chew on it." Mo Qingyao walked out of the room and raised her eyes to see that Su Zhixing was still sitting in the gazebo. At this time he was playing the piano. What tune Mo Qingyao had not heard, but that one elegant and uncluttered. Even her kind of people who were never interested in music and rhythm could hear it. Definitely not a mortal person can be compared to it. A rough linen clothes, long hair naturally bundled behind the head, obviously just the most ordinary dress, put on Su Zhixing's body, but there is a kind of dusty feeling that does not look like the people on earth. How could there be such a character under the sky? What in the world is he? Mo Qingyao looked at Su Zhixing's back with dull eyes, secretly asking herself in her heart, "You're awake? Nah, this is meat foam porridge. You drink it." Just as she was lost in thought, Nico suddenly came to her with her dinner plate and spoke. Mo Qingyao was startled, her eyes were a bit evasive, and she couldn't help but feel a bit flustered inside. Natalie Zhao keenly noticed something. She glanced at Mo Qingyao's eyes and then turned her head to look at Su Zhixing, who was playing the zither in the gazebo not far away. The eyes sharpened a bit. "You're spying on my master? What do you want? Trying to plot again?" Mo Qingyao froze, then hurriedly explained. "Miss Zhao is mistaken. Mr. Su is my savior. How dare I plot against him?" Natalie frowned, puzzled. "Then why do you keep staring at my master?" At this point, she suddenly came to a realization, then lowered her voice and snickered. "Oh, I see. You like my master, don't you?" Mo Qingyao's face flushed, and she became even more flustered inside. she said with a bit of mortification as she took the plate of food from Natalie Zhao's hand. Ms. Zhao mustn't speculate wildly. I didn't say a complete sentence even after half a day. Natalie covered her mouth and couldn't stop snickering, her eyes full of cunning. Ha. I guessed right. Humph, count on you to have vision. But my master is a celestial immortal descending from the sky. You. Speaking here, Zhao Nico swept her gaze up and down at Mo Qingyao before shaking her head instead. TSK. It's quite good looking, but it's still a bit worse than my master. It doesn't match. With that, she simply turned her head, turned around and walked away, leaving Mo Qingyao standing in place with a stunned face, messing up in the wind. In all my life, this is the first time I've been disliked. Don't mind if you do. Nico is still young. Don't take the nonsense to heart. Mo Qingyao was once again startled. Turning around, Su Zhixing had unexpectedly stood off to the side at some point. Mo Qingyao's face rolled and she didn't have the good sense to say, "You master and disciple, don't you have any sound when you walk?" Not making a sound, scaring people to death. With that, he ducked into the room with his food tray without looking back, slamming the door behind him. This time it was Su Zhixing's turn to be messed up. He clearly didn't deliberately hide his footsteps and called out to her before walking over. "Why are you blaming yourself for being quiet? Having been a bachelor for 2 lifetimes, how could he know the mind of a woman?" Seeing this, there was nothing to do but sigh helplessly and not dare to knock on the door again in greeting. "I was going to ask how the body was doing, but I guess I'll pass. With such a strong bottom line, it should be nothing serious." Mo Qingyao hid behind her room and leaned against the back of the door with a blushing face. As the holy maiden of the hallowed Xingping sword sect, this kind of shortness of appearance has really never been seen before. She touched her heart and just felt it jumping out of her mouth. The heartbeat is so fast, it must be caused by a big drop in cultivation. Well, it must be. Only after a long time did Mo Qingyao completely calm down. When she went out again, she found that it was all dark. That master and disciple are not in the academy. They should have run to the back to practice their swords. Mo Qingyao sighed powerlessly. As things stood, her initial intentions were definitely going to fall through. 2 days ago, she asked someone to come to Longquan town to check Su Zhixing's whereabouts, but the result was that Su Zhixing had never left the academy, or at least no one had seen Su Zhixing walking on that official road. However, Su Zhixing's disciple Lu Yuyu went to the county yesterday. Not only that, Lu Yoyo had a brief meeting with Cheng Yuanzhou on the street. From all these clues, Lu Yuyu is definitely the biggest suspect. However, Lu Yuyu's strength couldn't possibly kill Cheng Yuanzhou and his group of attendants. Moreover, those sword wounds on Cheng Yuanzhou's body, as well as the internal organs that had been churned up by the sword chi, showed that the one who had killed him would definitely not be an ordinary swordsman. As Su Zhixing's disciple, if Lu Yuyu is in trouble, Su Zhixing will definitely step in. From this, it can be deduced that Su Zhixing is the murderer behind the scene, but he had an alibi, and although Mo Qingyao was certain that it was Su Zhixing who had struck, she couldn't think of how exactly he had struck. So today, she came for 3 purposes. For one thing, it was a sincere visit to the Sword of Discord. The second was to test Su Zhixing's swordsmanship and speculate on how he had struck to kill Cheng Yuanzhou. The last purpose was to once again invite Su Zhili to be the superior master of their Qingping sword sect branch. With him killing Cheng Yuanzhou as a handle, I'm sure Su Zhixing shouldn't have refused so unhesitatingly. But the world is unpredictable. How could she not have imagined that just a discussion on the road let her met with such a big change? If Su Zhixing hadn't stepped out in time, I'm afraid that she would already be a cold, beautiful corpse at this point. With this saving grace, how else could Mo Qingyao open her mouth? And from the bottom of her heart, she now in turn didn't really want Su Zhixing to become their branch sect's superior. A character so clean and so out of the ordinary, she really couldn't bear to let him get caught up in the quagmire of jungle forces. After having a decision in her heart, Mo Qingyao slowly walked to the backyard of the academy and saw the garden full of peach blossoms. Natalie Zhao then practiced her sword in the peach forest. Su Zhixing, on the other hand, sat on a rock and gently wiped the blade of his sword, which was already as deep as an abyss. Seeing Mo Qingyao come over, Zhao Nico stopped practicing his sword, and Su Zhixing stopped polishing his sword and asked, "Is Miss Mo feeling better?" Mo Qingyao nodded her head gently, stopping her steps beyond the peach forest and giving Su Zhixing a courteous salute. "Mr. Su, the kindness of saving my life is unforgettable. It's getting late, so Qingyao will bid farewell to you first, and come back to thank you in the coming days." Su Zhixing waved his hand. "No need to be polite. It's getting dark, so be careful on the road if the girl wants to go back." Mo Qingyao said thank you, then nodded slightly to Zhao Nico, and then it was going to leave. However, the moment she turned around. Out of the corner of her eye, she seemed to see the originally inconspicuous stone under Su Zhixing's seat suddenly flash with a glistening white light. A sharpness whistled past. A sharp whistling sound couldn't help but come from the void. Chapter 54, Misunderstood Again. Mo Qingyao's eyes gave a start. A stone can actually inspire sword chi? She couldn't help but be shocked in her mind. In the past, I had heard that swordsmen of the land god immortal realm were able to leave their sword chi and divine intent on a certain item, enabling it to display a hint of transcendent ability. But that's a land god after all. Thinking of this, Mo Qingyao was violently startled. No way? He's. When Su Zhixing saw her staring out at the stone under his buttocks, he smiled and explained. This stone was accidentally tainted with sword chi, so if someone gets close they will be attacked. That's why I've fenced off this peach forest. Mo Qingyao's brain was a bit foggy. By accident? You caught the sword's breath? Is sword energy that easy to die? The real deal. This guy was really an expert of the land god realm. Thinking of this, she suddenly understood how Su Zhixing had people slaughtered Cheng Yuanzhou, who was dozens of miles away, in Longquan town. The probability was that his disciple Lu Yuyu had an object on him that Su Zhixing had refined with this means of keeping the sword chi in shape, and Cheng Yuanzhou had died a good death hitting Lu Yuyu's idea, so he was struck down. Thinking of this, Mo Qingyao suddenly felt very fortunate. I'm glad I didn't say what I really wanted to do on this visit. Otherwise, if she annoyed such a great god, her Chengping sword sect might even face extinction. Mo Qingyao respectfully exited the peach forest, mounted her white horse and rode away. The heart that had hardly calmed down could not stop surging again. That's a land god. In today's world, explicitly speaking, only exist in the legend of the land gods. With Mo Qingyao, this kind of identity also only know that there are only 3 people in this world, probably suspected to be already in the realm of the land immortals. The first one, sitting in the royal family of the Great Zhou, was known as the best master in the world. Back then, during the battle to destroy the Yin Kingdom, it was this one who led 13 first-grade masters to surround and annihilate the Yin Kingdom's land god. It was said that after that battle this person had an epiphany of the super first grade and was now in the realm of the land gods. The second one, the first person in the world to use a sword today, lives in the great wasteland city in western Liangzhou. One person is a city, and one person lives alone. The Jianghu people called him the Sword Immortal. Her master, Qingping Sword Sect Patriarch Mo1, was known as the Sword Saint, although he was on par with him. However, he had told Mo Qingyao that he was nothing compared to the Sword Immortal. The last one is the most mysterious. It is said that he always resides with an immortal island above the East China Sea. No one knows his name, and almost no one has seen him. Only legends about him circulate. That's why the world calls him the Hidden Immortal. These 3 people are the most likely people in the world today to be in the realm of the land immortals. Other than that, it was a first-rate expert like her master, the Sword Saint. Suffice it to say, not to mention terrestrial gods. Even if it was only the first-grade realm, as long as it wasn't against the Great Zhou imperial family. Basically, in Middle-earth is an existence that no one dares to mess with. However, whenever a clan could have a first-grade expert among them, the clan could be called a martial arts sanctuary. As for the Middle Kingdom, there were originally more than 24 martial arts shrines like this one. After a few years of horse trading by the Great Zhou court, there were only 7 left today. After all, the royal family of the Great Zhou kept more first-grade experts than half of the entire Jianghu. Then what will the Holy Land fight with? Nowadays, Great Zhou has even set up the Heavenly Pavilion to inspect the world instead of the Son of Heaven. However, whenever any Jianghu people or clans dare to violate the prohibition by using martial arts, the Heavenly Pavilion would show them by thunderous means who is the master of this world. The topic was far away. Mo Qingyao was thinking a bit too much. It wasn't as if she could blame her for thinking about it more. After all, in the eyes of them in the Jianghu, an expert of the land god immortal realm could be much rarer than that Son of Heaven. After returning to Ani County, it was completely dark. The moon and stars were thin, but it didn't hinder the rush. Just after returning to the doorstep, Mo Qingyao had an inexplicable depressing feeling. Before she dismounted and entered, the underling at the door whispered to her, "Holy Maiden, Master Chang of the famous Sword Villa and Grand Duke Chang Jianhao are here, waiting for you in the living room." Mo Qingyao frowned, having some bad premonitions. Cheng Yuanzhou had been dead for 3 days, and his body had been transported back by the people from the famous Sword Villa as early as the first day. At this point in time, Cheng Yuanzhou's aftermath should not even be finished. How did Lord Cheng Zhuang and Chang Jianhao rush to their place at this time? Mo Qingyao thought as she walked inside. Before he reached the entrance of the hall, he saw Qing Gardenia sitting in front of the wigwam. Seeing Mo Qingyao return, Qing Jasmine immediately got up and ran over. Senior sister, you're back. Mo Qingyao patted the back of her hand and asked, "What's wrong?" Mo Qingjia raised her chin toward the living room behind her and returned. "It wasn't them. They came over this afternoon, and when they saw you weren't there, they just sat in the living room and didn't say anything. It was so scary." Mo Qingyao sighed and comforted. "It's okay, go ahead and rest. I'll do it," Mo Qingjia said with some hesitation. "Can you do it alone, elder sister?" Mo Qingyao smiled and looked in the direction of the living room. "Have you forgotten? We are disciples of the Qingping sword sect." Mo Qingjia froze, then let out a sigh of relief and laughed. "Well, if they dare to bully senior sister, I'll let father step on their famous sword villa." Mo Qingyao smiled and let Mo Qingjia go down. After straightening her clothes, Mo Qingyao straightened her appearance and walked towards the living room. In the living room, the lights were already on. On the left main seat of the 2 rows of guest seats, a middle-aged man was sitting four-footedly on the eunuch's chair, his eyes slightly closed and his face expressionless. Behind him, there stood a dignified young man holding an ancient long sword, the Qingfeng sword, which was ranked 13th on the list of famous swords. When the youth saw Mo Qingyao come in, he had a slight smile in his eyes and nodded as a greeting. Mo Qingyao similarly nodded her head and returned the salute, then walked over to the middle-aged man and slightly owed her body. "Meet the process master." The middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes and let out a syllable from his nasal cavities. "Aha!" Mo Qingyao's heart lurched, thinking that the visitors were indeed not good. This sword villa manor owner had an old relationship with the Qingping sword sect master when he was young, and each other is also considered a good friend, so the 2 families have always been relatively close. All along, Cheng Feng had never been courteous to Mo Qingyao, and a cold face like this was almost never seen. I think he must have implicated Mo Qingyao in his son's death. Mo Qingyao didn't get annoyed and sat herself in the main seat, then commanded towards the outside of the house. "Someone, serve tea to Lord Cheng Zhuang." The middle-aged man waved his hand and said coldly, "Tea isn't necessary, and I'm not here for tea." Mo Qingyao smiled faintly. "Then I don't know what Master Cheng Zhuang came here for this time?" Cheng Feng sneered, his eyes like swords, pointing straight at Mo Qingyao. "What is the reason? My son pursued you with all his heart and followed you to Ani County, and now he's been brutally murdered. And you're even asking me what for?" Chapter 55. Mo Qingyao didn't panic as she looked at Cheng Feng, who had cold eyes. She lowered her eyebrows slightly, her tone low. "Master Cheng Zhuang, I am also very sorry about Duke Cheng's death. Please accept my condolences. It's just that I don't agree with you. Duke Cheng wasn't asked by me to follow him. If you have to relate his death to me, I'm sorry, I can't understand or agree with it." Cheng Feng's eyes widened and he clapped his hands. "My son came to Ani County because of you. And now that he's dead and you're alive and well and so contented, do you really think that by virtue of being the holy daughter of the Qingping sword sect, you can be so oblivious to my famous sword villa?" Mo Qingyao was still sitting on the main seat with a bland ease, looking at him with a calm expression. He smiled softly. "Lord Cheng Manor, this is out of character for you to say. First, I never asked Lord Cheng to follow me. Secondly, exactly who he messed with and what mistakes he made in An County to the point where he was killed, that was all his own business. Or perhaps this matter was originally directed at your famous sword villa. Third, Cheng Zhuang Master, you said that I relied on the identity of the Qingping sword sect's holy daughter." At that, she paused for a moment. The eyes gradually became cold. "Lord Cheng Zhuang, I respect that you once had an old relationship with my master and call you Lord Cheng Zhuang. Do you really think you can be my Mo Qingyao's elder?" Cheng Feng was stunned and his face instantly turned red. Truth be told, he wasn't good at hooking up with people in the first place. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten the title of sword idiot. Most of the matters of the famous sword villa were actually handled by his eldest son, the young man standing behind him at the moment. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Cheng Jianhao quickly stepped forward and pacified. "Father, senior sister Qingyao didn't mean it that way. You sit down first and calm down." Cheng Feng was also considered to have a step, and obediently sat down in a hurry. Only his violently rising and falling chest was not difficult to see that his mood at this time. Cheng Jianhao turned his head towards Mo Qingyao and bowed again. "Senior sister Qingyao, my father will inevitably be overly sad as he sends his white hair to his black hair, so please sympathize with his old man." Mo Qingyao sighed softly and nodded. After all, it was an old friend of Master's, so she couldn't afford to be too forceful. Cheng Jianhao continued, "Actually, we mainly have only one purpose for coming here this time, and that is to find my brother's murderer. Senior sister Qingyao has been in An County for a relatively long time and definitely knows more about the specifics of An County than we do, which is why we came to ask for your help in finding the murderer and avenging my brother's death." Cheng Jianhao was relatively much more sensible. For the death of his younger brother Chang Yuanzhou, Chang Jianhao was not even half surprised. He deeply understands his brother's nature. This kind of person lost the shelter of the famous Sword Mountain village. In this Jianghu that eats people without spitting out bones, he can't live for a long time. Except that was his own brother after all. Even if he disliked the brother as much as he did, what needed to be done still needed to be done. Mo Qingyao shook her head and said, I'm sorry, after learning that Prince Chang was killed, I sent my men to investigate at the first opportunity, and I only know that the person who killed Prince Chang was an expert with a sword. But other than that, there aren't any other clues. Chang Jianhao murmured, and Chang Feng coldly grunted after hearing this. Humph, an expert with a sword. Nowadays in this Anyi county in terms of an expert with a sword who was higher than you Mo Qingyao. Mo Qingyao's face changed slightly, and Chang Jianhao shook his head helplessly. Such words, even if they are in your heart, are resolutely not to be said. After all, they weren't dealing with an ordinary jungle man. Instead, it is the holy daughter of the Qingping sword sect, the #1 sect in the world of the sword path today. Their famous sword villa was still far from it. Sure enough, when Mo Qingyao heard this, she immediately stood up and coldly said, Chang Feng, I advise you to think twice about what you say. Chang Feng's eyes changed slightly, and he already had a tendency to get angry. Chang Jianhao hurriedly jumped ahead. Senior sister Qingyao, calm down. My father didn't mean that. Mo Qingyao took a deep breath, her tone already extremely cold. It's getting late. You two please return. With that, he turned and walked away. Chang Jianhao still wanted to say a few more words, but Mo Qingyao had already disappeared in the doorway. Angry Chang Feng directly shattered the teacup in his hand. His true qi rippled, and the long sword at his waist trembled and chirped. Chang Jianhao hurriedly pacified. Father rest in peace. Father rest in peace. Calm down? She's a junior girl who dares to ignore me like that, and you're asking me to rest my anger? Chang Jianhao said helplessly. Father, after all, she is the holy daughter of the Qingping sword sect. If we really want to make a scene, Patriarch Mo won't see that he will care about the love he had back then. Chang Feng was stunned and froze for a moment before sitting down dismally. But what about Yuanzhou's revenge? Chang Jianhao pulled Chang Feng up and said, Come on, let's go back first. Chang Feng had no choice but to follow his son Chang Jianhao away. Mo Qingyao looked at the backs of the two leaving from afar and secretly sighed in relief. Now that his cultivation had plummeted and he was only left with some 6th grade realm, facing this pair of father and son was really a lot of pressure. It was good that there was still the behemoth that was the Qingping sword sect behind her. Even if that Chang Feng was angry, it was impossible for him to really lose his mind. Mo Qingyao could see that those seemingly reckless and angry displays of his were actually nothing more than doing superficial work to pressure her. Believe it or not, even if she, Mo Qingyao, stretched her neck over for him to cut, he couldn't really dare to cut. After all, the sword saint's reputation was not blown out of proportion. It was a white bone, killed step by bloody step. It was just that Mo Qingyao was a little worried that these two would find out about Su Zhixing's head. Of course, it wasn't Su Zhixing that she was worried about. After all, in her heart, Su Zhixing was that legendary land god expert. What she was worried about was these two people angering Su Zhixing, thus affecting the establishment of her Qingping sword sect branch. But no amount of worrying would help. This was out of her control. After Chang Feng's father and son left the mansion, the anger on Chang Feng's face really dissipated all of a sudden. In its place was an endless coldness and killing intent. He had seen the body of his son, Chang Yuanzhou, who had indeed died at the hands of a top swordsman. But how could there be an upper 3rd grade swordsman in this tiny Anyi county, other than her, Mo Qingyao? He couldn't think of anyone else who could kill Chang Yuanzhou. But although Mo Qingyao was condescending, she definitely couldn't do something like this that disregarded the big picture. Moreover, after Feng's probing, he was almost certain that Mo Qingyao was indeed not the one who killed Chang Yuanzhou. Chang Feng turned his head sideways and looked at Chang Jianhao as he faintly said, Immediately go and find out who Wenju had been in contact with and what he had done in the time leading up to his murder. Chang Jianhao nodded. Chang Feng looked at this eldest son of his with a cold gaze and said quietly, Remember, no matter if you are the master of famous sword villa in the future or not, Yuanzhou will always be your younger brother. And if you dare to respond sloppily to this matter. Chang Jianhao bowed his head and arched his hand. Father is overly concerned. Hand-to-hand hatred. Jianhao is no less hung up on it than father. Chang Feng snorted coldly and slowly walked forward. Chang Jianhao still maintained his bowed appearance and did not get up. Also, check Mo Qingyao together. Her breath is unstable. Her bloodline is restless. And her true qi fluctuations are far less than before. Something must have happened. Yes. Chapter 56. Early in the morning, Mo Qingyao awoke from her boudoir. couldn't help but let out a long sigh. As the night passed, she ran her heart technique and refined her true chi. The effect was minimal. Judging from this night's practicing, yesterday's going off the deep end in that scene could be much more than simply falling off the realm. It seemed to have damaged even her roots. The chi and blood in his body were greatly inferior, and trying to refine his true chi was many times more difficult than before. Mo Qingyao couldn't help but be a little flustered. The reason why she had been named the Holy Maiden of the Qingping Sword Sect, her biggest reliance was her cultivation that crowned the younger generation of disciples. A 22-year-old third-grade swordsman. There weren't many in the entire world, but now that this cultivation was gone, was she still qualified to sit firmly in this seat of the Holy Maiden? Mo Qingyao didn't know what to do for a moment. With the current cultivation speed, there was no telling how long it would take to get back to the third grade. Maybe she wouldn't even see her return to the third rank for the rest of her life. After all, she was 22 years old. If you want to cultivate back to the third grade at your current speed, it'll take at least 20 to 30 years. But when a martial artist cultivates true chi, once he passes the age of 50 he basically won't make much progress. This is because after the age of 50, chi and blood are depleted and difficult to sustain. Mo Qingyao pondered for a long time and finally decided to turn to her master. Maybe he could have a way to help himself out of a jam. Then Mo Qingyao immediately repaired a letter and sent it back with the Qingping Sword Sect's proprietary carrier pigeon. Only she didn't expect that the carrier pigeon was shot down by a short arrow before it flew out of an E-County Chang. The letter carried on the carrier pigeon was also delivered to Cheng Jianhao at the first opportunity. Upon reading the contents of the letter clearly, Cheng Jianhao got up violently with an incredulous look on his face. No wonder her breath is unstable. It turns out that she has actually fallen to the 6th rank. Cheng Jianhao couldn't help but be curious. How could a good old third-grade expert, a famous supreme pride of the Middle Kingdom, and Mo Qingyao, who would almost be a nailed-on first-grade patriarch in the future, have fallen to the 6th grade realm for no reason at all? What the hell is going on here? Out of curiosity, Cheng Jianhao not only sent out a large number of people to find out what Mo Qingyao and Chen Yuanzhou had been through in recent times, he himself would personally guard the vicinity of Mo Qingyao's mansion, keeping an eye on Mo Qingyao. It was just that 3 days had passed, and Mo Qingyao had surprisingly never left the house. The affairs of the Longquan town subsector were also handled by others. But on the other hand, the people he sent out finally found out something. According to the information, Mo Qingyao and Chen Yuanzhou's group had been busy dealing with the affairs of the subclan since they arrived in Anhui County, and the people they came into contact with were all ordinary people. Chen Yuanzhou was also considered peaceful during this time and did not offend anyone. One of them, however, was a bit unusual. Mo Qingyao had brought a gift to visit a local teaching teacher in Longquan town. When he came back that day, the second son of the Cheng family didn't seem too happy and went to the 100 Flowers house and got 2 prostitutes killed. Chen Yuanzhou was killed the next day. The county magistrate of Anhui County had also suspected the 100 Flower house, but the strongest of the 100 Flower house's fighters was only a 9th grade martial artist. There was no way it could be a match for Chen Yuanzhou. After reading this information, Cheng Jianhao began to summarize and generalize. And one of the key points that he couldn't understand the most was that Longquan town's teaching teacher, a small teaching teacher, how can let the hallowed Qingping Sword Sect's saintly daughter take the initiative to bring gifts to the door to pay a visit? Why did Cheng Yuanzhou lose his temper and kill 2 prostitutes after following Mo Qingyao back from Longquan town? Something must have happened here. Just as Cheng Jianhao was planning to send someone to check on the Longquan town teaching teacher, Mo Qingyao, who had stayed at home for a few days without going out, finally made a move. Cheng Jianhao, who was hiding in the shadows, saw her take a few of her attendants out of the city in the direction of Longquan town. Mo Qingyao was now without her third-grade cultivation, so it was naturally impossible for her to discover him. So all the way down, Cheng Jianhao was not discovered. After arriving at Longquan town, Mo Qingyao went straight to the Iron Sand Lake. There is a large site under construction here. It was exactly where the sect of the Longquan branch of the Qingping Sword Sect was located. Looking at it, it seems to be close to completion, with only a few finishing touches. Cheng Jianhao had been following from afar and realized that Mo Qingyao hadn't made any special moves and had only come to the construction site to inspect and command. During this time, he also met with the Chun family of Longquan town, also the head of the holding party of half of the Iron Sand Lake, and had lunch together. It seems to be discussing business regarding the trading of iron sand from Iron Sand Lake. After following along for so long, it's always just a few mundane routines, nothing out of the ordinary in terms of behavior. Just when Cheng Jianhao thought that he wouldn't be able to get anything today, he realized that Mo Qingyao had branched out from everyone else and was actually heading to the other end of Longquan town alone. After walking through the town's alleys and lanes to the side of the Longquan River, And not long after crossing the stone bridge, Chang Jianhao saw Mo Qingyao walk into a thatched cottage compound, and stayed out in the compound until the sun had set in the west. Jixing Academy? Could it be that this is the place where Chen Yuanzhou and Mo Qingyao came together to visit that teaching teacher? Chang Jianhao was really hard to understand. A teaching teacher only. In the end, what was so special about it? What could make Mo Qingyao take the initiative to visit 3 times? After returning to Anhui County, Chang Jianhao began to send people to investigate Su Zhixing. Su Zhixing's deeds were not difficult to find out, and the few disciples under his seat were not known to many people in Anhui County. So soon there was some detailed information about Su Zhixing, but Chang Jianhao still didn't quite understand after reading it. Although this person had a way of teaching his disciples, but that was a matter for the readers. Mo Qingyao was not a reader, so how did she get involved with this Mr. Su? However, Chang Jianhao finds one of the clues that might be related to Chen Yuanzhou's death. One of Su Zhixing's female disciples had come to Anhui County on the day of Chen Yuanzhou's death to take her mother to a doctor, and there was a meeting with Chen Yuanzhou in front of the medical center. It's just that the guys at the medical center and the doctor can't remember what they were talking about at the time. But yet, I remember the conversation didn't seem to have a good vibe. From this point of view, if it is hard to say who Chen Yuanzhou offended in Anhui County, then the only possibility is this Mr. Su's disciple. Just like what Mo Qingyao thought at the beginning, Chang Jianhao wouldn't even think about whether Lu Yuyu had killed Chen Yuanzhou, because the sword wound on Chen Yuanzhou's body was already obvious. The one who killed him was a swordsman of at least the 4th or even the 3rd rank. Lu Yoyo? No way. But as the only clue, Chang Jianhao naturally wouldn't let it go. Unlikely is unlikely, and it's time to investigate. In order not to frighten the snake, Chang Jianhao did not go directly to Longquan town to ask for punishment, just sent his men to find out what this Mr. Su of the Jixing Academy did on the day Chen Yuanzhou was killed. And what did that 13-year-old girl do? Chapter 57, Look, there's a fairy. The result obtained in the end naturally could not satisfy Chang Jianhao. Let's not talk about whether that Mr. Su had the ability to kill Chen Yuanzhou. The people under his command checked many people from Longquan town, and basically all of them were able to confirm that Mr. Su had not left Longquan town on that day. And from what I heard from the townspeople, this Mr. Su did know a little bit of boxing and kung fu, but I never heard how good he was. When the Zhao widow who took him in was killed in the street, this Mr. Su didn't see any action to avenge the Zhao widow. Judging from all this, even if this Mr. Su knew a little bit of martial arts, he should only be a 3-legged kung fu master who couldn't make it to the stage. As for his disciple, the 13-year-old girl, although she often wore a sword on her waist, under the secret observation of the people from the famous sword villa, they could see that this girl was just a beginner who had not even practiced her true qi. It was even more impossible to kill Chen Yuanzhou. Seeing this information, Chang Jianhao was even more puzzled. Although all the information suggests that Chen Yuanzhou's death should be unlikely to have anything to do with these two people, but Chang Jianhao always felt that something was wrong. In recent times, their famous sword villa had almost turned over the entire Anhui County and Longquan town, nor had he ever found a sword-using expert of the 5th rank or higher. Thinking of this, Chang Jianhao couldn't help but become a little suspicious as well. Could it really be that Mo Qingyao killed Chen Yuanzhou? Suspicious as I am, I just can't figure it out. Even if Chen Yuanzhou dared to be rude to Mo Qingyao would at most only teach her a lesson for the sake of the famous sword villa, which should not kill him even if he is crippled. But who could it be? Mo Qingyao? Chang Jianhao was puzzled. On the other hand, in Longquan town, Su Zhixing had also discovered some abnormalities in the past few days. There are many more unfamiliar faces in Long Springs, and most of them were swordsmen, and among them, there were also those with remarkable cultivation. Although these people were well hidden after arriving at Longquan town, they were still detected by Su Zhixing. Obviously, these people are looking for someone, and there will be intentional inquiries about him. Su Zhixing immediately thought of the man Lu Yuyu had killed. A few days ago, Mo Qingyao made a special trip here, and during the conversation, she had also deliberately mentioned something about the male who came with her on the first day. It was only on that day that Su Zhixing realized that the person Lu Yuyu had killed was actually the second son of Yangzhou's one local swordsmanship clan, the famous Sword Villa. Mo Qingyao had sort of revealed to Su Zhixing that it was a guess that the person who killed Chen Yuanzhou was him. However, it was unknown for what reason. Mo Qingyao, this companion, did not denounce Su Zhixing to the famous Sword Villa. Instead, he came to remind Su Zhixing in advance. Su Zhixing probably guessed that Mo Qingyao probably wanted to use this method to allow him to instruct the Qingping sword sect's disciples in swordplay in the future. However, Mo Qingyao's approach wasn't annoying, and she didn't use it as blackmail. which in turn made Su Zhixing somewhat grateful. After all, given his current abilities, if the famous sword villa came to seek revenge, it would be no small trouble. But Su Zhixing wasn't too worried. If he wanted to leave, the probability was that there was nothing in this world that could stop him. After all, he could fly, and as far as he knew, Wufu couldn't fly even if he reached the first rank. That would make him invincible. The only thing that made Su Zhixing a little worried was Lu Yuyu, the disciple, and her family. Who knows if the people from the famous sword villa will be heartless and use ordinary people as blackmail. Thinking of this, Su Zhixing felt as if he should do something. Taking advantage of the day of rest, he went out early in the morning. He came to the peach forest in the backyard of the academy and turned into a sword light that shot straight into the sky. In the temporary mansion of the Qingping sword sect, in the city of Ani County, Mo Qingyao was cross-legged on the bed, and after opening her eyes, a hint of fatigue flashed in her eyes. A day passed, and her cultivation still hadn't improved much. Mo Qingyao had tried many methods and had even started to recultivate from the forging realm, but the effect is minimal. Is it really impossible to go back? The letter that was sent back to the sect was also several days old, so it was reasonable that Master should have already received the letter, just not a bit of feedback for some reason. As the once brightest genius of Middle-earth, this kind of blow was simply worse than killing her. If it wasn't for Mo Qingyao being tough enough, I'm afraid that she wouldn't be able to withstand it at this point, and her spirit would have collapsed. Sighing, he got out of bed. Regardless, what's done is done. With the separation of the sects on the horizon, there were too many things for her to deal with. Mo Qingyao pushed open the door to her room and was planning to go out. Instead, the sight saw a man sitting at a stone table in the courtyard of his boudoir. Mo Qingyao was startled, subconsciously dodging to the sword rack in the room, and drew out her sword. When he looked at the door again, he looked a little stunned. Su, Mr. Su, why are you here? The person in the courtyard was none other than Su Zhixing. Su Zhixing stood up and saluted with an apology. Please forgive me for taking the liberty of interrupting, mainly because I needed to avoid some ears and eyes on this trip here, which is why Mr. Su came up with this plan. I also ask for Miss Mo's forgiveness. Mo Qingyao immediately understood that the years Su Zhixing said he wanted to avoid should refer to those from the famous sword villa. But even so, trespassing into a woman's mansion early in the morning was not something a scholar should do, even if the person is a land god, even if he is Su Zhixing. However, it was undeniable that when she saw that the person coming was Su Zhixing, the killing intent that had originally risen in Mo Qingyao's heart dissipated in an instant. There was also more than a little shyness only found in little girls. However, Mo Qingyao still had a cold face and didn't put the sword back in her hand. Walking to the courtyard and standing a few meters away from Su Zhixing, he stopped and asked, "Is Mr. Su in such a hurry to come here?" Su Zhixing nodded, arching his hand toward Mo Qingyao. "Mr. Su has come here to ask for something." Hearing that Su Zhixing had actually come to beg for herself, Mo Qingyao couldn't help but be shocked. A request from a land god is an extraordinary weight. She was no longer poised, and with a casual wave of her hand, her long sword was inserted back into the scabbard on the sword rack in the room. Clasping his fists, he returned the greeting. "Please feel free to ask anything, sir." Su Zhixing laughed. "I don't dare to command. I just want to ask Mo to help me protect a few people." Mo Qingyao froze, somewhat surprised. Protect someone? With Mr.'s ability, no one in the world should be able to threaten him if he wants to protect anyone, right? Su Zhixing was stunned and somewhat dismayed. Is he that strong? It didn't seem like he had shown any extraordinary abilities in front of this woman, right? It was thought that it should be because of some reason unknown to her that she misunderstood and brainstormed an image of herself as a Jedi Master. Although he knew that it was a misunderstanding, Su Zhixing naturally couldn't go for a hypocritical explanation and expose his bottom line to others. With this misunderstanding in place, it might have saved a lot of trouble. So Su Zhixing followed Mo Qingyao's words. "After all, I am a person. There will inevitably be negligence. Miss Mo has many men. If you can help me keep an eye on it, it will save me some heartache. If Miss Mo agrees, I will definitely return the favor in the future." Mo Qingyao didn't doubt it and nodded, asking, "Who does Mr. Su want me to protect?" "My disciple Lu Yuyu, and her family. I only hope that if Miss Mo finds out that someone is going to plot against them, she'll help as much as she can." Mo Qingyao's mind flowed, probably guessing why Su Jiwei would let himself protect Lu Yuyu's family. It should be because of the famous sword villa. Mo Qingyao didn't think for too long before agreeing readily. "Mr. Don't worry, if the people from the famous sword villa really want to do something to Lu Yuyu's family, with me stepping in, the famous sword villa should give me a few points." Su Zhixing gratefully clasped his fists and bowed. "Then thank you, Mo. After he said that, his eyes gathered and he raised his hand and gently beckoned. And Mo Qingyao's long sword that was placed on the sword rack in the room unexpectedly came out of its own sheath and flew in front of Su Zhixing. Su Zhixing gripped the hilt of his sword and laughed. Your cultivation has plummeted now, so I'll give you a little means of defense first. Su Zhixing raised his hand and wiped it on the hilt of his sword, flying quickly, because it was so fast, and Mo Qingyao could only see that it should be a poem written. As to what the contents were she could not be sure. After the poem was written, Mo Qingyao saw a glistening white light flicker. In an instant, endless sword chi was born out of thin air and was contained within that sword. Mo Qingyao looked dumbfounded. This kind of unimaginable means was worthy of the ability that only a land god could have. She suppressed her inner excitement and took the longsword from Su Zhixing's hands, respectfully saying, "Thank you, sir." Just then, Su Zhixing turned his head to look outside the courtyard, then laughed. In that case, then I will take my leave first, and if there is a need in the future, just send someone to come to the Knowledge and Conduct Academy to let them know. Mo Qingyao nodded and owed a bow. You're welcome, sir. By the time she straightened up, there was no longer any trace of Su Zhixing in front of her eyes, and far above the sky, there was a flash of sword light rushing away. Watching Mo Qingyao's heart and mind sway, it was hard to hide the excitement in her eyes. Not even the sound of footsteps behind him. Mo Qingjia stood beside Mo Qingyao and also followed her example of raising her head to look at the sky, but she couldn't see anything. Elder sister, what are you looking at? Mo Qingyao dully blurted out. Look at the gods. Chapter 58. An immortal strokes my sword. That last one was of course a deliberate act by Su Zhixing. He was not trying to show off. It was just that in a world like this, facing these people who revered forceful martial arts cultivation, appropriately displaying a little bit of ability that was beyond the reach of ordinary people might have more of a shocking effect on people's hearts. It also cuts down on some of the unnecessary hassle for you. Dozens of miles were but a fleeting moment for Su Zhixing, who was flying with his sword, until the sword light landed in the peach forest in the backyard of the schoolhouse. No one in Longquan town could guess that Su Zhixing had just made a trip to the county town. Ever since that day, Mo Qingyao had specifically sent someone to stay in Longquan town to watch over Lu Yuyu's family. In case someone does plot against them, it's good to be the first to step in and stop it. It was just that what she didn't expect was that Lu Yuyu's family was fine, but she ran into some trouble instead. Chang Jianhao didn't find out any useful information even after several days of investigation, so he redirected his spearhead towards Mo Qingyao. However, he didn't pick a fight. Instead, he brought some disciples from the famous sword villa to pay a visit to the door, saying that he wanted to learn from the disciples of the Qingting sword sect by sparring with them. Mo Qingyao didn't want to agree to it, but the disciples under her command were all rubbing their fists and eager to try. After all, it had been a while since they came to this Ani county, and without the environment of practicing swords at the headquarters, they had long been suffocating. Since the people from the famous sword villa had come to their door to make themselves uncomfortable, it was just the right time to relieve them of their boredom. As the eldest senior sister, Mo Qingyao was not in a good position to go against everyone's wishes, so she agreed. It's just that she didn't expect that the real purpose of this so-called cutthroat competition was actually directed at her. There were 5 games in the cut. The first 4 were between the division's younger siblings. Famous Sword Villa was slightly worse, losing 3 matches and only winning 1 by fluke. The disciples of the Qingting sword sect thought that since it was set to be 5 games, it should be whoever got 3 wins first would win. But the last game of the famous Sword Villa is still to be fought, and it's still Chang Jianhao himself. Chang Jianhao took a step to the center of the field, drew out the sword on his waist, and smiled in a graceful manner. In the 9 states of the Middle Kingdom, there are only 4 people under the age of 30 who use swords who are worthy of the name of Heaven's Pride. The first one, Yi Chang, who was suspected to be the only disciple of the great desolate city Sword Immortal. Second, Su Ziying, the first disciple of the Ziyang Mountain Taoist sect. Third, Zhao Woi, nephew of the great Zhou war god Zhao. The last one is the Qingping sword sect's holy maiden, Mo Qingyao. All the people present, listening to that one name, could not help but feel their blood boiling, their eyes full of heat. They are all sword learners, and they are all young disciples. Those 4 names, too, they had mentioned countless times. It was like 4 monuments of the sword Dao standing in this era. It is both sad and fortunate to have been born in the same era as them. The sad thing is that it's always hard to touch their backs, even if you try hard enough. Fortunately, being born in the same era as them, I was able to witness the rise of this one legend, the first settlement under the Great Week. These 4 men were all hecklers who had killed their way out of the chaos. There is no semblance of the fame that each one carries, not to be questioned by others. However, What Cheng Jianhao said next immediately threw a thunderbolt within the hearts and lakes of everyone present, including the disciples of the famous Sword Villa. I, Cheng Jianhao, the Grand Duke of the famous Sword Villa, to the entire world, I am just an insignificant existence, but I am still a swordsman who dares to strike out at the stronger. Therefore, I have decided, in the presence of all of you, to challenge the holy maiden of your hearts, the senior sister of the Qingping sword sect, the famous young celestial pride of the heavens, Mo Qingyao. When these words came out, the scene was silent. Everyone had a look of disbelief. Challenging Mo Qingyao? What a joke. That's Mo Qingyao, third-grade swordsman. It was even a battle record that had powerfully defeated a second-grade swordsman. Which one of the absolute prides like this, of which there were not many in the entire world, did not possess the strength to fight against each other across borders? Cheng Jianhao? Although it was also considered a genius figure and had some fame in the Jianghu, a fourth degree in your 30s is pretty impressive. However, compared to Mo Qingyao, whether it was in terms of cultivation or battle results, it was far too different. How do you compare? After the crowd was initially surprised, they turned their heads to look at Mo Qingyao, who was sitting not far away. Mo Qingyao also didn't expect that this Cheng Jianhao would challenge herself. If it was in the past, she naturally didn't care. But now, trouble. Now that his cultivation was only at the 6th rank, once he fought with Cheng Jianhao, he would definitely lose. It didn't matter if she lost. The key was to lose the face of the Qingping sword sect. With this in mind, Mo Qingyao made up her mind that this battle could not be fought. However, her face did not show any change in expression, and she simply said lightly, Senior Chang is joking. Swords have no eyes. It's better for you and I to forget about it. After Mo Qingyao finished her sentence, the surrounding onlookers did not feel anything wrong. Instead, it feels justified. What kind of status did Mo Qingyao have? How could she casually agree to someone else's invitation to spar? If you win the fight, you should. But if you lose, it's a big deal. But Cheng Jianhao didn't buy it. Instead he aggressively said, Senior sister Qingyao, could it be that you think that I am not worthy of being your opponent due to my lowly sword skill? Mo Qingyao shook her head, still indifferent. It's not that I'm looking down on you, it's just that my sword, when it's sheathed, it's better to forget about it. The corner of Cheng Jianhao's mouth rose slightly as he laughed. If I can have the honor to learn senior sister Qingyao's superior sword technique, not to mention seeing blood, even if I die, I will have no regrets. Speaking here, he suddenly turned his words around and said in a slightly provocative manner, Senior sister Qingyao wouldn't be afraid of losing to me? The disciples of the Qingping sword sect immediately changed their faces, and some even couldn't help but open their mouths. Cheng Jianhao, our senior sister politely rejected you out of concern for your face, and you're even getting ahead of yourself? Don't be ungrateful. That's right, senior sister Qingyao's sword skills are unrivaled in contemporary times, so how could she be afraid of you? Cheng Jianhao just looked at Mo Qingyao with a smiling face, the look in his eyes carrying a hint of teasing. Mo Qingyao frowned slightly, having some bad premonitions. Judging from the way this Cheng Jianhao was emboldened, it was very likely that he already knew about his cultivation regression. Recalling that she had sent a letter to her master for so long without any news, Mo Qingyao guessed that it was very likely that the carrier pigeon she had released had been intercepted by the famous Sword Villa. From there, you know what you're getting yourself into. Mo Qingyao pondered slightly and suddenly smiled contemptuously. This smile was somewhat inexplicable in Cheng Jianhao's eyes. What are you laughing at? Mo Qingyao didn't pay attention to him, but picked up her own sword on the side and held the hilt. Her eyes were like water, as if she was murmuring, just in time. We can see what is so divine about this long sword that an immortal has stroked. Cheng Jianhao was stunned, not hearing too much of what Mo Qingyao said. What did you say? Mo Qingyao finally raised her head and looked into Cheng Jianhao's eyes as she indifferently said, You think that you've really figured out my bottom line? In that case, then be prepared to die. As she spoke, the long sword in her hand had been slowly drawn. The glistening white sword chi rippled on that gradually revealed sword, and within the venue, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended. Everyone felt that at this moment, their lives and deaths were just a matter of Mo Qingyao's thoughts. Cheng Jianhao instantly sweated, and his back went cold, eyes full of disbelief. How can you? Didn't your cultivation plummet? How could you still have such a powerful sword chi? What responded to him was only a long sword filled with endless sword chi. Cheng Jianhao's heart was already in despair, and he could only do his best to raise his sword to meet the attack. However, Mo Qingyao's sword chi was like a great river rolling in. In an instant, Cheng Jianhao was drowned in a river of sword chi. Chapter 59, Going to the capital to take the examination. Mo Qingyao didn't kill Cheng Jianhao. After all, The famous sword villa had just lost a second duke. If the first duke died as well, I'm afraid that sword nerd would go completely crazy. Although he didn't kill him, Chang Jianhao was still seriously injured as a result, and he lay in bed for half a month before getting out of bed. Chang Jianhao always had trouble understanding why Mo Qingyao had clearly fallen off the realm, but still so powerful? That sword made him unable to raise the thought of resistance at all. The vastness is endless. Chang Feng, the famous sword villa's villa master, was naturally furious when he learned that his eldest son had been injured by Mo Qingyao. However, after learning that it was Cheng Jianhao who took the initiative to challenge Mo Qingyao, he could only hold his anger in his heart even if he had a great deal of it. You're not as skilled as the others, and you have to come to the door to challenge them. It's a great honor for him not to be killed. There's no excuse for this. After all, there were so many witnesses present. It was only when Chang Feng saw Cheng Jianhao's injuries that he couldn't help but laugh. Cheng Jianhao wondered, thinking that even if his father favored Chen Yuanzhou no matter how much, he wouldn't be so happy to see himself injured, right? Cheng Feng ignored his eldest son's aggravation and just said to himself, the next generation of the Qingping sword sect, it seems to be ruined. Cheng Jianhao was stunned, not understanding why his father had said such things. Cheng Feng seemed to be in a good mood and explained in an unprecedented manner that Mo Qingyao seemed to have injured you with a sword, but from the sword qi remaining on your body, it wasn't at all her Qingping sword sect's unique Qingping sword qi. This kind of power is definitely not inferior to her own, so with this sword, she should have relied on an external force to injure you. This also confirms that Mo Qingyao's cultivation has plummeted, and she is no longer the heavenly pride she once was. Hearing his father say this, Cheng Jianhao also sort of reacted. On reflection it does. The sword that Mo Qingyao wielded that day, although it was vast and expansive, terrifying like the might of heaven, however, it was not the Qingping sword sect's sword path, much less her Mo Qingyao's sword qi characteristics. In that case, she should have used some kind of external force at that time. It was just that both father and son couldn't figure out what other external force could make a person whose cultivation had plummeted exert such a powerful force. Couldn't figure it out, so I had to put it aside for now. So the famous sword villa has subsided quite a bit in the past half month. Mo Qingyao also finally got some leisure to solve the problems on her own. Su Zhixing remained as usual, reading and playing the zither every day, occasionally practicing sword and boxing. The days were leisurely. However, compared to him as a gentleman, the few students of Zhixing Academy who went to Beijing to catch the examination were not so leisurely. Dahu and his 4 brothers and sisters, following the Chen family siblings through thousands of miles, all the way north, spent more than 2 months, finally came to the center of this world, located in the central heavenly state in the center of the 9 states, the great Zhou Kyoto, Taiyan imperial city. As teenagers from a remote township, Dahu and the others were both rushed and excited. Before, when they were studying in Longquan town, they always heard Chen Minji bragging to them about how Taiyan city was so good, completely a paradise on earth. At first they didn't even have the concept, but when they walked into the city from under the wall that was nearly 20 feet high and couldn't be seen from left to right at a glance, they realized what it meant to sit on a well and watch the sky. Daho swore he'd never seen so many people in all his life. The spacious street was more than enough for even 10 carriages to drive side by side, but even on such a spacious street, there were still people coming and going, and it seemed a bit crowded. Most of the houses on both sides of the street are 2 or even 3-story high-rise buildings. There was a wide array of goods and stores, most of which were new and fresh that they had never seen before. It made the 4 teens look away. Chen Minji laughed as he wrapped his arms around Daha's neck and pounded his shoulder. Well, I didn't lie to you guys, did I? Daho nodded fervently and pointed around the room. Well, it's still conservative. Chen Minji laughed loudly and said, brothers, when we get to Kyoto, we're in my territory, so how about I take you guys to have fun for a few days first? Before Big Tiger could say anything, several other senior brothers were already shouting excitedly. Daha got out from under Chen Minji's arm and shook his head in a serious manner. Do you all remember what Mr. warned us before we left the house? The prosperity of the floating world is the most disruptive to people's hearts. We are not ordinary readers, so don't ruin our own Tao. The other 3 immediately looked in doubt and bowed in a hurry. What elder brother said? Chen Minji froze, somewhat speechless. Why are you getting more and more like that you winching kid too? Priggish, when you were a kid you were the most peevish. Mister, hit you more than I did. Dahu smiled back. Senior brother Minji, people have to grow up. Chen Minji instantly felt a bit bored. Chen Yunlan in the carriage on the side then laughed. Minji, you should also learn from Dahu, 16 years old. It's time to collect yourself. Chen Minji deflated his mouth and said helplessly, yes, got it. Dahu and a few other senior brothers couldn't help but snicker. He then cleared his throat, rubbed up against Chen Minji, and laughed. But it's not impossible to relax once in a while. Mr. also said that there's a balance between relaxation and relaxation. Chen Minji froze, then pointed at Big Tiger and laughed. Ha 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 ha. I told you, how can you kid really so honest? Ha ha ha. Good Lu. First with me to return to the house to pay respects to mother and father adults. Night, senior brother, I then bring you out to have fun. In the carriage, Chen Yunlan shook his head helplessly. In his eyes was a smile that he couldn't hide. Having studied together for so many years, how could she not know Zhao Hu's character? Xiao Hu, who had always regarded Yu Wenqing as his role model, was the most learned and the most stable of these disciples. The point is, the kid can also read people's minds and understands the human condition. The previous refusal of Chen Minji to caution all the senior disciples was to set a tone for this Kyoto examination first, so that everyone wouldn't be messed up by this prosperous Kyoto and spoil their cultivation. After all, they were all people with Confucianism and Taoism cultivation in them, different from ordinary readers. In case the state of mind goes wrong, the practice will follow and go terribly wrong. With this premise, that's why Daha said that line about tension and relaxation in order not to sweep Chen Minji off his feet. As an onlooker, Chen Yunlan saw it all clearly. She couldn't help but be a little glad that Minji was able to have such a group of masters and brothers. It was really a blessing that she had cultivated in her previous life. With these brothers and sisters, why would Chen Minji worry about not being able to protect the Chen family business? It might even be able to take the Chen family to the next level. It's just that the Chen family is already gracious to the core. So where can they go up another level? Chapter 60. Zhao Hu had never thought that a person's home could be this big. After entering the Chen mansion and following the Chen family siblings around in circles, he walked for at least half a quarter of an hour before finally reaching the main hall. Zhao Hu also met one of the most powerful people in the world, Chen Minji's father, the minister of the household department of the Great Zhou, Chen Xiuyuan. This is a gentleman, always smiling, endless tolerance for children. To Zhao Hu and the rest of their children's mentors and brothers, they were also nothing but the best. All in all, the Chen family's family atmosphere made Dahu and the others feel very close. It's not at all like those dramas that say that the mansions are deep and hooked up. Although it was the first time they had seen this kind of world, the few people from Dahu did not show any signs of cowardice. There was more novelty in their eyes, more yearning. The only thing that's not there is fear and low self-esteem. After following Su Zhixing's reading and studying for so many years, they had long since developed self-confidence from the bottom of their hearts. What's more, nowadays, even He Jiqiu, who was the youngest among his brothers and sisters, already had the cultivation level of a 9th grade Confucian. With the Hao Ran true Qi in his body, he was born with an elegant and uncommon demeanor. Not to mention Big Tiger, who was already at the 7th grade Confucian cultivation level. Moreover, several of the senior brothers and sisters were practicing the true explanation of the martial way on the side, and now they had all entered the grade. Strong physique and thick Qi and blood. The essence of nature is also far from ordinary readers can be compared. During the conversation, even Chen Xiuyuan, a second-ranking official of the imperial court, praised him heartily and called him a young man of great talent. He was also appreciative of the other 3 senior brothers. As Chen Minji listened to his father praising his senior brother, his chest couldn't help but stand up higher and higher. His face filled with complacency. Those who didn't know thought that Chen Xiuyuan was praising him. During the dinner, Chen Xiuyuan took advantage of the wine, plus really liked Dahu and a few of them, so he proposed to let them live in the Chen residence during this period of time, so that they can also take care of each other. But Dahu, several people in the previous have discussed, follow the Chen family siblings all the way with the capital is already adding a lot of trouble. Now that I'm in the capital, I'm really embarrassed to continue to bother. Chen Xiuyuan persuaded again to no avail, so he could only regretfully give up. But still, he immediately sent someone to inform the person in charge of the Yangzhou Fellowship Hall and asked them to take more care of it. After the dinner, Chen Minji couldn't sit still and said goodbye to his parents, then ran out with a few of the Dahu. In the living room, only father and daughter Chen Xiuyuan and Chen Yunlan remained. After drinking a cup of tea, Chen Xiuyuan's drunkenness receded slightly. He looked at his daughter, whom he hadn't seen in 4 or 5 years, and his eyes couldn't help but redden. Yunlan, father. Chen Yunlan shook her head and choked a little. Father, my daughter knows that there is nothing father can do. Chen Xiuyuan sighed tersely and said quietly, originally, I thought that by sending you siblings to a place as far away as Yangzhou, I would be able to escape. Nah. Speaking here, Chen Xiuyuan lowered his voice and laughed somewhat helplessly. It is said that my Chen family has the merit of being a slave to the dragon, and I, Chen Xiuyuan, am the one who is most favored by the saint, but who knows that accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger. Even if I never show my face and don't compete, the one above is still not at ease, and has to lock up my sons and daughters together before giving up. Speaking here, he turned his head to look at Chen Yunlan and apologized. Yunlan, your marriage to the third prince was decreed by His Majesty himself. No one in this world can go against it. It's just that third prince is ambitious and not a peaceful master. Ever since the crown prince's accidental death, he's been extremely restless. Letting you marry him, Dad, I really can't bear to. Chen Yunlan's heart was filled with helplessness. As the daughter of a minister, she could not make her own decisions about marriage, and even her parents' words did not count. Not only that, in the face of the Son of Heaven's bestowal of marriage, they had to give 1,000 thanks even if they didn't want to. Otherwise you are disobedient to the Holy Spirit, and you are resisting the decree. Chen Yunlan suddenly recalled some remarks Su Zhixing had made when he was at the Zhixing Academy. The people are the most important thing. The gods of earth and grain come second, and the king is the least important thing. The world is the world's world. All men are born equal, princes and lords, peddlers and peddlers. There is a difference between high and low status, but there is no difference between noble and lowly personalities. The yin and yang of heaven and earth are meant to complement each other. A male may not necessarily be honorable, and a female may not necessarily be inferior, so on and so forth. There is so much talk that is beyond this era. These remarks seemed to open a window to Chen Yunlan's heart, but when she returned to the capital and saw her father, who was already graying at the temples, she understood. While all of these truths make sense, they don't work in this world. As good as this moment, give her Chen Yunlan 100 guts, she would not dare to run in front of the Son of Heaven to protest, to tell him that the world is the world of the world's people. It wasn't that he was afraid of death, but as soon as such words were spoken, the Chen family would no longer have a reason to continue to exist, unless she could cultivate into a land god, transcending above the world and the royal power. Just like that one man who lived alone in a city, the sword immortal. Even the heavenly prince of Great Zhou never said such things as he overstepped his bounds. Alas, only someone like Mr. can really put these truths into practice and say such treacherous things. She had thought of this outcome before she came back, and on the way, even if it was freezing cold, she still deliberately slowed down her pace and delayed as much as she could. But the road is there, and it's always going to be finished. Even if she was now at the third grade cultivation level, she simply didn't have the ability to put up half a fight. Chen Xiuyuan sighed powerlessly. Lan'er, there's still time. The Empress Dowager's funeral was at the end of last year, and your marriage to the third prince will not take place until after 3 years of national mourning. That Mr. Su you mentioned in your letter earlier. Father, Mr. Su is a man of the world. We can't implicate him, Chen Yunlan righteously said. Chen Xiuyuan nodded farther, not holding much hope for that Mr. Su. Father and daughter looked sad and helpless. On the other hand, Chen Ningji, the only son of the Chen family, was unaware of his sorrows and was taking Dahu and their masters and brothers on an extraordinarily happy stroll through the streets. There is no curfew in Kyoto at night, but rather it is more lively than during the day. Lights are on everywhere, especially those busiest streets are crowded with tourists. Dahu's few people followed Chen Ningji, and it was an eye-opening experience. Where have I seen this sight in Long Springs? The night in Long Springs is dead and dark, and the night in Kyoto is like another world. Chen Ningji led a few people around a curve and into an extraordinarily different street. Just as they entered the place, Big Tiger's few people smelled an aroma if nothing else. It doesn't smell very good, but it's just a little addictive and you can't even help but take a few more whiffs. Immediately after that, Dahu saw the image that made him blush the most since he grew up. On top of that flowery building down the street, a single scantily clad woman stretched out from the window and looked at him with a smile on her face. Someone even gave a few of them a wink and a shrug every now and then. Where have the several Dahus seen this kind of scene? Each and every one of them blushed and didn't dare to raise their heads to look. Although Chen Ningji had not been in Kyoto for a few years, he had already seen this kind of scene an unknown number of times, so of course he would not feel any discomfort. However, for a powerful and noble son like him, these marketplace greenhouse flower prostitutes are hard to get into. The purpose of Chen Ningji's trip was not here either, but one of the innermost places on this street, the real entertainment and recreation place for the sons of the powerful and noble people of Kyoto, the 10,000 Gold Building. Chapter 61, 10,000 Gold Mansion. Wan Jinlu is one of the most famous restaurants in Kyoto. It was said to be a restaurant, but in fact, there were many tricks in the 10,000 Gold Building, and it was not as simple as just eating and drinking. In layman's terms, it's really a clubhouse. At first, Dahu and the others didn't understand why this place was called the House of 10,000 Gold. It was only when they walked into the tavern, which from the outside looked just a bit taller than the other buildings, that they realized why the word Wanjin was there. Brilliant is no longer enough to describe the interior of the 10,000 gold building. That one pillar, one beam, and one bright light, all of them are like gold. Chen Minji explained on the sidelines that those pillars, beams, and lamps, which look like gold, are actually really gold. The exterior of the pillars was colored with a large lacquer of gold dust. The patterns on the beams, too, were all gilt, and those lamps, one by one, were made of pure gold. But there was more than just gold in the 10,000 gold building. Gold accents don't feel cheesy and full of brass in this, because these gold decorations are just accompaniment. The overall decoration style invariably reveals the gorgeousness and elegance, so that people cannot pick half a fault. At first the guards at the entrance didn't recognize Chen Minji, so they stopped them. It wasn't until Chen Minji flashed his identity that he was able to enter without any problems. In other words, this place is not accessible to the general public. Learning that it was Chen Minji who had arrived, the second shopkeeper of Wanji Lu immediately greeted him with a warm face. It was a fat-headed middle-aged man who looked like a meatball from afar. A smile is always piled on his face, never any other emotion. Everyone in Kyoto said that the meatball must be wearing a mask on his face. That's why the second treasurer of the 10,000 gold mansion was given the nickname, the Smiling Buddha. Egu, my little ancestor, you've been gone for 5 years. You've missed me. Hearing this voice, Daho couldn't help but feel a little numb. How does someone that fat sound like a little girl? Chen Minji, however, didn't care and smiled as he patted the smiling Buddha's face. I say, you've gotten a whole lot rounder in a few years. Aren't you afraid of getting fat? Smiling Buddha hemmed and hawed. Mr. Chen has good eyesight. It's not that Great Joe is becoming increasingly prosperous. I'm in a good mood. A good mood is naturally good for the body. Chen Minji rolled his eyes. This smiling Buddha was never like this. The words coming out of his mouth were either kissing ass or preparing to kiss ass. Without further ado, I'm bringing a few of my senior brothers along for fun today, so you'll have to make arrangements for me. Smiling Buddha turned his head to look at Big Tiger and the rest of them, still smiling and respectful. Don't worry, a few gentlemen are coming back for the first time. 10,000 Gold House will definitely make a few of you feel at home. With that, he turned around with a few people and headed for the second floor, following behind the smiling Buddha. The youngest Hijicho stared at the back of the smiling Buddha's laborious stair climbing, and couldn't help but curiously turn his head to Dahu. Elder brother, I'm so worried he's going to roll down. Daho glared at him and whispered, mind your own business, can't you be pressured? Which Hijicho actually did nod. Dahu was also speechless for a while. Of all the senior brothers, this junior brother was the most naive, with a heart like a naked child, and even Mr. Jicho had said that Jicho was a rare pure and bright heart. This kind of nature is good of course, it just does seem a bit childish at times. The smiling Buddha walking in front seemed to have heard the conversation between the two and turned his head to laugh. Don't worry, gentlemen, your legs are still sharp, you can't roll down. Hijicho froze, and suddenly some of her cheeks burned. Big Tiger's heart, on the other hand, was dark. That's even audible? Bastrucci flashed in his eyes, and with just one glance, he became somewhat agitated. This fat as a meatball second shopkeeper. The thickness of his chi and blood actually almost scorched his vision. Dahu cupped his fists and saluted. Elder brother is young and has a bad mouth. Please forgive me, boss. Smiling Buddha hemmed and hawed. Egu, your excellency has disgraced me. How can any noble guest apologize to an inferior like us? It's all my fault. Daho smiled and didn't say another word, but the heart had also determined that it would be better to deal less with such people in the future. It's too deep. When they reached the second floor, they followed the smiling Buddha into an extremely spacious private room. There were already 6 or 7 handsome and fresh women quietly waiting in the private room. In addition to these women, the table was full of all kinds of treasures and fruits, wine and food, and the decoration of the private room was surprisingly more luxurious than the hall outside. Casually taking one thing out from here was enough for an unusual family to eat for a long time. The private room was enclosed on 3 sides, one of which faced the center of the hall, providing an unobstructed view of all the hall had to offer. After entering the private room, the Big Tiger brothers were instead more rushed. They all came from poor backgrounds, so how could they get used to being waited on like this by a few dainty beauties? Hijicho was so scared that she didn't even dare to move a bit, and her eyes were full of help when she looked at Dahu. Chen Minji couldn't help but laugh as he watched his senior brothers in this state. The women who had been serving were then told to retire. Only after the women left did a few of them sort of relax. Daho looked at Chen Minji. pointed at this private room, and asked, "Senior brother, isn't this a bit too broken?" Chen Minji took it all in stride and waved his hand. "Hey, that's nothing." Seeing that Dahu was still tinged with worry, Chen Minji had no choice but to explain. "Don't worry, my Chen family's money comes from a clean source. Besides my father's salary, I also have a knighthood salary, and my sister who is the county lord of Fengyang likewise. In addition, because of my father's merits in following his majesty back then, he also received a lot of rewards, and my sister knows how to do business better. That's why we have these family funds. I assure you that not a single penny of our Chen family's money is illegally obtained." Dahu smiled. "Elder brother is overly concerned. I didn't say that the Chen family's money came from the wrong way. It's just that any more money, that's hard-earned. It's fine for us brothers to see the world. No need to waste more." Chen Minji hemmed and hawed. "Who said it was hard-earned? What's so hard about earning money? It's studying that's hard work." Dahu froze, somewhat speechless. It's not human. Think of them, the elders of the family, in order to pay for them to go to the capital to catch the examination, almost sold the family property, plus the Chen family siblings of the financial support to participate in the imperial examination. In comparison, reading is what is really lucky for them. Thinking of this, Big Tiger turned to the other three senior brothers and said viciously, "Everyone give me food, whatever is expensive, and eat this abominable rich man poor." He Jichio, who was holding a bunch of amethyst grapes that were a bit less than nice, froze for a moment and exchanged a glance with the other two senior brothers, then grinned and said, "Hey, elder brother said eat openly." Chen Minji looked at the several senior brothers with a smile on his face, then wrapped an arm around Dahu's neck and laughed. Eat openly, there's plenty." Just then, the next booth suddenly walked over to a person, twisting his head to look this way. Disgust seemed to fill his eyes. When he got a good look at Chen Minji's appearance, the man even lowered his head to think about it, and then the look of dislike in his eyes grew even more. "I said, who is it? So it's you, the landlord, being exiled to the countryside by the Lord Squire. You really have contracted the smell of earth." Chapter 62, The Chunin Exam. Chen Minji heard the sound and turned his head to squint, then moved away again and faded. "Whose dog is barking here? Doesn't any owner come to take care of it?" The man was stunned. Then a layer of anger quickly crept into his eyes. "Chen Minji, who are you calling a dog?" Chen Minji snorted. "I don't talk to dogs. That one back there. Say what you want." The man was about to say something else when a voice from the booth behind him interrupted him. "Chen Minji, after not seeing you for a few years, your mouth has gotten a lot sharper." Chen Minji heatedly smiled back. "That is, I just don't know if that third leg of yours is working now." Silence fell across the room, as if they had been poked and prodded. "Chen Minji, you can't be arrogant for long." Chen Minji gave a disdainful cut and ignored him, seeing that the atmosphere was not right. Daho came over to Chen Minji and pointed to the next door and asked, "Who is it? Come up here and pull hate. So uncultivated?" Chen Minji laughed and put his arm around Daho's shoulder and laughed. "Worthy of being my senior brother? He speaks just fine." Daho rolled his eyes and muttered, "Obviously I was initiated first. So you're still calling me senior? It's not like I can't beat you. Ha 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 ha. Only that pervert you wenching can beat me? You are still a bit short. Say, I'm a reader. Why don't we compare poems and essays?" Tai, Xiao Hu, I didn't expect you to have such evil intentions. Must you challenge my soft underbelly? The brothers just fight and laugh. Seems to have completely forgotten about the one next door who was looking for a fight. In fact, Daho knew that Chen Minji was deliberately digressing from the topic. After all, someone who could swear at him like that would definitely not be an ordinary person. Chen Minji obviously didn't want Dahu and these senior brothers to be missed by the man next door. Dahu understood his intentions, so he also stopped pursuing the matter. So he went along with Chen Minji's heckling to get this matter out of the way. But they forget that villains are villains precisely because they have no bottom line at all. This night at the Wanjin building, Dahu and the others have really grown and seen the world. But for these teenagers, that was not what they wanted most at this time. Rather, it is the first time that the Great Zhou founding of the Chuanwu examination. They had followed Su Zhixing's diligent study for 5 years, from the county's child test, which is also known as the county test, step by step to today, for the sake of this final gold list, is not it? So the extravagant experience of this night did not spoil their state of mind, but rather motivated them even more to study hard. They were all Confucian cultivators with vast true qi in their bodies. This transcendent power that belonged exclusively to the readers might not be as destructive or lethal as the martial true qi, but it could make them deaf and agile in their thinking. The understanding of the scriptures of this world is significantly easier than that of other scholars, and once they entered the rank, they would basically have an ability that would be the envy of outsiders. And that was a superb memory. Even after reaching the Confucian 6th grade realm, it was more capable of being unforgettable. This was why they were young enough to make it all the way through the county, prefectural, courtyard, and township exams, the first 9 days of March. This day was a day that would never be forgotten for the readers of Great Zhou, because today, it is the day of the opening of the Great Zhou Chun exam. The Daho several people prepared the things needed for the exam early in the morning, including food, bedding, and so on. Chen Minji also came over early in the morning to meet up with a few people. He is also going to participate in this Chun exam. Whether you win or not, it's always a valuable experience. The pre-test inspection of the Chunin exam is extremely strict. Before the candidate enters the room, his or her entire body is stripped and inspected, and even the anus is peeled back to look at it. So the kind of situation told in the play where a woman dresses up as a man and gets the top prize is absolutely impossible, unless she can't tell if she's male or female even when she's naked. As the first spring exam of the founding of the Great Zhou, it is naturally extremely valued. Even this tribute courtyard was built under the personal supervision of the current emperor. The minister of ceremony himself sat down, accompanied by even more royal princes, and the cabinet of ministers was divided into left and right. An invisible pressure is put on these candidates. Dahu several people walked in the crowd of people in the queue, raised their eyes and looked around. Surprisingly, they could not see a person of similar age to them, and most of the candidates are gray at the temples and look old at first glance. No wonder Mr. How said that the head is poor. Chen Minji couldn't help but sigh. Dahu nodded, deeply sympathetic. He couldn't help but feel extraordinarily grateful inwardly for being able to meet a gentleman like Su Zhixing. In the beginning, after they passed the county examination for the first time, everyone had a feeling that the readers in this world seemed to be a bit weak. Why do so many people fail to pass something so simple? Later, after taking a few more exams, they realized that it was not that the readers in this world were weak, but that they were too far ahead of their time. The difficulty of the scriptures and doctrines they learn on a regular basis far exceeds the content of the exams in this world. And there was the supreme sacred Confucianism taught by Su Zhixing, plus the method of cultivating qi, keeping their ear to the ground. They often only need to learn what is going to be tested in a subject list 6 months before the exam and they can easily take it. It was only after walking out of Longquan town that they truly understood just how precious the things Su Zhixing had passed on to them were. With these thoughts on their minds, the line was soon to take their turn. Seeing these few teenagers, the several examiners on that high seat all couldn't help but light up. Minister of Rights Liu Baijie even took the initiative to open his mouth to inquire. How many of you? Are you from Yangzhou's Ani County? Zhao Hu's few people hurriedly bowed and returned, reporting back to Your Excellency. We're all from Yangzhou's Ani County. Liu Baijie smiled and nodded. Very good, young heroes. Great Zhou needs good sons and daughters like you. Take the test well. Zhao Hu brought a few senior brothers with him and bowed back without being overbearing. Thank you, my lord. They were then taken behind a screen by the officials and began to check and search them. Everyone else had quickly finished checking, and Chen Minji had all gotten dressed and walked out. Just at this moment, but suddenly, a stern cry could be heard from behind a screen. What is it? I don't know. It's not mine. Upon hearing these two conversations, Chen Minji and the other 3 disciples of the Zhixing Academy couldn't help but change their complexion drastically. That was clearly Zhao Hu's voice. Immediately after that they saw the official who had given the greeting search come out from behind the screen, and seemed to be holding something in his hand, which looked like it should be a note. Minister of Rights Liu Baijie asked with a frown. What is it? The official presented the note in his hand with both hands and said in a loud voice. Back to Your Excellency, Yangzhou candidate Zhao Hu. This item was seized from his traveling bag. Please have a look at it, Your Excellency. Behind the screen, Dahu hurriedly got dressed and ran out in defense. My lord, this is not mine. I have never seen this before. Chen Minji, who was on the side, also hurriedly agreed. My lord, there may be a mistake. The official, however, said sternly. My lord, my humble servant would like to guarantee with his life that this item was definitely seized from the traveling bag of Yangzhou candidate Zhao Hu. As he spoke, Liu Baijie had already opened the note, and after just one look, his face was filled with rage. Men, drive this man out of the tribute court, and record him in a book to which all beings may not refer. Chapter 63, Falsely Accused. Zhao Hu's complexion changed drastically, and he hurriedly defended himself. Your Honor is well aware that this item is in no way mine. Chen Minji also hurriedly stood out and said, My lord, Zhao Hu is a talented young man with extraordinary knowledge. He will not use this means to bury his promising future. There must be a suspicion in it. Please be clear about it. He Jiqiu, this kid, even said with an indignant face, "My senior brother is all righteousness and vastness. How could he possibly be the one to do such a thing? Someone must have deliberately framed him." As soon as his words left his mouth, Chen Minji secretly said that it was not good. Sure enough, Lu Baijie was furious when he heard it and clapped his hands. "Yellow-mouthed child, this is the Tribute Academy, with His Highness the Third Prince and all the lords personally present. Who dares to do these shady tricks? You, a candidate, defying the examination center, defying His Highness and all the lords. How dare you? Come on people, drive him out together with me." After saying that, some Shen armor guards came forward and escorted Zhao Hu and He Jiqiu to drive them out. The other two disciples of the Jixing Academy had wanted to come forward and say a few words, but when they heard Lu Baijie's words, they were so frightened that they didn't dare to open their mouths again. Only Chen Minji still didn't care and continued, "Wait, my lord, this is indeed a strange matter, and I ask you to give them another chance." Lu Baijie naturally knew Chen Minji's identity, and for a moment, he was a bit uncertain. After all, Chen Xiuyuan, that old boy, although only a household minister, but really annoyed even His Majesty dared to bump into him. He a Ministry of Rights, although on the surface of the official position than the Chen Xiuyuan high, but every time you see the face is not to be courteous and polite to say a Chen Tajian. Just as Lu Baijie hesitated, a low and self-imposed majestic voice rang out, "Minji, stop fooling around. Lord Lu has his own judgment." Chen Minji's heart shook as he looked towards the person who spoke. "Third Highness, my senior brother, Minji, this is the tribute center." Chen Minji gritted his teeth, and his face couldn't help but be bruised. Anyone could see that his heart was hesitant at this time, but even though he was facing the third prince, Chen Minji surprisingly still took a step forward, clasped his hands together, and wanted to say more. Zhao Hu looked in his eyes and already knew that there was absolutely no turning back on this matter. He took a deep breath, broke away from the guards, and clasped his hands together and spoke aloud. "Student Zhao Hu, willingly give up the exam." Chen Minji, whose words were already on his lips, turned his head violently and looked at Zhao Hu. "Da Hu, can't." However, he couldn't see half a point of frustration on Zhao Hu's face, but instead a warm smile. "Elder brother, take the test properly." Chen Minji's heart was unwilling and his silver teeth were clenched, but even he didn't have half a solution. Big Tiger looked at the other two senior brothers again and laughed. "Don't fail to live up to the teachings of the gentleman." Those two didn't open their mouths to say a word from the beginning to the end, and for some reason at this time, they were somewhat afraid to raise their heads to meet Zhao Hu's eyes. Finally, Zhao Hu looked towards the lords on that high platform and bowed and cupped his fists once again. "Today's matter is my fault alone. Zhao Hu, I implore your excellency to give He Jiqiu another chance for reference." What did he expect? Just as he finished speaking, He Jiqiu, who was being escorted by two Xuanjia guards on the side, said in a loud voice, "Elder brother, if you don't take the test, I won't take the test either. They framed you. You shut the up." Zhao Hu snapped. In the heat of the moment, he even utilized his vast true qi. The sound waves vibrated and were heard throughout the tribute courtyard, even by the pedestrians outside of it. Those adults sitting on the high seats had sideways glances, not realizing that Zhao Hu was still a martial artist with true qi. That third prince was even more interested with a burning gaze. Zhao Hu once again pleaded for mercy. "My lord, He Jiqiu is young and doesn't know how to be courteous, so please be lenient with me." Chen Minji also clasped his fists. "My lord, He Jiqiu is incredibly talented. We must not miss out on such a talent." But Lu Baijie where will give him this face? In front of so many candidates, He Jiqiu 3 times said something slanderous words. This is in the face of him, the Minister of Rights. If it wasn't in public, he even had the heart to get He Jiqiu killed. At such a young age, he is so wildly disobedient. It would be a great misfortune if such a person were in high school. Someone get him out of here and disqualify him from the exam. He Jiqiu was thus framed by the two men and driven out, but there was still no semblance of recognition on his face. Zhao Hu sighed helplessly, saluted those adults on the high seat, and finally glanced at Chen Minji and the others before turning around in a dashing manner and walking out of the tribute courtyard. Chen Minji looked at his departing back, his eyes filled with apologies. Zhao Hu had not offended anyone when he first came to the capital. The only explanation why he was framed was because of him, or because of the Chen family. Thinking back to the night when I first came to the capital, at the 10,000 gold building, Chen Mingjie was almost 100% sure that it was that person who did the trick. Good enough to not dare to lay a hand on me and hit my senior brother with the idea. Chen Mingjie forcefully suppressed the anger within him. There was absolutely no way that this account could be settled just like that. At the entrance of the Tribute Academy, Zhao Wu picked up his own traveling bag and headed out without looking back. Hijicho hurriedly lifted his own things and followed him, not saying a word, not daring to speak, walking on the streets where people came and went. Zhao Hu was getting angrier and angrier the more he thought about it. He, who really couldn't help it, turned around violently, stretched out his finger to point at Hijicho's forehead, and said with hatred, "Do you realize what you've done?" Hijicho's head was tilted back violently by Zhao Hu's point, and after recovering, he only knew to grin and laugh straight at Zhao Hu. Zhao Hu looked at his smiling face that normally looked so cute, but at this moment, he was furious. "You're still laughing? Didn't you work so hard to study for so many years just for this day? You just give it up without a care in the world. Can you stand up to your parents' hard work and Mr. Teacher's teachings?" Hijicho beamed, still not saying a word. Zhao Hu really couldn't do anything with him anymore, and tugged on his arm. "Go, I'll teach you a lesson when I get back." In the room of the Yangzhou Fellowship Hall, Zhao Hu sat with a big head at his desk, looking at a copy of Mencius sitting on the table and not knowing what to think. Hijicho just stood to the side, picking at his fingernails. After a long time, Zhao Hu let out a long sigh, sat up straight, and said, "The good thing is, you're not on the record and you'll get another chance next time." Hijicho finally opened his mouth to speak, but the words that came out made Zhao Hu want to give him his foot. "I won't take the test next time either. Never again." Zhao Hu was stunned and pointed at him. You for half a day." Hijicho, however, acted like nothing, moved a stool to sit at the table by herself, folded her hands on the table, rested her chin on the back of her hand, and blinked her big eyes at Zhao Hu. "Dao, senior brother, don't be angry. I think that the Chunin exam is nothing good to participate in. Are some dirty people? Mr. Also said, well, if you find that other people are wrong, they are right, even if this other people are all people, but also do not need to change themselves for them. If I participate in the imperial examination and become an official, and all the people around me are that kind of people, then why do I still participate in the imperial examination?" Zhao Hu was stunned, not expecting that the always droll junior brother would be able to say such a thing. Chapter 64, Late Night Encounter. Zhao Hu looked deeply at Hijicho, and he couldn't see half of the tainted emotions in this junior apprentice brother's eyes. Losing his chance at the imperial examination didn't see him depressed. In the face of those great officials of the court, it was even more impossible to see him have the slightest fear. A mouthful of slander, without the slightest consideration of whether such words would bury his own future. Maybe it's youthful ignorance, or maybe it's just that the heart belongs to someone else. No matter what, for people like Hijicho, Zhao Hu would still heartily like and admire them. Looking at such a Hijicho, Zhao Hu suddenly felt that perhaps he was right not to participate in the imperial examinations. Hijicho is too clean. If one enters the dynasty as an official, it would be difficult for such a person to survive, and he's destined to be miserable for the rest of his life. It would be better to let him be a free and easy reader and live the life he wants to live. Thinking about this, Zhao Hu's heart was much lighter. After all, Hijicho was implicated because of him. "Zichio, since you don't want to participate in the imperial examinations, forget it. We cultivate Confucianism and Taoism, and it's not always necessary to take the imperial examinations to do so." Mr. Zichio said that being poor is the only way to be good. Cultivating one's body and aligning one's family is not inferior to ruling the country and leveling the world. Hijicho smiled brightly and nodded his head like garlic. Senior brother, that's what I think. In fact, I don't even want to participate in the imperial examinations. I just want to stay in the academy, accompanying Mr. and senior brothers and sisters, reading, writing and practicing boxing every day. Watching my sisters practicing their swords and listening to Mr. Lee's stories. I feel like this. It's just fine and dandy. Too good to be true. Zhao Hu smiled faintly and reached out to rub Hijicho's head, saying gently, "Alright, when the Chunin exams are over, senior brother will take you home." Well, when the Chunin exams are over, we, along with senior brother Wang and senior brother Zhang, will go home together. When it came to the other two senior brothers, Zhao Hu shook his head. "Zichio, the two of them have great ambitions. You like the life of the academy, that's just you like it. You can't measure others against it. You don't want to make things difficult for the two of them either, do you?" Hijicho looked down in thought and asked, "Are senior brother Wang and senior brother Zhang going to stay in Kyoto?" Zhao Hu shook his head again. "I don't know, but if they're in high school, ugh, I hope they make it to high school." Hijicho beamed, then spread her eyebrows and laughed. "It's alright, if the two elder brothers can stay in Kyoto and they wish to stay in Kyoto, that would be the best ending for them. I would only be happy for them. It will be good to have you, elder brother, to accompany me back." Zhao Hu smiled and said, "Good, you and I, brothers together. Even if it's a million miles away, it's all springtime. At the same time, thousands of miles away in Yangzhou's Longquan town, Su Shixing, who was reading a book, suddenly changed his expression slightly. His third-grade Confucian cultivation suddenly surged without warning. In the mud pill palace, a condensed vast true qi appeared out of thin air, and at a rough glance, there were at least 40 or so. He was originally a third-grade Confucian cultivator, with more than 80 channels of vast true qi condensed in his mudball palace. Together with this sudden appearance of more than 40 channels of true qi, it unexpectedly raised his Confucianism cultivation to the second-grade realm all of a sudden. Su Shixing was startled, and his mind immediately sank into his mind. The system voice sounded, "Congratulations to the host, 2 of the named disciples' potential values have risen to 80 points or more, and the number of disciples has been automatically raised to 6. Su Shixing tapped on the system to check, and found that it was surprisingly the 2 people Zhao Hu and He Jiqiu. Zhao Hu was already a 7th-grade Confucian cultivator with 5 channels of condensed true qi. He Jiqiu also had 1 more condensed true qi. The 2 of them together had gone through a 6-fold return, allowing Su Shixing to increase his condensed true qi by more than 40 channels out of thin air all of a sudden. Under checking, Su Shixing found that Zhao Hu had a potential value of 81, and He Jiqiu's potential value had unexpectedly reached 88. It was the tallest one besides Yu Wenqing. That's a bit of a stretch. But what Su Shixing really cared about wasn't this, but what these disciples had actually experienced in Kyoto. He knew that if he didn't encounter something big enough to change the trajectory of his life, the thing called potential value would never change. And something big enough to change the trajectory of a life often means a crisis that can threaten life or death. That's what worried Su Shixing. At night, in the Yangzhou Fellowship Hall in Kyoto, Zhao Hu had a rare loss of sleep. During the day, although he did act lightly, it was after all the world's most talented people gathered for the test. Even if it is not for the purpose of being an official, Zhao Hu would like to use this opportunity to see what level his learning is relative to the scholars in this world. But a false accusation that obvious cost him that opportunity completely from then on. The Ministry of Rights keeps a record of it, and you cannot participate in the imperial examinations for the rest of your life. That's the equivalent of a death sentence for a reader. Zhao Hu was slightly better, but still would be upset. During the daytime, senior sister Chen Yunlan had specially visited the 2 of them. She was equally unconvinced that Zhao Hu would do such a thing. Chen Yunlan naturally thought 1 level deeper than Zhao Hu. After all, she was aware of what rivals the Chen family actually had in this Kyoto. So as soon as she learned what had happened, she started working on it. Just in the evening, she sent people back to tell her that from Zhao Hu betting searched out the note of the official. Even in the ladder to correct the lantern, accidentally fell down. Just the head hit the ground, but also happened to have a nail hammer on the ground, so that coincidentally and accidentally died. Chen Yunlan understood that the man's death was by no means an accident, but also because of this man's death, the matter of Zhao Hu is dead in the water. Chen Yunlan passed this information to Zhao Hu in the first instance. Zhao Hu was very calm and accepted this reality. But Mr. said, what is the best way to repay a grudge with virtue? Repay a grudge with a straight one, and a good one with a good one. He, Zhao Hu, could not participate in the imperial examinations, but that did not mean he could forgive the person behind the curtain. And according to his guess, the one who was most likely to plot against him would be the one who never showed up in the private room next to theirs when they were at the 10,000 gold building that day. He didn't know who it was, but Chen Mingji must know. When Chen Mingji finished the exam, Zhao Hu only needed to ask him. Zhao Hu looked at He Jiqiu, who was sleeping extraordinarily sweetly on the side, and held the corner of the quilt for him, then simply got up, put on his coat and walked out. It was late at night, and the bustling night markets of Kyoto were closed. The streets were empty, no one in sight. Zhao Hu walked aimlessly, and without realizing it, he actually walked to the entrance of the Shanglin Academy. The Shanglin Academy is the place of the royal official school of the Great Zhou dynasty, the highest school in the world. Zhao Hu had always heard about it, but had never been there. I didn't expect to walk here. He was about to turn his head and leave, but then he saw that the door of the Academy Palace was hidden, and there seemed to be light coming through from inside. Curious, Zhao Hu walked up and gently pushed the door open, calling out towards the inside, "Is anyone there?" Who? There was indeed someone inside, and when they heard Zhao Hu's voice, they immediately asked in an alert manner. Zhao Hu clasped his fists and bowed in greeting. "I was passing by here, and because I admire the name of the Upper Forest Academy, and I saw that there were lights in here, I took the liberty of coming in to take a look, so please forgive me if I have offended." To the left of the main door of the school palace, there was a side room, and it was from there that the light leaked out. After Zhao Hu finished speaking, a person came out from there. Teenager-like, not much different from Zhao Hu's age. The look was rather imposing, male-bodied and extremely handsome, just a little too skinny and pale and weak-looking. What brings you here so late? The teenager asked curiously. Zhao Hu smiled helplessly and returned. Couldn't sleep, came out for a walk, didn't think I'd end up here. The teenager nodded, then tightened the fox fur on his body, then looked at Zhao Hu's thin clothing and asked, "Are you cold? Why don't you go inside and have a fire?" Zhao Hu thought to himself that there was nowhere else to go anyway, so he might as well just go in and sit down. "Excuse me then." The teenager smiled and beckoned. "Come in." The area in the side room was not very large, and in the center was a fire pit with a charcoal fire burning inside. There was a table set up against the window with a number of books stacked on it, and 4 or 5 large red candles were lit on the windowsill, illuminating the modest room. Looking at the pile of books, in his heart, Zhao Hu couldn't help but sigh. This teenager is really diligent. So late in the evening and still so diligent. But when he looked clearly at the titles of those books on the table, Zhao Hu immediately retracted that exclamation just now. Chapter 65. A teenager obsessed with writing talking books. The Lonely Prince of the World? Inside the Palace. The Secrets of the Courtesans? How a Little Eunuch Became a Big Eunuch. Hush, Your Majesty speaks? What the hell? Is there such a book in the world? This man, late night plowing, is that what you're reading? I can tell just by the title of the book that it's definitely unorthodox. Zhao Hu suddenly had some regrets about coming in. The teenager immediately became interested when he saw Zhao Hu's eyes looking at the book on the table. Looking at you, you should also be a scholar. It just so happens that I am also a scholar. These are my collection of books. Why don't you take a look? Zhao Hu hurriedly waved his hand. It's not necessary. Before he could finish, the teenager pulled out a book and shoved it into Zhao Hu's arms. This one is my favorite. Check it out. How about it? Zhao Hu looked embarrassed and could only politely pick up the book and look at it. But just looking at the title of the book, he wanted to throw him right into the fire pit. Your Highness, don't. This. Zhao Hu was trying to put the book back. The teenager even snatched it over, turned the first page of the book, and came to Zhao Hu in front of him. Look at this first page. How well it's written. A prince who had been exiled from the people and bullied. Suddenly one day the Son of Heaven issued an edict to retrieve the prince and restore his identity. Those who had bullied him were scared to death, begging for mercy and shouting, Your Highness, don't. Ha 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 ha. Fine or not. The first chapter nailed it. To have conflict, plot, reversal, and emotion. All in all, it's definitely a superb masterpiece that can instantly grab people's attention. Take a look. Take a look. Zhao Hu looked at his somewhat obsessive appearance and thought to himself that this person had not gone crazy reading these trashy books. Although reluctant, Zhao Hu couldn't bear to hit him, so he had to watch patiently. After just a few pages, he couldn't help himself. It doesn't make sense. How could the fiancé of this protagonist dare to question the imperial edict of the Son of Heaven? Surprisingly, she tore it up directly? The teenager waved his hand. Never mind that. Let's put logic and facts aside and just say, are you outraged to see this kind of episode? Do you want revenge? Zhao Hu was a bit stunned and embarrassed. A little bit. The teenager slapped his thighs and laughed. That's right. The angrier and more stifled the front, the more exciting and thrilling the reversal will be. Speaking here, the teenager even snatched the books in Zhao Hu's hands with a bad smile. Say, do you want to see the back? Isn't that something to look forward to? Zhao Hu froze for a moment and shook his head. That's not true. I already know what's behind it just by hearing you talk like that. The teenager froze, somewhat incredulous. How is it possible? Aren't you looking forward to it? If you beg me, or give me a coin, I'll let you see the back, okay? Zhao Hu shook his head. Forget it. It's better for you to enjoy such a masterpiece yourself. Brother, it's late at night, so I should go back too. The teenager saw him about to leave and surprisingly stood up violently and exclaimed, No walking, but immediately pleaded, Good brother, look again. I have more. There's more. Look again. Zhao Hu froze and cried a little. This teenager is simply obsessed. It looks like a little cutie. Zhao Hu had a good heart, and there was nothing to do anyway, so he just went along with this silly boy. Okay, in advance, I'll just read 3 books, and after 3 I won't say anything else. The teenager nodded repeatedly. Fine. 3 books is 3 books. Saying that, he immediately began to rummage through those clumps of books. Finally 3 books were selected and handed to Zhao Hu. Zhao Hu looked at the name and wanted to cry. 10 years in the cold palace, and the abandoned concubines say I'm great. The world is in danger? Don't panic, Your Highness. What if Sage Qingping chases me? I have to say, those book titles that are pretty bombastic. Zhao Hu felt his eyes were unclean just by looking at the title of the book. Stiffly flipping open the book, Watching the Cold Palace for 10 Years. The abandoned concubines say I'm great. Zhao Hu read it with dozens of lines at a glance. The teenager also stopped talking and just sat down and watched him read with an expectant look on his face. Zhao Hu read the books very quickly. It didn't take long for the 3 books that weren't too thick to be finished. He subconsciously sat up straight and exhaled a cloudy breath. Then he closed his eyes and recited the Analects of Confucius in his mind. It needs to be washed or it won't be clean. This was Zhao Hu's inner thoughts. All these books that the teenager had shown him might have been a great offense to kill his head if they had been circulated. 100% will be banned. The teenager saw that Zhao Hu had finished reading and asked in a hurry, "How was it? Was it good? You mention it." Zhao Hu didn't rush to take care of him and waited for the silent recitation of the 12 chapters of the Analects before opening his eyes. Looking at the teenager, Zhao Hu smiled slightly. "You wrote all these books yourself, didn't you?" The teenager froze, then laughed a little embarrassed. "Brother, you have good eyesight. I am usually idle and uninterested, so I like to write these words to pass the time, but I'm not allowed to do so at home, so I sneaked out and hid here in the Upper Forest Academy to write them. How do you feel after reading it? Is it good? Exciting? Are you looking forward to it? Any strong desire to rush for more?" The corners of Zhao Hu's mouth twitched, hesitated, and finally told the truth. Actually, the storyline of your books is quite interesting. Only, the teenager was delighted and laughed. "Right? Isn't it fun? I told you." Zhao Hu smiled awkwardly. "But brother, if any of these books of yours were to be circulated, they would all cost you your head." The teenager waved his hand indifferently and said, "No, I'm just writing it to see for myself, or to show it to the people around me, even if it accidentally circulates out and causes the tie-in paper to be expensive. Ha ha ha, it doesn't matter. At most I'll be beaten up." Zhao Hu froze, a little surprised, thinking to myself that either this teenager is an idiot who can't see reality, or he's something else. Zhao Hu finally didn't hold back and said in a serious tone, "Brother, even so, you should still write less of these books, by persistently pursuing your so-called excitement, reversal, and emotions, thus ignoring the most basic logic and moral bottom line. Your works, even if someone is willing to read them, can only be categorized as vulgar and obscene first class, and ultimately difficult to be passed down through the ages and sung by people." The teenager didn't get angry when he heard it, but rather thought about it. "By the sound of your brother's voice, it seems that you also write talking books?" Zhao Hu smiled and said, "I have never written one, but my husband has told us some wonderful stories, and if written down, they should make good books." The teenager's eyes lit up with joy. "Come on, come on, come on, give it to me." Zhao Hu looked at the sky and shook his head. "I've been out for too long. It's time to go back. Why don't we do it some other time? Some other time if I have the chance. I'll tell you more." Although the teenager was anxious to hear the story told by Zhao Hu, he also knew that he had really disturbed others for a long time today, and didn't have the heart to stay any longer. So it was said, "How about tomorrow? The day after tomorrow is fine. Brother, you go back and transcribe it and bring it to me to read at that time. I am willing to buy it for a heavy price." Zhao Hu's intention was just to be polite, but he didn't expect this teenager to be so serious. He was too embarrassed to say no, so he agreed. "Well, there's not much going on these days anyway, so when I get back and transcribe it, I'll bring it over to you in 2 days. The two of them agreed on a time for their next meeting, and Zhao Hu got up to say goodbye. Chapter 66, The 8 Heavenly Dragons. Although Zhao Hu was not able to participate in the imperial examinations, he still maintained the habit of reading daily to nourish his qi. Every day, he would get up before dawn, face the east, recite the sutras, and warm up his vast true qi. When the sun fully rose, Zhao Hu also retreated from the state of Confucianism cultivation. I don't know what the reason was, but this cultivation went surprisingly well, and in one morning, it even allowed him to refine 2 strands of basic Haoren true qi, bringing him one step closer to the 6th grade realm. The psychological haze from the day before when he had been expelled from the examination room because of false accusations had faded quite a bit. Zhao Hu was now at ease instead. He also figured out that he and these masters and brothers of his were after all different from the ordinary readers. They don't need merit to prove themselves, nor do they need to pursue those among the worldly fame and fortune. They are readers, and even more so, they are Confucian and Taoist monks, and they are people of cultivation. Perhaps many years later, as their cultivation became higher and higher, their thinking, vision and state of mind would become more and more transcendent to this world. The real need for him to Zhao Hu life-to-life pursuit is not a high official salary, feudal lords and ministers. Rather, it is that supreme realm of Confucianism, the realm of the supreme sage, as described by Mr. Become a being like Mr. Get away from heaven and earth and look down on the earth. No matter whether you are an emperor or a general, you are nothing but a ruminant in the eyes of the sages. There is no difference. After figuring this out, Zhao state of mind was no longer half gloomy. The body is relaxed and the mind is free. It actually felt how wonderful this heaven and earth were. The world is full of light everywhere. Although Jiqiu didn't know what had happened to Zhao, his pure brightness heart instinctively made him feel that senior brother Zhao made him feel closer and closer. Zhao had done another thing in the past 2 days, and that was to make a copy of the story he had heard from Su Zhixing. The story he chose to copy was a story called, although he had only heard it once, Zhao was extraordinarily impressed with the story. The hero of the story, Xiao Feng, has been begging for his life, to be chivalrous, to defend the great song as his duty, but in the end, he found himself to be the foreigner that he hated before. The heart-searching enemy who killed his adoptive parents and his mentor turns out to be his real father in the end. Obviously made plans to quit the Jianghu, and went to herd horses and sheep with the woman he loved, but he used his most powerful jutsu to kill the person he loved the most. In the end, the two countries were at war and Xiao Feng killed himself to settle the feud. Such a character, singable and sad. It was the one person who made the deepest impression on Zhao among all the stories Su Zhixing had told. Of course, it was impossible for Zhao to reproduce the story Su Zhixing told word for word. He could only transcribe an approximation. Such a story is really good when it has the righteousness of the family and the country, the love of children, and the righteousness of the jungle. Spending time with that teenager that night made Zhao see Jiqiu's figure in that teenager. They're just as pure and clean. It looks like childish children, but most people like that are innocent at heart. Zhao hoped that he could change his habit of writing that kind of 3 viewpoints twisted word book. That's why he went out of his way to transcribe the. At night, when Jiqiu went to bed, Zhao went out. It was still in the Upper Woods Academy, still in that narrow side room. The teenager waited there early. Seeing that Zhao had really come, the teenager immediately danced with excitement, calling out that Zhao was faithful. Then he couldn't wait for Zhao to take out the transcribed words and show them to him. The teenager was obviously a bit puzzled when he saw the 4 words Tianlong Babu on the book. The 8 of Dragons? What kind of story is that? What does it mean? It looks a bit like a Buddhist word story. Zhao nodded and said, the theme of this talking book story is the seeking of the 8 sufferings of Buddhism, so if you can read into it, you should like it. The teenager nodded and turned to the first page of the book. This chapter is about the plot of Duan Yu's misguided infighting with the Infinite Sword sect. The teenager frowned as he looked at it, and after about a quarter of an hour, he actually closed the book and said, it's a sparse story, and it's not as good as you make it out to be, brother. Zhao had expected him to say that, and he didn't force it. To each his own. This book is not the kind of illogical confrontation that Junior writes about right off the bat. Instead, it's a step-by-step process that brings the reader in a little bit at a time. If you don't have the patience to watch it, you really can't appreciate the excitement. Zhao laughed. Each has his own opinion of how the story is. If you don't like it, brother, just don't read it. When Zhao said that, the teenager recoiled with some curiosity. This story starts off with fighting, infighting, and a cutie. The same male lead comes up and says something messed up. Is there a better storyline to follow? So, I'll look again? Zhao nodded. Suit yourself. If you don't look at it anymore, give it back to me. So the teenager patiently continued to read. This time, perhaps with anticipation, the teenager was looking decidedly more attentively. There were times when they would ask Zhao questions. For example, where is the Song dynasty that the story is about? And the Dali Duan clan is that small country? Looking at it, I didn't realize it was already deeper into the night. The teenager actually grew obsessed. The book shows that sense of jungle heroism and brotherhood. It made the teenager, who had never left Kyoto, yearn for more. Couldn't help but clap when I saw the highlights. Before I knew it, I had finished the whole book. Just 2 days. Zhao only transcribed to the episode in the book where Duan Yu and Xiao Feng were married, and nothing further. The teenager couldn't help but pound his chest in regret. It's really a masterpiece. Much better than my crude and ungainly scraps. But, brother, why does it stop here? What about the back? Is that Morong Fu a murderer or not? Will there be a big battle inside the apricot grove? How powerful is North Xiaofeng? Is he powerful or is Southern Morong more powerful? The teenager chattered on, asking many questions. Zhao said helplessly, 2 days is too short a time, and that's all I can transcribe. The teenager nodded repeatedly. Right. This kind of masterpiece should be watched slowly. You can't read it all at once. Otherwise, what will you read later? Speaking here, he suddenly thought of the plot inside the book. and surprisingly pulled Zhao Hu with an excited hand. Inside the book, Duan Yu and Xiao Feng met at first sight and formed a bond. Why don't you and I follow the example of the characters in that book and have a bonding session as well? Zhao Hu froze and cried a little. This teenager is really obsessed with reading talking books. The depth of friendship does not lie in whether or not to worship. If you are interested in friendship, you can just treat each other with sincerity. The teenager seemed to have thought of something as well, and stopped forcing the issue and just asked, I don't know your name yet. Zhao Hu clasped his fists. My name is Zhao Hu, from Yangzhou's Ani County. Nevertheless, that teenager was surprised to hear Zhao Hu's name and exclaimed, Zhao Hu, you're Zhao Hu? Chapter 67, It's Fate to Meet. Zhao Hu froze and was surprised. You recognize me? The teenager laughed. You're kind of a celebrity now. Yangzhou Zhao Hu and He Jiqiu, master and brother, made a scene at the Tribute Academy. One was disqualified from the reference and the other was barred from employment for life. It's all over Kyoto. Zhao Hu was embarrassed for a while and shook his head helplessly. It's really true that good things don't come from evil? The teenager asked, suddenly curious. Brother Zhao, it is said that you clipped the cheat sheet and cheat in the Chun exam. Is it true or not? Zhao Hu glanced at him and asked rhetorically. What do you think? The teenager immediately shook his head. The way I see it, according to Brother Zhao's character, he's never that kind of person. Zhao Hu smiled helplessly. So what? Who would believe it if I told you? The teenager tapped his chest and spoke aloud. I believe nah. Zhao Hu looked into his eyes and smiled warmly. I haven't asked your honor's name yet? The teenager stood up straight, clasped his fists and bowed. My surname is Jiang. My name is Chengping, a native of Kyoto in the Middle Heavenly Prefecture. The two men exchanged names and befriended each other. It's quite a flavor of the jungle. Jiang Chengping asked curiously. Did you offend someone, Brother Zhao? Why are you being targeted? Zhao Hu shook his head. It's not me those people are going to target. I'm just along for the ride at best. Then Brother Zhao is just going to let it go? No employment for life. This is ruining your life, Brother Zhao. Zhao Hu was silent, and under the firelight, there seemed to be a light flickering in his eyes. After a long time he said slowly, what I say now to seek justice is nothing but empty talk. Instead of being impotent and furious, I'd rather strengthen myself and look forward to the next day. Jiang Chengping gave a slight lurch, a few more points of importance in his eyes. For the first time, he felt that this Zhao Hu was by no means a vulgar person. Brother Zhao has mountains and rivers in his heart. He's by no means a pool animal. If he can't serve the court, it would be a loss for Great Zhou. Halfway through his words, Kang Sung Pyong suddenly stopped. I don't know what he thought of, but he actually smiled to himself and shook his head. Pity, pity. Zhao Hu only thought that he was feeling sorry for himself for not being able to participate in the imperial examinations and laughed blandly. There's nothing to be sorry about. Life never has only one choice. What kind of road to take? What kind of bridge to cross? In the end it's nothing more than a process, and the final destination is where the real meaning lies. Jiang Chengping jerked his head up with a touch of incredulity in his eyes. If Zhao Hu's stoicism just now had made him look high, then at this moment, this paragraph had really shocked him. Those who can say such things are still in a transcendent state of mind, but Zhao Hu was clearly just a teenager about his age. This passage of Zhao Hu's words was like a godman beating a drum, resounding in the lake of his heart. Jiang Chengping, who has been muddling along for more than a decade, can't help but begin to introspect. What is his ultimate goal? What should he choose? Jiang Chengping couldn't figure it out and couldn't help but be a little distracted. Brother Zhao, you're right, but how do you know that the goal you're pursuing will end up being just an empty one as well? Zhao Hu smiled and shook his head. I don't know. I'm not that comprehended or wise yet, but my husband once said something to me that might be useful. Kang Sungpyeong rattled the coals with an iron poker, and the orange-red flames colored the half of his face that was hidden in the darkness with blood. With Zhao Hu's perspective, what he saw was the other half of him illuminated by candlelight. Zhao Hu looked deeply at the young man in front of him. His body's vast true qi involuntarily began to run, and his body naturally escaped with an aura that could affect the heaven and earth outside his body. He slowly sat up straight, his eyes looking out the window. The gentleman said that if you feel lost, don't worry, take a few more steps along the present path, a few more steps, and maybe you'll see the darkness, and you'll be able to look into your heart. Kang Sung Pyong silently bowed his head, and there was a glint in his eyes. A few more steps? A few more steps? He murmured softly. Zhao Hu's eyes still fell outside the window. The weather was very good tonight, and he could see a sky full of stars. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he spoke softly. I'm not highly qualified, unlike eldest senior brother who knows everything at once, and I'm not as mindful as junior brother, but I know that it's always good to follow Mr's words, just like what Mr. said. Take a few more steps, take a few more steps, and if you're still lost, what's the point of just going on and on? In life, do you have to seek an absolute result? I don't think so. Silence then fell in this narrow side room, with only the occasional crackling and exploding sound of the charcoal in the fire pot, and Kang Sung-pyung's unsteady breathing. Zhao Hu didn't say anything more. With the friendship of two people who had only met twice, he had said enough. It was just that what surprised him was that after finishing that paragraph, he couldn't help but flip in his mudball palace. Not long after, 4 strands of vast true chi were quietly born. Together with his previous stock, it allowed him to condense a solidified true chi once again. 6 channels of condensed true chi, 2 more and he would be able to step into the 6th grade Ru Dao realm. Zhao Hu understood why this was the case after a little thought. Although those words of his just now were spoken to Jiang Changping, they were essentially his own summary of his past learning and feelings. These were all accumulations from his past, only to be brought out explicitly this evening through this relaying to others. Naturally, his Confucian cultivation could rise. As the saying goes, teaching and learning are in a mutually progressive relationship with each other. Zhao Hu suddenly thought in the future. Like Mr. Being a teacher seems to be quite good. I don't know how much time had passed, but the charcoal in the fire pit had been coated with a thick layer of grayish-white carbon ash. Jiang Changping suddenly let out a long breath and raised his head, looking at Zhao Hu. I really want to meet Brother Zhao's husband. I'm sure he must be a highly respected senior. Zhao Hu smiled and nodded. Mr. is like the white moon. To look up at the moon is to look up at Mr. Jiang Changping smiled gently, becoming even more curious about what kind of person Mr. Zhao Hu was. It's amazing that such a handsome young man can be so admired. Jiang Changping stood up and straightened his clothes, then cupped his fists and bowed to Zhao Hu. Brother Zhao, I've been taught about today's talk, and I'll definitely repay you in the future. Zhao Hu stood up and returned the salute with dignity. It's just some empty talk. Brother Jiang doesn't need to get hung up on it. After that, Jiang Changping asked Zhao Hu where he landed and how long he could stay in Kyoto, and the two of them bid farewell. It is strange that Jiang Changping, who was so obsessed with the dialogue story, did not urge Zhao Hu to finish copying the 8 parts of the Heavenly Dragon, but only said that he would see you again if he had the chance. Zhao Hu didn't take it to heart. It was an encounter that came as it came. The people of this world rub shoulders with each other in a hurry, and are relatively speaking, all but passers-by. Need is already fate. Fate, people scattered, do not have to force. Chapter 68, The Teenager Listening Outside the Walls. March sunny spring is the most beautiful time in Longquan Township. Both sides of the Longquan River were already lush, and the river was slowly coming alive since the pier had been built. In contrast, Su Zhixing's Zhixing Academy was instead the cleanest place. With the expanded Zhixing Academy in front of him, Su Zhixing also stopped accepting disciples to attend the academy in the back. After all, comparatively speaking, the learning environment of the academy in front of him was definitely much better than his few huts. Su Zhixing also regularly goes to the academy every day for a class. The scriptures and doctrines to be tested in the imperial examinations would be taught by other gentlemen. So Su Zhixing's classroom was not about them, but about the supreme sage Confucianism that the system rewarded. Su Zhixing's class does not have a fixed requirement of classes, and anyone who is willing to come can come and listen. But after all, the content was too esoteric, and most of the students came to listen to a few lessons at first just because of Su Zhixing's name, and then stopped coming after realizing that they could not understand. The main thing is that most of the people who come to study, the only purpose of studying is for the imperial examinations, for the gold list, for entering the civil service. And Su Zhixing didn't lecture on science and economics, so gradually fewer and fewer people came to his classes. Instead, some of the college gentlemen who were already more highly educated would come often. After a period of screening, other than those few gentlemen, there were only 5 or 6 common faces left in Su Zhixing's classroom. Su Zhixing was satisfied that it was good enough to have 5 or 6. If these 5 or 6 students could last through Su Zhixing's 3 years of classes, he would recognize these students even if the system did not. As to whether or not they would pass on the method of cultivating and practicing qi in the future, it would have to depend on their character again. As for the true solution to the martial arts, Su Zhixing had already decided that if he was not a personal disciple, he could not freely spread the word. After going through the process of Yuanzhou, he had already understood that these great arts that the system had rewarded him with surpassed the vast majority of martial arts levels in this world. This dangerous skill would only bring disaster to this world if it were to be learned by people with unstable hearts and bad character. The supreme sage Confucianism is different. If one does not have a hoary heart, even if the method of practicing and nourishing qi is passed on to him, he will not be able to practice it. However, what attracted Su Zhixing's attention recently was not these 5 or 6 children. but a teenager sitting on the old camphor tree that was separated by a wall outside the classroom. Every time Su Zhixing came to the academy for class, that teenager would climb up that old camphor tree and listen for most of the day. Su Zhixing recognized this teenager, not a native of Longquan Town, but one who had relocated to Longquan Town a few years ago along with those stragglers. It is said that he originally came here with his mother, except that after coming to Long Springs his mother did not survive the first winter and passed away. The teenager was orphaned. The county magistrate, mindful of his pitiful background, allowed him to follow him to work on the construction site of the official road and wharf. It's hard work, but at least you can eat and not starve. Later, when the official road and the wharf were repaired, the teenager was left without a job and had to do small jobs sporadically in the town to make ends meet. Last winter, on a snowy day, the teenager nearly froze to death in his dilapidated hut for lack of winter cotton clothing. It just so happens that Su Zhixing passes by his door when he goes to town and notices the teenager's dying breath, so he saves him. When the boy recovered, he was introduced to a blacksmith store run by the Chun family as an apprentice. Su Zhixing still remembered the teenager's name, Jian, the Inn of Peace. In the town, there weren't many children with a background like Jian's, plus the boy's character was tough and calm, so Su Zhixing was more impressed with him. Seeing him sitting on the large camphor tree and listening in, Su Zhixing just gave him a slight nod and didn't mind. Jian's face blushed slightly, a little bad, and he hurriedly climbed down the tree and hid behind the courtyard wall. Su Zhixing sensed that he hadn't left, so he intentionally raised the volume of his voice during his lecture so that the teenagers outside could also hear him. Su Zhixing hadn't deliberately gone out of his way to be extra gracious to Jian and let him enter the academy, because he knew that the teenager couldn't afford the tuition. Most of all, Su Zhixing, who had had a relationship with Jian, knew that he was absolutely unwilling to accept charity from others. In Su Zhixing's opinion, since he had a desire to learn, it made no difference whether he was inside or outside the walls. In this way, Jian would come to listen whenever he was free, and he no longer went up the tree, but just squatted outside the enclosure, listening to Su Zhixing talk about those truths and learnings in the book. Without ink and paper, he took a branch as a pen and wrote on the ground. Over time, the stone outside the courtyard wall where he sat daily was worn smooth, as if it were encrusted. On March 15th, the sky was clear, and Jian came to that stone pier as usual to listen to the lesson. Only just as he sat down, a rotten lump of mud fell from the sky and landed on top of his head. Jian jerked up, wiping the rot from his head as he looked upward. Hey, how does it taste? Fresh cow dung and mud, still warm, only to see the courtyard wall, at some point squatting a few teenagers, looking at Jian with a snicker. Jian said angrily, "What are you doing? Why are you hitting me?" The few teenagers on the courtyard wall jumped down and surrounded Jian in the center. One of the oldest and lankiest teenagers reached out and fanned himself in front of his nose with a look of disgust. "Why are you being smashed? Who are you? How dare you sneak into the academy's corner to listen to the lessons? Mr. didn't kick you out due to his status. Do you really think that you, a short-lived ghost, are qualified to stay here?" Jian clenched his fists and argued through clenched teeth. "Mr. Su has said in class that the book's reasoning can be learned by everyone in the world. I'm just outside the academy, and I'm not taking up the academy's resources, so what's wrong with that, Pa?" As soon as he finished speaking, the teenager on the opposite side of the room gave him a direct slap on the face, and wiped the sludge on his hands on him afterward. "You deserve to learn book sense? Have you paid your tuition? A pariah who can't even afford to eat, and you still want to study? Do your spring dream." Jian was directly blindsided by this slap, and when he came back to his senses, his blood immediately surged upwards, his eyes were red, his veins rippled, and he let out a furious cry. "I'll get you killed." He tackled the opposite teenager straight to the ground and rode up swinging his fists. The teenager was momentarily inattentive, and was actually pressed underneath and couldn't get up. A few other accomplices immediately rushed up when they saw the teenager suffer. Hair pullers pulled hair, arm pullers pulled arms, and pulled Jian up off the teenager. The teenager got up and touched his nose, realizing that it was bleeding from the blow. His eyes were cold and furious. "Beat him to death." The already skinny Jian was immediately knocked to the ground by several people, with punches and kicks constantly going to his body. The teenager had gotten red-eyed and actually grabbed a rock on the ground and smashed it over Jian's head. However, the hand he had just raised was grabbed by someone, and then a clear voice was heard behind him. "Stop, do you want to kill someone?" Chapter 69, Peach Blossom in Human Face. The teenager turned his head to look behind him and realized it was a girl younger than him. He knew this girl. No one in the academy didn't know her. It was because this girl was the inner courtyard of the Knowledge Academy. That Mr. Su's personal disciple. Lu Yu. Several other teenagers who were punching and kicking Kian stopped, but the teenager in front of her had gone to his head, and no matter who she was, she couldn't stop him from beating Kian to death. Get off me! The teenager shouted angrily. Lu Yu frowned slightly and didn't let go. When the teenager saw that she still grabbed her hand and wouldn't let go, he was momentarily enraged, and with his other hand, he actually swung his fist to smash Lu Yu, shouting under his breath as he did so, "Get the loose!" However, before he could smash his fist on Lu Yu's face, a huge force came from him and actually threw him directly out, falling to the ground and rolling a few times before coming to a stop. The other few teenagers were shocked at the sight. It was hard to imagine that Lu Yu's skinny body could have so much strength. In a moment of fear, he hastily backed away. Lu Yu looked at the teenager that she had flung away and said in a cold voice, "You are so unreasonable. I stopped you from making a big mistake and you tried to hit me?" Lu Yu, after all, has killed before, and has an aura that ordinary people cannot reach. The teenager who had rolled out was seething with rage, still not realizing that Lu Yu wasn't something he could fight against at all. After struggling to get up, he actually lunged at Lu Yu again. Asterisk. I'll kill you. Lu Yu also couldn't help but have a few moments of fire, and her shots were no longer polite. She stepped forward and crashed into the teenager's arms, slamming her elbow into the teenager's chest and hooking her foot, knocking him over again. This time she used martial arts, and that elbow struck the Ling Hui point on the teenager's chest, sealing the other party's chi veins. The teenager lying on the ground immediately felt his chest clogged, and surprisingly, he could only breathe in but not out. It didn't take long for his face to turn red. Lu Yo asked as she lifted him up, "More hands?" It was only then that the teenager realized how terrifying this seemingly soft young girl was. Although at this time, his eyes were blurry and his ears were ringing, he couldn't hear what Lu Yu was saying at all. But still, he waved his hands and begged for mercy in quick succession, his face already turning purple. Lu Yu snorted coldly and slapped him several times on his chest and back. Immediately the teenager felt much smoother and breathed greedily like a drowning man. The eyes that looked at Lu Yu again were already filled with fear. "You guys go away and no bullying in the future." Several teenagers immediately fled, not daring to linger any longer. Lu Yu clapped her hands and curved the corners of her mouth as she looked at the fleeing few. Jian, who was lying on the ground, stared at this with a dazed look, his eyes filled with incredulity. How could a girl younger than him be so capable? At this moment, in his eyes, Lu Yu's body seemed to be blooming with endless light. The dappled sunlight falling through the trees imprinted on the young girl's body like a circle of holy light. Jian had never thought that there was such a colorful girl in this world. "Are you okay?" Lu Yu's voice awakened Jian's thoughts, and Lu Yu bent down to help him up. Concerned, Qian got up in a hurry, the bruises on his face hiding his cheeks that were burning at the moment. "No, it's okay." Lu Yu nodded and patted him on the shoulder, laughing. "Be careful in the future. Don't let them bully you again." Qian nodded, not daring to look at her again. Lu Yo smiled. "I'm off then. Bye." With that, he walked away with a light step. Jian's toes in his straw shoes were nervously hooked together, and after struggling and tangling internally for a long time, he finally opened his mouth. Thank you." Lu Yu had stepped out of the shade of the camphor tree and stood in the sunlight. A red dress shines so brightly in this verdant spring day. When she heard Qian's voice, she turned back and spread her eyebrows and smiled. To be chivalrous, it is the duty of those who practice martial arts. Seeing Lu Yu walking further and further away, Jian hurriedly asked again, "What's your name?" Perhaps not hearing him, Lu Yu did not answer him. The teenager sighed in frustration, a little lost. In his heart, he couldn't help but curse himself. No talent. He didn't even dare to ask his benefactor's name. "My name is Lu Yu. Yu dear song. The Yu that eats the apples of the wild." Just then, the girl's voice came from far away. John was overjoyed and jerked his head up, putting his hands around his mouth and summoning up the courage to shout, "My name is Qian. Peace for peace." In the distance, the flash of red dress turned its back on the teenager and raised a hand to shake it. "I remember." Qian was ecstatic and swung his fist, but it pulled the wound and grimaced in pain. But there was a smile in his eyes, the first such warm smile since his mother had passed away. Within the walls of the courtyard, Su Shixing, who was in the middle of a lesson, couldn't help but curve the corners of his mouth as well. He had watched all of Jian's actions and experiences in the party. It was also because he sensed Lu Yo's passing that he didn't make a move, because he believed that this disciple of his, whose heart was full of Jianghu chivalry, would definitely pull out his sword to save him when he saw the road. What happens between teenagers should be left to the teenagers themselves. Jian limped back to his hut, which was barely sheltered from the wind and rain, stripped off his dirty clothes, which were full of patches, and fetched a basin of water to clean his body of mud and dirt. Like a wounded wildcat, it returns to its lair to lick its wounds alone after being bullied. But this time, Jian did not have sadness or anger on his face. Instead, he always wore an inexplicable smile. He couldn't help but fantasize about how he would greet Lu Yuyu himself if he could still see him. "Miss Lu, long time no see. I'm Jian who was saved by you last time." "Miss Lu, I'm Jian, long time no see." "Miss Lu, I am, alas, and I don't know if Miss Lu can remember me." In the days that followed, Jian continued to go under that camphor tree every day, but the listening mind was not quite so pure. His eyes were always on the two ends of the path before him, looking forward to seeing that red dress again. But to his disappointment, Lu Yuyu was like a hurried glimpse, and then never appeared on this road again. Half a month later, the spring cold subsided and the river was no longer harsh. Jian ran to the shallows of the lower Longquan River to touch fish and catch shrimp in order to get some meat for himself. Out of nowhere, he saw a flash of fiery red swim past him. Jian's spirit was shaken, knowing that it had to be a big fish, so he slowly raised the homemade harpoon in his hand and was about to give it a thorough beating. Just as he was about to do so, a stone flew out of nowhere and smashed into the water, sending a splash hitting him in the face and at the same time spooking away the red carp, which was more than a meter long. Chagrined, Qian raised his head to see who had spoiled him. With just that one look, he froze. Karma can be so ingenious at times. When you can't find it, you look back and realize that the person is not far away. If Jian had studied the 300 Tang poems, he would have remembered that line from Cui Gu's poem at this moment. Facing the Peach Blossom. Chapter 70. Fishers, excuse me, please let this red carp go. This guy is so hard to grow so big, let's keep him alive. The young girl in the fiery red dress on the other side of the river said to Jian with a slight apology. The excited look on Jian's face gradually went cold. She really did forget about me. Qian felt as if a piece of his heart was empty. He just nodded, then turned and went ashore. Even the 2 fish I had fought earlier I had forgotten to take. Wait, if you let Red go, I'll pay you for 10 fish. Qian paused in his steps for a moment, then swung his back to the other side of the river. No, I can fight on my own. After that he walked away without looking back. Jian walked back along the riverbank lost in thought. His body seemed to have lost its strength. Keeping his head down, his feet were reflected in his vision, as well as the pair of straw shoes on my feet that I had knitted myself. Jian suddenly smiled to himself and muttered, "She's a proud daughter of heaven. How could she remember someone like me?" Qian, wait. Jian's heart pounded, thinking he was hallucinating. Qian, wait for me, until the voice sounded again. Qian stiffened and looked back across the river. The young girl in a red dress was waving at him. The young girl also carried a willow in her hand, which was strung with a fat carp. Jian suddenly found it a little difficult to breathe, and his heart was beating faster than ever. She remembers me? Turns out she remembered herself all along. On the other side of the river, Lu Yuyu waved at him and said aloud, "There's a bridge up ahead. Come on over and I'll return your fish," he said while also raising the fish in his hand. Jian hurriedly replied back, "Oh, okay, I'll be right there." While saying that, Jian had already run. Although his stomach was still hungry and he didn't have much strength originally, but at this moment, he actually felt that his footsteps had never been lighter. But how is that bridge so far away? He couldn't wait to just jump in the water and swim over, but it was also known that such behavior was too childish. By the time Jian ran across the river, he was already out of breath. Even his face was a little pale. Lu Yuyu couldn't help but laugh as she looked at Jian who was almost out of breath. "Why are you running so fast? Fish don't run." Qian forced himself to calm his breathing down, and because he was restraining his breathing so much, even his voice trembled a bit as he said, "It's okay, running fast." Lu Yuyu smiled and handed over the willow in her hand. "Nah, just now interfered with you catching Little Red. This is compensation for you, 10 fat carp. We don't owe each other anymore." Qian was finally a little better, and his form almost stumbled as he reached out to take the carp from Lu Yuyu. "Ouch, ouch, ouch, be careful, it's a little heavy." Lu Yuyu hastily reached out to help him in vain. Jian smiled awkwardly and said as he carried 10 fish in both hands, "Miss Lu is so strong." Lu Yuyu gave him a blank stare and said, "The fish paid you back. As promised, a clean slate." Jian looked at the fish in his hand and said awkwardly, "It was me who took advantage of the situation. Thanks to Miss Lu." Lu Yo-Yo nodded. "Just as long as you don't mind, I'll be off then. Still have to go practice my sword." After saying that, Lu Yuyu turned around and walked back, her long sword lying horizontally behind her waist, setting off her tightly cinched waist in an extraordinarily slender manner, but without looking weak. Lu Yuyu is actually not the kind of girl with stunning beauty, but there is a vigor and sunshine in her that is not found in girls of this era. There weren't many girls her age in the town, so maybe they didn't stand out. If he walked to any other big city, Lu Yuyu would definitely be the center of attention. Jian looked at Lu Yuyu's back and then at the fish in his hand. After hesitating for half a day, he finally gathered his courage and said, "Miss Lu, wait." Lu Yuyu, who had already walked out for some distance, stopped in her tracks and looked back at him in surprise. "Anything else?" Qian reddened and pointed to the fish in his hand. "There's too many fish to eat. You take a few." Lu Yuyu couldn't help but smile as she stomped her foot and a stone bounced off the ground. She then waved her palm and the stone pierced through the air and shot into the river with a sharp whistling sound. A white splash of water rippled through the river. Jian was uncertain, not knowing what Lu Yuyu meant, but not a moment later he saw a grass carp weighing 2 or 3 pounds floating in the river. Its stomach turned up, obviously dead. Jian couldn't help but exclaim, "What a powerful tactic." Lu Yuyu raised her chin proudly and said, "Do you think I'll be short of fish?" Jian, scratching his head awkwardly, didn't know what to say. Lu Yuyu turned around to leave again, but was called back by Jian. "Miss Lu." Lu Yuyu turned back helplessly, already somewhat impatient. "What else is going on?" Qian blushed and stammered for half a day before saying, "Miss Lu, I treat you to some grilled fish." "The fish I grilled, it's delicious." Lu Yuyu froze, curious. "Grilled fish?" Qian nodded his head in a hurry. "Well, grilled fish. The fish I grilled is very tasty. Do you want to try it, Miss Lu? As if it's my way of repaying you for saving me that day." Lu Yuyu then realized that Jian was about this. It was something she had long since stopped caring about. However, looking at Jian's expectant face, Lu Yuyu suddenly felt as if it didn't seem good if she refused him. Mr. also said that after doing a favor to someone, it's best to try to give them a chance to return the favor. After all, for grateful people, owing favors always leaves the mind less than unclogged. If the other person is a white-eyed wolf, all the more reason to give him a chance to return the favor. Thinking of this, Lu Yuyu trotted back to Jian and grabbed the fish dao in his hand. "Go." Qian looked puzzled. "Go? Go where? Weren't you going to bake me a fish?" Qian was ecstatic. Oh, well, come on. I'll go back and get something first." The shadows trailed behind the two men as the sun set. The grassy path by the river is full of fragrance. The voices of the teenage boy and girl conversing were getting farther and farther away, getting fainter and fainter. "You really know how to bake fish?" "Well, when my stomach is really hungry, I come to catch fish and roast them for dinner. Miss Lu, let me tell you, I also found several kinds of ingredients from the wild that can make grilled fish more delicious. You can try them later." "Fine, but just to be clear, I won't buy if it's badly baked." "Don't worry, Miss Lu." Chapter 71. No title. Read it yourself. I have to say, Qian's grilled fish is really good. He got some plants from the mountains and fields from somewhere, and used them as condiments to taste very unusual indeed. Lu Yuyu practiced martial arts, and her food intake was already larger than normal. Of the 10 fish, Jian only ate 2, and she ate all the rest. After eating the grilled fish, the sky was already starry. Sitting by the campfire, Lu Yuyu lay comfortably on the grass, her hands resting on the back of her head, at ease. Jian sat on the other side, adding wood to the campfire from time to time, and at this time, he was able to take the opportunity to look at the bright girl a few more times through the firelight. "Jian, I didn't realize you had this skill. It's a shame you don't go be a cook." Lu Yuyu rubbed her somewhat propped-up stomach and said with a smile. Qian scratched his head and said softly, "I went to work as a handyman at the town tavern for a while, and then I overheard the mastermind taking something home and kicked me out." Lu Yuyu froze, sat up and looked at Jian and asked, "How do you get bullied everywhere?" Jian let out a bitter laugh and shook his head. "I don't know, maybe it's because I'm easy to hate." Lu yo-yoed scared and shook her head. How can you blame yourself when it's clearly someone else's fault?" Qian kept his head down and didn't say anything. Lu Yuyu waved his fist, causing the flames of the bonfire to jump to the side. "It's actually quite simple, because in this town, you're the one who's the weakest, and even if you're bullied, you won't pay anything, so they can take it out on you if they're a little upset." Jian raised his eyebrows, and there seemed to be resentment in his eyes, but in the end, he sank into silence. Lu Yuyu looked at him like this and suddenly felt a little bit sorry for him. In fact, after saving Jian that day, she inquired slightly about Jian's life, knowing that this young man was miserable. He and his senior sister, Nico Zhao, were both equally miserable, so for this reason, She even ran to ask Su Zhixing if she could help him. Su Zhixing just smiled and said that it wasn't time yet. Lu Yuyu had no choice but to call it quits. It was good that Jian worked in the Chun family's blacksmith store, so he always had a livelihood and didn't starve to death. Lu Yuyu didn't care much after that, but at this moment, looking at this young man who was clearly older than himself, but about the same height as himself, Lu Yuyu couldn't help but begin to flood his heart with feelings of chivalry. She walked around the fire and stood in front of Qian, speaking in a condescending yet soft tone. Qian, you're being bullied because you're weak, so you have to make yourself stronger and stronger, you know? Qian looked up at the young girl and froze for a moment. Getting stronger? I don't know how to get stronger. I can only shoot a slingshot at best, nothing else. Lu Yoyo thought for a moment and said, it's okay to play slingshot. You just need to practice your slingshot skills until you're perfect, and then you can also defend yourself. Speaking of which, Lu Yuyu suddenly remembered a set of boxing techniques that Su Zhixing had taught him not long ago. It is not the set of high-level punches that are the introduction to the true solution to martial arts. It is simpler and the intention is not unusual. If one could achieve great success, one could also enter the first 3 grades of the martial Dao. When Su Zhixing had imparted this fist technique to her, he had said that it was meant to be used for future demonstrations for those few senior brothers in the academy. For Lu Yuyu, who was already in the 7th grade realm, it was natural to learn it as soon as he could, and he easily accomplished this fist technique, and his fist intent was pure and natural. At that time, Su Zhixing did not say that this set of boxing skills could not be outsourced. Lu Yuyu could not help but think that perhaps it would be okay to pass it on to this poor teenager. But on second thought, Lu Yuyu felt that it was not right. She wasn't familiar with Jian. She had only met him twice and had a meal of grilled fish. There is no knowledge of his character or virtue. If she were to hastily teach boxing and Jian was not a good person, it would be her sin to cause trouble at that time. Thinking of this, Lu Yuyu clapped her hands, stretched her back, and said, it's late, I should get back. I'll have your grilled fish next time I get a chance. When he said that, he directly turned around and left, and his footsteps were extremely fast. In a flash it disappeared into the night. Before Jian could even react, Lu Yuyu's figure was no longer in front of him. Qian stood up and looked around blankly before finally sighing in dismay. Still, he was happy. It could be heard that Lu Yuyu was concerned about herself with those words just now. Worthy of being Mr. Su's disciple, as good as Mr. Su. Jian had always kept Su Zhixing's saving grace in mind, but he knew he was unable to repay, and could only pray that his mother's spirit in heaven would bless Mr. Su with peace and prosperity when he offered her incense. Now Qian had another person to pray to for blessings from his mother when he went to incense. In the thatched hut of the academy, Su Zhixing put down the books in his hands, looked out the window, and could not help but smile, and said softly, well, it was fairly well thought out and not a momentary flood of sympathy. Lu Yuyu still didn't know that her every move just now had been watched by Su Zhixing. The secret fist technique was a power that transcended the mundane. If it is easily spread out, it is likely to cause results that are difficult to control. Lu Yuyu was able to think one step further and did not pass on the boxing skills to Jian in a moment of hot-headedness, much to Su Zhixing's relief. It wasn't that Su Zhixing was shabby and unwilling to let Lu Yuyu teach Jian boxing. It was precisely because he was extraordinarily optimistic about this teenager, so he wished to see more. Even if Jian was not recognized by the system, even if he was included in the door wall, there was no benefit returned to him. Su Zhixing was also willing to spend more time and effort. Otherwise, he wouldn't have specifically simplified a set of boxing techniques from the true explanation of the martial way and passed them on to Lu Yuyu. Saying that it was a demonstration for the disciples of the academy was nothing more than an excuse. The true purpose, naturally, was this ill-fated teenager. At this point, Lu Yuyu, the disciple, and he, the gentleman, had a heart-to-heart. Compared to the calmness of Longquan town, the Kyoto side was a different story. The Chunin exams are finally over. A few days and nights of the great examination. When many candidates walked out of the tribute court at that moment, it was like a living picture of life in all its forms. Some people are so confident that they think they will definitely be able to go to high school this time. Some people are disheartened and all but lost the ambition they had before entering the exam room. Others are so crazy that they pull people around and ask, how do I solve this? Among these people, only Chen Mingji was the most windy. He knew his caliber, and with luck, he might be able to go to high school, but the odds were that he was going to fall through the cracks. He is not very concerned about whether or not to fall into the list. With his status, if he wants to be an official in the future, do not need to go through the imperial examinations this road. What he was most concerned about now, on the other hand, was Zhao Hu's matter. If it were not for his involvement, Zhao Hu would have been able to win the gold medal, and might even have had hopes for the Hui Yuan. After all, when the Yanzhou countryside examination was first held, Zhao Hu was the second runner-up after Yu Wenqing. Now it was because of the shady tactics of those people that Zhao Hu was deprived of his right to take the merit examination. Even if Zhao Hu could endure it, he, Chen Minji, definitely couldn't. Chapter 72 Harmony between the Qin and the Fist. Zhao Hu brought He Jiqiu to wait outside the tribute academy with the Chen family early in the morning. In the sea of people, they saw Chen Minji, whose aura was very different from those around him. At a glance, the other two senior brothers also followed behind Chen Minji and walked out together. By the looks on their faces, they should have done pretty well on the exam. After everyone converged, Chen Minji looked at Zhao Hu apologetically and smiled. Zhao Hu shook his head and laughed. Let's not talk about anything else for now. After being tired for so many days, go back and get some rest first. The other two senior brothers' eyes were a bit averted. That day when Zhao Hu was expelled from the Tribute Academy, the two of them did not open their mouths to plead for Zhao Hu in order to be clear. The heart always feels a bit overwhelmed. Zhao Hu didn't say anything, but just put his right and left hands in one hand and wrapped his arms around the shoulders of the two men and laughed. It's been a hard day's work, so go back and rest and have a good meal first. Zhao Hu refused Chen Minji's invitation and didn't go to the Chen family. Instead, he took the two senior brothers back to the fellowship hall with He Jiqiu. Between dinners, the two senior brothers wanted to speak, as if they had something to say to Zhao Hu, but Zhao Hu just shook his head and said, "In this matter, you guys didn't do anything wrong. At that time, if you guys stepped up, you still wouldn't be able to change the ending, but would instead bury your own future, so there's no need to hang on to your hearts." The two of them looked again at He Jiqiu, who was eating noodles with his head buried in his hands. Zhao Hu smiled. Don't be like him, he's a 250. He Jiqiu held a mouthful of noodles and looked up innocently at Zhao Hu, his eyes full of resentment. Seeing this, these two senior brothers finally unraveled their hearts and stopped blaming themselves. Zhao Hu also did not ask them how they did on the exam, and the list will be released in a few days. One look at the test will tell you how well you did when the time comes. On the other hand, the Chen family was all celebrating Chen Minji's completion of the Chuanwu exam. Although people do not feel that Chen Minji exam how, but to be able to go to the Chuanwu exam this step, is already the world's leading readers in the world. Chen Minji, who has always disliked reading, was able to come this far, as his father, Chen Xiuyuan could never have imagined. In his heart, he also couldn't help but secretly admire the teaching teacher in Longquan town. But unlike the celebrations of the Chen family, Chen Minji himself was depressed. Chen Yunlan looked at him and naturally understood why he was like that. When the dinner was over, Chen Yunlan found Chen Minji, who was practicing kung fu in the courtyard, and silently stood aside, waiting for him to finish practicing. Chen Minji's talent for martial arts was much higher than his talent for literature. In the Jixing Academy, no one other than Yu Wenqing could be better than him. The martial arts of the true solution of the martial way had become wide open in his hands, and already had a self-contained atmosphere. Between the whistling of the true qi, it was unusually majestic. Su Zhixing had said that with Chen Minji's martial arts foundation, he wouldn't hit a bottleneck until the first grade. Moreover, Chen Minji didn't seem to take every step too fast, and his cultivation speed wasn't extraordinarily outstanding when placed among his peers, but he's definitely the one who walks the walk. Therefore, his physical strength, the thickness of his true qi, and the battle power he was able to exert in the same realm also felt to be far ahead, and that comparison is relative to the students in the academy. The martial way true solutions technique was already of an extremely high grade, and the students in the academy could be considered top-notch in the same grade if they were put in the Jianghu. One can imagine how far Chen Minji is again. Perhaps because of his state of mind, Chen Minji never stopped and seemed to have entered some kind of state. Seeing this, Chen Yunlan couldn't help but get excited and brought that ancient zither that Su Zhixing had personally built for her and sat aside to match Chen Minji's state of mind with the sound of the zither. There was no fixed tune, but it rose and fell with Chen Minji's punches, or rolled over and flowed through the clouds, or thrilled the waves. Unconsciously, Chen Yunlan actually entered with him. In the courtyard where Chen Minji practiced boxing, an aura began to permeate, enveloping everything. At this moment, if any expert saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked beyond words. Chen Yunlan's zither sound and Chen Minji's fist intent had unexpectedly reached the realm of blending and not being able to distinguish between them. If someone forced their way into this aura at this time, unless their cultivation exceeded them by a large margin, they would definitely be shaken out of their souls by the sound of the zither and the fist intent. I don't know how long it took, but the sound of the zither slowed down and stopped. Chen Minji's fist intent also gradually collected itself. that piece of aura also dissipated a little bit and disappeared. When the two of them came back to their senses, Chen Minji sat on his butt, his body sweating profusely. Chen Yunlan's face was also pale and difficult to follow. Her cultivation of Confucianism was still shallow after all, only just entering the 6th grade realm. The 8 skills of heavenly voice was also based on the cultivation of Confucianism and Taoism, so accomplishing this intersection of meanings was a bit of a struggle for both her and Chen Minji. Despite this, both of these siblings had a strong surprise shining in their eyes at this moment. Chen Minji looked at his body and felt the qi, blood and true qi in his body. Although his realm was still at the 6th rank, compared to before, the thickness of his qi and blood and the solidity of his true qi had unexpectedly increased by a large margin. The most intuitive manifestation to look at, that is the increase in combat power. He felt that the current version of himself could easily defeat the version of himself from a moment ago. The key was that this increase in battle power was not brought about by realm enhancement, meaning that his potential and upper limit had been pulled up, and Chen Yunlan was a bit more explicit. There were a total of 8 grades in the 8 skills of heavenly sound, and the first grade was equivalent to the 6th grade of a Confucian monk or martial arts practitioner. And now, Chen Yunlan had entered the 2nd level, which could also be called the 5th grade zither cultivation. Ever since she had followed Su Zhixing in practicing the Tao of sound in zither, her progress had been very slow, but Su Zhixing said that the way of the zither was the most suitable cultivation path for her. The main reason why her cultivation progress was slow was because of her state of mind. She was too mixed up inside, piling up too many mundane trivialities, and the way of the Qin is the way of the world. To cultivate the Qin Tao with a mortal heart is naturally difficult to achieve. If one day she could let go of the burden of these mundane matters, she would surely be able to use the Qin to enter the Tao and achieve great success. Several years passed, and she was always hovering at the first level of the 8 skills of the heavenly voice, struggling to advance an inch. However, just a moment ago, by chance, he coincided with Chen Minji's Qin and fist, plus between the two siblings, they were already in a similar state of mind. It actually allowed her to possess a short-lived empty and unobstructed mind, and the Qin Tao logically broke into the next realm. Chen Yunlan took a moment to regulate his breathing, then he activated his vast true qi and reached out to stroke the zither. A melody was played and the strings flashed with a glistening white light. Chen Minji only felt a flash of something around him, and then he heard a loud bang. Not far behind him, a corner of an artificial wigwam was unexpectedly blown to pieces. Chen Minji was dumbstruck and appalled. If that blow had come towards him just now, he was 100% certain that he would definitely not have been able to react. It's too fast. Almost as soon as the sound was heard, the sound of the zither came to mind, and the attack was already close at hand. This kind of tactic, if one is not mentally prepared beforehand, it is really indefensible. Even if one's heart was prepared, if one was not an extremely strong martial artist, it would be impossible to react. Chen Minji stood up and couldn't help but clap his hands in awe. Heavenly Sound 8 techniques, worthy of the word heavenly sound. Such means can only be created by heavenly immortals. Chen Yunlan was also a bit surprised. When she was at the first level of the Heavenly Sound 8 realm, she was similarly able to gather sound to kill, but compared to martial artists of the same realm, it wasn't much superior. Any random 6th grade martial artist could achieve the same effect with an outward release of his true qi. However, entering the 2nd level of the realm was very different. The sound of the zither was not only capable of killing, but it was also delivered in sound waves, so fast that even she herself could not react to it. One should know that besides cultivating the 8 skills of heavenly sound, Chen Yunlan was also a martial arts practitioner who had just entered the 3rd grade realm. It was just that after her martial arts cultivation reached the 3rd grade, her progress slowed down. From this point on, Chen Yunlan knew that if she were to cultivate martial arts, the end of her life would only be up to 3rd grade perfection at best, and she would be lucky to be among the 2nd grade. It was almost impossible to become a 1st grade patriarch, not to mention that Super 1 realm, and the 8 skills of the heavenly voice gave her new hope. The two siblings stopped, sat in the yard, and exchanged another long conversation about the Qin and boxing that they had just done. Each has a good deal to offer. Before parting, Chen Yunlan remembered the purpose of this trip to find Chen Minji and asked, "Minji, do you know who was responsible for what happened to Daho?" Mentioning this, Chen Minji's good mood from a moment ago was suddenly not left at all. He grimaced and chilled. "There's no proof, but I'm sure it won't be anyone other than that scum I broke my 3rd leg on." Chen Yunlan was stunned, then remembered a past event from a few years ago. Nodding, he left Chen Minji's courtyard. Chapter 73, The Feud Between the Chen and Gu Families. Chen Xiuyuan was acquainted with the current Prince of Heaven since he was a teenager. When the present-day Prince of Heaven of the Great Zhou was still just a hostage sent by the Zhou Kingdom to the Kingdom of Wu, Later, when Zhou went to war with Wu, the teenage son of heaven took advantage of the chaos and escaped, chased by pursuers. It was Chen Xiuyuan's mother who saved him, and because of the teenage son of God, none of Chen Xiuyuan's family was spared except Chen Xiuyuan. All of them died at the hands of Wu's officers and soldiers. From then on, Chen Xiuyuan followed the side of the young prince of heaven and returned to the Zhou kingdom. Later on, the young son of heaven inherited the throne of Zhou, and with his talents of warping heaven and earth, he pacified the internal disasters, strengthened the national strength, hustled the 4 barbarians, destroyed the 6 kingdoms, and united the whole world. During this period, Chen Xiuyuan used his ability in business and financial management to help the Son of Heaven fill up the national treasury and made countless achievements, and he also became the closest person to the Son of Heaven as a matter of course. Originally, after the founding of the Great Zhou, the Son of Heaven rewarded Chen Xiuyuan with the title of a Duke of State, as well as the official position of Minister of the Household, but Chen Xiuyuan refused. He did not want a title, only a nominal Minister of Household. The reason is that after so many years of fighting and toiling, they now want to take a break. Although the Son of Heaven angrily rebuked him for his lack of advancement and ambition, his favor grew deeper and deeper. Chen Xiuyuan had also become the person whose official position was not the highest but whose words carried the most weight in the Great Zhou today. But the one who was the pinnacle of power in the world would never let the balance under his hand be lost. And besides Chen Xiuyuan, there were quite a few others who followed him to fight this world in the first place. Among them, Gu Tongfu, the current minister of the Ministry of Administration, is the one who can swear with Chen Xiuyuan at the top of his voice. Gu Tongfu was in his 50s and originally had 3 sons, the first 2 of whom died in battle for Great Zhou, leaving only the last youngest son, named Gu Pingzheng. Perhaps because of the passing of the first 2 sons, the Gu family favored this youngest son, Gu Pingzheng, extraordinarily. It also developed his arrogant and playful nature. Running amok in Kyoto, a few years ago, a lantern festival, the 14-year-old Gu Pingzheng met Chen Yunlan at the lantern festival and was momentarily surprised. As a lawless second-generation government official, he didn't hesitate for half a second and stepped forward to make a flirtatious remark. He even planned to have his men forcibly tie up Chen Yunlan and bring him back to enjoy himself. Chen Minji, who was only 11 years old at the time, acted like a mad dog that had gone crazy and directly pounced on Gu Pingzheng, tearing at him. Although Chen Minji was young, he had long since begun practicing martial arts. He just hadn't entered the grade yet. However, the physical strength was naturally stronger than that second ancestor of the Gu family who only knew how to eat, drink and have fun all day long. In a fit of rage, Chen Minji kicked Gu Pingzheng in the crotch, kicking him on the spot, causing him to foam at the mouth and a large water stain to seep out from underneath him. Later diagnosed by the imperial doctor, Gu Pingzheng's thing was actually broken by Chen Minji's kick. The Gu family is the only one, and we have to rely on him to carry on the family line and multiply the heirs. How can the Gu family tolerate this? Gu Pingzheng's father, Gu Tongfu, the minister of the Ministry of Administration of the current dynasty, ran to the Chen mansion at that time with a long, brightly shining knife, to cut down Chen Minji's second brother as well. The 2 families made such a fuss that even the Son of Heaven was alarmed. In the end, it was the Son of Heaven who spoke out to mediate, and even issued an edict to invite the old master of Xiang Mountain, who was known as the medical immortal, to come down to the mountain to treat Gu Pingzheng, and only then did the 2 families come to an end. The medical fairy's medical skills were indeed unrivaled, and Gu Pingzheng's stuff was actually cured, though it also leaves hidden problems. That is, the size will inevitably be smaller, because he is only 14, not fully developed, and will not continue to grow in the future. But the good thing is that it doesn't affect fertility, and there's no problem passing on the family name. Although the Gu family hated it, the Son of Heaven had stepped in to make peace, so there was no way for them to continue to dwell on it. From then on, the Chen and Gu families became enemies. Chen Xiuyuan also used this as an excuse to send Chen Yunlan's siblings to Longquan town in Yangzhou. When Chen Yunlan heard Chen Minji say this, he remembered this past event. He also guessed that it should be Gu Pingzheng who had laid hands on Zhao Wu. The person who never showed up that day next door to them at the Wanjin house was Gu Pingzheng. At that time, when Chen Minji saw his dog's leg, he guessed it was him, so he made a mocking remark and asked him if the third one had grown well. This matter had been a thorn in Gu Pingzheng's heart that he could not pull out for so many years, and being brought up in public by Chen Minji, the anger in his heart could be imagined. But he couldn't do the slightest thing about Chen Minji. It so happened that at this time he heard Zhao Wu's voice asking about Chen Minji, so he immediately sent someone to check out the people around Chen Minji. Then there was the matter of Zhao Wu being searched at the tribute house for entrapping a note. On the day of Zhao Wu's accident, Chen Minji knew that it was Gu Pingzheng who did it. Even the Minister of Rights who presided over the spring exams, as well as other accompanying officials, more or less guessed that this matter may have something to do with the Gu family. It is precisely because of this that Liu Baijie, the Minister of Rights, did not even try to examine and investigate, and directly handed down the verdict. The doorway to this is clear to these big shots. It doesn't matter what the facts are, they only do what's good for them, or what doesn't threaten them. As for right and wrong, justice and morality, they are merely used for superficial decoration. These things might not be understandable to someone from the countryside like Zhao Hu, but Chen Ninji, who had grown up living in such a complex environment, knew it at a glance. So for him, there is no need for any evidence at all. Just like the other side framed Zhao Hu, there was no need for any logical evidence at all. We all know it by heart. The next morning, after breakfast, Chen Minji is going out. Chen Yunlan waited at the door and stopped him, asking, "What are you going to do?" Chen Minji smiled and said lightly, "I wonder if the medical fairy, his old man, can heal Gu Pingzhang again?" Chen Yunlan bowed his head and pondered for a moment before finally shaking his head. Chen Minji couldn't help but frown. "Sister, they didn't show any mercy when they came down on Dahu. He is not allowed to participate in the imperial examinations for the rest of his life, so Dahu's efforts for so many years will all be wasted. There's no hope of getting ahead in this life." Chen Yunlan smiled and comforted. "Sister understands. Sister is no lighter than you are in your heart, and Dahu is also my fellow disciple. However, there are many ways to get back at Gu Pingzhang, and the one you chose is the most foolish one." Chen Minji clenched his fists. "I know, it's the stupidest, most impulsive way to go about it, but it's the one I want to do the most." Chen Yunlan shook his head helplessly. "Have you ever thought about the fact that Big Tiger, he would never let you get into a troublesome situation because of him? If you do that, you will undoubtedly fill Big Tiger's heart with guilt." Chen Minji froze and bowed his head. Chen Yunlan patted Chen Minji's head and laughed. "Well, you exam this period of time. My sister has already planned. You and watch is." Chen Minji looked up in surprise as realization dawned on him, and he finally changed into a bright smile and praised, "Not bad for my sister." Chapter 74, Someone's Secretly Helping. Because they had to wait for the release of the list, Zhao Hu 4 people remained in Kyoto. If you pass the congressional examination, you still have the imperial examination in April, which is presided over by the Son of Heaven himself, to attend. That's the highest pinnacle in the minds of all schoolchildren. If I can get a scholar's title, I will be a government official from now on. Moreover, now that the great Zhou Heaven has been settled, and 100 things are waiting to be done, it is the time when talents are needed the most. If you can join the civil service in this era, as long as you make some achievements, there is a great possibility of reaching the top in the future. So even after a few days and nights of intense exams, Zhao Hu's 2 senior brothers still buried their heads in hard reading every day and didn't dare to slack off. Zhao Hu and He Jiqiu are going to be a bit more relaxed. They have already decided not to participate in the imperial examinations, so they no longer read those boring and uninteresting imperial scriptures. Every day, he only read the supreme sage Confucianism taught by Su Zhixing to increase his literary qi and refine his vast true qi. Once the 2 senior brothers' results came out, Zhao Hu planned to take He Jiqiu back to Longquan town. As for the 2 of them, after the meeting examination naturally have to wait in Kyoto until May to participate in the temple examination. It didn't pass, so we'll go back together and come back in 3 years. On the 3rd day after the meeting examination, Zhao Hu went out on the street as usual to buy food for a few senior brothers. When he returned to the door of the guild, suddenly a ball of paper fell in front of him. Zhao Hu turned his head violently, only to see a silhouette flash by. He picked up the ball of paper on the floor, tucked it into his arms, and walked into the clubhouse as if nothing had happened. After everyone had eaten and cleaned up, taking advantage of the break, Zhao Hu opened the ball of paper. After reading the contents on the paper ball, Zhao Hu couldn't help but frown heavily and fall into deep thought. Who reported the message? Senior brother Minji? Zhao Hu muttered in his mind, but he immediately dismissed that possibility. Chen Minji could have done it himself if he wanted to tell him that information. Don't bother. Suddenly, Zhao Hu thought of someone. In addition to Chen Minji, Chen Yunlan's 2 siblings in this Kyoto, he was the only one he knew who couldn't feel his way around. Kan Sungpyeong, the teenager who was obsessed with writing mindless talking books. Judging from the way he was all over those banned talking books at that time, this teenager's identity was definitely not ordinary. Moreover, in this Kyoto, other than Chen Minji, Zhao Hu really couldn't think of anyone else who would deliver the message on the note to him. The note simply told him who the person who set him up was. As the Chen siblings had guessed, it was none other than the son of the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Gu Pingzhang. There was no reason for it. purely just because he was the person beside Chen Minji. With just one word, he can ruin the life of an ordinary person. It was just that what Gu Pingzhang could not have imagined was that the Chen family siblings would be so attached to this matter. It was also unthinkable that besides the Chen family siblings, there was a mysterious person helping Zhao Hu. Even more unexpectedly, although Zhao Hu was from a lowly background, he was far from being an ordinary scholar who could only tolerate being bullied. Zhao Hu glanced at the note in his hand. Remembering some of his previous conversations with Jiang Chengping, he probably came to a conclusion in his heart. In the evening, near the stroke of midnight, Zhao Hu picked up the book that he had already transcribed completely and went out the door. This time, he covered his tracks, and his figure was so erratic that if it wasn't for an expert, he definitely couldn't discover it. When he arrived at the entrance of the Upper Forest Academy, the door was indeed hidden, and lights were faintly visible inside. Zhao Hu pushed open the door and walked in, heading straight for the side room. When he reached the door, he deliberately made a little footstep, then stood and whispered softly, "Is that Brother Jiang inside?" At the sound of his voice, the door to the side room quickly opened, revealing the side of a teenager. It was Kong Sungpyeong. Not seen for 10 days or so, Jiang Chengping is still the same thin appearance. Pale face at a glance know that the body is not very good. It was nearing April weather, and he was still wearing a thick fox fur. With a face of surprise, Jiang Chengping went forward and pulled Zhao Hu's hand, excitedly saying, "Brother Zhao, I haven't seen you for so many days. You really missed me. Quickly inside please." Zhao Hu followed Jiang Chengping into the side room, and just as he entered, he felt a heat wave. Inside, there was still a fire pit with an extraordinarily strong charcoal fire. Kong Sungpyeong noticed Zhao Hu's look towards the fire pit and explained with a smile, "My health hasn't been very good since I was a child. My hands and feet are cold. I'm afraid of cold." Brother Zhao is joking. Zhao Hu shook his head, signaling that it was fine, and then asked, "There must be a famous doctor in Kyoto. I don't think Brother Jiang is from a poor family. Why don't you find a better doctor?" Kong Sungpyeong sighed and shook his head. "Alas, who says he hasn't seen it? The one from Xiang Mountain has come to see it, saying that I'm born with a congenital deficiency, and that medicine and stones are useless." Zhao Hu didn't know who the one from Xiang Mountain was that Jiang Chengping was talking about, but just hearing him say that, he couldn't say anything more himself. Jiang Chengping then asked, "Brother Zhao has come this time, but has he already transcribed the Tianlong Beiji?" Zhao Hu nodded. From his arms, he took out the book and handed it over. Jiang Chengping was overjoyed and picked it up and started flipping through it, saying under his breath as he did so, "Brother Zhao, you do not know. This period of time I want to think of this one is sleepless. Several times want to go to find Brother Zhao you want, and afraid of disturbing you, so I can only bitterly endure. Good Brother Zhao, you mercy, saved my life." After saying that, Jiang Chengping no longer cared about Zhao Hu and began to look at it on his own. Zhao Hu didn't disturb him either, sitting quietly on the side and rattling the coals in the fire pot. The room was quiet again. There was only the occasional sound of Kong Sungpyeong turning the pages of a book and the crackling of charcoal. Jiang Chengping was completely mesmerized by this look and completely forgot about the time. It wasn't until a cough came from somewhere outside the house that Jiang Chengping woke up. He asked, looking up at the window, "What time is it?" Zhao Hu estimated and returned, "It's about the end of the crib." Kong Sungpyeong got up in a hurry and muttered, "So soon? I should go back." "Brother Zhao, thank you for the book. I'll return it to you when I'm done." Zhao Hu nodded and said, "There's no rush. Brother Jiang, take your time to look." After saying that, Jiang Chengping intended to leave. "Brother Jiang, wait a moment." Zhao Hu opened his mouth. Kong Sungpyeong was puzzled and gave him a questioning look. Zhao Hu fished out a crumpled note from his pocket and held it between his index and middle fingers, waving it in front of Kong Sungpyeong and asking, "Can Brother Jiang recognize this object?" Jiang Chengping was stunned at first, then smiled and nodded. Zhao Hu was about to ask again, but Jiang Chengping raised his hand to stop him. "Brother Zhao, tomorrow night or at this time, come and I'll tell you." Zhao Hu pondered for a moment, then cupped his fists and bowed. "In that case, I'll see you tomorrow." Jiang Chengping returned the salute, turned around, and left. Zhao Hu stood in this side room for a while, then left as well. It was still dark and the streets were cold and quiet. Zhao Hu didn't go far, but leaped up to a wooden building not far from the Upper Forest Academy Palace and hid his figure to look at the side room. As expected, not long after he left, someone came out from within the Upper Forest Academy Palace, extinguished the candle flame in the side room, and carried away the fire pot. Chapter 75 Jiang Chengping's True Identity. Early the next morning, Chen Minji came to the clubhouse to look for Zhao Hu. Speaking naturally, he was also framed for the same thing. like the information given by Jiang Changping. Chen Minji also said that Gu Pingjiang, the son of the Minister of Mandarins, was behind it. As for the rest, Chen Minji didn't say much about it. Regarding Chen Yunlan's intention to give Gu Pingjiang a game to take the heat out of Zhao Hu, Chen Yunlan had specifically explained that he could not disclose it to Zhao Hu, so Chen Minji didn't say anything more. By evening, Zhao Hu was on time for his appointment. Jiang Changping was indeed waiting in the side room of the Upper Forest Academy. Today he didn't read the talking book. He just sat quietly in his room with a pile of folded papers stacked on his hand on the table. After Zhao Hu came in and the two of them greeted each other, Jiang Changping directly opened the door. Brother Zhao, before we talk about today's matter, I want to ask you a question first. Brother Jiang, please ask. Kang Sung Pyong tapped the edge of the table with his finger and said with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, Gu Pingjiang designed to frame you, so that you lose the qualification of reference. 10 years of hard work went down the drain, a talent to serve the country. If there is a chance, how do you want to repay him? Hearing this, Zhao Hu returned with barely the slightest hesitation. If it can be done, I want him dead. Jiang Changping froze, a little surprised. This was followed by an interested laugh. After getting along these past few days, I didn't realize that Brother Zhao was such a killjoy. Zhao Hu smiled, sat down at the table, and faintly said, my husband said that when dealing with the wicked, one should use means that are more wicked than the wicked. By the same token, good people should be treated with greater kindness in return. Even a sage would not say that everyone under the sun can be taught. Jiang Changping's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but clap his hands. Good, well said. Brother Zhao's gentleman is truly not an extraordinary person. Zhao Hu nodded, his heart sincerely happy. Gu Pingjiang is what kind of person I probably understand some from my friends, but the age of 20 years old, in his hands and the hands of the innocent tragic deaths of a few people, I am afraid. This kind of person, treating him to death is already considered a great mercy. Jiang Changping laughed. Brother Zhao, I'm liking you more and more. It's really a loss for Great Zhou that you couldn't participate in the imperial examination, but it's good that you didn't participate in the imperial examination. Halfway through speaking, Jiang Changping suddenly realized that Zhao Hu had actually quietly moved back. Jiang Changping froze, his face flushed a little red and he smiled in embarrassment. Brother Zhao, you've misunderstood. I don't mean that. Zhao Hu hastily changed the topic and asked, Brother Jiang, today you asked me to come. What exactly is the matter? Jiang Changping straightened his expression and pushed the pile of folds in his hand over. Gu Pingjiang has committed countless crimes over the years. Here is only a part of the more serious. According to the law of the Great Zhou, every piece of evidence here is enough to sentence him to death. Forcibly robbing people's daughters and committing murder are just ordinary ones. If you want to kill him by the law, you can use these, but let me remind you, if I were to use these incriminating evidence, Gu Pingjiang would be dead. But if you were to use it, even if you sued before the Son of Heaven, maybe the person who died in the end wasn't Gu Pingjiang, but you. But I have a simpler option here. As long as you nod your head, within a quarter of an hour, Gu Pingjiang's head will be in front of you. Two choices. Brother Zhao, it's up to you. After hearing Jiang Changping's words, Zhao Hu was already shocked beyond words. Previously, he felt that Jiang Changping was definitely not an ordinary person and should be the son of some family. But now that he thought about it, he had still underestimated Jiang Changping's identity. A person who could say that within a quarter of an hour he would bring over the head of the son of the minister of the Ministry of Mandarins of the current dynasty. I'm afraid that his identity is more than just uncommonly simple. He hadn't dared to think about it before, but at this moment, Zhao Hu had already reacted, and I'm afraid that Jiang Changping's name wasn't necessarily his real name. Thinking of this, Zhao Hu suddenly remembered that it was rumored that the ancestral land of the royal family of the Great Zhou was in Yangzhou, and that it sprang up in Jiangshui. After more than 10 generations of thorns and thistles, the world was finally unified. In that case, the true identity of the teenager in front of him came out. His real name should be Xiao Changping. He is the Prince of Great Zhou. Zhao Hu couldn't help but say in his heart, no wonder, daring to write a forbidden book like that, with such heavenly means. That makes sense. Since Jiang Changping was concealing his identity and had no intention of breaking the news, Zhao Hu also continued to pretend he didn't know. Reflecting back on those two options that Jiang Changping had just spoken about, Zhao Hu asked, what will it cost me? He knew that there could be no such thing as a free lunch. There was no friendship between the two of them, and there was no reason for Jiang Changping to help him like this. Hearing his inquiry, Jiang Changping couldn't help but smile. If I say that I don't have any demands, but simply want to help Brother Zhao out, do you believe me? Zhao Hu shook his head without hesitation. Unbelievable. Jiang Changping froze, then said helplessly, I've said it so sincerely, Brother Zhao can at least be slightly polite. Zhao Hu smiled without saying anything. Jiang Chengping sighed and said, well, I do have a personal agenda. Brother Jiang, please speak. Zhao Hu said sincerely. Jiang Chengping stared into Zhao Hu's eyes, and his eyes actually carried a slight plea. I hope Brother Zhao can stay in Kyoto and help me. Zhao Hu's expression lurched, not realizing that Jiang Chengping was actually doing this for the sake of this. But one word immediately comes to mind: party fight for the first wife. The Great Zhou dynasty originally had a crown prince, but in the first year of the founding of the Great Zhou dynasty, the crown prince was accidentally killed. So now the Great Zhou East Palace of the Lord has been vacant for a long time. A group of royal son rubbing his fists, all want to go to fight for that supreme position. If Jiang Chengping's identity was indeed that of the Great Zhou Emperor, he naturally had only one purpose for inviting Zhao Hu to be his guest of honor, and that was to seize the throne. The vast true qi in Zhao Hu's body couldn't help but start running, and the agitated qi and blood calmed down a little bit. He slowed down for a moment, then stood up and cupped his fists to Jiang Chengping. Thank you for Brother Jiang's kind words. It's just that I'm not very talented and come from a humble background, so it's really hard for me to do anything. I'm afraid I'll have to let Brother Jiang down. There wasn't any dissatisfaction on Jiang Chengping's face. He seemed to have expected Zhao Hu to say this, reaching out to help Zhao Hu up. Jiang Chengping laughed. People have their own aspirations. Since this is the case, I will no longer force myself. But the friendship between you and I, this is something that Brother Zhao should not disown, right? Zhao Hu smiled slightly. As long as Brother Jiang still recognizes it, then he will always be a friend. Jiang Chengping laughed, extremely unrestrained. He then fished out an invitation with a black background depicting gold from his bosom and handed it to Zhao Hu, saying, tomorrow, Prince Ning will be hosting a drunken spring poetry festival at the 10,000 Gold Building, so if Brother Zhao has time, he can come and take a look. Zhao Hu hadn't wanted to accept this invitation. This kind of right and wrong place, he didn't want to get involved. However, he had already refused Jiang Chengping once just now, so it was really not good to refuse again at this time. So the invitation was accepted. As for going or not, we'll talk about it tomorrow. And regarding Gu Pingzhang's matter, the two of them also had an extremely tacit understanding to stop talking about it. Chapter 76, Xiao Chengping. The next day, Zhao Hu wanted to make a trip to the Chen mansion, but he didn't expect Chen Minji himself to come first. Unsurprisingly, Chen Minji was also here for the poetry party of Prince Ning's son this evening. Zhao Hu was a brilliant writer and was second only to Yu Wenqing in the academy. His comprehension of the supreme sacred Confucianism was even higher than Chen Yunlan, a talented woman. Chen Minji naturally wanted Zhao Hu to attend as well. The other three senior brothers can also go along to see the world. As he was saying, Zhao Hu turned around and brought an invitation from his desk, with a black background in gold. Noble and extraordinary. When Chen Minji saw the invitation in Zhao Hu's hand, he couldn't help but stare, then said with eyes full of incredulity, a black gold invitation? Where did you get that from, Da Hu? Zhao Hu didn't rush to answer, but asked in return, does this invitation say anything? Chen Minji took the invitation from him and flipped it open to look at it, and on it was none other than Zhao Hu's big name. This meant that this invitation was given to Zhao Hu specifically by someone, and not something that Zhao Hu had gotten by accident. Chen Minji spared a glance at Zhao Hu and said solemnly after putting down the invitation, in today's world, especially in this Kyoto, this color scheme, this dragon pattern, there is only one kind of person who is qualified to have it, and that is the Great Zhou imperial family. What surprised Chen Minji was that Zhao Hu didn't even have half a bit of other color after hearing his words, and remained as calm as water. You're not surprised? Or did you know the weight of the invitation beforehand? Chen Minji asked curiously. Zhao Hu nodded. I probably guessed the identity of the man who sent me the invitation. Chen Minji was even more curious. Who is it? Zhao Hu knew that Chen Minji had always been familiar with those emperors of Great Zhou, so he said, Jiang Chengping, or Xiao Chengping, a skinny teenager about my age. Chen Minji was stunned and shocked. The sixth prince? The one who sent you the invitation is actually the sixth prince? Zhao Hu smiled slightly. He really is a royal son. Chen Minji instantly became interested and came over to ask with a smile. How did you get involved with the sixth prince? He even sent you the royal family's special black gold invitation. This thing is not an extraordinary relationship, usually cannot be easily sent to others. With this invitation, all officials below the fourth rank will have to bow to you when they see you. Zhao Hu took a deep breath and smiled, then slowly told the story of his encounter with Jiang Chengping. After hearing this, Chen Minji couldn't help but call it interesting. The sixth prince's love of reading talking books is known throughout Kyoto. I didn't expect that you would meet in this way. It's kind of fate. since the sixth prince sent you black gold invitations, it means that he attaches great importance to you. Da Hu, for Gu Pingzhang's matter, maybe we can ask the sixth prince for help. Xiao Hu, however, shook his head. Chen Minji was puzzled. Zhao Hu explained helplessly, after all, he is a royal son, and now that the crown prince position of Great Zhou has been vacant, it is not good to be too deeply involved with him. Chen Minji listened but smiled and said, you can rest assured on this point. The sixth prince is destined to be only an idle prince in the future. He will not participate in seizing the throne. Zhao Hu was puzzled and asked, why is this? Since they are all imperial princes, are they not interested in that supreme throne? Chen Minji shook his head. His Majesty has a total of 8 imperial sons and 4 princesses, and apart from a few princesses, to say that any of those 8 imperial sons are not interested in the throne, the ghosts won't believe it. Then why did you say he wouldn't be involved in the takeover? Chen Minji sighed inside, because the world knows that His Majesty will never pass the throne to him. Zhao Hu was uncertain. Chen Minji continued, it starts with the 6th prince's mother. It's rumored that the 6th prince's mother is extremely gifted and colorful, and she comes from a Jianghu background. And at a young age, she was already a first-grade swordsman. Following His Majesty's campaigns in the south and the north, she made countless achievements and was honored by His Majesty as a Mi concubine. Later on, in a great battle, the already pregnant Mi Fei, together with other experts, besieged a super first-grade land goddess and was seriously injured. Then later on, Consort Mi died after giving birth to the 6th prince, and His Majesty was overwhelmed with grief and remorse. According to my father, if it wasn't for a group of ministers who tried their best to stop him, His Majesty would have even made the 6th prince a crown prince on the spot. Although he was not crowned as the crown prince, His Majesty's favor towards the 6th prince was definitely the heaviest of all the princes. But what His Majesty did not expect was that the 6th prince, because he was implicated in Consort Mi's womb, was born with congenital deficiencies and grew up weak and sickly. At that time, the world was not yet settled. And His Majesty even personally took him to Xiang Mountain to seek treatment from the medical immortal, regardless of his own safety. The medical fairy did everything she could to save the 6th prince's life, but she also sentenced the 6th prince to death, saying that he was born with a lack of innate talent, and that he would never live past the age of 20. His Majesty was so sad that he even almost fell out with the medical fairy. Eventually one has to accept reality. Since then, His Majesty has continued to favor the 6th prince. But everyone knows that the 6th prince is not destined for the throne of supremacy. After all, with His Majesty's eloquence, he would never pass down the Great Zhou heavenly kingdom to a short-lived imperial son. So you can rest assured that with the 6th prince, theoretically speaking, you won't be implicated in the whirlpool of party disputes. After all, he's 15 years old, not many years left when you do the math. The other emperors won't come to target him at this time. After hearing this, Zhao Hu's heart had trouble calming down for a long time. Before, he only thought that Zhang Chengping's body was weak, but he didn't think that he wouldn't even live past the age of 20, although he is a prince, but every day counting down the life. I'm afraid that even if he is more honored, he is not living a happy life. But Zhao Hu couldn't figure it out again. If that was the case, why would Zhang Chengping want him to stay in Kyoto and help him? As a prince, what else did he need Zhao Hu for since he wasn't taking over the throne? Zhao Hu was puzzled. However, he did not reveal to Chen Minji that Kong Sungpion had solicited him. The less people know about this kind of thing, the better. It wasn't that he couldn't trust Chen Minji. Not telling him was exactly what was needed to protect him. Chen Minji patted Zhao Hu's shoulder and laughed. Originally, I didn't intend to tell you, but since the 6th prince has begun to befriend you, it seems like there's no harm in telling you now. Zhao Hu froze, puzzled. What is it? Chen Minji smiled and also took out his own invitation. An invitation with a red background in gold tracing, but with a simple cloud pattern. Tonight at Prince Ning's poetry party, my sister is preparing to give Gu Pingzhang a big gift, and I didn't want to involve you before, but now it seems that even if I let you join in it shouldn't be a big deal. Zhao Hu immediately reacted to what Chen Minji said about the big gift. Inside cannot help but warm. That Gu Pingzhang is the son of the minister of the Ministry of Justice. The family status is not weaker than the Chen family. The Chen family siblings were even able to offend the Gu family for him. How precious was this fellowship? Zhao Hu immediately got up and bowed with his fists towards Chen Minji. Da Hu, many thanks to senior sister and senior brother. Chen Minji smiled and patted Zhao Hu's shoulder. What's the thanks for being your own brother? Updated every night at 1800 hours sharp. Chapter 77, Mad Dogs. That night, Zhao Hu still went to the Ning King's mansion with Chen Minji to participate in the poetry meeting. The 3 senior brothers naturally followed along. After all, they could also see the world. In fact, Zhao Hu is not very willing to come to participate. He is not interested in merit, and did not want to make a name for himself in this capital city, only want to wait for the list released, and take his senior brother to go home. After being away from home for so long, the 10-mile peach forest in the backyard of the academy should be an extraordinarily colorful bloom. Sister Natalie and Sister Yo-Yo were practicing their swords under the peach forest, and Mr. sat on the big rock that could kill people and played the zither. Every time he thought of this image, Zhao Hu could not help but raise the corners of his mouth. In his heart, even if it is like heaven and earth in the imperial city of Great Zhou, is not as good as that 3 or 2 thatched cottages. It was just that something always had to be done. The Chen family siblings had already set up a situation for him for Gu Pingjiang, and if he didn't even show up, it would be too much to say. As the lights come on, Kyoto starts to come alive again. The entrance to the Ningwang mansion was also filled with traffic, and there was an endless stream of people coming to the appointment. Zhao Hu made an appointment with Chen Minji to meet up at the entrance of the Ningwang mansion. Since a few senior brothers couldn't sit still, a few of them came a bit earlier. When they arrived at the entrance of the Ningwang mansion, several people did not go in, but waited outside the door, waiting for Chen Minji to arrive before going in together. Zhao Hu also knew that there were bound to be some people in this kind of place who would come and pick fights when they saw them in plain clothes. He also didn't want to waste words and get into trouble when the time came, so he took He Jiqiu and the 3 of them farther away. The reason why he didn't go in first, Zhao Hu also had considerations. After all, this was the Ningwang mansion, a deep house and a royal family. There must be many rules inside that they did not understand. If we go in rashly, I'm afraid we'll break the rules of the house and add to the joke. When Chen Minji arrived, with him on hand to remind him, he wouldn't have these concerns. It was just that Zhao Hu could not have imagined that he was determined to avoid the trouble, but the trouble was just on the contrary to take the initiative to find up. Not far away, a flashy carriage stopped at the entrance of the Ningwang mansion. The concierge and butler who received the guests immediately greeted them with respect. The carriage came down with a fancy-dressed gentleman, with a face with a bit of yin chi, and narrow eyes, not a serious commodity at a glance. Zhao Hu stopped looking at it after just one glance. That Chinese-robed male happened to have his gaze swept over to Zhao Hu as well. At first he didn't care, but after getting out of the car, the person next to him suddenly whispered something in his ear. The footsteps of that Chinese-suited male who was already about to walk into the doorway unexpectedly retreated back. Turning around, naked, he looked towards Zhao Hu and the others. Look, senior brother, isn't that person the one who was arguing with senior brother Minji that day at the 10,000 gold building? Hearing He Jiqiu's reminder from the side, Zhao Hu turned his head to look over, found out that it was really the same guy from the other day. Zhao Hu immediately reacted. Looking at this person's groveling attitude towards the Mandarin, it meant that the Mandarin was most likely the one who didn't show up that day at the 10,000 gold mansion. That is, the son of the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, the one who framed him, Gu Pingjiang. Zhao Hu withdrew his gaze after only one look. No need to mess with this guy at this point. But just because he didn't want to mess with people didn't mean they wouldn't mess with him. That Chinese-robed male looked at Zhao Hu's several people and smiled grimly, then said to the butler and concierge of the Ningwang mansion, "Those wild dogs stay there and are an eyesore. Get someone to beat them up and get rid of them." The butler was a bit embarrassed. Their Ning Wangfu was not this kind of completely unreasonable person. However, he did not dare to offend this person in front of him. After all, although the king of Ning is the younger brother of the current son of heaven, he does not have any official real power. Thinking about it, the butler had to say stiffly, "Mr. Gu, I'll have someone send them away. A beating is better. After all, His Highness the King of Ning is more concerned about his reputation." Gu Pingjiang frowned at him, but the butler was unmoved. Gu Pingjiang sneered and waved his hand. "Forget it." Then he turned his head to his own people around him. "You go, break the legs of that leader." The butler on the side was listening to his scalp. "This Gu Pingjiang is really arrogant to the limit. I really don't know who can cure him." The attendant beside Gu Pingjiang led the order and walked towards Zhao Hu and the others without hesitation. They've done this kind of thing quite a bit, and they're already familiar with it. Zhao Hu realized that someone was coming towards them and immediately stood up, shielding He Jiqiu and the others behind him. "What is your excellency going to do?" The man didn't say a word, rushed up and hit straight away. By the looks of it, it wasn't an expert, but it was at least in the grade. Gu Pingjiang was here to participate in the poetry meeting, so naturally he wouldn't bring too many powerful experts with him. The people his father, Minister of the Ministry of Justice Gu Tongfu, had arranged to protect him were only hidden in the shadows, and would not show themselves easily if not necessary, so the end is predictable. This person who took the initiative to come up and make a move wasn't a match for Zhao Hu at all. Just as he got close, he was knocked over by Zhao Hu's punch. Although Zhao Hu was majoring in Confucianism, his martial arts were also already at the top of the 9th rank. If he used his vast true qi, even the 7th rank would not necessarily be his opponent. Gu Pingzhang did not expect that Zhao Hu, such a scholar from the countryside, would also know boxing. The commotion over here had caught the attention of the guests coming and going, and they had already begun to talk about it. This Gu Pingzhang is bullying again. This scum, ever since his third leg went out, his psyche is getting sicker and sicker. Hearing the surrounding murmurs, Gu Pingzhang instantly felt that his face was not shining. The eyes were also more sinister. Dare to fight back and kill him. The people who traveled around the area found it a bit puzzling. Gu Pingzhang was like a mad dog in their eyes, shouting and fighting at the drop of a hat. That's why no one even socializes with him on weekdays. Zhao Hu was quite calm. After all, in his heart he had long had the intention of getting Gu Pingzhang killed. Then it was understandable that others wanted to get him killed. As Gu Pingzhang's words had just fallen, a swordsman from nowhere leapt onto the street, his long knife already sheathed in his hand, and he slashed directly at Zhao Hu. Zhao Hu was prepared for this, pulling a few of his senior brothers to jump away lengthwise, leaving a deep knife mark on the spot where he had just stood. In other words, this swordsman in front of him was at least a 6th grade or higher martial artist. Zhao Hu's eyes were heavy, and his hand had already reached into his arms. There was a piece of writing in there that Su Zhixing had given him before he left. The other senior brothers also had a piece of writing, and at this time several people almost coincidentally put their hands into their arms. Da Hu, don't waste it. On the other side of the street, Chen Ningji's voice suddenly sounded. Wind and Rain sword Lu Zhou leapt one step faster than him and landed in front of the swordsman. That sword intent made that swordsman not dare to move half a bit more. Da Hu and a few other senior brothers couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and took their hands out of their arms. Chen Ningji is right. Mr. Words. It is indeed too wasteful to use them here. Chapter 78, The Sixth Prince. Gu Pingzhang turned his head to look over, anger still in his eyes. Chen Ningji, you dare to meddle in my business? What did he expect? Chen Ningji even ignored him and directly walked past him to Zhao Hu, laughing. A mad dog is just a mad dog. How can you waste Mr. $10,000 worth of ink? Da Hu smiled and nodded. Okay, let's go inside. Gu Pingzhang almost wanted to go crazy. This feeling of being ignored was even more difficult for him than having an angry scolding directed at him. Chen Ningji, stop right there and leave him behind, or I'm not done with you. Chen Ningji, who had already walked to the door, finally looked back at him, but his gaze swept towards Gu Pingzhang's lower body. Gu Pingzhang suddenly felt some coldness down there and couldn't help but shrink his crotch. This subconscious action immediately drew laughter from the surrounding onlookers. As soon as Gu Pingzhang drew the saber of the man beside him, he pointed at the people around him and cursed angrily. What are you laughing at? Don't laugh, or I'll kill you. But which of the people present at this time is not a prince or a nobleman? Normally, he just didn't want to provoke Gu Pingzhang, the mad dog. Who would really be afraid of him? Seeing that the threat was fruitless, Gu Pingzhang became infuriated and raised his knife to slash at Chen Ningji. Before Lu Zhou could make a move, the butler of the Ningwang mansion rushed to the front and took hold of Gu Pingzhang's blade. Blood flowed out on the spot, and the scene was in an uproar. The butler was still all smiles. Mr. Gu, calm down. If you really want to cut someone, just cut the slave girl. The slave girl's life is cheap. It's not a big deal if she's cut to death. Gu Pingzhang was also shocked, and quickly let go of his hand. After all, it was King Ning's butler, and even though it was only a eunuch, it wasn't something that he, Gu Pingzhang, could beat or kill at will. Seeing that the housekeeper had given a step, Gu Pingzhang went along with it, snorted coldly, and walked into the royal residence. Chen Ningji also laughed disdainfully and planned to go in as well. That butler, however, walked over to Chen Ningji and asked, Mr. Chen, if you can come, the Ningwang mansion is naturally welcome, but these gentlemen. As he spoke, he looked at Zhao Hu and a few others beside Chen Ningji. Chen Ningji smiled and didn't make things difficult for him, but said towards Zhao Hu, take that thing out. Zhao Hu nodded and was about to take out the invitation, but at this exact moment, a young gentleman walked out of the king's mansion, elegant and graceful, wearing a scribe's green shirt, with an excellent demeanor. The butler immediately stopped caring about Zhao Hu and the others, and immediately turned towards the gentleman and arched his hand. Why have you come out, Your Highness? The youth smiled and nodded towards Chen Ningji. Chen Ningji also hurriedly arched his hand and saluted. Open the center door and follow me to the door to greet them. The youth spoke hastily, and then went out of the door. The steward immediately realized that there isn't important to come, casually grabbed a boy, in his body to wipe the hands of blood clean, that the wound has stopped bleeding. Then followed. Chen Minji couldn't help but be curious as to who had come to make Prince Ning personally go out to greet him. I'm sure it's one of the royals, Chen Minji whispered. Zhao Hu nodded and subconsciously thought of Jiang Chengping. Seeing this, several people were in no hurry to go in and followed along, waiting on the street. The other guests who had come to the poetry meeting stopped and stood respectfully to the side. It wasn't long before the crowd saw from afar an ox cart slowly coming down the end of the street. An old man in coarse linen clothes with gray hair sat in front of the cart acting as its driver. The shed at the back of the ox cart was covered with a thick cotton cloth, making it airtight so that people outside couldn't see exactly who was sitting inside. But upon seeing the cattle car, everyone present immediately guessed who was sitting inside. Chen Mingji's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Hu and said, "Sure enough, it's him, His Highness the Sixth Prince." Zhao Hu had guessed it was him, so he wasn't much surprised. However, listening to the surrounding people's murmurings, it seemed that this sixth prince would seldom participate in this kind of party on weekdays, and for some unknown reason today, he even came over in an unprecedented manner. The ox cart stopped in front of the door, and Xiao Mufeng, the Prince of Ning, immediately saluted and greeted him with his subordinates from the Ningwang mansion. "I, for one, welcome your highness to the city." The old man driving the car slowly lifted the cotton curtain and helped the teenager inside to walk out, still looking as weak as ever, with a hand warmer in his hand and a thick fox fur wrapped around his shoulders. It was as if a random gust of wind could blow it over. The teenager stepped out of the carriage, reached out with an imaginary hand, and laughed. "Brother Mufeng, if you're a member of the family, don't be rude." Xiao Mufeng knew that the teenager didn't like all this red tape, so he stood up straight and laughed. "Your Highness, please come in, the house is warm." The teenager nodded and took a step toward the door. At this time, Chen Minji and Zhao Hu and the others happened to be standing on the side of the doorway, and when they saw him approaching, they clasped their fists and saluted. The teenager lifted Chen Minji's arm and laughed. "Brother Minji, I haven't seen you for years. I heard that you've gone to the imperial examinations? When did you change your mind?" Chen Minji grinned back. "Hey, no more, it's all tears. Is your highness feeling better these years?" The teenager smiled. Same old same old." After saying that, he turned his head to look at Zhao Hu, surprisingly unapologetic. "Brother Zhao, you're here, why don't you go in?" Zhao Hu also did not expect Jiang Chengping. No, now it should be called Xiao Changping. He did not expect Xiao Changping to recognize him in public, and was a bit stunned for a moment, but he immediately reacted, arching his hand. "Greetings, your highness." Xiao Changping smiled and didn't say much, but only faintly said, "Get in." With that, he walked inside on his own. Outside the doorway, the butler of the Ningwang mansion could not help but break out into a cold sweat. Fortunately, he hadn't been aggressive just now, so he hoped that this person who could be addressed as Brother Zhao by his sixth highness wouldn't hold a grudge. He didn't know that Zhao Hu actually didn't care at all. He had planned to take out that invitation. It just happened that Xiao Changping came over. When Xiao Changping walked in, Chen Minji put his arm around Zhao Hu's shoulders and laughed. "His highness is actually so polite to you. Duh Hu, you have a good chance now." At this time, these people standing at the entrance couldn't help but cast curious gazes at Zhao Hu one after another, and when they passed by Zhao Hu, there were even people who bowed their hands to him. Zhao Hu could only return the salutes one by one. The two senior brothers behind him, other than He Jiqiu, looked at Zhao Hu with a noticeable extra change in their eyes. Several people then entered the Ningwang mansion together. This poetry meeting is also considered an event for the powerful and wealthy in Kyoto. In addition to these sons of princes and dukes, the great ladies of Kyoto City also arrived at the venue early. It's just that they went through a different door, so they didn't meet up with the men. At this time, when they arrived at the venue Zhao Hu, they realized what is called the real opulence. The scene that he had seen in the Chen mansion at the beginning, compared to this Ningwang mansion, was simply too ordinary to be common. As the poetry session began, Chen Yunlan passed a glance to Chen Minji and Zhao Hu, signal that the program is ready to begin. However, just at that moment, someone outside the door informed, "Princess Changle has arrived." Everyone got up in droves, and at this moment, the white-haired old man who had followed the sixth highness suddenly appeared behind Chen Yunlan and handed her a note. Chen Yunlan was uncertain and opened the note. Only 2 words were written on it instead: "Do not move." Chapter 79, The Scheme is Caught. Chen Yunlan was unsure and turned his head to look at Xiao Changping, who was seated on the main seat. Xiao Changping smiled, lifted his wine glass and held it toward her distantly, his lips moving as if to say 2 words. Chen Yunlan looked at his lips, his heart shook violently, and his eyes were filled with horror. The palms of his hands were already wet with sweat without realizing it. The two words that Xiao Changping uttered with his lips were the very same poem that she had prepared so many days ago. The name of the poem, Spring Killing. And this poem is exactly the setup for Gu Pingjiang in today's poem. At first glance, this poem is bold, neat and far-reaching, definitely the best of poems. Chen Yunlan had prepared this poem as early as after Dahu was framed, because she knew that at this time of the year, Prince Ning, who had always claimed to be a man of letters, would organize a poetry festival. Every time this time, some sons and daughters of Kyoto's families would come to attend. Gu Pingjiang will likewise be no exception. But this dude is uneducated and could never write a good poem. That's why he spends money on poems at every poetry slam. Chen Yunlan only needed to spend a little bit of effort to let this poem be known by Gu Pingjiang, and to make him understand how good this poem really was. With Gu Pingjiang's unreasonable nature, he would definitely keep the poem for himself. Good to make a big splash at the poetry conference, but as long as he dared to take out this poem, Gu Pingjiang would definitely not be able to eat it. This was because there was a counter-intent hidden in this poem, which was a modified version of a poem that Chen Yunlan had previously seen in the collection of poems copied by Su Zhixing. With Gu Pingjiang's level of not having half a tail of ink in his belly, he definitely couldn't see it, and even if he put it in the poetry meeting, he didn't think anyone would be able to see it. But as long as someone can give a little nudge, the many princes and sons present will surely be able to see the counter-meaning inside the poem. By then, I'm afraid Gu Pingjiang will have a hard time defending himself. Even if it didn't end up killing him, at least the Gu family would be implicated. They won't need to do anything more when the time comes. Above this great Zhou dynasty, there were people who were willing to step on the Gu family. Even that one, I'm afraid, would only be happy to see it happen. However, Chen Yunlan did not expect that this bureau, in which she had not been half implicated from the beginning to the end, had been completely seen through by Xiao Changping, and had even known about the song Spring Killing. In other words, Xiao Changping must have also known that this antiphon came from her very hand. If this is more serious, the Chen family will be in danger. As Chen Yunlan thought about this in his mind, he didn't realize that Princess Changle had already walked into the venue. When he passed by Chen Yunlan, he even gave her a greeting. Chen Yunlan is unknown, or the side maid reminded to realize. My daughter was lost in thought and did not realize that the princess was approaching. Please forgive her. Princess Changle was about the same age as Chen Minji, a bit younger than Chen Yunlan, with a lively and cute look, with a bit of baby fat. She didn't care about Chen Yunlan's outburst. Instead, he wrapped his arm around Chen Yunlan and laughed. Sister hasn't visited me for a long time. It's not easy to meet, but I'm even lost in thought. In a while, I should punish my sister with a few more drinks. Chen Yunlan smiled and nodded. My daughter recognizes the punishment. Princess Changle laughed, then ran and jumped to Xiao Changping's side, very naturally wrapping her arms around Xiao Changping's arm and snuggling up to him. Sixth brother, why didn't you even bring me along when you came to the poetry festival? Xiao Changping pursed his lips and smiled, full of favor. I thought you didn't like all this poetry and stuff. Princess Changle beamed. Who says I don't like it? I do. Unlike this side that was talking and laughing, Gu Pingjiang's side was a bit sad. Just now, His Highness the Sixth Prince's people ran over to him and told him that his song Spring Killing was made by the Sixth Prince, and that it had inadvertently strayed into the civil world, so that he should not use it again. Even if Gu Pingjiang was arrogant, he wouldn't dare to go against the prince. He had to agree, and was now drinking on the side. After the princess was seated, the poetry session continued. Since the name of the poetry meeting is Drunken Spring Poetry Meeting, it is natural that the word spring and drunkenness should be the theme. For a while, many sons and daughters of the world's families offered poems they had made. A special person will recite the poems made by the crowd on the spot and then they will be judged. The scene was a constant stream of poems, one after the other. It's also considered highly productive. In fact, most of these poems were prepared in advance, only that they were not brought out until today. So these poems are few and far between, but they can't be that bad. Halfway through listening, Xiao Changping looked at Zhao Hu, who was sitting upright at the end of the seat, and smiled. Then he said to the Prince of Ning at his side, Brother Mu Feng, I don't think this poetry meeting is interesting. Xiao Mu Feng froze and said with some urgency, it was the minister who did it wrong. Xiao Changping waved his hand. I don't blame you. I just don't think that poetry sessions like this one, where the theme is set in advance, reflect the true level of everyone. Xiao Mu Feng heard Xiao Changping's meaning, but still pretended not to understand and asked, and what does your highness mean? Xiao Changping laughed. How about we don't have a theme and improvise? One incense burner's time and see whose poem is better. How about that? Xiao Mu Feng's eyes lit up and clapped his hands. Wonderful. Your Highness, good idea. Xiao Changping smiled and added, everyone in the dojo today, except for the boys and maids who came with them, for better or for worse, must offer one song each. Xiao Mufeng thoughtfully looked away from the shabby scholar on the end seat. The heart is clear. He then announced Xiao Changping's intentions to the crowd. The crowd on the floor agreed and then began to rack their brains to create a poem. After Zhao Hu finished listening to Prince Ning's words, he turned his head to look at Xiao Changping on the main seat, and it just so happened that at that moment, Xiao Changping was also looking at him. Zhao Hu immediately understood that Xiao Changping's impromptu intention was completely directed at himself. Ugh, since I can't hide, I won't hide. In the end, it is still a teenager, and there is naturally a fervor in his heart. Since Xiao Changping wanted to show himself in every way possible, Zhao Hu was not one to shy away from it. Thinking back on my recent experiences, I happened to feel the urge to write a poem, waving it around, almost in a single breath. When the poem was delivered to the Prince of Ning, he knew that tonight's poetry champion had an owner. Great poem, great spirit. Xiao Mufeng couldn't help but clap his hands. Xiao Changping, who was on the side, came over and asked, what was written? Xiao Mufeng hurriedly handed it to Xiao Changping and said, Your Highness, please take a look. Xiao Changping picked up the psalm that was filled with dragon-flying handwriting and read it softly, chanting the last two sentences. His eyes couldn't help but snap up, laughing up at the sky and going out the door. Is my generation not a man of Artemisia? Everyone spray lightly. Here is a quote from Li Shixian's poem. Just take it as Dahu's original. After all, the author Kuan can't write a poem that can take people's breath away. Good vigor, good arrogance, good poem, good words. It is enough to have this one today. Xiao Mufeng also sighed in admiration. He asked himself if he had extraordinary literary talent, but compared to the author of this poem, he was also convinced and ashamed of himself. Xiao Changping looked at the signature in the bottom corner, Zhao Hu, and couldn't help but smile slightly on his face. The heart murmured, not bad for someone I have my eye on. Chapter 80, like an abyss, like a prison. Unsurprisingly, Zhao Hu became famous for his poem. None of the poems of the evening could be compared to this one. Even the next day, the whole Kyoto was singing his two lines, laughing up at the sky and going out the door. Is my generation not an artisan? And Zhao Hu's name began to circulate among the major families and clans in Kyoto. Even on the street corners, you can hear people talking about him from time to time. The reason why there was such a big reaction was, for one thing, naturally because of Zhao Hu's poem. On the other hand, it was because people found out that he was actually Zhao Hu, the cheater of the Chunin exam who made a lot of noise some time ago. No one wanted to believe that Zhao Hu was innocent before. Even if someone guessed who Zhao Hu had been framed by, they wouldn't take it seriously. But not now. Through Zhao Hu's poem, the entire Kyoto knew of Zhao Hu's literary talent. Characters like that don't even need a science fair dance. So again, rumors are starting to circulate that Zhao Hu was framed. And as the examiner who presided over the spring exam, Liu Baijie, the Minister of Rights, was pushed into the limelight. He said that he had eyes but no eyes, making Great Zhou miss out on a heavenly talent. When the poem reached the present Son of Heaven, Liu Baijie was summoned to an audience on the same day. No one knew what the Son of Heaven had said to him, but there were rumors of angry curses coming from the imperial study that day. A few days after the poetry festival, the Yangzhou Fellowship Hall was bursting at the seams. All of them were people who had come to the door to seek an audience with Zhao Hu. He was so scared that he had to hide in the Chen mansion. Those people, even if they were crazy, wouldn't dare trespass on the Chen residence. Zhao Hu also finally cleared up a bit. Just as his fame reached its peak, another rumor began to circulate in Kyoto. He said that Gu Pingzhang, the son of the minister of the Ministry of Justice, was the one who framed Zhao Hu behind his back. For a time, the crowd was outraged, and the readers took to the streets, angrily scolding Gu Pingzhang for victimizing the pillars of the country. At first the Gu family would come out in defense and deny the matter, but after that, all the details about how Gu Pingzhang bribed the officials of the Tribute Academy to check his body, and how he killed and silenced them afterward were all released. At this point, the Gu family was already at a loss for words. In the face of the world's readers of the long mouth, even the Ministry of Minister Gu Tongfu simply cannot be suppressed. This is the first spring exam and the opening of the Great Zhou. When the emperor set the national policy of the imperial examinations, he said that this examination for the country to get a job is absolutely fair and impartial, regardless of the status of the high and low, the status of the noble and the low. Only talent is selected. But in the blink of an eye, this kind of framing of talent has occurred. This cannot help but make the world's readers of the imperial examination of this national policy began to have doubts. Everyone studied hard and even dumped their family's money to rush to Kyoto for this big test. But those powerful people can make all your efforts go down the drain whenever they are not happy. If this kind of thing is not severely punished, how can the world's scholars still serve the court? What qualifies the court to be trusted by the readers? After Gu Pingzhang's matter was exploded, several courageous people emerged from those readers and led all the students to the entrance of the imperial city for a sit-in and hunger strike. He also submitted a bloody letter, kneeling down to ask the emperor to severely punish Gu Pingzhang and the Gu family. This group of people, but the great Zhou founding of the first batch of lifts, even if the imperial power to suppress the four seas, it is impossible to suppress the disturbance of these people. On that day, the prime minister of Great Zhou, Zhang Jingde, personally appeared and pacified a group of students before the matter was considered to be over. Of course, whatever you do, it must come at a price. Those leading schoolchildren were doomed. It was only when the Ministry of Rights went to check the information of these few scholars that they realized that they could not find these people at all. Minister of Rights Liu Baijie suddenly realized, a moment of horror, immediately ordered never to investigate this matter again. Before the Gu family could react, the people from the Imperial City Department had already moved out. Took Gu Pingzhang, the Son of Heaven also ordered that Gu Tongfu be grounded in his residence. Along with Gu Pingzhang, there was another item taken away, and this thing was the last straw that really killed him. It was the very same psalm called Spring Kills. When the poem was presented in front of the Son of Heaven, the ancient emperor, who had swept away the 6 kingdoms and 8 wastelands to unify the world, approved 3 words on the spot: beheading. All male members of the Gu family will be exiled to western Liangzhou, and all female members of the family will be sent to the Department of Correctional Services. Only Gu Tongfu was exempted from exile and relegated to the status of a commoner by the emperor in consideration of his past merits. When Gu Tongfu got the news, he knew that everything was off. At this point, he had completely understood that Gu Pingzhang's matter was just an excuse, that His Majesty of theirs is merely using this matter to start liquidating the founding veterans. The world has been settled, and they, the old ministers who accompanied the Son of Heaven in his rise from the humble beginnings, are no longer useful. When the Son of Heaven is still alive, the world is stable. If one day the Son of Heaven was gone, they, the old ministers, would be the biggest hidden danger to the new emperor's throne. The Son of Heaven is just clearing the way for the next great Zhou emperor. So when the people from the Imperial City Department went to Gu's house to raid it again, all they saw was Gu Tongfu's cold body hanging from the beams, above the precious and unusual alabaster screen. 4 large, piercing letters were written in blood. Effective. This case, which shook Kyoto, came to an end. As for Zhao Hu, who was the cause of the entire incident, after thinking about it, he couldn't help but feel cold all over. This was something that was out of his control from the beginning. It was probably just a coincidence that he was set up in the first place, but everything that happened after that was the careful arrangement of the person behind the curtain. Even the bureau made by Chen Yunlan was logically utilized by those people. He couldn't even tell if his chance encounter with Xiao Changping was a coincidence or if it had been prearranged long ago. Even more so, he couldn't tell which of the words Xiao Changping had said to him earlier were true and which were false. Regardless of whether Zhao Hu refused Xiao Changping's help that day or not, the Gu family would end up in the same place. Even Xiao Changping could be just an intermediary, and there was only one person who really drove all of this. That heavenly prince of the great Zhou who is the co-lord of the world and the one who oppresses the 4 seas. At this time, Zhao Hu again looked at this prosperous and embroidered great Zhou Kyoto, only to feel that under the eyes, all is the bottomless abyss of hell. If you take one wrong step, you'll be pulverized and your corpse will not survive. Flee sth. This was Zhao Hu's only thought at this moment. Escape from this place of wrongdoing. He didn't think that just with his little mind and ability, he would be able to keep his head above water in this man-eating Kyoto. Much less did he feel that that ostensibly easygoing 6th Imperial Highness was really as harmless as he appeared to be. All he wanted to do now was to return to Longquan town, practice his supreme sacred Confucianism, and stay by Mr. Side in peace. Besides him, the Chen family siblings were equally creeped out, especially Chen Yunlan. She finally understood why Xiao Changping stopped her from setting up a scheme to count Gu Pingzhang that day. Compared to this big game, her little calculation was simply laughable. Chen Yunlan suddenly understood her father, why he didn't want any titles in the first place, not even the position of minister of the household, only a minister of households, and he never cultivated disciples in the court and never formed parties, always a love of money and greed for money, because only in this way would that His Majesty of theirs allow the Chen family to continue to exist. As for the kindness of saving his life and assisting him back then, it was not worth mentioning at all compared to this supreme position. Chapter 81, Fate, Farewell. It wasn't long after the Gu family was copied. the list of the examination list was announced. Chen Minji was not much of a surprise to land on the list. Happily, 2 other masters of the Jixing Academy made the list and gained the merit of Gongsheng. The 2 were naturally overjoyed. Zhao Hu looked at their excited looks and didn't know whether to be happy or worried for them. But anyway, it's their quest, as long as they enjoy themselves. As for what kind of bumps in the road that will be in the future, that's all in the future. Now that you have chosen this path, you must be prepared to endure the winds and rains that come your way. Half a month after the list comes out, it is the temple examination, which is the ultimate goal of all readers. However, Zhao Hu didn't wait for the start of the imperial examination before bidding farewell to the crowd, intending to take He Zhiqiu back to Longquan town. Although the Chen family siblings also wanted to go back with him, there was an early decree from the palace that Chen Yunlan was already considered the third prince's fiancé, so she naturally couldn't leave Kyoto. Chen Minji wanted to join the army and build a career, so it was just Zhao Hu and He Zhiqiu who went back together. The 8th day of April is good for traveling. Chen Minji sent Zhao Hu and He Zhiqiu out of Kyoto City with his 2 senior brothers. Chen Minji specially brought 2 steeds with excellent footing to see the 2 off. Zhao Hu hadn't wanted to take it. After all, the price of 2 horses was too expensive. But Chen Minji's eyes simply could not be doubted. The 2 had to go along with it. After mounting the horse, just as the 2 of them were about to set out on their journey, a galloping horse with a pure black body came galloping through the city gates. On the back of the horse sat a young man with a sickly color to his face. A white-haired old man followed the galloping horse, looking like he was obviously walking idly, but his speed was not weaker than the galloping horse at all. Brother Zhao. Brother Zhao. The person who came was none other than 6th Prince Xiao Changping. Zhao Hu hurriedly dismounted, and all of them clasped their fists and bowed together. The galloping horse came close, and the old man reached out and grabbed the reins, stopping the horse. The other hand rested on the teenager's back, and a steady stream of majestic true qi was channeled into his body. Xiao Changping on horseback had a slight flush on his face, and his breathing was a little short. It was only after the old man's true qi traveled around his body for a week that he was barely better. Xiao Changping rolled over and dismounted, stumbling on his feet. However, he still ran towards Zhao Hu regardless and reached out to hold his arms, slightly anxious. Brother Zhao, you're leaving? Zhao Hu looked at the teenager in front of him and his heart couldn't help but tremble. In his eyes, there was actually a touch of ruefulness, and a strong sense of reluctance. Zhao Hu wondered if this emotion was a disguise for Xiao Changping, but he chose to believe. Xiao Changping's eyes reddened as he looked at Zhao Hu and said softly, Brother Zhao, although you and I have known each other for a short period of time, but whether you believe it or not, Brother Zhao, in my Xiao Changping's heart, I have already taken you, Brother Zhao, as the only confidant in my life. Zhao Hu nodded. Since he chose to believe, he would think in the best direction. Xiao Changping had told him that night that if he wanted him to help, he would have to stay in Kyoto and work for him. Zhao Hu refused, but in the series of operations that followed, Xiao Changping still spared no effort to help Zhao Hu. He had temporarily changed the theme and rules of the Prince of Ning's poetry party in order to let Zhao Hu come into his own and let the world know about his talent. He was 100% confident that Zhao Hu would be able to wow Kyoto. As expected, Zhao Hu did not fail him. A poem becomes famous in the world. After that there was the case of the students of the imperial examination who were fighting for Zhao Hu, and the court disposed of Gu Pingzhang in order to quell the anger of the students. As for Chen Yunlan's antiphon, it was merely coincidental. Even without that anti-poem, the Gu family would have died just the same. Judging from these things, no matter what Xiao Changping's final purpose is, at the very least, he had been helping Zhao Hu and had gotten him removed from the matter without being implicated. Zhao Hu knew all of this, so for Xiao Changping, he only had gratitude. But grateful as he was, his ambition was not in the civil service, not in the court, so he had to go. Zhao Hu was silent for a moment, turned around and took out 3 books from his bag. Temple. Brother Jiang, originally last night I went to the Upper Forest Academy Palace and didn't see you. I had wanted to say goodbye to you last night. These 3 books are the text of the words that I transcribed. I give them to you. I hope that you take good care of yourself. Xiao Changping took the books in Zhao Hu's hands. 3 books of words he had never read before. Looking at those 3 book titles, Xiao Changping smiled ruefully. There was sadness on his brow. Then he gently raised his head and looked into Zhao Hu's eyes. Brother Zhao, with this parting, you and I may never see each other again. Speaking here, Xiao Changping was already choking with a slight sob. Zhao Hu also lamented in his heart that although Xiao Changping was a noble prince, there should be nothing around him that was worthy of his friendship. Zhao Hu could feel his loneliness and desire to have a confidant. Zhao Hu bowed again and paid his respects. Brother Jiang, although heaven and earth are large, if there is fate, There will be a day when we meet again. Take care. Xiao Changping nodded gently and took a deep breath. The bleakness in his eyes was all gone. He fished out a jade pendant with an orchid engraved on it from his bosom and stuffed it into Zhao Hu's hand. Not far away, when that white-haired old man saw the scene, his eyes clearly changed, and his feet couldn't help but take a step forward. Xiao Changping resumed his old appearance of that teenager and laughed. Brother Zhao, this is the jade Ju that I wear close to my body. Consider it a parting gift, and I wish Brother Zhao smooth sailing in peace as he travels thousands of mountains. Zhao Hu solemnly accepted the jade pendant and cupped his fists. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Farewell. After saying that, he directly rolled over and mounted his horse, looking at the crowd. Gentlemen, the jungle is a long way away. I expect to see you again. Take care. The crowd clasped their fists in return. Have a safe trip. The whip was raised and the two stallions sped out, heading south. Chen Minji and the others waited until Zhao Hu and the others disappeared at the end of the long road before returning to Kyoto. On that all-black steed, Xiao Changping stared blankly at the bustling streets of Kyoto, not knowing what he was thinking. The old man with the horse turned around several times, wanting to speak. Eventually, he couldn't resist asking, Your Highness, that thing, but it's the only relic of the Queen's life. Xiao Changping woke up in admiration and smiled ruefully. Grandpa, bye. I don't have much time left. The old man froze, his eyes filled with grief. He stopped talking and just led the horse forward in silence. As in those days, he also led his horse like this through the streets of Tian City. Only then, there was a stunning woman sitting on the horse. On that day, the streets of Tian City were swarming with people, all just to catch a glimpse of the woman's stunning beauty. Miss has been gone for 15 years. Chapter 82, The Sword of the Great River Comes from Heaven. Having just left Kyoto, the two Zhao Hu master brothers were still a bit sad. After riding a horse for a certain distance, the only thing left in his heart is the eagerness to return home. The two of them sped along and lost track of time. I didn't think to look for a place to stay until it was getting dark, but as far as the eye could see, there were no more homes except the landscape. So where was there any accommodation? The good thing is that both of them are also people with cultivation in their bodies. One is not afraid of the night cold, and secondly, they can deal with the general small thieves. After walking along the official road for a while, he finally found a place where he could take shelter from the wind and rain before it became completely dark. This is a dilapidated teepee, long gone, but under the eaves of the doorway, there is still a wooden signboard with the word T written on it. Zhao Hu two people led the horse into the teepee, a little cleaning, lit a pile of campfire, pulled some weeds spread on the ground, then planned to sew on the night, finished eating dry food and was about to go to sleep. Zhao Hu, however, was suddenly alert and looked towards the door. Not a moment later, a man walked in out of the darkness. It was a young man in his 30s or 40s, with ordinary looks and a slender figure. There are actually a few points of the scholar's elegance and gentleness in his body. The man walked into the teepee and bowed with the courtesy of a scholar. I'm sorry to disturb you, but I was passing by and saw a fire, so I came rashly to avoid the night dew, so please make yourself at home. Zhao Hu smiled and returned the greeting. Your Excellency, be my guest. The black-clothed youth nodded slightly and found a clean place to sit by the campfire. Hijicho had been staring at the youth from the moment he entered, and when the youth sat down and noticed his gaze, he turned his head and gave him a slight nod. Hijicho, however, seemed to be startled and hastily avoided his sight. Zhao Hu frowned and couldn't help but feel a little more wary in his heart. The black-clothed youth unhooked a water bag from his waist, peeled off the wooden cork, and tilted his head back to take a few sips. In no time at all, the teepee was overflowing with the faint aroma of wine. The youth asked as he handed the water bag over to Zhao Hu, Would you like a sip, little brother? Zhao Hu waved his hand. Thanks a lot. Can't drink yet. The youth also stopped persuading and took another large sip, laughing. Life is boring. Only books and wine can comfort the heart. I see that little brother is also a scholar. This is to participate in the spring exams? Zhao Hu shook his head and returned. Did not take the Chunin exam. The youth nodded. Oh, indeed. Someone who can write a poem like laughing up at the sky and going out the door. Is my generation not a puffball is just as admired even if he doesn't participate in the imperial examinations. Zhao Hu's complexion changed slightly and he got up violently. Who is your excellency? What is the purpose of seeking me out in the dead of night? Although Hijicho was nervous, his hand had already touched into his bosom, tugging at the corner of the piece of writing, and as soon as he detected any movement, he wouldn't hesitate to take it out. Hearing Zhao Hu's inquiry, the black-clothed youth smiled and poured another mouthful of wine, tasting it for half a day before looking at Zhao Hu and smiling. Don't get me wrong, I have no malicious intent. Catching up with you, brother Zhao. is only because the Third Highness admires you so much that he wants to invite you back to Kyoto. From now on, you'll be able to enjoy your high rank, honor and wealth. Zhao Hu was stunned and somewhat puzzled. It's just a poem. How can these princes conclude that they have the talent to rule the country? Zhao Hu fixed his mind and clasped his fists back. Thank you for your Third Highness kind words. It's just that I have no desire for an official career. I just want to go back to the countryside and be a countryside village boy. The corner of the black-clothed youth's mouth curled up and said, You are young, but you only think of returning to the countryside? The Great Zhou has just been finalized, and is still in the process of revitalization. So it's the right time for you scholars to dedicate yourselves to the cause. With your age and literary talent, you will surely have a lot of achievements in the future. How can you be so unmotivated? Zhao Hu smiled, unperturbed. People have their own aspirations, so I hope that your Third Highness will not impose on them. The black-clothed youth stared at Zhao Hu for a long time and finally just let out a long sigh. Ugh, pity, pity. Zhao Hu's face changed drastically, and his tone already had a few moments of anger in it. I'm afraid your excellency didn't just come to invite me back to Kyoto, did you? The black-clothed youth stuffed the wine nan and put it back to his waist, then raised his head again, and his eyes were already filled with murderous intent. Since Mr. Zhao has no desire for a career, he shouldn't get too close to certain people. Don't you know there's a word for that? It's called drawing fire and burning yourself? As soon as the words left his mouth, the black-clothed youth's figure flashed violently and had arrived in front of Zhao Hu. Zhao Hu, as early as the black-clothed youth into the teepee will be running, Howren True Chi carefully probed the cultivation of the other party. Although he could not see what level he specifically, but from the majestic weather on the point of view will know that he is absolutely not this person opponent, so he's always on guard. The moment the black-clothed youth rioted, he had already left the position he was standing in. The terrifying True Chi swept across, and one wall of the teepee was destroyed in response. It was also the case that the black-clothed youth didn't take him seriously at all and just struck out randomly. Otherwise, Zhao Hu would never be able to dodge it. The black-clothed youth missed a move and immediately struck again. This time, he had truly used his full strength. Between waving his palm, a hidden palm shadow whistled. With just a single rise, the roof of the teepee was directly lifted off. The campfire on the ground went out instantly. The whole teepee was about to collapse. Zhao Hu was shocked in his heart and quickly drank. Zichio. Without him having to speak, Jichio had already struck out, the scroll of words in his hand opening violently. The words flew out of his mouth. The sword of the great river comes from the sky. In an instant, endless light suddenly blossomed from that scroll of words that was no more than a foot long. The monstrous sword chi was like a great river, surging out. The rush of the waves. The palm shadow struck by the black-clothed youth was dispersed almost instantly. His expression changed drastically, and it was too late for him to dodge. He could only frantically run his internal energy, his true chi condensing a wall of chi in front of his body, intending to just take it on the chin. The long river of sword chi submerged him in an instant, but the sword chi, which had always been invincible, did not instantly kill this youth at this time. He stood like a reef in the waves. The sword chi rushed over him and was blocked by the wall of chi in front of his body, whistling in both directions. The black-clothed youth's heart and mind were shaken with horror. That teenager had merely taken out a piece of writing, and within that scroll of words, it actually contained such an astonishing sword aura. People who practiced martial arts under the sky knew how much cultivation was required to hide sword chi in something outside the body. That was the means of a super first-grade grandmaster, a land god. In other words, there was actually a land god hiding behind these two teenagers, and a land god with a sword. Could it be the lord of the great desolate city, the sword immortal? The black-clothed youth was already as if his heart was dead, and only felt that he was bound to die. But when that sword chi was near him, he suddenly realized that although the power of these sword chi was strong, it was only at the level of the third grade. He, on the other hand, was a second-ranked martial artist. Sword chi was approaching, though the pressure was immense, but not enough to kill him. Jichio also sensed that his word scroll alone didn't seem to be able to kill the other party, so he hurriedly shouted, "Senior!" Zhao Hu had long since made preparations, and the scroll of words in his hand was opened together. Another long river of sword chi rushed out. The two sword chi converged together. The black-clothed young man's body in front of the wall of chi shattered. His figure, like a kite, directly by the two merged into one sword chi, rushed out a long way, disappeared into the night. Chapter 83, Life and Death. The master and brothers immediately retrieved the scroll, ran out of the teepee, and flew onto the horse to take their lives. They didn't know if the black-clothed youth was dead or not, and they didn't care to check on him. You can only hurry to escape while the night is still young. The sword chi contained within the scroll of words Su Zhixing had given them could only be used 3 times. If the opponent wasn't dead, Even if he was injured and didn't catch up, his companions would continue to pursue, because they already knew it was the third prince who had done it. In order to keep the world from knowing this third prince's methods, the two of them would have to die. Zhao Hu galloped his horse while thinking in his heart that this royal family is really untouchable. The sixth prince clearly did not have the intention of seizing the throne, and he had made it clear that he had no desire to be an official. But that third emperor could not be recruited. In order to not let a sixth prince, who was not his rival, have so little chance to grow himself, he had to cut off the roots. Zhao Hu didn't dare to imagine that such a person, if he was really allowed to ascend to the throne, what kind of water and fire this world would be plunged into. After the two ran away, a man covered in blood came out of the mountains outside the teepee. It was the young man in black just now. The two sword chi from Zhao Hu and Rejection had merged into one just now, and they were already close to second grade in terms of power. Coupled with the sharp nature of the sword chi, it directly destroyed his protective true chi, causing him to be injured. At this point, he was powerless to pursue, but the black-clothed youth knew that he absolutely could not let these two teenagers go, otherwise he was going to face a fate more horrible than death. With this in mind, the black-clothed youth forced his true chi to work, flew up, and chased after him. For a second-ranked martial artist, it wasn't difficult to catch up with a running horse, but at this point, he was already seriously injured, and in order to maintain the ability to still kill Zhao Hu and Rejection, he didn't dare to use his full speed, just followed the trail the two had fled on. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Yangzhou's Longquan town, Su Shixing, who was sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes. The heart was in a trance. Jittery. Something happened? Just like the last time Lu Yuyu used the word scroll in the outskirts of Ani County, he also sensed something after Zhao Hu and the two of them used the word scroll. It's just that they're so far apart that this sense is very vague, but Su Shixing knew that something had definitely happened. Because of the distance, he couldn't perceive the exact location and could only vaguely sense a direction. Su Shixing didn't dare to delay, put on his coat and left the room. Then in the inner courtyard of the Zhixing Academy in the darkness of the night, a sword light shot up into the sky, and in an instant it turned into a point of light, indistinguishable from the stars in the sky. Su Shixing was anxious in his heart and flew as fast as he could. Although it failed to exceed the speed of sound, it was definitely not much slower even compared to the airplanes of the previous life. Slightly sensing the direction of the accident, Su Shixing knew that it should be the disciples who went to Kyoto to catch the examination that had gone wrong. It's at least 6,000 miles from Longquan to Kyoto. It might be closer in a straight line from the air, but it's over 5,000 miles. At his speed, even a full-speed flight would take at least an hour or two, or more than 3 or 4 hours. Su Shixing didn't know if he could last this long. He could only do his best. At this point in time, within Zhongtian Prefecture, Zhao Hu and Rejection had run out 50 to 60 miles in one breath. Sitting down, the horse originally ran a daytime. At this time and this exhausted running, has been a little foot strength. Zhao Hu looked behind him, and in the vastness of the night, he didn't notice anyone approaching. So he dismounted, led instead, and continued on his way. The word was always in their hands, not daring to relax for a moment. From what they had just done against the black-clothed youth, the words in their hands could only hurt each other if they used both together. So neither of the two dared to be distracted. With that, they led the horses another 10 miles or so. He didn't encounter any movement along the way, and he couldn't help but feel slightly relieved. And just at this moment, a strong wind suddenly whistled in the distance, flying sand and stones. Zhao Hu was shocked and quickly flew to avoid it, and the scroll of words in his hand opened again. Rejection likewise reacted quickly, and the two scrolls were once again cast, the sword chi merging into one and surging away. The black-clothed youth was once again repulsed by the sword chi and disappeared, and Zhao Hu's horse was also killed on the spot because it had endured that black-clothed youth's spaced-out slap just now. Fatefully, although Zhao Hu just dodged in time, but still by the other side of the palm wind scraped. At this time the internal organs shock, body tingling, actually cannot lift the half strength. Rejection was shocked and immediately helped Zhao Hu onto his own horse and threw down a whip. The horse ate the pain and immediately neighs and runs wildly. Rejection, on the other hand, took a step and ran after him, but after all, he was still young, plus the martial arts had only just entered the grade, and his Confucianism cultivation was not high, so his body was not yet strong enough. I could barely keep up at first, but I fell behind as I ran. Zhao Hu's heart was in a great hurry, and it was absolutely impossible to leave his senior brother alone to escape. He used all his strength to break free, managed to fall off the horse, rolled several times on the gravel-covered pavement and finally lay motionless on the ground. Rejection took advantage of the moonlight to watch from afar and was shocked. "Senior, The speed of his originally sore and weak feet unexpectedly surged again, and he busily rushed to Zhao Hu's body, only to see that Zhao Hu's body had been bruised everywhere, and blood had fallen out of his mouth and nose. Fortunately for him, he at least had the physique of a 9th grade martial artist and the cultivation of a 7th grade Confucian, so he only suffered some flesh wounds and his bones weren't in any serious condition. Hijichio was so anxious that he was close to crying. He put his arm around Zhao Hu and anxiously said, "Elder brother, are you alright, elder brother?" Zhao Hu gasped for half a day and finally regained a little strength. He pointed to the horses that had stopped in the distance and said, "Quickly, ride away from here." Hijichio nodded repeatedly. Alright, I'll take senior brother with me right away." After saying that, he even directly carried Zhao Hu on his back and ran towards that horse. Zhao Hu was furious and told him to put himself down, but Hijichio didn't even listen. It wasn't until after he had walked to the horse that he put him down. "Elder brother, get on the horse. Let's go together." Hijichio helped Zhao Hu onto the horse and sat on it himself. He then flung the reins and urged the horse forward. Zhao Hu was deeply helpless, but he didn't say anything else. He knew that no matter what he said, Hijichio couldn't possibly leave him behind, just like he couldn't possibly leave Hijichio behind. In that case, together, if you really can't escape, you'll have a companion on the way to the Yellow Springs. The heart of Su Zhixing, who was rushing here at that moment, was jolted. This was the second time he had sensed the scroll of words being moved. In other words, the situation that the disciple was facing at this time was far more sinister than he had imagined. With this in mind, Su Zhixing's conviction communicated with the Moyuan sword, and his speed unexpectedly increased once again. It was as if a shooting star had crossed the sky of the Middle Kingdom. Bright and brilliant. Chapter 84, Life and Death. The black-clothed youth once again endured 2 sword chi, and for a moment his true chi was stagnant, and the sword chi entered his body like a gangrene on his bones. He had to stop to dispel the sword chi in his body and restore the smooth operation of his true chi. It was only after about 3/4 of an hour that the sword chi in his body was finally dispelled. Although his injuries were aggravated by a few more points, a smile appeared on the black-clothed youth's face, because he felt that this time, the sword aura emanating from the piece of writing in the hands of those 2 teenagers was significantly weaker than the last time. That is to say, with just 2 more times, the scrolls of words in their hands would be 2 scraps of paper to themselves. With that thought, he once again gave chase. This time, he was confident that against those 2 teenagers, he would surely kill them. Zhao Hu and Hijichio, 2 people share a horse, walking naturally not fast. The point is, it didn't take much running before the horse under the seat couldn't take it. The horse's front hooves had begun to become unsteady, and the gallop was getting slower and slower. Eventually it even stopped straight away, with the horse foaming at the mouth. This horse had run all day, without rest at night, and for so long. During that time it was just a matter of eating some weeds and drinking some river water. Couldn't hold it up long ago. Zhao Hu had no choice but to dismount with Hijichio and help each other find a place to hide. The 2 of them ducked into a rocky forest with dense rocks, hiding their bodies in a pothole with their backs against a huge mountain rock, not daring to make a sound. The word scrolls in their hands were ready to be unleashed at any time, and their eyes were dead set on the direction they were coming from. But whenever that person came close, they would not hesitate to unroll the word scrolls again. Even if he couldn't kill the other party, he would never just let him slaughter him. About some time later, under the moonlight, Zhao Hu did see a figure running past the mountain path outside the stone forest. By the looks of it, it didn't seem to be paying attention to their side. Only after the black-clothed youth had passed for some time did Zhao Hu breathe a sigh of relief. He was planning to bring Hijichio to another place to hide, but suddenly saw that the black-clothed youth had actually returned. Zhao Hu's heart shook and he couldn't help but feel a little chagrined. It must have been the man who saw the empty horse, plus the fact that it was the only place to hide around here, that made him suspicious. At that time, the situation was urgent. Zhao Hu did not think that much. I did not expect that it was still negligent. The youth walked into the stone forest and began to look around. A second-grade expert's ear and eyesight are far beyond normal. If he wasn't severely injured at this time, Zhao Hu and the 2 of them definitely wouldn't have been able to dodge it. But looking at the momentum of him rummaging through boulder after boulder at this point, he thought it wouldn't take long to find the 2 of them. Master and brother do not need words to communicate. Just a look. The 2 will be connected. They pressed down and crept into the potholes, their ears to the ground, listening as best they could for the sound of each other's footsteps. At this time, it was still far away, and even if the black-clothed youth was injured, his footsteps were definitely much lighter than a normal person, so they can't hear anything at all. But Zhao Hu knew that no matter how light the footsteps were, as long as they weren't flying off the ground, there was bound to be movement. Once you can hear the other person's footsteps, it also means that they have gotten close enough. That's when they strike. Of course, at that kind of distance, I'm afraid the black-clothed youth would be able to spot them. The bet is on who finds the other first. With that, the brothers didn't dare to look up and press down as far as they could, waiting for the other side to come to the door. The scrolls in his hand are already a bit tattered. This is the last chance. Even if he can't kill the other party, he should try his best to seriously injure him. Unlimited reduction of the opponent's residual strength. The wait was extraordinarily long. The April night was actually still a bit chilly, but the two were already sweating profusely. They muffled their breathing to the lowest, slowest. The fingers had snapped into the dirt. On the other hand, as a high-grade martial artist, the black-clothed youth similarly sensed the approaching danger. Although he hadn't heard the two teens move, he knew that they were definitely nearby. This is the instinct of a high-grade martial artist. Because of the severe injuries, the blockage of chi and blood, and the disruption of his true chi, his ability had been reduced too much. Therefore, the black-clothed youth was unprecedentedly careful. His palm's true chi condensed, and his best stance was already poised to be launched. Finally, Zhao Hu heard the extremely subtle sound of grass rubbing together, but he continued to press on, and with his eyes, he signaled He Jiqiu that there was no hurry. The moment he heard the commotion for the third time, Zhao Hu's eyes fiercely gathered. He Jiqiu understood, and the master and brother, almost in perfect synchronization, fiercely got up, and the scroll of words in his hand instantly unfolded. At the same time, the black-clothed youth also sensed the danger coming in this instant, and the true chi in his palm burst out, condensing into a large palm shadow in front of his body. This time, not only did Zhao Hu and He Jiqiu both unfolded the word scroll, even the vast true chi in their own bodies poured into the word scroll like they didn't want to die. It made the word scroll sword chi, which was already in a state of exhaustion, surprisingly recover a few points of power. The black-clothed youth was shocked, not expecting the actual situation to be completely different from what he had predicted. The power of the word scrolls in the hands of the two teenagers increased rather than decreased. The palm shadows that had coalesced in front of him dispersed one after another, and the sword chi once again landed on him, penetrating through his body. The black-clothed youth could only do his best to protect his internal organs with his true chi, and could no longer care about anything else. Although it was different from what he had anticipated, the black-clothed youth was convinced that this tactic of the other party definitely could not last for too long. As expected, the scrolls of words in Zhao Hu's and He Jiqiu's hands began to shatter and turn into bits of dust. That majestic sword chi also finally began to weaken. The dark youth could no longer support himself and flew backwards, and the scroll of words in the hands of Zhao Hu and the two of them completely dissipated, turning into a pile of powder. This time, Zhao Hu didn't flee because they no longer had the means to save their lives. He decided to let it go. The moment the scroll of words shattered, Zhao Hu then directly leaped up and rushed towards the black-clothed youth who flew backwards. Fists tightened, veins rippling up his arms. He wanted to take advantage of the gap between the black-clothed youth being sent flying by the sword chi to beat him to death. The black-clothed youth was at this moment having his sword chi enter his body. His body was like a lingering death, and he had no ability to resist at all. The moment he landed on the ground, Zhao Hu had already come close. His fist didn't show the slightest bit of mercy and slammed directly into his opponent's throat. The black-clothed youth was so shocked that he could only use his instinctive reflexes to tighten his jaw. Lumpy took the punch solidly, although Zhao Hu only had a 9th grade martial arts cultivation, because he had 7th grade Haoren true chi to nourish his physical body. His physique was almost comparable to an 8th grade martial artist. The punch struck the severely injured black-clothed youth on the chin, directly knocking him out of his mind. Zhao Hu's fists didn't stop and he struck again. This time he was aiming at the opponent's temple area. He even utilized the little remaining Haoren true chi, and this punch was even more powerful. The black-clothed youth was directly beaten to the point of blackness and drowsiness. One could only instinctively raise his arms to protect himself. Zhao Hu just rode him, his fists raining down, even grabbed a rock with his hand and smashed it upwards as well. He Jiqiu wanted to come over to help, but Zhao Hu drank back. After so many punches, Zhao Hu's fist surface had chipped and blood was pouring out. The black-clothed youth's body was like it was made of iron, and the recoil was extremely strong. Finally, Zhao Hu's stamina ran out, and his punches slowed down by a fraction of a second. It was also at this instant that the hands of the black-clothed youth violently explored and unexpectedly grabbed his hands. Had enough? Fight enough and it's my turn. Chapter 85, A Sword from the Nine Heavens. Zhao Hu was shocked. He didn't expect that after being punched and smashed so many times, this man could still resist. 2nd grade martial artist. Too hard. Although at this time, the black-clothed youth had already been seriously injured, and the sword chi had entered his body, and his majestic true chi could no longer be used in the slightest. Even his physical body was heavily damaged. But even so, with the toughness of his physique, he couldn't die even if he lay there and let Zhao Hu beat him. The moment his hands were grabbed, Zhao Hu's feet rose violently and stepped on the youth's chest, lashing out to break free. The youth allowed him to pull away, then slowly rose, though it was bloodied and bruised. But it didn't hurt the root. Even if he couldn't use his true chi and his physique was crippled, he was still confident that he could kill Zhao Hu. Very good, to be able to push me this far. Since practicing martial arts, this is the first time you've done so. Zhao Hu stood a dozen meters away, breathing roughly and staring at him deadpan without saying a word. The youth opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, his puffy eyes half open and half closed, casting a chilling aura. Boy, to repay you, I've decided to tear your bones apart. The last few words he had roared out in a hoarse voice. As he spoke, smoke and dust rose under his feet, and his figure shot up like an arrow. The speed was so fast that Zhao Hu could only even stand with his arms in front of his chest as a way to resist it. Bang! With a muffled sound and the overflow of energy, Zhao Hu's body was sent flying by the youth's palm without any surprise. Jiqiu was quick to catch Zhao Hu from behind, and the two rolled into a ball. With just this move, Zhao Hu realized that the bones in both of his arms were broken and their shapes were slightly distorted. The chest was even more stuffy and congested, and breathing became extremely difficult. Jiqiu, who caught Zhao Hu from the back, was not much better, and was hit by this collision that made his chi and blood float, and his internal organs were shaken, and he could not lift up half of his body's strength. But if he hadn't caught Zhao Hu just now, Zhao Hu would have crashed into the angular stone forest and would have been injured even more. The black-clothed youth made the two lose their fighting power with a single slap, but he himself wasn't doing well. Forcing an outburst, the chi and blood in his body was churning, and the 7 coincidences were spilling blood outwards. He waddled toward the two, a cruel smile on his face. Two milquetoast brats. How dare they hurt my foundation and ruin my future? You are afraid that you do not know yet what it means to be cruel. As soon as the words fell, the youth erupted once again. His body was like an arrow, and between his raised palms, his killing intent was like frost. Right at this moment, the void suddenly lit up with a cold aura. Sharp cracking sounds resounded all around. The black-clothed youth stopped hard in his tracks. A sword light, as if dropping down to earth from the 9 heavens above, landed between the youth and Zhao Hu and them. In an instant, sword chi erupted like a tsunami lapping at the shore. The black-clothed youth only had time to protect his arms in front of him before his body flew backwards again. He fell in the distance, blood spilling from his mouth. His eyes looked at that direction just now in horror, only to see a long sword with a cold light like water stuck halfway there. A young man dressed in rough linen clothes was descending from the sky, standing on the side of that long sword. The man did not look at him more than once, but instead turned his back on him. After Zhao Hu and Jiqiu saw the faces of the visitors, they couldn't help but feel their eyes reddening immediately. Mr. Su Zhixing's face was a little pale, his body's chi weak, and he couldn't even manage to control the sword chi raging in his body, but there was a clear relief in his eyes. Hooray for being alive! When he sensed Zhao Hu and the others using the word scrolls for the 3rd time, Su Zhixing was truly a bit flustered, and even sped up again regardless of the cost. Finally, it arrived in time. Su Zhixing took a deep breath, and the uncontrollable sword chi and vast true chi in his body finally calmed down slowly. He walked forward, rubbed the heads of the 2 disciples, and said softly, "Fear not, Sir is here." Zhao Hu and Jiqiu nodded heavily, their emotions so excited that they could no longer speak. Su Zhixing turned around and looked at the youth lying on the ground, faintly asking, "Why did you kill my disciple?" The youth's heart was filled with horror. He clearly saw that Su Zhixing had actually come flying through the air. Sure enough, standing behind those 2 teenagers was a land god. He had previously seen the sword aura emanating from their character scrolls, thinking that the other party was only a 1st grade at best. The reason why he was able to hide his sword chi in the scroll of words must be some unknown means. 1st class. As an errand boy for the 3rd prince, he wasn't afraid at all. But he never expected that the other party was really a land god. The youth's face was ashen, not for himself, but for his master. So he didn't answer Su Zhixing's question. Zhao Hu interjected at this point. "Sir, the original cause of the matter is clear to me." Su Zhixing nodded, his gaze always bland. His finger sword technique was gently invoked, and the Mo Yuan sword that was stuck on the ground rose up from the ground, as Su Zhixing spat out the word "kill." In a soft voice, the Incubus sword instantly disappeared. As Su Zhixing softly spat out the word "kill," the Mo Yuan sword instantly disappeared, and when it reappeared, it had already pierced through the young man's skull. The Mo Yuan sword then turned into a swordlight that returned to Su Zhixing's body and disappeared. Su Zhi walked forward, looked at the youth's corpse, and casually lifted it up, then flew up and into the deep mountains in the distance. Finding a densely forested place in the mountains, Su Zhixing casually dropped it. It was thought that after this night had passed, the youth's body would have been gnawed clean by the beasts of this mountain without leaving a trace. After doing so, Su Zhixing returned to Zhao Hu and the others, and with one hand, he brought the two of them to fly up once again. In one breath, he flew out 300 miles away and landed in a small city. After finding an inn and spending a bit more silver to ask for a room, Su Zhixing took two of his disciples to stay. At this point in time, it was already close to morning, and Su Zhixing had been busy for a long time before he was able to connect Zhao Hu's bones and stabilize the two men's internal injuries. When this was done, he suddenly went black and almost fainted. Over 5,000 miles of rapid flight, plus treating the two disciples, even he was at the end of his rope. If it wasn't for the great completion of the sword body, the constant flow of sword chi in the body, coupled with the cultivation of the second-grade Confucianism, the third-grade martial arts cultivation, so many cards combined, I'm afraid that Su Zhixing would not be able to hold out at all. However, at this moment, both disciples had fainted, so Su Zhixing could only hold on strongly and stand guard as he slowly recovered. The Mo Yuan sword also came out through his body and hovered beside Su Zhixing, silently standing guard. It was a 1,000-mile ride that always ended acceptably. After this, I think these two disciples will be able to grow a lot. Chapter 86, The 9 Regions of the Middle Kingdom. Su Zhixing brought the two of them to stay in this small town for 5 days, and only left after their internal injuries had been adjusted. The bones in Zhao Hu's arms had not yet grown, and were still clamped and tied with pieces of wood, making it inappropriate to travel far. After Su Zhixing took the two of them out of the city, he charged straight up into the sky and traveled far into the air towards the south. Flying with two fleshly mortal disciples and flying alone by oneself, those were two completely different concepts. It wasn't just a simple increase in weight, there seemed to be an inexplicable resistance. That was why Su Zhixing could only fly at most 700 or 800 miles at a time and had to come down to rest for a while. Flying and stopping like this, by the time he returned to Longquan town it was already 5 days later. When Su Zhixing had left in the middle of the night, he had left so suddenly that he hadn't had time to say hello to Nico Zhao. The little girl has been in a hurry for the past few days. When he saw Su Zhixing again, tears were falling from his eyes. But when he saw the two senior brothers behind Su Zhixing, Zhao Nico hurriedly held back again. In its place was a look of concern. Senior brother Dahu? What happened to you? How come you're injured? Seeing the bandages and pieces of wood tied around Zhao Hu's arms, Natalie Zhao rushed forward and asked. Dahu smiled and waved his hand stiffly. Nico, it's been a long time. He Jiqiu grinned back. Nico, it's been a long time. Natalie Zhao couldn't be bothered with greetings and turned her head to look at Su Zhixing. Master, what happened to senior brother Dahu? Su Zhixing smiled back. I ran into some trouble on the way back, but it's fine. Let Dahu and Jiqiu recuperate in the academy during this period of time. Nico, don't tell anyone, so that their families don't worry. Natalie hurriedly nodded her head, then helped Zhao Hu towards the house. Zhao Hu hurriedly explains that he can walk, but Zhao Nico still wants to help. He Jiqiu, who had been left out to dry, looked at Su Zhixing with a sad face and muttered, Sir, I suddenly want to be hurt, to suffer such visible injuries. Su Zhixing laughed. Ha ha ha, who says otherwise? For some time after that, Zhao Hu and He Jiqiu stayed at the academy to recuperate. He Jiqiu had almost recovered, but in order not to reveal himself, he still accompanied Zhao Hu every day to live in the academy. To the surprise of the two, after this difficulty, their cultivation had actually increased significantly. Confucianism and martial arts have been refined. Zhao Hu had successfully crossed into the 6th grade Confucianism realm, and his martial arts had also entered the 8th grade. He Jiqiu's Ru Dao had stepped into the 8th grade and had condensed the 3rd condensed true qi, which was surprisingly not far from the 7th grade. The martial arts aspect, also the 9th grade, was also close to perfection. It is said that between life and death is both a crisis and equally a chance. Fruity is the truth of this. Their promotion, on the other hand, was actually the promotion of Mr. Su Zhixing. The sixfold return of ordination allowed Su Zhixing's cultivation in both Confucianism and martial arts to not help but increase greatly. Although it didn't break the boundary, it undoubtedly saved a lot of hard training, but that wasn't what Su Zhixing cared about. Instead, it was about Zhao Hu and the others being hunted down. Zhao Hu had already told him everything, and he hadn't expected that Zhao Hu and the others had gone through so much in Kyoto in such a short period of time. Su Zhixing knew that since the third prince had decided to make a move, he would never give up halfway. Just at this time, perhaps the third prince didn't know that Zhao Hu and the others had escaped back to Longquan town, nor did he know that the black-clothed youth had long since died for a long time. That's why there's no movement. Once he waited for that third prince to react, he was bound to make a second pursuit. And looking at those rulers in history who did whatever it took to achieve their goals, I'm afraid that when the time comes, no one in the entire Longquan town will be able to survive. Thinking of this, Su Zhixing felt that perhaps it was time for him to take a trip to Kyoto as well. If these things are not dealt with cleanly, there will be a steady stream of trouble to follow, and he had to rush back to Kyoto before the third prince reacted. After the second day back, Su Zhixing began to arrange things in the academy. He instructed Zhao Hu and He Jiqiu to wait for news from him, and to stay in the schoolhouse until he returned, so that they wouldn't be discovered. Just in case, before saying goodbye, he left Zhao Hu another piece of writing with almost all of his cultivation, and he attached a sword chi belonging to him to the long swords of Zhao Nico and Lu Yuyu, using it as a means of self-protection for them. After doing so, Su Zhixing bid farewell to the group of disciples and began his first long journey away from the academy. Along the way, Su Zhixing also took in the scenery of the Middle Kingdom's 9 states. Su Zhixing didn't know exactly how big this world was. He could only roughly estimate that the Middle Kingdom of China ruled by the Great Zhou was almost half as big as the country of China on Earth where he had been in his last life, if calculated according to the total area. The 9 states of the Middle Kingdom, besides the southeastern Yanzhou, where Longquan town was located, and the Middle Heavenly State, where the Kyoto Taiyan city was located, there were also the Laizhou, Liangzhou, Wasteland State, Yangzhou, Yunzhou, Yuzhou, and Qingzhou. Yangzhou is located in the southeast, and further southeast is the vast ocean. To the left and right, it is close to Laizhou and Qingzhou, and to the north is Zhongxianzhou. Both the Liangzhou and Desolate states are located in the west, the most desolate realm in the Middle Kingdom. Yangzhou and Yunzhou are to the northwest and due north, while Yuzhou and Qingzhou are to the northeast and due east. The 9 states added up to an extremely vast area. The fact that the Great Zhou dynasty was able to rule such a huge piece of territory was a testament to how strong its heritage and strength was. Although the world was unified, it was not a peaceful world. Further north of Yunzhou and Yuzhou in the north was a vast expanse of grassland and desert. There are other human communities living in that land as well, and extremely ferocious and warlike. Back then, during the warring states, it was Yen that sat in the 2 states of Yunzhou and Yuzhou, counting on guarding the northern gate for the Middle Kingdom, so that the foreign tribes that had been eyeing it for hundreds of years had not stepped halfway into the Middle Kingdom for hundreds of years. Part of the reason why Yen ended up being destroyed by Great Zhou was precisely because they not only had to separate themselves from Great Zhou, but on the other hand, they also had to fend off foreign races from beyond the northern region. Even though the strength was at the top of the warring states, it was still destroyed in the end. Therefore, after Great Zhou unified the world, although the remaining 5 countries were equally unwilling, they were far from feeling as humiliated and angry as these remaining old ministers of Great Yen. Great Zhou, on the other hand, has been the most brutal and unforgiving in its purges of the remaining forces of Yen. Further north of the Yunzhou border was a vast grassland, but because it is a border junction, although the water and grass here are abundant, no one comes here to graze horses and sheep. About 100 miles further north in this meadow is a city with 1,000 strange people, merchants, chivalrous men, and bandits who traveled to and from various places. It's all gathered here. This city does not belong to any country or power. It's a place of chaos, but it's also a place of peace, because the one who runs this city has only one rule. Inside the city, no one may kill. Outside the city, everything is moot. Chapter 87, Lord of Southwatch City. The city didn't have a proper name to begin with, and it wasn't until 6 years ago that it got a permanent name. It's called Lookout South City, and that rule of no killing in the city was set 2 years ago. Naturally, there were many objections to this rule at first. Only when the swordsman in Wangnan City, who was known as the #1 expert, was killed by 5 horses, no one dared to violate this rule again. It was rumored in the city that the city lord of Wangnan City was now just a puppet. The real person in charge is actually someone else, only no one knows who is really behind that. There are all kinds of speculations, none of them reliable. The only one that is recognized by all. The person in charge behind this curtain must be of heavenly strength and powerful cultivation. After all, in Wangnan City, everything is based on strength. No one would submit to a man with no hands. But the reality is so unexpected. The master behind Wangnan City was not some rumored upper third or even first-ranked expert, but a literate-looking teenager, a scholar. Deep in the inner courtyard of the city lord's mansion, there is a hut. Hut furnishings are simple, only a bed, a table, a chair. On the table were stacks of books and scribes. A long sword hangs on the wall, nothing else. A young man in green, with a straight posture, sat at the table. There was a slip of paper in front of him, a secret letter. The secret letter recorded something that happened in Kyoto. Great Joe, the teenager read it, but a murderous intent couldn't help but show in his eyes. But then it quickly faded away. The teenager's eyes held some helplessness as he murmured under his breath, "With Mr. here, Dahu thought he wouldn't suffer." As soon as the words left his mouth, the note in front of him turned into powder and went away with the wind. The young man in front of him was no other than Yu Wenqing, who had already left the academy for 2 years. When the Prime Minister of Great Yen, Ji took away Yu Wenqing with a message from Yu Wenqing, the two of them traveled through the whole of Great Zhou, all the way north to Wangnan City. After arriving here, Yu Wenqing realized that his father had left to do something in the first place. This city, that's what father left behind. The inhabitants of the city, mostly Yen remnants, livened this one after changing their faces. Father Yu Wenqing had left Yu Wenqing in the first place in order to come and take this city and leave a shelter for the remnants of Great Yen. It was just that after Yu Wenqing arrived at Wangnan City, Yu Wenqing left once again. Where he went this time, even Ji Ziji didn't know. Yu Wenqing looked at those old officials of Great Yen, looked at the survivors of Great Yen who were living on their own. He really couldn't bear to leave them behind, so he promised Ji Ziji to stay. In fact, Wangnan City was just a stronghold. And over the years Yu Wenqing had done many unimaginable things besides taking this city. On the border north of Yunzhou, there were countless groups of horse bandits, large and small, roaming around. These horse bandits never plundered the passing people. Instead they often went to harass the Yunzhou border troops and robbed them of their supplies and weapons. No one could have guessed that those horse bandits were not real horse bandits. Rather, it was the hidden men Yu Wenqing had created in those years by collecting the old generals that had once been in Great Yen. There are tens of thousands of them. On weekdays, they were hidden in the borders of Yunzhou, operating as horse bandits. With a single command, they could transform into a powerful army that would only follow the orders of the Great Yen royal bloodline. The person in control of this army today was none other than Yu Wenqing, who was only 17 years old this year. In addition to this army, one of the Jianghu forces that had risen in recent years in both Yunzhou and Yuzhou was actually Yu Wenqing's handiwork. Listening to the Wind Tower, a Jianghu power that focuses on buying and selling news. After appearing in Yunzhou, in just a few years, it had grown to the next door state of Yuzhou. Nowadays, even the Middle Heavenly State had begun to have branches of the Wind Listening Tower. It is claimed to know everything under the sun, and the original face of listening to the Wind Tower was actually the Haoguan, the former intelligence department of the Great Yen Kingdom. On the occasion of the overthrow of Great Yen, Ji Ziji, who was in charge of the Haoguan, gave an order at the first opportunity to hibernate in various parts of the Great Zhou territory for the coming day. Later on, Yu Wenqing took over Wangnan City, and this intelligence department finally began to function. The name was changed to Listening to the Wind House. Watching all this action, Yu Wenqing understood. Yu Wenqing and Ji Ziji had done so much for no other purpose than to restore the country. Yu Wenqing did not want to get involved, but it was just that this was his father's goal to live, and the hope of countless old ministers of Great Yen to live. Now that his father was gone, it was up to him to take on that responsibility, though knowing that the wish for restoration is almost impossible to fulfill. But Yu Wenqing didn't want to leave these people without even hope. Rudraksh practice, the ultimate state of mind. One epiphany, and the cultivation level may be the difference between clouds and mud. The system had rewarded the supreme sage Confucianism because of Yu Wenqing, so it was evident that he was the most suitable person to cultivate the supreme sage Confucianism. However, ever since he left the academy, his original Confucian cultivation of 6 grades and 14 channels of Haoren True Qi had never grown by even a single strand of Haoren True Qi. Instead, his martial cultivation level was later raised to the 5th rank. Yu Wenqing also knew that he had a problem with his state of mind. This mindfulness thing is not something you can just know. Even if you can understand the crux of the matter and know the solution, there will still be a knot in your heart. Yu Wenqing walked out of the grass hut and sat on the rough stone bench in the courtyard. A copy of the university and a long sword were at hand. He still remembered the words Su Jiwei had said to him when he cast this long sword when it was completed. There is much help in the way, and little help in the way of the lost. In ancient times, all the wise and holy rulers did not apply benevolent policies to the people. The people are like water. The king is like a boat. The water can carry the boat and can also cover the boat. The king loves the people like a son, and the people will honor the king like a father. Shaoqing, you have always been kind and generous. This sword Hidden Blade Convergence is the sword of the benevolent. The teacher borrowed the name of the ancient sword. For its name Zhanlu, hope that you to introspection, not to live up to the expectations. Thinking about it now, Yu Wenqing suddenly understood why Mr. had said those words to him in the first place. It was obvious that Mr. had known who he was for a long time. It was also known that he would certainly follow the path of restoration in the future, whether he succeeds or fails. Mr. This is teaching him how to become a qualified king, just as Mr. also said, for a king, benevolence is only part of the equation, and thunder and rain are all the king's favors, and it is necessary to have a compassionate heart that cares for the whole world, and it is even more necessary to have the thunderous tactics of a Vajra's wrath. You can't have one without the other. After arriving at Wangnan City, Yu Wenqing felt deeply every time he thought of Mr. Teach's teachings. That's why the first thing he did when he came to Wangnan City was to order that no one was allowed to kill without reason in the city. Wangnan City had been in chaos for a long time, and just this one law alone was so obstructive that it was impossible to govern it like an ordinary city all of a sudden. And it's supposed to be an unofficial place, and the reason it's so prosperous is all because of the high degree of freedom here. If the rules are as strict as those of the cities in the Great Zhou territory, it won't take long for this place to become a dead city. I'm afraid. Yu Wenqing looked at the books and the long sword by his side. He subconsciously reached out to pick up the books but ended up holding the long sword. Start practicing your sword in the courtyard. Not long after, the white-haired GZG personally rushed over, holding a secret letter in his hand with a look of excitement on his face. Chapter 88, The Heavenly Pillar of National Fortune. The Pole of Counting 9. Your Highness, there's news. Mr. Su has news. Yu Wenqing, who was practicing his sword, stopped with a lurch in his figure. With a flick of his wrist, the Zhanlu sword instantly flew back into its scabbard. Receiving the secret letter from GZG, Yu Wenqing couldn't wait to open it. Just a small line written on it. On the 25th of April, Mr. Su left Longquan town and turned into a rainbow, making his way north without knowing where he was. After reading it, Yu Wenqing took a long breath and couldn't help but frown. Sir, sure enough, he's going to Kyoto. GZG laughed. Mr. Su is truly a man of nature. His disciple has been bullied and he's just going to go and seek justice. Yu Wenqing did not say anything, but there was a faint worry in his eyes. Most people who knew Su Zhixing mistakenly thought he was a land god, but only Yu Wenqing knew Su Zhixing's bottom line. This was because Su Zhixing had indeed told Yu Wenqing that although he possessed some means that could only be done by land immortals, his true cultivation and strength was definitely weaker than that of a land immortal. Great Zhou Kyoto, the Dragon's Den. It must be dangerous for the gentleman to go alone. Yu Wenqing made an immediate decision and commanded, Sagittarius, immediately order the arrangements. Taiyan City Listening Wind Tower to fully cooperate with you, sir. GZG laughed. That's natural. I've ordered it down. A land god went to the Great Zhou Kyoto to cause trouble. GZG was naturally happy to see it, and could not wait to push another hand behind his back. Only he knew that Yu Wenqing would never allow him to utilize Su Zhixing, which was why he gave up on the idea. At that moment, Su Zhixing had also traveled through thousands of miles and arrived under the gates of Taiyan City. Crowds of people came and went in endless streams, and there were also crowds of people living outside the city of Taiyan. Poor people who could not afford to buy property in the city. They are also the servants of the 10,000 hectares of fertile land around the city of Taiyan. Every day, they face the soil and the sky, providing for the millions of residents in the city of Taiyan. Su Zhixing handed in the road guide and entered the city, which was an eye-opening experience. He even had the illusion of walking into a metropolis like the one in his last life. It's just that the buildings on either side of the street are shorter and there are fewer of those steel cars on the street. Its prosperity is no less than that of a modern city. After entering the city, Su Zhixing suddenly felt a hint of strangeness for no reason. He subconsciously raised his head and looked at the sky in front of Kyoto City. The glistening white light in his eyes flickered, and the vast true qi in the mud pill palace surged. In his eyes, in the center of Kyoto, above the dome of the sky above that palace, there seemed to be 9 giant pillars of the sky thrusting straight up into the clouds from the imperial city. It was like 9 pillars of heaven, supporting the dome of the sky of this Middle-earth world. Let this city of Taiyan be the center of this world. Su Zhixing's face suddenly turned pale. His feet couldn't help but take more than 10 steps back, and he actually exited Taiyan City in this way. Only then did the vision in his eyes disappear. Su Zhixing's eyes were tightly closed, and a trace of blood seeped from the corners of his eyes. The true qi in his chest was even more surging, and it was difficult to calm down for a long time. The people passing by in the neighborhood looked at him in surprise, wondering what had happened to him. The officers and soldiers guarding the city gates also frowned as they walked up to inquire. What are you doing? Do you want to go into the city? Get out if you don't want to go into the city. Su Zhixing did not dare to open his eyes, and could only rely on his perceptions to sense the direction of where that official was, and arched his hand toward him. I'm sorry, I'm not feeling well. I'll just rest for a while. The officer saw that his face was pale and blood was spilling from the corners of his eyes, which was indeed a symptom of ill health. So he left him alone. Su Zhixing fumbled and leaned against the city gate, secretly regulating his breath. The heart was already shaken beyond words. Is that the Great Zhou's national fortune? The pillar of the sky, and even the extreme number of 9. This is clearly a sign that the Great Zhou's national fortune is prosperous, and that it can at least stretch for 1,000 years without decline. Su Zhixing suddenly remembered his eldest disciple. As a direct descendant of the royal family of Great Yan, he left the academy to go far away to the rivers and lakes, and what he was doing did not need to be guessed at all. However, in the face of Great Zhou, whose fortunes have prospered to such an extent, is there any hope for Great Yan, which is considered to have run out of gas? Yu Wenqing, is there any hope? Su Zhixing sighed helplessly. After repairing for a while, the breath finally calmed down. He didn't dare to look at that Great Zhou's national fortune heavenly pillar again. With his current cultivation level, he was afraid that if he looked at it one more time, his divine soul would be shaken apart. Su Zhixing still had his eyes closed as he slowly walked into the city. It was a good thing that he used his senses instead of his eyes, and although he couldn't see, it was barely enough for him to avoid some of the obstacles and not run into people. By listening to the voices, Su Zhixing found an inn and asked the owner for a guest room. The boss was honest and didn't try to trap Su Zhixing just because he couldn't see him. After entering the room, Su Zhixing asked his fellow to fetch a basin of water, then closed the door and buried his eyes in the cool water. It took a while to soak in before it finally soothed a bit. He slowly opened his eyes and saw a blood-red sight. Everything in the room was colored a red. If Su Zhixing could see his appearance, I'm afraid he would be startled. His eyes had filled with blood, and the entire whites of his eyes had turned red. The red bloodlines even spread to the front of the pupils, looking extremely scary. Ugh, so much for being blind for a while. Su Zhixing was also helpless, not expecting to be blind just after entering the city. Just who could have known that the heavenly pillar of the Great Zhou's national fortune had such great power? Just a single glance had caused Su Zhixing to be so affected. But then again, maybe Su Zhixing was the only one in the world who could see that nebulous thing, like the soul. For example, Su Zhixing had never heard of anyone who could see souls, but he can. In addition to the time of Natalie Zhao's mother, Widow Zhao, there was another time he saw a spirit as well. It drifted around and dispersed in no time. Things like souls do exist, but they don't appear in anyone who dies. These people in Longquan town, they've died quite a few times, and these are the only two that have actually appeared to have souls. It's all about having great obsessions in life, or having someone or something that is hard to let go of, that the souls appear, and only for a very brief moment. Su Zhixing knew that it was because he practiced Confucianism and his cultivation level was not low that he could see this kind of vision that ordinary people could not see. It's kind of a transcendent ability, though it doesn't seem to help much when it's all said and done. After coming to the capital, Su Zhixing did not rush to find the Chen family siblings and the 2 disciples who had passed the tributary examination. Although his eyes were blind, his ears were still far more sensitive than normal. Tearing off a strip of cloth from his body and using it as a blindfold, Su Zhixing just went out of the room as if nothing had happened. Hearing the footsteps, the front desk shopkeeper looked curiously, only to see Su Zhixing thumping down the stairs, around the pillars of the front hall, across the threshold, and onto the street. The way it was traveling, it didn't look like a blind man by any stretch of the imagination. Hey, this guy is so strange. He can't see and he's walking so smoothly? Is he really blind or not? Chapter 89 Listening to the Wind Tower B2. Listening to the Wind Tower's power in Great Zhou Kyoto was not considered strong, because this is the headquarters of the Imperial City Department. So when Listening to the Wind Tower received the order that they had to cooperate with Su Zhixing, the Listening to the Wind Tower was actually a bit out of its depth. Their people, mostly secret agents, with the suppression of the Imperial City Department, acted with extreme caution, not daring to be exposed, and even more so, not daring to be easily activated. At this moment, in a tea stall on the street, the master of Hearing Wind Tower Tian City was still worried about how to go about helping Su Zhixing. Without realizing it, a blindfolded blind man had sat down behind him. That scout who was responsible for following Su Zhixing walked over from afar and glared at this master chief. Unsure of what was going on, the master of ceremonies didn't move and waved his hand, signaling him to hurry up and leave. The man's face was full of anxiety, and he glared at the master again. The principal was in a bad mood and was about to glare, but suddenly he heard someone behind him say to him, "He was reminding you." The master of ceremonies was stunned. The medicine capsule stuffed between his teeth was already in his mouth, so if there was any movement, he could just bite it and swallow it. "Don't be nervous, I don't have any malicious intent. I just want to ask, whose people are you?" You've been spying on me since Longquan Town, and when you arrived in Kyoto, you ran to monitor me in the first place. What do you want to do? That master of ceremonies hesitated for a long time, but finally resisted the urge to bite the pill sack and said softly, "This is not the place to talk. Sir, come with me." With that, he got up and walked away, and in just a twinkling of an eye, he blended in with the pedestrians, no longer distinguishable from where he was, but he knew that the gentleman could definitely keep up with him, or he wouldn't have been able to plunge right in and find where he was. It's a long way around. The officiant finally stopped at the backyard of a gambling house. Entering the courtyard, he looked out the door to see if the gentleman had followed him or not. Who knew that voice was behind him again? Closed the door. The OC froze and jerked around, only to see a rough linen-clad blindfolded youth already standing in the courtyard. Seeing this, the master was completely convinced. This godlike ability is more like a secret agent than they are secret agents. In the face of such a person, any means they have is null and void. No wonder he said that he knew he was being watched from Longquan. People are just not counting. The OC rolled over onto his knees and sank to his knees, listening to the Wind Tower Tian City's principal B-word no. 2. Pay your respects to Sir. Su Zhixing was silent for a long time, and he couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Ugh, get up. B2 stood up and said respectfully, "If you ask anything, Sir, B2 will know everything." Su Zhixing smiled and said lightly, "Are you one of Yu Wenqing's men?" Ethereal 2 immediately clasped his fists. "The listening house serves only your highness. Then what are you following me for?" His Highness learned of the injustices that Mr. Zhao experienced in Kyoto and guessed that Mr. would surely come to seek justice for Mr. Zhao, so he instructed us to act in full cooperation with Mr. Su Zhixing was silent. Deep down, he didn't want to implicate more people, even if they were some scouts who had long ago put life and death at risk. However, he also knew that against the third prince, he could either kill him in one blow with absolute crushing strength, either that, or it is a gradual process of reducing his wings so that he no longer has the strength and status that he has now. But killing the third prince would mean making an enemy of the entire Great Zhou. Unless Su Zhixing was confident that he was above the entire Great Zhou dynasty, the path of killing the third prince would not work. There's no way around it. So it's just a matter of being a little more troublesome and disintegrating the other side one step at a time. But before that, Su Zhixing needed to do one thing. In layman's terms, it's called drawing fire. He needed to transfer the third prince's animosity towards Zhao Hu and the others onto himself. Let this third prince know that it was useless to deal with Zhao Hu and the others, and that the only way to completely remove the threat was to get rid of him. But trying to get rid of him? It wasn't that Su Zhixing was conceited. As long as the land gods didn't come out, he wasn't afraid of anyone. Although Su Zhixing couldn't do anything to make an enemy of the entire Great Zhou, he still had this confidence against an imperial prince. When Confucianism had been cultivated to his realm, although it didn't necessarily mean that he was stronger than a martial artist of the same grade, the arcane means he possessed were definitely not comparable to a martial artist. The cultivation of Confucianism and Taoism is of the upper second grade, and he is able to export his words and wield his pen to take shape. A casual verse can have a divine effect that borders on words. What's more, his sword body was greatly accomplished, and he had already entered the first realm of the sword immortal. As a human sword unity, the attacking and killing power is no weaker than the second rank of a martial artist. A body of martial arts true chi has also entered the peak of the third grade, and because the bottom of the martial arts true solution is far beyond the martial arts of this world, the battle strength is also not weak second grade. It was also a slightly weaker zither path, but it had entered the fourth grade. This body strength combined, even when facing a first grade martial artist, Su Zhixing also had the confidence to compete. So if this third prince wanted to get rid of him, he would not be able to do so unless he moved out a supreme figure like the land goddess. That's hardly likely. If the third prince really had a land god as his backstage, the other princes would never be able to compete with him. However, according to Su Zhixing's understanding, nowadays, among the court of the Great Zhou, the third prince was not an absolute candidate for the East Palace. Although the second prince's strength is slightly inferior, his mother's family is powerful, and he has an uncle who is a minister of war to help him, which makes him a formidable rival of the third prince. The fourth prince was equally strong and not at all without competition. Since this was the case, Su Zhixing was confident that he could maneuver around this third prince. With these considerations in mind, Su Zhixing did not refuse the allegiance of listening to the Wind Tower in the face of it at this time. With the help of the Wind Listening House, he could save himself a lot of trouble. Su Zhixing held up the arm of the master of the Listening Wind building and asked, "What's your name?" The master-at-arms returned respectfully, "Back to you, sir. I don't have a name, just Ag." Su Zhixing nodded gently and pointed to the tables and chairs not far away. Sit and talk. Help me analyze the information about this third prince of Great Zhou. Ethan too somehow, who had always had a strict concept of superiority and subordination, actually followed Su Zhixing's words and sat down. Returning to his senses, his heart shook and he was about to get up, but Su Zhixing pressed down on his shoulders. It's okay, just sit and talk. B.E. had to continue to sit, rationalize his thoughts, and begin to speak. The third prince of Great Zhou was currently the most powerful one amongst the many princes of Great Zhou. The third prince's mother's family is actually generally powerful, but it is not because his mother consort Yu Guifei favored the 6 palaces and is the most favored consort of the current son of heaven. There are even rumors that in the harem, in terms of power, the empress who has lost the crown prince is a few points weaker than her. The third prince's son by mother's honor, coupled with their own original ability is not bad. Since the crown prince accidentally funeral day, his power is step by step huge. To the present has been the crown of all the royal son of the first. The Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of Punishment were all his people. And the third prince also had a marriage contract with the eldest daughter of the household department's real bigwig, the household department's servant, Chen Xiuyuan, so it wasn't unexpected that in the future the household department would also be the third prince's people. In addition, the minister of the Ministry of Ministers Gu Tongfu has just been copied. The vacancy was filled by a minister of the Ministry of Ministers who was only neutral in the first place, and the third prince is also trying his best to pull together, and the attitude between the two is ambiguous. With a power like the third prince's, it wasn't an easy task to bring him down. The two of them talked in secret for a long time in the backyard of the noisy casino, and in the end, B2 even took out a booklet that recorded the list of the third prince's factions. However, since it wasn't easy for the listening wind tower to act in Kyoto, it was only a rough list. After parting ways, Su Zhixing circled around Kyoto and returned to the inn. With this list, he's kind of got a lot of ground to stand on, but he was a white man, and there were many things he simply couldn't lay his hands on to do. So even if you have a lot of plans in your mind, you need to have a helper who can really make a difference. At first, Su Zhixing thought of the Chen family, but considering their well-being, it was better to give up, because besides the Chen family, there were plenty to choose from. For example, that 6th prince who won't live for several years. Chapter 90, Another Bluffed Master. At midnight, the moon is like water. The streets of Kyoto cooled down, confirming the poem of Li Bai. It was as if a frost had fallen all over the place. On the third day of his arrival in the capital, his eyes finally recovered. Su Zhixing stood on the roof of a slightly taller building in Kyoto, looking away from that one school palace in the distance. A stone that he weighed in his hand instantly broke through the air and shot towards a bright light in the middle of that school palace at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, a silhouette appeared as if out of nowhere and leapt into midair. The stone was directly crushed into powder. Under the moonlight, an old man with white hair tapped his toes and floated down on the roof of a house, confronting Su Zhixing from a distance. Su Zhixing smiled gently and bowed slightly with a clasped fist. That old man's lips flicked out, gathering his voice into a thread that reached Su Zhixing's ears. Who are you? Why are you trying? Su Zhixing's eyes lit up. This means of condensing his voice with his true qi was subtle and interesting. He practiced the Qin Dao, and his control over sound waves was definitely not weaker than the old man's, so he returned with a more refined means. I apologize for the hasty intrusion. I have no ill intent. I only wish to meet with the 6th prince. The old man's brow furrowed. From the means Su Zhixing presented with this sound gathering, the other party was definitely an expert not weaker than himself. At least in this aspect of true qi control, he was slightly outclassed. This left the old man a bit shocked. In this Kyoto, except for the one who always sits out in the imperial city, he couldn't think of anyone else who had this kind of strength. How dare you? The 6th prince's body of 10,000 gold. Is it not for you to see whenever you want? Su Zhixing smiled and didn't say anything, only taking a step forward with his feet. And with just this simple step, that old man was immediately horrified. His eyes filled with incredulity. Su Zhixing's footsteps did not stop, still walking forward step by step, and his feet, clearly empty, but he walks on all fours, as if stepping on flat ground. Su Zhixing smiled slightly. How about this? Can we meet him? The old man was like an enemy, and even had the intention of wanting to call for help towards the imperial city, sailing through the air. This was clearly a super first-grade grandmaster. However, he ultimately held back because he couldn't detect the slightest bit of malice in Su Zhixing at all. I don't know if Senior is from the Great Wasteland City, or the East Sea? Su Zhixing shook his head. I'm from Longquan, Yangzhou. The old man was momentarily stunned. Yangzhou Longquan? When did a great master come out of there? Moreover, Why didn't the one in the Imperial City react when the Grand Master arrived? Su Zhixing sighed and didn't force the issue, but only faintly said, also, please inform the 6th prince that Mr. Zhao Hu's gentleman has asked to meet him. The old man froze and couldn't help but realize, you're the Mr. Su that Mr. Zhao was talking about? Su Zhixing nodded. Not bad, it's none other than me. The old man pondered for a long time before finally nodding his head. Good, sir, wait a moment, the old slave will go and report. With that, he jumped off the roof and walked into the Upper Forest Academy. Su Zhixing also arrived on the street outside the Shanglin Academy. He raised his head to look in the direction of the Imperial City, where the weather was as if a true dragon was hibernating, but it didn't seem to notice him. These 3 days Su Zhixing is not nothing to do. He tried a few times. There is indeed a meteorological extremely large presence in the Imperial City, but that, it seems, will not care about things outside the palace. As for the old man just now, although he was a first-grade realm martial artist, if he wanted to see through him, there was nothing he could do unless both sides fought. Martial cultivation focuses on the physical body and true chi. Before entering the super first grade, the power of the divine soul was not visible, and there was not much difference between it and an ordinary flesh-eyed mortal. It was difficult to accurately determine the other party's cultivation realm if they didn't fight each other. Su Zhixing had utilized this to draw out that old man before shocking him with his airborne ability. As for whether that 6th prince would see him or not, he wasn't sure. After all, he had only learned a little about the other party's character through Zhao Hu. On the street, he stood quietly, and this small piece of heaven and earth was then centered on him, being affected and disturbed, and no one could hear the movements here within a circle of several hundred meters. Not long ago, the old man walked out from the school palace. With him out there is a teenager. Although the temperament is extraordinary, but a look is frail and sickly look. The first time Su Zhixing saw the teenager, his eyes actually flashed for a split second of dismay, and then the corners of his mouth hooked into a strange smile. 6th Prince Xiao Chengping stood at the entrance of the Upper Forest Academy Palace with some excitement in his eyes. He gave a distant salute toward Su Zhixing and respectfully said, I don't know that Mr. Su is in person. Chengping has been much neglected. Please come in quickly. Sir. Su Zhixing didn't move his feet, only smiling as he asked, aren't you afraid I'll turn on you? Xiao Chengping smiled and returned, Mr. is a transcendent man. I have no enmity with Mr. I think Mr. has no intention of harming me. Su Zhixing nodded. You have a lot of gumption. It's rare. After saying that, Su Zhixing got up and walked towards the Upper Forest Academy. That old man's eyes were vigilant, his body's chi bulging, as if he was ready to fight for his life at any time. Xiao Chengping held the old man's wrist and shook his head. Grandpa bye. Mr. Su is a man of the world. He would never humiliate himself and disadvantage me. A sickly man with no hands. Don't be rude. Although the old man was still worried, he still obeyed the young lord's command and collected his true chi. Hearing this, Su Zhixing couldn't help but laugh inwardly. These sons of the powerful and noble, each one has more heart than the other. When he reached the door, Su Zhixing cupped his fists and bowed, faintly saying, my humble servant Su Zhixing, meet His Highness the 6th Prince. Xiao Chengping hurriedly arched his hand and returned. No need to be polite. Sir, inside please. Not to mention the information about Su Zhixing that he had gotten from Zhao Hu when he had spent time with him before. Just the fact that the old man had just told him that this person in front of him had a high probability of being a land deity. Xiao Chengping did not dare to hold himself as a prince and treat him with negligence. Just kidding. Land gods, even his father is treated with respect when he sees them, let alone him. Entering that side room within the Academy Palace, Su Zhixing looked at the books on the desk and couldn't help but smile. It was really hard on Dahe to actually copy down these stories. Xiao Chengping smiled awkwardly and hurriedly put away those books and said, please sit down. Sir, Grandpa bye. Take the trouble to make a pot of good tea for the gentleman. The old man was not quite willing to leave Xiao Chengping's side, but he had no way to refuse when it came down to it, so he had to go down with his heart in his mouth. After Su Zhixing took his seat, Xiao Chengping, however, remained standing respectfully at the side. Su Zhixing laughed. There is no need to be formal. Your Highness, please take a seat. Xiao Chengping wanted to make a polite remark, but his body sat down very honestly after hearing Su Zhixing's words. It seemed that Su Zhixing's voice had an irresistible infectious power in it, and one would involuntarily follow his wishes. Xiao Chengping could not help but be appalled inwardly, only feeling that this young gentleman was simply as difficult to fathom as the ocean. Chapter 91, Transmission of Scriptures. Sir came late at night and wondered what he was doing? Xiao Chengping stabilized his mind and asked curiously. Su Zhixing smiled. There are two things. The first is to come specially to say thank you. Dahu suffered injustice in Kyoto. It was your highness who stepped in to help him to get even for his wrongdoing. As a gentleman, I should have come to say thank you to your highness, Xiao Changping hurriedly said. Mr. Su is too kind. I've known Brother Zhao since we first met, and it's only a matter of lifting a finger to help. Su Zhixing just smiled, then continued. The second thing, Mr. Su wanted to come and ask your highness, do you know that Dahu and the others had their lives hanging by a thread? 9 deaths after they left Kyoto? When Su Zhixing said this sentence to the end, his tone already carried an intimidating pressure that was only directed at Xiao Changping. It caused his heart to tighten violently, as if his heart was being pinched tightly by a large hand, and breathing became a little difficult. He was filled with horror and shock. What's going on? Who's trying to kill him? Su Zhixing just looked at him indifferently and didn't say anything. Xiao Changping's thoughts turned quickly, and a name naturally came out of his mouth. Xiao Changyi? Su Zhixing's eyebrows danced slightly as he asked. Oh, why was the third prince the first thing that came to your highness' mind? Xiao Changping's heart froze and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He suddenly felt as if he didn't seem to have any secrets at all in front of this Mr. Su Zhixing simply asked, and he blurted out his innermost thoughts. The point is that he doesn't feel tempted or controlled to say that at all. Su Zhixing smiled and looked at Xiao Changping's eyes and said, it seems that there isn't much brotherly love between your highness and this third prince. Xiao Changping's hand hidden under the table viciously pinched his thigh, the intense pain keeping him in a state of sanity. He didn't follow Su Zhixing's words down, but asked in return, what exactly is Mr. Su trying to do? Su Zhixing didn't answer him, but asked the same rhetorical question. Your highness has been sick for a long time, so I'm sure you've tried many methods of healing, only the results are not satisfactory. Has it ever occurred to your highness that perhaps your illness is not truly hopeless? Xiao Changping rose violently, his eyes filled with incredulity. He braced his arms on the table, his eyes burning as he stared at Su Zhixing, and said in an almost hoarse general voice, first, sir has an idea? Su Zhixing smiled and shook his head. Xiao Changping's face immediately turned ashen, followed by intense anger welling up in his eyes. Wouldn't it be a violation of the world's highness for a gentleman to tease like that? Su Zhixing laughed. When did I say I was out of this world? Xiao Changping's eyes were filled with coldness as he tried his best to restrain his anger and said, it's late at night, so if you have nothing else to do, sir, please return. Su Zhixing, however, did not get up and remain seated across from him. He sighed and said in a gentle tone, your highness needn't be angry. Mr. Su is not teasing your highness. It's just that Mr. Su hasn't tried it either, so he can't be sure if it'll work or not. But in any case, your highness can try it first. Xiao Changping turned his head to look at Su Zhixing, his eyes skeptical. Su Zhixing continued, with your highness's status, there is naturally no shortage of spiritual medicines, herbs, and healing saints in this world. But your highness's innate damage is not something that can be replenished by the things of the afterlife. If your highness wants to recover, you can only rely on yourself. Xiao Changping didn't say anything. He had heard this kind of words too many times. Does sir mean practicing martial arts and practicing qi? There was a hint of mockery in his words. If this was all Su Zhixing had, he naturally couldn't make him respect him, which Su Zhixing still shook his head. With your highness's physique, practicing martial arts will only exacerbate the wear and tear, and instead of being beneficial, it will be harmful. Xiao Changping silently lowered his head and smiled. Yeah, how else can we save ourselves? Su Zhixing didn't say anything either. He picked up the brush on the table, spread out a piece of rice paper, and faintly said, sharpen the ink. Xiao Changping was stunned and hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he obediently picked up the ink bar and began to grind the ink. After grinding the ink, Su Zhixing dipped the ink, and then began to write a line of small characters on the rice paper in a sprawling manner. Xiao Changping just glanced at it and his mind was brought into it. The way of the university is to be clear and virtuous, to be kind to the people, and to stop at the highest good. With every stroke Su Zhixing made, there was a majestic flow of vast true qi between the handwriting strokes. That divine intent that belonged uniquely to him could allow the first person to view this piece of the great university to receive an inheritance that was almost like an enlightenment. It is possible to understand the mystery naturally. Nearly 2,000 words of the university. Su Zhixing spent only half an hour to write all of them, and the handwriting is neat, without a single scribble or typo. When the last word was completed, Xiao Changping also detached himself from that divine intent. His feet couldn't help but take a few steps back, his face filled with horror. Mr. Just now that was. Xiao Changping looked at Su Zhixing with disbelief. At this time in his mind the scripture was like a knife carving and axe chiseling. Every word and every sentence, all clearly branded in that. Xiao Changping knew that he definitely did not have the ability to forget everything. It is impossible to look at it once and remember it so clearly, and not only remember it, but even understand its meaning. It was like someone had shoved it hard into his head. Su Zhixing smiled without explaining as he continued. I'll pass on another recitation to you, so memorize it and practice it diligently day after day. And if you can achieve something, it might be of some benefit to your body as well. Xiao Changping was still in shock when Su Zhixing had already begun to dictate. The mnemonic is not complicated. It is only a small part of the method of cultivating qi in the most holy Confucianism. Even if one practiced to the extreme, at best, one could only enter the 7th grade, including that university. Practicing Confucianism one university is not enough. However, Su Zhixing did not want him to become a profound practitioner of Confucianism, but only gave him some visible benefits, and it was already enough to be able to enter the 7th grade. After all, it was only an experiment, and Xiao Changping was not his disciple, so naturally he would not teach him everything, leaving aside the fact that Xiao Changping hadn't reached the system-recognized potential value. Even if he had, if there were no accidents, Su Zhixing didn't intend to take an imperial prince as his disciple. When Xiao Changping had thoroughly memorized the mantra, Su Zhixing got up and said, "That's all for today. If the final result satisfies your highness, you can come and find me yourself. Farewell." After saying that, Su Zhixing left the side room without looking back. The old man standing at the door immediately rushed in and asked, "Your highness, are you all right?" Xiao Changping froze and shook his head, then snapped back to his senses and hurriedly chased him out and said, Sir, please wait." But when he came out, he couldn't see Su Zhixing's figure at all. The old man asked anxiously, "Your highness, what's going on?" Just now, when he was outside, he unexpectedly couldn't hear the movements inside the side room at all. If he hadn't still been able to see that Xiao Changping's figure hadn't been harmed, he was afraid that he would have to make a move against a land goddess even if he had to fight to the death. Xiao Changping's eyes carried a light of hope as he covered his mouth and nose with some excitement and said in a trembling voice, "Grandpa White, maybe, saved." Chapter 92, Change of Fate. Passing on the Confucian way to Xiao Changping was only a temporary idea of Su Zhixing's. Xiao Changping's body was actually born with a defect because of the damage to his mother's fetus. It's actually not that hard to cure. As long as he could practice martial arts successfully and strengthen his own qi and blood roots, he would be able to heal without treatment. But it was just that this body of his couldn't survive the stage of martial arts body refining at all. Not to mention martial arts body refining. If he practiced martial arts, it would only exacerbate the loss of his vital energy and his lifespan would be even shorter. But the Confucian way is different. Instead of condensing qi and blood and depleting vital energy, Confucianism uses Wen qi and talent qi as its foundation to condense vast true qi. Although the vast true qi was not as strong as the martial true qi, it was full of bright and vast intentions that could nourish the body and make it more active. Cultivating to a high level of depth can even extend one's lifespan. As for whether he can live a long life, Su Zhixing does not know. But for the moment, he began to practice Confucianism until now. So many years have passed. His appearance does not seem to have changed much. His real age was 28, and he still looked like he was in his early 20s at this point. That was why he had taught Xiao Changping the chapter of the Great University, and the introduction to the method of cultivating qi. And with his powerful Confucian cultivation, he took him directly into the country, saving him the time of drilling the scriptures and being able to quickly condense his vast true qi. Of course, if his heart is dark and full of flies, even if Su Zhixing spent even more gongfu, he couldn't have practiced vast true qi. Then Su Zhixing would completely give up on him and find someone else to work with. Yes, this is a collaboration. Su Zhixing raised the matter of Zhao Hu's attack on them in a kind of mind-asking manner to Xiao Changping with his Confucian cultivation. And under this kind of mind-asking ability, the first thing that came to Xiao Changping's mind was definitely the person he thought was the most likely, and the one he wanted to deal with the most. Xiao Changping's answer was what made Su Zhixing willing to work with him, because they had a common enemy, the third prince of Great Zhou, Xiao Changyi. Su Zhixing didn't know what kind of grudge there was between Xiao Changping and Xiao Changyi, and listening to the Wind Tower hadn't given him any information in that regard. It was enough for him to know that Xiao Changping also wanted to bring down Xiao Changyi. This would set the stage for their collaboration. In order to make Xiao Changping drop his guard and be willing to cooperate with him, he naturally had to give him some tangible benefits. For Xiao Changping, what he longed for most naturally was to have a healthy body. After all, he was only 15, and he definitely didn't want to die so early, much less live his life counting down the days. So Su Zhixing taught him Confucianism and Taoism. As for whether it was useful or not, although Su Zhixing didn't dare to be 100% sure, from the effects of his own practice of Confucianism, even if it couldn't be cured, it would definitely be beneficial. That is enough. Once he was able to reach a cooperation with Xiao Chengping, that first great elder could also be used for him. At that time, there would be even less need to worry about the third prince's counterattack. But right now, Su Zhixing needed to do one more thing besides waiting for news from Xiao Chengping. What he had planned before was to have the third prince's pursuit of Zhao Hu and the others diverted to himself, but now it looks like maybe a change of tactics is in order. If he worked with Xiao Chengping, it would be best for him to remain hidden behind the scenes and should not show his face. That's why Su Zhixing had the people from listening to the Win House forge a copy of the official record of Zhao Hu's coffin collection for their deaths hundreds of miles away from Kyoto and sent it back to Longquan town, and sent Long Springs a message with some of his commands and arrangements. Also find 2 more corpses to impersonate Zhao Hu and He Jiqiu and send them back to Longquan town for burial. Even Zhao Hu and He Jiqiu's family members can't be disclosed. Make sure they all believe it. The purpose of doing so was naturally to give the third prince the false impression that Zhao Hu and the others were indeed dead. As for why that black-clothed young killer didn't go back to resume his orders after killing people, that could only be left to their own brains. After doing so, Su Zhixing quietly waited for Xiao Chengping to come to his door. 2 days later, news did come from listening to the wind tower that someone had gone to Longquan town to find out about the deaths of Zhao Hu and He Jiqiu, and all along the way, they were investigating about Zhao Hu and their whereabouts. When Su Zhixing brought Zhao Hu and the others back, he was flying all the way, so they naturally couldn't find any trace. A few thousand miles from Kyoto to Longquan town was not more than a single road, and if all of them were to be thoroughly investigated, even the third prince did not have that much manpower and resources to waste. Judging from the third prince's reaction, it was sort of a muddle for now. Meanwhile, in a remote place in the north of Kyoto City, there was a small courtyard that could only be considered exquisite. However, if an expert is close enough to notice, this small courtyard is surrounded by all sorts of hidden sentries, layers and layers of extremely tight guarding. Inside the small courtyard, the white-haired old man was weaving bamboo chairs in the courtyard, moving skillfully like an old gabion maker. Looking out from the courtyard, through one of the windows, one could see 6th Prince Xiao Chengping sitting by the window, holding in his hand the chapter of the great university that Su Zhixing had copied for him, reading it aloud in a concentrated whisper. Ever since he had returned from the Upper Forest Academy, he had spent a lot of time studying this scripture every day, and he had not dared to slack off for a moment on the qi nourishment method that Su Zhixing had taught him. So it has been 5 days. Xiao Chengping didn't know what benefits would come from reading this content, but he vaguely felt as if his chance to change his life was in this piece of the university. Xiao Chengping was tireless and wasted his sleep and food, and because of Su Zhixing's divine intent infusion, he was very easily able to enter a metaphysical state of entry. The talent and literature in his chest grows rapidly. The golden crow hangs in the west, and the lights are on. The old man in the courtyard who was preparing to clean up and cook for His Highness suddenly paused in his hand movements. Turning his head to the window, Xiao Chengping had stopped at some point and was sitting there motionless with his eyes closed tightly. The old man was a little nervous, afraid that something might go wrong. Right at this moment, he suddenly detected a weak yet pure aura appearing from Xiao Chengping. The old man froze, and the tool in his hand unconsciously fell to the ground. True Qi? Your Highness, you've practiced True Qi? You can read and develop True Qi even when you read? The old man's face was full of astonishment and disbelief. But that's what happened. Xiao Chengping practiced True Qi. That clear aura could not be faked. The old man was agitated, with tears in his eyes, couldn't help but slowly kneel down and murmur shakily, "Young lady, young master, it's saved." About half an hour later, Xiao Chengping slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and opened his eyes. The surprise in his eyes was hard to contain. Afterwards, he could no longer restrain himself and hid his face and sobbed. He could practically feel that his body was a bit stronger than before. Breathe better and have more strength in your body. Even his hands and feet were no longer as cold as ice. They were still cold, but much better than before. That strand of True Qi was like an arm's length, traveling throughout his body, allowing him to feel like never before the feeling of health that a random ordinary person could have. But for him it was an incomparable luxury. The method of cultivating Qi that Su Zhixing had imparted to him, and that piece of scripture, had actually been able to save his life. Xiao Chengping crouched on the desk and cried bitterly, as if he was trying to cry out all the grievances and unwillingness of these 15 years. "Mother, I'm saved. Mother, did you see that? I can live." Chapter 93, Being Pitted by the System. That night, Su Zhixing avoided the officers and soldiers patrolling at night, followed the information he received during the day, and turned into an elegant and chic courtyard. The yard is small, but deep. Upon entering the door, you see a shadow wall carved with orchids. Around the shadow wall is the flower-filled front yard, where alive water gently flows in front of the front door. there were actually quite a few swimming koi in the water. Walking through the front yard and further in is the inner yard of the main house. What surprised Su Zhixing was that there was a plum blossom that was nearly 100 years old in the middle of this inner courtyard. It's just that at this time of year, the trees are already lush, and there's no sign of plum blossoms in full bloom. And at that moment, there was a teenager standing under that plum blossom tree, and the old man following him was carrying a lantern in his hand, looking at Su Zhixing who was walking over, his eyes full of gratitude. It was already May time and the teenager was still dressed warmly. However, at this moment, he unclipped the cloak draped over his body and respectfully walked over to Su Zhixing, kneeling on both knees and kowtowing to him without a word. Su Zhixing was just about to reach out and help him up, but his expression suddenly gave way, a trace of consternation flashing through his eyes. The heart couldn't help but say, "What do you call this?" After returning to his senses, he helped Xiao Changping up and said helplessly, "If outsiders see your highness kowtowing to me, I'm afraid Mr. Su won't be able to walk out of this Kyoto." Xiao Changping's face was solemn and unsmiling. "Mr. has the grace of living in my life. This kneeling is well deserved by Mr. Su Zhixing smiled and said, "So your highness practicing is paying off. Congratulations." Xiao Changping bowed his head and arched his hands. Changping was taught by Mr. Wonderful method, and finally saw a little light of hope in his gray life. Mr. has the grace of rebirth and regeneration in me. Changping would like to worship you as a teacher. I implore you to have mercy and accept Changping." Su Zhixing sighed, somewhat helplessly. It's come to the point where he'll have to take it if he doesn't. The first time he saw Xiao Changping just now, the system prompted that Xiao Changping had changed his life and fortune, and his potential value had met the requirements and exceeded 80 points. Seeing this, Su Zhixing didn't care. He knew that people's potential values were not fixed, such as Nico, Xiao Hu, and He Jiqiu. All of them were not recognized by the system in the beginning, and then because of something or some change, there was a change in fate, and they were recognized by the system and exceeded the 80 points of potential value. The sixth prince Xiao Changping is also a reason, cultivating Confucianism and having the possibility of restoring a healthy body. His potential value was naturally different, but even then Su Zhixing didn't intend to take him on as a disciple. But what Su Zhixing could not have imagined was that old sixth system had automatically authenticated Xiao Changping as his disciple when he knelt down to him just now. The reason was that Xiao Chang had obtained his inheritance and had given him a great salute, so the master-disciple relationship had become substantial. At this point, Su Zhixing has to accept it even if he doesn't. Su Zhixing rationalized his Si Xiu, turned to look at Xiao Changping, and faintly said, "To be clear in advance, although I did have the idea of utilizing you to deal with the third prince in the beginning, it doesn't mean that I will help you seize the throne. Of course, you yourself know that even if you regain your health you have no hope of seizing the throne. I only want to be a teacher and teach in the academy peacefully. This point, you should be clear." Xiao Changping was overjoyed and wanted to worship again. Su Zhixing shook his head as he held his arm. "In my case, it's not practiced." Xiao Changping had no choice but to bow and bow. "Disciple Xiao Changping, greetings to you, sir." Su Zhixing nodded and walked toward the house. "Was I asked to come here today for anything other than to pay my respects?" Xiao Changping followed behind Su Zhixing and walked into the house. The old man surnamed by hurriedly went in first and lit up the lights. After taking his seat, Xiao Changping respectfully said, "Sir, last time you asked me if I knew about Brother Zhao. Senior brother and the others were being hunted down. This is something that disciple indeed does not know. I invited Mr. to come today, firstly, to pay my respects to the master, and in addition, I have decided to, together with Mr. deal with Xiao Qingyi, to avenge senior brothers." Su Zhixing looked at Xiao Changping and asked with a smile, "That's your older brother. Are you really willing to help an outsider against your own brother?" Xiao Changping sneered. "In this royal family, there is no such thing as blood relatives or brothers and sisters. To tell you the truth, I have an undying hatred with that Xiao Qingyi. My mother was killed by him and his mother consort. Noble consort you together. Between me and him, there is only blood feud. There is no love." Su Zhixing nodded as he believed Xiao Changping's words. It was not just because he was his disciple, but most of all, Xiao Changping was able to practice vast true qi. This was enough to prove that Xiao Changping was not a person with an evil mind who would do anything. What's more, he held in his hands Xiao Changping's hope of restoring his healthy physique, and even if he considered reality, Xiao Changping did not have half a reason to deceive him. Besides, Su Zhixing still had this much confidence. It was almost impossible for Xiao Changping to lie in front of him. Between the two, there was a common enmity towards the third prince. Then the next thing would be fine. Su Zhixing listed the power in the hands of the third prince little by little. The Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Rights, the Imperial City Department also has his manpower. The new minister of the Ministry of Justice is also ambiguous with the attitude of Xiao Qingyi. Speaking of the new minister of appointments, Xiao Changping couldn't help but smile. Sir, the Ministry of Mandarins will not come under the banner of the third prince. Su Zhixing froze and looked at Xiao Changping as if he had guessed something. Xiao Changping nodded and said, that's right, the new official minister, Lord Li, is one of my people. Back then, when Lord Li was still a junior military official, he was sidelined and framed for offending his superiors, and it was my mother who came to his rescue. I didn't expect that Lord Li would come to this point step by step. Not long ago, after Lord Li took office, he came to identify himself to me at the first opportunity. But Lord Li is upright and selfless. It's not too easy to get him to do some dirty deeds that go against his heart. As long as it's within the rules, he's absolutely obliged. Su Zhixing came to a sudden realization. Lord Li appears to be close to the third prince, but he's actually helping you? Xiao Changping nodded. Lord Li knew something about my mother, so he willingly helped me and avenged her. Su Zhixing couldn't help but look deeply at Xiao Changping and asked, besides Lord Li, what other forces do you hold in your hands? Xiao Changping thought for a moment, rationalized his thoughts, and finally said slowly, the commander of the patrol battalion, Zhang He, was once taught a set of swordsmanship by my mother, and has always looked up to my mother as a teacher. Eunuch Lu, the imperial horse supervisor of the palace, was also a benefactor of my mother's kindness. Imperial Inspector Hong, too, has told me that he is willing to serve me. And Su Mingzhi, deputy commander of the Forbidden Army, was my mother's senior. Only, no one knows about his relationship with my mother, and I only learned about it from some documents my mother left behind. I had gone to see him once before, and although Commander Su's attitude was unknown, my mother's letter had said that this person was absolutely trustworthy. Speaking here, Xiao Changping paused. Su Zhixing breathed a long sigh of relief. He suddenly understood why that third prince had to drive Zhao Hu to extinction, because he had only met with Xiao Changping a few times. Xiao Changping would definitely become the third prince's biggest rival as long as he had the intention to seize the throne. Chapter 94. Su Zhixing and Xiao Changping had a secret talk in the house all night, analyze the situation and develop a strategy. It didn't end until the light of day. Xiao Changping had been investigating him all these years because of his grudge against the third prince, and everyone in Kyoto knew that Xiao Changping had absolutely no chance of competing for the throne because of his health. That's why the third prince's defenses against him were far less heavy than against several other princes. In a way, the third prince was in the light and Xiao Changping was in the dark. This gives Xiao Changping a lot more convenience. Now that the decision had been made to start making moves against the third prince, these preliminary preparations would come in handy. With Su Zhixing's support, Xiao Changping was confident. After all, in the eyes of him and that old man surnamed Bai, Su Zhixing was a land god. If the situation was any worse, with Su Zhixing as his backing, he didn't have to be afraid of anything. After the secret talks ended, Xiao Changping left, and this courtyard was exactly what he had specifically reserved for Su Zhixing. In the inner room of the courtyard, there was a secret passage underneath the bed in that main bedroom, which led straight to the small courtyard where Xiao Changping lived. This secret passage was built by Xiao Changping's mother, Ni Fei, before the founding of the Great Zhou, and the original intention of building the secret passage back then was to leave a back way for the current Great Zhou Emperor, because the city of Taiyan was not peaceful back then. It was only after the secret passage was built that it was surprisingly never opened. It was only after Xiao Changping possessed the qualifications to go out and open a house, and he lived in the exquisite little courtyard where his mother used to live outside of the palace during her lifetime, and inherited Mi Fei's manuscript materials, that he discovered the secret passage. At the end of the secret passage, it was the very same courtyard that had been given to Su Zhixing. It has always been managed by an old servant. After Xiao Changping took out his mother's token, the old servant naturally served Xiao Changping as his master. Su Zhixing stayed there, a place that was naturally safe and secretive and more convenient to act. After Xiao Changping and the others left, Su Zhixing began to study the rewards of the system's apprentice intake. What was rewarded this time was not a large category subsection like the previous one, but a skill that was unique to Rudraksh practitioners. Paper. It can only be practiced by those who have attained the third grade of Confucianism or higher. This skill is considered a Rudraksh avatar to be exact. After practicing it, you will have the ability to summon male soldiers to battle by simply writing poems with a literary flavor on paper. Moreover, the summoned male soldiers were extremely strong, and a male soldier summoned by a third-grade Confucian cultivation would possess third-grade strength. If the vast true qi was thick enough, theoretically, it could even summon an army of millions. After Su Zhixing received his reward, he immediately began to cultivate. He was a second-grade Confucian cultivator, and was not far from first grade. This, coupled with the systematic infusion, allowed him to learn almost instantly. Su Zhixing immediately took out a pen, ink, paper and inkstone and pondered a verse in his head, then immediately wrote it. At the end of the night, when you lie down to listen to the wind blowing rain, the iron horse and the icy river come into your dreams. When the last stroke was completed, an extremely dazzling white light suddenly blossomed above the ink treasure. Immediately afterward, Su Zhixing heard a warhorse neigh and the sound of hooves shook his heart. Then out of the white light of that psalm ran a warhorse, and on its back rode a general in battle armor. Although it was condensed by the vast true chi, at first glance, it was as if it was a real person. If it wasn't for the glistening white light that flowed through his body that was visible to the naked eye that made him appear somewhat unreal, he was almost no different from a real person. An aura that was extremely extraordinary. The warhorse and the general ran out from the light and appeared in the open space in front of him, the warhorse and the general nodding and bowing to Su Zhixing at the same time. As long as Su Zhixing's mind moved, this second-grade fierce general would charge forward without hesitation. With each other, the minds are so connected that they are almost indistinguishable from each other. Su Zhixing couldn't help but feel greatly shocked. This kind of tactic has long since departed from the cognizance of this world. If he were to display this tactic in front of people one day, I'm afraid that the world would be shocked by it. Then I'm afraid that his name as a land god will have to sit more securely. Su Zhixing waved his hand, and with a mere movement of his mind, the warhorse and the general slowly dissipated into thin air. The loss of the vast true chi in his body, on the other hand, was not serious. Su Zhixing made some slight projections, and if he did his best, he was certain that he could summon 5 second-grade warlords at once, and each of them had the strength of an upper second grade, coupled with the fact that these summoned war generals were brazen and would not even consider their own life and death safety. When they fought against people, they were afraid that they would be able to exert even more battle power. There is a downside to this skill though. That is, the belly must be rich in poetic manuscripts, and normal psalms don't work at all. You have to have psalms with literary talent. It doesn't just work by making up a line. This would be a bit difficult for people in this world. A world where psalmist Su Zhixing had also read. It was not bad, but compared to the vast history of poetry in his previous life, it was clearly inferior by more than a star. After all, in the centuries of war and chaos, it was good enough to survive. So who would have the heart to compose poems? Wasn't it the same in the last life? If not for the prosperity of the great Tang dynasty and the flourishing literary style of the great Song dynasty, where would there be Tang and Song poems as bright and vast as the sea of stars? Su Zhixing also tried a few poems from this world, with poor results. The warlords summoned were of low strength and extremely unstable, with the possibility of collapsing at any time. This is a lack of literacy, not just good or bad poetry. It is more a kind of civilization accumulation and heritage of thousands of years from between the lines of the words. Fortunately, Su Zhixing's last life as a rural teacher, one person in the language, math, science, politics, art, music and other courses, their own cultural accumulation is rich enough. I don't dare to say that I know all the poems and lyrics of the Tang and Song dynasties, but I still have a few hundred of them in my chest. For this skill, it's enough to apply. Of course, these poems don't work if you can just memorize them. You have to have a deep understanding. Otherwise, not to mention summoning war generals and majestic soldiers, there was even the possibility of a backlash. After some experimentation, Su Zhixing was quite satisfied. It's kind of one more powerful tool. He then spread out the blank booklet and began to transcribe the psalms from memory. Not just the battle poems where he was able to utilize his skills, but other psalms he likewise transcribed. The study of poetry is a comprehensive one. And if you learn only one type of poetry, you are bound to have limited horizons and limited potential. Since this skill was rewarded by Xiao Chengping's worship, Su Zhixing naturally wouldn't hide anything from it. When Xiao Chengping's cultivation reached the requirements, he would teach him this skill. And before that, let him study the Psalms and the most holy Confucianism. Chapter 95, Delivering Letters by Miles. On the second day, Xiao Chengping sent Su Zhixing some servants, maids and boys, grannies, servants and so on, more than a dozen of them. Su Zhixing only left behind a handy wife and an honest boy. This courtyard wasn't too small, and if he were to rely on himself alone, he basically wouldn't have to do anything else to take care of it during the weekdays. Not more than a few days after living in the mansion, listening to the Wind Tower B2 also sent a person. The surface identity is a vegetable vendor, but in reality, it is listening to the Wind Tower B word secret agent. All of them are considered higher rank secret agents in listening to the Wind Tower. The vegetable vendor didn't have a proper name, and the people in the market called him Old Foam. Su Zhixing knew that his every word and action was for the purpose of hiding his identity. so he did not take the liberty of asking him for a specific name, and also called him Old Feng. Although Lao Feng is a secret agent, he is a real vegetable vendor, and this identity is a cover-up, but it is also a real identity, including many of the secret agents in the Listening Wind House. The apparent identities were actually real identities. Only a true identity can stand up to scrutiny, so Lao Feng does not know martial arts, not know where to learn, but as a vegetable vendor if you know martial arts is fishy. Ever since Su Zhixing had taken up residence in the mansion, Old Feng had become Su Zhixing's point of contact with listening to the Wind Tower. Lao Feng came to deliver food to Su Zhixing every 3 days, and the first task Su Zhixing gave Lao Feng was a letter sent to Yu Wenqing. Since Yu Wenqing left the academy, although letters were often sent back to Longquan, he never indicated where he was. Su Zhixing deduced from the information on the system that Yu Wenqing's state of mind is out of the question, and has been trying to write a letter to enlighten him, but he suffers from not knowing where to go. Nowadays, with the listening to the Wind House in place, this is naturally not a problem. In Kyoto's Listening Wind Tower, only Eiji knew where Yu Wenqing was, but after getting Su Zhixing's letter, he was stumped. Listening to the Wind Tower rules, they have a fixed time for their intelligence and information to be collected by the people above them, and they who work below them are not authorized to submit information upwards on their own initiative, unless emergency privileges are used. But once the emergency privilege is used, he faces penalties if the specifications of the information are not up to standard. So he was in a bit of a quandary at this point as to whether or not he should use his emergency privilege for this letter from Su Zhixing. Your Highness attaches such importance to Mr. Su, so I'm sure he shouldn't be blamed, right? Eventually Eiji decided to use the emergency privilege. After all, it would be at least a month before the next time someone from above came to collect the information. In case there's any urgency in Mr. Su's letter, wouldn't that be a delay? Thinking of this, Eiji made an instant decision and went out of the city himself, found a middle-aged man who was clearly a footman, and handed him the letter. The footman is a martial artist among the secret agents, with excellent lightness and running faster than a galloping horse, and with internal strength. Traveling thousands of miles in a day is no big deal, and there could be more than one footman at the Listening Wind House, with one stationed in every other county. These men were used to escort letters passed under emergency privileges. Even if it was sent to Wangnan City, which was outside of Yunzhou, it would definitely arrive within 3 days. Moreover, the footman escorted the information with a special kind of organ box. If there was an accident on the way, in order to prevent the information from leaking, as long as the organ box was activated, the information inside would be destroyed together with the box. That's why it is said that once the emergency privilege is activated, the amount of manpower and resources required is enormous. Eiji was also considered bold enough to activate emergency privileges for a letter whose contents he didn't know. Now he could only pray that this Mr. Su had better weigh heavily enough in His Highness's mind. The footman was given his assignment and set off immediately. Only after walking out of Kyoto City for 10 miles did he begin to run furiously, specializing in hidden paths. This letter traveled all the way north through the territory north of Zhongtian Prefecture and into Yun Prefecture. A new footman takes over in each county, to ensure that the letters hardly ever stop. After traveling more than 6,000 miles, he finally arrived at Wangnan City on the 3rd day and handed it over to Ji Ziji. Learning that this urgent intelligence, which had taken a lot of resources to send, was just a letter, Ji Ziji was obviously not too satisfied. But when he saw the 3 words Su Zhixing written on the envelope, all the dissatisfaction in Ji Ziji's heart vanished cleanly in an instant. He still remembered the scene he had seen when he had arrived at Longquan town. 10,000 swords submitted, and the sword aura shot straight up into the sky. A letter sent by such a character who only existed in legends could not be taken more seriously, if at all. And he also knew what Su Zhixing meant to Yu Wenqing. That was almost no less than Yu Wenqing's general existence. When Ji Ziji suggested that he could use Su Zhixing to help them restore their country, Yu Wenqing directly flipped out with him on the spot. Thinking of this, Ji Ziji hurriedly ran towards the depths of the city lord's mansion with the sealed letter. In the courtyard, Yu Wenqing was still practicing his sword. Before the upper 3 grades of martial cultivation, there was no such thing as a state of mind. If you study hard and are qualified enough, you can keep getting better. After Yu Wenqing returned to Wangnan City, Ji Ziji found him a lot of tonic medicines that could enhance his power, and with his diligent cultivation, he had now stepped into the upper 5th grade. It had to be said that his qualifications belonged to the top of the heap regardless of whether it was Confucianism or martial arts. For an ordinary person, at 17 years old, being able to complete the 3rd grade of body forging would be considered very good. Now that the cultivation of Confucianism had encountered problems, Yu Wenqing was not obsessive. so he put it aside for a while and concentrated on martial arts. After leaving the academy, he gradually understood the truth that the reason why people have so much body, in the final analysis, it is because you are not strong enough. So when he realized that he couldn't advance in Confucianism, Yu Wenqing didn't get disillusioned by it and instead worked on his martial arts. Of course, Confucianism he never gave up. Every day, he continued to keep his hands on his books, and even meditated and nourished his qi instead of sleeping. One day is used as two. Ziji ran to the entrance of the courtyard with the letter in his hand. He wanted to give Yu Wenqing a surprise, but he didn't expect that before he could open his mouth, Yu Wenqing would come to him with a long stride, eyes full of surprise. Mr. Zinc treasure? How did you get Mr. Sango's ink treasure? Ziji had just run outside the small courtyard when he sensed the rich and voluminous intent on the letter. There was absolutely no second person in this world who had such a pure and supreme vast intent. Only his husband, Su Shixing. Ziji's face was stunned. How did your highness learn that, Mr. Su sent a letter? Yu Wenqing took the letter and smiled without saying anything. He turned around and walked straight back into the house, his back to the way of Himiko. Sagittarius. No one is allowed to approach this place, and those who disobey the order will be beheaded. Ziji was stunned, and he didn't react until Yu Wenqing had already walked into the house and closed the door. Then he clasped his fists and bowed. The old minister complies. Chapter 96 One Piece. In the room, Yu Wenqing sat in front of the desk and calmed himself for a long time before finally stabilizing his mind. It wasn't that he was in such a bad state of mind that a single letter made him so out of sorts. Rather, he sensed that the letter was extremely extraordinary. With his Confucian cultivation, he could feel the mind-shaking spiritual imprint in it with just one look. Yu Wenqing slowly opened the letter and slowly unfolded the folded paper inside. He only had time to read the first word, and in an instant, endless jade light erupted, and the humble study unexpectedly echoed with the faint sound of reading. Yu Wenqing couldn't help but close his eyes, his mind in a trance. When he opened his eyes again, he realized that the room had disappeared, and heaven and earth had vanished. In its place was a radiant world with countless sage scriptures floating about, and in the center of that world, a rough linen garment stood long, that clear and elegant style, bright and voluminous. It made the whole heaven and earth seem to revolve around him. Yu Wenqing's eyes were slightly red. He was busy running forward a few quick steps, clasping his fists and bowing. His tone was excited. Disciple meets sir. The figure slowly turned around, and it was none other than Su Zixing. Of course, this was naturally not Su Zixing himself, but rather a spiritual imprint that he had specifically left behind with his powerful Confucian cultivation, using a magical ability similar to that of paper to cast a spiritual world. Su Zixing smiled gently and said lightly, Kiyoshi, long time no see. Yu Wenqing was just about to reply, but Su Zixing raised his hand to stop him. This is only one of my spiritual imprints, unable to communicate with you normally, for the teacher to send you this letter. There are just some words that I want to say to you. You and just listen. Having said that, Yu Wenqing still bowed respectfully. I'm respectfully deferring to the teachings of the gentleman. Su Zixing was silent for a moment, staring at what seemed to be staring at Yu Wenqing, and after a long time, he unexpectedly let out a long sigh and opened his mouth. Xiao Chang, it's been more than 2 years since we left. How is everything? Yu Wenqing's nose was sore, and he had already choked a little. Sir, the disciple is fine. Xiao Qing, there are a lot of things that you know without saying it, mister. I don't want to interfere with your choices, much less sway your life. If things can't be done, try to accept them. To be truly powerful is to allow everything to happen. 1,000 years in a dark room. A light is both bright. 10,000 sorrows. A thought from the heart. Don't worry. Don't be afraid. Everything's with Mr. Take care of yourself. Su Zixing's voice echoed throughout the spirit world. It echoes back and forth for a long time. Yu Wenqing was still in tears, and although he knew that Su Zixing had always disliked being knelt down by others, Yu Wenqing still knelt down, throwing himself on the ground and sobbing uncontrollably. Disciple. Thank you, sir. Heaven and earth transformed, and the spiritual world created by that vast intent slowly receded. Yu Wenqing was still sitting in front of the desk and did not move, but by now, his face was full of tears. The letter from Su Zixing in his hand disappeared with the wind, turning into fine dust and dissipating into thin dust. Yu Wenqing remained sitting motionless. At this moment in his mind, the scenes of his former schooling in the academy flashed past his eyes as if they were a walk in the park. Su Zixing was both a teacher and a father to him. Not only did he take him in and clothe and feed him, but he also taught him the mastery of the art and cultivated him to be a great man, and he had no reservations about him. Su Zixing's importance in his heart was already no less than his father. Yuan Chang. This one letter made him feel as if he had returned to Su Zhixing's side once again. Listening to his wise teachings, a dazzling light gradually lit up his misty heart, especially that last one. Don't worry, don't be afraid, everything is with Mr. It made Yu Wenqing's wandering heart suddenly settle down. It's like a child who is wandering around and suddenly gets unconditional support and encouragement from his family. Even with the greatest of difficulties, he always still retained a bottom in his heart. After a long time, Yu Wenqing let out a long breath, turned around, faced the south, and knelt down. The forehead hit the ground with a smile on his face. Don't worry, sir, disciple knows what to do. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 ringing heads, Yu Wenqing stood up. In an instant, the glistening white light flickered, and his scribe's long shirt, windless, filled his sleeves with clear air. At the same time, far away in the mansion in Kyoto, the sound of Su Zhixing's zither, which was being stroked in the courtyard, suddenly stopped. He stood up and walked to that flowing water, looking up at the northern sky, his body's qi unconsciously bursting and throbbing. Su Zhixing did not deliberately control it, allowing himself to sway as if he were a flatboat rocking in the ocean. There was naturally nothing to see in the northern sky, but Su Zhixing's gaze seemed to have traveled through thousands of miles to see his great disciple, who was also a disciple and a son. He couldn't help but smile in relief. Well, it's worthy of being Shao Qing, to unravel your heart so quickly. A 17-year-old 4th rank of Confucianism. In that instant just now, more than 100 channels of condensed vast true qi suddenly appeared out of nowhere in his mud pill palace, pushing his Confucian cultivation directly up to the 1st grade of Confucianism realm. Su Zhixing checked the system at the first opportunity and found that Yu Wenqing had unexpectedly entered the 4th rank. Although Confucianism cultivation is not like martial arts, which requires dripping water through stones, accumulating little by little, and finally accumulating thick and thin. However, Confucianism and Taoism pay more attention to the nature of mind, experience, realization and penetration of the philosophy of life. How much sense can you have at 17 years old? But it was Yu Wenqing who did it. 92 points of potential value is really so unreasonable. With a 4th grade Confucian cultivation, one could already possess the means to kill with ink treasures like Su Zhixing. Su Zhixing was sincerely happy for it. Not only was it because his cultivation level had increased, but most importantly, Yu Wenqing was able to return to a permeable state of mind. That's what matters. When sending out that letter, Su Zhixing hadn't imagined that it would cause such a big reaction. His intention was only to persuade this great disciple so that he could be less confused and miserable. In the end, the unintentional willows turned into shade, actually allowing Yu Wenqing to break through 2 realms in a row, directly stepping into the 4th grade cultivation. And the 7-fold return of apprenticeship made Su Zhixing the person who benefited the most. There were already 300 channels of condensed true qi in the Mudball Palace. The limit of the 1st grade was 500 channels of condensed true qi, and if you went further, you could step into the realm after the 1st grade. The most holy Confucianism calls it the realm of the gentleman. A gentleman is not a weapon, but is endowed with the blessings of all things without external objects. The columns ride the wind and are flat on their backs. Truly step into the way of the saints. 9 products and 3 realms. The gentleman is only the 1st realm. Further on there would be the realm of the subsaints and the realm of the supreme saints, for the time being. Just to say that this gentleman realm is not simply condensing vast true qi. Rather, it requires the condensation of a vast literary gall that is endowed with the will of heaven and earth. Brand what you have learned, thought, and said between heaven and earth as a code of moral speech and behavior for this world. That is, Confucianism and Taoism are called the establishment of virtue, merit, speech, although long not abolished. This is called immortality. This is the way to be the most holy. Every word and deed can be a teacher to the world. To establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a life for the people, to succeed the great learning of the past saints, and to open up peace for all generations. The 9-to-1 grades of Confucianism and Taoism are actually nothing more than laying the foundation for the latter 3 grades. Having reached the 1st grade realm, Su Zhixing was considered to be on the verge of completing the path of laying the foundation. Not only that, with this 1st grade Confucian cultivation, his land god's vest could also sit more securely. Acting in Kyoto is naturally more secure. Chapter 97 Gift of the Art of War. The atmosphere in the Chen family today was a bit sad, because Chen Minji, the young master of the Chen family, didn't know which one of his tendons had jerked off and wanted to enlist in the army. The point was that he was going to be going to the Arakanese border army. Surprisingly, since the founding of the Great Zhou, the wasteland state has been the most chaotic place in the 9 states. The deserted state was located directly west of the Kyushu, a land of mountains and ravines and hills. There are basically no proper paths to follow. and there are countless poisonous insects and mazes. Since ancient times, there have been countless foreigners living here, who do not understand indoctrination and are particularly rigid, treating the laws of the Great Joe as nothing, often did things that provoked the court of Great Joe. Local officials sent to the deserted state were even often killed by local foreigners. However, this place, even if a large army entered, between the mountains where they couldn't find their way, there was simply nothing they could do with these foreigners. That's why the border troops guarding Arakan state can be said to have the harshest conditions and the highest casualty rate. Chen Minji also has his own considerations. Since you are going to join the army, it is natural to choose the place where you can build your career. Nowadays, the 9 states are at peace. Even the grassland tribes outside of Yunzhou and Yuzhou have not moved south for a long time. Thinking about it, there was only the wasteland state to make a go of it. That's why Chen Minji asked his father to help him, and asked for connections to join the wasteland state border army. Chen Xiuyuan naturally refused 100 times. It's too late to regret if something happens to your only child in that dangerous place. I didn't expect this kid to go directly to the palace to face the saint and ask for a decree. I don't know what considerations that son of heaven had, but he really agreed to it. In this regard, Chen Xiuyuan even entered the palace directly without regard to his status and broke into the imperial study of the emperor, pleading with the emperor to withdraw his order. In the end, they didn't know what they talked about. But the matter of Chen Minji going to the wasteland state border army remained the same, and Chen Xiuyuan didn't seem to be as opposed to it. Today is Chen Minji's farewell. The family cried and cried, reluctant to send off. Chen Minji would go along with a munitions delivery team sent from Kyoto to the Arakanese border army. Not long after he left the city, an old farmer stopped the party's path and asked to see Chen Minji by name. The old farmer was indeed an old farmer who had been laboring outside the city. And in the face of the questioning of the officers and soldiers in the team, although he was frightened, he insisted on seeing Chen Minji. Chen Minji was also a bit surprised. He did not recognize this person. The old farmer didn't say anything, but just handed Chen Minji a package. Chen Minji opened the package suspiciously. Inside there was only a book, and a scroll of words. Seeing this familiar scroll, Chen Minji couldn't help but jerk his eyebrows. "Sir, Mr. For me?" He hastily closed the package and returned to the group. "It was only when I stopped to rest that I found a deserted place to pull it out and read it. That book wasn't thick, and it only had 2 words on it. The Art of War." The word scroll. Chen Minji did not open it. He knew what it was, but this art of war he was a little curious about. The art of war gifted by the gentleman would definitely not be the usual ones he had read. There must be something different. Chen Minji flipped through the first page of the book, on which was written a passage of words given to him by Su Zhixing. "Soldiering is the way of great evil. Stopping the sword is martial. Not fighting is soldiering." Chen Minji froze. Stopping a fight is not a fight? The literal meaning of the word he understood, but why it was so was a mystery to him. Chen Minji took a look at it and didn't put it on his mind, then continued to look down the page. "Soldiering is a great matter of state, a place of life and death, a way of survival, and must not be ignored. Therefore, the scripture of the 5 things, the school to count, and to seek its feelings. 1 is the Tao, 2 is the sky, 3 is the earth, 4 is the general, 5 is the law." Chen Minji fell into it at first glance and couldn't help himself. He didn't put it away until he was informed ahead of him to continue on his journey, and hid it in his arms as if it were a treasure. In the city of Kyoto, Su Zhixing put down the books in his hands and couldn't help but sigh tersely. Although he hadn't gone to meet the Chen family siblings, he had asked the people from listening to the wind tower to keep an eye on the movements of the Chen family siblings. When he heard that Chen Minji was going to join the army in Wasteland State, Su Zhixing was the first to write a piece of ink with his first-grade Confucian Cultivation, and overnight, he copied a copy of Sun Tzu's Art of War based on his memories of his last life. Ever since his Confucian Cultivation entered the 2nd grade, no matter if it was in this life or the previous one, as long as it was something he had seen, the article, it was like an image engraved in his mind. Feel free to turn it over and check it out at any time. Passing on Sun Tzu's Art of War to Chen Minji, Su Zhixing's intention was naturally to allow this disciple of his to be able to make a difference on the battlefield. But what he really wanted to say to Chen Minji was the paragraph written on the first page of the opening of that book. "Stopping a war is a war. Not fighting is a war." Hopefully, he'll understand this soon. Su Zhixing sighed softly. In fact, his real inner concern was something else. The odds are that his great disciple, Yu Wenqing, is going to rebel in the future, and Chen Minji was bent on building a career on the battlefield. In case the 2 disciples met in arms in the future, how could he, as a teacher, strike a balance? Let's talk about it when it really comes down to it. Su Zhixing had to put the matter aside for now, no longer thinking about Chen Minji. The The most important thing that needed to be resolved today was the third prince. The first target Xiao Changping chose was the Imperial City Department. The Imperial City Department was supposed to mean that it was at the beck and call of the Son of Heaven, the eyes, ears and sword of the Son of Heaven. The fact that the third prince was able to place his own people in the Imperial City Division showed his means. It's just that with this kind of thing, it's impossible for you to say that the Son of Heaven doesn't know about it. Even Xiao Changping knew. How could the Son of Heaven not know? But as long as it didn't touch the bottom line of the Son of Heaven, he wouldn't really care. What is the bottom line for the Son of Heaven? Naturally, it is that part of the Emperor's supreme majesty that belongs to him alone. The Son of Heaven could turn a blind eye to the third prince's placement of manpower in the Imperial City Division, but he would never allow the third prince to touch his bottom line. The vice-envoy of the Imperial City Department is the most powerful person other than the Imperial City Department envoy, and there are usually two vice-envoys serving as such. One of them, Song Zhao, is the manpower of the third prince. Xiao Changping's plan was simple, and that was to let this deputy ambassador touch the bottom line of the Son of Heaven. Of course, Song Zhao naturally couldn't be so stupid. There's some writing to be done on this one. Every year in the middle of May, the Son of Heaven would leave the palace and go to Mount Wancheng in the north of Kyoto to worship the god of grain and pray for a good fall harvest. Mount Wancheng is extremely steep and there is only one suspension trestle up the mountain. That's why at this time of year, the Imperial City Department and the Forbidden Army are extraordinarily nervous. As the deputy envoy of the Imperial City Department, Song Zhao naturally had to personally escort him as well. His status, however, did not allow him to be directly on the same level as the Son of Heaven. Rather, they are at a lower level than the Son of Heaven. And that's the time to do the article. Chapter 98, Mountaineering, Vigilance, May 15th. This day, the Son of Heaven's ceremonial majesty and solemnity. From the North Gate and out of the vast thousands of people, Wancheng Mountain has long been properly set up. All the forbidden troops on duty and the Imperial City Department officials and soldiers, all of them are not eyes like a falcon, monitoring every corner. In addition to the Son of Heaven, all the princes also came together to Wancheng Mountain. Even the sixth prince Xiao Changping, who never participated in previous years because of his poor health, followed along to the foot of the mountain. His appearance caused several other princes to be quite surprised. The second prince Xiao Qingqi walked quickly to Xiao Changping's face, and there were a few moments of true feelings in his eyes. Sixth brother, why are you here? This uphill trestle is treacherous and steep. Your body, can you handle it? Xiao Changping smiled gently. Thanks for your concern, second brother. I've been harboring in my study for a long time lately. I want to come out for a walk. If I can't climb in a while, I won't climb anymore. The second prince patted his shoulder and nodded. Well, don't try to be strong, and father won't blame. By the way, I have newly obtained two 200-year-old medicinal ginsengs there. I will have someone send them to your residence in a moment. Xiao Changping was about to refuse, but Xiao Qingqi stopped him with a stern face. If you dare to be polite to second brother, don't blame him for flipping out. Xiao Changping had no choice but to arch his hand. Then thank you for breaking the bank, second brother. Xiao Qingqi smiled. Let's be polite between us brothers. While talking, the third prince Xiao Chengyi also walked over, the corner of his mouth cocked, then anxiously took a few steps to Xiao Changping's face, a face of concern. Changping, why did you come out? The wind is strong in the mountains. You can't stand it. Go back quickly. Xiao Changping looked at the enemy in front of him who had killed his own mother, but his face did not show any hint of color. He smiled slightly and returned with a slightly touched look. Thanks for your concern, Sango. I can't stand it and will go back. Xiao Chengyi gently whacked Xiao Changping's shoulder, looked up and down and laughed. You don't say. Sixth brother seems to be looking a lot better than before. Has your illness taken a turn for the better? Xiao Chengyi had a smile on his face, but Xiao Changping could see the bottomless depths in his eyes. Xiao Changping slightly lowered his head, already shorter than Xiao Chengyi by nearly a head. At this time, a lowered head made it even more difficult to see the look on his face. He laughed bitterly, impotently. Same old same old. After saying that, he turned around and spoke to a few other imperial princes. Xiao Qingqi walked over to Xiao Chengyi and said with a slight grumble, Is it interesting? You had to ask. Knowing that sixth brother doesn't like people mentioning his illness? Xiao Chengyi looked innocent. I'm just concerned about him. Xiao Qingqi laughed shamefully. Ha, care? The corners of Xiao Qingyi's mouth rose slightly and he didn't say anything. Just then, the Son of Heaven's seat also arrived at the foot of the mountain. All the guards, regardless of their rank, all fell to their knees. The imperial princes also clasped their fists and bowed. In the carriage Tenchi just gently lifted the corner of the curtain, revealing half of his chin. The crowd then heard his voice that seemed to be able to shock people. Old Six is here too? Hearing the Son of Heaven call to himself, Xiao Changping hurriedly took a few steps forward, cupped his fists and bowed. My son is here. The Son of Heaven reached out and pointed to a group of people in the distance, where stood the entourage and guards of the emperors. Let Elder White accompany you on your climb. Xiao Changping was stunned and looked at the white-haired old man in the distance and bowed. Thank you, father. When he said that, Tenchi lowered the curtains and the carriage continued on its way. When the Son of Heaven passed, the crowd of princes all looked at Xiao Changping with envious faces. Third Prince Xiao Chengyi looked at the carriage of the Son of Heaven and couldn't help but say quietly, His Majesty really favors him. Second Prince Xiao Qingqi glanced at him, then looked at Xiao Changping and faintly said, Sixth brother's body is weak. It's only right for father to take care of him more. So why are you jealous? Xiao Chengyi gave him a blank look and walked forward without a word. The Wangcheng Mountain Festival, according to the system, is not allowed to be accompanied by foreign ministers. Aside from the Prince of Heaven's personal entourage and those who escorted him, all the other emperors were only allowed to climb the mountain by themselves. The fact that Xiao Changping was able to get the Son of Heaven to make an exception for him was naturally enviable in the hearts of the other princes. But at this moment, there was more than one royal prince who couldn't help but think in his heart, good thing he only has 5 years left to live. And at this time, Xiao Changping's heart had already been beating wildly, repeating his sentence over and over again in his mind. How did Mr. guess that His Majesty would allow Grandpa Bai to travel with him? This question he could only press into his mind. The old man surnamed Bai was similarly astonished. Many days earlier, Su Shixing had made arrangements for today. One part of the program is for Xiao Changping to come and participate in the mountain climbing rituals as well, and also arranged matters related to Grandpa White. At that time, Xiao Changping had said that the Wancheng Mountain sacrifice, the royal entourage was not allowed to climb the mountain. Su Shixing smiled, not refuting or explaining. Just another handful of arrangements if Grandpa White didn't climb the mountain together. I didn't expect that today. The Son of Heaven would actually let Grandpa White travel with him. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Xiao Changping and then followed the other emperors to climb the mountain. Among the many imperial princes, he was the only one who had an entourage. At this time, Song Zhao, who was guarding the mountain, was looking at the team climbing the mountain at the foot of the mountain, with a solemn expression, not daring to have the slightest relaxation. Suddenly a eunuch who passed by him was unsteady on his feet, and his body unexpectedly fell toward the 10,000-foot cliff outside the fence. Seeing this, Song Zhao casually fished him out and saved him. The little eunuch was grateful and thanked him repeatedly. Song Zhao waved his hand and said coldly, It doesn't matter if you die, but if you offend the Holy Emperor, you'll die 10,000 times and still be unforgivable. The little eunuch was grateful and said a few more thank yous, then left in a hurry after receiving permission. From the beginning to the end, Song Zhao had never even glanced at him more than once. Only when that little eunuch walked away he reacted that something was wrong. Just now when he reached out to fish for that eunuch, he felt that its tendons and bones did not look like such a fragile ordinary person. If you have martial arts skills, how could you fall down accidentally? As he was pondering, Song Zhao felt as if there was something extra around his waist. Reaching out, he couldn't help but feel some dismay on his face. Surprisingly, it was a note. To think that he, a third-grade master, would be unintentionally slipped a note. Although it was said that his attention was attracted by the little eunuch falling off the cliff at that moment just now, and in his heart, he didn't put a little eunuch on his mind at all. But trying to slip a note into his waistband is also by no means something an ordinary person can do. Song Zhao looked around and touched the note to read it. The expression couldn't help but be a bit grave. The note was just 2 words, alert. Song Zhao spat out his true chi from his palm, and the note turned into powder and dispersed. He got up and went after the little eunuch, but after turning over a trestle to the sacrificial platform, looking at the dozens of eunuchs busy in front of him, he couldn't help but be a little confused. Just now that time he did not even look at that little eunuch, and these eunuchs' clothes and wear exactly the same. The figure is also similar. Each one bowed his body and lowered his head to do the work. It is impossible to distinguish just now that one in the end is who. Song Zhao returned to his post and looked down at the group that had already climbed halfway up the mountain. The mind was still puzzled, but it couldn't help but feel a little more nervous. Vigilance was just 2 words. It couldn't have been commanded to him by the minister of the division or the commander of the Forbidden Army, because if it was the 2 of them, they wouldn't even need to go through all that trouble. That means the person who gave him the message is not comfortable letting others know, and surely the reason why he was put on alert was because of the danger that would befall him. Thinking of this, Song Zhao's face changed slightly. Your Highness is in danger? Chapter 99, Sudden Fire and Assassins. The His Highness Song Zhao was referring to was naturally the third prince Xiao Chengyi. Only the third prince would tell him in this way if he was in danger. and I'm sure the danger facing the third prince is still quite extraordinary. Song Zhao could guess that the third prince's danger was by no means from the outside, or that there were assassins or something, because if there was an assassin then it wasn't him alone. It was the entire Imperial City Department and the Forbidden Army, and there was no need to tell him in this way. After thinking about this, Song Zhao's hand couldn't help but grip the hilt of the sword at his waist. The third prince was his hope, the hope of his Song family. Watching the first batch of people in Great Zhou who possessed the merit of being a slave to the dragon sealing the borders one by one and becoming the topmost people in this world, why would he not want to climb up in this way as well? The vice-envoy of the Imperial City Department was already the highest point he could climb to right now, and if he wanted to go further, he would have to take even greater risks, so nothing can happen to the third prince. For him, Xiao Chengyi is not only his master, but also the hope of him and his Song family. Although Song Zhao also have doubts that this will not be an ulterior motive, but he did not dare to bet. And again, he was originally the position of the guards. To protect his highness, this is a part of the matter. Just pay a little more attention when the time comes. Great Zhou was founded on martial arts, and most of the group of emperors had martial arts in their bodies, except for 6th Prince Xiao Changping. The rest of them could not see much fatigue on their faces at all. Xiao Chengqi was a bit worried and once again urged him to go down the mountain. Xiao Changping just smiled and shook his head. Luckily, there was Grandpa Bai on the side to give him a true qi to smooth his qi. Otherwise he really couldn't have climbed up. Song Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the hiking group that wasn't quite the same as previous years. There were 2 more people in the group. The 6th Prince Xiao Changping and his supreme expert escort, Bai Jingshan, who was unknown in the higher echelons of Kyoto. It was rumored that this person came from a Jianghu martial arts sanctuary clan during the Warring States period, and had been the sword attendant of the 6th Prince's mother, concubine Mi. During the struggle between the 7 warring states, the Jianghu clan where he and Mi Fei were from was affected and the whole clan was destroyed. Since then he and Mi concubine had defected to the current Son of Heaven together, and after decades of war, they eventually grew into a world-class first-rate expert, and a master with a sword. Song Zhao's palms couldn't help but start to get a little damp. It was because he noticed that Bai Jingshan's gaze seemed to be running over the third prince from time to time. Although they all seemed to be seemingly unintentionally looking at the third prince with their afterglances, Song Zhao, who was looking at it from a condescending perspective at this time, always felt that there was something unusual in Bai Jingshan's eyes. He didn't know about the feud between the third prince and the 6th prince, but he knew that during the weekdays, the third prince would often target the 6th prince explicitly and secretly. As the third prince's subordinate, he had even personally done such a thing for the third prince. With this premise concept, Song Zhao then looked at Bai Jingshan's eyes. That between the Guguanan inadvertently revealed, clearly is the killing intent. Only, Song Zhao couldn't figure out that even if Bai Jingshan wanted to kill the third prince, there was absolutely no way that he could do it at this time in public. Otherwise, even if he was a first-grade expert, he would surely die. Unbeknownst to me, which of the few around the Son of Heaven, the Imperial City Secretary, the commander of the Forbidden Army, and the most powerful eunuch among the eunuchs, Eunuch Yu, is not a first-rate expert? Giving Bai Jingshan 100 guts he wouldn't have dared to kill the emperor in front of the Son of Heaven. But despite this, Song Zhao still raised his spirits and focused almost all of his attention on the third prince. After all, Wu Fu's internal true qi, there are times when it is difficult to defend against if he makes some underhanded moves. The third prince was only at the 5th grade cultivation level, so he couldn't block it at all, and he might not even be able to notice it. When the Son of Heaven and these emperors walked past Song Zhao, who was holding his fists and bowing his head and arching his hands, slightly raised his head to look at him as the third prince passed by him, but the third prince, perhaps to avoid suspicion, did not even give him half a response. Instead, it was the white-haired old man, Bai Jingshan, who glanced at him. In those eyes, it was as if there were sword-ons gulping and sputtering. Song Zhao was stunned, his spirit instantly on high alert. It was even almost impossible to resist pulling out a knife, but in the end, it was tolerated. After waiting for the crowd to walk past, Song Zhao stood up straight and couldn't help but exclaim wildly in his heart, "He's definitely up to something." But, how dare he? Song Zhao hurriedly followed up, wanting to report to the Imperial City Division's ambassador. But at this time, the division's ambassador was guarding the side of the Son of Heaven, and he was afraid that if he rashly went and disturbed him, he might be incriminated, and had to stop. When the crowd finally reached the top of Wangcheng Mountain, Song Zhao's heart finally settled down a little. There was a god sacrifice platform built at the top of Wangcheng Mountain, which was 3 zhang 3 high, and although it was not high, it had an inexplicable majesty. The Son of Heaven ascended to the top of the sacrificial god stage. while the rest of the royal sons were on the platform of the second step of the sacrificial god stage. All the order and process. The people of the Ministry of Rites has long been arranged, served by the eunuchs of the Palace of Ceremonies, according to the steps to complete the whole process of sacrifice. The first half of the festival was uneventful. However, when the sacrifice came to an end, there was a sudden commotion on the second stage platform. There's a fire, put it out. The sacrificial god platform in front of the group of imperial princes suddenly lit up with a fire for some reason. The fire was not too big, so the crowd's attention was only drawn to it and there was no panic. However, just at this moment, the fire was like touching oil, and even violently spread at an extremely fast speed. In just a few breaths, the divine platforms in front of all the imperial princes all burned up. Although the altar was built of stone, the altar for worship was wooden, draped in bright yellow silk and filled with tribute and incense and paper money. When this fire burned, it extended into a momentum that was somewhat frightening. All the guards as well as the eunuchs accompanying them all panicked and began to busily put out the fire. The princes backed away, taking care of themselves. At the top of the god sacrifice platform, a trace of displeasure clearly flashed in the eyes of the heavenly son, vaguely tinged with a bit of anger. His ceremony remained unabated, only commanding the imperial city secretary's envoy at his side, "Go put out the fire." Without saying a word, the secretary of the department directly flew up. Palms transported enough true chi, intending to use a powerful true chi palm to fight the fire extinguishing potential. However, just at this moment, in front of the god sacrifice platform, a figure suddenly leapt up from below, wielding a long lance in his hand, stabbing at the Son of Heaven with a thunderous momentum. This sudden change of events caused the vast majority of the brains present to be somewhat confused. How can there be such a bold man in this world? How dare he assassinate the emperor at Wancheng Mountain? Do you think the thousands of forbidden soldiers are just for show? Do you think those first-rate experts around the Son of Heaven are just for show? When the crowd of imperial princes saw this scene, they all turned pale with fear. Those eunuchs are even worse. However, that heavenly prince of Great Zhou, who had unified the 4 seas and shaken the 8 wastelands with his own power, acted as if he didn't see this person, and continued to complete his rituals on his own. Bold, unbridled. 2 explosive shouts rang out at the same time. A terrifying sword blade and a huge claw shadow appeared at the same time, meeting the flying assassin. The division envoy, who had already prepared to strike to extinguish the fire just now, also hardened his body direction in mid-air and blasted a palm at the incoming person. After the rest of the Forbidden Army as well as the Imperial City Department reacted, they also surrounded the Son of Heaven as fast as they could, forming the strongest iron bucket defense. Song Zhao was certainly no exception, and was planning to fly up and ascend to the top floor to guard the Son of Heaven. And right at this moment, Bai Jingshan, who he had always kept a few eyes on, suddenly looked at the third prince with extremely sharp eyes. Song Zhao's eyebrows jerked up, his heart appalled. The brain couldn't react in time, and the body had already made a spontaneous move. Chapter 100, The End of the Road. At this point there was an extremely incongruous scene at the scene. The assassin assassinated the Son of Heaven on the top floor, and all the guards and masters protected the Son of Heaven in the first place. Only Song Zhao, the vice-envoy of the Imperial City Department, did the opposite and flew up to the second level, shielding the third prince behind him. The blade was pointed straight at Bai Jingshan. "What do you want, old thief?" However, at this time, Bai Jingshan was innocent and spread his hands, protecting Xiao Changping behind him and said, "Send commander." I didn't do anything." Song Zhao was stunned, but he couldn't even feel the killing intent on Bai Jingshan's body. The third prince behind him was similarly stunned. Not knowing what was happening, Song Zhao suddenly thought of something, and he turned his head to look at the top floor, where the battle was fierce. But that assassin was already retreating at this point. After a few more moves, he just turned around and jumped off the cliff. The commander of the Forbidden Army hurriedly chased after him, but after jumping after him he realized that the man had disappeared without a trace. Song Zhao finally sensed that something was wrong, and he moved his gaze to the Son of Heaven, who seemed to see him glancing at him. The third prince behind him was even more pale. "Vice-envoy Song, His Majesty has been assassinated. What are you doing here? Go back quickly." Song Zhao couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. Everything flashed through his mind once, and he finally realized that this was a trap set specifically for him. From the beginning when that little eunuch slipped him the note that is, no, or rather from the very beginning when the sixth prince decided to climb the mountain. Because of that one note, Song Zhao could not help but pay more attention to the people around the third prince even if he had doubts in his heart. And at this time, all of Bai Jingshan's performance fell into his eyes. This, coupled with the feud between the third prince and the sixth prince, caused him to have a preconceived notion that Bai Jingshan would be unfavorable to the third prince. The spirit has been in a state of high tension, and suddenly there is an encounter with a fire, an attack by assassins, and so on. At this time, whenever Bai Jingshan made the slightest movement, Song Zhao would magnify it infinitely. If Bai Jingshan really did intend to take a shot at the third prince alright, it would prove that he had guessed correctly, and instead he would get a credit for guarding the prince with merit. But now, Bai Jingshan didn't show any signs of doing anything at all. If there were no surprises, the extremely sharp look Bai Jingshan had just given to the third prince and the killing intent on his body were in fact all directed only at him, Song Zhao. Otherwise, even if the third prince only had the cultivation of a 5th grade martial artist, he wouldn't be able to not feel such naked hostility. But in that kind of emergency, the preoccupied Song Zhao didn't even have time to react or think that much. The body had then reacted instinctively, and that instinctive reaction is really nothing. But in the eyes of the Son of Heaven and the others, this was tantamount to him giving up guarding the Son of Heaven to protect a royal prince. If the Son of Heaven doesn't care, so be it. But will the Son of Heaven not take it into account? After all, by name, he was the personal bodyguard of the Son of Heaven, someone who was supposed to be loyal only to the Son of Heaven. But now, Song Zhao's face was pale. Facing the Son of Heaven, his legs involuntarily knelt down slowly. Your Majesty, it was him, he set me up. Song Zhao still wanted to make a final argument, pointing at Bai Jingshan. Bai Jingshan didn't testify himself, he just arched his hand to the Son of Heaven and said, Your Majesty is wise. The Son of Heaven paid no attention to these two people, and instead, he single-mindedly completed the entire process of the sacrifice. When the ceremony was completed, the Son of Heaven simply said lightly, Back to the palace. The group of people were so voluminous that they turned around and headed down the mountain. The Imperial City Division envoy came before Song Zhao, his eyes containing killing intent, even if it was a setup. If you meant loyalty to His Majesty, how could you have fallen for it? With that, he turned and left. The third prince clenched his fists, looking at Song Zhao, who had fallen to his knees and thrown himself on the ground, and hated to directly slaughter him. But at this time there were people around watching. The third prince still endured the anger in his heart and walked up, helped Song Zhao up, and said with a face of regret, Vice Envoy Song, I am grateful for your concern for my king's well-being, but you must remember that this great Zhou has His Majesty before the world no matter what. After saying that, he patted Song Zhao's shoulder, sighed and shook his head as he turned to leave. Only after everyone had left did Xiao Chengping slowly step forward and looked at the deathly gray-faced Song Zhao and faintly said, If you want to live, don't climb any further. His Majesty has a chest of 4 oceans and won't think too much of it. A flash of hope flashed in Song Zhao's eyes, and just as he was about to say a few words of pleading to this most favored prince, Bai Jingshan had already stepped in front of him and led Xiao Chengping down the mountain. Song Zhao sat helplessly on the ground with only one sentence in his mind. It's all over. Just as the 6th prince said, His Majesty may not see fit to kill him, but his future, his Song family's hope, must not see the half of it. The most crucial thing was that he had been the deputy envoy of the Imperial City Department for so many years, and he had offended quite a lot of people then. Once he's out of this skin, there's no more deputy ambassador's office. There was no need for the Son of Heaven to kill him. Those who had been dealt with by him before would not let him go. Even if he had a 3rd grade cultivation, he might not be able to end up in a good place, unless he could get to the 1st grade, but he was already in his 40s, and there was no way he could still hope to get to the 1st grade in his life. As for escaping, Song Zhao didn't even think about it. There is no king's land under this universal sky, and as the deputy envoy of the Imperial City Department, he knew how easy it would be for the Imperial City Department to find someone who had enough information and knew his roots. Once he dared to escape, not to mention him, even the entire Song family would be finished. Thinking of this, Song Zhao couldn't help but laugh bitterly. What a credit from the dragon! What a bright future! At this moment in his mind, none of it mattered anymore. He had worked hard all his life and climbed to the heights that many people could not hope to reach as a deputy envoy of the Imperial City Department. Why do you have to be greedy and have to touch the taboo again? Whatever is said today is already too late to repent. Song Zhao got up disoriented, descended the mountain, and did not report to the Imperial City Department, but directly returned home. The old mother and wife and children at home are overjoyed to see him back. Song Zhao is on duty. Often 10 days and half a month do not go home. Rare to come back once. Naturally happy, Song Zhao forced down his inner trepidation and uneasiness, tried to squeeze out a smile, and accompanied his son, who was only 6 or 7 years old, to play around for a while. He got a son in his middle age and naturally doted on this son. Just at this moment, looking at his son's fleshy face and smiling eyes, his heart was indescribably bitter. Song Zhao had been accompanying his family through dinner, serving his elderly mother to sleep, and putting his son to sleep and calming his wife before walking towards the study. He had long ago sensed that someone was waiting for him in the study. Unsurprisingly, it should be the third prince's people. Song Zhao pushed open the door and walked in, and as expected, behind the desk in the study, there sat a white-clothed youth. Song Zhao did not feel surprised, and after closing the door, he arched his hand toward the white-clothed youth. "I've kept Mr. White waiting." The white-clothed youth put down the books in his hands, smiled, and said gently, "Is the family all right?" Song Zhao nodded. The young man in white also nodded and said, "Don't worry, your family's highness will take care of you and make sure they are clothed and fed for the rest of their lives." Song Zhao was stunned, and a flash of horror flashed across his eyes. The white-clothed youth stood up and said helplessly, "Vice Envoy Song, you have to understand that even if His Majesty doesn't kill you, it will be very difficult for you to walk out of this Kyoto. Only His Highness can protect your family." Song Zhao was trembling, his eyes filled with disbelief. The white-clothed youth walked to his side, raised his hand and hooked it, and with a burst of true qi, a long knife that was not far away from the rack of knives unsheathed itself and flew into his hand. The white-clothed youth placed the hilt of the knife in Song Zhao's hand and said in a serious tone, "Your son is still young and his mother is old and weak. Give the Song family, leave a little fragrance behind." Chapter 101. Song Zhao held the hilt of his sword, his forehead already covered in sweat, eyes were lost in thought, and his lips had turned white. In the face of life and death, no matter what kind of person you are, you can't achieve true indifference. What's more, he was Song Zhao, the vice envoy of the Imperial City Department. Song Zhao, having done too many shady and dirty things in his life, this kind of person is even more afraid of death. "Mr. White, is there any other way?" The white-clothed youth shook his head helplessly. "Vice Envoy Song, Brother Song, you and I have known each other for many years. If there was a way, how would I have watched you go down this desperate path? His Highness can't afford to make a single step wrong nowadays. Don't worry, your wife, son and mother, I will take care of them." The long sword in Song Zhao's hand involuntarily fell down as he turned around and looked towards the doorway. Although the door of the room was closed, it was as if he could look through this layer of door barrier and see his sleeping mother in the room, his gentle wife and his lovely son. The Song family is not large, a two-entry mansion with 3 or 4 subordinates. Compared to that, Song Zhao, who was the deputy ambassador of the Imperial City Department, lived a frugal life. Being in a high position, if one wants to amass wealth, it is naturally easy. But Song Zhao has never done the move to enrich himself with his status and official position. Or rather, he simply can't look at those gold, silver and mundane things. What he seeks, higher and greater. Only now it seems to be nothing more than talk. Even the vice envoy of the Imperial City Department was nothing more than a pawn in the gaming hands of those big shots. Song Zhao let out a bitter laugh with a hint of self-deprecation. He turned his back to the white-clothed youth and asked, "Mr. Bai, remember what you said. If you can, I'd like to ask Mr. Bai to escort my mother, wife and children back to my home in Qingzhou, so that they can stay away from this place of wrongdoing." The young man in white nodded. Song Zhao took a deep breath and leaned down to pick up the long blade and look at it, but casually flung it back into its sheath. "It's my house, and blood all over the place will scare them." The white-clothed youth didn't say anything, just looked at him quietly. Song Zhao slowly walked to the desk and sat down, picked up a book and smiled. "Actually, in the beginning, I wanted to be a civil official. It's just that at that time, there were wars every day, and it seemed a bit more promising to be a military general." Buzz. A slight wave rippled out, the lights swayed and the pages turned without wind. In the white-clothed youth's senses, the breath on Song Zhao's body was getting weaker and weaker, and that third-grade true qi was dissipating into nothing at an extremely fast pace. He just sat there, his head propped up in one fist, his scroll in the other, and slowly closed his eyes. It's like being tired of reading and needing a break. It's quiet, it's not noisy, but this silent death left the white-clothed youth frozen for a long time. "Alas, Brother Song, if you want to survive in this dragon's den, you can't make a single wrong step." Despite sighing and sympathizing, the white-clothed youth still walked up to Song Zhao, pressing one hand on his chest. Second-grade true qi gulped out, shattering his heart, which was no longer beating. Song Zhao's body lost support as a result and went limp. The young man in white sighed again as he looked at his corpse. After walking out of the study, he turned his head to look at the other few rooms, with a look of intolerance in his eyes, but he showed no mercy in his strikes. As a second-grade expert, he was able to distinguish the old, young, and an adult with a somewhat stronger breath in the room by hearing alone. With a raised hand, 3 stones on the ground were ingested into his hand. the powerful true chi wrapped around the 3 stones broke through the air. A second great expert struck. These 3 people would surely die. However, before those 3 stones could fly outside the room, they exploded out of thin air without any warning. The white-clothed youth was stunned and looked up sharply, only to see that on the roof, at some point, there had already stood a roughly linen-clothed youth. If you've promised Song Zhao, why did you kill his family? The white-clothed youth's heart was shaken. Listening to the youth's tone, he had clearly heard the conversation between himself and Song Zhao just now. A person who was so close to him, he didn't even realize it the whole time. The white-clothed youth stared at the man on the roof and coldly said, I promised Song Zhao that I would keep his family clothed and fed, and naturally, they will be clothed and fed when they die. The youth on the roof sighed quietly, and although the expression on his face was bland, there was a killing intent in his eyes that was hard to hide. The struggle for power in the Imperial Hall will inevitably bring harm to the innocent. Song Zhao stood on the wrong side and paid the price can only be said to be a failure of his investment and the risk he should bear. But his family shouldn't be like this. Your honor, if you leave here, I will forget about it. Even if I have to kill you in the future, it is never because of today's matter. How? The white-clothed youth froze, then couldn't help but smile. Isn't little brother taking things too much for granted? You saw my face and heard my conversation with Song Zhao, and you're still talking about not taking blame? The rough linen-clothed youth slightly sidestepped, stepping out with his feet, an additional unquestionable aura on his body. You mean, to kill me along with you? The true chi in the white-clothed youth's body involuntarily surged. He knew that the man in front of him was definitely an expert. However, today's matter has been exposed. Even if we have to fight to the death, we must take him down. You can only be blamed for meddling and seeking death. As soon as the words left his mouth, he stomped his feet and his body was like an arrow as he swept up. When he was in mid-air, he had already swung out a palm. The terrifying true chi directly raised a layer of tsunami-like waves that slapped at the youth on the roof. The youth slowly exhaled a breath. His body didn't move, and 3 feet away in front of him, there was a natural force field. Like the tip of a great sword, it pierced the tsunami waves and let the water flow past him, and his body, including the clothes on his body, and even the tiled room under his feet, all remained motionless and did not suffer half a bit of damage. The white-clothed youth was appalled, and with just this one move, he realized that he was by no means this person's opponent, but he was clearly already at the top of the 2nd grade, and those who could outshine him in this Kyoto were only of the 1st grade. Every first-rate expert in the capital, he knew every one of them, and there was absolutely no such person among them. Moreover, in the entire Jianghu, one had never heard of such a young one-piece master. The white-clothed youth's feet stepped into the air, and his body unexpectedly managed to levitate for a short period of time. His palms interlaced, his long hair flying, his endless true chi unreservedly running as much as it could, palm power converging between his palms, a huge palm visible to the naked eye taking shape, violently covering down from the top. The young man on the roof of the Mabuti raised his head slightly, and this time, he finally moved. Only his fingers were seen writing rapidly in midair, and a large character emitting a glistening white light appeared in midair. That's a loose word. Scatter. Just like the words follow the law. That scattered word and that from the sky lifting palm collision. Surprisingly, the 2 forces really dissipated in the air. There's no movement at all. The white-clothed youth was dumbstruck, his eyes filled with disbelief. What kind of martial arts is this? At this point he had taken a breath and his body began to fall. He had to change his breath. The linen-clothed youth's figure flickered from the roof at that moment and arrived in front of him. The white-clothed youth tried his best to run his true chi, intending to use his strength to escape when he landed, but the moment his feet had just touched the ground, 2 fingers were already against his brow. In an instant, it was as if heaven and earth stood still and everything became silent. The white-clothed youth then watched as the world in front of him grew darker and darker, until there was no more light, and his consciousness, with it, vanished. Chapter 102, Words of a Gentleman. Warm as jade, all the luster in the white-clothed youth's eyes disappeared in an instant. His body fell to the ground in a limp heap, with only a little red mark on his brow, and his eyes were wide open, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Su Shixing looked at the corpse on the ground and shook his head slightly. He didn't want to kill people. It was just that there were times when not killing people didn't solve the underlying problem. In these people's minds, life and death are far less important than what they're planning. It doesn't matter if it's someone else's life or death or your own. He had thought of this situation when he had designed to take down Song Zhao, the vice-envoy of the Imperial City Department. With the 3rd prince's style of acting, he definitely wouldn't leave Song Zhao behind, and would even involve his family. So after Xiao Changping sent word that the matter on Wangcheng Mountain was done, Su Shixing came to Song Zhao's house and waited for the 3rd prince's people to come to his door. As expected, things were just as he had guessed. He didn't stop the third prince from getting rid of Song Zhao. That was their own business. But if Song Zhao's family was involved, Su Zhixing couldn't just ignore it. In the end, it was still because of his scheming that the Song family faced such a situation. Calculating Song Zhao has had to do, but to protect the Song family old and young, is more Su Zhixing do things. Bottom line, he had also given the young man in white a chance to leave it at that, but it was hard to persuade the ghost of that death with good words, and since he chose to make a move, he had to be prepared to be killed back by himself. Today's assassination of the Son of Heaven at Wancheng Mountain is a time when the whole city of Kyoto is under martial law. The movement of the white-clothed youth's move that had been made had long since alarmed those true experts in Kyoto. Inside the imperial city, Yi Zhong, the commander of the Forbidden Army, directly leapt down from the tens of meters high palace wall. The figure was like a rock taking off into the air, gliding nearly 100 meters in midair and landing on top of a roof in the distance. With a tap of his toes, he soared up again, obviously wearing a heavy armor of basalt iron, but his physique was as light as a feather, and every time he rose and fell, it was at least a distance of nearly 100 meters. Su Zhixing looked in the direction of the imperial city, not wanting to cause any more trouble. He also directly rose up in the air and made continuous leaps on the roof. He did not perform the ability to fly in the air. This is his bottom card. If not necessary, it is best not to easily show people. But even so, he still wasn't slow. By the time Yi Zhong, the commander of the Forbidden Army, arrived at the Song family, Su Zhixing was already far away, disappearing into the night. Even Yi Zhong, who had a first-grade cultivation level, couldn't discover half a trace. Standing on the roof of the Song family, Yi Zhong looked a little gloomy. When did such a supreme expert come to Kyoto? The assassination had just occurred during the day, and such a supreme master was found at night. As the commander of the imperial city's Forbidden Army, Yi Zhong couldn't help but feel a little worried. He looked down at the Song family's yard and frowned. White Tiger? Isn't this one of the third prince's men? Landing in the courtyard, he looked at the study and realized that Song Zhao had also been dead for a long time. However, Song Zhao's family slept soundly and were not half harmed. He realized that this matter was definitely not simple, so he didn't go to move the scene, but instead went to notify the Kyoto Prefectural Court and the patrol battalion at the first opportunity, waiting to identify the case. And surprisingly, when the people from the Kyoto Prefecture rushed to the Song family, all the family members of the Song family had disappeared. Only the corpses of Song Zhao and that white-clothed youth remained there untouched. Upon hearing the report from the Kyoto government office, Yi Zhong immediately ordered the whole city to be sealed off to find the Song family, while the people from the patrol battalion and the Imperial City Department were rummaging through the city. The Song family had long been on a carriage dozens of miles away from Kyoto. Old Feng, the footman, and a few good men from listening to the wind tower escorted him all the way to the east. Destination Qingzhou. Su Zhixing watched the carriage walk away, suddenly somewhat disinterested. These devious winds and clouds and intrigues and calculations would have been contrary to his state of mind. It was just that at that time, facing the threat of the third prince, there was no other way but this method. But once he really started on this path, Su Zhixing knew that this was by no means what he was looking for, because under these plots and calculations, even he could never guarantee that innocent people would not be hurt. That one piece of intel, one dark hand, one ambush, which of these was not done by a human being? Wherever there is a problem in one of the links, the calculation of the failure is not the second. If the result of those who work for him to die, it is a big taboo. Thinking about it, Su Zhixing definitely might be able to try another path. The other path is simpler and more direct. Only then, all the perils would have to be carried by him alone. But, what is this? If the land gods do not come out, who in the world can do anything about him? I am a sword immortal, so why do I need to step in with mundane means? Sword immortal, when free and unrestrained, shouldn't be so calculated, so afflicted. With such a change of mind, Su Zhixing suddenly felt relaxed and enlightened. Looking at the clearly cloudy night sky, I also can't help but feel that the night is just right at this time. The sword intent on his body was like the flow of moonlight, surprisingly diffusing in an extremely soft manner, gradually enveloping a side of heaven and earth. Su Zhixing suddenly felt that his five senses were once again heightened, and within this side of heaven and earth, nothing was unknown. The mind is clear and unencumbered. He gazed pleasantly and smiled slightly, talking to myself. It turns out that only at this moment do I possess the Tongming sword heart. That's right, even though his sword body was greatly accomplished and his sword cultivation was extremely extraordinary, his sword heart was still just ordinary. It may have something to do with his past experiences. In his last life, he taught in a mountain village for 20 years. Rooted there, and although he graduated from Beijing Normal University, his sad experience made him always less confident compared to those who grew up carefree. Were those 20 years in the mountain villages bitter? Surely bitter? Ever thought of giving up? To be honest, Su Zhixing had thought about giving up more than once, but in the end he stuck to it. With that strong self-restraint and a share of responsibility for the mountain village, as well as gratitude to those folks in his hometown who had helped him, he forced himself to stay firmly. Having this system after coming to this world and having great power, self-confidence did improve greatly, but the caution and self-restraint etched in his bones and brought over from his previous life had always made him conduct himself with a sense of caution. This time, facing the third prince was equally so. His first thought was not to get rid of the third prince, or to set up a negotiation with the third prince. Rather, he would first protect his students and protect Longquan town, and then plot step by step, little by little, to wear down the power of the third prince, with a view to ultimately resolving the third prince as a hidden danger. But the cycle is undoubtedly very long. He practiced Confucianism, and his mind should have been vast and bright, but it takes some devious means to get there. It was certainly contrary to the word he had in mind. Song Zhao's matter was like a hand lifting the fog, and although it only lifted a slight corner, it made Su Zhixing immediately realize that this was not right. It wasn't wrong, it just wasn't right for him. Su Zhixing slowly exhaled, the sword intent on his body naturally retracting. There is no more half a vision on the body, and it is just a somewhat handsome-looking youth. A coat of coarse linen cloth, back straight, hair neatly combed and tied at the back of the head with a carved mahogany hairpin. It's just like the saying, a gentleman's words are as warm as jade. Chapter 103, Mr. Admits His Wrongdoing. Su Zhixing returned to the mansion and came to Xiao Chengping's study through a secret passage. Knocking on a stone wall, he didn't wait a moment to hear the sound of the machine sphincter. The stone wall parted in the center, and on the other side of the stone wall was a row of bookshelves that could likewise be parted in the center. Xiao Chengping then stood at the exit and arched his hand towards Su Zhixing to salute him. Su Zhixing beckoned and said, "Go to my place and talk." Xiao Chengping nodded. He likewise had many things he wanted to ask Su Zhixing. Coming to the other side of Su Zhixing's study, with a movement of his mind, this study was enveloped by a wave of vast true qi, as if it was isolated from the world. When Xiao Chengping saw how solemn Su Zhixing was, he couldn't help but get a little nervous. As the master and disciple sat opposite each other, Su Zhixing looked at Xiao Chengping and a gentle smile couldn't help but show in his eyes. Only those who were familiar with Su Zhixing knew that he would only look like this when facing his own students. After figuring out those things outside the city just now, Su Zhixing's concept of Xiao Chengping shifted when he saw him again. Previously, although Xiao Chengping was also considered his disciple, it was because the system was forcefully stuffed, and from the beginning, his purpose of contacting Xiao Chengping was not pure, it was just to use him. Later, although there is the reality of master and disciple, but do not want to be involved with the royal family too much. Su Zhixing, in fact, inwardly did not really put Xiao Chengping on the same level as Yu Wenshang, Daho and Chen Minji they like to look at. However, at this time, Su Zhixing's state of mind changed, and then faced Xiao Chengping without so many other thoughts. Whatever he is, whatever his agenda, since he had the name of master and disciple and the reality of master and disciple, he was his Su Zhixing's disciple. It wasn't that different from Yu Wenqing and the others. Xiao Chengping seemed to have sensed the change in Su Zhixing as well, gradually settling down inwardly, rationalizing his thoughts. Xiao Chengping asked, "Sir, I'm curious, how did you know that father would let Grandpa Bai come up the mountain with you?" Su Zhixing smiled and shook his head. "I don't know, it's just a guess in one of the options. From what you told me earlier about His Majesty's concern and care for you, His Majesty is indeed a bit more of a father and son than a ruler and subject to you. You are not well, and you can still follow along to climb the mountain to pray for blessings. If it is from a father's point of view, the probability is that His Majesty is going to be able to help you out." Mr. Bai had a first-grade cultivation, and although he didn't reveal it, standing among the crowd naturally had an air of standing out from the crowd. His Majesty, though unintentionally, could not help but notice Mr. White, so I'm guessing His Majesty might allow Mr. White to join you on the mountain. Besides, even if His Majesty didn't allow Mr. Bai to travel with him, there are still other backup plans, just a little more troublesome and the ending won't change much. Xiao Chengping couldn't help but marvel at how unimaginably calculating Su Zhixing was about the human heart, including the hints to Song Zhao. Every step was just right. More than that will make him suspicious and thus alert, which may end up being counterproductive. Anything less won't serve any purpose. And Song Zhao hadn't actually broken a single law or committed any crimes when all was said and done. But often this is even more deadly, because what he has violated is the scales of the Son of Heaven. It is not that the Son of Heaven is petty, Su Zhixing said, but all founding kings often have a mind that encompasses the world. But there is only one thing that any founding king cannot accept. That would be challenging his authority. Song Zhao had ignored the Son of Heaven and turned to protect the third prince. So that meant that the weight of the third prince was far higher than the Son of Heaven in Song Zhao's eyes. This is something that the Son of Heaven absolutely cannot tolerate. Even if he didn't say anything, the people around him would deal with Song Zhao openly and secretly. Especially the third prince, who definitely didn't dare to keep Song Zhao by his side anymore. This is an attitude that must be clearly expressed. As for the fire on top of Lookout Mountain, it's really quite simple. White phosphorus can spontaneously combust at temperatures in the tens of degrees. Although the top of Wanchang Mountain was cool, by the time the crowd climbed up the mountain to start the ritual, the time came to noon. It's not warm enough at this point. One more bit of help was needed, and that was the altar in front of the altar where yellow paper and joss sticks were burned. The sacrificial furnace was close to the god's platform, and it was naturally impossible for the temperature emitted in the past days to make the god's platform burn. However, there is white phosphorus underneath the matting of the altar, which can trigger spontaneous combustion when the temperature in the altar is transferred to the white phosphorus. That's why there was such an inexplicable fire. And how the white phosphorus was put in. That's thanks to that eunuch Lu under the sixth prince's command. It's a little thing. It's not hard. And finally, the assassin. To put it coincidentally, if it wasn't for the fact that the system rewarded Xiao Changping with the skill of paper after he worshipped the master, it would have been difficult for this Wanchang Mountain assassination to be so perfect. That assassin was naturally summoned by Su Zhixing using the skill paperwork. Write it in advance, leave an ambush, and let Xiao Changping bring it up the mountain. It only takes a little bit of vast true chi to invoke it. The summoned war general was also connected to Su Zhixing's mind, and although he was far away from his mansion in the city of Kyoto, he was able to control it remotely through the air. The sensitivity suffered a bit, but it didn't bother me. The strength was likewise of the first grade realm. Every part of the process is flawless and missing, but this kind of tactic could only be used by Su Zhixing. The two men went over the plot and didn't finish until it was getting light. Xiao Changping looked a little tired and his face was a little pale. Just as he was about to take his leave, Su Zhixing called out to him, then took out a set of books from his desk. Changping, these books are all Supreme Sage Confucianism texts copied by the master. You take them back and dive into them. Perhaps you will make better progress. Xiao Changping was somewhat delighted, not just for Su Zhixing's gift of the book, but also because of Su Zhixing's attitude towards him. Before today, Su Zhixing had never addressed him so intimately. He accepted the books with both hands respectfully and bowed. Thank you, sir. Su Zhixing gently patted his shoulder and laughed. There's something else I need to tell you, but before I do, Master wants to apologize. After saying that, Su Zhixing cupped his fists and bowed. Sungiai, it was Sir's fault. Sir apologizes. Xiao Changping was a bit frazzled for a moment, wanting to help Su Zhixing up in a hurry, but he was unable to do anything with the books in his hands. He looked left and right, hurriedly put the book on a side table, and bowed with a clenched fist in fear. Mr. Discount Disciple, how could Mr. be wrong? Su Zhixing smiled and shook his head. Mr. is not a sage, and will never be without fault? For what comes next, I will speak, you will listen, and if you have a different opinion, you can also speak out. How about it? Xiao Changping nodded somewhat nervously. Su Zhixing took a deep breath, turned his back, walked to the window, looked at the morning light that was gradually brightening in the east, and slowly said, from this day forward, I will no longer be involved in the plot against the third prince. Chapter 104, The World is at Peace. From this day forward, I will no longer be involved in the plot against the third prince. When Su Zhixing finished speaking, Xiao Changping's entire body froze, didn't react for a moment. Su Zhixing sighed and continued, I was supposed to be the one who led the charge in this case, so the gentleman owes you an apology. Xiao Changping was incredulous and asked, Sir, could it be that, just let the third prince go? Su Zhixing shook his head. My intention was to dissolve the third prince's hidden danger to the Great Tiger in Longquan Town, so I will resolve this matter in my own way next, and odds are, with the third prince's temperament there will never be a peaceful resolution, so between me and him, it's bound to be like water and fire. The third prince has a blood feud with you, so I won't personally help you, but during the time I'm circling the third prince, you can do whatever you can to deal with him, but from now on, I won't offer you any more advice. Between you and me, we are master and disciple, and I will pass on the Confucian way to you, and do everything I can to help you become better. The rest is up to you. Xiao Changping's heart turned over, not knowing why overnight, Mr. suddenly changed. Through the calculation of Song Zhao, Xiao Changping knows Su Zhixing's horror. If Su Zhixing's help, it won't be long before there will be no place for the third prince in the court. But at this time, Su Zhixing quit. Xiao Changping couldn't figure out why this was even after thinking for a long time. Although he couldn't figure it out, he still respectfully clasped his fists. Sir, enough. Sir has his own considerations, but for Sung Pyong, Sir has absolutely no faults. Had it not been for Mr. Sung Pyong's teaching of the great Tao, I fear that he would still be living in fear and nightmare every day. It was Mr. who gave me hope, and Changping has nothing but gratitude for Mr. Never a single complaint. Su Zhixing smiled, walked over to his desk, and lifted his pen to write down 4 words. The whole world at peace. These 4 words did not incorporate half a bit of vast true chi. They were just ordinary 4 words. However, at the moment Su Zhixing set aside his brush, above the imperial city of Kyoto, the 9 pillars of national fortune shook inexplicably. Su Zhixing jerked his head up, but his eyes were closed. In the palace, the Son of Heaven, who has been reviewing the night's Zhangzhua, also seems to have a sense of the heart. The expression of pause, pondering. Within Kyoto, all the first-grade experts couldn't help but feel something, but it's obscure and just inexplicable. Xiao Changping was unsure. He walked to the desk and looked at the 4 words and couldn't help but feel a kind of joy from the bottom of his heart. Good characters, sir, out of the ordinary, no longer out of the ordinary. Su Zhixing flattened his vision and opened his eyes. His mind couldn't stop shaking. He couldn't even speak. He waved his hand, signaling that Xiao Changping could leave. Xiao Changping looked at Su Zhixing in surprise and didn't notice anything different about him. Just assuming that the gentleman didn't want to say anything more, he bowed his hand and said goodbye. Once Xiao Changping left, Su Zhixing could no longer hold back. His body shook violently, bent over, and coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face was instantly like gold paper, and his breath became a little shriveled. He sat down slowly on the floor, holding onto the table, and looked up at the window, his chest heaving violently. There was a helpless, bitter smile in his eyes. How can you blame me for this? I merely gave my disciple 4 words to send a wish, and had no intention of shaking up this great Zhou's national fortune. So how could a backlash descend for no reason at all? Su Zhixing heart cannot help but be a little stifled. This great Zhou national luck seems to have a grudge with himself like. The last time I just looked at it in a moment of curiosity, it burned my eyes. This time it was even more exaggerated, but only 4 words were written, and it was actually countered by this national fortune. Of course, this backlash was actually directed at Xiao Changping. However, with Xiao Changping's ability, if he really took this backlash, I'm afraid that there would be no ashes left. It couldn't be helped that this was originally due to his 4 words, so Su Zhixing naturally couldn't watch Xiao Changping die just like that. So it took the initiative to take over the national backlash for him, but even if he were to pick it up, it would be extremely reluctant. Su Zhixing dared to conclude that even if a first-rate expert came to receive the backlash of that national fortune just now, there was a great probability that he would die on the spot. He had the sword body's great accomplishment, the first grade of Confucianism cultivation, the third grade of Wufu, and many other powers added to his body, which made him barely able to block it, but it was still traumatized. The brain was muddled, and there was damage to all 5 organs in the body, especially the vertebrae, which was surprisingly full of cracks. If not for the fact that his physique was far stronger than that of an ordinary martial artist, I'm afraid that he wouldn't have been able to stand at that moment. Where else could he hold back until he waited for Xiao Changping to leave before having an attack? But as the saying goes, with risk comes reward. Xiao Changping because Su Zhixing those 4 words, for no reason at all to get a share of the great Zhou national luck added. In the future, if there are no exceptions, he will be the next emperor of Great Zhou. Moreover, from now on, with this national fortune to protect him, Xiao Changping will also be able to turn misfortune into good fortune. Even in the face of certain death, he may be able to survive. But thinking about this, Su Zhixing became even more helpless. What is this? Is there going to be a Wu Meinyang in this great Zhou? Speaking of which, Wu Zhou's country's name is also Zhou. It can't be such a coincidence, can it? That's right, Xiao Changping is a daughter. Su Zhixing could tell the first time he saw her. The weather on Xiao Changping's body is very different from that of a man, with a feminine euphemism, clearly a woman's weather. Su Zhixing never asked or checked though, but weather is something that doesn't fool people, and even the weather on eunuchs carries the signs of men, the signs of yin and yang, but Xiao Changping is completely pure yin. That's why Su Zhixing knew she was a daughter when they first met. Only then did he come up with his words that even if Xiao Changping regained his health it would be impossible for him to inherit the throne. But that moment just now, by mistake, he had actually caused the great Zhou's national fortune to be linked to Xiao Changping. so that it is nourished by the national fortune, and the dragon chi of the Son of Heaven is gradually born in it. In the long run, maybe it will really be Xiao Changping who will start history and become the first female emperor of the Middle Kingdom in Kyushu. Nor was it that Su Zhixing looked down on women and felt that women could not afford the imperial throne. He just knew how many trials and challenges a woman would encounter if she wanted to claim the throne. Even if she ascended to the imperial throne, there would surely be countless people opposing and questioning her. When the time comes, it's bound to set off a bloody storm and kill people, unless Xiao Changping was able to stay so hidden. Speaking of which, Su Zhixing also couldn't help but be a little curious as to how exactly Xiao Changping managed to do it. If one were to look at it with the naked eye alone, even he wouldn't be able to tell that she was a daughter's body. When he first knew that Xiao Changping was a daughter, he had also specifically looked at her throat knots, and although they were not as obvious as most men, they were at least more prominent than women. That's a bit of a stretch. Chapter 105, Woe to the East? It was only that this was Xiao Changping's secret, and although he was a gentleman, he was not qualified to pursue the root of the matter. Originally, Su Zhixing intended to take advantage of the fact that the third prince was not yet alert, so he could directly board the door and negotiate with him. Although the odds are that there will be no negotiation, it's always better to be polite first. It would make sense for him to strike again if he really can't negotiate. Confucianism and Taoism are all about reason. However, now that this sudden turn of events had left Su Zhixing traumatized, this intention would have to be put off for now. And at this time, the city of Kyoto had long since exploded. Song Zhao died, and the rest of the Song family all disappeared. That's just it. The key is that the third prince's retinue, Kyoto's famous top expert, one of the 4 great guards by the third prince's side, White Tiger, even died in the Song family. That's a bit unusual, not to mention the fact that there are not many people in Kyoto who can kill the White Tiger, and even if they could, how many of them would really dare to do it? Killing the White Tiger would be like completely siding with the third prince. Learning of this news, the third prince was furious, and during the morning court the next day, he threw himself on the ground with his face full of tears, pleading with the Son of Heaven to investigate this matter thoroughly. Looking at his extremely saddened appearance, the Son of Heaven agreed to his request and ordered the Jingzhou prefect and the Imperial City Department to work together on the case. The third prince thanked him profusely, and the courtiers all looked sideways when they saw this, praising the third prince for his love and loyalty. But there are also people with clear eyes who can see that the third prince is using this matter to cover up what happened to Song Zhao during the day yesterday. Sure enough, seeing him so sad, the Son of Heaven said nothing about yesterday's events. Just instruct the divisions to find out where yesterday's assassins came from and which side they were on. The story quickly spread throughout Kyoto. It is said that the third prince sent someone to protect Song Zhao's family, but he was brutally murdered, and the whereabouts of the old and young Song family are unknown. The third prince was so heartbroken that he wept bitterly in the Golden Palace. For a while, the third prince's persona of being affectionate and righteous began to spread all over Kyoto. Even Su Zhixing, who was recuperating at home, had heard the rumors. One could imagine how good this third prince was at using momentum. At this time, in the residence of the third prince, all the subordinates were all scared and did not dare to make any mistakes, because that third prince was going crazy at the moment. Just now, a maid went in to deliver tea and didn't hold back a shallow cough, but was actually pinched on the spot by the third prince to break her neck. Death at the hands of the third prince would be in vain. Even the other 2 of the 4 guards, Song Long and Zhu Bird, did not dare to utter a single breath, their faces solemn. After smashing everything visible in the room to pieces, the third prince was finally quiet. He walked through the field of rubble towards the only intact eunuch's chair. The body of the maid was still lying there by the chair, just in the way. The third prince didn't even look at it, casually kicking the body to the side before sitting on the eunuch's chair, taking up the hot tea that the dead maid had just brought. She took a big sip. Tilting her head back, she let the tea slide slowly down her throat. It took a long time before he let out a long breath and looked at the only 2 remaining guards and asked, "Any news from Xianwu?" A middle-aged man, who was also the Song Long of the 4 guards, took half a step forward and arched his hand. According to the traces traced all the way, Xuanwu had fought with someone more than 200 miles away from Kyoto City, and the battle was quite fierce. But after arriving at a stone forest more than 200 miles away, all traces disappeared. Xuanwu, the probability is that it has. The third prince's gaze was gloomy, veins bulging on the back of his hands, a killing intent undisguised. In such a short period of time, Xuanwu and Baihu had accidents one after another, and even Song Zhao also folded. Just who is dealing with me? The only woman among the 4 guards, codenamed Vermilion Bird, stepped forward and said, "Your Highness, didn't you say that Song Zhao had identified by Jingshan when he was in trouble at Wencheng Mountain?" The third prince sneered. Old six? Jubilee continued. The sixth prince only has one Bai Jing Shan by his side, so I'm afraid it won't be easy to do these things. And with Bai Hu's strength, Bai Jing Shan would have to waste some effort even if he could kill him, but judging from the scene, Bai Hu didn't have the ability to fight back at all when facing the murderer. The murderer's strength is perhaps much higher than Bai Jing Shan. Cthulhu nodded back. Indeed, the people in the whole of Kyoto who can kill the white tiger so easily are all in the palace, but the ones in the palace have no reason to kill the white tiger at all. Vermilion Bird also looked thoughtful. Hearing their analysis, the third prince coldly snorted and said, "Humph, besides the ones in the palace, there's another person you've forgotten." But Sanglong and Vermilion Bird looked at each other and couldn't help but come to a realization. Your Highness is talking about him? The third prince nodded. That's right, it's none other than that Grand Marshal of the Army and Horses who accompanied his father in the conquest of the world back then, the Duke of the Protectorate, and today's nephew of the Ministry of Military Affairs. Nephew Zhao, this military god of ours. It is said that his strength has long been at the peak of the first grade, and it would naturally be easy for him to kill White Tiger. Cthulhu frowned. That means that the person targeting your highness during this time is the second prince? Third Prince Xiao Chengyi also had a few moments of doubt in his eyes. The second prince, no matter which way he looked at it, was the most powerful and most likely to come and do these things to himself, but he always felt that something seemed wrong. Go and check out the recent movements of nephew Zhao, as well as the people under Lao Er's hand. Song Long led the order and was about to go out when the third prince immediately called out to him, and after a moment's thought added another sentence. An old six, check that too. Yes. Unlike the storm clouds outside, Su Zhixing's courtyard was quiet. He sat on the edge of the river pond, staring in awe at the koi in it. In truth, within him, at this moment, that Truchi fire dragon was like a tailor who traveled around sewing and mending, constantly repairing the injuries within his body. 3 or 4 days passed, and there was finally some improvement. Between the cracks in his spine, he was filled with glistening white Haoranjin Qi. The vitality within his own body was stimulated for self-recovery. Such an injury, when placed on an ordinary martial artist, even if he was a first-grade expert, I'm afraid he would have to be bedridden for 10 days and half a month before he could stand up. It may even leave a persistent disease that is difficult to cure once it has not recovered well. Su Zhixing's movements on weekdays weren't affected by his Deshang sword body being a sword. As long as the sword chi and sword intent remained, he would never go limp, but the pain endured is also much higher than that of an ordinary person. After a few days of recuperation, the internal injuries were considered almost healed. All that's left now is that spine. Although it was full of cracks, it was still straight and strong, with no sign of decay. It is stated in the sword scripture that there are 6 steps in the sword immortal's cultivation. The first step in casting a sword, cast a spiritual sword that is in tune with your heart. The second step is to raise the sword. With his own essence, he warmed the spirit sword and stimulated the majestic sword chi of the spirit sword itself. The third step of the sword body, accept the spirit sword chi and enter the body to quench it. Little by little, every inch of flesh, blood, bones, and meridians were molded into a sword body that was indistinguishable from the spirit sword. The completion of this step is the completion of the sword body. After the sword body is reached, it will naturally enter the fourth step, where the person and the sword are not separated. That's why the fourth step is also called human sword unity. The man is the sword and the sword is the man. A sword Tao cultivation is extraordinary. There are sword fairies swim in the North Sea twilight Kangwu of the ability. Step 5 Sword domain. With the sword heart as the foundation, the sword intent metamorphosed, affecting the surrounding heaven and earth, supplemented by the sword chi, within 3 feet of the circumference, forming a sword domain. 3 feet was only the embryonic form of the sword domain, and when outsiders entered within those 3 feet, they were entering the world of the sword cultivator. Even if he was a land god, he could only be slaughtered. Theoretically speaking, there was no limit to this step of the sword domain. This was because as one's cultivation continued to rise, the sword domain would also continue to expand along with it. If it is possible, even encompassing the entire world is not impossible. However, the sword domain was only a process, and the true supreme realm among the sword scriptures was the 6th step. The name is Heaven and Earth as a sword. With one thought, everything in heaven and earth can be the sword in my hand. Even the sun, the moon, the stars, the mountains, the rivers, and the oceans can all be turned into swords for my use. When he really reached this realm, not to mention in this ancient martial arts world, I'm afraid that even if Su Zhixing returned to Earth, he could still remain unafraid in the face of those destructive modern weapons. Nowadays, Su Zhixing's sword scripture cultivation was at the 4th step, where the human sword was united. A few days ago, because of Song Zhao's matter, he realized the Tongming sword heart, with the foundation to enter the 5th step. During the time he spent recuperating from his injuries, Su Zhixing had never picked up a sword though. However, his sword Dao cultivation was unexpectedly cascading. Nowadays, there was also only an opportunity to enter the 5th step of the Sword Realm. Chapter 106, The Water Lapping the Jade Shore in Waves. The first day of June is a small summer day. Kyoto City is already hot as a furnace. Old Feng, the vegetable vendor, picked a basket of vegetables and walked into Su Zhixing's mansion. And after sending Su Zhixing some information about the various forces in Kyoto City, Old Feng had been sitting at the kitchen door for a long time. Granny Qian, who had been busy in the kitchen for a while, couldn't help but laugh. I say, Old Feng, if you're not going to deliver the food, why are you still here and not leaving? Old Feng sat on the threshold and looked back with a heated smile. I really don't want to go. I don't know how. As soon as I enter Mr. Su's mansion, I always feel soothed. Even the sun seems to have become a lot milder, and there is no longer any fiery heat on my body. It's really comfortable. Granny Qian has a charitable brow and a big heart, and always has a comforting smile on her face. Hearing Old Feng say this, she specially scooped a bowl of water from the kitchen and brought it out, handing it to Old Feng. Mister, here is a feng shui treasure. Of course comfortable, but Lao Feng, you are also sensible people. These things we know ourselves is good. Don't be outside the mouth did not keep the wind. Said everywhere. Old Feng drank 2 bowls of water and wiped his mouth and laughed. How can that be? Let's just enjoy it ourselves. What's the point of telling outsiders? Granny Qian smiled and nodded, continuing to go back to the kitchen to get busy. The other day Mr. Su taught her a new dish called something like boiled fish fillet. It just so happens that today Old Feng sent a fresh big green fish. So let's make a boiled fish for Mr. So that Mr. can taste and see the craftsmanship of this half-disciple of his. Old Feng took a break and got up. Granny Qian, I'm going to leave. Next time you'll let Xiaoma know in advance what kind of food you want. Granny Qian put down her chopper and walked to the door, wiping her hands with her apron and waving her hands. Okay, slow down. Next time. Not far away in the courtyard, Su Zhixing, who was reading a book, unconsciously curved the corners of his mouth. He always had an inexplicable affinity for these parental conversations. Perhaps he never thought of himself as a human being in his bones either, which is why he couldn't help but be more intimate when dealing with the common people. Today is actually a big day. The temple examination was finished last month, and today is the day that the world's scholars are most looking forward to, the release of the list. This is a veritable gold list. Anyone who can make the list is considered to be the golden list, and from then on out of the Cold family, have an official body. And in the intelligence sent by Old Feng, there was precisely a message about the golden list. 2 other disciples from the academy stayed in Kyoto to take the temple examination. Su Zhixing had come to Kyoto for so long, and although he had never gone to see them, it was impossible to say that he didn't miss them in his heart. After all, it was the student he had taught by hand for 5 or 6 years, but considering his grudge against the 3rd prince, Su Zhixing didn't want to involve the 2 disciples because of himself, so he had held back from meeting the 2. Didn't go to Chen's house for the same reason. Su Zhixing opened the intelligence sent by Old Feng, ignoring the rest of the information from the last issue and finding the information he cared about the most. I can't help but feel secretly relieved after reading it. Inside, I was sincerely happy. These 2 disciples, one 36th in the 3rd grade and the other 41st in the 3rd grade, were the same as the Jinshi. The ranking wasn't too impressive, but they were only 15 or 16 years old this year. Already the youngest candidate in the cohort. To be able to pass the same entrance examination at this age, perhaps in the many years to come in the Great Zhou, there would not be anyone who could break this record. After all, although these 2 disciples hadn't been recognized by the system, Su Zhixing had still passed on the supreme sacred Confucianism to them, as well as allowing them to cultivate vast true qi, and both had entered the 9th grade. With the Hao Ran true qi boost, it was naturally more outstanding than the ordinary readers. Since the lists of the palace exams have come out, Su Zhixing also has one less worry. He stood up and craned his neck. There was a crackling sound at the joint. After half a month of recuperation, it's almost good enough. It's time to go and reason with this 3rd prince. Before going to the 3rd prince, Su Zhixing still needed to make some preparations. He first went to Xiao Chengping's place and asked him to destroy all connections related to himself. Includes text exchanges between the 2. Even those few books of supreme sacred Confucianism that Su Zhixing had specifically copied for him. Su Zhixing had asked him to make a new copy. Xiao Chengping immediately realized what Su Zhixing was trying to do. Although he was a little worried, it seemed to him that even if he didn't succeed, Su Zhixing shouldn't be in any danger. After all, in his perception, Su Zhixing was a super first-grade grandmaster. After returning from Xiao Chengping's place, Su Zhixing specifically found Granny Qian and the usual errand boy who did the work and gave them a large sum of money to leave Kyoto. Also through Old Feng, he told Listening Wind House not to contact him again. This series of actions of his that were almost like an explanation of his aftermath caused the Listening Wind Building's principal, heir, to be scared half to death, and he almost used his emergency privilege once again to inform Yu Wenqing of this matter. However, Su Zhixing seemed to have anticipated his intentions, and even specifically instructed that there was no need to deliberately notify Yu Wenqing, and that he would naturally know when it was time for him to know. After dealing with this, Su Zhixing went to the imperial city again, with his first-grade Confucianism cultivation to observe luck and look at the qi. That dormant in the imperial city of the Mo weather is still not half a reaction. It didn't seem to care at all about Su Zhixing's prying eyes. It was only at this point that Su Zhixing was able to completely put his heart down. According to his speculation, the one in the imperial city, perhaps having some sort of unavoidable concern, could not easily leave. In that case, there's nothing to worry about. At nightfall, the dry heat of the day finally dissipated a bit. Third Prince Xiao Chengyi was lying down in a pool in the backyard of the royal residence to cool off. On one side of his body, a beautiful concubine in a cool dress was serving on the side. Because of the White Tiger's murder, Xiao Chengyi has been on fire lately. After drinking 2 cups of wine, Xiao Chengyi gave the beautiful concubine beside him a look. The beautiful concubine blushed slightly and understood what Xiao Chengyi meant. Then in the small pool, the water waves rippled out layer by layer, lapping against the alabaster cast pool bank and clattering. On the roof, Su Zhixing, who was preparing to go down, turned his head helplessly. Although he had come to find fault, going down at this time was still a bit excessive. After a quarter of an hour, the sound of the water waves finally stopped, and the 2 breaths gradually stabilized. The third prince's fire finally subsided a bit. Climbing out of the pool, a delicate maid immediately came forward to wipe his body and change into dry clothes. After venting, the third prince was also a bit tired. Back to the room. Under the service of the subordinate lay down on the bed, not a moment later fell asleep. There were also 2 pretty-faced and coolly dressed maids beside the bed, gently beating bushels to dispel the scorching heat that lingered in the evening. In the dead of night, not even a single bug that could make a sound could be seen around Xiao Chengyi's mansion, especially near his bedroom. However, at this time, no one could even notice that the door to Xiao Chengyi's bedroom had been pushed open silently. Before the maid waiting in the room could react, her body went limp and she fainted. Xiao Chengyi, who was lying on the bed, woke up with a jolt, sat up with one bone, and casually drew out the sword that had been hidden on the inside of the bed. Before he was even fully awake, he raised his sword and stabbed straight out of the bed. Yet how could he, with a mere 5th-grade cultivation, injure the person who had ventured here? Xiao Chengyi only felt a mountainous pressure pressing down on him. He leapt less than half a meter from the bed before his body was pinned to the floor, making it difficult to move. He then heard a voice that sounded gentle, but made his scalp tingle. Third Highness, taking the liberty of visiting. Can we have a proper talk? Chapter 107, You've been given a chance and you're not using it. Xiao Chengyi's heart was horrified. To be able to enter his chambers without alerting anyone, this person was frighteningly strong. He directly released the hilt of his sword and spoke aloud. Seniors visit late at night. I think there is something important. Please seniors just command. Chengyi is willing to serve as a dog and horse. Su Zhixing laughed softly. Third Highness doesn't need to be so loud. The people outside can't hear our movements here. Xiao Chengyi heart some despair. According to reason he just so big voice. That San Long and Vermilion Bird outside the bedchamber absolutely can detect. And his mansion. In addition to that San Long and Vermilion Bird, there are stronger forces guarding, but that one as well did not have half a reaction. It could be seen how skillful the tactics of this person in front of him were. How was he to know that Su Zhixing had landed directly in his study from the sky? His so-called sentries, his guards, could guard the perimeter, but they would be the only ones who wouldn't be so wary of the sky. Xiao Chengyi stood up from the ground, fixed his mind, and looked up at Su Zhixing. There was a moment of dismay in his eyes. This person in front of him, unable to see his face, was faintly emitting a faint layer of glistening white light all over his body. He was wearing a pair of armor, and looking at the system it didn't seem to be in the mold of the Great Zhou army's armor. He just sat there, like a god of war. It made Xiao Chengyi's heart and mind sway uncontrollably, making it difficult to smooth out. Xiao Chengyi immediately returned to his senses, withdrew his gaze, and bowed. I don't know what the senior has to say? If there's no rush, senior can leave an address, and when the day dawns, Chang Yi will pay a visit with a generous gift. How about that? The warlord waved his hand and laughed. Just asking you a question and getting an answer. Xiao Chengyi forced himself to hold back his inner panic and said, Elder please. The warlord squared his shoulders, his voice slightly lower. You should know the two teenagers Zhao Hu and He Jiqiu. When they left the capital, you specifically sent someone to assassinate them. Let me ask you, if Zhao Hu is still alive and knows that you are the one assassinating him, will you strike again? Xiao Chengyi was stunned, and for a moment, he was somewhat unable to react. To be honest, he had forgotten that there was even a Zhao Hu. When he had sent Xian Wu to assassinate Zhao Hu, it was only a temporary idea. If Xian Wu hadn't been so late in returning, he wouldn't have remembered that there was an incident. Xiao Chengyi hurriedly returned. Mr. Zhao turned out to be one of Senior's people? Then this is really a big misunderstanding. Senior, don't worry. From now on, nothing can be said against Mr. Zhao, as long as Mr. Zhao is willing. When he comes to the capital again, Cheng Yi will definitely sweep the couch to welcome him and personally make amends and apologize. The warlord stared into his eyes for a few breaths. Looking at Xiao Chengyi, his heart fluttered. The military general withdrew his gaze, shook his head slightly, and sighed. Alas, you've been given a chance. As the saying goes, rivers and mountains are easy to change. It's not your fault. Xiao Chengyi was shocked and just wanted to beg for mercy. Right at this moment, a heaven-shaking roar came from the sky. Who dares to trespass on the prince's residence? The door to Xiao Chengyi's chambers was kicked open, and an old man with white hair but an extremely robust figure stood in the doorway. Xiao Chengyi was overjoyed and was just about to call for help when he realized that his throat was being cupped by a hand. The fifth-grade true chi in his body couldn't even move the slightest bit. The old man at the doorway's expression changed drastically. He was a first-rate expert guarding the third prince's residence, someone who had been ordered by the Son of Heaven to guard his safety and security. Not only Xiao Chengyi, but all the imperial residences in Kyoto that had opened and built offices outside the palace had first-rate experts sent by the Son of Heaven. This evening he made his usual rounds of the imperial prince's residence, and at first did not notice anything strange in the third prince's chambers. It was so peaceful and quiet inside that he couldn't even hear the slightest movement with his first-grade cultivation. But this is the most unusual, because the third prince was sleeping inside, and there were several underlings serving. It was impossible for there to be no movement at all. So the only possibility is that something happened inside. Walking in, he didn't realize it was really as he suspected. The old man was shocked and snapped. How dare you? Do you know who he is? The military general gently lifted the third prince's neck as if he were lifting something without weight. Extremely light. Hearing the old man's question, he smiled and returned. Naturally no. The third prince, the Prince of Jin, the most powerful prince of the dynasty. The old man's heart was a little numb, and he was most afraid of encountering this kind of life-threatening assassin. Since you know it's the third prince, why don't you let go of him immediately? If the Son of Heaven is angered, your 9 clans will not be protected. The military general froze, then laughed. 9 clans? I'm alone and have no relatives, so I'm afraid it's unlikely that you just want to execute my 9 clans. The old man slowly exhaled, seeing that the military general had only taken the third prince hostage and did not immediately kill him, indicating that there might still be room to turn this matter around. So he slowed his tone and persuaded. Your Excellency, please don't be impulsive. Please feel free to ask for anything else you want, as long as you can release the third prince. At this time, the third prince's residence had long been in chaos. All the guards all gathered around. Song Long and Shu Bird looked at Xiao Chengyi in the hands of the military general. They were even more pale and their legs were shaking. Under such tight guards in the third prince's residence, it was surprising that someone could still break in without a sound. If anything were to happen to the third prince, they would definitely be buried along with him. Not to mention them, at this moment, even this old man of the first-grade martial artist was sweating profusely. The first moment he saw the martial general hijacking the third prince, he intended to force his hand to save him, but when he intended to make a move, he realized that regardless of that angle, as soon as he was ready to strike, an inexplicable panic would rise in his heart. It seemed that as long as he dared to make a move, he was absolutely bound to die. That's why he didn't dare to do anything rash. Outside the imperial prince's mansion, the people from the Kyoto Patrol Battalion also heard the old man's bellowing cry and began to gather around. The aura that steamed up from the old man's body was like a torch in the darkness of the night, making the entire Kyoto city feel it from experts of the second rank and above. Inside the imperial city, the commander of the Forbidden Army, Yi Zhong, sensed the movement in the third prince's residence and immediately associated it with the person who had appeared in Song Zhao's house that night. Without hesitation, he flew up and rushed at a very fast speed. In Xiao Chengping's small courtyard, Bai Gingshan awoke with a jolt, then immediately leapt onto the roof and looked in the direction of the third prince's residence with a burning gaze. But at this time Xiao Changping was sleeping heavily. Thinking about it again and again, he finally did not disturb her. In the bedchamber, Xiao Chengyi was pinched by the military general's neck and walked out like he was carrying a piece of rag. Everyone didn't dare to act rashly, and could only surround the military general and retreat step by step. Xiao Chengyi couldn't even speak, but it was obvious from his eyes that he was still afraid of death. The look of desperation with a strong plea for mercy could not be faked. The military general did not answer the old man's question, but instead looked at the third prince and said, "I gave you a chance, and you wasted it. However, I intend to give you another chance, but this time, the decision is not mine to make." After saying that, he looked at the old man and the other guards in Xiao Chengyi's residence and said lightly, "Don't worry, the odds are that the Son of Heaven won't take it out on you guys. After all, it's only normal that with just you people, you won't be able to stop me." The crowd did not take the words of the military general to heart. How could it be up to him to decide whether the Son of Heaven would take his wrath or not? But then, everyone's eyes were suddenly covered with a look of shock. His eyes followed the figure as it gradually shifted upward. Under the night, Yi Zhong, the commander of the Forbidden Army who was rushing here, violently stopped his stance and looked at the sword light that flashed past from above his head. His body couldn't help but tremble a little. Not scared, but excited. Those people in the third prince's residence finally understood why the military general had said that the Son of Heaven would not take it out on them. It turns out that this martial arts general-looking assassin is actually a land god. Chapter 108, Virtue Unworthy of Position, Abandoned by the Peoples of China. The Great Zhou Imperial City, the most pinnacle place under the sky, a place that countless people dream of entering. Under the night, it was impossible to see the whole of the imperial city, but because of this, it made the city look particularly majestic and solemn. Even the best martial artists, the most powerful swordsmen, and the proudest geniuses in the world had to curb their own sharpness in the face of this city, because in this city, there is a person, or rather an identity, that can overpower the four seas and make the world submit. When imperial power is pointed at, heaven and earth will change color. But today, there is such a person who doesn't care about that so-called royal power. He lifted the neck of the most powerful prince of the dynasty and hung outside the gates of the imperial city, at the same height as the roof of the highest one in the imperial city, the Fengtian Temple. Inside the imperial city, the storm clouds were surging. At least a dozen first-grade experts rose up into the air, leaping to the entrance of the imperial city with the ability to briefly glide through the air, lining up on the city wall as if they were facing a great enemy. Outside of the imperial city, all the first-grade experts hibernating in the imperial prince's residence similarly appeared and stood on top of the rooftop far behind the man. It could be said that this person's appearance had caused almost all of the first-grade experts in the entire Kyoto to come running out. The magnitude of the sound is unprecedented. Yi Zhong, the commander of the Forbidden Army, hurried back and joined the ranks of those experts on the imperial city head, looking at the man suspended in midair with fury. "Who are you? Why are you trespassing on the palace?" The sound waves of this anger-containing outburst almost spread throughout Kyoto. It woke up many sleepers. Xiao Changping is no exception. He couldn't help but be horrified inwardly. He didn't think that Mr. would be so unconcerned that he would directly break into the imperial city. At this time, the area at the entrance of the imperial city was so intertwined with Qi that if it wasn't for the first-grade realm, one wouldn't even be able to gain a foothold here. Looking at this vast array behind him in front of him, that war general did not have the slightest bit of fear, but instead laughed softly. "There is no need to be nervous. I have no ill will towards Great Zhou. I only came today to ask the one inside. Xiao Chengyi is lawless, cruel and murderous, and his virtues are despicable. Can this kind of person be worthy of being a ruler?" His voice wasn't as loud as Yi Zhong's, but it was significantly more powerful, causing even the group of first-grade experts to be unable to help but tremble inwardly. Yi Zhong strengthened his mind and took half a step forward, pointing at the war general in a stern voice. "It is His Majesty's Holy Heart's sole decision as to who to establish as the crown prince. Even if you are a super first-grade grandmaster, you are not qualified to dictate here." The military general lightly grunted and did not bother to look at Yi Zhong, but continued to stare inside the imperial city and said, "Great Zhou days under the first set, although there are 1,000 years of national fortune, but if handed over to the hands of this person, the world is bound to rise up. The Middle Kingdom will once again fall into the chaos of warring states. Virtue is not worthy of the position, and the people of the world will abandon it." The hearts of the crowd of first-grade experts were appalled. These words of this person are absolutely treacherous. Only this kind of super first-grade grandmaster would have the guts to dare to say such things in front of the imperial city gates. Yi Zhong didn't even know what to say anymore. And most of all, he also felt that the marshal general hanging in midair had a point. Right at this moment, a huge and vast aura rose within the imperial city, and the terrifying pressure that was displayed caused all the first-grade experts to involuntarily submit their hearts. This is that land god rumored to be in the Great Zhou imperial family? Sure enough, the only ones who can talk to a land deity are those who are in the same land deity realm. Among the royal family, there had always been a legendary super first-grade land immortal, but no one had ever seen it, much less knew who it was. At this time, under the threat of this incoming enemy, this land god finally appeared. Everyone was filled with excitement, wanting to see who this imperial land god was. However, to their disappointment he didn't show up and only displayed a bit of his might. The crowd then heard a voice that seemed to come from all directions, seemingly questioning the hanging war general who was still carrying the third prince by the neck. What do you think, Your Excellency? Who could be the crown prince? The group of experts in Kyoto could not help but stare, listening to this tone of voice. How did it feel that the land god in the imperial city was not angry? This is standing at the gate and provoking, and you're still not angry? It's worthy of the word god. The war general smiled softly and returned. Establish who for the reserve. I'm not interested. To be honest, if not this kid himself sends to death good end to provoke me, I today also will not have this trip to the imperial city. I still have the same words. Virtue is not worthy of the position, and the living beings will abandon it. There was no sound from within the imperial city, and everyone was eagerly waiting to see a showdown between the land immortals. However, the one within the imperial city didn't seem to have this intention. Instead, his tone became more and more conciliatory. Mr. has a point. So what does Mr. plan to do with Xiao Qingyi? The war general threw the Xiao Qingyi in his hand onto the square in front of the imperial city gates with a cold gaze. How do you think he should be dealt with again when there are countless innocent people who have died at his hands? There was silence in the imperial city for a moment. How could Xiao Qingyi, who was lying on the ground, not expect that he would face this situation? The two land deities, completely treating him as an ant that could be crushed with their hands, were talking about his life and death as if nothing had happened. Being strangled just now made him unable to speak, and at this time, his mind was filled with fear, and he still couldn't speak. The war admiral clearly didn't hold him hostage anymore, but none of the first-grade experts standing around dared to make any rash move to save him. The period of silence within the imperial city made everyone feel as if a century had passed. Just as everyone was anxiously waiting, a stream of light suddenly flew out from within the imperial city. Its speed is unimaginable. Even those first-grade experts could only see the stream of light flicker away. The crowd looked along the place where the stream of light fell, and they couldn't help but be appalled, only to see the third prince sitting on his knees, his eyes wide open and full of disbelief. His forehead was pierced by a long object that, upon closer inspection, turned out to be a bamboo slip. The writing on the bamboo slips were all clear. The luster in Xiao Qingyi's eyes gradually dissipated, his head slowly lowered, and his body went limp, collapsing to the ground. The most powerful prince of the Great Zhou dynasty had died just like that. Is this disposition satisfactory to you, sir? The one within the imperial city spoke again. The war general's face was expressionless, and no one could see his face. That's a good spirit. In that case, my grudge with the Great Zhou imperial family is cancelled. Farewell. As soon as the words left his mouth, the war general directly turned around and flew away, disappearing in an instant. Everyone couldn't help but look at each other in disbelief. This ending was a little hard for them to understand. Only feel stifled in the heart, have been beaten to the gate, but also lowly execution of one of their own royal son to beg for peace? The land immortals were powerful, but it wasn't like Great Zhou hadn't killed them before? Afraid of what? These people who were in the midst of righteous indignation did not realize that in the darkness, there was also a figure within the imperial city that quietly rose into the air and disappeared into the night, and the direction he flew off to was exactly the direction where the war general had disappeared. Chapter 109, Clearing the Air. This person was dressed in black robes and had a stout figure. However, when flying at high altitude, it seems to be silent. However, before he could fly out far, he abruptly stopped and hovered in midair. The eyes underneath that black robe carried some surprise. Gone? In his perception, the war general's breath disappeared without a trace before he even left Kyoto after flying away. Can't detect a trace. Under the heavens, this was the first one that could disappear silently under his nose. The black-robed man hummed lightly and turned around to return to the imperial city, hiding once again. Meanwhile, at the top of a mountain outside of Kyoto, Su Zhixing gazed thoughtfully. As expected, the one in the imperial city did not care on the surface, but secretly still chased after him. It was just that no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't imagine that the war general just now wasn't himself. Instead, it was a puppet summoned by Su Zhixing on paper. Originally, the summoned puppet did not have the ability to fly, but he divided nearly half of his own sword chi into the body of the war general and manipulated it with his sword chi. Only then did he make that war general have the ability to fly. Even if the Earth Immortal in that imperial city had made a direct strike, he would have only lost one puppet and half of his sword chi. The matter of the third prince was considered to be over, but Su Zhixing's fear of the great Zhou royal family had deepened a few points. A royal prince who says he doesn't want it. This ruthlessness is worthy of a royal family with no affection. If you can do this to your own people, imagine what you can do to outsiders. The heavenly family is merciless, so it's better to have less contact in the future. After sighing, Su Zhixing turned around and left the place. This trip to Kyoto had taken him more than a month, and now it was time to go back. Dahu and Hijichio are still hiding in the schoolhouse, and when this trip is over, they'll be able to come back from the dead, too. Thinking of this, Su Zhixing felt that his trip was worth it. He didn't directly fly in the air. After descending the mountain, he first leapt between the mountains and forests, and only took off after several hundred miles away from Kyoto, all the way to the south, like a shooting star crossing the night sky. On the other side, Longquan town remained the same, quiet and peaceful. As the day was getting brighter and the red sun was rising, Nico Zhao came to the peach forest in the backyard early in the morning to practice his sword. 10 miles of peach forest is already fruitful. This piece of peach forest is only near the school near as Yuanqing they learned before Su Zhixing planted. The large area further out was planted by the residents of Longquan Township, who were greeted by the town. That's why villagers can come to the forest to pick peaches every year when they are in abundance. However, each family has set a maximum of 10 pounds of peaches to be picked, and all the rest will be hauled to the county for sale. The silver money gained was used to fill the town's governance and the maintenance of the peach grove. The only piece of the backyard of the academy only belongs to the academy. Outsiders, even if they are greedy, cannot enter the unauthorized picking. So the fruits of this peach grove in the backyard of the schoolhouse became part of the schoolhouse's financial resources. Natalie Zhao, dressed in plain clothes, is 12 years old. Because of the cultivation of the sword scripture, her body stood out as more and more graceful. It comes with an air of loneliness. It's more like a plum blossom blooming in the frost. After practicing the sword scripture for so many years, although he still hadn't yet developed a sword body and still needed to endure the pain of sword chi scraping his bones on a daily basis, Natalie Zhao had long since become a different person. When he was cutting against the sword, Lu Yuyu, who had already attained the cultivation level of the 7th grade, could at best only be on a par with him. If he forcibly utilized the sword chi in his body regardless of the loss of cultivation progress, Lu Yuyu was not even his opponent. Zhao Nico, who was practicing his sword, suddenly changed his sword posture, and his eyes suddenly turned sharp. The Hatsu sword in his hand violently turned back and stabbed straight, and a long sword that flashed with a cold light happened to have the tip of the sword opposite to each other, emitting an extremely pleasing sound of gold and iron. The two figures each retreated, standing opposite each other 7 or 8 meters apart. Nico, your swordsmanship is getting more and more refined. Lu Yuyu held the Deer Ming sword upside down and stood up with a long body, looking at Zhao Nico who was not far away and smiling. Natalie curved the corners of her mouth and whispered, "Senior sister is so early today?" Lu Yuyu sheathed her long sword back and walked over with light footsteps, her other hand reaching out from behind her as she laughed. "Today my mother made a rice cake early in the morning before she went down to the fields, added red dates, and asked me to bring you some while it was still hot." Natalie accepted the rice cake with gratitude. "Thank Auntie for me. By the way, did senior brother Dahu and the others eat?" Lu Yuyu laughed. "Don't worry, they have. You haven't eaten breakfast yet, have you? Hurry up and eat it while it's hot. You're still growing. You can't always skip breakfast." Natalie nodded, holding the rice cake and walking over to a rock by the river to take a small bite. Not far away was the stone block that contained Su Zhixing's majestic sword chi, and the two of them had been unable to get close to it so far. Natalie tore off a small piece of rice cake and called out to the river, Little Red, come and eat the rice cake." Not long after, the river's surface rippled, and a fiery red silhouette really swam over. It was the fiery red koi. As the days went by, the koi became more and more familiar with the people in the schoolhouse. Natalie and Lu Yuyu would often tease it and read to it from time to time. Each time Red would listen extra carefully. This also makes it more and more spiritual. After playing with the little koi for a while and eating the rice cake, the two of them continued practicing their swords. Whenever this time came, Zhao Hu and Hijichio would sit by the window and read, occasionally raising their heads to look at their two senior sisters with contentment. The only worries are the parents at home. News of their fake deaths has been circulating for over a month now, and the two are pained to hear that their parents at home are in tears every day. It was just that news of Su Zhixing had not yet returned, and for the sake of long-lasting stability in the future, the two could only endure their grief and remain in the academy. Inside the academy were ink treasures left behind by Su Zhixing, and outsiders could not enter at all. It was here that they could ensure the safety of themselves and their families. Senior, it's so boring. I want to go home. Hijicho had just finished writing a sutra and ran to Zhao Hu's desk, his chin resting on the desk, beaming and blinking as he looked at Zhao Hu. Zhao Hu ignored him and continued to carefully complete the classwork he had in hand. He never did anything like that, meticulous and focused. Hijicho made a fool of himself, so he ran off to the side to heckle and practice his boxing. Just by looking at his appearance, it was clear that he was fighting blindly with his teeth and claws open. Zhao Hu raised his eyebrows and reached out to dip his hand into the teacup of tea. Flexing his fingers, the tea accurately hit Hijicho's brow, causing him to cry out with an ouch. Egu, why are you hitting me, senior brother? Before Zhao Hu could speak, a warm and mellow voice came from outside the door. It's time to fight. Zhao Hu and Hijicho froze at the same time, then looked violently at the entrance of the academy. It was still the same rough linen clothes. The breeze brought up his sleeves and fluttered them slowly. The sunlight peppered him through the eaves of the thatched roof. At this moment, it was as if the two teenagers had seen an exiled immortal man who had come from the 9 heavens. Clear breeze and clear moon, not stained with red dust. Chapter 110, I wish I could see you in my dreams. Su Zhixing had returned, and Zhao Hu and Hijicho were finally able to go home. He didn't mention much about what happened in Kyoto, just told them that everything was resolved. The two were overjoyed and bowed to Su Zhixing on their knees, then ran back home in a hurry. The broads are reunited, and they are back from the dead. There are naturally no words to describe the joy and heartache involved. The next day, the whole town of Longquan knew that Zhao Hu and Hijicho had returned from the dead. For a time, the townspeople were so surprised that they crowded in front of Zhao Hu and Hijicho's house to watch. Zhao Hu had thought of a good speech beforehand, saying that he had made a mistake before and mistakenly thought that the two corpses were his and Hijicho's, which was why he had made this mess. The first thing the parents of both families did was run out to the countryside to have those two headstones removed. Zhao Hu hurriedly stepped in to stop it. After all, these two corpses had done them a big favor. Still, the names on the tombstones were chiseled off by him, and Zhao Hu also promised that he would burn incense for them during the Qingming cold food and would not let them become rootless ghosts. The matter was also closed, and the town was once again quiet. Su Zhixing also resumed his role as a teacher, maintaining his daily routine of attending classes at the front academy. Those 5 or 6 children saw Su Zhixing reopen his class and also return to his class once again. The patched-up teenager under the fence outside the classroom still comes to class when he can. Time is running like water, and I don't realize it's New Year's Eve again. The snow that has been falling all day has also finally stopped. Before New Year's Eve dinner, the kids got out of the house and romped around in the snow. The town was buzzing under a snowfall. On the west side of town, in the most dilapidated pile of tenements, there was a hut that would have been disliked in a pile of dilapidated tenements. The teenager in the hut sat at the only wooden table with a spirit tablet enshrined. Looking forlorn, he picked up a bowl of steaming rice covered with a finger-thick piece of pancetta and placed it in front of the spirit tablet, speaking softly, "Mother, it's New Year's Eve. Today the store master cut me a piece of bacon and beat 5 pounds of rice. It smells great. You eat first, eat more. Now that my son has gained a foothold in the town, my life will only get better and better in the future. Mother, don't worry, my son is doing well. There are a lot of very nice people here. All of them are very kind to me. I ran into Mr. Su today, the same Mr. Su who saved my life, and he even said Happy New Year to me. When my son grows up, I will repay Mr. Su. Mother, in heaven's name, bless Mr. Su for me. Also, Miss Lu was very nice, and sometimes she takes me hunting in the mountains. Miss Lu is so powerful that no prey can escape her. Oh yes, mother, you wait." Halfway through his speech, the teenager stood up and ran away, bringing a bow from his own bed and happily addressing the spirit card. "Look, mother, this is what Miss Lu taught me to do. The bowstring was also given to me by Miss Lu. Mother, don't worry, I also returned Miss Lu's gift, which is an old medicine that has been dug up in the mountains. It wasn't worth much, but it was the best I could come up with. Alas, Miss Lu is so kind, how can I repay her?" Miss Lu said, "With this bow, I will be able to hunt some bigger game by myself, and not only will I be able to get in some meat, but I will also be able to sell some silver. Miss Lu also taught me how to shoot arrows and how to breathe to give out the most strength, but I'm so stupid, I always miss. But don't worry, Mother, I will practice hard. Mother, I don't know if you've reincarnated. If not, can you come to my dream today? I really miss you. By the end of his speech, the teenager was already in tears and sobbing uncontrollably. With tears in my eyes, I ate the large slices of meat and white rice that I rarely eat once a year. After cleaning up, the teenager sat down at the wooden table, took out a linen cloth, and gently wiped the hardwood recurve bowl. The lamp oil, which I usually never bother to order more of, was lit today. He kept watch until the hour had passed, when the teenager blew out the oil lamp and went to bed. Early in the morning, the teenager opened his eyes, a little lost, but a little happy. A dreamless night. Mother shouldn't have to suffer now, should she? It's the first day of the year and the blacksmith store is closed for 3 days of free time. The teenager still managed to get up early and went out the door after getting dressed. He went to the master blacksmith's house first and helped him get the water tank filled and the yard cleaned. It's something he's done every day for the past few years. Always stingy Mrs. Blacksmith. Today, perhaps thinking of the first day of the new year, rare to give the teenager a smiling face and a large meat bun. Unexpectedly, the teenager just smiled and bowed to pay his respects, but did not take the big meat bun in the lady's hand. The smile on the woman's face immediately dissipated, casually threw the meat buns to the rhubarb in the yard, looked at the teenager's faraway back and spat, secretly cursing at cheap life, still pretending to have a backbone with my mother. After working at the master blacksmith's house, the teenager turned his head and ran across the stone bridge toward the schoolhouse. Today is the first day of the year, and according to the town's custom latecomers are expected to pay their elders a New Year's visit. Although he was not Mr. Su's junior, the teenager had always treated Su Zhixing as his elder. Whether Mr. Su recognized it or not, this year still had to be worshipped, even if only from a distance. Running across the stone bridge along the Longquan River all the way to the school, the snow on the ground and the sunlight reflecting the glittering white light. Very beautiful, but in the heart of the teenager is particularly annoying, because his pair of straw-compiled straw shoes cannot block the icy water of melting snow. A pair of feet are frozen without feeling. The teenager ran one foot in front of the other and stopped a short distance outside the schoolhouse, because at this time, there were already people coming and going over to the academy, all going to pay their respects to Mr. Su. He was an outsider, so naturally it was not good for him to run over and join in the fun. Thinking of this, the teenager sighed softly, then clasped his fists and bowed, slowly worshipping in the direction of the academy. Mr. Su, New Year as you wish. Suddenly, someone behind him slapped him on the back and the teenager stumbled and almost fell. I was about to turn around to see who it was when I heard a light and pleasant voice. Jian, come to pay your respects to the gentleman? What are you worshipping here? Go inside. The teenager turned back in a hurry, and a flash of fiery red came into his eyes amidst a blanket of snow. He was suddenly a bit nervous. Even though he had known each other for more than half a year, he still got nervous every time he saw Lu Yuyu. Miss Lu, good New Year. It's better not to go. Lu Yuyu smiled ebulliently. What are you afraid of? My husband is the best. Go together. With that, he walked merrily toward the schoolhouse with his hands behind his back. The teenager was still a bit hesitant. Lu Yuyu stopped and turned back, cocked his head in the direction of the schoolhouse and shouted, "Go on, mother-in-law." The teenager's cheeks reddened slightly as he nodded. Oh, well, here goes. Chapter 111, This Heart is Bright. Walking past the entrance to the schoolhouse, the New Year's worshippers inside were making their way out. When they saw Lu Yuyu come in, most of them would smile and say hello, and say one or two auspicious words. Lu Yuyu also returned their greetings with a smile. Even Jian, who was following behind, was subjected to these people's kind words. Entering the academy, Su Zhixing was exchanging pleasantries with the people who came forward to pay New Year's greetings. Lu Yuyu walked up and bowed with a splendid face to pay his respects. Good New Year, sir. The disciple has come to pay his respects. Su Zhixing wore a rare but passable cotton robe today, handwoven by Zhao Hu's mother. As a thank you to Su Zhixing to solve the Zhao Hu in Kyoto caused the matter of thanks, stayed up a few all-nighters to do out. Su Zhixing weekdays do not spare wear. Today the first day of the year, only to take out to wear. Seeing Lu Yuyu, Su Zhixing was also full of smiles as he nodded and said, well, good New Year. Here's a red packet for you. Great luck. Lu Yuyu smiled and accepted it, then stood beside Su Zhixing and looked at Jian. Sir, Qian has come to pay his respects to you as well. Hearing Lu Yuyu mention himself, Jian hurriedly stepped forward to pay his respects. Mr. Su, New Year's greetings to you. Su Zhixing laughed. Good New Year. Come on. Here's a red packet for you. Peace and quiet. Kian waved his hand a little hastily. No, 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 I can't have this. Su Zhixing still insisted on handing it over, laughing. How can a latecomer pay New Year's greetings to an elder without a red envelope? Take it, it's not something valuable. Lu Yuyu, who was on the side, also said, Geez Jian, you can't refuse a gift from an elder. Just take it. Rejoicing in his heart, Jimin bowed once again and then accepted the red envelope with both hands. He was naturally happy not because of this red envelope, but Su Zhixing's line about the latecomers paying their elders a New Year's greeting. Mr. Su also treats me as his junior. Jian couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth rise, then carefully tucked the red envelope into his arms. Yo, you take Jian next door for tea and snacks. Dahu and the others are there too, and Mr. has to entertain the guests. Okay. Jian followed Lu Yuyu out of the living room and into the classroom next door. Xiao Hu, He Jiqiu, and Zhao Nico were all sitting inside drinking tea and chatting. When they saw Lu Yuyu bring Jian in, several people stood up and greeted each other with a bow. Several people knew Jian, and Zhao Hu could even see that the gentleman had a different expectation of the lonely teenager. That's why for Jian, they all can't help but be close to each other. Jian was also a little less rushed and relatively more relaxed in the face of these humble and gentle peers. When fellow disciples got together, the ones who talked the most were, of course, the elder brothers and sisters who were far away from home, especially Yu Wenqing. It's been 3 years since he left, and before that, he could still hear news about Yu Wenqing from Mr. But now, even Mr. no longer mentions this big brother. Among the several people, Zhao Nico had the deepest feelings for eldest senior brother Yu Wenqing, because during the time when Natalie Zhao lived in the academy after her mother passed away, it was Yu Wenchang who stayed by her side every day, accompanying her in her sadness and making her happy. It made that gray day a light at last. Later on, they ate together under one roof and lived together every day, so the clear points were naturally different than those of other brothers and sisters. After the new year, Natalie Zhao was 13 years old. The young girl's heart was heavier, and her thoughts of her eldest senior brother, Yu Wenqing, were likewise heavier. However, Sir had said that Yu Wenqing was doing something very dangerous, and in order not to involve everyone, he chose to go far away alone, not daring to contact his fellow disciples from the past. Natalie Zhao could only wait in silence. She believed that her senior brother would return sooner or later, because the schoolhouse is his home. What kind of person doesn't go home? A few people chatted and talked about those two senior brothers in Kyoto. This time the golden list, the two of them high school, a moment of fame. Even Yanzhou readers know that there are two teenagers in the Kyoto Palace examination shine, as this imperial examination on the golden list of the youngest two people, immediately by the dynasty's power and nobility of the favor. Even when the palace examination passes the skin, the Son of Heaven is particularly appreciated by the two people, said that if they let them settle down for a few more years, may be able to ascend to the first one. Therefore, it was only logical that the two stayed in Kyoto, arranged by the Son of Heaven in the Upper Forest Academy. They were allowed to study for a few more years, and would surely be paid in the future. Everyone was naturally happy for the success of the two senior brothers. Only He Jiqiu deflated his mouth after hearing this and didn't say a word. This simple child, though always a bit clueless, actually saw the heart most clearly. In his simple mind, since those two senior brothers at the Tribute Academy chose to keep their heads above water in the first place, they didn't deserve to be allowed to remain as fellow disciples. He also knew that what they had done in the first place hadn't been wrong. And even if the two of them had stood up for themselves in that situation, it wouldn't have helped. But that's true. But don't brothers always help each other? Besides, elder brother was originally the one who had the upper hand, possessing reason but not daring to argue on the basis of reason. No wonder those two senior brothers' Confucian cultivation has not been able to go up, He Jiqiu muttered in his mind. As they were chatting, Su Zhixing, who was greeting guests in the living room, was finally free and came to the classroom. The crowd rose and saluted. Su Zhixing smiled and pressed his palms together. Sit down, there's no need to be formal today. The atmosphere in the academy had always been relatively relaxed, and Su Zhixing almost never made a face at the students during the week, except in class. So with Su Zhixing, these students are very relaxed. Only Qian was always a little nervous because he didn't get along much. Su Zhixing greeted his family one by one with a few disciples and exchanged pleasantries before finally looking at Jian and couldn't help but laugh. Qian, how have you been doing in the blacksmith store lately? Hearing Su Zhixing's inquiry, Jian hurriedly replied, Thanks for your concern, sir, I'm alright. As soon as the words fell, Lu Yuyu, who was on the side, grabbed the words and said, What sir, you don't know, His blacksmith store's master's wife didn't treat Jian as a disciple at all. She either beat or scolded Jian on weekdays, and always denied him food. Speaking of this, Lu Yuyu pointed at Jian's arm and said, "Qian, show the gentleman the wound on your arm. It's swollen a good deal, and it's the woman from the blacksmith's store who hit you." Jian hastily waved his hand. "Miss Lu, it's fine. That was the master's maiden who accidentally bumped into it. It's not his fault." Su Zhixing sipped his tea silently without speaking. Lu Yo continued, "Alas, Jian, you're just too weak for anyone to dare bully you." Jian didn't get angry. Instead he smiled and comforted Lu Yuyu. "It's fine, Miss Lu, although master and mistress are a bit strict, but at least they gave me a place to settle down. Let me have clothes to wear and food to eat. At the very least, I can survive. And that's good. The blacksmith master also occasionally passes on some ironworking skills to me, which is also considered to be the grace of teaching me the art. It's really quite good. Very good." Lu Yuyu didn't speak again. She looked at Jian in a daze, and after a long time lowered her head, picking up her teacup and pretending to take a sip of tea. The other few people present couldn't help but look at Jian differently. They didn't get along with Jian much during the weekdays and didn't realize that this teenager's heart was so bright. Several of the disciples quietly glanced at Su Zhixing, and they suddenly understood why. With so many children in the town nowadays, Mr. Su had high hopes for this teenager. Chapter 112, This is not what people do. They could all hear that Jian's words came from the bottom of his heart, and he really appreciated the blacksmith store from the bottom of his heart. When Su Zhixing had commissioned the Chen family to introduce Jian to the blacksmith store, he had specifically greeted the Chen family without having to emphasize that Jian had come here through connections. Just think of him as a most ordinary apprentice. For 2 years, Jian's experience in the blacksmith store. Su Zhixing actually knew everything, but he did not intend to intervene, and he also wanted to see if this teenager, in this situation, would be resentful of the master blacksmith who fed him, and cross with the seemingly acerbic Mrs. Blacksmith. Why did Qian have the free time to go to the outside wall of the academy every day to listen to the lectures? An apprentice who was supposed to have endless work to do. However, since he learned that Jian was going to listen to classes outside the academy, he had almost an hour of free time every day. Perhaps even Qian himself didn't know, and just assumed it was just the right time of day when the store wasn't busy. But Su Zhixing could see it clearly. Fortunately, although Jian couldn't see through these details, this child was born with a bright heart, and instead of feeling resentment because of it, he had a few more feelings of repayment. A granary is a place where one knows manners, and food and clothing are sufficient for one to know honor and dishonor. It is really rare that a person who is not yet well clothed and fed, but still knows the honor and disgrace of etiquette. Su Zhixing put down the teacup in his hand and turned around to go back to his room. The crowd was uncertain, and Jian thought that he had said the wrong thing. When Su Zhixing came back again, he had an extra book in his hand with the 3 big words, 3-character classic written on it. This was Su Zhixing's modified version of the 3-character classic, replacing some of the allusions in it with known historical events in the 9 states of Middle-earth. The main purpose of this book is to learn to read and write for the purpose of learning to see and hear. Looking at Su Zhixing, who was walking towards him, Jian couldn't help but stand up. Su Zhixing handed out the books and said gently, "Jian, it is rare that you have listened to classes in the academy walls for 2 years, but you don't have a foundation. Those knowledge and reasoning in class will inevitably be unclear about the meaning. How about you take this book of 3-character classic back and read it properly? First literate and build a foundation?" Jian looked incredulously at the book Su Zhixing handed over and stammered a little. "Is this for me?" Su Zhixing smiled and nodded. "If you don't recognize any of the words in the book, you can ask Yo-Yo, Dahu, or if I have time, you can come and ask me. Anyway, recognize the book first." Jian was stunned in place, and for a moment he didn't know how to respond. Lu Yuyu and the others brightened up. Understanding that Su Zhixing was accepting Jian as his personal disciple, Lu Yuyu rushed forward and patted Jian's arm and said, "Why are you still standing there? Why don't you perform the ritual of paying respects to the master?" Qian froze worship, then reacting, he looked at Su Zhixing, and a layer of water mist actually rose in his eyes. Mr. Su, really?" Su Zhixing smiled and asked rhetorically, "You don't want to?" Jian was overjoyed. His knees snapped to the ground and he bowed his head. I'm willing, sir above. Please accept 3 obeisances from my disciple." Su Zhixing reached out to help him up and said, "Well, just this once. Don't do this big kneeling ceremony in the future." Qian nodded, pleased. "Yes, sir." The disciple remembers. Lu Yuyu on the side crossed her arms and laughed. "Ha ha 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 ha. Jian, from now on, don't call me Miss Lu. You have to call me senior sister." Come and call me senior sister and listen. Jian blushed and clasped his hands respectfully. Greetings, senior sister. Hijichio also stood up and laughed. And me. Jian respectfully bowed one after another. That look, proper as a little old man. Su Zhixing smiled as he watched the scene, quite pleased. After the crowd had played around for a while, Su Zhixing said to Jian, the disciples in my sect will practice both Confucianism and martial arts. Reading and understanding is one of them. Practicing martial arts to strengthen your body should not be ignored. Your senior sister Lu has already taught you a set of boxing skills. Your body base is relatively weak. Practicing this set of boxing skills is the most suitable. When your 7th grade is complete, Sir will then pass on other martial arts to you. Hearing Su Zhixing's words, Lu Yuyu's eyes somewhat averted as she awkwardly said, Sir knows all about it? Su Zhixing smiled and said, Jian already has traces of that fist technique on his body. If Sir can't even see that, then he's really dim. Lu Yuyu hurriedly arched his hands in obeisance. Disciple has not gone through Sir's permission and has spread the fist technique out. Please punish him. Su Zhixing smiled and didn't say anything, instead looking at Jian. Jian was stunned and seemed to have thought of something. His eyes opened roundly, somewhat incredulous, and then his eyes reddened. His heart filled with emotion. So this set of boxing techniques, Sir, was actually created for me. Hearing Jian's words, Lu Yuyu froze for a moment, then came to a sudden realization and looked towards Su Zhixing. His eyes filled with inquiries. Su Zhixing nodded gently and smiled without saying anything. Lu Yuyu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. So that's how it is. I said, why did Sir suddenly pass on a set of basic boxing techniques to me for a good reason, saying that he wanted me to demonstrate them to those masters in the academy. It turns out that it's for Jian. Speaking of this, Lu Yuyu bumped Jian's shoulder with her shoulder and laughed. Jian, don't be quick to thank Sir. You're the first one among the master brothers and sisters to be given this treatment before you've even been initiated. Jian sniffed and hurriedly thanked him. Su Zhixing waved his hand and said, well, from now on you'll come to the academy to go to school. I'll go and say hello to the masters of the blacksmith store, and you'll go and say goodbye to them as well, and you'll stay at the academy in the future. The crowd couldn't help but rejoice that there was another senior brother, and the academy was more lively. But what they didn't expect was for Jian to reject Su Zhixing. Sir, the matter of coming to the academy to attend school, can we hold off for another year? Lu Yuyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Qian, what are you talking about? Do you know how many people want to worship in the academy? A few others also looked puzzled, not understanding what Jian was thinking. Su Zhixing looked at him with a smile and asked, oh, why is that? Jian was a little embarrassed. He was worried that Su Zhixing would retract his decision to take him as a disciple because of this, but inwardly he couldn't get past his own hurdle in the end and opened his mouth. When I went to the blacksmith store as an apprentice 2 years ago, the master had said that in order to become his apprentice, you first had to work as a handyman for 3 years. At first I had no choice but to promise the master blacksmith to be a handyman for the full 3 years, and although I have now worshipped under Mr. Naturally I will not worship the master blacksmith as my teacher again. These 3 years of handyman were agreed upon a long time ago. I don't want to back out. The classroom was quiet as they heard him finish. Lu Yuyu blushed slightly, somewhat ashamed. The others looked at Jian with a bit more appreciation. Su Zhixing looked at Jian, who had a serious face, and suddenly asked with a stern face, Jian, aren't you afraid that if you reject me you'll never be able to step through the doors of the Knowledge Academy again? Jimin's mind wavered. His heartbeat was like a godman beating a drum, and it actually shook his own ears. Su Zhixing's words were like a 9-day thunderbolt that exploded in his heart. Jian couldn't even raise the slightest thought of resisting. He blurted it out with hardly a moment's hesitation. I'm afraid Mr. Won't want me. But that's not what people do. A needle fell in the classroom and everyone stared at Qian without speaking. Suddenly, a hearty laugh rang out. Ha 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 ha. Good, Jian. Then you will come back to enroll a year later. But remember, you mustn't fall behind in your homework, and you mustn't slack on your boxing. Jian was overjoyed and bowed in obeisance. Thank you, sir, for your understanding. Chapter 113, Hunting Encounters. Although Su Zhixing valued Jian, the old sixth system didn't think so. Jian's worship was not recognized by the system. According to the system's past practice, the criteria for determining a person's potential value should be a combination of aspects: talent, heart, and even the origin and future direction of development and so on. Jian was naturally speechless in the aspect of heart, but other aspects were rather ordinary, so the system isn't buying it. Su Zhixing didn't care too much. When he had just crossed over to this world, the purpose of his taking on disciples was indeed to open the system and receive its rewards. but that idea has faded a lot now. When he sees a good seedling, he just doesn't want him to be buried, to be nurtured properly and try to be able to make a difference in his future. As for whether or not he could bring much benefit to himself, Su Shixing, on the contrary, didn't care too much. Otherwise, even though he ran all over the world and took in those who saw qualified potential values, by now I'm afraid he has 3,000 disciples. But this is not the Tao of Su Shixing. The days didn't change much after taking in Qian. Jian is still helping out at the blacksmith store every day, and when he has time, he picks up the revised version of the 3-character classic given to him by Su Shixing and reads it carefully. And when he encounters something that he doesn't understand, he runs to the academy and asks Lu Yuyu and Zhao Hu about it. Martial arts cultivation he likewise did not fall behind, and his fisticuffs never slacked off for a single day. Lu Yuyu had said that his physical foundation was too poor, his martial arts qualifications were not too good, and his only advantage was his good perseverance. So give him the phrase, punch 1,000 times, the body is natural. Jian would dive into practicing boxing every morning and evening, over and over again, each time never perfunctorily. Every day now, Qian felt extraordinarily fulfilled. He could also clearly feel that his body was getting stronger and stronger, and he had memorized that book 3-character classic, and knew all the words on it. Then he learned the 100 surnames and the 1,000-character classic from Su Shixing. It was midsummer of the following year after all the monastic elements of the 3, 100, and 1,000 had been completed. Summer is Qian's favorite season, because not only do you not have to put up with the bitter cold of being unclothed in the summer, but there are also more wild fruits and mountain treasures that you can eat in the mountains and fields. Every now and then you can go to the river and touch fish and catch shrimp. Improvement of meals. After studying and practicing martial arts for half a year, he finally had the body of a normal boy his age. It doesn't look so weak anymore, although martial arts still failed to enter the grade, and the supreme sacred Confucianism had yet to be introduced. Jian displayed another impressive talent, his archery skills, which were progressing extremely fast. Within 50 paces, an open bow and arrow can shoot down a willow leaf. If it weren't for the lack of arm strength, it wouldn't be impossible to go farther. Although this was nothing for Zhao Hu and the others, it was important to realize that Zhao Hu and the others were all people who had entered the grade of martial arts and were also in the cultivation of Confucianism, placed among ordinary people. Jian was already considered an archer with quite high shooting skills. Knowing this, Su Shixing even went to Ani County specifically to use his connections to hire a veteran soldier to teach Jian archery, correct his power and posture, as well as some shooting techniques. Jian's archery skills went further as a result. In terms of light round archery, no one among the disciples could surpass him. Deep in the mountains outside Longquan town, Jian had been guarding a large pine tree for an afternoon. By now the sky was darkening and the forest was slowly getting cloudy. Jian had his bow and arrows in his hands in a tight formation, ready to draw and shoot at any time. This place was a beast path he had been scouting for days. Not far from each other, a nest that looked like it should belong to a wild boar. The wild boar that went out to forage for food would definitely go back through this beast path, and he only needed to wait for the wild boar to show up, so he could shoot an arrow through the boar's eyeballs and pierce through its brain. When the time comes to haul it back, it will also deliver some meat to the gentleman. Needless to say, Qian is a very talented hunter. Although his martial arts were not yet in the grade, he was able to do so by restraining his voice and letting his breathing, heartbeat, and so on be reduced to the lowest possible limit, so that even an ordinary martial arts expert might not be able to discover him if he did not deliberately probe. For this reason Lu Yo-Yo even teased him, saying that he was a natural hunter. Nico, however, says that Qian is better suited to be an assassin. Jian didn't even deny this, but he felt that if he really had the ability, it would be better for him to be a guardian who could guard his elder sisters and brothers in the shadows. Jian, who was pondering, suddenly heard a loud noise not far away. He immediately shot up, lowered himself and collected his voice, and with the camouflage on his body, he couldn't see him even if he looked his way. Qian's eyes were dead set on the direction the voice came from, waiting for his prey to appear, but listening to it, something didn't feel right, for the footsteps did not sound like those of a wild boar, but like those of a man. As expected, it wasn't long before two people came out from the corner of that mountain forest. A young man in his 30s, dressed in fancy clothes, held a long sword with an ancient shape in his hand. The other man was slightly older, at least in his 40s, and was wearing a green-colored robe. This clothes Jian recognized. There was a martial arts clan on the outskirts of Longquan town on the edge of that iron sand lake, called Qingping Sword Sect Longquan Branch. He remembered that the people inside that clan wore clothes like this. Jian was a bit chagrined. Why did these two people come here for a good reason? After being walked by them like this, That boar will definitely not walk here again. The afternoon had been a waste of time. Was going to wait for the two to pass before he came down. But suddenly, a sound of a sword being drawn was heard, followed by a roar. Chang Jianhao, what do you mean? The deal was that I would help you get the ledger, and you voted for me to sit as the subsect head. And today's vote, why didn't your famous sword villa vote for me? The middle-aged man in his 40s, holding a long sword, pointed at the young man in fancy dress and roared angrily. The Chinese-suited youth laughed, reaching out to set aside the tip of the other party's sword, and patiently said, Elder Wang, you have to understand our pain. Behind that Elder Lu stands your Qingping sword sect's holy maiden Mo Qingyao. How dare we not support him? The middle-aged man who was called Elder Wang by the young man in fancy dress sneered. Che, holy maiden? That's all in the past tense. Mo Qingyao fell down in the realm for no reason and has already been brought back to the central heavenly state by the patriarch. And there's already rumors within that if Mo Qingyao can't return to the third rank within 3 years, she'll no longer be the holy daughter of the Qingping sword sect. It's been 2 years since then, and it's rumored that she's still at the 6th rank, and her cultivation hasn't progressed an inch at all. When Chang Jianhao heard Elder Wang's words, he immediately widened his eyes with a look of disbelief. What? The Qingping sword sect's holy maiden has fallen off the realm? When did that happen? Elder Wang said with eyes full of mockery. Don't pretend. If you say you don't know, chop me up and I won't believe you. Say it, the holy maiden has fallen. Why do you still support old Lu? Chang Jianhao froze for a while and shook his head helplessly. Elder Wang, what do you want me to say? Elder Wang coldly snorted. How? You've gone back on your word. You have to give me a statement. Chang Jianhao nodded with a serious face and said, That's right, a statement has to be given. The reason why our famous sword villa supports Elder Lu is because... What? What answered him was a sword light. Sword chi was spread across the area and in an instant, a piece of grass and trees was cut off. That Elder Wang's reaction was also considered extremely fast, and the long sword in his hand was already erected in front of his body to block. His body was bursting with true chi, and he had obviously made preparations as well. Yet in just an instant, the true chi in his body weakened again, just as Elder Wang was uncertain. That sword light had already chopped down, although it was still blocked by the long sword. The majestic sword chi still swept across his body. Elder Wang directly flew backwards. The meridians in his body had been cut off by the sword chi, and blood spurted wildly from his mouth. His eyes widened angrily as he pointed at Chang Jianhao angrily. You, despicable, when did you poison her? Chang Jianhao laughed coldly. Just now, all the way here. Wasn't Elder Wang still curious about how this roadside wildflower could smell so good? Elder Wang panicked and quickly waved his hand. Chang Jianhao, Mr. Chang, I'll forget about this matter. How about we just forget about it? Chang Jianhao laughed. Elder Wang, aren't you asking for a statement? Do you know why we support Elder Lu? As he said this, the long sword in his hand was already raised. Elder Wang looked at his hands in despair and said in succession, No, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. Chang Jianhao ignored him and remained to himself. That's because, Elder Lu gave more than you. Halfway through his words, the long sword had already chopped down. With a powerful sword chi, it directly passed through Elder Wang's body. He was dead almost instantly. Chang Jianhao still refused to stop. His sword chi continued to wreak havoc. In the blink of an eye, Elder Wang had become a pile of rotten meat. It's impossible to tell who it is. Chapter 114, Protecting Treasure. Chang Jianhao looked at the pile of rotten meat on the ground and snorted coldly. Just you want to make a deal with me? Dropping a sentence that wasn't really pushy, Chang Jianhao turned around and left. Unsurprisingly, it wouldn't take more than an hour for this pile of rotten meat to be devoured by the beasts in the mountains. If we get a rain shower, there's really no trace of it. However, this scene coincidentally fell into Ji An's eyes. He clenched his teeth in death, doing his best to keep himself from making any noise. Just try to hold your breath. He knew that if the man found out about himself, he would definitely be silenced. It was definitely not a trivial matter for an elder of the Qingping sword sect to be killed. Fortunately, Chang Jianhao didn't seem to notice him. Rounding the corner, the footsteps drifted away. It was only at this point that Jian dared to breathe normally. Because of his nervousness, his forehead was already covered in sweat. But he did not come down at once, but continued to lie on his back in the tree, and waited a little longer. And when he saw that it was indeed safe to do so, he climbed down, and turned and ran in the other direction. He kept running out at least 4 or 5 miles before he stopped, panting heavily, looking behind him, and with no one catching up. Jian patted his chest and murmured, Luckily, it wasn't discovered. However, right at this moment, Jian suddenly had his sweaty hair stand on end and his heart trembled violently. That means you saw everything that just happened? A voice suddenly sounded in front of him. Jian immediately heard that it was the voice of the youth named Cheng Jianhao. Facing this kind of character, he was absolutely no match. However, Gu Min was calm in nature and didn't panic. He reacted extremely quickly, opening his bow at the first opportunity after hearing the sound, and without hesitation, he shot an arrow in the direction of the sound. After shooting the arrow, he didn't even look back and directly pulled his legs out and ran. Cheng Jianhao, who was standing about a dozen meters in front of Jian, also didn't expect Jian to be so decisive and strike when he said he would, and the arrow's accuracy was extremely high. It was actually shot directly at his throat. Of course, how could an arrow shot by an ordinary person who hadn't even entered the grade injure a 4th grade realm martial artist like him? He flexed his finger and directly popped the arrow, and the entire arrow directly exploded. But it was only a moment before Jian had run away. The terrain inside this mountain was very familiar to him, and in just a blink of an eye, he lost track of it. But after all, he was facing a 4th grade martial artist, and Cheng Jianhao already had a hint of anger in his eyes as he flew straight up, leaping between the tree canopies. Within a few ups and downs, Jian's figure was seen again. However, the moment he saw Jian, an arrow flew over at the same time, extremely fast. Cheng Jianhao was unexpectedly caught by an arrow near his body in a moment of inattention. If it wasn't for the natural burst of true qi in his body that shattered the arrow, I'm afraid that he would have suffered some traumatic injuries this time. This completely angered him. An ordinary person who hadn't even entered the grade had almost injured him. It's just a strange shame. Jianhao Chen's long sword was directly sheathed, and with a stern cry, he swung out a sword. Give me death. A sword shadow condensed from sword qi broke through the air. Jian didn't have time to react and was directly stabbed by this sword shadow in a solid manner. The body was sent flying far away as if it were a cannonball. It directly crashed through a large tree that was thick enough for an adult to encircle before stopping. Cheng Jianhao had thought that this sword was enough to kill such a mole, but when he fixed his eyes, Jian was unharmed and could not see a trace of injury. How is it possible? Even a second-ranked expert couldn't take a hard hit from my sword without being injured. Cheng Jianhao looked at this scene incredulously. His eyes suddenly fluttered. Only on Jian's body, a glistening white barrier flickered. It was as if something was shielding Jian's body, which kept him from getting hurt. What's that? Cheng Jianhao couldn't help but be greatly interested. Jian, however, was a bit anxious, and he naturally knew what it was due to in that moment just now. It was a piece of ink the gentleman had left him. All the disciples in the academy have them, with one protective ink blot and one killing ink blot on each of them. However, Jian had gone out hunting this time and didn't feel the need to bring along a killing inkpot, so he had only brought a protective inkpot with him. Mr. had said that even if this protective ink treasure could block the attack of a first-rate expert, it was not absolutely invincible. Keep consuming it over. Once the Hao Ranjin Qi on the ink treasure was exhausted, this ink treasure would also be ruined. Qian climbed to his feet and turned to run. He's going to run to town as fast as he can. However, on second thought, this place is not close to the town. On the contrary, if one goes to Qingping Sword Sect on the contrary, it is quite close. As long as he arrived at the Qingping Sword Sect and exposed Cheng Jianhao's crimes, he would be safe by then. Thinking of this, Jian quietly changed direction and ran towards the Qingping Sword Sect. The Cheng Jianhao behind him naturally wouldn't let him run away just like that, and with a flash of his body, he chased after him. A sword was then handed out once again. This time, he used almost 70% of his strength. The sword broke through the air, shattering all the rocks, grass and trees it passed along the way, and finally landed solidly on Jian's back at a speed he couldn't react to. Jian was once again sent flying a dozen meters. It broke 2 or 3 huge logs. Only when he landed on the ground, he was still alive and kicking, getting up and continuing to run. Cheng Jianhao's eyes glowed with excitement. This kid definitely has a treasure on him. He doesn't die even after such a beating. What kind of treasure is this? Thinking of this, Cheng Jianhao fiercely accelerated his footsteps. His speed surged, and almost in a flash, he arrived behind Jian, grabbing towards the back of his neck. Unexpectedly, the majestic Haoran True Qi in Jian's body burst out violently, directly bouncing off his hand. Cheng Jianhao was shocked and couldn't help but secretly say, "What kind of power is this? It's not quite like True Qi," but he still didn't give up. Something in Jian aroused his keen interest. He flew directly to Jian, his body standing still, waiting for Jian to crash into him. Jian tried to stop his body when he saw Cheng Jianhao, but he still took a few more steps forward due to inertia. It stopped right in front of Cheng Jianhao. Cheng Jianhao had also learned to be smart. He reached out to grab Jian without the slightest bit of true qi in his hands, even his strength was just right. Sure enough, the power that resembled a body-protecting true chi did not appear, but Kian struggled violently, and when he unconsciously applied more force, the force reappeared and bounced his arm away. It was also at that moment that the canopy rattled among the mountains. A figure descended from the sky and landed in front of the two. Jian was overjoyed when he saw the visitor. Mr. The visitor was none other than Su Zhixing, who had sensed a strange movement in Jian's ink treasure and rushed over to take a look. I didn't expect to see this Cheng Jianhao. An idea then came to mind. Cheng Jianhao didn't know the depths of Su Zhixing. He knew that the disciples Su Zhixing taught had martial arts skills and seemed to know a little bit of martial arts. But come to think of it, this kind of countryside teaching teacher, even if he knows martial arts, he won't be strong enough. The dense canopy of trees blocked his vision, so he didn't see Su Zhixing flying through the air from afar. Those who don't know are not to blame. Without hesitation, Cheng Jianhao directly struck out, aiming his sword at Su Zhixing's head. Sword chi swept through the mountains and forests, and wild winds suddenly blew up. He had already used 10% of his strength in this sword. Su Zhixing had other plans, so he did not reveal his true strength, so it was merely a strength of around 3 products against it. Cheng Jianhao was shocked, not realizing that Su Zhixing, such a countryside pedagogue, even had 3rd-grade strength. He suddenly thought of the death of his brother Cheng Yuanzhou in the beginning. The only person who had a conflict before Cheng Yuanzhou's death was the disciple of this teacher, the young girl Lu Yuyu. Cheng Jianhao tried to find Lu Yuyu to ask questions more than once, but all of them were blocked by Mo Qingyao. Now it seems that although the person who killed Cheng Yuanzhou was not Lu Yuyu, it is very likely that it was the teaching teacher in front of him. Thinking of this, Cheng Jianhao immediately had the intention to retreat. He was going to go back and tell his father to come and avenge that ungrateful brother. After making his decision, Cheng Jianhao immediately pulled out his best trick and forced Su Zhixing back. His body shape was then like electricity, disappearing into the mountains and forests in the twinkling of an eye. Su Zhixing looked at his distant back and couldn't help but smile. The younger brother isn't too bright, and this older brother doesn't look too far off. Chapter 115, Be Reasonable with You. Kian was a bit frustrated that the first time he encountered danger, he had to rely on Sir to get through it, blame it on his own poor natural talent, practicing martial arts for half a year, and still not making much progress, listening to senior brother Dahu. Their senior brother initially practiced Confucianism and entered the 9th grade in 3 days, and later practiced martial arts on the side, and likewise entered the 9th grade in a few days. Following behind Su Zhixing, Jian kept his head down and was a bit sullen along the way. Su Zhixing naturally knew what he was thinking, but he didn't try to enlighten or persuade him. It was useless for outsiders to say anything about such things. He had to rely on himself. This incident today was a complete accident. In fact, regarding the matter of Cheng Yuanzhou in the first place, Su Zhixing had always wanted to find an opportunity to showdown with famous Sword Villa. After all, it was Cheng Yuanzhou who took the initiative to hurt Lu Yuyu first, and Lu Yuyu only had to kill him to protect herself. I think the famous Sword Villa should be able to be reasonable. It just so happened that Jian happened to come across Cheng Jianhao's murder today, so he could solve it all together. Just now, if Su Zhixing wanted to kill Cheng Jianhao, naturally, it wouldn't be much of a challenge. But what Su Zhixing wanted wasn't just to kill Cheng Jianhao. Unsurprisingly, Cheng Jianhao would definitely add fuel to the fire when he went back and complained to the master of the famous Sword Villa, that Cheng Feng who was known as the Sword Idiot. It wouldn't be long before Cheng Feng would definitely come to the door to seek revenge. The strength of the 3rd grade displayed just now wouldn't cause them much concern. In order to avenge his son's death, the odds are that Cheng Feng won't make too many preparations. That was why Su Zhixing had intentionally fought Cheng Jianhao with 3rd grade strength and pretended to be escaped by him. For a few days after that, there was nothing different. The famous Sword Villa was in Yangzhou Prefecture, which was a distance away from Longquan town, and Cheng Feng would not be able to rush over that quickly. Su Zhixing estimated the time, thinking that it should be almost time, so he left Longquan town with Lu Yuyu, standing guard by the only pipeline outside of Long Springs. Lu Yuyu didn't know what Su Zhixing was going to do, and when she asked him he just said that she would know when the time came. She could only wait patiently on the sidelines. It was almost noon when a cloud of dust rose from the end of the pipeline. The sound of horses' hooves sounded one after another. Lu Yuyu listened with her side ear and whispered, 6 horses. Su Zhixing smiled and asked, "Want to know what I asked you to do today?" Lu Yuyu froze and shook her head. Su Zhixing raised his finger and pointed. "Remember the guys you killed with that writing 2 years ago?" Lu Yuyu's figure shook as she turned her head in the direction of Su Zhixing's finger. Although she didn't recognize those people on horseback, she heard Su Zhixing's meaning that those people must be related to the ones from 2 years ago. "Sir, they are coming for revenge?" Su Zhixing nodded. Among these people, there is 1 second grade, 1 third grade, 3 fifth grades, and 1 sixth grade. You are now on the edge between the 7th and 6th product. In a moment, if the negotiations don't work out, that 6th product will be yours. Lu Yuyu's eyes instantly glowed, and her expression was a bit excited as she said, Sir, will there be a fight later? Are we considered a duel between Jianghu sects? And do we belong to the good side or the evil side? Lu Yuyu wasn't even half nervous. Instead she was excited. Su Zhixing was stunned, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. He suddenly had some regrets about telling these students about Master Jin's martial arts novels, causing this little ninny to fantasize about wandering the countryside and being chivalrous all day long ever since she practiced sword fighting. Girls, be gentle. Don't always think about fighting. Lu Yo-Yo smiled cheekily. Sir, didn't you say so yourself? Women are not inferior to men. What's wrong with girls? What's wrong with girls? Can't they be just as dashing? Not inferior to men? Su Zhixing shook his head helplessly. Well, it's good that you're happy. As he spoke, the horses had come close. Cheng Jianhao on his horse saw Su Zhixing and stopped by strangling the reins. He turned his head and whispered a few words to a burly middle-aged man to the side, who immediately cast an icy gaze at Su Zhixing. Su Zhixing smiled faintly and nodded in greeting. A group of people rolled over and dismounted, coming to Su Zhixing, and just as they were about to speak, Su Zhixing raised his hand to stop them, saying, This is not the place to talk. This way. Every 10 miles on the official road, a pavilion would be built, and Su Zhixing chose a location exactly 10 miles outside of Longquan town, outside of a pavilion. After Su Zhixing said that, he walked into the gazebo on his own and sat down. The famous Sword Villa group followed suit. The burly middle-aged man sat opposite Su Zhixing, while the others stood behind him, their faces solemn, staring at the two of them dead on. Su Zhixing looked at the middle-aged man across from him and asked, This must be Master Chang of the famous Sword Villa? Cheng Feng coldly looked at Su Zhixing and faintly said, Since you know it's me, how dare you come to block the way? Su Zhixing smiled and shook his head. It's not the same thing. You're here to see me anyway, and the town is crowded, so I came here to wait for you. Cheng Feng sneered and said in a morose tone, Oh, now that you know I'm coming for you, why don't you run? Su Zhixing sighed. My schoolhouse is in town. What will happen to it if I run away? Cheng Feng sat up straight and smoothly placed his own sword on the tabletop. This sword was none other than the inherited sword of the successive owners of the famous Sword Villa, ranked 8th on the list of famous swords in the world. Named Azzi, a famous sword with a history of hundreds of years. Say, what is it that you have come to meet me halfway of your own accord? Su Zhixing nodded and arched his hand. Indeed there is something to say. Lord Chang Zhuang, as you can see, I am a scholar and a teacher, and I like to speak the word reason in everything. So today I came here because I want to reason with you. Chang Zhuang master. Cheng Feng had some playful smiles on his face, and the eyes of those behind him looked as if they were looking at little cuties, generally looking at Su Zhixing. Only Lu Yuyu, standing behind Su Zhixing, forced to smile. Those who are familiar with Mr. No Mr. S off repeated line. Cheng Feng clasped his hands on his chest and laughed slightly mockingly. Tell me, how do you want to reason with me? Su Zhixing smiled and said, As you know, I killed your son. As soon as the words fell, a morose killing intent filled the gazebo, and even the temperature dropped several degrees. Cheng Feng's eyes were even more cold and flashing, seeing that he was about to go on a rampage and kill someone. Su Zhixing raised his hand to stop him and said, Don't be in a hurry to get mad first. Master Chang Zhuang, listen to what I have to say first. Cheng Feng forced back his anger and said with a morose gaze, Well, I'll hear what else you have to say. Su Zhixing smiled faintly and continued, I killed your son, and technically, it's considered that my disciple killed your son, but everything has to be in the order of cause and effect. The reason why my disciple wanted to kill your son was because your son shot out to injure her first, and he also wanted to hold her hostage to force her to ask about the sword technique she learned. Forced to do so, our yo-yo had to use a little trickery and borrow my power to kill your son. So, before he could finish, Cheng Feng said angrily, So what you're saying is that my son deserved to die? Anyone could feel Cheng Feng's killing intent at this moment. Only Su Zhixing looked as if he hadn't noticed anything, and surprisingly, he actually nodded and said, Technically, yes, he deserved to die. Chapter 116, I know a little bit of swordplay too. Technically, yes, he deserved to die. As soon as Su Zhixing's words fell, a terrifying sword chi instantly burst forth. Su Zhixing was like a reef in the waves, standing upright and protected, along with Lu Yuyu behind him, from the slightest influence. Cheng Feng had already sheathed his long sword, pointing it straight at Su Zhixing. Well. Good guts. Old me has killed from the warring states to the peaceful times, and no one has ever dared to be so arrogant in front of me. Kid, you really don't want to die? Su Zhixing looked up at Chang Feng, had a look at the tip of the Azzi sword in front of him, and sighed. Master Chang, let's be reasonable, shall we? Is it possible that your son is only allowed to kill my disciple, but my disciple can't kill your son to protect himself? There is no such unreasonable thing under the sky, is there? Chang Feng laughed angrily and said in a chilling voice, Reason? Let me tell you, the sword in my hand is reason. At this time, those people behind Chang Feng had already exited the gazebo when they saw that something was wrong and landed a dozen meters away. The sword chi of a second-grade expert was not something they could withstand. What's more, Chang Feng had been famous for many years and was the topmost existence amongst the second-grade experts. He had already moved to true anger at this moment and had no measure at all when he moved his hands. In order not to be mistakenly injured, they very wisely took the lead and retreated out. After Chang Feng finished saying those words, his long sword was already out. A very ordinary stabbing sword move. But a sharp explosion came out violently from the void. Because of the excessive speed, the tip of the sword pierced through the air, and even a ripple of vigor appeared visible to the naked eye. And all the sword chi, all hidden in the sword body, only waiting for the moment of stabbing the target, violently burst out, destroying the opponent in one fell swoop. Ding! An ear-piercing sound of gold and iron sounded, followed by a sudden eruption of the sword chi contained above that sword body. Countless incomparably sharp sword chi seemed to be out of control, overflowing wildly in all directions. The wooden gazebo was destroyed almost instantly. Wood shavings and thatch were flying all over the place. A dozen meters away, Chang Jianhao's few people stormed back once again. A dozen meters is no longer a safe distance. They had to back up. Chang Jianhao had a few moments of excitement in his eyes. That teaching teacher suffered from his father's anger-containing sword, and was already bound to die. When he died, he himself could go to Longquan town again and find the teenager. That exotic treasure on the teenager would be his own by then. Even thinking about this, an uncontrollable smile had appeared on Chang Jianhao's face. It was only when the raging sword chi dispersed that the smile on his face suddenly froze, and a touch of horror gradually penetrated his eyes. Not only him, a few other people from the famous sword villa were no better. Only on the bare ruins of the gazebo, Su Zhixing was still sitting as steady as a mountain. That young girl was still standing behind him, facing that second-grade sword chi, without even a single injury on her body. Even the corners of the coat didn't seem to be disturbed. As for Chang Feng across from them, his originally neatly combed hair was now scattered with a few strands hanging over his face. He stood, holding the famous sword Azzi in his hand, the tip of the sword only an inch away from the teaching teacher across from him. But it was this 1 inch that he couldn't stab in again no matter what. Because of the tip of the sword, Su Zhixing's index finger and thumb had held it in a death grip, like a million iron pincers. It prevented Chang Feng's sword from piercing in for another fraction of a second. Su Zhixing's gaze remained gentle as he looked up at Chang Feng and smiled lightly. Is Lord Chang Zhuang unwilling to reason with Mr. Su? Chang Feng forced down the panic in his heart. The true chi in his body raised again, and the sword light on the sword body lit up fiercely. Su Zhixing loosened his grip, allowing him to draw his sword back. Asked again, does Lord Chang Zhuang really want to be unreasonable? How could Chang Feng have the heart to answer this question of his at this moment? He violently flew back a large distance, his body's true chi surging, his beard and hair flying without wind. It looked as if it was going to be a fight to the death. Come here and form a formation. As Chang Feng's words fell, Jianhao Chen's several people immediately swarmed to Chang Feng's side. The 6 swords, almost in the blink of an eye, were connected by chi and were as one, like a giant sword with 6 people merging into it. Chang Feng was like the tip of this hilt, and as this sword fell again, before it even came close, Su Zhixing felt a great sense of oppression. The ground seemed to be lifted up as if a layer of the earth, and between the whistling of the sword chi, no matter whether it was grass, trees, or rocks, all of them were reduced to pieces. The power of this sword was almost close to a first-rate swordsman. Although a first-rate swordsman was already considered a top-notch character for this Jianghu, it still wasn't enough for Su Zhixing. The Mo Yuan sword was still unsheathed. He just raised his hand and the Deer Song sword in Lu Yuyu's hand stood in front of him. Su Zhixing gently gripped the hilt of his sword, and in the face of that aura and sword momentum for a moment, he merely gently handed out a sword with a light breeze. It was like a thunderous explosion. Piercing sword light blossomed between the two. Terrifying sword chi swept like a tsunami. However, the direction of this tsunami was all towards Chang Feng and the others. Surprisingly, not half of it leaked to Su Zhixing's side. 6 figures, without exception, fell and flew out. He fell to the far side and had trouble struggling to get up. Only Chang Feng was still able to barely stand, but he was also leaning on the ground with his sword, his face pale and blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. On the contrary, Su Zhixing was still sitting calmly and steadily at the stone table that had been shattered into a pile of rubble, with 1 foot in front of him as the boundary, 1 foot before a piece of rubble, and 1 foot after that. Everything was as it was. Su Zhixing returned the Deer Ming sword to Lu Yuyu and looked at Chang Feng and laughed. Since Master Chang is unwilling to reason, then coincidentally, Mr. Su also knows a little bit of swordplay. Since Master Chang said that the sword in his hand is reason, then it seems that the reason in Master Chang's hand isn't hard enough right now. Chang Feng's face was deathly pale. By this point, he could already tell that the teaching teacher in front of him was at least a first-grade expert. He had gone so far as to strike out at a first-grade swordsman to provoke him. There are 9 ranks of martial artists in the world, and the higher up you go, the greater the difference. Between the 9th and 8th grades might not be too obvious. By the 7th and 6th grades, it was a different story, and in the upper 3 grades, the difference of one large realm was basically an insurmountable chasm. In all the years he had been walking the Jianghu, he had never heard of anyone who could fight against a first rank with a second rank. At best, there were some supreme geniuses who barely had a fighting chance when the second grade faced the first grade, but the ending remains without much surprise. That was why there were quite a few second grades in the world, but when it came to the first grade it was a phoenix, and that was why a clan with a first grade in existence could be called a Holy Land. Chang Feng had understood at this point that it was absolutely impossible to avenge his son's death. Reversing the tip of his sword and clasping his hands together, Chang Feng said in a deep voice. Chang Feng has eyes but no pearls and doesn't know the true dragon. Please be magnanimous and spare famous sword villa. Senior. Chang Jianhao also finally understood why Su Jiwei had spared him that day in the mountains. So it was for today. Su Zhixing finally stood up, made 2 steps forward, looked down at Chang Feng, and faintly said, Chang Zhuang Master, Great Zhou spent 3 years horse treading the rivers and lakes, killing heads and countless sects and gangs were destroyed. This didn't even let you up a little lesson. Today I only just put out a sword, so you can change your ways? Chapter 117, Who else? Chang Feng's face changed drastically. The undisguised killing intent in Su Zhixing's words made him understand that this teaching teacher did not intend to spare them. In an instant, he forcefully reversed the true qi in his body, and the sword aura of the Azzi sword in his hand flourished. His figure violently rose up from the ground, and up and down his body. Countless sword qi surrounded him like a whirlwind. Kensho, run away! Chang Feng's explosive voice rang out violently. That whirlwind of sword qi had then rushed towards Su Zhixing. In life and death, you can see a few true feelings. Su Zhixing smiled faintly. As he spoke, that sword qi whirlwind was already approaching. This move was Chang Feng reversing his meridians and fighting for his life. Even if this move could kill Su Zhixing, he himself would definitely die. When Chang Jianhao in the distance saw this scene, a flash of grief flashed in his eyes, but his body was honest, and without hesitation, he pulled out his legs and ran. Several other disciples of the famous sword villa were all determined, and even followed the example of their master, reversing their meridians to gain more power, like a short-lived flower blossoming out the last light of their lives. Seeing this, Su Zhixing put away his smile, his face taking on a bit of solemnity. With a move of his palm, a long sword with a cold light like autumn water appeared in his hand. In fact, he could have completely dispensed with the murky sword, but this moment, he wanted to use it. The 5 swordsmen flew in, their sword qi intertwined, and their sound was so great that I'm afraid the average first-grade expert would have to avoid them. Su Zhixing waved his hand and sent Lu Yuyu a few dozen meters behind him, the Mo Yuan sword standing in front of him in his hand. Su Zhixing's gaze was like a sword as he lightly spat out a single word from his mouth under the life-threatening attack of the famous sword villa crowd. Town. In an instant, a sword mountain silhouette rose from Su Zhixing's body, enveloping it completely. The whirlwind-like sword qi of those people from the famous sword villa landed on top of the sword mountain. The clanking sound of gold and iron was unceasing. The gale formed by the sword qi continuously blew and scraped the sword mountain, trying to destroy it. However, the sword mountain always stood there, and remained undamaged despite the howling winds. Within Sword Mountain, Su Zhixing sighed tersely. Although he was a rival foe, he was still moved by this magnificent act of dying. Reversing the meridians could ultimately only be exchanged for a moment's strength, and with this wave of strikes at any cost, the famous sword villa crowd would have difficulty in sustaining themselves after only a few breaths. Several disciples exhausted themselves one after another and lay on the ground only able to catch their breath. Chang Feng was still undeterred. He surprisingly exploded again, and above the Azzi sword, the sword aura once again flourished, but his face was aging with the naked eye. Su Zhixing frowned slightly, actually somewhat unable to bear it. the long sword in front of his body gently trembled, and the mountain of swords shook violently. Chang Feng, who was doing his best to attack, had his sword momentum broken, and his body flew backwards as if struck by lightning. When he was in mid-air, he had already sprayed out a large mouthful of reverse blood. In the blink of an eye, all the whistling sword chi had subsided. Su Zhixing's sword mountain also slowly faded away. He carried the Mo Yuan sword and took a step in front of Chang Feng and looked at him. At this time, this swordsman with the name of Sword Idiot was already gray-haired. However, his pair of eyes were still sharp, and in the face of Su Zhixing, whose strength was far higher than his own, he still did not retreat a step. This is a true swordsman. Su Zhixing commented this in his heart. Just now, when he conceded defeat and retreated, I am afraid that it was also because he had considered that his son was still alive and wanted to fight for a ray of hope for his son. Su Zhixing exhaled softly and stopped looking at him. Then in front of a few people, his figure directly rose up from the ground, transforming into a swordlight and going far away. Chang Feng was first stunned, then his eyes were filled with horror. It finally turned into endless chagrin and despair. Even if Su Zhixing was a first-rate top-notch swordsman, that swordsman's arrogance in his heart wouldn't dissipate. But Su Zhixing was actually a sword immortal who has transcended the mundane of this world. He had, just now, actually been throwing swords at a sword immortal. At the moment of despair, Chang Feng again suddenly rose a sense of pride. That's right. Dare I ask who in this world has ever struck a sword at a sword immortal? That sword immortal of the great wasteland city has been guarding the city alone for decades. Has anyone ever challenged him? Even the great Zhou imperial dynasty, sitting on millions of troops, had never thought of attacking the great wasteland city. For one thing, the great barren city is inherently desolate and of little value. Most of all, if you want to take down the great wasteland city, you have to tear your face off with this sword immortal, and at that time, as long as this sword immortal isn't bent on a deadly battle like that land god of Yin at the time, there is nothing that Great Zhou can do to take him down at all. An expert of the land god immortal realm could no longer be measured by worldly ranks. Today, he, Chang Feng, has delivered 3 swords to the sword immortal one after another, and is still alive today. Who else is there in this world? Thinking of this, Chang Feng unexpectedly couldn't help but laugh out loud. Famous sword villa several other people, as long as they are still alive, at this time heard the laughter of the master of the manor, also almost understand the mood of the master of the manor at this time, and even followed the laughter. Daring to strike their swords at the sword immortal, they would be able to go down in history today. Only next, they couldn't stop laughing, because Su Zhixing had returned, carrying someone in his hand. It was none other than Chang Jianhao, who had already gone far away just now. Seeing that he had been captured and returned, Chang Feng no longer had any semblance of pride. He coughed up blood as he begged Su Zhixing for mercy. Senior, this is the only sole seed of my Cheng family. Please let him go. From now on, famous sword villa will serve Senior as its master and be at your disposal. Chang Jianhao had been scared out of his wits and was shivering. No matter how ruthless a person usually was, it was extremely difficult to remain calm in the face of life and death. Chang Jianhao was even more so. Su Zhixing threw him to the ground, and a hallowed 4th-grade martial artist couldn't even stand at this point. He was scared out of his wits when he saw Su Zhixing fall from the sky and then take off again as he grabbed him. Su Zhixing looked at Chang Jianhao and said to Chang Feng, "In fact, when I came to find you today, I originally did not intend to face each other in life and death. I just wanted to reason with you, but you seem to be accustomed to using your power to oppress people and bullying them. Master Chang, I'll just have to do it your way. As for your son, he killed the people of the Qingping sword sect, and has plans to lay his hands on my disciples. Do you think, Master Chang Zhuang, that he can still survive?" Chang Feng looked at Chang Jianhao with a face of death and hatred. He naturally knew about Chang Jianhao's support for Elder Lu of the Qingping sword sect, but that's just factionalism, and it doesn't rise to the level of murder by any stretch of the imagination. If the Qingping sword sect knew that Chang Jianhao had killed one of their men, Chang Jianhao and even the entire famous sword villa would pay an unbearable price for it. When he thought of this, Chang Feng was in a hurry. Retrograde meridians just now had already left him with only his last breath, and this time this last breath directly couldn't come up. The generation of swordsmen who have been famous for 20 to 30 years in the Jianghu, even so suffocated to finish his life. There will be another chapter later. Chapter 118, An Ant Trying to Shake a Big Tree. Honorable but not self-important. Chang Jianhao looked at Chang Feng, who was gradually losing his voice, and his entire body froze. The other few disciples of the famous sword villa were different. Although they were already at the end of their strength, they still managed to struggle to their feet when they saw the death of the villa master. Wanting to give Su Zhixing another sword, even though they knew full well that Su Zhixing was most likely that legendary sword immortal. Their swords remained unhesitating. Su Zhixing did not return the favor, allowing their long swords to pierce within 3 feet of his body. It was close to 10 years since he crossed over to this world. Although his current strength had already stood at the peak of this world, the only thing that could make him afraid was that legendary land god. But to be precise, today was Su Zhixing's first time fighting someone in the true sense of the word. It had never occurred to him that these martial artists, or rather, these swordsmen, had this kind of moving intent in them. Knowing that you can't do something is easy to say, but when you really do it, you only know how hard it is when it comes to you. Su Zhixing remembered having heard a phrase somewhere, and before, it had only sounded quite sensational, but at this moment, the phrase was materialized. An ant trying to shake a big tree, respectable and not self-conscious. To Su Zhixing, these few people who could no longer even stand were no different from an ant. The behavior of these few people at this time was likewise no different from that of an ant trying to shake a big tree. However, Su Zhixing couldn't help but feel a trace of respect rise in his heart. It's not about life or death, position or identity. The talk of the swordsman when he makes a sword out of the one that goes forward, facing the 4 swords. Su Zhixing closed his eyes at that moment. Right at this moment, those 4 swordsmen who were fighting to the death suddenly felt as if their swords had fallen into a quagmire. Traveling became extremely difficult. Finally, when Su Zhixing was a foot in front of him, he could no longer advance an inch. Even if they wanted to draw their swords back at this point, they couldn't do it. The 4 of them kept coughing up blood, but they formed a stalemate scene with Su Zhixing. Cheng Jianhao finally came back to his senses at this time. He turned his head to look at Su Zhixing, whose eyes were tightly closed, and his heart pounded. If we don't run away at this time, I'm afraid we really won't have another chance. However, just as he was about to leave, out of the corner of his eye, he happened to catch a glimpse of Lu Yuyu not far away. In the desperate situation, this in Yangzhou martial arts forest is also considered a young talent of the famous Sword Mountain Village young master. But even the evil to the gall. Flying up, he lunged at Lu Yuyu. He wants to capture Lu Yuyu and hold her hostage to threaten Su Zhixing. In his opinion, a moralistic scholar like Su Zhixing was the most soft-hearted, and would surely let him off in concern for his disciple's safety. Looking at Lu Yuyu, who stood in a daze, the corners of Cheng Jianhao's mouth slowly curled up, and he even imagined a scene of Su Zhixing begging for mercy on his knees. As for whether Lu Yuyu would be a threat to him, this was something he hadn't even thought about. What strength could a 14 or 15-year-old girl have? Lu Yuyu had actually been on the defensive against the famous Sword Villa. After experiencing that battle in the outskirts of Ani County back then, her vigilance was far higher than that of an ordinary person. As luck would have it, the man who had escaped and then been recaptured by Mr. was actually trying to plot against her. The scroll of words in my hand had been ready for a long time, and I didn't think it would come in handy. Cheng Jianhao couldn't imagine how. Messing with Su Zhixing might still be able to survive, but messing with this little girl who didn't know the importance of the situation, it would really be the end of being a eunuch in the palace. Cheng Jianhao, whose figure was like an arrow, suddenly saw that Lu Yuyu took out a scroll. When the scroll was pulled back, there was a line written on it. Cheng Jianhao was interested and still intended to see what the words were. And then, there was no more. This was a scroll of words written by Su Zhixing with his first-grade Confucian cultivation, and the sword chi contained within it was as powerful as a strike from a first-grade martial artist. With his fourth-grade cultivation, and with no defense, how could he resist? The sword chi that erupted from that scroll of words pierced through his entire being in an instant. Every inch of flesh and blood on his body was destroyed by the sword chi to destroy his vitality. The entire person flew backwards like a broken rag. When it fell to the ground, it was in pieces and couldn't be put together. Lu Yuyu hastily put away the scroll, her face a little pale. She turned her head away in a hurry, not daring to look at the fragmented body. The heart could not help but feel some fear. The word scroll given by Mr. The power is getting bigger and bigger. In the future, if it's not a critical situation, it's best not to use it. The main reason was that Cheng Jianhao's death was too disgusting, and at that moment, Su Zhixing, who was in a state of arcane wonder, finally slowly came to his senses. The moment he opened his eyes, Lu Yuyu's arm suddenly jerked. She looked down in surprise, and it turned out to be the dear sword in her hand that was shaking continuously, as if it wanted to come out of its sheath and go. Not far away, the famous sword Azhi in the hands of the dead Chung Feng, as well as Cheng Jianhao's famous sword Qingfeng, which was ranked 13th on the famous sword list, successively emitted a burst of sword roar, and then even rose up in the air and flew to Su Zhixing with a whistling sound. The four swordsmen still in a stalemate were horrified, and the long swords in their hands no longer seemed to be under their control. Even wanting to break free, Su Zhixing sighed softly and turned his head to look at these few people. Gentlemen, although you and I are enemies in life and death today, Su Mao admires you all and thanks you at the same time. Why don't you all leave here? And if you can find a famous doctor, you might still have a chance of survival. The four of them looked at each other with some disbelief. I didn't expect Su Zhixing to not kill them, but then one of them endured his injuries and said with difficulty but incomparable determination, "Our master died because of you, and our meridians are broken. We no longer have the power to avenge our death. So what face do we have to live in the world? If you want to kill, just do it." What kind of moralistic words are you saying? Although the other three did not say anything, but look at the face look. The heart must also be so people in general. Su Zhixing nodded lightly. In an instant, it was as if everything was still within 5 feet of his body. It was as if another world had suddenly been split off. The four swordsmen's bodies shook violently, realizing that their bodies were unexpectedly out of control. Su Zhixing looked at the few of them and faintly said, "To thank you all for sending me on a journey to observe the Tao. Mr. Su will send you all on your way with his own strongest sword path." Those four people actually had no fear on their faces and even laughed openly. Ha ha ha, to be able to die under the strongest sword path of a worldly sword immortal. We, as swordsmen, have no regrets in this life. Su Zhixing bowed slightly and said softly, "Go well." As soon as the words fell, the 5-foot square circle was densely covered with sword chi in an instant. There's no halfway point. In this piece of space, there was nothing but sword chi or sword chi. Not only that, these sword chi also contain Su Zhixing's own supreme sword Tao true intent, pouring over everything and looking down upon all beings. Heaven and earth are unkind and take everything as ruminants. The saints are unkind and take the people for ruminants. Chapter 119, A Year's Farewell. The bodies of those four swordsmen were as if they were sanding away, turning into flying ash little by little, and thus dissipating into the heavens and earth. Even the four swords that were not bad swords were likewise shattered a little bit and scattered all over the place. Su Zhixing exhaled softly, his heart not really feeling much better. He was not a person who was addicted to killing, especially for such righteous people who valued justice more than life. He could not bear to kill. It's just that at this point, killing them would be the greatest respect for them instead. He couldn't help but feel some pity. This kind of loyal and righteous people, if they can meet a bright master, it may be another situation. Su Jiwei walked to Cheng Feng's corpse, raised his hand and waved it, only to see Cheng Feng's corpse, just like those four people just now, turn into flying ash and disappear. And finally, the body of Cheng Jianhao. Su Zhixing frowned as he looked at the ground of broken meat, turning his head to look at Lu Yuyu, who was looking embarrassed not far away. The body was then destroyed as it should have been. Those two famous swords were also put away by Su Zhixing. Lu Yuyu breathed a sigh of relief and walked over to Su Zhixing, bowing with his hands clasped in front of him. "Thank you, sir, for removing a major problem from my mind." Lu Yuyu had long known that the person she killed in the first place was the second son of famous Sword Villa, and now that both the owner of famous Sword Villa and the eldest son had died here, it was certain that no one would come to trouble her again in the future. Su Zhixing nodded with some regret. "It's a pity. In the beginning, my intention was for you to have a duel with that 6th rank of the famous Sword Villa, and to settle the grudge between you by victory or defeat. I never imagined that they would have the art of combining attacks, and under desperate circumstances they would sacrifice their lives to kill me. Thus, your opponent is also gone." Lu Yuyu shook her head with a straight face. Life and death is a big deal, and in front of life and death, opponents and whatnot certainly don't matter. Su Zhixing sighed and turned around. "Come on, go home, mister. I've got a sudden craving for Natalie's cinnamon brew." Lu Yuyu froze. For some reason, she felt as if there was something different about Mr. That back. Why does it look a little forlorn? Shaking her head and dispelling the thought, Lu Yuyu chased after her, following Su Zhixing as she said, "Then I'll cook 2 small dishes for the gentleman." "Ah, that won't be necessary. Sir, just drink." "Sir, how can you drink without a dish to go with it? Don't be polite. This is what disciples should do." "You, why don't we forget about it? Why don't you let Jian do it? It's kind of like solving his problems today. Both of us have contributed, and his kid hasn't done anything yet. So, alright, then punish him for making a few more. Make a big table and let's celebrate together." "Fine, fine. Let Jian do it. Definitely let Jian do it." "Sir, why do I feel as if you don't want to eat my cooking?" Where? Mr. just simply didn't want to cheapen that Jian kid." "Really? Really? It's more real than Nico." Well, no one could have imagined that just a moment ago, 6 lives had died at the hands of this breezy pair of master and disciple. Most of the disciples of the academy were like this, and under the influence of Su Zhixing, They had always practiced repaying kindness with kindness and revenge with straightforwardness. Benevolence. That's relative. Benevolence given to the wrong person is aiding and abetting. The master and disciples returned to Longquan town, and as Su Zhixing said, Lu Yuyu really ran to the blacksmith store to call Jian. When the master of the blacksmith store saw Lu Yuyu come to call out, he smiled and gave Jian a half-day's vacation. Qian's cooking was recognized as good in the academy, and he was happy to cook for the gentleman. After working all afternoon, in the evening Lu Yuyu ran to call Zhao Hu and He Jiqiu as well. 5 disciples, 1 gentleman, sat in the gazebo and exchanged cups, played jousting, pairs of pairs and so on. The atmosphere was joyful. The academy was, on the contrary, more like a big family for these few disciples now. The knowledge academy in the front is where the real reading and teaching takes place. After Zhao Hu came back from the dead, even if the court of the Great Zhou had vindicated him and restored his eligibility to continue to participate in the imperial examinations, he had no more thoughts of seeking merit. Then he stayed in Long Springs and became a teacher at Knowles College. While practicing Confucianism, he preached and taught. He had the name of Yangzhou Countryside Examination runner-up, and in Kyoto once shocked the entire poetry world of Great Zhou with a poem. Now that he has returned to his hometown to teach, the new prefectural governor of Ani County is naturally extremely welcoming, and he directly appointed Zhao Hu as the vice president of Jixing College. It says vice president, but it's really no different than the main president. It was because Su Zhixing, as the main dean, almost never asked about things in the academy. He only cared about teaching, so all matters in the academy are basically managed by the vice president. Before there is only one vice president, is when in the academy followed Zhao Hu in their 3 days of school one of the 2 teachers, surnamed Wei. The students of the academy are called him Mr. Wei. Now that Zhao Hu had also become the vice dean, instead of being unhappy, this Mr. Wei was relieved. As word spread about Zhao Hu and his fellow masters and brothers' achievements in the imperial examinations, the reputation of Jixing Academy grew louder and louder. People come from all over Ani County and even from outside the county to study here. The number of students enrolled is increasing, and naturally the weekday workload is getting heavier. Mr. Wei was well aware of Zhao Hu's knowledge and character, and with Zhao Hu around, he was naturally under much less pressure. Zhao Hu also lived up to his reputation for teaching and educating people meticulously. Handling the affairs of the college is also well organized. As the cultivation of Confucianism became deeper and deeper, the elegance and warmth of Zhao Hu's body was also more and more able to influence people. All the students and siblings said that Zhao Hu was becoming more and more like Mr. Su Zhixing. Nowadays, although Zhao Hu is not yet 17 years old, but in the academy, also already has the name of Mr. Zhao. The townspeople see him also no longer call him Big Tiger, but Mr. Zhao. Only the older generation still affectionately called him Dahu, whether it was Dahu or Mr. Zhao. Zhao Hu gladly accepted. People don't live with just one identity in the first place. The person who can accept each of his or her identities, and the responsibilities and pressures that come with each of them, with equanimity, is the one who is truly strong inside. In Jixing Academy, Su Zhixing's small classroom remained the same, with only 5 or 6 people. It wasn't that he wasn't willing to take in more students, and his little classroom never had a threshold for anyone who wanted to come, but most of the students at the college were not quite able to sit through his classes. Of course, this was also deliberate on Su Zhixing's part. Confucianism and Taoism cultivation method is originally something that transcends the mundane, and even if the state of mind is not reached, even if it is passed on to them, it will be of no use. Now that Zhao Hu had taken over the academy, this small classroom was logically handed over to Zhao Hu. As for how Zhao Hu taught and whether he would teach the core of the most holy Confucianism, that was Zhao Hu's business. This was also considered a test for Zhao Hu by Su Zhixing. After all, if he wanted to preach to the world, it was definitely not enough to rely on him alone. It just so happened that Zhao Hu had the ambition and the ability to do so. Su Zhixing then intended to train him to truly accept his mantle and become a preacher of his lineage. The 4 seasons of Longquan town are clearly defined, and that Longquan River also shows its splendor with the change of seasons. The peach grove in the backyard of the academy bloomed and bloomed, and in the blink of an eye, Natalie Zhao and the others had 3 more bountiful harvests of big, sweet, fragrant peaches. When it was still a budding young girl, now it is graceful and elegant, a little more feminine and poise unique to women. Of course, there are also more than a few teenage feelings, and unresolved, cutting worries. Natalie Zhao sat at the edge of the Longquan River, staring at the river in a daze. Natalie, come on, let's go practice with the sword. Not far away Lu Yoyo shouted. Startled by the interruption of her thoughts, Natalie Zhao was so flustered that an object she was cupping in her hand accidentally slipped down. It fell into the river and sank out of sight in the twinkling of an eye. Natalie Zhao's face changed drastically, and without the slightest hesitation, she directly jumped down. Not far away, Lu Yuyu was shocked to see this scene. She wasn't worried about Natalie Zhao drowning, she was just worried if something had happened. Lu Yuyu came to the riverside in a flash, looking at Zhao Nico, who had already dived under the water, and shouted anxiously, "Nico! Nico! What are you doing? Come on out." After about a dozen breaths, Zhao Nico violently broke the surface of the water, and his figure leapt up from the water, landing directly on the riverbank. The clothes on his body were all wet, and his hair was a mess. But Natalie Zhao was completely oblivious to the fact that she was already springing to life, and instead looked eagerly at the object in her hand, turning it over and over until she was relieved to find that nothing had been damaged. Lu Yuyu stared blankly at Nico, or rather at the object in Nico's hand, a jade pendant that was turquoise in color and of excellent quality. Lu Yuyu's eyes gradually lowered, and when she looked at Zhao Nico again, she couldn't help but feel some heartache. The heart couldn't help but sigh. "Senior brother, you've been gone for more than 5 years. When exactly can you come back for a visit?" Chapter 120, Xuanjia Cavalry. 100 miles further north of Yunzhou, there was a city of Wangnan. Over the years, Wangnan City has become more and more prosperous. Because of that no-killing rule, this place has also become a refuge for travelers and fugitives from the law. It is even an important gateway for Great Zhou's commerce with the steppe. 10 miles outside of Wangnan City, on a mountainside, 3 years had passed and Yu Wenqing was already in his early 20s. Nowadays it can really be described with the words, "Strangers are like jade, gentlemen are unmatched." However, today, Yu Wenqing had gone against his usual scholarly appearance, and had even put on a silver and white battle armor, with a pure white tall warhorse riding on his hips. That gentle and handsome face was also permeated with a sense of solemnity at this time. Yu Wenqing looked back at Wang Nanchang, with no more half-heartedness in his eyes. He turned his horse's head, turned his back to Wangnan City, facing the depths of the grassland, and said softly, "Departure." The warhorse on his crotch then sprang out, like a silver-white lightning bolt, and galloped away. Gzg, who was following behind, had warmth in his eyes, as if he had seen the young Yen King back then, who was also so majestic. With the young lord like this, there is still hope for Great Yen. Less than 200 miles further north of Wangnan City was the gathering place of a grassland tribe. This tribe is not big, only thousands of people, excluding the old, weak, women and children, can be called the number of young and strong less than 1,000. On the steppe, because of nomadism, the tribes are loosely organized all year round, and they go their own way with each other, rarely forming a union. But there are also conquests between tribes over pastures. That's why each tribe has its own tribal warrior, born to guard the tribe. This tribe right now then had a guardian team of 300 warriors surrounding the tribe's camp. At that moment, 2 of the tribe's warriors were sitting on the grass and chatting, their warhorses drinking from a small pond not far away. Suddenly, the water in the pond somehow rippled in layers. The 2 warriors also felt what seemed to be a slight vibration coming from the ground beneath their asses. While they were wondering, they heard the sound of horses' hooves like galloping thunder. The 2 men's faces changed drastically, and their hearts were appalled. One of them scrambled to pick up the bullhorn horn at his waist and blew the horn as hard as he could to signal the alarm. The 2 of them then climbed onto their horses as fast as they could and desperately ran back, shouting enemy attack. As they did so, as soon as they left on the front foot, a group of cavalry appeared on the back foot. This group of cavalry was not large, probably only 20 to 30 men, but the strength of its voice was like 1,000 horses, simply because every single general of this cavalry was a martial artist of at least the 6th rank realm. 6th grade martial artists wearing battle armor and with the help of the power of a warhorse. The power they could exert was naturally far beyond that of an ordinary cavalryman. Not far ahead was the camp called the Northern Hu tribe. By now the people in the camp had spotted them, and the guardian warriors around the tribe rallied as fast as they could. Obviously the number of people was far more than those 20 to 30 cavalrymen, but facing that rushing Xuanjia Ghostface cavalryman, these usually the bravest warriors at this time were nervous and gulped straight. Just as they were ready to fight to the death, the group of cavalrymen stopped. Among them came out a man who was supposed to be the leader of this group of cavalry, only to see him walk straight to the Beihu tribe warriors, facing hundreds of Beihu tribe warriors, surprisingly as if they were nothing. The cavalry general glanced at the group of Beihu tribal warriors in front of him wearing animal skins and carrying inferior weapons, and laughed softly before pointing to the sun above his head and said in a deep voice, "Tell your chief, before the sun goes down, offer your tribal tokens and lead all the tribespeople to that meadow 20 miles away to submit to me. Northern Yen, if you are not seen when the sun goes down, kill." When these words came out, The Northern Hu warriors were furious. They are the warriors of the steppe, and no one can make them submit. Not to mention getting their entire tribe to submit to this so-called Northern Yen together. Never. Just then, among this group of warriors from the Northern Hu tribe, a rider suddenly ran out, waving a long sword in his hand, and rushed towards the cavalry general with quite a sound. Dog thief, want us to submit? I'll kill you first. When the warriors of the Northern Hu tribe saw that it was this person, their faces could not help but show a look of anticipation. This was because this man was the most powerful warrior among the Northern Hu tribe, and could deal with 4 or 5 other warriors on his own. However, they found that in the face of the charge of the strongest warrior of the Northern Hu tribe, the black-armored, ghost-faced general on the opposite side didn't even move or duck a bit. In the blink of an eye, the warriors of the Northern Hu tribe had already approached, and between the two of them, only a horse's length separated them. Right at this moment, all the warriors of the Northern Hu tribe suddenly felt a blur before their eyes and only saw a flash of silver light. Then when he fixed his eyes, he was horrified to find that one of the strongest warriors of the Northern Hu tribe was at that moment nailed in midair by a long, dark lance. The other end of the lance was being held in the hand of that Xuanjia general. Before the people of the Beihu tribe could recover from this huge contrast, the general shook his spear in his hand, and the body of that warrior flew backward and fell in front of the people of the Beihu tribe, and the tip of the lance in his hand was still as silver as water, not stained with half a bit of blood. The Xian armor general looked disdainfully at the crowd of the Northern Hu tribe and said in a chilling voice, "You might as well try and see what happens when you resist." After saying that, he then directly turned his horse's head and walked back without the slightest defense with his back to the Northern Hu tribe crowd. In the Northern Hu tribe, the archer who had already drawn his bow like a full moon knew that this was the best opportunity to shoot the other side, but he just didn't dare to let go of the bowstring no matter what. It was only when the general was out of range that they slowly lowered their bows and arrows in dismay. The matter of the Xuanjia cavalry's arrival soon spread throughout the entire Northern Hu tribe. The tribal leaders immediately called a meeting to discuss the matter. Ask the warriors who had just come into contact with that Xuanjia cavalry how strong the other side was. Thinking of the strongest warrior of the Northern Hu being directly nailed to death by a single move, these warriors couldn't help but feel some scorn inside. But the people on the grasslands are far different in heart from the Middle Kingdom. They have more blood in their bones, although they know the power of the Xuanjia cavalry, but when they think of their own side has more than 10 times the opposing side's soldiers and horses, they have a self-confidence again. If you can't beat them one-on-one, you can't beat a dozen of them? Even pouncing on them and biting them would kill them. So there was hardly a second different voice in this meeting. Everyone was in favor of going to war and fighting the Xuanjia cavalry to the death. I will not surrender and submit even if I die. Chapter 121, Northern Yen. The sun's gone down. There was only a reddish haze in the sky. All the warriors of the Northern Hu tribe gathered in front of the camp, staring nervously at the end of the horizon, waiting for the fateful battle. As expected, the group of Xuanjia cavalry still came. When, to his surprise and surprise at the same time, fewer people came this time than the last. There are only 10 of them. 10 men. You want to fight 300 warriors? Are they crazy? Someone in the Northern Hu tribe couldn't help but ask. At the same time it stoked his humiliation even more, sending 10 men and 10 horses to challenge their entire Northern Hu tribe. Do you look down on people like that? The arcane armor cavalry lined up. The horses were not fast, but instead gave off a somewhat leisurely feeling. The warriors of the Northern Hu tribe were all red in the face. This feeling of being looked down upon was worse than killing them. The tribal leader directly drew his sword and roared, "Warriors, these people are looking down on us so much. Let's show them how powerful the warriors of the grasslands are. Kill for me." The 300 warriors of the Northern Hu tribe, hearing the chief's order, immediately began to charge away with a whine. In the distance, those 10 Xuanjia cavalrymen also finally began to accelerate when they saw the Northern Hu tribe's people begin to charge. 10 men in a row, neatly organized, the feet of the war horses under their seats slowly accelerating. By the time the two sides were less than 100 paces apart, each other's speed had reached its peak. The Northern Hu tribe's side was the first to attack. They grew up mostly on horseback and were well versed in the art of horsemanship. Everyone had the ability to ride and shoot. 300 arrows soared up, and with the momentum of the galloping horses, they hurriedly shot at the 10 Xian armor cavalrymen. However, in the face of the deadly rain of swords, these 10 cavalrymen acted as if they were invisible, and surprisingly did not react in any way. It wasn't until the arrow was about to be on its way that the leading one casually waved his hand. The crowd from the Northern Hu tribe then saw that the arrows they shot over seemed to hit an invisible wall, and unexpectedly fell out of thin air. The Northern Hu people were horrified and wanted to shoot again. But at this time the distance between the two sides was close enough that it was no longer suitable for mounted archery. The Northern Hu crowd put away their bows and arrows, gripped the long swords in their hands tightly, and hissed as they rushed towards those 10 Xuanjia cavalrymen. Just when the two sides were less than 20 paces apart, those 10 Xuanjia cavalrymen suddenly separated in a fan shape. By the looks of it, it was actually planning to surround the 300 of them with the strength of 10 people. Arrogant, suffer death. The Northern Hu warriors kept hissing as the two sides finally met face to face. It was only at the moment of the actual engagement that the Northern Hu warriors realized just how self-important they really were. Each of those 10 cavalrymen carried a lance in their hands, which was a foot long and short. With the help of the horse's momentum, the lance made a horizontal sweep, and all the Northern Hu warriors who dared to rush to the other side flew out one by one like cutting wheat, collapsed to the ground, dead as a doornail. Even the warhorse that was swept in could not withstand it and directly died. If swept by the tip of the gun, even the entire body was split in two, dying an extremely gruesome death. With a single sweep of the lance, at least 5 or 6 Northern Hu warriors were killed. A charge was staggered, and the ground was already littered with corpses. There were still some Northern Hu warriors who were not dead through and were lying on the ground wailing. With just this one blow, hundreds of Northern Hu warriors died. On the contrary, the 10 cavalrymen were surprisingly unharmed, except for a little blood stain on their bodies. The remaining Beihu warriors were already in fear. They could not have imagined in any way that these people would be powerful to such an extent, but at this point, it was too late for them to regret it. The 10 cavalrymen had turned their horses and charged again. This time, their speed was even faster and their offense was even more fierce. The Northern Hu warriors could only meet the battle head-on. They didn't dare to flee because behind them was the camp of the Northern Hu tribe, which contained their wives and children, and because of that, they are doomed. When the last Beihu warrior died in battle, the Beihu camp was already crying and howling. The leader of the Northern Hu tribe had long since been killed in battle, and by now the tribe was in a state of panic. After the 10 Xian armor cavalrymen finished killing all the resisting warriors, they didn't enter the camp, but instead guarded the outside of the camp, seemingly waiting for something. About a quarter of an hour later, someone in the North Hu camp suddenly pointed to the distance and shouted, "Look, there are more enemies there." Beihu not landed people looked up, only to see that on the distant horizon, a black pressurized army came a little bit to this side. The North Hurricane had a deadpan look on his face. Just now, just 10 cavalrymen had killed and wounded all 300 of their warriors, and now with this large swath of enemies, was there any chance for their Beihu tribe to survive? Just to their surprise, those troops did not enter the camp. Instead, a group of people without battle armor walked in. They assembled all the Northern Hu tribesmen and read a proclamation in the language of the steppe. The general meaning is that from now on, the Northern Hu tribe submits to Northern Yan and becomes the people of Northern Yan. A series of decrees were then announced one by one, leaving the people of the Northern Hu tribe listening to them in a clouded state. They tried to resist, but just as someone ventured out, they were directly beheaded. It also makes those who are upset have to bury this hatred in their hearts. However, they had just finished killing people, and immediately afterward, these people actually began to distribute the tribe's cattle, sheep, and horses. Anyone who is a member of the Northern Hu tribe can get their own sheep or cattle. It is important to realize that all the cattle and sheep in the tribe belong to the chief and the tribe in common. Only the chief is entitled to reward anyone with cattle or sheep. Their ordinary clansmen were not even entitled to have cattle or sheep of their own. This one move immediately made the originally dead Northern Hu tribe a little more angry. The clansmen of the Northern Hu also grew a little less wary. Those civil officials in Northern Yan looked at this scene and couldn't help but laugh at each other. These Hoosiers, they're too easy to deal with. Meanwhile, in the grasslands north of Yunzhou, there was not just one case of something like the Beihu tribe. In one day, a dozen tribes were attacked and taken over, and the people who took them in were the group that called themselves Northern Yan. The Xian armor ghost face cavalry, which was invincible, couldn't even touch half of the obstacles. In just one day, at least 600 miles square of pastureland was conquered by Northern Yan, and within 3 days, all the tribes within this 600-mile radius had established contact with each other, and the army of Northern Yan set off once again, crossing these 600 miles of pasture and continuing northward. Further in, there were stronger tribes, more cattle and sheep, and wider grasslands. Chapter 122, the first year of Guangwu of Northern Yan. The Beihu tribe was about 1,000 miles further north, and this was the territory of one of the 3 largest tribes on the grasslands, the Huyan tribe. What Northern Yan did in the grassland during this period of time, the grassland tribes are already well known. Hearing the name Northern Yan, these larger grassland tribes immediately recalled that Middle Kingdom dynasty from a few decades ago. Great Yan, They had dealt with Great Yen more than once, but no matter which time it was, they were the ones who suffered. Later, when Great Yen was destroyed and the Middle Kingdom was replaced by a more powerful imperial dynasty, they, the great tribes of the steppe, moved inward to get as far away as possible from this huge imperial dynasty. It just didn't occur to me that even though they had traveled so far inward, they were still being chased over. And it's still being chased by a dynasty that was destroyed long ago. The Wind Tribe's people could no longer retreat. They had already sent messengers to the other two tribes to ask for help, but to their surprise, the Divine Eagle tribe, which was one of the three major tribes of the steppe with them, had turned against them and sided with the Northern Yen side. The Huyen tribe could only join forces with the Tianshan tribe, one of the other three major tribes, to maneuver around the grasslands with the Northern Yen and Divine Eagle tribes. In half a year's time, 1,000 miles north from Longnan City, and at least 3,000 miles east and west of the grasslands, had all been occupied by Northern Yen. Northern Yen's northern expedition also finally slowed down, and what Northern Yen did next shook the world even more. In the spring of the second year, Northern Yen even in Huyen tribe under the eyes of the big construction. In the original God Eagle tribe camp on the basis of the construction of a huge city, named Xanadu City, the Divine Eagle tribe's camp was different from the other two tribes. The large camp of the Divine Eagle tribe was rare in that it was constructed with many houses and palaces. It was even surrounded by 4 walls more than 10 feet high. At first, the Huyen tribe and the Tianshan tribe had laughed at the Divine Eagle tribe, and building a large city of this size on the grasslands was a complete loss, because people on the prairie never have a fixed place to live. They spend their whole lives on the prairie, chasing after water and grass and constantly migrating. If you build a big city, you are doomed to not be able to chase water and grass. And if you can't chase water and grass, how can you graze your animals? What will the people eat? But now they understood that the Divine Eagle tribe might have already submitted to Northern Yen long ago. This city was also not built for the Divine Eagle tribe, but for today, for Northern Yen to lay claim to the steppe. And with this city in place, even if the Huyen tribe cavalry was strong, it would be difficult to cross over. In the summer, it is no longer bitterly cold on the prairie. June 13th. The majestic palace in front of the capital city of Northern Yen, wearing a bright yellow dragon robe Yuan Qing, sacrifice to heaven and earth, notify the world. In the grasslands of the establishment of the country named Northern Yen, is the first year of Guangwu. The court of Great Zhou, thousands of miles away, was the first to learn of the news. It was also guessed that this was the kingdom established by the remnants of Yen, one of the 6 kingdoms at the time. Above the courtroom, there were immediately military generals who asked for battle. When there are military generals inviting war, there are naturally civilian ministers singing the opposite tune. Great Zhou was founded only 10 years ago. Those meritorious military generals have not easily cooled some of the wind. If at this time and then let them go north to destroy the newly established North Yen, hit the northern grasslands that a vast territory, this Great Zhou dynasty hall will no longer have a civil official's foothold. On the basis of this consideration, together with a number of other factors, the opposition of the civil official groups was particularly fierce. Inside the courtroom, it was even more noisy. The heavenly prince of Great Zhou on the dragon chair looked calmly at the courtiers below who were bickering into a mess and had some headaches. He turned his head to look at 6th Prince Xiao Chengping, who stood the least conspicuous among the ranks of princes, and asked, "You guys, do you have any comments?" Several emperors looked at each other, and although there were thoughts in their hearts, they didn't want to be the head of the pack. Only the 2nd prince, Xiao Qingqi, stood out and righteously said, "Father, my son thought, if we leave Northern Yen alone, we will definitely raise a tiger. The remaining members of Yen will never die of thievery, and will definitely covet the 9 states of the Middle Kingdom. And now that he has only just established his state, the state is empty, and there are still 2 tribes in the north that are holding him back. So if he sends out his troops at this time, he will definitely be able to exterminate Northern Yen in one fell swoop, and put an end to the future dangers forever." The Son of Heaven nodded slightly and spoke softly, "Raising a tiger?" As he said this, his gaze glanced to where the group of military generals were. Nephew Zhao, the Minister of War, was one of the few officials who could have a seat in the courtroom, but at this time he kept his head down and never participated in the dispute between the military generals and the civil officials from the beginning to the end. 2nd Prince Xiao Qingqi's words immediately caused a wave of praise from the military generals, one after another praising him for his long-term vision and foresight. When he finished speaking, someone among the civil officials immediately stood out and said aloud, "The Second Highness, this is not true. My Great Zhou, although the state for 10 years, but the warring states for hundreds of years left behind, the devastation is still not smoothed out. At this time if another war, the people of the world is bound to be full of grievances, and this is one of them. Secondly, the founding of the state of Zhou had set up a national policy to reduce the tax for 10 years. This year is exactly the last year. This 10 years to reduce the tax. The state treasury of Zhou has never been full. If once the war started, it is bound to be a huge pressure. If the tax increase is too large to support the army, it is bound to cause a backlash, and then the country may be in chaos, but the loss is not worth the gain. Third, the northern grassland is a bitterly cold place. This time to send troops, one will meet the winter. Is the coldest time of the grassland? 2. Our soldiers do not adapt to the climate of the grassland, when the other side is bound to take advantage of the opportunity. From this it follows that one should never rush into battle. This person spoke at great length, and those in the clerical group immediately praised him again and again. The second prince glared and cursed angrily. Foolishness, soldiers are precious. Letting Northern Yen pass for one more day will make them 1 more point stronger. Sooner or later they will become a great danger to my great Zhou if this goes on. Both sides argued again. Xiao Changping watched this scene with a calm face, without the slightest intention of interjecting. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the Son of Heaven on the dragon chair, and then at those courtiers underneath, and couldn't help but laugh in his heart. All these people bickering and bickering didn't get to the heart of the matter, or rather, they were only standing in their own position, in the position of a vassal to the founding of Northern Yen. But Xiao Changping believed that if he stood in the position of the Son of Heaven, his thoughts would definitely be very different. The Son of Heaven was definitely considering more than just the gains and losses after the establishment of Northern Yen. On top of that, he was bound to consider more things, such as courtroom checks and balances. What is the most important thing in the mind of this Son of God today? 2 words. Smooth. He destroyed the 6 kingdoms, ended the chaos of the warring states and unified the 9 states of the world, having already established the first great achievement of the ages. One more dispensable meta was just icing on the cake for him, but the stability of the court, the mutual checks and balances of all forces, so that the great Zhou will be inherited for thousands of generations after him, is what he cares about the most. So Xiao Changping knew that it was just futile for these people to argue anymore. This Son of Heaven had made up his mind a long time ago. Sure enough, the Son of Heaven still uttered those 4 words before retiring from the court. Hold off on the troops. Chapter 123. Although the Son of Heaven did not authorize the deployment of troops, Great Zhou still managed to strengthen the shield soldiers on the border of Baiyun, as well as monitoring the grasslands of Beiyan. After the founding of Northern Yen, the prairie changed drastically. No longer is it the loose mold that it was before, and the tribes are in close contact with each other. Currency has even begun to circulate on the steppe like in Middle-earth as well. Before that, the steppe generally only had barter, and gold and silver were used as currency between large tribes, but it is also very rare. Less than a year after Northern Yen ruled the southern part of the steppe, it began to circulate money, and the government directly opens money banks and issues silver bills. A new form of commerce is slowly spreading in the grasslands. In addition to this, Northern Yen began to build water conservancy and sow wheat and other crops. Agriculture is strongly encouraged. Co-development of livestock and agriculture, and open the passes to welcome merchants traveling between Great Zhou and Northern Yen. With the grasslands of Northern Yen, it's completely different. As to whether these state policies are good or bad, we can only leave it to time to prove. At this time, over in Longquan town, in the Jixing Academy, another thing was happening. Years ago, there was a conflict in the 10-mile peach forest in the backyard of the schoolhouse. Mo Qingyao, the holy daughter of the Qingping sword sect, and her younger sister Mo Qingjian trespassed into the peach forest and had an argument with Lu Yuyu. At that time, Mo Qingjiao was annoyed and used his 6th grade True Qi, almost chopping Lu Yuyu with a sword. At that time, Lu Yoyo almost took out her inkpot and killed her. Later, after Nico Zhao persuaded him, he gave up the use of the inkpot and treated Mo Qingjia as a trial in his own sword path. That year Lu Yuyu was 13. Mo Qingjian was 15. 5 years have passed. Lu Yuyu is 18 years old. After his sword cultivation was stuck at the peak of the 6th grade, it had been a long time since he had made any refinement. During this period of time, Lu Yuyu often thought of that battle with Mo Qingjia 5 years ago. At that time, she clearly had not lost her sword skills to Mo Qingjia, but in the end, she was almost killed when the other party's strength, which was 2 realms higher, crushed her. I didn't think much of it when I was smaller, but now that I think about it, I was really scared at the time, so much so that that sword remains in her heart to this day. Although Lu Yuyu had obtained Su Zhixing's true teachings, he had never been able to be recognized by the system, and so far in the system's statistics, he was not even considered Su Zhixing's official disciple. Perhaps there are reasons for that as well, and today, Lu Yuyu finally summoned up the courage to resign from Su Zhixing, intending to head to Zhongxian's house to ask Imo Qingjia for that sword back then. Even if she knew that Imo Qingjia was the daughter of that patriarch of the Qingping sword sect who was known as the Sword Saint, Lu Yuyu still insisted on going. To this, Su Zhixing did not object, since Lu Yuyu had chosen the way of the sword. This was a hurdle she would have to face. In the evening, after Nico Zhao had accompanied Lu Yuyu for the last time to finish practicing with her sword, the two sisters, who had been inseparable for more than 10 years, sat by the river, and for the first time, they were speechless to each other. The fiery red koi that popped up in the river from time to time made a few waves in a row, but neither of them could be seen to show their smiling faces. Its simple mind couldn't figure out what was wrong. However, they were also still able to sense that the atmosphere was not right, and obediently dived under the water, no longer disturbing them. After a long time, Natalie Zhao took the lead and asked, "Tomorrow?" Lu Yoyo nodded. "Did you bring all of Master's ink blots with you? Bring it on." There was another silence. Natalie still couldn't hold back her words. What if I lose?" Lu Yuyu was stunned and did not answer immediately. After a long time, she stood up, drew out the deer sword, and with her left hand and fingers wiping over the sword, she said quietly, "There's no what if." Natalie just nodded lightly. Lu Yuyu sheathed his long sword, looked up at the stars in the sky, and faintly said, "This trip to the Qingping sword sect is thousands of miles away. I will sharpen and warm up my sword intent along the way. Whether I win or lose in the end, I have no regrets." Natalie also stood up and turned around, heading straight for the schoolhouse. "Tomorrow, I won't see you off. When you write a letter before you return, I will meet you outside the town." Lu Yuyu looked at Nico Zhao's faraway back and her eyes reddened a little. She still remembered that years ago, when Yu Wenqing and those senior brothers left, Zhao Nico had asked her, "Elder sister, in the future, will you also leave? I'm not going to be like them. It's not like I have to seek merit." They were too young then. A lot of things are too easy to think about. She was naturally reluctant to leave Longquan town for the Qingping sword sect, but it's the people who stay behind who actually have the hardest time. After all, it is with good hope that the departed homeland is missed. The family in the hometown expects the return of the traveler, but it is a distant wait. It is said that it is hard to leave one's hometown, but is it not even harder for those children who stay at home? Lu Yuyu sighed softly and murmured, "Nico, I'm sorry." Early the next morning, Lu Yuyu didn't say goodbye to anyone and quietly left Longquan town, leading the horse that senior brother Dahu had bought for her with half a year's salary. Only when she stepped out of the town, she saw a slender, lean youth standing beside the official road. Yes, the teenagers who were there have grown into young adults. Seeing Lu Yuyu walking over, the youth was as he was back then, still a little bit nervous every time he saw Lu Yuyu. Lu Yuyu seemed to have expected to see him. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly as she led her horse to the youth. Looking at the already wet hair on Jian's head, and the hazy dew on his body, Lu Yuyu asked with a slight tremor in her voice, "What brings you here? How long have you been waiting?" Qian smiled back with embarrassment. "Didn't wait long." Lu Yuyu looked at the youth in front of her, suddenly in a bit of a trance. It turned out that somehow she had needed to tilt her head to see his eyes, but luckily, one grows taller and looks a lot different, but those clear eyes never changed. She exhaled softly and looked at Qian, asking softly, "You have something to say to me?" Jian couldn't help but have his heart begin to race when he met Lu Yuyu's straight-faced eyes. Her cheeks were also a little hot. Those words in his stomach kept surging upwards, trying to pry open his teeth and fly out to drill into the heart of the bright-eyed girl in front of him, but he could never open his mouth. Gathering the courage to say one word, it was just I'm halfway through. Lu Yuyu couldn't help but be a bit annoyed. She's been so obvious. How is this nerd still like this? She withdrew her gaze, lowered her head, and sighed. "Alright, Jian, let's leave it at this point. Go back to your home. Study hard and practice hard." After saying that, Lu Yuyu led his horse and brushed past Jian. When the two positions crossed, Jian was filled with chagrin. He clenched his fists so violently that his body trembled a little. For some reason, Jian suddenly felt that if those words weren't said, I was afraid that they wouldn't be able to be said in this lifetime. Thinking of this possibility, an inexplicable panic suddenly rose in Jian's heart. No longer able to suppress those words in his mind, he turned violently, squeezed his eyes shut, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Senior sister, no, Miss Lu, no, yo, I like you." The sound echoed down the official road, hitting the mountains on either side and bouncing back and forth. After shouting, Jian even felt his body go a little weak. Inside, the apprehension rose to the top. only his eyes were closed, but he didn't hear a response for a long time. Jian couldn't help but quietly open a slit in his eye, only to see that the official road in front of him was empty. Where is the young girl left? Gone. Gone? Jian took a few anxious steps forward to chase after him, then stopped again, full of frustration. Hear that? Jian was disheveled and chagrined, hating himself for being so timid. Just then, a clear voice seemed to come across the valley to his ears. I know. Jian jerked his head up and still couldn't see Lu Yuyu. Me too. When I get back. Lu Yoyo's voice came again, and Jian was finally sure that he wasn't hallucinating just now. Jian excitedly jumped up 10 feet high. When he landed, he put his hands around his mouth in the shape of a trumpet and shouted toward the front. Okay, come back early. The first time we parted, but it was like the first time we met for the first time. The beauty of being a teenager will be hidden in your heart, and through the years, it will be brewed into an old wine, enough to provide a steady stream of backbone for this lifetime of trials and tribulations. Chapter 124, To Sharpen the Sword. Su Zhixing stood far away from the mountain, looking at the farewell between the two disciples, and couldn't help but smile heartily. He had actually longed for such a love when he was a teenager, and in my last life, I was fortunate enough to have a girlfriend during college. It was only later that he insisted on teaching in the countryside, and the two parted ways. Since then Su Zhixing has never had a woman. For one thing, his conditions for teaching in the countryside were so poor that no girl was willing to follow him and suffer. Secondly, he didn't have too strong a desire for such things himself. After coming to this world, the state of mind also tends to be more and more peaceful to feelings of this kind of thing, although not rejected, but also will not force. If there is a chance that you happen to meet a beautiful person that you are attracted to, you will not refuse. If it's not meant to be, it's good to be alone. As for Lu Yuyu going to the Qingping sword sect to ask about swords, Su Zhixing was very much in favor of it. As for whether or not she would be in danger, let's not talk about the fact that she had an inkblot she had left behind. Even if it was really dangerous, it was Lu Yuyu's own choice. It was enough for him, as a gentleman, to teach them to read and behave, to pass on their skills, and to guide them on the path of life. It would definitely not be a good thing for them to have to make decisions for them on everything. Since she had chosen this path, she would have to carry the ferocious dangers and tribulations she would encounter along the way on her own. Moreover, Su Zhixing also believed that with Lu Yuyu's sword cultivation nowadays, that little girl back then, if there were no accidents, would most likely not be Lu Yuyu's opponent, unless the other side has had a major breakthrough in the last few years. In his eyes, that little girl called Mo Qingzhou's qualifications and heart were a whole lot worse than Lu Yuyu. As for whether the Qingping sword sect would be unfavorable to Lu Yuyu, Su Zhixing felt that the odds were against it. Mo Qingyao probably knew something about herself. With her in the Qingping sword sect, even if that first-grade sword saint wanted to be unfavorable to Lu Yuyu, I'm afraid that he would have to weigh whether or not he could withstand the wrath of this land immortal of his. This was also the reason why Su Zhixing dared to let Lu Yuyu go to Qingping sword sect alone to ask for the sword. Besides, this showdown between the two was set 5 years ago. Qingping sword sect is known as the leader of the world's sword path. It's not so bad that it doesn't have this credit, right? If that was the case, perhaps the Qingping sword sect would be able to see the full power of Su Zhixing's paper talk. After seeing Lu Yuyu off from afar, Su Zhixing returned to the academy. Just as he entered the courtyard gate, he saw Natalie Zhao sitting on the ground in the pavilion, her back against the fence with her legs crossed, staring at the mountains in the distance. The Hatsu sword was already sheathed, right across her legs, and the silky sword aura lingered. Su Jiwei walked over and sat down beside her, asking with a smile, "Can't give up, Yo-Yo?" Natalie Zhao looked back at Su Zhixing with a hint of inexplicable sadness in her eyes. She lowered her head and asked softly, "Master, isn't it? Everyone grows apart from each other in the end?" Su Zhixing didn't answer right away, and he followed Zhao Nico's example, sitting cross-legged on the ground and looking at the distant mountains. After a few breaths, he slowly spoke. "Nico, there are thousands of people in the world, but can there really be two people who completely understand each other? Can there really be someone who understands your pain and your joy? There isn't. But anyone who can find someone who sympathizes with each other and shares the same interests is already a fluke. If that's the case, why do we ask for someone who, for the rest of their life, will never leave you?" The mystery and greatness of life lies in the fact that she is never constant, whether we are together or apart. It is just a small wave on the long and slow road of life. If you can walk hand in hand for a period of time, then hide this common road in your heart and savor it. If you have to part, then hang on to her often and wish her well on her journey and all the best. Looking forward to the day when we will see each other again. And why is it not very nice to think about it? Natalie Zhao still had her head lowered, reaching out to slowly caress the blade of the first snow sword. Her sword body was still not yet complete, and she was constantly enduring the pain that pierced through her heart and eroded her bones. But at this point, Natalie Zhao felt as if this pain was nothing. Every word of Master's words fell into the lake of her heart. A little bit smoothed out the lake that was swirling more than a little bit. After a long time, Natalie Zhao raised her head and looked at the mountains in the distance. There was no longer any trace of sadness in his eyes, but instead, there was an expectation with a sharp luster. There was even a hidden sword chi surging from his body. The Hatsu sword resting on his knees quivered. Su Zhixing frowned. This didn't look like a sign that Zhao Nico had achieved great success with his sword body. Instead, it was more like a sign of a fluctuating state of mind that caused the sword chi in his body to become unstable. Natalie Zhao stood up violently, and the Hatsu sword arced steadily back into its scabbard. At this moment, the restless sword chi on her body unexpectedly all calmed down in an instant. The whole person is like a sword that hides its edge in the sheath, not showing half of its edge, but standing there, anyone can see her extraordinary. Natalie Zhao held the first snow sword and bowed to Su Zhixing with a clenched fist. Master, I ask for Master's permission for my disciple to resign. Su Zhixing froze, somewhat stunned. The reversal came so quickly that he was a little unresponsive. After all these years, Nico was the one who relied on him the most. After more than a decade, the two were said to be master and disciple, but they were more like father and daughter. If he had to prioritize the people around Su Zhixing in this world in his heart, Nico Zhao was definitely the first. It was not only that the two had spent the most time together, but also because Nico Zhao was the daughter of Widow Zhao, the offspring of the one person Su Zhixing had come into contact with in this world who had shown him the greatest kindness, and Su Zhixing always had a debt to Zhao Nico in his heart. Back then, if he could have stayed a little longer at the brewery, or simply stayed for the Mid-Autumn Festival, Widow Zhao might not have died. Nico wouldn't have a change of temperament because of it. From a vivacious, cheerful, elfin and cute girl doll to a young girl with an introverted personality and an increasingly cold temperament, one can only imagine the amount of inner torment one has to endure. So when he heard that Natalie Zhao was leaving, Su Zhixing suddenly had some difficulty accepting it. It's like raising a daughter for over a decade and suddenly telling him she's going out into the world. Su Zhixing said in a rare moment of being somewhat at a loss for words. Where are you going? Natalie's eyes were red, but her tone was unmistakably certain. Master, don't worry. My sword body has not yet become a great success. I won't be so stupid to run off to take revenge now. I just want to go to the rivers and lakes. Didn't you say, Master? For a sword to truly become a supreme sword, after it comes out of the furnace, it has to go through 1,000 sharpenings. I have been practicing the Sword Sutra for more than 10 years, and I suffer the pain of sword energy piercing through my heart and eroding my bones day in and day out. But even so, the sword chi in his body was no matter how thick it was always difficult to take this last step. The schoolhouse was too comfortable and too safe. Such an environment was suitable for reading, for pure readers like Senior Brother Dahu and Senior Brother Jicho, but not for me, because I practice kendo. It's the way of the sword immortal. Master, please allow me to leave the academy. Leave Longquan, and go to the Jianghu to see the world and its storms. Go, sharpen your sword. Chapter 125, The Heavenly Killers. Su Zhixing slowed down for a long time, involuntarily taking a deep breath and slowly exhaling it again. Finally, he smiled slightly and nodded. Good, go, you've grown up. It's time to see how big the world is, to meet all the different kinds of people in this world. Reading and understanding, practicing the sword to strengthen the body, are not as good as going step by step and experiencing it for yourself. Master is in the academy, so come back when you want to. Natalie Zhao's eyes were moist, and the tears in the corners of her eyes finally could no longer be held back. She lunged forward and hugged Su Zhixing's waist, burying her head in Su Zhixing's chest and sobbing. Master, with me gone, you'll be left alone in the academy. Su Zhixing also said with a somewhat sour nose. Nonsense, aren't Dahu, Jichio and Jian people? They come here often too, and besides, can Master still not take care of himself? Natalie sobbed and broke off. But, Su Zhixing patted her head and laughed. Well, you're a big girl now. Why are you still acting like a child? Natalie Zhao let go of Su Zhixing's waist and looked up at him, her eyes red. Su Zhixing sighed and gently pushed Natalie Zhao away, turning around and walking toward the house. Master, go and write you a few words, a few more, and don't be reluctant to use them when you're in danger. Natalie Zhao looked at Su Zhixing's back and opened her mouth, but no sound came out. She then slowly knelt on the ground and, with tears in her eyes, kowtowed 3 times. Turning to her room, Natalie Zhao grabbed her long-prepared bag and walked out. She turned her head to look at Su Zhixing's room again, and after walking to the courtyard's entrance, she once again knelt down to pay her respects. After that, he turned resolutely, waving down a few crystalline teardrops, his figure rushing away. In the room, the brush in the hands of Su Zhixing, who was writing, suddenly gave a start, and his strokes came to a sudden halt. The operation of the Haoran true qi that fell into the handwriting became blocked, and then the more it accumulated, the more blocked it became, and finally it even exploded violently, along with the entire desk. The brush in Su Zhixing's hand was scrapped as a result, and his body was still stained with dots of ink. This was the first time he had lost his temper so much since he came to this world. He's still a human being after all, a person of flesh and blood, although both the Confucian cultivation and the sword cultivation had been transcendent, but his heart is still a heart with a temperature. As long as it's still a human heart, then there will be emotional fluctuations. Su Zhixing is no exception. Looking at the ruins in front of him, Su Zhixing let out a soft sigh, then walked out of the room, looked at the lush lower road outside the academy, and bowed with his hands clasped. Safe travels. There is nothing else to expect but these 4 words. Safe journey. After Nico left, Su Zhixing's life continued as usual. Every morning, I went to the front academy and returned to the schoolhouse after class to play the piano and read. Jian would come every day, and every now and then he would bring a little bit of the wild game he had fought to improve Su Zhixing's meals. Zhao Hu was busier, but would often find time to come to the academy. Other than the two of them, Jiqiu was instead the one who accompanied Su Zhixing the most. He would come to the academy on time every afternoon when Su Zhixing got out of class. Either he pestered Su Zhixing to teach him how to play the zither, or he let Su Zhixing read the articles he wrote. Jiqiu was not good at the zither, but his writings were beautifully written. Although he was already 19 years old, his heart was as bare as a child's and his mind was empty. The article is written with an innate spirituality and naivety. Although the Rudao cultivation is still only the 6th grade, Su Zhixing knows that this is because this kid never refuses to put more effort into raising and practicing qi. It was never a matter of practicing when it came to mind and putting it aside when it didn't. Be spontaneous and casual. Su Zhixing also never forced him, so Jiqiu's progress in Confucianism was never great. Unlike Zhao Hu, who was only 21 years old this year, and was already almost at the 4th grade Rudao realm, Zhao Hu's cultivation enhancement was also not fast, but he won in a word of stability, progressing a little bit every day, accumulating less into more. Zhao Hu seldom like you wenching kind of. One epiphany, directly across a big realm or two of things. His cultivation is like his person. Do not compete, not arrogant, not impatient, one step at a time, little by little. Lu Yuyu and Zhao Nico both left on the day of the valley rain. Without realizing it, it's already summer. The day happened to be cloudy and rainy, and the sky was overcast for the entire day. The atmosphere also became extraordinarily depressing. The passers-by in Longquan town were in a hurry, afraid that the rain would descend and wet their clothes. It doesn't matter if you get wet. This early summer rain is still chilly. If you accidentally catch a wind chill, it will be dangerous. Toward evening, the sky became even more overcast. The rain didn't fall, but the sky lit up with one lightning bolt after another. It is very scary. Su Zhixing carried a pot of osmanthus brew and sat in the pavilion watching the clouds and enjoying the thunder. But as he watched, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. This celestial phenomenon, it's not normal. The vapor in the cloud wasn't that thick, which meant that the cloud was just loud, but it wasn't going to drop rain. Thinking of this, Su Zhixing's eyes suddenly blossomed with glistening white light, and he began to view the weather of this heaven and earth from another perspective. Yet look no further. In the sky, black clouds rolled in and the fury filled the sky, clearly an omen of heavenly killing. But how could a killing machine suddenly descend on this fine day? Who has done something so furious that it has provoked heavenly punishment? Su Zhixing's gaze fell back from the vault of heaven to the ground as he scanned the surroundings. The look was unsettling. Not far away from him, in the Longquan River, a stream of qi unexpectedly vaporized. It was vague, fluttering, and extremely unstable. It's as fragile as a newborn baby, ready to fall apart at any moment. Su Zhixing suddenly thought of a possibility, and a look of surprise couldn't help but appear on his face. No way? It's still a real climate? Isn't this a martial arts world? Why did it change to a metaphysical path? Muttering, Su Zhixing took a direct leap and landed by the Longquan River in the backyard of the academy. In his eyes, the entire Longquan River seemed to be emitting a faint red light at this moment. Su Zhixing reached out and placed his hand in the water, gently rattling it, and exclaimed softly under his breath, "Red, red, come on." Before long, a layer of ripples rippled across the river. and something seemed to be swimming forward against the surface. A fiery red silhouette slowly swam over, reaching Su Zhixing and revealing its head. It was the fiery red koi, and at that moment, the koi was uncharacteristically full of fear and panic in its eyes. Upon seeing Su Zhixing, there was a bit more of a pleading look in his eyes. Chapter 126, Walking the Scale? Su Zhixing reached out and gently touched the fiery red koi's head, saying softly, "No fear, no fear." Hearing Su Zhixing's comforting words, the koi seemed to be a little more at ease, but it was still anxiously swimming back and forth on the surface of the water. Su Zhixing couldn't help but frown as he glanced at the increasingly dense lightning on the dome of the sky. The heart murmured, could this be the transition? This side of heaven and earth doesn't seem to have heard any rumors of a foreign species becoming an essence. In the 9 states of the Middle Kingdom, although there were also strange stories of gods and ghosts, Su Zhixing had traveled 10,000 miles in the air and did not seem to have seen the existence of such beings as demons. Su Zhixing lowered his head and carefully examined the body of the koi. The body length was close to 2 meters, and the scales all over his body were fiery red, with a touch of crystalline red light. At the corners of its mouth, 2 long whiskers were almost as long as its own body length. Extremely extraordinary at first glance. The koi was there when the academy was first built, and Su Zhixing was used to reading and practicing qi by the river. The koi were naturally more spiritual, and surprisingly new to gather around Su Zhixing to listen to him read and watch him practice qi. As time passed, perhaps it was also nourished by Su Zhixing's vast true qi, becoming more and more divine. Now that more than 10 years had passed, there were more features on his body that ordinary mortal beasts did not have. For example, the qi and blood in its body. According to the calculation of the unusual koi, more than 10 years, it has already reached its twilight years. Qi and blood shouldn't have been so thick and pure. However, the qi and blood within this koi was not even weaker than an average 7th grade martial artist. On top of that, Su Zhixing also sensed an extraordinarily dense mass of energy in its body, lurking in its heart area. And at that moment, that stream of energy was undergoing some sort of metamorphosis. Or perhaps it was this metamorphosis that drew the heavens to kill and try to obliterate it. Just Su Zhixing do not understand. Good end. The koi did not do what the anger of the people. The sky why cannot tolerate it? Is it just because it's alien? Faced with this situation at this time, Su Zhixing didn't know how to help the koi. Then he tried to recall in his mind some of the rumors he had seen in his last life about the elves crossing over. One of the most widely rumored stories on Earth in the last life about a creature like koi becoming a spirit is that it jumped over the dragon gate and turned into a dragon. But that's a myth. Not to mention whether it's useful or not. But where exactly is the dragon gate? What kind of door is considered a dragon door? As he was pondering, Su Zhixing suddenly realized that the Longquan River in front of him seemed a bit different. Vaguely, Su Zhixing seemed to see that something seemed to be drilling into the koi in the waters of the Longquan River. That thing wasn't some tangible, qualitative energy. Su Zhixing always felt as if he had seen it somewhere. Suddenly, he recalled the 9 heavenly pillars of national fortune that he had seen in a moment of curiosity when he had first visited the Great Zhou Kyoto. In comparison to each other, those things in the Longquan River that were drilling into the koi at this time seemed to be exactly in existence similar to the Great Zhou's national fortune. Of course, this was certainly different from the national fortune. A koi carp, definitely not qualified to bear the gift of the Great Zhou's national fortune. In that case, they can probably be attributed to the water transportation of the Long Springs River. Su Zhixing remembered what he had read in some miscellaneous books in his previous life. It is said that the mountains and rivers of the world all have their own qi. Mountains and rivers are connected to form mountain ranges, and the mountain ranges stretch for thousands of kilometers, which are clocked by heaven and earth. And then the dragon vein will be born. This side is a kind of mountain qi. By the same token, a big river, unites the will of the people on both sides of the river, nourishes a side of the land, and when it is uninterrupted, there is a water vein. Where the water veins coalesce, is the river and lake. This water transportation, koi, is the spirit of the Longquan River, born and raised here, with a gentle nature, never making waves. At this time, facing this heavenly hair-killing opportunity, Longquan River then spontaneously used its own water transportation to help it. Thinking of this, Su Zhixing jerked his head up to look at the sky. Sure enough, he realized that as those water luck continued to enter the body of the koi, the thunder in the sky that was almost about to fall seemed to have eased slightly. Su Zhixing was overjoyed, then shouted loudly to the koi, "Little Red, quick, absorb the Dragon Spring River water transportation. It's what nourished you back then. Absorb more." Red seemed to understand that this was its silver lining, so it began to open its mouth continuously to devour that strange aura that could be vaguely felt. But the Longquan River is just a small river 1 or 2 dozen meters wide. How much water transport can there be? This section of the river domain was devoured by it in no time. Without the water luck, the thunder in the sky dome began to intensify again. Su Zhixing's mind moved, pointing downstream at the Longquan River and saying to the koi, "Little Red, go downstream, to the Jade Liquid River, where there's plenty of water transportation. There might be a chance of survival." The koi knew what to do at this point out of survival instinct, without even needing Su Zhixing to remind them. It made the fastest speed in its life and swam downstream. The koi that already carried a certain amount of transcendent visions on its body didn't notice that when it swam at full speed, the water in the Longquan River actually surged as if it was boiling. It even lapped right up to the banks and surged into the crop fields on either side. Su Zhixing came to a sudden realization, suddenly remembering some rumors from his previous life, walking the auger into a dragon. It is rumored that when snakes have reached a certain climate of cultivation, they have to begin to follow the river to walk the auger, and eventually merge into a big river and go straight into the sea, in order to be transformed into a dragon. Every now and then, the river swells and floods the villages with houses on both sides of its banks. All under some bridges would hang a strip of iron sword called the chopper. With this sword strip walking the river, the auger would be hindered and the auger walk would fail, and the flooding of the villages on both sides would be avoided. At this time, mirroring the situation on Xiao Hong's body, Su Zhixing suddenly understood why there was the term walking scaly. The reason why those rumored walking augers were going augers was most likely the same as Little Red. Needing to devour the essence of water luck to ward off the heavenly hair-killing machine was actually a rather helpless move. If you don't take the auger, you will die under the heavenly punishment. But going scaly is bound to cause flooding, which in turn attracts human predators, for the auger that had already cultivated into a climate. This was undoubtedly a life and death test. The courage and luck required are missing. It's just that Xiao Hong is obviously just a koi carp, and I didn't think that one day I would have to perform this act of walking on a scaly pond. Right at this moment, the heaven and earth suddenly changed drastically, and the majestic water vapor violently surged. In the twinkling of an eye, the pouring rain drooped down. The people of this world had not heard of the rumor of walking scaly. Plus at this time, it was raining heavily, and there was no one by the Longquan River. So there was no sign of the vision caused by the overflowing of the Longquan River. But if Little Red is allowed to rush on so savagely, I'm afraid that all the crops along the river will be destroyed. Su Zhixing stood up, the rain sliding down 3 inches away from him. Standing in the midst of a torrential downpour, yet still refreshingly dry, he directly leaped down and jumped into the Longquan River. The footsteps are a little bit light, pointing at the surface of the water. This section of the churning river at his feet then quickly returned to calm. Su Zhixing then followed the koi all the way to quell the water damage for it. One is to avoid the ripple effect on crops on both sides of the border. Secondly, it's a way to protect Red from creating a few less sins. After all, this sky can kill itself. Who knows if there will be the law of the cycle of karma. Chapter 127. The water of the Yellow River comes from heaven. Little Red was rampaging along the Longquan River, going down the water with great speed. At this time, it only had the desire to survive in its heart, and could not even think of how much trouble it would bring to both sides of the river. As more and more of the Longquan River's water transportation entered its body, Little Red's fish body was getting bigger at a rate visible to the naked eye. The scales on his body became more and more crystalline. The 2 whiskers of the fish are growing longer and longer, and the visions in the body are especially obvious. However, the raging thunder in the dome of the sky seemed to have sensed Little Red's change as well. Originally all calmed down quite a bit, but at this moment, it violently rioted again. Su Zhixing looked to the sky while calming the flooding, his brows furrowed. This heaven and earth are really trying to drive the alien adult to extinction. Stop and do not move to kill. Walking along the river to draw the essence of water transportation, inevitably become powerful. The heavenly punishment is heavier in turn. Yet at this point, there was absolutely no way Red could stop. Boom! There was a loud bang and a blinding flash of lightning. A thunderbolt slammed into Red's back with unerring accuracy. Scales flipped and blood spilled. A clear scream unexpectedly came out of Little Red's mouth. It sounded like a baby crying. Su Zhixing had wanted to go and receive this thunderbolt for him, because in his opinion, a thunderbolt of this power was simply not enough to cause him any harm. However, just as he had this thought, a boundless fear rose in his heart. It was as if this heaven and earth were warning him that if he dared to intervene, both of them would be buried under the thunder law. Su Zhixing's heart was shaken, just like the feeling he had when he first wrote down the 4 words, "The world is at peace." If he dared to make a move, he would surely suffer a backlash. At the same time, he also saw that the moment that thunder struck down, the water luck that had already entered Little Red's body unexpectedly erupted explosively, spontaneously forming a layer of protection on the surface of Little Red's body. though the protection instantly shattered under this blast of thunder. But it did finally help Red share some of the damage, only inflicting flesh wounds on it. That one thunderbolt couldn't stop Red's determination. It also knew that to stop was to die, and that there might be hope if it continued to charge forward. This koi carp that had grown to 3 meters long unexpectedly tilted its head towards the sky and let out a hiss, and there was even a hint of uncommon pressure in its voice. After this hissing of its voice, the heavens seemed to have been provoked and violently exploded with a terrifying thunder. Red didn't care, and continued to press forward. Along the way, the water transportation essence continuously surged into its body. Little Red's body was also becoming more and more massive, and the visions on his body were also becoming more and more unearthly. Toward the back, the roiling curtain of rain seemed to be pulled by the aura on its body, raising gusts of water mist on the surface of the water where it swam. The waves of water on the Longquan River became even more turbulent. The river was rising almost as fast as the eye could see under the heavy rain. In just such a short while, Su Zhixing realized that the water had risen by at least a foot. The currents from the surrounding uplands were also converging frantically into the river. At this rate, I'm afraid it won't be long before flooding is triggered on both sides of the Longquan River. Su Zhixing frowned as he watched the scene. If it continued like this, the sins in Xiao Hong's body would truly be irredeemable. But this rainwater is mixed with pure water luck feed. Obviously, if this rainwater is broken, I'm afraid it will be fatal for Little Red as well. At this point, for every one less water transportation nourishment, the danger of Little Red would rise by every 1 point. Thinking of this, Su Zhixing looked at the river under his feet for a moment and was in a bit of a dilemma. At that exact moment, a thunderbolt fell and smashed into Red's back. Ruby-like scales were blown in all directions. The river left a blinding splash of bright red. Red was already bruised and battered. Seeing this, Su Zhixing's gaze grew heavy. He looked at the Longquan River under his feet and murmured softly, "And I don't know, can I do it?" As soon as the words fell, Su Zhixing's body suddenly glowed with light. The vast and infinite vast true chi didn't want to spurt outward. The hairpin on his head exploded into pieces, and his head full of long hair danced wildly in the air. Su Zhixing used his finger as a pen, writing a line of poetry in the void with a dragon flying, and recited it aloud as he went along. The yellow river's water comes from the sky. In an instant, the sound spread to the 9 heavens, and the clouds moved in all directions. The heavens and earth violently exploded with an even more terrifying thunderbolt. Endless amounts of vast true chi surged into the Longquan River beneath his feet. The phrase in the void, "The water of the yellow river comes from the sky," was like a small sun, radiating endless light. It was as if this verse carried some kind of supreme authority and power that shook heaven and earth. Then, a scene that was enough to shock anyone in the world appeared, only to see that the Longquan River, whose water level was constantly rising, slowly rose into the air. The whole river, in an unbelievable way, hangs in midair horizontally, including Red, who is desperately trying to rush downstream. It really deserves the poem "The Water of the Dragon Spring Comes from the Sky." When Little Red sensed this scene, a touch of horror actually came through her fish eyes. It looked back at Su Zhixing, but it was as if it had seen a god of the 9 heavens, suspended above this hanging river. Up and down its circumference, it emitted an endless light. "Don't look back, go forward." Su Zhixing let out a bellowing cry, awakening the shocked Xiao Hong. His body was red at this time, his eyes were wide open, and his eyes were already full of blood. How heavy is a whole Longchamp River? Even with the help of the power of the Rudo Avatar, it was still extremely burdensome for him. Little Red immediately woke up, a touch of perseverance coming out of her fish eyes. It hissed once more, and its speed suddenly increased greatly. The weather on his body was still another big change. Su Zhixing carried the weight of a river and brought Xiao Hong down in a straight stream, a journey through mountains, cities, and wilderness. There were people by the river who saw this scene and bowed on their knees involuntarily. Even the martial artists who have cultivation in place are no exception. This has been a miracle that no one in the mortal world can do. Heavenly River. That's the river of heaven. Look, there's a divine being above the heavenly river. There's another big fish. The godman is coming on the heavenly river. Everyone bow reverently. The people along both sides of the river were horrified. Even the officials were alarmed. Su Zhixing also saw this scene, and there was only a bitter smile in his heart. He was already at the end of his rope, but at this point it was hard to ride the tiger. If this entire Longquan River were to be lowered at this time, it would inevitably wash away the farmland and houses along the banks of the river. The Little Red in front of it also knew how difficult it was for Su Zhixing, and was already swimming forward regardless. Not even the heavenly thunder could stop it from slowing down anymore. Finally, they saw the Jade Liquid River. That wide, majestic Ueli River. The Longquan River was like a small stream in front of it. Su Zhixing's nose and the corners of his eyes had begun to spill blood out, and seeing the large river in front of him, he once again lashed out. "Little Red, Master will help you in the end." After saying that, the entire Longquan River's water suddenly accelerated and splashed down towards the Jade Liquid River. Once again, that verse is confirmed. The waters of the Yellow River come from the sky. Chapter 128 Adults. How much water is there in a whole Longchamp River? Of course more, but compared to the Jade River, which diverges from the Kanglin River, the second largest river in the state of Kyushu, and has countless water sources converging along the way, and which travels thousands of miles, it's nothing at all. It was nothing more than a splash of 10-foot-high waves, allowing those on the riverbank to enjoy the great tide of the Jade River for once. And by now, Little Red had grown to a length of 6 or 7 meters, considered a behemoth for a fish, a freshwater carp. Xiaohong slammed down on the Jade Liquid River, and Su Zhixing's body fell into the water with the inertia. Once she entered the Jade Liquid River, Xiaohong had the unimpeded feeling of a dragon entering the sea, but what immediately followed was a sharp pain that tore through his heart and lungs. In the body, every inch of muscle, every bone, was undergoing a metamorphosis. The scales on his body fell off one by one, slowly sinking into the water. It kept tossing and turning, its flesh and blood fading and separating. The size is also shrinking. The two pairs of fins began to retract and fade away. The flesh buds then sprouted and surprisingly grew human limbs. The fish's head was also twisting, and the features began to distort and tighten. It ends up as a round head. The body retracted and scales disappeared as tender white skin grew. A red light flickered on his body, like a red egg. About a few breaths later, within the red light, a pink naked little girl unexpectedly swam out. The little girl looked at her body with delight, and then looked at the scales that were sinking under the water, and with a thought, those scales floated up one by one and covered her, transforming into a red and white dress. The little girl moved her arms and legs excitedly, suddenly realizing that the two fish whiskers around her mouth were still there. She touched the fish whiskers with some chagrin, and then, with a fierce determination, she actually pulled them off. The fish whiskers automatically wrapped around her waist, entangling with each other and transforming into a belt. The little girl touched the two wounds at the corners of her mouth, and in a moment she was as good as new. Suddenly, something seemed to occur to her. The body was weaving rapidly through the water, anxiously searching for it, until he saw the one figure lying first under the water. It was none other than Su Zhixing, who had already passed out and sunk under the water. As soon as the little girl lifted Su Zhixing's body, she quickly floated upwards, finally returned to land on an unoccupied shore. Looking at the unconscious Su Zhixing, the little girl's eyes were filled with anxiety, but she didn't know what to do, just have to wait it out. It was a good thing that Su Zhixing was not immortal, and at this point, he was only in a state of internal breath. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, Su Zhixing had awakened on his own. "Open your mouth and spit out a large mouthful of muddy river water." Su Zhixing opened his eyes. The first thing I saw was a pair of big, bright, clear eyes. A childish voice was then heard. "Acme, oh, Acme." The little girl couldn't speak, but Su Zhixing could hear the concern in her voice. With just one glance Su Zhixing knew who this little girl in front of him was. Seeing this he couldn't help but feel a great sense of novelty, not realizing that the little carp had actually taken human form. Su Zhixing asked weakly, "You're red, right?" The little girl nodded her head in surprise. Su Zhixing smiled happily. "I didn't think it would really work out for you. Congratulations." The little girl bobbed her head happily. A head of long, cascading, fiery red hair swung along with it, combined with her round, pink cheeks. It really embodied the word cute to the fullest. It was also at this moment that the system, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly stirred. Detected a disciple with a potential value of over 80 points. Please ask the host to take on a disciple. Xiaohan's potential value exceeded 80 points. Su Zhixing was not surprised. As the first alien cultivator in this world in terms of probability, Su Zhixing didn't even need to utilize his Ru Dao aptitude to be able to see that heavenly chi fortune she carried with her. Su Zhixing could even imagine that perhaps in the near future, this little girl in front of him would be the one with the highest cultivation achievement of all his disciples. In a way, she was already an ancestor-level existence on a cultivation path, exclusively enjoying the heaven and earth's chi fortune of heterodox cultivation. The later ones could not compare with them even if their talents were as unbelievable as they were. Just like the first true dragon and the first phoenix in heaven and earth in mythology, this is something that absolutely cannot be compared to others who came after us. Thinking of a joke from many years ago, Su Zhixing didn't think that it would actually come true one day. He asked, smiling at the little girl, Do you remember the words I said to you many years ago? If you succeed in your cultivation, I will accept you as my disciple. Years have passed. Are you still willing to worship me as your master? The little girl had been with both Natalie Zhao and Lu Yuyu almost every day for over 10 years, so she naturally understood what it meant to worship a master. She went straight to her knees with a thud, burying her head and bowing. Surprisingly, he spat out 2 words vaguely. Nishi, Sam. Su Zhixing froze for a moment, then reacted that she was calling him sir. I can't help but laugh and be in a good mood. Reaching down, he picked up the little girl and smiled. Fine, fine, call me mister from now on. You have a person now, and the name Little Red is no longer suitable. So mister, we'll give you another one, okay? The little girl nodded her head in delight. Su Zhixing thought for a moment and softly said, your body is vermilion red and your scales are like jade. Why don't you call yourself Hong Yu, and take Mister's surname, Su Hong Yu, is that okay? The little girl cocked her head in thought, her large eyes gradually curving into a crescent moon. West, who, you, she also babbled and learned after Su Zhixing. It's just that the pronunciation is really unintelligible. It was clear, though, that she was very fond of the name. Yeah, well, what's the difference between good and bad in a small carp that's only just reached adulthood? As long as it's taken by a gentleman, it must be a good name. Su Zhixing smiled. There's no rush. Learn slowly. Come on, let's go home first. The little girl, who should now be called Su Hongyu, rushed forward to help Su Zhixing up. Don't look at her as just a 4 or 5-year-old child, but in fact, after the nourishment of the entire Longquan River and part of the Jade Liquid River's water transportation just now, Su Hongyu's strength at this point was already no weaker than that of a martial cultivation 5th grade martial artist. Suji behavior to help her walk the river, carrying the entire Longquan River to pour into the Yui River, at this time is already bone numb. Can support to stand up has been considered very remarkable. Inside the body, no matter if it was Wufu True Chi, Sword Immortal Sword Chi or Haoran True Chi, there were no drops left. I'm afraid it's going to take a long time to recuperate, and this place is at least 50 or 60 miles away from Longquan town. Flying is definitely not flying back, can only walk back a little bit. After straightening out his clothes, Su Zhixing brought Su Hongyu with him with the intention of first recuperating for a while in the county called Jiangyi County on the side of the Jade Liquid River, and then going back again when he had recovered a little bit of his cultivation. Chapter 129, The Way of Business Rewards Trust. Walking into Jiangyi County, Su Zhixing remembered that he had no silver money on him. That's a little awkward. The point is that after Hongyu little girl entered the county, she looked east and west, curious about everything, wanting to take one of everything. Su Zhixing had to helplessly tell her that the things in the human world were not something you could take just because you wanted them. It needs to be paid for, and more importantly, the other person needs to be willing to give it to you. Little Red Jade seemed to understand, and indeed no longer reached for it, but the curiosity and longing in his eyes couldn't be hidden. Su Zhixing comforted, there's no hurry, sir, go ahead and earn some money. With that, he led her towards a store. This is a store that sells literary treasures. Although the store is not big, but it is elegantly decorated with clear windows, so I think the shopkeeper should be a person who is careful. Su Zhixing walked into the store with Hongyu in tow, and the shopkeeper behind the counter immediately greeted him. Seeing that although Su Zhixing was dressed in plain clothes, he had an extremely extraordinary demeanor, the shopkeeper didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly invited the two of them to the store. Please come in, sir, mate, make some tea. Su Zhixing waved his hand. Boss, don't get busy first. I, Su Zhixing, am a scholar. My daughter is passing through here, and came to your store to ask for something. The shopkeeper glanced at Hongyu beside Su Zhixing and couldn't help but say in his heart, what a well-behaved little girl. Just how come this hair is red? Thinking that maybe he was suffering from a hidden disease, he didn't have the heart to ask, is the gentleman in trouble? Su Zhixing smiled and nodded, then looked at the paintings and calligraphy hanging in the store and laughed. If you don't mind, you can cut a corner of rice paper for me, and I will make a fool of myself by writing a word for you to see, and then we can talk about the request afterward. The shopkeeper probably guessed why Su Zhixing came here. He always liked to make friends with the readers, and seeing that Su Zhixing's demeanor and mannerisms were not ordinary, he readily agreed to do so, then instructed the fellow to bring a foot of white proclamation. Smokestack pen and ink are all available. Your Excellency, please. Su Zhixing smiled, picked up the brush and dipped it into the ink, and after a little thought he put pen to paper. In the blink of an eye, for large characters and thick ink were completed. The eyes of Hongyu, who was tiptoeing around the edge of the table watching Su Zhixing write, suddenly brightened. She couldn't read calligraphy and she didn't know the words, but her naturally gifted eyes could see more subtle things that mortals couldn't. That's called chirography. Su Zhixing does not contain half of the vast true chi in this character, and he is now empty in his mud pill palace, so he can't use it even if he wants to. But it was just 4 ordinary words, but a pure chi fortune suddenly rose up. Hong Yu looked at the words and then at the shopkeeper. It was found that the chi fortune in that word was actually linked to this shopkeeper. Undivided and steaming. The shopkeeper on the side naturally couldn't see these things, but he knew more about the way of the book than Hong Yu did. Su Zhixing's characters were 4 large block letters, precisely the block letter font that had gradually become popular in recent years. Rumor has it that this regular script was passed down from next door in E County, and at first it was only used by a few candidates during the imperial examinations. Later, we found that this font's sinew and bone correct, generous, and rules and regulations. There are some extraordinary weather. More and more people then began to follow suit. Nowadays, in the circle of Young Joe's readers, it is almost well known. The shopkeeper has naturally seen this type of font, and even copied and learned it himself. Only today, when he saw these 4 block letters written by Su Zhixing, he had a different feeling. He couldn't tell, but he always felt that those 4 words held a burgeoning weather that he had never seen before. It was actually able to tickle the mind and make its heart pound. The way of business rewards trust. The shopkeeper slowly read it out, and not only the font, but the true meaning contained in these 4 words also made the shopkeeper a bit shocked. Those who can say such things are by no means ordinary readers. His feelings toward Su Zhixing had once again risen by a few points. Although he couldn't see through the divinity in the handwriting, the shopkeeper could at least see that the attainment of these 4 large block letters was definitely the highest he had ever seen. Bar none. With just these 4 words, the young man in front of him could become a great man of his generation. Su Zhixing had wanted to put down an inscription after writing the 4 words, but finally thought about it, worrying about any accidents, just like the 4 words he had given to Xiao Changping at the beginning. At that time, it might be harmful to this shopkeeper instead. So he set aside his quill and arched his hand. I don't have a long body, but I do have this one, if the shopkeeper doesn't mind. Before Su Zhixing could finish, the shopkeeper raised his hand to stop him. Mister doesn't have to say much. With that he turned his head and shouted towards the fellows in the inner sanctum. Bring 50 taels of grain silver. Then he smiled at Su Zhixing. And tea for you, sir. While saying that, he also took out some fruits and snacks for Hong Yu. Although Hong Yu's eyes were full of anticipation, she still looked up at Su Zhixing. Su Zhixing laughed. The elders give, not to be resigned. Take it. Hong Yu happily hugged the melon and fruit snacks as she gave the shopkeeper a crooked smile. Even though the shopkeeper was already in his 50s, this smile of Hong Yu's still made his heart flutter and practically melt. If he wasn't embarrassed to overstep his bounds, he would have wanted to go up and hug this extremely cute little girl. Your daughter is truly blessed with the spirit of heaven and earth. The shopkeeper looked at Hong Yu with a kind face and smiled. Su Zhixing smiled back and said thank you. It didn't take long for the fellow to come out of the back room, holding a heavy bag in his hand. The shopkeeper handed the package to Su Zhixing and smiled. Mister, must have encountered a difficult situation. The little old man's ability is limited. Only this 50 taels of silver to show their intentions. If Mister, do not give up, please accept. Su Zhixing accepted the silver generously, arching his hand and smiling. Boss's high righteousness. Mr. Su is grateful, said Su Zhixing stood up, holding the silver in one hand and Hong Yu in the other, nodding his head. Boss stay. Mr. Su will take his leave first and come back to visit again in the future if there is a chance. The shopkeeper got up in a hurry and said, Sir, seeing as it's almost dark, why don't you reward me and let my little old man treat you to a meal as a favor to the landlord? Su Zhixing shook his head and laughed. Thank you for your hospitality. It's just that Mr. Su still has important matters to attend to, so it's inconvenient for him to stay longer. The shopkeeper had a look of pity on his face, then respectfully sent Su Zhixing away from the store. When Su Zhi walked away, the shopkeeper immediately instructed the fellow, Quick, close the door, close the business. The fellow was stunned, but he obediently closed the store door. The shopkeeper couldn't wait to pick up the character written by Su Zhixing and ran to the back hall, lighting several oil lamps and observing it over and over again. I didn't have the heart to look too closely before, but the more I looked, the more alarmed I became. On this word, there was clearly a weather that he couldn't see but could feel. The shopkeeper even felt as if he had become much more exuberant. The mind is clear. It was a long time before he sat back in his chair and sighed in disbelief. Good Lord, what kind of man is this gentleman? Chapter 130, Spiritual Scriptures. 50 taels of silver was an absolutely astronomical sum for the ordinary people of the world today. 3 to 400 won will buy a stone of rice, 1,000 won for a tael of silver. almost enough to buy 3 stones of rice. That translates to over 350 pounds. And the average citizen's ration is just over £1 a day. Even if a family of 3 eat well, counting 5 pounds of rations a day, 350 pounds of rice would be enough for them to eat for more than 2 months. This is still the algorithm for subsistence families. As for the poor people, it is even more exaggerated. In other words, even 1 tael of silver was enough for 2 months' rations for a well-to-do family. How long will 50 taels of silver last? Do the math? But although Su Zhixing knew that it was a huge sum of money, he received it with peace of mind. Although his piece of writing didn't instill vast true qi, it was enough to make that shopkeeper's family home worry-free. The store is naturally aided by a wave of qi, and in the future, business will flourish and you will only earn more. Of course, those 4 words, the way of business rewards trust, could nourish him and at the same time backfire on him. If one day the shopkeeper goes back on his word and becomes that crooked businessman, those 4 words weren't so bad as to jeopardize his life, but they would definitely put his business out of business. So whether it's a gain or a loss, it's all in the mind of the shopkeeper. Having obtained the silver money, Su Zhixing walked into a restaurant with a cheeky Han Yu and ordered a large table of food. On weekdays, although he couldn't break up the grain, he was able to eat less to nourish his qi. At this moment, his body was empty, and Su Zhixing felt a strong sense of hunger after a long time. Red Jade was even more excited to be a first-timer. Looking at a large table of food, the master and disciple were not exactly exaggerated eaters, but they were strangely fast. In a few moments, a large table of food was already clean. Hong Yu was obsessed with vegetarian food. The braised elbow on the table, she just tasted it and stopped moving. Instead, they came to those fruits and vegetables. The master and disciples who had eaten and drunk enough asked for a room and stayed. This night, Su Zhixing didn't practice or read, did nothing but simply sleep. And this time, he slept deeper than ever. Little Red Jade was a transformed spirit beast with high energy. Unable to sleep in the middle of the night, she simply plopped down beside Su Zhixing, her hands resting on her cheeks, blinking her big eyes as she looked at Su Zhixing. Seeing later, his eyes gradually became heavy, so he also fell asleep on Su Zhixing's chest. A bubble was even spit out of his mouth every now and then, slowly floating up, touching the ceiling and then quietly shattering. The night was silent, and the next day it wasn't until the sun was up that Su Zhixing opened his eyes. This sleep was extraordinarily sweet. After coming to this world for so long, it was the first time I slept so deeply. Little Red Jade had woken up a long time ago, and was looking at him with her hands propped up on her chin, lying on her side, a pair of tender white feet sticking up, and was swaying from side to side. Su Zhixing rubbed her head and laughed. Been awake long? Hong Yu thought about it and nodded. Su Zhixing sat up and asked, hungry? Want to eat? Little Red Jade's eyes lit up and the speed of her nodding suddenly increased. Su Zhixing pinched the little guy's face and laughed. Good, Mister is hungry too. Come on, let's eat. Su Zhixing took Su Hongyu to recuperate in Jiangyi County for 3 days. It took 3 days for Su Zhixing to finally regain some life within his empty body. Sword Dao Sword Qi was the fastest to recover, as there was the Inkwell sword constantly returning sword Qi within him. The next thing was the martial True Qi, which had also recovered a bit. The slowest was surprisingly Su Zhixing's Haoranjin Qi, which had the deepest cultivation. This time, harnessing the entire Dragon Spring River with his Ru Dao aptitude was too much of a drain on his vast True Qi, so much so that it took 3 days to recover a fraction of a second. But with this glimmer, it's also like having a little bit of lead water, and the recovery is much faster after that. In addition to restoring his cultivation in these 3 days, Su Zhixing had done one more thing. After Su Hongyu paid her respects, she was able to see the details of this koi from the system. What surprised Su Zhixing was that Su Hongyu's potential value had reached 95. It was 3 points taller than Yu Wenqing. It was worthy of being the first cultivator in heaven and earth to become a Taoist of a different kind, blessed with heavenly fortune against all odds. In addition, Su Hongyu's worshipful master system had also imparted a brand new cultivation path to him. The name is the Spiritual Scriptures. The name is common. The content is extremely vast. This is a treasure trove of alien cultivation, from the opening of spiritual wisdom, to taking the form of a human, and finally cultivating into an immortal spirit. It is in no way inferior to the supreme sacred Confucianism. Similarly, there are 9 grades and 3 realms, and the 5th grade will be able to take the form of a human being and cultivate the great Tao with the human body. After reaching the 1st grade, there were 3 other realms, as Spirit Dignity, Holy Spirit, and Immortal Spirit. If one cultivates to the realm of the Holy Spirit, one has the ability to transform all things into spirits. This was a completely different cultivation path all the way. a holy text of cultivation that was enough to make all the foreigners in the entire world go crazy for it. If Su Hongyu succeeded in her cultivation in the future, she would even be able to use this sacred text to start a race that would not lose out to humans at all. Su Zhixing couldn't help but feel a little emotional. The system's intentions were already obvious. This was to make him the master of all ways. In this regard, Su Zhixing does not reject, though it is said that those who are not of my kind will be of a different mind, but with the eyes of a saint. All living beings are ruminants, and there is not much difference between humans and beasts, essentially speaking, as long as the nature is not bad, and there is a master-disciple relationship, it is not impossible to be accepted as a disciple. The spiritual scriptures were systematically taught to Su Zhixing, and he learned them almost instantly. As soon as he began practicing the spiritual scriptures, Su Zhixing felt that there seemed to be some sort of light spiritual energy coming from all directions in heaven and earth, entering his body. There is a flow of warm sunny breath in the morning practice. When practicing at night against the moon, there is again a power as cool as water that washes the whole body. In just 3 days, the cultivation of several other paths had not yet recovered, but this spirit scripture had been cultivated by him to the 5th grade realm. Su Zhixing didn't rush to impart the spiritual scriptures to Su Hongyu, intending to wait until he returned first, because at this time, Su Hongyu had no intention of cultivating at all, and for the first time as a human, she was extremely curious about everything in the human world. The mind also becomes restless and it is difficult to meditate at all. It wouldn't be too late to cultivate the spiritual scriptures when she gradually adapted to the human world. 3 days later, the two were out of town, walking back along the edge of the Long Springs River. The water in the Longquan River had filled back up, and the surface was calm, no longer the raging and violent look of that day. Perhaps it was because Little Red Jade had some special aura about her. Whenever she was near the edge of the Longquan River, the fish and shrimp in the river would scramble to gather around, constantly leaping out of the water and looking extremely close. Little Red Jade also seemed to have a different kind of affection for this river, and after receiving Su Zhixing's permission, she actually leaped into the water. The moment it touched the river, it recovered its body and turned into a 1-meter-long fiery red koi carp, swimming freely in the river, playing with those fishes and shrimps. After Hongyu transformed into her form, she innately possessed an innate aptitude, the royal water. At that moment, she rode a 2-meter-high wave playfully, chasing after Su Zhixing's shadow cast on the water, back and forth, so happy. Looking at Su Zhixing, he couldn't help but feel a little envious as well. Little Red Jade is the real carefree, natural heart, everything from the heart. No one else in the world is as comfortable as she is. Even Su Zhixing couldn't. Chapter 131, the first glance tells you she's not human. More than 50 miles of road, under Su Zhixing and Little Red Jade's slow march, they had unexpectedly walked for a whole day. When he returned to the academy, he happened to run into He Jiqiu, who had come out from inside the academy. Seeing Su Zhixing return, He Jiqiu breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly went forward to salute. "Sir, you're finally back." Su Zhixing smiled apologetically and nodded. "Sudden accident, had to leave for a few days." He Jiqiu laughed. "It's good to have you back, sir." At this time, he also noticed Su Hongyu beside Su Zhixing, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Why did Mr. bring back such a cute little girl when he went out for a trip? Still have red hair? Is there some kind of hidden disease? Seeing He Jiqiu looking at himself, Su Hongyu suddenly smiled at him affectionately, and even ran to He Jiqiu's side, pulling on his sleeve and tilting her head to look at him. He Jiqiu froze, somewhat embarrassed. Why is this kid so self-conscious? However, he had a vague feeling that there was always a sense of familiarity about this little girl that surprised him. Moreover, He Jiqiu also perceived that Su Hongyu seemed to be very unusual. However, he didn't have the cultivation level of Su Zhixing and couldn't see through Su Hongyu's original body. It's just a vague feeling. The reason why Su Hongyu acted so affectionately towards He Jiqiu was entirely because she recognized him, when she was still a fish. Every elder brother and sister in the academy would often come to tease her, get something tasty to feed her. So Su Hongyu subconsciously treated He Jiqiu with extra cordiality. Seeing this, Su Zhixing explained with a smile. "Ziqiu, this is my new disciple, called Su Hongyu. From now on she'll be your junior sister." He Jiqiu froze and looked down at Su Hongyu beside him. "Su Hongyu? Surname Su?" This. Looking at his expression, Su Zhixing knew that he had misunderstood, and explained in a good-natured manner. "Hongyu's birth parents are unknown, and she doesn't know her name, so she took my surname." He Jiqiu's face blushed, and his heart couldn't help but be flooded with sympathy. It turned out to be a fatherless and motherless orphan just like his junior brother Jian. Seeing Su Hongyu so close to herself, He Jiqiu also had less of a sense of rawness and bent down to pick her up. smiling affectionately. Junior sister, I'm your senior brother. In the future, will senior brother take you to play? Su Hongyu smiled and narrowed her eyes, shouting vaguely, Sai, brother. Jiqiu froze, then looked at Su Zhixing, slightly puzzled. Su Zhixing laughed. Hongyu has just learned to speak. Her spelling is not quite clear yet. You should teach her more when you have time. Just learning to talk? Jiqiu was a little surprised when he looked at the 4 or 5-year-old looking Su Hongyu. The heart murmured once again. Surely there is some hidden disease. Alas, poor child. Just watching, he felt more and more that something was wrong. After all, he was a person with a 6th grade Confucian cultivation in his body. Although it was not as good as Su Zhixing's ability to recognize the world with his discerning eyes and see through the heaven and earth's fortune, but at least it was different from mortals and was able to sense something what was different. Seeing the look on his face, Su Zhixing couldn't help but laugh. Well, you go get Dahu and Qian over here later. I have something to say tonight. Jiqiu nodded, put down Su Hongyu, and bid farewell to Su Zhixing before leaving the academy. Su Zhixing brought Su Hongyu into the schoolhouse and looked at the spotless schoolhouse with a pleased smile. This disciple of Jiqiu was usually always big-headed, but he didn't expect to have this meticulous side. As the sky darkened, Dahu and the others each brought their ingredients and drinks to the schoolhouse. When they saw Su Hongyu, they all couldn't help but be a little surprised. Jiqiu was introduced and realized that it was Su Zhixing's newly accepted disciple. Of the 3, Big Tiger had the highest cultivation level. His feet couldn't help but freeze at the first sight of Su Hongyu. A glistening white light flashed in his eyes. There was a look of disbelief on his face. He couldn't see through Su Hongyu's original body, but he could tell from the weather on her body that Su Hongyu was very different. To be precise, she was not a human being. Humans have their own unique human weather, though the world is full of millions of people with different weather, but it's still fundamentally a genre. But the weather on Su Hongyu was radically different from the norm. Fundamentally different. Although surprised, he didn't point it out. He knew that if he could see it, it was naturally impossible to hide it from Mr. So he acted as if he didn't know anything about it, and treated her as a junior sister, just like the other 2 senior brothers. Naturally, dinner was again cooked by Qian. Who was the best cook? The master and disciples gathered around the table, spending more time watching Su Hongyu eat. It's surprising how big a meal is for such a tiny little person. A large plate of shredded bamboo shoots, which the little girl devoured in a few bites. His mouth chewed and chewed, his neck stretched, and he swallowed. Looking at the senior brothers and sisters, they were dumbfounded. Su Zhixing smiled as he looked at Su Hongyu and put down the chopsticks in his hands. The other brothers and sisters also stopped and left the table full of food for the little girl. Su Zhixing looked at the crowd, and finally his gaze stayed on Zhao Hu. Dahu, see? Zhao Hu froze, then nodded, but there was still a puzzled look on his face. Jiqiu was also pondering. The only one who was confused was Jian, whose cultivation in Confucianism had only just reached the 9th grade, and whose martial arts had only reached the 7th grade. Su Zhixing didn't sell anything and said directly, "You all know about Little Red in the Dragon River, don't you?" A few people nodded. Su Zhixing looked at Su Hongyu and smiled. 11 years ago, I built a school here to teach the supreme sage Confucianism and martial arts. Because of its proximity to the Longquan River, I often read and practice qi by the river in my free time. I didn't expect to attract a fiery red koi, the little red one. Little Red was born with spirituality, and she listens to me read every day and watches me practice qi. She is nourished by the natural qi, and has gradually developed a climate of cultivation. More than 10 years have passed. Little Red accumulated more than 10 years of cultivation in the first few days of metamorphosis, and then nourished by the essence of the water transport of the Longquan River, all the way to the river. In more than 50 miles away from the Jade Liquid River shed its beast body, and transformed into a human form. Speaking here, Su Zhixing's chin moved towards Xiaohong and said, "That's her." The brothers and sisters looked at Su Hongyu with incredulous faces. The little girl who was burying her head in dry rice stopped, looked at the crowd with a face full of rice and oil, puffed out her cheeks and smiled at everyone with a spread eyebrow smile, and then buried her head in food again as if nothing had happened. Su Zhixing continued, 10 years ago, I promised Little Red that if she succeeded in her cultivation, I would accept her as a disciple. So she was brought back, and from now on she will be your little sister. Hongyu is a human being for the first time, and she doesn't quite understand a lot of reasoning and common sense of being a human being, so in the future, you guys will take more care and spend more time with her. Zhao Hu and the others nodded numbly. There are naturally rumors of strange gods and ghosts in Kyushu, but something like this, where a fish becomes a man, is really unheard of. How can a fish become a man? They can't imagine it. completely beyond their perceived common sense. But at this point, none of that matters. Su Hongyu was already their senior sister, their fellow disciple. That's enough. Whether she's a human or a fish, that will never change. Jian of the three was a bit apprehensive at this point, because years ago, he was fishing in the river and had met Red. At that point he just thought of Red as a bigger carp and almost planned to take a shot at him. If Lu Yuyu hadn't stopped it in time, it might have been a big disaster. Thinking of this, Jian couldn't help but look at Su Hongyu with a little bit of weakness in his eyes. In fact, he didn't know, with his weak strength at that time, even if he really took a shot at Su Hongyu, just by the wooden harpoon in his hand, even Su Hongyu's scales couldn't penetrate at that time. Chapter 132, Traveling in the Jianghu. The reason why Su Zhixing didn't intend to conceal Su Hongyu's identity was because he knew that with Zhao Hu and He Jiqiu's abilities, it wouldn't take long for them to find out what was going on. In that case, it would be better to tell them in the morning so that they can be mentally prepared earlier. It would also be good to know how to get along with Su Hongyu in the future. In the days that followed, the three elder brothers came to the academy significantly more diligently. Su Hongyu is learning to speak. More interaction with people is more conducive to her rapid acquisition of language. The schoolhouse, too, was once again bustling with activity since Nico Zhao and Lu Yuyu left. That said, Lu Yuyu has been away from the academy for some time now. She hadn't just rushed along this journey. Rather, think of it as a tour to improve your insights. Of course, a woman with a shapely body and a face that wasn't too bad walking alone in the Jianghu would naturally encounter some dirty things. Lu Yuyu had just left the territory of Ani County and passed by a hillock when he came across a group of mountain bandits. The staggering dozen or so people, seeing Lu Yuyu a girl alone, got evil thoughts and wanted to capture back to the mountain. That was the first time Lu Yoyo actually killed someone. The previous two times were with the help of Su Zhixing's word scrolls. This time, she used the deer sword in her hand. The feeling of the blade piercing into the opponent's body was so real. It took the vivacious and eloquent girl days to barely calm her inner turmoil. Of the dozen or so mountain bandits, the highest martial arts skill was only the 8th rank. Lu Yuyu didn't even need to use his true chi. Just relying on the strength of his own physique and his swordsmanship, he killed a few people without the ability to fight back. A dozen or so mountain thieves turned around with not a single one left. After experiencing what happened at the famous sword villa, Lu Yuyu knew the truth of letting the tiger return to the mountain. In order to have no trouble in the future, she gritted her teeth and ruthlessly eliminated all the mountain bandits. Even if those few mountain thieves ended up on their knees begging for mercy and crying in pain, Lu Yoyo still ended their lives with a sword, because she knew that these people had done nothing wrong, and the reason they were on their knees begging her was not because they knew they were wrong, much less repentant because of what happened today. They're just scared to death. After killing a dozen people, Lu Yuyu dry heaved for a long time. It wasn't until a few days later that inner peace returned. She remembered that Su Zhixing had told her that killing was never an evil deed, because there are many people in this world with bad roots and evil thoughts that are hard to get rid of. Killing him will save more good people. Lu Yuyu had been pacifying herself with these words those days. In the days that followed, she walked around and ran into a lot of things. Growing up listening to those martial arts stories told by Su Zhixing, she had a sense of chivalry in her heart. Whenever she comes across an injustice and has the ability to help, she will definitely step in. But there are times when this can lead to trouble and confusion. For example, once she was passing through a village or town and saw two people writhing together at the entrance to the village. An old woman with gray hair and a young, strong youth indeed. The young man's hand was extremely hard, and he shouted, "Give me the silver." The hands were choking the old woman to death, just in time for Lu Yoyo to see it. Naturally, she wouldn't care. A kick to the youth saved the old woman. After that youth rolled out, he grabbed a rock and smashed it at Lu Yuyu. Lu Yuyu just wanted to fight back, but she was hugged by the old woman on the ground. In the nick of time, the spontaneous counter-vibration of the true chi in Lu Yuyu's body shook the young man out, and he lay on the ground vomiting blood. Instead, the old woman ran crying and picked up the youth. At this point, Lu Yuyu realized that they turned out to be mother and son. Seeing this, Lu Yuyu pretty much guessed the conflict between the two. This was a family matter. She didn't want to interfere anymore. However, just as she was about to leave, she was pulled back by the old woman, with a fierce face and a fierce look on her face, telling her to make amends. Said she hurt her son. Lu Yuyu cried and laughed, explaining that it was himself if he hadn't come to the rescue. The old woman would have been strangled to death by her son just now. However, the old woman did not comply, still demanded compensation for Lu Yuyu, and splashed and rolled around, relying on not letting her go, attracting many passers-by to watch, and indiscriminately began to accuse Lu Yuyu. At that moment, An even more powerful killing intent rose in Lu Yuyu's heart. Although she eventually restrained herself, she still swung her sword out and severed an acacia tree on the side of the road a few meters away. The aura of this sword shocked these fools. That old woman also let go of Lu Yuyu's leg and didn't dare to pester her anymore. Lu Yuyu was off the hook, but the boredom and suffocation in her heart was too much for her to let go of. He had obviously saved her, so why was he the villain in the end? The most detestable thing was those passers-by who were on the sidelines, who started to make accusations without knowing the original cause of the incident, and said things far worse than that old woman. They think they're on the moral high ground, but actually doing the most unethical thing possible. Lu Yoyo remembered what Mr. said. Morality is to be used to discipline, not to chastise. Doesn't anyone here understand that? Thinking of this, Lu Yuyu in turn smoothed out a bit. Also, they don't have Mr. Su here. They don't have people like Mr. Su, so where do they learn these truths? In that case, they're just a bunch of adults who don't know any better. Can't blame them. Blame it on the fact that the gentleman here knows too little. Well, it must be. Lu Yoyo just talked herself out of it. The mood has definitely opened up a lot too. But since then, Lu Yoyo had an extra habit. Whenever there is a dispute with someone, or when she sees an injustice, she has to reason with the other person first. Of course, there will be times when the other person doesn't listen. Not listening? Then beat him into listening. So all the way to stop and go. Lu Yuyu walked for almost a month, have not yet out of Yangzhou. From the valley rain to the beginning of summer. It was now past the small fullness of the year, and she had only just walked to the border of Yangzhou, a market town called Willow Leaf Town. Although this was the border with the Middle Heavenly State, this section of the road was the most difficult one to travel. This was because going north from Willow Leaf Town to Zhongtian Prefecture required one to cross the Dongyu mountain range, which straddled between the two states. Entering the Eastyu mountain range from Willow Leaf Town to go to Zhongtian Prefecture was the shortest distance and the best road. But even so, it was still nearly 500 miles to traverse this mountain. There was only a mountain road that had been opened up by the Great Zhou during its conquest of the Wu Kingdom back in the day. It would be fine if it was just a rush. Lu Yuyu had long gotten used to the wind and food over the past month or so. However, it is said that this mountain has a convergence of the remnants of the Wu Kingdom from back in the day, occupying the mountain, and bandits are rampant. The government has sent troops to encircle and annihilate several times. But because the terrain in the mountains is too complicated, once the government soldiers encircle and annihilate these bandits will be divided into small groups and hide in the deep mountains, so it is impossible to annihilate cleanly. So there is nothing that can be done about that. Only officials and soldiers were regularly dispatched to patrol this 500-mile-long mountain road to protect the traveling merchants. On April 15th, Lu Yuyu left Willow Leaf Town early in the morning, having prepared dry food and water, one man and one horse. He walked into Dongyu Mountain alone. Chapter 133, A Chance Encounter in the Mountains. Originally, Lu Yuyu had planned to enter the mountain with the patrolling officers and soldiers, which was basically what the merchants and travelers passing through Dongyu Mountain did, waiting for the officers and soldiers to go on patrol before entering the mountain together. It's just that the last batch of officers and soldiers on patrol have just returned, so if we're going to wait for them to join us, it'll be at least a month from now. Lu Yoyo can't help but think. He went to Qingping Sword Sect to ask for the sword this time. What he wanted was the belief of going forward. If you don't even dare to climb a mountain, how can you practice the way of the sword? So they insisted on going on the road alone. Despite the discouragement of the bystanders, Lu Yuyu has this confidence. Since walking the rivers and lakes, she realized that the original world of martial artists has long been Great Zhou Warhorse stepped on the broken spine. In the early days of the founding of the Great Zhou, the horse treading on the rivers and lakes that lasted for a few years made it almost impossible to see the upper third-ranked martial artists in the entire rivers and lakes, except for those 7 holy places that were able to escape because they had surrendered to the Great Zhou court early on. For the rest of the clans, if they could find a 5th or 4th rank, they would be considered top clan powers. That's why a clan like famous Sword Villa could dominate Yangzhou and become a Yangzhou clan giant just because they had a second-grade swordsman. This more than a month. Lu Yoyo has seen a lot of Jianghu children, 30 years of age or less, can enter the 5th grade even if it is a heavenly pride handsome. Moreover, in her eyes, the 5th-ranked masters in the Jianghu were just like that. At least the 5th-grade martial artists she had seen were no match for her. Lu Yuyu also intuited for the first time just how superior the martial arts and swordsmanship taught by Su Zhixing were. After his eyes were opened, he instead felt that Su Zhixing was unfathomable, and because of that, it gave Lu Yuyu a strong sense of confidence. That's why he dared to enter Dongyu Mountain alone. The horse given to her by senior brother Dahu in the beginning was sold by her, because that horse was too weak on its feet to support her for thousands of miles. The key is that you still have to take care of it regularly, so you have no choice but to sell it to a horse dealership. Without her horse, she walked a little faster instead. After entering Dongyu Mountain in the morning, 3 hours later, he had already traveled at least 100 miles. It was already afternoon, and Lu Yuyu was also a bit hungry, so she planned to stop and take a rest before leaving. Occasionally, you can see the huts built by the patrolling officers and soldiers to rest their feet, so Lu Yuyu found a hut and stopped to eat and rest. To her surprise, there was someone in the hut, an old man with white hair, dressed in white. It's white all over. It's extraordinary at first glance. Lu Yuyu suddenly thought of the plots in those martial arts novels Su Zhixing had told. Usually only the Jedi are dressed like this. She couldn't help but light up and walked up and arched her hand. Grandpa, I happen to be passing by here, so I'll squeeze in with you and take a break, okay? The old man smiled and said with an amiable expression. This is a public place. Feel free. Lu Yuyu froze and sat down with some suspicion. She could hear that the old man in front of her had a weak breath and a lack of energy, and it was obvious that he was just an ordinary old man who had gotten older. Just how did an ordinary old man get here in the middle of nowhere? And it's still this line of work. It's extremely unorthodox at first glance. Lu Yuyu remained undeterred and took out a piece of pasty and handed it over, laughing. Grandpa, I've got some good pasties here. You want to try some? The old man said with a smile. Goo. Then thanks a lot, girl. Old man, I happen to be hungry. After saying that, he reached out to pick up the dough cake that Lu Yuyu handed over, which knew that just as soon as he got his hands on it, his figure even stumbled violently and almost fell head over heels. Lu Yuyu's quick eyes and hands held the old man, and a heavy apology flashed in his eyes. Are you okay, old grandpa? I'm sorry, it's all my fault. At the moment of handing over the cake, Lu Yuyu added a secret force to the cake, and when the old man took over, he suddenly felt that the cake was too heavy, and his body didn't stabilize for a moment, which is why he almost fell down. Lu Yuyu basically determined that the unassuming-looking old man in front of her was really just an ordinary old man. She couldn't help but feel a little ashamed of her behavior. Teasing a gray-haired old man like this was contrary to her code of conduct as Lady Lu. If the gentleman knew about it, he would surely chastise himself severely. The old man's heart palpitated. Girl, are your cakes made of scales? Why is it so heavy? Lu Yuyu apologized with a red face. I'm really sorry. It was my fault just now. It was me who took it upon myself to think that you, old grandpa, were a supreme expert and wanted to try you out. It's my fault. I apologize for making amends to you. While speaking, Lu Yuyu bowed and apologized to the old man with a face of self-reproach. That white-haired old man looked at Lu Yuyu with some complaints. You little doll. You're too reckless. A little kung fu and you can be so reckless? How can my old bones stand up to you? With that, the old man huffed and puffed and sat down. Lu Yuyu smiled awkwardly and bowed as she handed the cake over again with both hands. You're right, old grandpa. It's my fault. This cake will be my compensation. Please accept it. When the old man saw that he bowed for a long time without getting up, his expression eased a little. He was just about to reach for the pasty when he immediately retracted it and asked with an afterthought. This pie isn't another scale, is it? Lu Yuyu hurriedly explained. Don't worry, old grandpa. Not this time. With that, she placed the pie directly on the stone pier beside the old man, then stepped back and sat down. Only then did the old man dare to pick up the white flour cake, put it in front of his nose and smelled it, and then looked at Lu Yuyu, before eating it with peace of mind. Lu Yuyu was also relieved to see this. Good thing it wasn't a big mistake, otherwise it is bound to leave a stain on your life. With her strength, the reason why she acted like this was naturally not because she was afraid of this ordinary old man. Just in her conscious, or instinctive thinking, there would be no concept of bullying, much less slighting ordinary mortals just because they had power. Pride was naturally there, but one would never show the so-called swordsman's pride to a gray-haired old man. She always remembered that Mr. had warned them at the very beginning of teaching them martial arts and swordsmanship. Heavy-handedness to the weak and obsequiousness to the strong is the greatest ugliness in human nature. As a martial arts practitioner, you should always consider the weak as your bottom line. To throw a sword or a punch at someone stronger is to be a true swordsman, a true martial artist. Of course, this does not include the treatment of the wicked. One should not hold benevolence against the wicked, whether they are strong or weak. To do otherwise is to be an enabler. For Su Zhixing's teachings, the students in the school never dare to forget, and always take out to self-examine themselves. So when faced with this weak old man, Lu Yuyu, on the contrary, did not have the slightest bit of arrogance as a swordsman. That's why she blames herself. However, Lu Yuyu was still a bit curious. This place was hundreds of miles away from the nearest town, Willow Leaf Town. It's even farther away from Zhangxian's house. Where did this old grandpa come from? At his age, how did he travel such a long way? This mountain path is not easy to walk. Even a grown man can't walk easily, let alone an old man of this age. Chapter 134, Drawing the Knife. Out of politeness, Lu Yuyu naturally would not ask these questions directly. However, the old man seemed to be quite talkative, and even took the initiative to talk to her. Where are you going, little girl? Lu Yuyu froze, obviously not expecting the old man to take the initiative to talk to her. Reacting, he smiled back. I'm going to the middle heavenly state. Looking for someone. The old man looked her up and down and smiled. Haters? Lu Yuyu was a bit surprised. How did you know that, old grandpa? The old man smiled and pointed to his eyes. Although the old man is useless, after living for so many years, what kind of people have I not seen? Lu Yuyu smiled and gave a thumbs up. You have a good eye, but it's not really an enemy. How can I put it? Well, just someone who has to be defeated personally. The old man chuckled. You young people, you always like to shout and fight after learning some martial arts. Isn't it good for everyone to be peaceful? Lu Yuyu smiled awkwardly and didn't explain too much. You have a point. Then there was no more talking. After the old man finished eating the cake Lu Yuyu gave him, he stood up on a branch and said to Lu Yuyu, Little girl, hurry up when you're rested. It's not peaceful on this mountain path. Lu Yuyu nodded. After resting for such a short while, the qi and blood filling up in his legs had calmed down, and he could set off again. Lu Yuyu stood up, put on his bag, and arched his hand towards the old man. I'll see you later, Grandpa. See you later. After saying that, she directly dashed out of the hut and continued her journey. This little episode was not too much on Lu Yuyu's mind, although there are still doubts, but after all, it is a casual encounter, and the past will pass. Just before she could get very far, she heard shouts and cries faintly coming from the mountains. Lu Yuyu held her breath and listened carefully. His face couldn't help but change abruptly. Could it be bandits? It's common knowledge that there are mountain bandits in the Danyu Mountains. Lu Yoyo has been paying attention to this as well. Listening to the cries and shouts, there were quite a number of them, so they must be the bandits entrenched within Danyu Mountain. But listening to the movement, it didn't seem to be coming toward him. Lu Yuyu was about to leave when she suddenly thought of the old man from earlier. The footsteps jerked to a halt. Go back and look? Lu Yuyu was a bit torn. The bandits in Dongwang Mountain were well known and not easy to deal with. It would have been fine if she hadn't seen it, but at that moment the old man was clearly in danger. It was really hard for Lu Yoyo to pretend that she didn't know anything. This was already contrary to the way of the sword in her heart. Touching the scroll in her arms, Lu Yuyu's eyes gradually hardened. She resolutely turned around. Her footsteps were extremely fast, and her figure seemed like a red pike as she hurriedly traversed the mountain path. It wasn't long before she returned to that cottage again, but the old man was nowhere to be seen. Turning his head to look at the mountains on either side, he could still hear movement in the distance. It couldn't have been taken, could it? What are they doing arresting an old man? Lu Yuyu moved once again, heading within the mountain forest. Sure enough, when she caught up she saw that the white-haired, white-bearded, white-clothed old man was really being escorted by a group of people towards the mountain. Lu Yuyu was so shocked that he directly drew his sword and bellowed, "Let go of the old man." As soon as the words fell, her figure had already crossed the crowd and stopped in front of the other party. There were about a dozen of this group. All of them were strong and full of energy, looking not like ordinary mountain bandits. But for Lu Yoyo, it's nothing. However, there was still a middle-aged man within this group that made Lu Yuyu a little alarmed. It was because there was actually a true chi fluctuation in this person's body. In other words, this one was at least a 6th grade realm expert as well. Just how could an expert of the 6th grade realm fall into the weeds? This kind of expert would be able to become a guest of honor in any random clan he found to join. Isn't it easier than robbing passing travelers in the mountains? The man also seemed to notice that Lu Yuyu wasn't too easy to mess with. The face was a bit stony. Little girl, mind your own business and get out of the way, or I'll take you with me. Lu Yuyu couldn't figure out the other party's details, so it wasn't good to make a rash move. So he asked, "You have captured him, but for money, I have 3 taels of silver here. Give them all to you, and you let him go." That middle-aged man froze for a moment, then laughed with a mocking face. "You think we're beggars? 3 taels of silver? Are you kidding?" Lu Yoyo pointed at the old man. "This old grandpa doesn't have much money at first glance, so what's the point of you guys arresting him and leaving? Leave each other a line. How about it?" Lu Yuyu has developed a habit of reasoning with the other party before making a move since he has been walking in the Jianghu. It's best if you can listen, so you don't have to fight. If she didn't listen, Then she wouldn't have a care in the world if she moved again. But the middle-aged man was not moved at all and sneered. I'll say it again. Get out of my way and leave you alive. Lu Yuyu sighed darkly, knowing that there was no possibility of continuing the conversation. He was about to make a move when the old man spoke. Little girl, go away and mind your own business, or you'll have wasted your life. Lu Yuyu thought that he was worried about his own safety, so he persuaded him. Don't worry, old grandpa. It's not that easy to kill me. After saying that, he no longer cared and directly killed towards that middle-aged man. The middle-aged man didn't know its depths and didn't intend to fight hard, but let the minions around him go first, hoping to test Lu Yuyu's bottom with their lives. Although there were also martial artists who had entered the grade among these minions, how could they pose a threat to Lu Yuyu? Under the sharpness of the deer sword, which was not inferior to the world's most famous swords, these people were like leaks sent to the door, falling down one after another. However, Lu Yuyu didn't use his full strength. He didn't even use his true chi. He just used his sword technique against the enemy. That middle-aged man only felt that Lu Yuyu's sword technique was powerful, but his cultivation seemed to be just like that, so he couldn't help but gain a little more confidence. On the contrary, that white-haired old man was watching with great interest. Good swordsmanship. Lu Yuyu had already killed the group of minions who didn't dare to come forward with a few casual swords, and the middle-aged man shouted and raised the long knife in his hand to charge up. As soon as he struck, he went all out, and with his true chi, a blade chi flew horizontally, chopping off the surrounding grass and trees one after another. At first glance, it was a good fight. On the contrary, Lu Yuyu was still using his sword to fight the enemy, one move at a time, in an organized manner. Doesn't show the slightest bit of panic, nor is there any rush to grab an attack. She had traveled the world to sharpen her own sword path, and every encounter was valuable experience. It would be nice to last a few moments longer if you were sure. It was just that this middle-aged man's sword technique was really sparse, and in Lu Yuyu's eyes, there was no semblance of subtlety. The only strength was just his 6th grade true chi. Lu Yuyu also gradually lost interest in continuing to fight, so his sword stance suddenly changed, intending to end this middle-aged man. However, just at the moment she was about to strike her sword, the true chi running in her meridians unexpectedly stagnated for a split second. Her sword stance sword posture had a break as a result. The middle-aged man immediately reacted, and his figure retreated violently. The moment Lu Yuyu changed his stance just now, he clearly felt the threat of death. Although the middle-aged man didn't know how Lu Yuyu suddenly appeared to break, he couldn't care less at this point. He knew that he was by no means a match for this red-clothed girl, and at this time, he did not care about the old man and the other juniors, and directly rolled over and went away, running his light power to rush far away. Lu Yuyu wanted to go after them, but the old man was still here and there were other bandits. Fearing that the old man was in danger, he dismissed the idea of pursuing him. She directly dashed to the old man's side, and chopped the 2 minions who were escorting the old man with a sword, and the other mountain bandits had long since fled in all directions as if they were dying. Lu Yuyu untied the ropes on the old man and said eagerly, Gramps, I'll escort you to the trail first. Come on. Chapter 135, The Peach Blossom Garden. The old man waved his hand. Girl, since you are capable, you should get rid of the evil. Leave me alone and go after the mountain bandit. Lu Yuyu looked around, thinking that those scattered bandits were scared out of their wits, and I'm afraid they won't dare to come back in a short period of time. So it was nodded. Okay, you take care of yourself, old grandpa. After saying that, he turned around and chased after the middle-aged man from earlier. Looking at Lu Yuyu's disappearing back, the old man gave a somewhat helpless bitter smile. A good boy is a good boy. Just reckless. As soon as the words fell, the old man's figure disappeared like a ghost. That is to say, Lu Yuyu chased the middle-aged man and sped all the way, unknowingly coming to the interior of the deep mountains, and the middle-aged man's figure was nowhere to be found. Lu Yuyu was also bold in her art and relied on the scroll Su Zhixing had given her, so she wasn't worried that an expert would show up to pose a threat to her. So they went searching in the direction where the middle-aged man had disappeared. The mountains here are dense and full of underbrush. There were enough rotting branches and leaves on the ground to submerge ankles. The environment is not a bad one. Lu Yuyu couldn't figure out why the bandits had to find such a place to suffer from the miasma. After searching for a long time, Lu Yuyu finally found a little trace. Outside the dense forest there was a clearing, all covered with unknown weeds 1 person high. The weed bush seemed to show signs of having been turned. Lu Yuyu followed this little trail and explored inside, unexpectedly arriving in front of a low cliff without realizing it. It was here that the middle-aged man's trail disappeared without a trace. Strange, people can still disappear out of thin air? Undeterred, Lu Yuyu searched carefully in front of the short cliff. Suddenly, she noticed that one of the rocks seemed to be moving, walked over to look at it and, as expected, the boulder was movable. Lu Yu tried it on his hand. It probably weighed about 1,000 pounds. Well, it was quite light, casually moving away from the mountain rocks. Suddenly a breeze blew. Behind the rocks was surprisingly a half-man-high cave. It was dark inside and there was a breeze that kept blowing out. Lu Yu was greatly surprised by the novelty, not realizing that there was such a hidden passage here. She couldn't help but think of an article titled The Story of Peach Blossom Garden that Su Zhixing had taught them back then. I thought to myself that maybe there was something else inside the cave as well. Thinking about this, Lu Yu got a little excited, but she wasn't exactly new out of Longquan town that didn't know anything in the end. Reaching out in her arms, the scroll of words Su Zhixing had given her was already in her hands. The other hand carried the Deer Ming sword. The sword's aura gulped and sputtered on the sword, ready to deal with danger at any time. The road within the passage is showing a clear downhill trend. The cave was so narrow that, at best, you could only bend forward in a half-crouch. And the passages in the cave are not straight. Every now and then you have to go around a corner. Although there was no light, Lu Yu was still barely able to make out a little outline with her superior 5 senses. After walking for a while she realized that the cave was gradually getting bigger. After a bit more walking, it was possible to straighten up and move forward. Only to her surprise, according to this downhill trend in such a long distance, at this time she was afraid that she was already in a very deep position under the ground. Who would have the temerity to dig such a long passage under the ground? Feeling the breeze blowing in her face, Lu Yu knew that there must be a wide space at the end. Otherwise there wouldn't be such a circulation of air. Maybe that's where the bandits are lair. After walking for almost another quarter of an hour, Lu Yu realized that the downhill trend was gradually easing. She knew that this signaled the imminent arrival at the exit. The true chi in his body involuntarily ran faster, and the scroll of words in his hand lifted a corner. After turning a corner, Lu Yu's eyes lit up. She saw the bright light, but also more cautious. When he got closer, Lu Yu was surprised to find that he could vaguely see that the outside of the passageway didn't seem to be an underground space, because she saw greenery and sunlight. Lu Yu quietly touched the exit of the passage and looked out. The eyes were shaken. There really is a world of peach blossoms? She immediately recalled a passage from the memoirs of Peach Blossom Garden. The land is flat and open. The houses are just like a house. There are good fields, beautiful pools, mulberry and bamboo. The road traffic, chickens and dogs hurt each other. The men and women were dressed like outsiders. The yellow hair and hair of the children were all in a state of blissfulness. This scene was too much of a shock for Lu Yu. It made her feel extremely surreal. Lu Yu even had the idea that Su Zhixing might have been here. Otherwise the Peach Blossom Garden written is so similar to this place? Shocked, Lu Yu forgot himself for a moment, and even subconsciously stepped out of the passageway and stepped on the grass outside the passageway. Just then, a sharp cracking sound came from the air, waking up Lu Yu, who was out of his mind. He swung his long sword and a force came from it. Fixing his eyes, it turned out to be an arrow flying from nowhere. Lu Yu looked in the direction the arrow flew, only to see a person crouching above the treetops in the distance. The bow and arrow in his hand had been drawn to full capacity again, and he did not hesitate to shoot out at Lu Yu. Lu Yu looked flabbergasted and immediately woke up to the fact that this wasn't the Peach Blossom Garden inside a book but a bandit's den built in a valley with cliffs on all sides. The archery skill of the person who shot the arrow was very good, but his arm strength was too weak, and the arrow he shot was not enough to threaten Lu Yu at all. Only just after blocking an arrow did Lu Yu realize that there wasn't just one archer. There were at least 5 or 6 archers crouching in the large trees around them. Just as she pondered how to respond, a loud horn sounded. It spread throughout the valley. Lu Yu then saw from afar that a single black dot kept flying forward above those distant houses and treetops, gathering in her direction. Judging from the speed and sound of these people, there seemed to be a few notable experts among them, although Lu Yu has the intention to fight the bandits. But at this time, facing such a huge disparity in the number of people, she is not a little cute. She had no choice but to avoid the front line for the time being. Girl, stay back. We have no ill intentions. Just as she turned around with the intention of leaving, a voice suddenly came from the distance. Lu Yu froze and looked back, only to see that one of the group of people stood out, extremely fast, even as if flying. A step out can fly swept hundreds of meters. This is the real deal. Lu Yu immediately turned around and returned to the passageway. The mind couldn't help but sputter. No offense? I'll believe the hell out of you. Chapter 136, The Remnants of Chu. The moment Lu Yu had just drilled into the passageway, an extremely terrifying pressure suddenly descended. It was as vast as the sky pouring down. Lu Yu's figure within the passageway suddenly stalled. looking out of the passageway with some disbelief. His eyes gradually rounded and his mouth couldn't help but open slightly. His face was full of incredulity. A moment later, Lu Yuyu said with eyes full of excitement, I knew it, I knew I was right. He really is a supreme expert. In the valley outside the passage, a white dress descended from the sky. That terrifying pressure was emanating from this very person. And the reason why Lu Yoyo reacted so much was because this person was that weak-looking old grandpa. White beard, white clothes, even the shoes are white. Not a speck of dust. It's like being an immortal in the world. To be precise, he is the immortal. To be able to descend from the sky and travel in the air. No one in the world could do it except for that super first-grade land god. Except for Su Zhixing. Of course, those in the valley who had originally come to chase Lu Yuyu all stopped. The middle-aged man who had just told Lu Yuyu that he didn't mean any harm even directly knelt down on the ground, trembling and not daring to raise his head when he saw the figure that had descended from the sky. The old man's figure was like a white cloud gently floating down, and finally his toes pointed at the top of a big tree, that only chopstick-thick and thin treetops bear his weight alone, but also only slightly bent a little bit. Lu Yuyu looked at those mountain bandits in the valley, thinking that this is good. There are high people to eliminate the mountain bandits. These people are dead. The old man's next words, however, made her shudder. That old man's tone was calm, with a hint of sadness, like an ordinary old man speaking to his offspring. Get up. What's the point of kneeling down for an old man like me when you're already a handful of years old? That middle-aged man kneeling on the ground first bang 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 cowed out a few times before slowly getting up, and his face, surprisingly, was already full of tears. Master, how has your old man been all these years? In the passageway, Lu Yuyu froze. Master? These two are in cahoots? Thinking of this, Lu Yuyu couldn't help but be horrified. Immediately he was about to turn and run down the passage. She had only just turned around, however, when a hand was placed on her shoulder. Little girl, you've come all this way. Don't you want to take a look before you go? Lu Yuyu was just about to say that she wouldn't look at it, when she felt that the scenery on both sides of her suddenly became blurry, and her entire body flew backward. When he came back to his senses, he was already standing in the valley. Lu Yuyu was appalled. An expert of this level struck out at her, and she didn't even have time to react to take out a scroll of words. But what really surprised her was that the guardianing treasure that Su Zhixing had handed over to her was also unresponsive. Lu Yuyu immediately recalled that Su Zhixing had said that his ink treasure was different from the ordinary martial artist's true chi. It bears his spiritual imprint. It only opens when it senses the killing intent of the other party. So that means the old man didn't want to hurt her. Thinking of this, Lu Yuyu, who had always been nervous, suddenly became unafraid. What's the point of being afraid if you're not even trying to hurt her? This kind of super first-grade land god realm character wouldn't be idly teasing her, would he? I'm sure it won't take long to let her go. Lu Yoyo calmed down in a flash. The old man looked at Lu Yuyu curiously and asked with a smile, Ha, little girl, looking at your appearance you don't seem to be afraid of me at all? Lu Yuyu smiled back. What is there to be afraid of? Old grandpa, you are a man of the world. You won't make things difficult for a little girl like me, right? Instead, the old man rejoiced at hearing this and turned his head to the bandit leader. You see, you're not as bold and courageous as a little girl. The middle-aged man wiped his tears and bowed. Master said yes. Master, inside please. The old man shook his head and looked at the middle-aged man and asked, Jingha, how long have you been hiding here? The middle-aged man froze, his gaze a little averted and said, Back to master. It's been more than 20 years. The old man let out a long sigh. It's been more than 20 years, and Chu was destroyed long ago, so what are you still guarding here for? The middle-aged man named Jing he looked back at those behind himself, a trace of grief flashing in his eyes. Master, 20 years ago when my disciple was defeated, I hid in Dongyu Mountain and luckily found this place. Later on, they toured some of the old men of Dechu one after another, and since then they have been living here in seclusion. Jinghe has never thought of restoring the country for Dechu, because Jinghe knows that the unification of the world by the Great Zhou is a general trend, which cannot be reversed by human power. But even if I don't want to restore my country, there's simply no place in this world for us, the remnants of Chu. It would be better to live in peace with the world, in this worldly place. Master, you asked me what I'm doing here. For generations, my Jing family has been honored by the king's grace. Although Chu is dead, Chu's citizens are still alive. As a great general I failed to defend Great Chu, but as long as I am alive, I must guard these remnants of Great Chu until the end of my life. This will is never to be forgotten. The old man looked at the middle-aged man with eyes full of heartache and couldn't help but accuse. Silly child, Back then when you decided to enter the world to save the country, the teacher said that the Chu Kingdom's chi had run out, but you refused to listen. If you were not burdened by this mundane matter, with your qualifications, you might not be able to cross the heavenly moat and enter the realm of the super first grade. But look at you now. Your chi and blood are withered, your vitality is greatly damaged, and even your first grade cultivation is just barely maintained. How can I get away with it? Jingha gave a bitter laugh and returned. Master, you are a worldly immortal, and this mortal world is nothing more than a playground for you. But I'm different. My Jing family has been passed down for hundreds of years, shouldering the fate of the Chu Kingdom. This is a disciple's responsibility, and even more so, a disciple's destiny. There is no way to avoid it. The old man seemed to be a bit angry, and even stomped his foot in the childlike manner, pointing at Jinghe. Do you really want to be stubborn and hold on to that promise that has long since ceased to count, and not return to the East Sea with me? Jingha didn't speak, just knelt down again and bowed silently without getting up. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the valley suddenly became depressing. The terrifying pressure from earlier reappeared. Everyone involuntarily knelt down. Even Lu Yuyu almost knelt down. But in the nick of time, a glowing white light suddenly emanated from her body, and she carried it off hard. The crowd then heard the old man let out a bellowing cry. Adversary. Jinghe's body bounced off the ground in a flash as the old man imprinted a palm on his chest. It directly sent Jinghe's flying backwards for hundreds of meters and crashed into a cliff wall not far away. For a while, the ground within the valley shook a bit. Several cracks even appeared on that cliff wall, and a mountain stone rolled down. The sound was extremely terrifying. When those kneeling on the ground saw this scene, one by one, their eyes suddenly reddened. General Jing. At this moment, these people no longer cared whether the old man was a transcendent land god, and they actually rose up in a frenzy and charged violently towards the old man, hissed under his breath. Old thing, dare to kill General Jing. I'll fight you. Chapter 137, The Real Land Immortals. In the face of these people's siege, the old man was not moved at all, just a bashful wave of the hand. These people then went back to where they came from. It was only just before they stood still that these people unexpectedly rushed over again. They knew that they were absolutely no match for this old man, but they still rushed up like moths to a flame. Right at this moment, a bellowing cry rang out. Stop! Back off! Everyone then saw Jinghe swooping in from the far side of the smoky cliff. Stopping in front of the old man, he knelt and bowed. Many thanks to Master for stepping in to heal my wounds. The old man's slap just now had directly dispersed the accumulated depression in his body that had been building up for more than 20 years. The meridians were much smoother all of a sudden, and the true chi operated without any stagnation anymore. Strength returned to its peak all of a sudden. It's just that if you want to go further, it's going to be hard. He was now in his 50s, his body's chi and blood withered, and he hadn't made an inch of progress in his cultivation for more than 20 years. It is absolutely impossible to go any further nowadays. Those who were planning to surround the old man realized that they had misunderstood him when they heard Jinghe's words. One by one, they followed on their knees, blaming themselves. Lu Yuyu, who was beside the old man, looked at the scene and couldn't help but think of Mr. Long Quanzhen. The gentleman treated them, his disciples, as this old man treated this bandit leader. That's all genuinely good. It's just that Lu Yoyo didn't understand that these people didn't want to expose their traces since they were living in seclusion. Then why are you a mountain bandit? Why do you still go to Dongyu Mountain and plunder the people who pass by? Wouldn't that make it easier to be exposed? Before she could figure this out, the old man spoke to Jinghe. Since you have made your choice, then let it be. But remember, there is only one chance. From now on, you will no longer have anything to do with the East Sea Hidden Immortal Island, and you will no longer be my Li Xuantian's disciple. Hearing the old man say this, Jinghe, a first-ranked martial artist and once a great general of Chu, his eyes once again turned red and he knelt on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Master, disciple, Lu Yuyu clearly saw that the old man was actually just a moment of anger, because the eyes he looked at Jinghe didn't have the slightest bit of blame, but instead, was full of heartache. When she was first surrounded by Chang Yuanzhou with his men and injured, Su Zhixing looked at her the same way. Lu Yuyu couldn't help but feel a little amused. This old man is also a person who wants to save face. In his heart obviously cares, but on his mouth, he has to say such desperate words. The old man didn't wait for Jinghe to finish before turning to Lu Yuyu. Let's go. However, before the two of them could move, a person came out anxiously from the crowd, pointing at Lu Yuyu with a hateful face. She can't go. She killed our men. She can't be allowed to go. This person is the same middle-aged man who escorted the old man in the dense forest before. At that time, if the old man didn't need to rely on him to lead the way, and moved a bit when he fought with Lu Yuyu. I'm afraid that he would have already died under Lu Yuyu's sword. The old man was already in a bad mood at this time, and this person jumped out like this, so you can imagine what happened. Jing He understands the master's temperament. The master looks amiable on the surface, but in fact it is a character who is both good and evil, acting only on his own good, never cared about any secular rights and laws. As soon as the middle-aged man opened his mouth, he realized that it was bad and quickly pleaded towards the old man. Please have mercy, master. As soon as his words fell, the middle-aged man's miserable screams rang out. The crowd looked towards him in shock and realized that one of his arms had disappeared at some point. It was broken off at the shoulder and blood was pouring out. The crowd didn't even see how the old man did it. They only knew that the old man just looked at him. It was only at this point that everyone truly understood why a super first-grade grandmaster would be called a terrestrial immortal. This kind of means was definitely not something a mortal could possess. The old man just snorted coldly and stopped paying attention to these people. Turning around, he brought Lu Yuyu directly up into the air and flew towards the sky as a stream of light. In a flash, the entire valley was like a burst of thunder, rumbling and shaking the hearts of the people. This wasn't Lu Yuyu's first time flying in the air, but it was a completely different experience compared to being led by Su Zhixing before. Being carried by Su Zhixing as she flew, she only felt infinitely free, the sky and the earth at her disposal. But this old man was flying with her, but there was only a gust of wind that pounded her face, and she couldn't keep her eyes open. It was only then that Lu Yuyu realized that when Su Zhixing had taken her to fly earlier, he must have separated a part of his power to protect her, and that's why he couldn't feel the strong winds brought about by this rapid flight. Only when her feet touched the ground again did Lu Yuyu dare to open her eyes. I can't help but feel a little dizzy in my head. After seeing the scene around her, she realized that Dongyu Mountain was actually already behind her. In other words, several hundred miles away from Dongyu Mountain. She had turned it over so simply. Lu Yuyu glanced at the white-clothed old man beside her, and couldn't help but think to herself, being able to fly is so convenient. It's so much more time-saving to use it to catch up on the road. The old man didn't seem to be in a good mood and didn't say anything with a stern face. Lu Yuyu gave him an awkward look and was silent for a long time before arching his hand. Old grandpa, I still have things to do, or else I'll leave first. Let's see you later. After saying that, Lu Yuyu turned around and was about to leave. Stand still. Lu Yuyu froze and looked at the old man with some difficulty. Old grandpa, I really have something to delay. The old man didn't have a good time. I didn't say I wouldn't let you go. Where are you going? I'll drive you. Lu Yuyu froze and immediately understood what the old man meant. She wasn't going to think that this godlike old man was so idle that he was actually willing to give her a ride. It was only because she knew the secret of Jinghe and those Chu remnants that this old man was going to follow her to keep her from revealing the secret. Thinking of this, Lu Yuyu couldn't help but feel a tremor in her heart as she timidly asked, Grandpa, you're not going to kill anyone, are you? As soon as the words fell, the old man's eyes suddenly turned cold. What do you say? Lu Yuyu's sweaty hairs stood up, and he could only laugh awkwardly. I don't think so, right? You are a man of the world. How could you have a general opinion with a little girl like me? The old man suddenly laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Wit, you're right. The old man is old. How could he be general with a little girl like you? Suddenly, the air froze momentarily again. But that's not going to be the case if you tell the truth about Jinghe. Lu Yuyu's sweaty hairs exploded violently, and his body instantly retreated violently. The scroll in her arms unexpectedly lit up violently, forming a layer of protection on the surface of her body. Lu Yuyu's mind was shaken. This old man had actually moved to kill her just now, and also just the thought of killing inspired the guardian ink treasure left behind by Su Zhixing. A hint of surprise flashed in the old man's eyes, and he was a bit curious as he looked at the layer of protection that flickered on Lu Yuyu's body surface. Oh, you even have this kind of tactic on you? Let me see. Yo, that's great. You can't even break through the defense with the first grade of strength? Which family are you from? How dare you have such a backhand? Chapter 138 East Sea Hidden Immortal. The old man looked at Lu Yuyu with interest, and his heart was amazed. Muttered, You are a swordsman. Your master is the one from the great desolate city? No, your sword intent is very different from it. It's not from the same lineage at all. The one in the Great Zhou Palace? It doesn't look like it either. This tactic, it's not quite like an earth immortal nah. Thinking about it, the old man still couldn't see through it, so he asked, Little doll, who is your master? Lu Yuyu's expression was grave. The dear sword was already sheathed, and when she heard the old man's inquiry, she forced herself to calm down and said, I don't have a master. The old man said with a misplaced smile, You doll, You look simple, but you have quite a lot of thoughts. Thinking that I will be the kind of person who exterminates and kills? Lu Yuyu's deer-song sword trembled in his hand, clearly in a desperate stance. The old man waved his hand in bemusement. That's just it. I'm not going to be difficult. I've eaten one of your cakes, so I can't just turn around and take your life, right? If you swear that you will never spread what you have seen today, I will let you go. How? Originally, the old man thought that Lu Yuyu would be tenacious and embody some kind of swordsman's style. I didn't expect that just after he finished speaking, Lu Yoyo stood up straight and pointed a finger to the sky. I Lu Ping swear to heaven, what I saw and heard today will never be transmitted to the ears of others. If there is a violation of this oath, heaven and earth. The old man looked deeply at Lu Yuyu and smiled. Lu Ping? What kind of name is that? No clue. Who gave it to you? Lu Yuyu grinned. The elders in the family started it. That. Grandpa, can I go now? The old man waved his hand in disgust. Go go go. Make the old man look like a great evil. Just as the words were finished, Lu Yuyu directly utilized her light power and flew up. She swore that in all her time practicing martial arts, her lightness had never been performed so exquisitely as this time. The old man looked at Lu Yuyu, who ran out of sight in a puff of smoke, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Hey, the little doll is resourceful. A good seedling. The old man then pulled himself straight up and stood in the sky, flying slowly, following Lu Yuyu. At the same time, in the Longquan Town Xixing Academy, Su Xixing, who was giving lessons to the students of the academy, suddenly gave a start, his eyes turning solemn, but after a careful sensing, he was relieved and went on with his lesson. Lu Yuyu, who had run out hundreds of miles in one breath, finally stopped, took a few rough breaths, and looked behind her, patting his slightly fuller chest heartily. It's okay, it's not that unreasonable. She knew that against an expert like the old man, even if she possessed Su Xixing's scroll of words, she wouldn't necessarily be secure. That old man was so terrifying that she wouldn't even be able to react if he really struck out at her. Once the guardian ink treasure was depleted, she was the end of a certain death. But looking back, Lu Yuyu couldn't help but get a little excited. It was rumored that there were only 3 experts of the land god immortal realm in the world. One was the Great Desolate Sword Immortal from the westernmost part of the Kyushu, located in the Great Desolate City of the Western Liang Prefecture. One was a pillar of the royal family sitting within the imperial city of Great Zhou Kyoto. There was also the most secretive one, the Overseas Immortal, who was far away in the middle of the Endless Sea to the east. The world calls it the Hidden Immortal. Earlier in that valley, the old man said that his name was Li Xintian and that he came from the Hidden Immortal Island in the East Sea. There was no doubt that this old man in Snow White was that most mysterious hidden immortal of the Eastern Sea. She did not expect that a trip to the Jianghu would result in her running into this most mysterious land god. It's not clear if this kind of luck is good or bad. Of course, she's never seen a land god before. Do I have to tell you that my husband is an immortal? Low key. Regaining her mood, Lu Yuyu hit the road again. Seeing that the sky had already darkened, Lu Yuyu accelerated his pace towards the vague town in the distance. This place was already in the middle heavenly state, and when she inquired about where the Qingping sword sect was located, she was going to climb the mountain and ask for the sword. Moreover, after this period of time of traveling in the rivers and lakes, Lu Yuyu obviously felt that his cultivation realm seemed to have loosened up quite a bit as well. Maybe he would be able to break through the 5th grade realm before going to the Qingping sword sect to ask for a sword. It's bound to be foolproof by then. On the other hand, Zhao Nico, who had left Longquan town together with Lu Yuyu around the same time, had also been traveling in the Jianghu for more than a month. She took a completely different route than Lu Yoyo. After she left Longquan, she made her way southwest, following the Jade Liquid River upstream. Natalie Zhao's intention was to follow the Yuji River to the western part of Yangzhou, to the state of Liezhou. Liezhou is located to the west of Yangzhou, and is the state closest to the south on the map of the 9 states, because Kanglan, the second largest river in the world, flows through Liezhou and enters the sea to the east. The water system within Liezhou is extremely developed. This is coupled with the relatively hot climate of the outlying states and the abundant rainfall throughout the year. That's why this place is extremely rich in produce. Natalie Zhao followed the Jade Liquid River all the way to the southwest, and after traveling for more than a month and spanning thousands of miles, she finally arrived at the diversion of the Jade Liquid River and the Kanglan River. Standing on a high place to look at the 2 big rivers in front of us, as if 2 huge dragons stretched across the reckless earth. This natural momentum given by heaven and earth. Even the best martial artists in the world could not help but be a few points weaker when faced with it. Natalie Zhao practiced the sword scripture and realized the sword heart and sword intent, so she was most sensitive to this kind of potential. at this time standing on the hill overlooking the two big rivers. The sword heart actually touched for no reason. The Hatsu sword in his hand also emitted a soft sword sound. Natalie Zhao crossed her sword in front of her eyes and couldn't help but laugh. You're not convinced either? Ha, let's stay here for a while then? At the location where the Kanglan River and the Jade Liquid River diverged, there was a city called Shuangjiang City. Shuangjiang City is the county town of Shuangjiang County, because it is located right at the confluence of the two rivers. The waterway is extremely developed, so this city is also one of the more prosperous big cities in the territory of Lizhou. Natalie Zhao submitted the road guide, and after entering the city, she walked through the streets with a high rate of return. After all, a young girl like her who throws her head out is originally less. Plus Natalie Zhao's appearance is not bad, and her body comes with a cool and sharp temperament, and under the backdrop of a clean and white plain dress, she looks even more extremely dazzling. Actually, Natalie Chiu doesn't really like the color white. A plain dress was actually more like morning clothes, to put it mildly. From the time she started practicing the sword she made up her mind that if she didn't avenge her mother's death, she would spend her life in mourning. After wearing the morning clothes for 3 years, Su Zhixing then asked her to change the morning clothes into white plain clothes, and for more than a decade, Nico never wore flowers or red. Even at the age of a young girl, when she sees the rouge on the street, she is not half interested, but even so, it was hard to hide her unique aura that came from practicing the sword scripture. Zhao Nico, who was already 16 years old this year, was far taller than girls of the same age because she had been tempered by sword chi for years. Only compared to Lu Yuyu's horizontal look, her body looks a bit more introverted. Entering the city, Natalie Zhao was oblivious to the stares around her, walked straight into a rooming house dental. Since he planned to stay in Shuangjiang City for a period of time in order to realize the power of the rushing river, he couldn't live in an inn every day. So Natalie Zhao planned to rent a quiet courtyard to live in. Chapter 139, Watching the Tide and Realizing the Sword. As for having no money, it's not a problem. In this world, walking in the Jianghu as long as your skills are high enough, you are not afraid of not having money. If Lu Yuyu could be missed by bandits because of her beauty, how could Nico not be missed if her beauty was even more outstanding? Unlike Lu Yoyo turns his head and runs away after killing someone, not daring to touch the corpse. Nico, on the other hand, had no such qualms at all. Although her sword body was not yet ready, she had been practicing the sword for more than 10 years and practiced the sword scripture, and her strength to deal with the 6th grade was easy. If he was pushed, he could forcefully use the sword chi accumulated in his body at the expense of his cultivation, and even a 5th rank could be destroyed with his hands. So not only did Natalie Zhao make the first snowsword drink its fill of thieves' blood along the way, her pockets were getting bigger and bigger as well. With money to spare, the people at the dental office quickly helped her find an exquisite and quiet courtyard right next to the river. The room has a magnificent view of the diverging forks of the twin rivers from the pushed-back window. Natalie Zhao didn't ask him how much he paid, and directly gave the dental firm 5 taels of silver for a 3-month lease. Naturally, the people at the dental office were happy to smile. The highest price of this courtyard is only 500 won a month. 5 taels of silver even if you rent for a year. The landlord is also happy. Therefore, after Natalie had settled on her order, the owner of the dental firm was extremely enthusiastic and even helped her purchase some necessities, such as mattresses and quilts, pots and pans. With that, Natalie Zhao took up residence in this courtyard. It's reasonable to say that when you go out, you shouldn't show your money like this, but Natalie Zhao had always had a weak concept of silver. When she was in Longquan, she had a winery under her name, and the silver she earned every month went out to the winery's expenses were already quite a lot. Among the siblings, she was the richest except for the Chen siblings, so there is no concept of spending money at all. This trip out to travel the rivers and lakes, although saw a lot of human suffering, but because of the strangulation of the bandits got a lot of silver, but more rich. Spending money is much less of a concern. The most crucial thing was that Natalie Zhao was confident in her own strength. Like Lu Yuyu, after a trip out, I realized that there are not many big fish in the Jianghu nowadays. They are all small fishes and shrimps. It's not easy to run into a mid-3rd grade martial artist. Upper 3rd, that's not to mention. As for those so-called shady tactics in the Jianghu, such as pits, cheating, poison and the like, they are all child's play in front of absolute strength. Although her sword body was not yet complete, ordinary poison could not resist the sword chi in her body. When she had just left Longquan, she had mistakenly entered a black store once, and the owner of that black store had used such underhanded means as poison. There was no surprise in the ending. The shopkeeper and 4 or 5 of his men all became dead under Nico Zhao's sword. The more than 10 taels of silver on the store's counter had also all become her pocket. Nowadays, The silver bills in Natalie Zhao's money bag added up to almost 100 taels, a mere 5 taels of silver. How could she take it to heart? Luckily, this time, he didn't run into anyone who was interested in money, so Nico was able to practice and comprehend the sword at ease. Every day she goes to the top of that hill outside the city, overlooking the 2 great rivers. This nature's heaven and earth momentum was the best sword sharpening stone, and Zhao Nico's heart was high and proud, wanting to use his own sword momentum to overpower this heaven and earth momentum, letting one's sword path go further. Even if one couldn't achieve great success with the sword body, one could at least spare a few years of hard cultivation time. In this way, she watched the river and realized the sword at the top of the mountain for 7 days, and although she gained something, she would always fail to achieve anything at every critical moment. His own sword power was dispersed by the rushing momentum of this monstrous river. It's hard to coalesce and take shape again. And this behavior of Zhao Nico gradually became a major topic of conversation in Shuangjiang City. Because of her outstanding appearance and excellent temperament, there were rumors about her among the good people in the city from the first day she moved into Twin Rivers City. Said she was a disciple of some martial arts clan and had come to travel the rivers and lakes. What's more, they say she looks out over the Twin Rivers every day just to wait for the return of the man of her dreams. The point is that this rumor is surprisingly deep and has convinced many waverers. There is even a poignant love story compiled about Natalie Chiu's view of the river. Talk about having a nose for it. There was a local family surnamed Song in Shuangjiang City, which was considered a top family in Shuangjiang City. Not only are there people in the clan who are officials in the imperial court in Kyoto, but even the county governor of Dan County, the upper county of Shuangjiang County, is related to the Song family by marriage. That's why the Song family doesn't even dare to offend the county honors in Shuangjiang City. Fortunately, the Song family is strict and lenient. Often they would give relief to ordinary poor people. Even the Song family's pharmacy and medical center within Shuangjiang City charged the lowest fees, and on every 1st and 15th day of the month, they give free consultations to the people of the county. The Song family private school is also the largest schoolhouse in Twin Rivers County. If a student from a poor family could not afford to pay the tuition, the Song family would even waive the fee if it was found to be true and if the student had a genuine desire to improve. Therefore, the Song family's reputation in Shuangjiang County is extremely high. Many decrees, the county government office to promote not open. As long as the Song family stepped forward to say a few words, the people of Shuangjiang County will raise their hands in favor, and say the Song family also should be prosperous. Not only are there high-ranking officials, but the children of the Song family are equally young and talented. Song Lingfang, the eldest son of the Song family, was a scholar in the rural examination of Lizhou in the 8th year of the Kaiyuan era. Afterwards, he entered Kyoto to participate in the spring exams and won the 8th place in the 2nd grade. Nowadays, it is said that he is serving as a county magistrate in a certain county in Zhongtian Prefecture. Song Lingxiao, the second son of the Song family, has been fond of martial arts since his childhood, and when he was young, he enrolled in the Dragon Tiger Mountain, which is the leading mountain in the rivers and lakes of Lizhou, and learned a superior martial arts. Now only 18 years old, he has already made a name for himself in the rivers and lakes of Lizhou. In the Jianghu, he also earned the elegant name of Prince Ling Xiao. There were also some other sons and daughters of the Song family, all of whom had extraordinary achievements one by one. Leaving aside the others, let's talk about this Song family's second son, Song Lingxiao, who was known in the Jianghu as Prince Lingxiao. Song Lingxiao had studied under a master at Longhu Mountain for 12 years, and now at the age of 18 he was already at the beginning of the 5th rank. Now that he had come down to the mountains to practice, it was just as well that he was at home in Shuangjiang City during this time. In recent days, he has heard that there is a young girl in Shuangjiang City who watches the tide on the river every day, no matter how windy or rainy it is. Song Lingxiao's extraordinary posture, vision is very high. At first heard of this matter only as the Jianghu, in which like to pretend to be a ghost of fame, deliberately here to attract attention, so as to gain fame. Later, once on the street, Song Lingxiao bumped into Nico Zhao, who was dressed in plain clothes and had just returned from watching the tide at the top of a mountain. He realized that he had been vulgar. Ordinary people couldn't see through it, but Song Lingxiao, who was a 5th grade martial artist, could see it at a glance. That unique aura on Natalie Zhao's body was precisely the sword intent that sword Dao practitioners in the Jianghu Lake could only dream of. Only by cultivating one's own sword Dao to a certain realm and reaching an extremely high level of comprehension of the sword Dao, it's what makes it so outwardly obvious. Seeing such a Zhao Nico, Song Lingxiao couldn't help but feel his heart and soul swirl. One shot. The next day when Natalie Zhao was on her way to the top of the mountain to watch the tide, Song Lingxiao couldn't help but follow and go as well. Chapter 140, A Young Man's Heart. At the fork where the Kanglan and Yui rivers diverged, there happened to be a peak that wasn't too high. There wasn't much grass or trees on the peaks, mostly jagged rocks. It is almost impossible for an ordinary person to reach the top of the mountain without external help. However, for a 5th grade martial artist like Song Lingxiao, it was naturally not a problem. When he performed his light energy to the top of the mountain, he could see from afar the plain white figure sitting on the boulder at the top of the mountain under the setting sun. The golden sunlight fell on her as if it had gilded her with a golden glow. Combined with that cool temperament, it was as if they were not of the mortal world. Song Lingxiao didn't dare to come too far forward to interrupt. Naturally, he would no longer think that Natalie Zhao was just a Jianghu man who was selling his reputation and intentionally trying to make a name for himself. Rather, she was treated as an outstandingly gifted, river-watching and sword-enlightening supreme heavenly pride. People are like that. Once the person they see has a different weight in their heart, the same thing will take on a different aura. Song Lingxiao found a mountain rock and sat down, just looking at her from afar. Only when he knew that the sun was setting in the sky and the plain white silhouette finally stood up, intending to leave, he couldn't help but go forward to greet him. Mrs. Courteous, my name is Song Lingxiao. I have heard for a long time that you are here to watch the tide, and I am in awe. I am also slightly versed in martial arts, so I came here uninvited and took the liberty of interrupting to meet with the girl. Not interested. Before he could finish, Natalie Zhao answered him back. Song Lingxiao's expression froze and he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. All along, he had been topped with the name of a genius, and his family was distinguished, and his appearance was even more suave. But all the women he saw, even if they didn't fall in love with him at first sight, they would never be so cold. So for a while, Song Lingxiao was actually a bit at a loss as to how to respond. By the time he came back to his senses and intended to say a few more words, Nico Zhao had already tumbled down the mountain rocks and performed lightweight skills to go down the mountain. Song Lingxiao couldn't help but feel a bit chagrined. Usually you're pretty good with your mouth. How come you're so overwhelmed today? I had to go down the mountain and return unhappy. But this night, this spirited and talented young man actually lost sleep. All I could think about was Nico, tossing and turning, and how I couldn't sleep. Early the next morning, Song Lingxiao woke up before dawn. He who never entered the back kitchen made an unprecedented run to the kitchen and instructed the kitchen maids to step up and make a few exquisite snacks, carefully packed them in a sandalwood food box and carried them out the door. He had long inquired about Nico's residence, and instead of venturing to the door to disturb him, he stood guard at the entrance of the alley and waited patiently, and keep an eye out for smoke rising from the top of the courtyard where Nico lives. After almost half an hour of waiting, the sound of the door opening was finally heard, and there was no smoke rising from Nico's yard. Song Lingxiao's heart was delighted, and he hurriedly organized his attire and stood upright. In the morning light, Zhao Nico, still dressed in plain white, carrying a plain-looking long sword in her hand, slowly walked out from the depths of the alley. Song Lingxiao suddenly felt a little nervous as he tried to maintain a warm smile, cupping his fists and bowing when he saw Natalie Zhao approaching. Good morning, girl. My name is Song Lingxiao. I had a chance to meet with the girl yesterday. This is the breakfast that I had the servants in the mansion specially make. Girl. His words remained unfinished, because Natalie Cho had already walked past him. Her eyes didn't even linger on him for a moment. Song Lingxiao froze in place, his face burning a little. When had he ever been so neglected in all his life? But for some reason, he couldn't rise half as angry in his heart, except for being short of breath and lost. Song Lingxiao turned around and looked at Zhao Nico's fading back and couldn't help but murmur, how could there be such an extraordinary woman in the world? He who has a distinguished life and his own achievements are also extraordinary. At this time he is actually somewhat ashamed of himself. Song Lingxiao lost his mind and carried the food box back home. Deeply shocked, he locked himself in his room and didn't go out for the whole day. The next day, however, the boy was once again full of blood, and carrying his food box, he came back to the alleyway outside of Nico Zhao's yard. Still as yesterday, Nico Zhao had not looked at him even once more. Luckily, Song Lingxiao finished his words in one breath today, unlike the previous 2 times when words were ignored before they could be said. By the 3rd day, his skin had thickened a few more times. Not only did he guard the entrance to the alley outside Nico's yard, but he followed and climbed that rocky hill as well. Only he only dared to watch from afar and did not go up to disturb him easily. The days after that went on for half a month. Only Song Lingxiao would take a slightly closer step every day. Seeing no reaction from Natalie Zhao, she happily sat down and watched herself. The story of Song Lingxiao's agonizing plea for Zhao Nico soon spread throughout Shuangjian City. Friends who knew him well couldn't help but laugh at him. The second son of the Song family, the thinly veiled and reputable Prince Lingxiao of the Jianghu, but he was unexpectedly unrequitedly in love with a woman from a foreign land. especially since this woman was actually a martial arts practitioner. Nowadays, the literary style of Great Joe is flourishing, and the literati have always looked down on martial artists. That's why people who practice martial arts don't have a very good reputation in today's Great Joe. When those deep-rooted young ladies of Shuangjiang City heard about this, one by one, they couldn't help but give Song Lingxiao a fight. If Song Lingxiao could treat them this way, even if it was only 1/10,000th as good, they would definitely be willing to throw themselves at them. What is the virtue of that vulgar martial arts practitioner from a foreign land? But Song Lingxiao didn't care, and even though the Song family had sternly reprimanded him, he still remained dead set in his ways. On this day, Song Lingxiao still followed Zhao Nico back and forth to ascend the stone mountain. Today, he was going to take it a step further and get closer to Nico. It was only when his footsteps had just landed about 10 meters away from Zhao Nico that a long sword with a cold glittering light slammed into the side of his foot. The debris splashed and hit the defenseless Song Lingxiao, causing him to get a bit dusty. When he looked up, he saw that Natalie Zhao was standing at the top of the hill, looking at him coldly from above. I don't care if you want to climb the mountain. I don't care if you want to waste time sitting here foolishly, but with this sword as a boundary, if you dare to take half a step forward again, I will regard you as a provocation, and I won't be blamed for being merciless under my sword. Natalie Zhao's words all revealed the indifference of rejecting people. Song Lingxiao's heart suddenly tingled a bit as he withdrew his footsteps and smiled awkwardly before arching his hand. It is I who have offended, so please forgive me, girl. Natalie Zhao raised her hand and the first snow sword flew back to her. Then she turned around and sat down on her knees, no longer paying attention to Song Lingxiao. At this moment, Song Lingxiao, who was filled with loss, completely failed to notice that there was not the slightest fluctuation of true qi when Zhao Nico recalled his long sword, not at all the tactics of an ordinary martial artist. He turned, his back a little forlorn, and descended the hill. When we reached the foot of the mountain, we boarded the ferry and headed for the city of Shuangjiang on the other side of the river. Natalie Zhao rarely turned her head to look at the ferry boat on the river that looked like a lone leaf and sighed softly. Those things that Song Lingxiao did these days, she wasn't blind, so how could she not see them? It was just that Natalie Zhao knew that there was no way in hell that this son of the Shuangjiang city's worldly family would ever become her partner. In that case, don't give any hope, because hope is really just greater disappointment. As for those recent rumors, she also knew a little bit about them, saying that she was not worthy of this Song family's second son, saying that this teenage genius with a great reputation in the rivers and lakes of Liezhou was wrongly paying for himself. Nico didn't care at all. After all, how could a more talented and stunning person compare to the eldest senior brother, Yu Wenqing? Back then, even senior brother Zhao, who was far beyond this so-called genius by 100,000 miles, how could Natalie Zhao, who was used to seeing talented and handsome people, have half a mind for a teenager who grew up in a greenhouse? Chapter 141. After that day, Song Lingxiao really didn't come back to continue following Nico Zhao. It was just that in the biggest restaurant in Shuangjiang City, there was an additional teenager who spent his days buying drunkenness. For half a month in a row, Song Lingxiao soaked in the restaurant almost every day, confused and extremely depressed. The young man's hard-earned budding love affair was just mercilessly and directly cut off. For Song Lingxiao, who had always had a smooth ride, the blow was indeed a bit too big, but it also sidesteps how fragile the teenager's heart is. When Natalie Zhao learned of this, instead of being half sympathetic, she despised him more than a little. Good young man, and is the son of the family. For a woman on the day and time to fall depressed, think there will not be any great success. Natalie Zhao was in her third month in Twin River City, and she was already having thoughts of leaving. These 2 months or so of watching the tide and understanding the sword had made her realize one thing: she doesn't have enough build-up and depth. Why is it that you always lose out when it counts? In the end, it was actually the accumulation of one's own comprehension of the sword Tao that was insufficient. At her current level, it wasn't enough for her to have an epiphany and transcend into the saints, because there's never been such a thing as a one-time epiphany in this world. All epiphanies have a prerequisite, which is called accumulation, or to put it another way, the so-called epiphany is really nothing more than a thicket. No one can go straight from 0 to 1. If you want to go from 0 to 1, you need to put in a great deal of effort in it, whether it's reading and studying or practicing the sword. All of them. If she were to use the concept of the sword scripture, her current sword cultivation would be the process of going from 0 to 1. Apparently, her dedication and build-up was not enough to get her to the 1. So even if you sit here withered for another month, a year, or even 10 years, you won't necessarily be able to take that step. So Natalie Zhao had the idea of leaving. Today, on the other hand, was her last trip to the hill to watch the tide. Natalie had just stepped out of the courtyard door when she saw a man standing at the entrance of the alley. A teenage girl. She had never seen it before, much less recognized it, but she knew that the young girl was definitely coming for her. The young girl was a little older than her. Her appearance was gentle and delicate, and she looked like the kind of girl who was a lady of the house. Upon seeing Natalie Zhao come out, the young girl hurriedly took a few steps over and gave Natalie Zhao a courteous salute. Natalie Zhao glanced at her and asked lightly, "What is it?" The young girl said softly with a sad face and tears in the corners of her eyes, "Miss, please also show mercy and save Ling Xiao." Natalie frowned, unable to help but feel a little annoyed. How come it's that guy again? When she heard the name, she lost all semblance of interest. After walking straight past the young girl violently pulled on Nico Zhao's wrist, crying and pleading, "Miss, Ling Xiao now spends his days buying drinks and is depressed. If this continues, he will be ruined." Natalie Zhao glanced at her coldly and returned, "What's it to me if he destroys it or not?" The young girl's heart was shaken, and she couldn't help but wonder, what a cold woman. Then pleaded again, "Mrs. the knot in Ling Zhao's heart, the only one who can persuade him back is you. Please have mercy and go to the gathering of immortals to meet him and persuade him to regroup." Natalie Zhao ignored it and just spoke coldly, "Let go." Then with a flick of his wrist, he shook off the young girl's palm and headed out of the city without looking back. It's no pity to destroy such a person, Natalie Zhao couldn't help but say in her heart. When we reached the outskirts of the city, we boarded the ferry boat and crossed the river to ascend that rocky hill once again. Only today, she was having trouble meditating in any way. Even if she kept reciting those supreme sacred Confucianism that Su Zhixing had taught her earlier, it was still difficult to meditate. After a long time, Natalie Zhao sighed helplessly. Ugh, flat out being badmouthed. She wasn't really cold-blooded, and a great young man had ended up in this situation because of her. Although Natalie Zhao wouldn't feel half as guilty in her heart, the education she had received over the years still made a hint of compassion inevitably rise in her. After all, that Song Lingxiao is not a deng to fop. Has always been considered to treat her with courtesy. The Song family has always been very good reputation. If it was really ruined because of her, although Natalie would not feel guilty, she would always feel a little uncomfortable. Just as Zhao Nico was wondering if she could go meet that Song Lingxiao and then leave Shuangjiang City today, she suddenly heard some commotion. It appears that someone is hiking. Natalie Zhao's eyes couldn't help but go cold. She didn't think that this Song Lingxiao would still be undead. Only when she looked down, her eyes couldn't help but be dismayed. The person who climbed the mountain was not Song Lingxiao, but the young girl from earlier. The young girl was not a martial arts practitioner, and with her weak appearance, it was almost risking her life to climb this mountain with her abilities. Natalie Zhao's heart was shaken violently. How could she not know why this young girl wanted to climb the mountain? It was nothing more than wanting to come up and beg her to meet Song Lingxiao. But is it worth it? Risking almost certain death for such a man, is it worth it? It was the first time Natalie had seen someone so defiant. She didn't know what exactly was the relationship between the young girl and Song Lingxiao, but no matter what the relationship was, to be able to do this for the other party was really something that Nico Zhao couldn't help but be moved by. She couldn't help but think of herself. Could she make it this far if those around her were in need? Natalie Zhao was a little confused, but when the faces of Su Zhixing, Yu Wenqing, and Lu Yuyu and the rest of them flashed through her mind, Natalie Zhao was immediately and incomparably certain again. And because of that, she instantly understood what the young girl was doing at that moment. Natalie Zhao suddenly remembered what Su Zhixing had once taught them. Push yourself and turn the other cheek. She couldn't help but murmur, so that's what it means. Suddenly, Natalie Zhao, who had accomplished almost nothing in terms of Confucian cultivation, unexpectedly entered the grade directly at this moment. One strand of vast true qi after another was born out of thin air in the mud pill palace, and then one condensed true qi was molded one after another. One way, two ways, three ways. In the end, he even directly condensed 4 channels of condensed true qi. In other words, in just this instant, she had reached the cultivation level of the 7th rank of the Confucian way. When it calmed down in the mud pill palace, Natalie Zhao let out a long breath. When he looked again at the woman who was struggling to climb, there was already more than a little bit of heartache in his eyes. Just at this moment, the woman finally exhausted. Her feet did not eat the strength, and all of a sudden stepped in the air. Her body fell directly downward. This height was only 20 to 30 meters, but for a weak woman who didn't know martial arts, falling down was also almost certain death. Natalie Zhao was shocked and said that it was not good. Then she flew straight down. The toes kept tapping on the cliff, faster than the young girl who fell. After a few tosses and turns, he finally caught the young girl before she hit the ground. Only the young girl was so overly shocked that she actually fainted straight away. Natalie Zhao looked down and couldn't help but sigh softly. He then laid her down on a clean stone aside and stood quietly waiting for her to wake up. Chapter 142 One Sword Defeats the 5th Grade. About a quarter of an hour later, the young girl woke up. The moment he opened his eyes, a flash of intense fear still flashed through them. It was only after the shock that I realized that I was physically at peace, and beside her stood a stunningly beautiful figure in a plain white dress. The young girl stood up, straightened her clothes, and made a graceful bow towards Natalie Zhao in shock. Thanks to the girl for coming to the rescue. Natalie Zhao's face was no longer as cold as before, and as she looked into the young girl's eyes, the vastness of her body couldn't help but flourish. After experiencing the life and death danger just now, do you regret it? The young girl's face was stunned, and her eyes were still thick with fear. Instead, she shook her head and didn't speak. Natalie asked again, if I told you that I would go with you to meet that loser if you could climb to the top of the mountain, would you dare to do it? This time, the young girl was silent for a long time. Nico also stopped talking and just stood quietly watching her. After a long time, the young girl suddenly bowed to her, and then turned resolutely, surprisingly crawling up again. Nico didn't try to stop her, still quietly watching her struggle to climb up the stairs. Watching her with all 10 fingers worn out and scrapes all over her body, she still climbed upwards without looking back. Although each step was extremely strenuous, the young girl never stopped. Not surprisingly, she still failed. The young girl climbed to a height of over a dozen meters when she once again ran out of steam and fell from above. Nico sighed tersely and saved her again. The young girl was already full of tears by now, and her eyes were full of despair. I'm so useless. I'm useless. Can't even climb a mountain. Natalie Zhao didn't say anything more, but just turned around. Let's go. I'll go with you to see Song Lingxiao. The young girl was stunned, then pleasantly surprised. But then he looked at his fingers and suddenly felt a little aggravated. Natalie Zhao didn't care about all the drama in her mind, and went straight onto the ferry to paddle towards Shuangjiang City on the other side of the river. Once inside the city, Natalie Zhao had long since seen the finger pointing along the way. But I have to say, this Song family does have a good door style. If placed in an ordinary family of the world, an outstanding disciple of his own family became like this because of a woman. Whether the woman is innocent or not, it is thought that most of the anger will be relocated as well. But Natalie Zhao had been in this Twin Rivers city for so long, but the Song family had never approached her. Just been minding my own business. Unfortunately, Song Lingxiao was too untalented, and even after the Song family's bitter words, he still did what he wanted. After entering the city and arriving at the Gathering of Immortals building, Zhao Nico carried his longsword and walked inside. The shopkeeper thought it was a guest at the door and greeted him with a smile, but when he realized it was the woman from another country, his face suddenly changed. Natalie Zhao didn't care and just asked lightly, "Where is Song Lingxiao?" The shopkeeper, however, grunted coldly and said, "The second prince is not here." Natalie Zhao raised her head and looked inside the tavern, then took a deep breath and said aloud, "Song Lingxiao, I'll be waiting for you at the top of the city, out of time." After saying that, Natalie Zhao simply turned around and left. On the second floor of the restaurant, the eyes of Song Lingxiao, who was in a drunken daze, suddenly stagnated, then sat up violently and ran over to push open the door of the private room to look towards the first floor hall. But the figure was not seen. He didn't even bother to take the stairs, but just leapt down, causing quite a few gasps. Song Lingxiao asked as he grabbed the shopkeeper's arm, "Just now, was that the girl who came just now?" The shopkeeper didn't dare to hide it and nodded. "Yes, the Outlander woman said she was waiting for you at the head of the city." Song Lingxiao's drunkenness suddenly woke up for the most part. He ran straight out of the tavern and made a mad dash for the city. Rolling up the city wall, Song Lingxiao's footsteps but paused. The girl still looks the same, a clear and cold, like a plum blossom that blossoms alone in the snow. One can't help but be discouraged. Natalie Zhao glanced back at him and asked lightly, "I hear you use a sword too?" Song Lingxiao froze, then nodded. "My master's school, Longhu Mountain, is known as the double master of fist and sword, and is the Lijiu." Before he could finish his words, a sheathed longsword flew towards him. Song Lingxiao smoothly caught the longsword with a puzzled expression. This was a fine steel sword that Natalie Zhao had bought in the city of Shuangjiang. Natalie Zhao wrapped the first snow sword around her chest, her eyes narrowing slightly as she coldly said, "Out with the sword." Song Lingxiao was stunned and somewhat embarrassed. "Girl, come out with your sword. Since you are a swordsman, can't you even pull out your sword?" Song Lingxiao's heart shook and his grip on the sword involuntarily tightened a few points. In the end, he drew the sword, and judging by the sword's momentum, it wasn't too much of a crotch pull. Song Lingxiao was still disheveled, but at that moment, Zhao Nico had already flown in. The first snow sword's sword light was like snow, and the sword shadow was like vegetal dust filling the sky. Song Lingxiao couldn't help but see a light in front of his eyes and hastily raised his sword in response. However, Natalie Zhao's sword was like a blizzard covering and pouring down, and it actually gave him a sense of frustration that was hard to fight. But in the end is practicing martial arts sword for more than 10 years of young handsome, even if recently more disillusioned, but the chest of the young arrogance is still there. Moreover, at this time, he was facing the girl who had been in his soul, and he preferred not to lose face. Song Lingxiao's true qi was running rapidly in his body, and his sword momentum changed violently, even like a round ball that was as round as a ball, becoming impeccable and flawless. This time, even Nico Zhao couldn't help but secretly praise him. After walking in the Jianghu for so long, this was the first time she had seen such a colorful sword. In the end, the teacher is famous and has a comprehensive and systematic cultivation path, which is very different from those wild paths in the rivers and lakes. But that's about it. Song Lingxiao's sword stance appeared to be flawless, but in fact, it had committed a major offense. He wants to be all things to all people, but he doesn't realize that he can't be all things to all people. If it was against an opponent weaker than him or similar to him, it might still be effective, but if it was against an opponent who was a bit stronger than him, this move would be all broken. Natalie Zhao didn't need any complicated sword stances or swordsmanship, she just made a flat, uninteresting stab. This thrust had been practiced by Nico Zhao at least hundreds of thousands, if not nearly a million times over the past decade or so. This sword was flat, but unstoppable, breaking the surface with a point, directly breaking through Song Lingxiao's sword momentum, the tip of the sword hovering just an inch from his throat. Song Lingxiao's proud 5th grade true qi was actually directly stabbed apart by Zhao Nico's sword. He looked at the snow-like long sword in front of him with a stupefied expression, somewhat incredulous. One move, just one move and he was defeated. Since practicing martial arts and sword training, he had never lost among his peers, at least in Lizhou, even within the division. Among his peers, except for those few much older senior brothers, there was no one who was his opponent. But today, he lost to a girl even younger than him, and it was still a one-move defeat with this almost crushed stance. Song Lingxiao's brain was a bit foggy for a while, filled with only one sentence: how is it possible? How is it possible? Chapter 143. Natalie Zhao put her sword back into its sheath and turned around resolutely. You know now why I can't see you, don't you? Song Lingxiao stared at her dumbfounded. Natalie sighed softly as she remembered the young girl who was willing to even die for this man. Those who don't know how to cherish the present don't deserve the future. So be good. With that, she took a step, intending to leave. Song Lingxiao panicked and took a few steps forward, stretching out his hand and dropping it feebly, but still summoned up the courage to ask, "Girl, could you tell me your name?" Natalie stopped and looked back at him. It was the first time she had ever looked at him seriously. "It doesn't matter. You should think about who really deserves your heart." After that, he directly rolled over and jumped off the city. His body shape was like a rainbow, landing on the roof of a house outside the city, and between a few rises and falls, he had already disappeared. Song Lingxiao sat helplessly on the ground, his head lowered and his grip on the sword loosened. Just then, there came the sound of hurried footsteps on the steps of the wall, and the unique panting of a woman. "Brother Lingxiao! Brother Lingxiao!" The young girl ran up breathing heavily as she lifted the hem of her long dress. Seeing Song Lingxiao on the ground, tears immediately fell. She slowly walked over to Song Lingxiao's side and sat on her knees, just weeping silently. After a long time, Song Lingxiao slowly raised his head and looked at the young girl beside him with a bitter smile on his face. "Jin Shu, what brings you here?" "To avoid brothers say I mess name. I pretend a pussy, who sends brocade book in the clouds." From Li Qingzhao's One Cut of Plum. The last line of this song must be familiar to all of you. That is, only under the eyebrows, but on the heart. I'm done pretending. Go ahead and spray. The young girl named Jinshu laughed softly with tears in her eyes. "Brother Lingxiao, let's go home." Song Lingxiao glanced at Su Jinshu, then at the steel sword, and smiled to himself. It turns out that I was the one who had been sitting on a well, thinking that this world's martial artists were nothing more than that. Ridiculous. Su Jinshu didn't know what Nico Zhao had done to Song Lingxiao, much less what she could do for Song Lingxiao. All she could do was stay with him in silence and watch him. Song Lingxiao did not get up, still sitting paralyzed at the top of the city, looking at the sword in his hand. All this time, I couldn't figure out what's so bad about me. Song Lingxiao? Why did that girl not even want to look at me? I went to Lung Fu Shan at the age of 6, entered the 6th grade at 15, and the 5th grade at 18. Who wouldn't praise a handsome young man in the rivers and lakes of Lizhou? And why would she even want to look at me more than once? What about me isn't good enough? Su Jinshu's eyes were filled with heartache and softly said, Brother Ling Xiao is already very good. Song Ling Xiao shook his head. No, I am not good enough. And no, it's not that I'm not good enough. It's that I used to be too conceited, always thinking that the world had to revolve around me, always feeling that I was head and shoulders above everyone else. In reality, I am merely making waves in Twin Rivers County, or at best in the small puddle that is Dian County. If you look at the world, what am I? She's right, I can't even catch one of her swords. So what qualifications do I have to make her think highly of me? When Su Jinshu saw that he was even more depressed than before, her heart couldn't help but regret it. Originally thought that if she sacrificed her life to beg, that girl would finally be able to persuade Song Lingxiao properly. But now it seemed that she had even directly knocked down Song Lingxiao's self-confidence, causing him to become even more disillusioned. Su Jinshu shook his head repeatedly. No, brother Ling Xiao, it's not like that. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have begged her. I thought she would talk you down. Thought. Speaking later, Su Jinshu could no longer speak. Song Lingxiao numbly turned his head and looked at Su Jinshu, and it was only then that he noticed that the young girl's hands had long been a bloody mess. I can't help but think of what Nico said before she said goodbye. Who is the one who treats you truly? Thinking of Natalie Zhao sitting cross-legged on a mountain to watch the tide every day. Song Lingxiao was violently shocked and couldn't help but hold Su Jinshu's hands and ask, Jinshu, you ran to Stone Mountain to look for her? Su Jinshu cried and nodded. I'm sorry, brother Ling Xiao. I didn't expect that her heart was so cruel. Song Lingxiao froze in place. He knew just how much determination and courage it would take for a body as weak as Su Jinshu's to climb that mountain. For a moment, his eyes reddened, and a strong wave of self-reproach rose in his heart. Jinshu, why are you being so stupid? Su Jinshu just shook his head. Song Lingxiao looked at Su Jinshu's hand and couldn't help but give himself a hard slap. Su Jinshu was his aunt's daughter, and the two had grown up together. Later he went to Longhu Mountain to learn the art, although the two were separated. But Su Jinshu every year in the heat of the summer season will still not far from the thousands of miles to trek to Longhu Mountain to avoid the summer heat. Actually, summer vacation was not the purpose, but mainly to see him. So even though they were separated, the relationship between the two was never rusty. It was just that Song Lingxiao had always only treated Su Jinshu as a younger sister, and had never had a male or female mind. But what Su Jinshu did for him today really shook him inside. It was only at this point that he suddenly understood Nico Zhao's intentions. Natalie Zhao's last sword might not have been meant to humiliate him. Rather, it was to break down his proud self-confidence and knock down the arrogance of his sight. Let him break down, look at the present moment, and go steady on his feet. Let him see the people around him and cherish them. The disillusionment in Song Lingxiao's eyes gradually dissipated. The teenage spirit returned to this teenager, but compared to before, he was noticeably more stable. Song Lingxiao helped Su Jinshu stand up and turned to look outside the city. There's no such thing as the excitement of seeing through the blinders with a single epiphany, nor is there any ambition to regroup and make a bold statement. He just stood at the top of the city, looking out, his gaze no longer sullen but not as sharp as before. After a long time, Song Lingxiao let out a long sigh of relief, as if he had removed a heavy burden from his body. He looked back at Su Jinshu and laughed softly. Jinshu, let's go home. Su Jinshu looked at Song Lingxiao, whose back was straightening up again, covered her mouth and nodded. Teardrop after teardrop, couldn't stop it. This kind-hearted young girl had clearly complained a bit about that plainclothed female swordsman just now, but at that moment it was saying thank you over and over again in my mind to the person whose name I didn't even know. For Song Lingxiao's sudden awakening, the Song family was naturally overjoyed. It was only 3 days later that Song Lingxiao resigned from his parents and family, saying that he was going to travel. Before saying goodbye, Song Lingxiao specifically came to the entrance of the Su mansion and met with Su Jinshu. Learning that Song Lingxiao was leaving, Su Jinshu was suddenly bloodless. Song Lingxiao immediately explained, Jinshu, don't worry, I'll turn my back on that girl and go all the way east, in the direction she came from, and basically, I probably won't meet up with her again in this lifetime. Su Jinshu secretly sighed in relief, but her face was full of petulance. After Song Lingxiao was silent for a moment, he gently took Su Jinshu's hand and softly said, Jinshu, I understand your feelings, but please allow me to be difficult to change over in a short period of time. You give me 3 years' time. I will come back after 3 years, and then if your first heart doesn't change, I will ask my aunt for a marriage. Su Jinshu stared blankly at Song Lingxiao, somewhat incredulous. At this moment, any reluctance towards Song Lingxiao's impending departure was ignored. This Su house's daughter, who had always scrupulously observed etiquette, made an extremely bold move. Right in front of the Su mansion's door, he jumped into Song Lingxiao's arms and tightly wrapped his arms around Song Lingxiao's waist with almost all of his strength. Brother Ling Xiao. Jinshu, this heart will never change. Chapter 144, Purpose of Establishment. Longquan Town. Inside the Zhixing Academy, the sound of the zither came to an abrupt end. Su Zhixing looked at the system bar in surprise. Name, Su Zhixing. Age, 34. Skills, 9-year compulsory education, knowledge proficiency. First grade of Supreme Sage Confucianism. Third grade of True Understanding of Martial Arts. Fifth realm of Sword Scripture. Fourth grade of Zither. Fourth grade of Spiritual Scripture. And perfection of paper. Apprenticeship return, 8 times. Number of disciples, 8. Disciple information, 1. Yu Wenqing, potential value 92, 2. Chen Minji, potential value 83, 3. Chen Yunlan, potential value 85, 4. Zhao Nico, potential value 88, 5. Zhao Hu, 83, 6. He Jiqiu, 88, 7. Xiao Chengping, 83, 8. Su Hongyu, potential value 95. There weren't many other changes, but among the system-recognized disciples, Natalie Zhao's information had changed drastically. Originally, Nico Zhao's potential value was only 86, but somehow, it suddenly grew to 88. Tap on Nico Zhao's personal information. Disciple, Nico Zhao, female. Age, 16. Skills, Sword Scripture, Late Sword Body. Supreme Sage Confucianism, 7th grade. Identity, the 4th disciple of the Academy of Knowledge. Hidden identity, none. Natalie Zhao's Supreme Sacred Confucianism had actually entered the grade, and it was still the 7th grade. Su Zhixing remembered that Natalie Zhao had clearly only refined 2 or 3 strands of vast true qi before. How did you just pop up to 7th grade all of a sudden? How stimulated is this? How deep is the realization? The potential value has also gotten 2 points higher. Natalie Zhao was now a disciple with the highest potential value after Yu Wenqing and Su Hongyu. This really didn't occur to Su Zhixing. Nico's breakthrough, on the other hand, also represented Su Zhixing's breakthrough. The eightfold return of his ordination allowed his Confucian cultivation to soar. It was as if he had already reached the limit of first-grade cultivation, 550 condensed true qi. If he went further, he would be able to step into the first of the 3 realms above the first rank, the gentleman realm. This step can no longer be easily reached by just returning from the ordination. It also requires a breakthrough of his own. Before reaching the gentleman's realm, the vast true qi and senses raised by other disciples practicing the Supreme Sacred Confucianism remained. It would still be returned to him. Letting his Hao Ran true qi exceed the limit of the first grade was helpful in breaking through the Junzi realm, but the main thing was still up to him. In this regard, Su Zhixing was in no hurry, but he was curious as to what Natalie Zhao was going through. Look at this momentum. This is to learn from the eldest senior brother Yu Wenqing. Confucianism and the sword go hand in hand. That said, ever since Yu Wenqing had become the emperor of the Northern Yin Kingdom, listening to the Wind Tower rarely sent news about him to Su Zhixing anymore. Su Zhixing knew that Yu Wenqing had established a Northern Yin Kingdom in the Northern Grasslands. He could also probably guess what this great disciple was thinking. On the one hand, nowadays, the country of Great Zhou is in peace, although the people are still in hardship, but it is much better than the time when the warring states were in a state of uncertainty. In a good year, when I met a magistrate with a little conscience, I was able to have enough to eat and wear, but this peace is too fragile. As soon as the war started, there would be a large part of the common people of the region going back to that warring era back in the day, not to mention getting enough to eat. Even staying alive is a difficult task. On the other hand, Yu Wenqing, as a descendant of the royal family of the Great Yin Kingdom, was burdened with the national hatred of the Great Yin Kingdom. The group of old ministers of Great Yin who managed to escape are still alive, and many of the people of Great Yin are still alive, and their minds have not yet been transformed by today's Great Zhou. The idea of restoration is still on his mind. Su Zhixing understood Yu Wenqing. This is his first disciple. This disciple's nature is pure and good, the heart of the world, the heart of the bright and righteous. No surprise in the future will certainly be to become the existence of Confucian saints, so it was highly likely that Yu Wenqing would not rise against Great Zhou to restore the country. But the old ministers of the Great Yin at the beginning of the time vomited their hearts and souls, and for so many years secretly accumulated so much power, and took so much effort. Countless hopes are pinned on him. Yu Wenqing did not want these old men who were loyal to their Yuan family back then and remained loyal to their Yuan family today to live out this life with regrets and disappointments. It is even highly likely that without his leadership, these men would have ridden in rebellion in their lifetimes. The ending is predictable and absolutely unsuccessful. So Yu Wenqing reversed his direction, and instead of going south, he went north and directly penetrated the grasslands and established a huge northern Yin state in the grasslands. For one thing, there is no need to violate Kyushu, causing the people of Kyushu to be in deep water. Secondly, It can also pacify the subjects of Great Yen, so that they can have a place to live and work in peace. As for whether setting off a military front in the grasslands would bring disaster to the grasslands, Yuan Cheng had naturally considered it. However, in comparison, most of the grassland tribes were scattered, making it difficult to form a strong fighting force. Trying to unify the grasslands was far easier than moving against Great Zhou. Once the strength formed a crushing force, the war would instead become simpler. Whether or not more casualties will result depends entirely on the will of the intruder. Yuan Cheng is benevolent and has long ordered the army that if there is no resistance, there will be no offense in autumn. That's why their Xuanzhe Ghostface Iron Cavalry swept across the entire grassland, slaughtering even far fewer heads under their hands than the number of casualties in a great battle during the Warring States period in the first place. It has been more than 4 years since Northern Yen established its state in the grasslands, and the Huyan tribe and the Divine Eagle tribe among the 3 major tribes have also surrendered their clans. The leaders of the 2 tribes were also able to join the dynasty and the Northern Yen dynasty as officials, while the original tribes of these tribes, one by one, the Great Chaos, scattered throughout the territory of the present Northern Yen state. Under Yuan Cheng's governance, the Northern Yen kingdom had already appeared to be a prosperous country. He had learned many knowledge and ideas from Su Zhixing that transcended this era, and used them to govern the country with extreme ease. And Yuan Cheng's prestige in the minds of the courtiers of the Northern Yen kingdom had now reached its peak. Those old ministers of the former dynasty talked about it every time, but also the old tiers, shouting that there is a successor to the Great Yen. However, right now, Yuan Cheng had encountered a problem. He is 22 years old. For a lot of the older folks in this day and age, the kids were probably pretty big for that age. As the founding king of the Northern Yen kingdom, the inheritance of the offspring was not only his personal matter, but also the national matter of the Northern Yen kingdom. Those courtiers had already advised him more than once to enroll queens and concubines to continue the fragrance of future generations for Northern Yen. No, Yuan Cheng returned to the imperial study with a stern face, while those old ministers in the courtroom who were 70 years old and 80 years old were still kneeling on the ground one by one, unwilling to get up, crying and begging Yuan Cheng to get married early. Other things might still be negotiable, but this matter, Yuan Cheng refused without even thinking about it. In Yuan Cheng's heart, even if he wanted to get married, he would definitely not marry another woman. Chapter 145, De Zhou sending troops. The most crucial thing was that Yuan Cheng still had unknown thoughts within his heart. This throne of Northern Yen is only a burden to him. If he found his father, he would naturally want to abdicate the throne and go back to the academy he had dreamed of. Nowadays, his Ru Dao was close to the 2nd grade. Pursuing the supreme saintly realm of the supreme saintly Confucianism was the goal he really wanted. Yuan Cheng knew that once he left behind an heir during his time as emperor of Northern Yen, he would never be able to get rid of this identity in his life. So even when those courtiers begged for their lives, he remained unmoved. Only after all these years, my father is still nowhere to be found. Listening to the wind tower now has ears and eyes all over the 4 directions, but it has never been able to find any trace of Yuan Cheng. This was one of the things that Yuan Cheng was most hung up on today. Returning to the imperial study, Yuan Cheng gathered up his irritation and picked up the book of Analects that Su Zhixing had personally transcribed and began to read it aloud softly. On weekdays, whenever he was in a depressed mood, he could restore his peace by reading the books that Su Zhixing had given him. The vast true qi on his body naturally radiated out, and the entire imperial study room was filled with vast intentions. If someone with a malicious mind was here, hearing Yuan Cheng's reading voice would involuntarily make them feel irritated and uncomfortable. However, if one is a person with a bright mind, he or she will feel very receptive and will be immersed in it without realizing it. Normally at this time of the day, absolutely no one would come to disturb. But today, Yuan Cheng stopped reading halfway through his book with a frown. And at this moment, in the garden outside the door of the imperial study, several guards were stopping a middle-aged official from going forward. This person is the Minister of War of Northern Yen, Qin Kai. Qin Kai knew Yuan Cheng's rules, but at this moment, he could no longer care so much. Qin Kai was about to open his mouth to explain the situation to the guards when he heard Yuan Cheng's voice ring out from the imperial study. Let him in. The 2 guards heard Yuan Cheng's voice and immediately led the way, arching their hands towards Qin Kai. General Qin, please. Although the official position of Qin Kai is the Ministry of War, but before the establishment of Northern Yen, he is more than 20,000 Xuanzhe Black Cavalry Commander, and now even more than the Northern Yen Jinghua on the general's military position. These palace guards were all selected from the army, so it was customary to refer to Qin Kai as General Qin, not Lord Shangshu. Qin Kai walked into the imperial study, his footsteps a little more hurried than usual, holding a secret letter, which had been torn open. with 2 words written on it, A1. This meant that this secret letter was the highest grade of all the information from listening to the Wind Tower. Qin Kai stopped 5 paces away in front of Yu Wenqing's imperial case and bowed with his fists clasped. I, Qin Kai, pay my respects to your majesty. Yu Wenqing stood up and raised his hand to support him in vain. General Qin is excused. Seeing the secret letter in Qin Kai's hand, Yu Wenqing's eyes tightened slightly before he tentatively opened his mouth to ask, but there's movement in the south, in the Great Zhou? Qin Kai nodded and stepped forward to hand over the secret letter with both hands. Your Majesty is wise. It is precisely the secret letter that came from Kyoto in Great Zhou. Yu Wenqing opened the secret letter and scanned it, his brows frowning slightly. After putting down the secret letter, he looked up at the front and said softly, after 4 years of waiting, I can't wait after all. Qin Kai sighed. There has been no movement for 4 years, and now that this has come, I'm afraid that it won't be a small fight. And from the person leading the army, we can see that Great Zhou attaches great importance to this trip north. Yu Wenqing looked at the secret letter again and asked, Zhou Qian? But the famous general of the Great Zhou during the Warring States period who was known as the Flying General? Qin Kai nodded back. That's right, Zhou Qian is one of the 4 great generals of the Great Zhou, especially good at fast and furious battles. Back then, he only led 20,000 light cavalry, without any provisions or grain, and fought for 10,000 miles, all the way from Jishui in Yangzhou to the capital of Jin in Arakan State. That battle directly knocked out 2/3 of Jin's war power and cut the entire Jin nation into pieces. It can also be said that a large part of the credit for the eventual destruction of Jin belongs to this flying general. Great Zhou sent this man to lead the army, and it's obvious that he intends to fight a quick battle and eat us in one fell swoop. Yu Wenqing nodded. My northern Yen territory, which is almost all flat grassland terrain, is most suitable for this flying general to play. Speaking here, Yu Wenqing suddenly changed his words and asked, what is Zhou Qian's official position now? What is his title? Qin Kai thought for a moment and opened his mouth to reply. Now the official is the auxiliary general, and he is honored with the title of Duke of Wei. Yu Wenqing did not say anything and lowered his head, looking at the secret letter on the table, seemingly pondering something. After a long time he asked again, can there be a prince of a different name enshrined in Great Zhou? Qin Kai froze, then immediately returned. I have not yet heard of a prince of a different name. Yu Wenqing suddenly laughed. That is to say, if this flying general really destroys my northern Yen, he will already be unsealable except for the title of king of a different name? Qin Kai nodded thoughtfully. Maybe, right? Yu Wenqing immediately commanded. General Qin, go down to get ready. Marching and fighting is your duty. I will make my own decision. How to fight, how to respond. Everything is by your full command. Tomorrow I will appoint you as the great general of the protectorate in the court, to deal with this Great Zhou invasion. Qin Kai bowed and led the way. After waiting for Qin Kai to leave, Yu Wenqing picked up a pen and ink and wrote a secret letter. He then walked over to the bookshelf and struck a small chime bell on the bookshelf. The bells sounded clear and long. Not a moment later a figure arrived in front of Yu Wenqing as if he had stepped out of the shadows. Yu Wenqing handed him the secret letter and commanded, send it to the Imperial City Department in Kyoto, Great Zhou, and remember, let the people at the Imperial City Department realize the importance of this letter. The silhouette bowed to receive the order, and after accepting the letter, his figure disappeared with a swish. Yu Wenqing looked at the empty imperial study and was suddenly a bit disinterested. Like Su Zhixing at the time, he was suddenly disinterested in this kind of power mind trick, but that's never the way things are in this world. Things that are not as good as they should be are often 9 times as good as they should be, and there are no 2 or 3 things that can be said about them. A lot of things are not how you want them to be. He was in this position now, and even more so, he couldn't just do whatever he wanted, even if he disliked these so-called power tactics again. For the sake of Bei Yan and his subjects to be able to live in peace, he had to use them. Yu Wenqing suddenly began to miss the academy. Miss Mr. Senior sister, senior brother in them. Every now and then, he couldn't help but wonder what Mr. would do if he were here, but he also knew that even if he missed it, he would never be able to get involved with Mr. and the others again. So Yu Wenqing could only keep everything in his heart and then go on to his job as the Emperor of Northern Yen. Chapter 146, Dramatic Changes in the Dynastic Hall. Yu Wenqing's handwritten letter was soon delivered to Taiyan City. After a series of unknown secret encounters, that letter was finally classified as top secret by the Imperial City Department and sent to the secretary's hands. Looking at the few words on the secret letter, the minister couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. His Majesty, the Emperor of Great Zhou, has personally opened the door. If it was just an ordinary person writing this letter, the Imperial City Department would not take it seriously at all. However, After these days of fighting with the dark disk, they already knew that the letter was written by the handwriting of the Emperor of Northern Yen. Then the letter carries a completely different weight. No matter what the contents of the letter were, once it involved the kings of the two countries, the significance was already very different, and it was obvious from the way the letter was sent over that it was not a letter exchange in the conventional sense between two countries with diplomatic relations, because if it were a regular letter, it would be treated as a state letter and sent with the diplomatic courtesy it deserves. The fact that the letter was in this manner meant that the contents were by no means unusual, at least the kind of content that can't be known by outsiders. As for whether or not anyone would peek, I can think with my toes and know that's almost impossible. Therefore, after getting this letter, the Imperial City Division ambassador did not dare to stay for a moment, hiding from everyone, and quietly entered the palace overnight. He opened the letter in front of the Emperor of Great Zhou and confirmed that there was no danger before submitting it to the Emperor. No one knows what the letter says. Not many people even knew the letter existed. A month later, when the 400,000 strong army led by Zhou Qian passed by the last mountain pass leading to the grasslands outside of northern Yunzhou, a sudden landslide directly washed away the wide mountain road that was flanked by a deep cliff canyon. There was no way out, so the army had to turn around and make a detour. And this detour will take at least 2 more months of traveling. At this point in the season, it was already past Mengxiu. In a couple of months Middle-earth may still be just seasonal fall, a great time for fall, but the prairie's seasonal fall is already seeing its first wind and snow. Zhou Qian has only 2 choices, either a drum, with a swift and thunderous momentum to defeat the Northern Yen defense line, and make an unparalleled achievement, either retreat within the Yunzhou Pass and wait for the next spring to begin and the wind and snow to pass. But if they really waited like this, the consumption of 400,000 troops was not a small amount. The ministers in the court will surely take this opportunity to denounce him. As a famous general of the warring states, Zhou Qian is burdened with the prestige of destroying the country, and the last thing he lacks is self-confidence. He really didn't want to wait. Having reached the established position, the army encamped thereon. He himself took 20,000 of the most elite light cavalry under his command and drove in, intending to replicate the battle against Jin that year. The army then followed up slowly as backup. Zhou Qian has always used his army to take people by surprise. Even the army following closely behind could not figure out Zhou Qian's exact location and purpose. But this time, Zhou Qian miscalculated. He led 20,000 light cavalry to run for 800 miles, but he didn't meet half resistance. The grassland tribes that we passed along the way were all empty. When Zhou Qian reacted and wanted to retreat, he realized that Northern Yen had actually broken his back. The people of Northern Yen seemed to know everything about his movements as if they knew everything. There is no secret at all about his marching route. Zhou Qian realizes that he has been betrayed and that there are traitors in his army. It just doesn't make much sense at this point to uncover the traitor or not. Zhou Qian's heart crossed. Regardless, continue to drive straight. Actually ran to the upper capital city. If we can take Xanadu, everything can be salvaged. There was no doubt that Zhou Qian had lost 20,000 light cavalry to attack the capital. The end was already predetermined. After being captured, Zhou Qian is still arrogant. If not for the traitors under his command, Northern Yen could not help him at all. Yu Wenqing made it a point to meet with this famous general of the warring states. No one knows what the two of them talked about. I only know that when Yu Wenqing left, Zhou Qian's face was like ashes, and then he resolutely broke free from the rope to pounce on that dense Northern Yen army. He died in the end under a random sword. 20,000 light cavalry, not a single one left. Upon learning the news, Great Zhou's subsequent 400,000 strong army immediately launched a general attack. Northern Yen Xian armor Black Riders faced Great Zhou's army, but it was as if they had lost their courage. Surprisingly, they collapsed at the touch of a button and fled frantically. It wasn't until they fled 200 miles into the territory of the Northern Yen Kingdom that the Xian armor Black Riders stopped. The sound and the power of the soldiers had changed so much that they had become impregnable. The army of the Great Zhou made several trips, all to no avail. Thus, the curtain fell on this inexplicable battle. Shortly afterward, an envoy from Northern Yen traveled to Great Zhou, willing to cede 200 miles of pasture land south of Northern Yen for peace. The Emperor of Great Zhou accepted it with indignation and signed a 10-year treaty with Northern Yen of no offense in autumn. The envoys of Northern Yen also returned the body of Zhou Qian, a famous general of the warring states, and the story of Zhou Qian who fought until the last moment of his life in the upper capital city of Northern Yen began to be widely spread in the city of Taiyan. The people of the world could not help but feel deeply sorry for Zhou Qian, the famous general of the warring states who had been dead for a long time, and was posthumously awarded the title of Upper Pillar State by the Emperor of Zhou. posthumously awarded the title of Wu Yong. Zhou Qian's eldest son inherited his title, and was appointed as the folding lieutenant of Shangfu, the fourth rank. Just as the military generals of the Great Zhou dynasty hall were clamoring to avenge Zhou Qian, Zhao nephew, the secretary of the Ministry of War, the leader of the Hussar generals in wartime, and the first of the four famous generals of the Warring States period, suddenly offered to resign from his post in the courtroom. The 100 officials were shocked, and the military generals even cried out that they could not. The Prince of Zhou even personally stepped down from the dragon chair and picked up his nephew, who was kneeling on the ground, and repeatedly retained him, and sternly refused to do so. Nephew Zhao did not insist, but just retired silently. Just as this matter was still continuing to ferment, a few days later, the Imperial City Department suddenly brought people to surround the Zhao Mansion, and in the Zhao Mansion's treasury, a large amount of gold and silver was seized. According to later people, the Imperial City Department used to pull those gold and silver jewelry wagons or more than 10. The folders of the inspectorate to the nephew Zhao were like snow in the sky. All the people in Zhao's house were sent to jail as a result. Naturally, a group of civil officials could not let go of this opportunity, and they all remonstrated with nephew Zhao in the courtroom, demanding that he be severely investigated for being the first giant corrupt official of the Zhou dynasty in the past 10 years or so. Numerous military generals have come forward to plead for leniency. Nephew Zhao has always disliked this kind of foreign wealth, so how could he have embezzled so much gold and silver? Even the heavenly prince of Zhou directly and solely ordered that the matter be suppressed. However, more and more people came to denounce nephew Zhao from different parts of the Zhou dynasty, and the number of people involved also became more and more extensive. This thing is finally squashed. As a last resort, the Zhou emperor ordered a strict investigation of nephew Zhao. All the crimes and evidence of corruption show that nephew Zhao has no chance of survival. But in the end, the Prince of Zhou read out in public a list of outstanding achievements made by his nephew during the Warring States period, each of which was a great achievement that no one could match. The meaning of the Son of Heaven could not be more obvious. This is to make Zhao nephew's merits and demerits offset. The Zhao family was relegated to the status of commoners, with all their assets confiscated, and driven back to his nephew's hometown in Qingzhou. The second prince insisted on going out of the city to see this maternal uncle of his offspring off, despite the naysayers. Looking at his nephew Zhao's eyes were filled with guilt. Before saying goodbye, nephew Zhao gave him a message. If things are not to be done, we should retreat in haste. Xiao Qingqi instantly understood the true meaning of all these things that had happened during this period of time. When he once again looked back at the imperial city that loomed large and infinite in his mind, there was actually a bone-chilling cold that went straight up from the soles of his feet to the spirit of heaven. Chapter 147, The Sword-Asking Platform. During the recent period of change in the courtroom, 6th Prince Xiao Chengping was like an outsider standing on a high place. Everything was not his business, yet everything was clearly visible. For her father, Xiao Chengping never dared to say that she saw the truth. This great Zhou heavenly prince, who had established the world's first great achievement for all time, had always acted in such a thunderous manner. But then there are straw men and buried veins for thousands of miles. When Northern Yen was established, it was a threat in the eyes of courtiers and military generals. But in the eyes of this great Zhou Prince of Heaven, it was a sword that he could pick up at any time. Wrapped in the powerful confidence of destroying the 6 kingdoms and uniting the world, the district of a Northern Yen was not placed in his eyes at all. He had the confidence, and even more so, the strength. So he didn't care about whether or not Northern Yen developed strong. On the contrary, he preferred for Northern Yen to develop and become strong. It is hoped that Great Zhou will be surrounded by an existence that is sufficient to alert future generations of Great Zhou's children and grandchildren, reminding future generations of Great Zhou's kings of the principle of being vigilant in peace and mindful of danger for generations to come. There were simply too many meritorious military generals in the Great Zhou dynasty. The knife, Bei Yan, is very appropriate. Xiao Chengping just couldn't figure out how that emperor of Northern Yen knew the true intentions of the Great Zhou emperor. 200 miles of territory. Just let it go. It's like they've been talking to each other for a long time. Xiao Chengping was not interested in everything in the courtroom. It was just that in recent days, that father of hers had, for some reason, put more and more things into his hands. Obviously, according to what the healing fairy had said at the beginning, one's life expectancy was at most a year away. Thinking of this, Xiao Chengping immediately understood that the matter of her being able to cultivate to replenish her longevity had already been known by her father. Father is surrounded by the world's best experts, so it's not hard to see through her. It was just that Xiao Chengping was even more puzzled as to why his father knew the secret of his daughter's body. But why did he still want to raise him as a royal son? Not only now, but over the past so many years. This was one thing that Xiao Chengping had never been able to figure out. the recent dramatic changes in the courtroom. Xiao Changping also feel more and more tired of heart, so she asked the Son of Heaven for permission to travel a bit among the people. On the bright side, as an already adult prince, according to etiquette, Xiao Changping was actually not allowed to go outside of Kyoto and his fiefdom, but in favor of the Son of Heaven, he agreed. Xiao Changping then left Kyoto with Bai Jingshan and traveled south. After living in Kyoto for almost 20 years and leaving the city for the first time, Xiao Changping was naturally full of joy. The key is that she has now entered the 7th grade of Confucianism. The body of the vast true qi is little by little to make up for her innate lack of. That piece of pressure in the heart of the boulder is also gone. Naturally, see what all feel the scenery is infinite. Along the way, you will visit famous places, search for ancient monuments and experience the local customs. For the first time, Xiao Changping felt how vast the Great Zhou Heaven was. After leaving Kyoto, he walked from the seasonal fall to the October Mongdong, and surprisingly, he didn't even get out of Zhongxianzhao. At this moment, it was in the southernmost part of the Middle Heavenly Prefecture, in a city called Sword-Worshipping City. Sword Worship City was a rather special city. The ruler of this city was not an official of the Great Zhou, but the Qingping sword sect on the mountain called Deer Terrace outside of the city of sword worship. Great Zhou only sent an inspector to tally up the taxes and management of Bayonetta City, but never interfered in the specific affairs of Bayonetta City. The reason why this happened was because the Qingping sword sect had already raised their sect to the throne long before the founding of the Great Zhou, and he made a lot of credits for the destruction of the 6 kingdoms of Great Zhou. So the Great Zhou Emperor gave this city under Mount Lutai to the Qingping sword sect. It was also from that time that the city was renamed Sword Worship City, because there was no official power of the Great Zhou intervening. The laws within the city of Bayonetta were relatively far less strict than in other towns, and this, as a result, made Sword Worshipping City a holy place for martial artists from all over the world to aspire to. It is also the place where the world's Jianghu martial artists gather the most. In the Jianghu, it might be extremely difficult to see an upper third rank elsewhere, but here, although there weren't many upper third ranks either, they weren't considered a rare existence. Of course, there might be some in the 3rd and 2nd grade, but absolutely nothing in the 1st grade, because there is an iron law after the Great Zhou horse treads. Any martial artist whose cultivation has reached the 1st rank realm is not allowed to leave his location for life without an imperial amnesty. That's why there are absolutely no foreign 1st grades in the city of sword worship. The Qingping sword sect was known as the leader of the sword path in the world today, and there were only 2 people who could reach the cultivation level of a first-rate swordsman. One was Patriarch Mo1, who was known as the Sword Saint. The other was that old patriarch whose lifespan was said to be short. It wasn't long after Xiao Changping brought Bai Jingshan into Sword Worship City that he heard of an interesting incident. Someone wanted to ask the daughter of the Qingping sword sect's patriarch for a sword. Since the Qingping sword sect is the leader of the world's sword path, the world's people practicing the sword come to visit and spar, or ask for art is naturally endless. For this reason, the Qingping sword sect had specially constructed a sword-asking platform halfway up Mount Lutai. However, anyone who wanted to climb the mountain to ask for the sword must first defeat at least one sword attendant at the sword-asking platform before they were qualified to ask for the sword from the disciples within the mountain gate of the Qingping sword sect. However, the sword-asking platform had a rule. When you go up to the sword questioning stage, you will only discuss the sword technique and sword Dao, regardless of cultivation level. If one is unable to restrain himself from using his true chi cultivation beyond that of the sword servant when sparring with him, he will lose his qualification to ask for the sword. Moreover, in order to deter those who had nothing to do, the sword servants on the sword questioning stage had always been extremely heavy-handed. While most of them don't hurt lives, broken arms and legs are common, so if it is not a strong confidence in their own sword skills, otherwise the average person would never dare to easily run to ask for the sword. But today, there is someone who wants to break into the sword questioning platform that makes all the swordsmen in the world both yearn for and fear. The daughter of the Qingping sword sect's patriarch was named Mo Qingjia, a rare genius of the sword sect, just 19 years old this year. Rumor has it that he is already among the 4th rank, some say the 5th rank, but whether it's the 4th or 5th grade, it's an extremely rare achievement for someone of that age. Moreover, amongst the younger generation of disciples of the Qingping sword sect, Mo Qingjia's Qingping sword technique could definitely be considered to be at the top of the list. Yet the man who asked her for her sword today was just a stranger with no known name, an out-of-town girl, a red coat, often with a big smile on his face. Looking at the young girl's age, she was at most 17 or 18 years old. At this age, she dared to come to Qingping sword sect to ask for the sword. First of all, no matter how she ended up, just this courage has already exceeded 99% of the swordsmen and wushu in the Jianghu Lake. When Xiao Changping heard about this, he became interested. So he followed those onlookers of the Jianghu together with Bai Jingshan and headed for Mount Lutai. Observe this sword competition that has received the attention of the whole city. Chapter 148, Ask the Sword Qingping Sword Sect. When he arrived at Deer Terrace Mountain, he followed the crowd up the mountain for a while, but he was stopped at the entrance of Qingping Sword Sect's mountain. If they were not invited, unusual people were naturally not qualified to enter the mountain gate. However, everyone knew the rule, so no one forced the issue, so they sat outside the mountain gate and watched. The sword asking stage was right behind the mountain gate, and although the angle of viewing the battle wasn't very good, it was always possible to see it. Xiao Chengping naturally wouldn't be satisfied with watching from outside the mountain gate, and after communicating with the mountain guard disciple to no avail, he had to use a bit of royal privilege and take out a gold medal. The entire Qingping Sword Sect is loyal to the royal family of the Great Zhou, and naturally recognizes the royal family token. A few mountain guard disciples were startled, and then hurriedly invited Xiao Chengping and Bai Jingshan inside. Another disciple specifically ran to the mountain to report. Xiao Chengping didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so he specifically instructed him to tell the patriarch on the mountain that he didn't have to come down to meet her, and that she would leave after watching the sword competition. Several disciples didn't dare to be slow, so they specially packed up a table and chairs and invited Xiao Chengping to take a seat to watch. The higher-ups within the mountain clan were also startled when they received the news, because Xiao Chengping that gold medal is the imperial gift of the Son of Heaven. See the gold medal as if the Son of Heaven in person. According to etiquette, their entire clan would have to come down 10 miles to meet them. However, Xiao Chengping had also specifically commanded that there was no need to meet the salute, which made it a little difficult for the senior members of the Qingping Sword Sect. In the end, Qingping Sword Sect Patriarch Mo Wen decided that he would go down there himself, alone, without any exaggerated ceremonies, just him. It didn't take long for Mo Wen to come to Xiao Chengping's side. He didn't perform the great salute of a courtier, but instead met and greeted Xiao Chengping and Bai Jingshan as a Jianghu man. Xiao Chengping didn't recognize Mo Wen, but he could guess his identity and wasn't averse to his arrival, so he acquiesced to accompany him. Just as the two of them were having a casual conversation, a red dress finally appeared in sight. The young girl crossed the crowd and walked into the mountain gate with no fear on her face. The young girl was none other than Lu Yuyu, who had traveled thousands of miles from Yangzhou. She had actually arrived in the Middle Heavenly State a long time ago and had already stayed in sword-worshipping city for more than 2 months. Just a few days ago, the true chi in Lu Yuyu's body finally broke through the 6th grade and advanced into the 5th grade realm. So then no longer hesitate. Began to ask Qingping Sword Sect Mo Qingjin Sword. Lu Yuyu naturally knew the rules of the Qingping Sword Sect, so after entering the mountain gate, he directly ascended the sword questioning platform. There was a sword servant waiting on the sword questioning platform early on. A young man in his 20s. The sword attendants of the sword asking platform were all rotated by the inner disciples of the Qingping Sword Sect. Their cultivation might not be particularly high, but they had all spent their lives studying the sword path, and even if they didn't use their true chi, there weren't many people in the Jianghu who could outperform them in swordsmanship. What's more, Lu Yuyu had no name and no sect, so almost no one watching the battle thought she could win. Not far away, Xiao Chengping, who was watching the battle accompanied by Mo Wen, saw Lu Yuyu but suddenly froze. For some reason, there was something about Lu Yuyu that was familiar to him, but a closer look didn't reveal any difference. She had never left Kyoto in her entire life, and it was impossible for her to know anyone outside of Kyoto, so the feeling struck her as odd. It was just that Xiao Chengping couldn't figure it out for a while. When he went up to the sword questioning stage, Lu Yuyu didn't have much nonsense and directly drew the deer sword. The moment the deer Ming sword was unsheathed, no matter if it was the young sword attendant standing opposite her, or the Qingping Sword Sect leader Mo Wen who was not far away beside Xiao Chengping, all of them couldn't help but utter 2 words out of their mouths. Good sword. The main industry of Qingping Sword Sect is to forge swords for the court. That was why every disciple in the Qingping Sword Sect had a good hand at sword casting. Of the 10 most famous swords in the world today, the 4th-ranked Star River and the 7th-ranked Moonflower are both in the Qingping Sword Sect. Not only that, in addition to the top 10 famous swords on the famous sword spectrum, at least 20% of them came from the hands of Qingping Sword Sect sword makers. In the entire world, if it came to sword casting, only Yanzhou famous sword villa could match the Qingping Sword Sect. However, in recent years, the famous sword villa has fallen out of favor. The patriarch and the young patriarch were nowhere to be found. The famous sword villa had experienced a civil unrest, and the ancestral sword forging method was said to have been partially lost. Perhaps in the near future, the entire world's way of sword casting will be honored by the Qingping Sword Sect. Getting back to the topic. That being said, When Mo1, the sect master of the Qingping sword sect, saw the deer sword in Lu Yuyu's hand, he couldn't help but light up in front of his eyes. Previously, Lu Yoyo hadn't sheathed his sword, which had been inserted in an extremely simple scabbard, so no one could tell how extraordinary he was. But at this moment, in Mo1's opinion, even if the sword in Lu Yuyu's hand is not as good as one of the top 10 most famous swords in the world, it is by no means bad. Lu Yuyu couldn't help but laugh softly when she heard the youth across from her praising her sword. I also think this sword of mine is quite good. Then her smile tightened and her tone became grave as she looked at the youth. My surname is Lu. My name is Yo-Yo, a native of Yangzhou, and I have come to ask for the sword in response to an appointment made 6 years ago. Please also enlighten me. The Qingping sword sect disciple on the opposite side nodded, not belittling Lu Yuyu just because she was young. This courage alone is enough to qualify as a swordsman. This is the kind of person who is impressed wherever he goes. The youth slowly drew his long sword and looked at Lu Yuyu. My name is Yin Hao, ranked 36th among the inner disciples of the Qingping sword sect. Please, girl. After the two of them exchanged home reports, Lu Yuyu's aura changed violently. It was as if she had changed from a sunny young girl to a cold-blooded and ruthless swordsman. The deer-song sword sliced through space, emitting a burst of sword sounds. The speed is not fast. The angle is not tricky. It seems to be flat, but it has some bright and righteous intentions. This move alone, but all those who know the trade cannot help but brighten up, secretly praised a good swordsmanship. Lu Yuyu's qualifications were considered the most ordinary among Su Zhixing's many disciples. Until now, she still hadn't been recognized by the system, but if it came to sword practice, Lu Yuyu's dedication was in no way inferior to Nico Zhao's. A sword move is often practiced 1,000 times, 10,000 times before one is satisfied with it. That's why her swordsmanship wasn't the highest, and her cultivation wasn't the highest either. However, Su Zhixing said that her foundation was no weaker than any of the other disciples. Lu Yuyu's sword seemed ordinary, but the stability and accuracy of it reached the peak. The only thing lacking is a bit of ruthlessness. It's a personality thing, and it's not something that can be changed by hard work and study. But for this moment in time, it was enough for a kendo cut. Yin Hao, a disciple of the Qingping sword sect, raised his sword to parry, and the moment the two swords came into contact, Lu Yuyu's sword momentum was induced to defuse her sword. But Lu Yoyo wasn't the least bit surprised. This sword being neutralized had long been expected by her. However, when the sword path was destroyed, Lu Yuyu's figure immediately followed the altered sword momentum to wander, and then following the trend, the Deer Ming sword in his hand unexpectedly instantly transformed into a sky full of sword-light remnants. The quickness and subtlety of the stance and footwork changes caused the many onlookers to be shocked. Sword Saint Mo1 couldn't even help but frown. In this world, there is still a sword method that is higher than his Qingping sword sect's sword method in terms of grade and intention? Chapter 149, Ask the Sword Qingping Sword Sect 2. The Qingping sword technique was inherited from the sword god Gaini 500 years ago. Although a part of it was lost due to the war, it was definitely not comparable to any other sword technique in the world today. The only one who could match Qingping's sword technique in terms of swordsmanship was perhaps the only one in the great wasteland city who had the name of the sword immortal, the land immortal. But that land god's sword Mo1 has seen. Not Lu Yuyu make this kind of way. Could it be that the small-town teaching teacher that Qingyao spoke of is really a land god? Mo Qingyao mentioned a mouthful about Su Zhixing to Mo1 after she returned to the Qingping sword sect, but because he was worried about offending Su Zhixing, he didn't dare to say too much. Mo1 was only skeptical before. After all, there could be too few realms like the land gods. It has been about 800 years since martial arts history was recorded. However, there are no more than 20 clearly documented land deities. Like today's era, having 3 land immortals in the same era was already an extremely rare great age, though it was also said that the existence of the land goddesses drained the kung fu warriors' qi. Therefore, although there are 3 land immortals in this era, it is difficult to see even one upper third-ranked expert in the Jianghu. No matter what, a land god that was a rarer existence than a kingdom ruler. A land god could not be born for no reason, without a word, and no one even knew about it. It was only when Mo1 saw Lu Yuyu's swordsmanship at this time that he suddenly believed Mo Qingyao's words somewhat. This kind of sword technique cannot be created by mortals. Only land deities whose sword cultivation had transcended the first grade of mundanity would be able to do so. Thinking of this, Mo1 immediately paid a little more attention to Lu Yuyu. If she really was a disciple of a land god, then she couldn't be treated in an unusual manner. While he was pondering, Yin Hao was already completely suppressed on the sword questioning stage. Each of his moves Lu Yuyu had a way to neutralize them, and not only that, Lu Yuyu was able to use his swordsmanship moves to go with the flow, turning defense into offense. making it almost impossible for Inhao's swordsmanship to connect into a complete momentum. It can only go east and west and become disorganized. After the two of them had gone through a dozen moves underhand, Inhao was finally outmatched and was stabbed in the back of the hand by Lu Yuyu's sword, and the long sword in his hand fell down in response. This duel between pure swordsmanship ended with Inhao's undisputed defeat. This result Mo1 as well as some discerning people have long been foreseen, but the vast majority of that onlookers of the Jianghu felt incredible. This young girl actually won. A little girl whose name was unknown had actually beaten an inner disciple of the Qingping sword sect without any room to fight back. For these jungle martial artists, this is unbelievable. Since the great Johorse trampled on the rivers and lakes, the Jianghu sects and gangs, 9 out of 10 inheritance broken. There is still one left is also lost most of the secret code of martial arts. So today's Middle Kingdom Jianghu martial artists are almost one of the most depleted in hundreds of years. They didn't dare to imagine that a little girl like Lu Yuyu had such a profound sword art inheritance. One was envious. Of course, in addition to envy, there would naturally be some people who were not right-minded and had more dirty thoughts than others. Lu Yoyo defeated Yin Hao and stood proudly. She looked up high on the terrace and spoke aloud. Mo Qing Gardenia, do you dare to come down to the mountain to fight? Her voice traveled out a long way, echoing back and forth between the mountains. In that clear voice, there was a sense of arrogance and sharpness that only came from being a swordsman. At this time, Lu Yuyu, the sharpness of the whole person is like a sword standing in the sword platform. A red dress that was so dazzling. This day is destined to be the day Lu Yuyu's fame spreads to the world. From then on, the Jianghu, there will be more red dress. With the 3-foot blade in his hand, he swept away all the injustice in the world. Outside the mountain gate, a sea of Jianghu martial artists were all eagerly waiting, looking forward to that talented girl from the Qingping sword sect to appear to meet the battle. Look, she's coming down. There was a commotion in the crowd. Everyone's gazes were directed towards the long flight of steps behind the sword questioning platform on Deer Terrace Mountain. A woman in a green-colored dress slowly came with a long sword in her hand. It was the daughter of the Qingping sword sect's patriarch, the famous genius within the Qingping sword sect, Mo Qingjia. Compared to 6 years ago, Mo Qingjia's appearance had matured quite a bit. The body had also grown up and exuded the charm of a mature woman. Lu Yuyu narrowed her eyes at the woman. It was a moment of incredible inner peace. Just now, there was also a majestic battle spirit, but at this moment, it dissipated completely. Or rather, all the battle intent was all internalized, making her entire person look extremely calm. Seeing this scene, Qingping sword sect patriarch Mo1 suddenly frowned. There was a bad feeling in his heart. He could see that Lu Yuyu's cultivation level today was only just at the 5th rank, and Mo Qingjia had already stepped into the 4th grade realm earlier this year. Routinely speaking, Lu Yuyu, even if his sword attainments were not bad, it was not impossible to cross a large realm to pose a threat to Mo Qingjian. But at this moment, Mo1 was not so sure. Mo Qingjia walked down the steps and stood at the sword-asking platform. She was also less arrogant and more composed than she had been 6 years ago. Looking at the heroic Lu Yuyu, Mo Qingjia's eyes were a little complicated. The girl who was nothing more than a countryside wild girl in her eyes at the beginning now dared to travel thousands of miles from Yangzhou Longquan to the Qingping sword sect in Zhongtian prefecture alone to ask her about her sword. Thinking back to her clash with Lu Yuyu in that 10-mile peach forest 6 years ago, she couldn't help but feel a little amused herself. Two people who had nothing to do with each other. Just because of a few words she almost made a big mistake. Now that I think about it, I was too childish and impulsive at that time. It was only that the matter had already been committed, and she could apologize to Lu Yuyu for her impulsiveness in the first place. But the sword can't lose. She represented not just herself, but the entire Qingping sword sect. The Qingping sword sect had never lost to a challenger since the establishment of the sword-asking stage. This record cannot be broken at her hands. Mo Qingjia looked at Lu Yuyu. Her eyes were clear and cold, and she faintly said, "I didn't think you'd actually come." Lu Yuyu did not have any resentment in her heart at this time. Before she saw Mo Qing Gardenia, she still had strong thoughts of defeating her in her heart. But after seeing Mo Qingjia first glance, Lu Yuyu heart all the dissatisfaction, suppression and competition, actually all dissipated. The journey took thousands of miles and the better part of a year. Came here and stood in front of Mo Qingjia. It was enough to show her attitude and sharpen her sword. That's enough. The rest of it had nothing to do with that Peach Grove date 6 years ago. Only in the heart of her sword. Standing in front of this woman, her sword would not lose. The first moment she saw Mo Qingjia she knew. She has won. Chapter 150 Ask the Sword Qingping Sword Sect 3. Lu Yuyu's long sword pointed diagonally at the ground. Taking a step forward, he looked at Mo Qingjia and said, "I have come." Both for that sword of yours 6 years ago, and not just for that sword. Mo Qingjia froze, somewhat unsure. However, Mo1, who was not far away, had a look in his eyes and sighed softly. Mo Qingjia looked at Lu Yuyu and apologized slightly. Back then, I was still young and acted impulsively, almost making a big mistake. I apologize to you, but you should be clear, since you dared to go up to the Qingping sword sect to ask for the sword. My sword will definitely not show mercy to you under the sword. Lu Yuyu took a deep breath and suddenly spread her eyebrows and smiled. I didn't expect to hear your apology. It's quite good. Then the next thing between you and I, it has nothing to do with right and wrong, but only the life and death of the sword path. Mo Qingjia slowly drew out his longsword, the one in his hand. It was the Moonflower that ranked 7th in the world's top 10 famous swords. The moment the longsword was sheathed, it was as if a cool moonlight illuminated the sword questioning stage. The moonlight was like water, spreading in all directions in an instant. The name of the sword is Moonflower, the 7th of the 10 most famous swords in the world, and it's sharp as a tack. Lu Yuyu raised his long sword across his eyes and flicked it with both fingers. This sword, dear Song, was forged for me by my husband himself, and is no worse than yours. As soon as the words fell, the sword asking stage was instantly enveloped by 2 strands of sword intent. The common windless sword asking stage slowly blew a whirlwind, softly, yet as if it were a deadly threat. Those Jianghu people outside the mountain gate who were watching the battle, each of them stared with wide eyes. For the layman it's only a hoot to watch, but for those who had already had some success in the sword path, this was a true duel of masters. The high finger is not how high the two men's cultivation is, rather, it was their understanding and mastery of the way of the sword. This thing, sword intent, was vague to say the least, but it actually does exist for real. This was the spiritual kernel of one's sword Tao, and after reaching a certain level of cultivation, sword intent could influence the outer heaven and earth. Cultivation was not the key to whether or not one was cognizant of sword intent. It was the understanding of the way of the sword and the realization of one's own way of the sword that was the key. Before today, Lu Yuyu and sword intent had always been like a thin veil separating them, but just seeing Mo Qingjia's first glance, her sword heart was instantly clear, no longer half a flaw. Her sword Tao rocketed upwards as a result, and her sword intent broke through as a matter of course. The reason why Mo Qingjia was praised as a genius by people in the Jianghu, and that's exactly why. She was 21 years old this year, and her cultivation level had only just stepped into the 4th rank though. However, his enlightenment on the sword path surpassed even many of the old men in the sect. At the age of 20, she had comprehended the sword intent, making her strength in the sword Tao far exceed that of her peers. However, seeing Mo Qingjia, everyone inevitably thought of the once Qingping sword sect's claimed brightest genius in 100 years, the original Qingping sword sect's holy daughter, Mo Qingyao. In the chaotic times before the founding of the Great Zhou, Mo Qingyao had made a formidable name for herself. She followed the Great Zhou army, going in and out of battle and eliminating Jianghu clans that disobeyed their orders. With a long sword in his hand, he killed the entire Jianghu clan of Zhongtian Prefecture with fear and trepidation. At Mo Qingjia's age, he had already stepped into the 3rd grade, and his sword Tao was even more accomplished. She has a reputation for killing it, just like those few young celestials who were on par with her in general, which hands were not rolling in heads. It's just a pity that rumor has it that this holy maiden fell off her realm for some unknown reason, and has since returned to mediocrity. Back to the topic. On the questioning sword stage, a red and a green 2 silhouettes were facing each other in the air at this moment. This is a competition of sword intent, far more treacherous than a sword fight with sword moves. The layman couldn't see it, and wondered how both men could move at all. Right at this moment, the sword intent of both sides reached its peak, the 2 figures moved almost simultaneously, one step across a distance of more than 10 meters, rushing towards each other. The first sword was an all-out fight without any room for error. Unlike earlier when he had a sword match with Yin Hao, there was no restriction on both sides at this time. The true qi in his body was transformed into sword qi through the sword technique, and he killed towards the other party without mercy. For a time, the entire sword questioning stage was filled with sword qi. There was even sword qi that broke away from the range of the sword asking stage and swept in all directions. It cut through countless grasses, trees and rocks. Mo1 gently waved his hand and laid a barrier in front of his body, and those sword qi falling on it was just like raindrops falling on the lake and sea, only causing a slight ripple. On the other hand, the Jianghu people who were onlookers outside the mountain gate didn't have this treatment. There were a few who were close enough to not react for a moment and were injured by the sword qi. Fortunately for the two, their sword qi had flown over such a long distance that its power had been weakened, so it wasn't fatal. But even so, it was a shock to these people. Some people secretly compared in their hearts and shockingly realized that even if they were in the same realm as this woman, they could only be killed in seconds if they went up. Lu Yuyu only had a 5th grade cultivation, and logically in terms of true chi strength and thickness it was definitely inferior to Mo Qingjia, but from these sword chi, it could be seen that although she was slightly inferior, the difference was extremely small, because Lu Yuyu practiced the method of refining essence and transforming chi from the true solution of martial arts. The refined internal true chi was far stronger and thicker than most of the gongfu in this world. Even the internal cultivation methods of the topmost sects in the world like the Qingping sword sect could not compare. That was why Lu Yuyu was able to not be suppressed by Mo Qingjia in terms of sword chi. On the contrary, her physique was even a few points stronger than Mo Qingjia. There was nothing fancy about the sparring between the two, but almost everyone could sense that this was just the appetizer. As expected, after Mo Qingjia realized that he couldn't get the advantage, the sword momentum on his body began to shift. The powerful sword moves in the Qingping sword technique began to be used. After forcing back Lu Yuyu with a sword, Mo Qingjia's moonlight sword in her hand suddenly bloomed with a touch of crisp swordlight. Her figure actually seemed to transform into a trail of residual shadows, and with each step of her feet, a circle of visions similar to water ripples rippled out. Some of the people around who knew what they were doing immediately exclaimed, "The Qingping sword sect's untold secret." The sword technique Qingping swept shadow. This is the last few styles of swordplay in the Qingping sword technique, which is extremely powerful and cannot be acquired by non-true disciples. As Mo Qingjia was Mo Wen's daughter, she was naturally qualified to cultivate. Everyone just didn't expect this kind of rumored extremely difficult to practice sword technique Mo Qingjian so young actually can learn. In the face of this sword, Lu Yuyu remained as calm as water. The deer sword in his hand was still converging in light, and there was not the slightest sign of vision on his body. But she just stood there without any movement or vision, yet she gave people an illusion of vastness and light, of grandeur. Xiao Changping, who was not far away, suddenly froze and could not help but have a few guesses in his heart. Mo Qingjia's sword momentum had been established, so he no longer hesitated. Tapping his toes, his body suddenly floated into the air. In an instant, the sword-asking stage was actually filled with her figure. Each one stabbed at Lu Yuyu with unimaginable speed. Chapter 151, Ask the Sword Qingping Sword Sect for. In the face of this sword, Lu Yuyu stood like a pine, without the slightest intention of dodging. When the long sword in the hands of that one Mo Qingjia was approaching, it was only when the deer song sword in Lu Yuyu's hands moved. In an instant, her long waterfall-like hair at the back of her head violently fluttered. The red coat on his body grinned in the wind. One word under his breath. Chop! The deer song sword sliced through a swordlight from the bottom up. At that instant, the heavens and earth and the eyes of those watching the battle seemed to suddenly darken. There was only this swordlight left in heaven and earth, pricked and lit up their spiritual world. Ding! An ear-piercing sound of gold and iron clashing came out. Everyone's vision returned to normal as well. And asked the sword stage, Mo Qingjia, that one sub-tracking shadow has actually all disappeared. There was only one figure left, which flew violently backwards, only stopping at the edge of the sword-questioning platform. Mo Qingjia looked at Lu Yuyu with some disbelief. Just now that sword, she asked herself that she had already reached the peak. However, she didn't expect Lu Yuyu to break her Qingping swiping shadow with just a simple diagonal chop. It even made her internal breath a bit disorganized at this point. What are you? What sword technique? Mo Qingjia said with some disbelief. Lu Yuyu looked at the sword in her hand and smiled gently. What kind of swordsmanship? Mr. didn't say, but if I had to give him a name, I could only think of the word Haoran. If you really care what he calls his sword technique, then let it be the Haoran sword technique. Mo Qingjia couldn't help but bite her cheeks. Lu Yuyu's indifferent look made her a little uncomfortable. Such a powerful sword technique had never even been given a name. What do you mean I care? This sword technique is famous enough to shake the Jianghu. Doesn't it deserve a better name? Not far away. Xiao Changping couldn't help but slowly let out a breath when he heard Lu Yuyu say the word Haoran. That's right, it's Mr. Disciple. After all, although there is a vastness in this world, but the only one who embodies the word vastness so well is Mr. Self. Thinking of this, Xiao Changping couldn't help but smile in his heart. I didn't expect to meet a fellow disciple? He also suddenly understood why he felt that sense of familiarity when he first saw Lu Yuyu just now. That kind of feeling was clearly that of a person who had practiced the most holy Confucianism. Although Lu Yuyu had only condensed a few strands of the most basic Haoran true chi, he was ultimately different from normal people. That was why Xiao Changping had sensed it at first glance. Ask the sword stage. Mo Qingjia at this time has already moved to fight for the strong heart. Their Qingping sword sect's Qingping sword technique had been broken so simply. Naturally, she couldn't tolerate it. gathering up her mood. Emochingja took a deep inverted breath. The true chi fluctuations on his body were getting stronger and stronger. His green-colored dress fluttered, and his aura was extremely uncommon. I'm impressed with your growth, but it's not like I've been standing still for the past 6 years. The words just fell. The moonlight sword in Emochingja's hand once again had a great sword light. This time, the sword light on the body of that moonflower sword was unexpectedly laid out as quickly as flowing water. In a few breaths, it covered the entire sword-asking stage. Emo-wan couldn't help but shake his head when he saw this scene. This move was one of the last 2 major killing moves in the Qingping sword technique. The name is Qingping World. It was just that with Emochingja's current true chi cultivation and sword cultivation to perform it, it was inevitably a bit reluctant. It was powerful enough, but difficult for her to control. Once this move could not even defeat that red-clothed girl, Emoching would definitely lose. So once this move is used, Emochingja either wins or loses. There is no more room to turn around. Emochingja coldly looked at Lu Yuyu and said, "This move of mine, Qingping World, if you can't block it, you will definitely die. If you are afraid, no one will look down on you if you admit defeat at this point." Lu Yuyu suddenly smiled contemptuously when she heard her words. She held the deer sword upright in front of her. Long hair flew behind him, and for the first time, an unearthly vision was displayed on the deer song sword. Mr. said that there are thousands of sword techniques in the world, but in the end, they all lead to the same path. But it's just 4 words. There's me. There's no enemy. Is a swordsman still a swordsman if he's afraid of death? Emochingja's face was already a little pale, and the true chi in his body was being consumed in a desperate manner. She didn't have that much time to babble any longer, and when she saw Lu Yuyu continue to insist, she didn't hesitate any longer. The moonflower sword was raised high in the air and said aloud, "In that case, don't blame me if you die. Kill." The long sword violently stabbed at the ground, and in an instant, the entire sword questioning stage's sword light that was laid out on the ground like water began to surface with ripples. A water droplet-like sword chi was like a rain curtain hanging upside down, surging towards Lu Yuyu. With this sword, there was no room to dodge and retreat. No wonder Emochingja would say that if this sword goes down and can't be blocked, he will die. Lu Yuyu's footsteps lightly stepped, shattering the first wave of sword chi, and his figure suddenly rose up from the ground. Deer Ming's sword pointed his sword to the sky and said aloud, "A little bit of vast chi, 1,000 miles of fast wind. The sword, come." In the void, a sword-shaped silhouette emitting a glistening white light took shape in an instant. It was a huge sword that was 1 foot in size. After Lu Yuyu's cry of the sword coming, as if it was a divine sword thrown down by a godman in the sky, it carried a powerful sword intent and stabbed towards Emochingjian. In the Qingping World sword stance, those drops of sword chi that flew up backwards suddenly shattered, and Emochingjia's sword intent was also crushed at this moment and could not afford to be crushed. On the questioning sword stage, the watery sword light dispersed in all directions like waves, revealing the figure of Emochingja at the edge of the sword-asking platform. At this point, her body was already empty. Standing was barely possible, and it was impossible to block this sword no matter what. Emochingja's face was like ashes, and his state of mind collapsed all of a sudden. The moonflower sword in his hand had fallen to the ground, eyes squeezed shut in resignation. Just then, a sword light arrived instantly. In front of Emochingja, he blocked the huge sword. With a loud explosion, the giant sword shattered out of thin air and turned into a sky full of sword chi scattering in all directions. Lu Yuyu's figure was like a lightning strike, shaking violently, and a wisp of blood spilled out of his mouth. However, her gaze remained as resolute as the deer song sword in her hand, and she never flinched or retreated. "Miss Lu, how about selling my Qingping sword sect a favor and stopping here?" Mo1 had already stood up and looked at Lu Yuyu from afar. Lu Yuyu reached out and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking at this Qingping sword sect patriarch with the name of Sword Saint without budging, and asked aloud, "In this battle, who wins and who loses?" Mo1 didn't hesitate for a second and returned without any concealment. Emoching lost this battle. My Qingping sword sect is convinced. Lu Yuyu spread her eyebrows and smiled as the Deer Ming sword was retracted into its scabbard. Then she directly turned around and walked towards the mountain entrance. "Please stay, girl." Mo1 spoke again. Lu Yuyu turned back slightly, her eyes looking back. Can't Patriarch Mo afford to lose? Want to bully the small with the big? Mo1 was dumbfounded and returned. "Miss Lu is too underestimating my Qingping sword sect." "Underestimating me, Mo1? Just now I was in a hurry to strike and injured the girl. If the girl doesn't mind, why don't you stay at Lutai Mountain and recuperate for a few days? And it's not too late to be able to recover from your injuries and then leave. How about it?" Lu Yuyu just wanted to refuse, but when he turned his head, Among those Jianghu people watching the battle outside the mountain gate, there were obviously a few gazes with naked greed. At this time she is not in a good state. If she meets people with bad intentions, I am afraid it is not easy to deal with. On the contrary, Mo Wen's demeanor didn't seem like a person with a bad heart. A hallowed sword saint shouldn't do something that would jeopardize his own identity. Furthermore, she carried the scroll of words given by Mr. She was not afraid even if it was a first grade. Instead of going down the mountain to face those constant streams of trouble, it would be better to recuperate for a few days in the Qingping sword sect. Thinking of this, Lu Yuyu nodded and said, "Thank you for your hospitality, Patriarch Mo. Then I'll be intruding." Chapter 152, Once the spring is over, the red face grows old. There was another consideration why Lu Yuyu dared to stay in the Qingping sword sect. Mo Qingyao, the former holy maiden of the Qingping sword sect, had met her own gentleman. It was impossible for her not to know how powerful Mr. As long as the Qingping sword sect didn't think of deliberately seeking death, they thought that they wouldn't plot against themselves. On the contrary, it was those people in the Jianghu who were blinded by their desire for profit and did not know the depths of the Knowledge and Conduct Academy, and did things even more unscrupulously instead. Those Jianghu people outside the mountain gate who were watching the battle left one after another. Today's battle really opened their eyes. No one could have imagined that a sparring match between two middle third-grade swordsmen would have been fought with such vigor. Today's battle will surely spread throughout the entire Jianghu. Lu Yuyu's name, too, will henceforth become the rising star of this era in the Jianghu. Along with her, there was the long sword named Dear Ming, and the supreme martial art called Haoran sword technique. This is an afterthought for now, and after Lu Yuyu stayed in the Qingping sword sect, he really wasn't oppressed. But to her surprise, she had met one of the disciples that Mr. had once taken in at the Great Zhou Kyoto, named Xiao Changping. The pure vast true qi on the other party could not be faked. There is absolutely no one else in the world who can cultivate vast true qi except for the Mr. lineage. Xiao Changping did not hide his identity from Lu Yuyu, and directly indicated that he was the imperial prince of Great Saturday. Lu Yuyu was indeed a bit surprised when she first heard the news, but it was only a bit of a surprise, and then it was what it was supposed to be. This was something that really made Xiao Changping not help but look at it highly. In today's world, even Mo1, who has the reputation of being a sword saint, would involuntarily pay a few more points of respect when he sees him. However, Lu Yuyu looked like an ordinary person, and did not look at himself differently just because of his status as a royal son. Xiao Changping couldn't help but sigh. After all, he was worthy of being Mr. Su's disciple. Very human. It was not easy to run into his fellow disciples, so Xiao Changping was not in a hurry to leave, so he stayed behind to keep Lu Yuyu company. He did this partly because he wanted to make a good connection when he sought his fellow disciples. On the other hand, it was naturally worried that the Qingping sword sect would be unfavorable to Lu Yuyu. After all, just now, Lu Yuyu put the Qingping sword sect under the feet in front of the whole world. Patriarch Mo Wen's extraordinary temperament can be achieved without counting. It was inevitable that those disciples would have a grudge and plot against Lu Yuyu. Regarding Xiao Changping's wanting to take a small stay in the Qingping sword sect, Mo Wen naturally would not refuse. He was just a little worried that the Qingping sword sect never interfered with the affairs of the court. In case the other emperors knew that the sixth prince was staying in their Qingping sword sect, I'm afraid that they would be disgruntled by the emperors who were fighting for their lives. I'm afraid that the Qingping sword sect will be a bit difficult to deal with at that time. Lu Yuyu met Mo Qingyao on the first day she stayed in the Qingping sword sect. Mo Qingyao had sent healing pills specifically for her. Seeing this saintess of the Qingping sword sect back then again, Lu Yuyu almost couldn't believe her eyes. How dazzling was Mo Qingyao 6 years ago? How arrogant. She was 22 at the time, in the prime of her life, the best age. Even in the past 6 years it was only 28 years old, but now that they met again, Mo Qingyao's body unexpectedly had a few more points of twilight. Although her appearance was still beautiful, there were clearly more points of disillusionment in her eyes. Even the long, waterfall-like hair had a few more strands of silver. Lu Yuyu looked at Mo Qingyao incredulously and couldn't help but say, "You, how did you?" Mo Qingyao smiled gently, the corners of her mouth carrying a bit of bitterness. Lu Yuyu didn't dare to ask again. The woman in front of her had lost all hope for the future. Lu Yuyu sighed as she recalled her experience. Back then, she had listened to a discourse by Su Zhixing in the academy together with Nico and this one in front of her. They were young and ignorant then. Again, they had been taught by Su Zhixing from a young age, so the vastness that Su Zhixing exuded during his discourses on the Tao would only be a benefit to them, like a bright light pointing the way, so it sounds beneficial to them. And at that time, Mo Qingyao was like a person who had already traveled far and high on a path. and suddenly hearing Su Zhixing's discourse. Her spiritual intent could not resist Su Zhixing's vastness, and she was brought into it. It's like walking half your life and suddenly hearing an undeniable voice telling her you're going the wrong way, the wrong way, the wrong way. If an ordinary person said such words, Mo Qingyao would at most only think about it more and it wouldn't cause much of an impact. However, the one who said this was Su Zhixing, and with the addition of the vast intent, one would not be able to help but think deeply from the bottom of their hearts. It's like why Su Zhixing's teaching works so well. It's because of this hoary meaning. Mo Qingyao was affected by this and her mind almost collapsed, causing her to go off the deep end and her cultivation plummeted. If not for Su Zhixing's timely intervention, he might have fallen at that time. However, even if she survived, after so many years had passed, Mo Qingyao's foundation had already been destroyed, and her mind was becoming more and more broken. It's hard as hell to get back to the top again. This was too much of a blow to a genius who was once the brightest in the entire world. Although the entire Qingping sword sect did not fall on Mo Qingyao because of her fallen realm. On the contrary, since she fell in realm, her master Mo Wen instead took more care of her. However, it made it even harder for the proud Mo Qingyao. His heart was haggard and his cultivation had plummeted. The form and spirit naturally wither and do not return to their former glory. Mo Qingyao smiled and shook her head when she saw the look of concern in Lu Yuyu's eyes. No need to worry about me. I'm used to it. Actually, it's good to be an ordinary person. Put down the sword, but instead pick up more. Lu Yuyu lowered her head and asked after a moment of silence, perhaps, you could go and find my husband, although I don't know if he has any ideas, but, Lu Yuyu wasn't in a position to say too much, but in her heart, Su Zhixing was almost omnipotent. It was just that Mo Qingyao was, after all, a disciple of the Qingping sword sect. Mo Qingyao shook her head and said softly, Mr. Su is an immortal on earth. It's already destiny to see him. It's not too much to ask for too much. It's not too much to ask. Lu Yuyu couldn't help but sigh as well. My husband has a compassionate heart, and if you ask, and it is in his power, the probability is that he will take the initiative. But in any case, it is you who will take the initiative, not my husband. With that said, consider yourself. Mo Qingyao nodded and left without saying anything more. For a while after that, Mo Qingyao often came to visit Lu Yuyu. The two gradually became familiar with each other and would occasionally talk about something related to the way of the sword. Although Lu Yuyu was young, the sword Dao inheritance she had received since she was a child was one level higher than the overall level of this world. That's why there is often a high level of thinking in the comprehension of the sword path. Although Mo Qingyao's cultivation was gone, her comprehension of the way of the sword was still there. In the long run, the two of them actually sympathized with each other a little more. The fact that there is almost a 10-year age difference doesn't stop them from socializing with each other. After almost a month of this, Lu Yuyu recovered completely from her injuries. After this battle, the cultivation that had only entered the 5th grade had unexpectedly gone up another layer, and the true qi had become a few points thicker. The 12 paths of orthodox scripture, which represented the cultivation of a 5th grade martial artist, had been completed by her in 6 paths. In other words, at this moment, Lu Yuyu's true qi cultivation had already reached the mid-5th grade level. By this point, she was also planning to leave. On the way out, Lu Yuyu once again persuaded Mo Qingyao to accompany her on a trip to Zhixing Academy, with the idea that if Mr. Zhixing could help her and was willing to do so, it would be better than this hopelessness. Mo Qingyao was a little loosened up, and after thinking about it all night, she finally made up her mind to go with Lu Yuyu to Dragon Spring. Xiao Chengping was likewise going to Longquan Town, so he planned to accompany him. The three were paired up and set off together. He was also following such a long-established first-grade expert like Bai Jingshan. Lu Yuyu even had an undercurrent that was not inferior to the first-grade realm. Theoretically, no one in this world could threaten them unless they were land gods. Chapter 153 Exposure. Unlike when he came alone, now the three of them are traveling together, and the journey is also a little less lonely. Moreover, this trip was only for the sake of catching up, not for traveling, and the speed was naturally much faster. If it wasn't for the fact that there were always some desperate people along the way who coveted Lu Yuyu's vast sword technique and came to harass them, they're only going to get faster, maybe even make it back to Longquan before the end of the year for New Year's Eve. Having been away from home for so long, Lu Yuyu was already homeward bound, so for those who came to hit on her sword skills, Lu Yuyu came down extremely hard. Unless one was an expert of the upper 3rd grade realm, these other people coming up would just be looking for death. What puzzled her was that she had clearly already displayed her battle power that could kill a 4th rank over the level in the Qingping sword sect, yet there were still 4th and 5th graders coming up to die. There had even been a 6th grade that had attempted to use some underhanded tactics against her. Let's just say that greed has made these people lose their minds completely. Just like that, all the way died in blood. It didn't take long for Lu Yuyu to once again see the Dongyu mountain range that stretched between Yangzhou and Zhongtian Prefecture. She had dared to break in alone last time, and she was more than ready for this one. After resting for just one day in the town in front of the mountain range, the group set off directly into East Yu Mountain. That mountain path in the Dongyu mountain range was still the same as it always was, barren and gloomy. The few people walked for a day, more than 100 miles deep into the Dongyu mountain range, before finding a grass hut to stop and rest. As the sky darkened, a campfire rose in the hayloft, dispelling the chill and bringing light. Several people sat around the campfire, each eating dry food. Suddenly, Old Bai's gaze beside Xiao Changping became sharply sharp and rose up with a start. Looking out of the straw hut, Xiao Changping could not help but frown and asked, "Grandpa White, what's wrong?" Bai Jingshan's face was a bit gloomy as he returned. Someone, the master, Lu Yuyu, who was eating dry food, immediately gripped the hilt of his sword and stood on guard. She knew that there were many mountain bandits inside Dongyu Mountain. Maybe what Elder White had discovered at this time were those mountain bandits. Although Mo Qingyao's cultivation had plummeted, she also had the 6th rank realm, and at this time, she was likewise holding the hilt of her sword with her eyes on guard. After about a dozen breaths, a voice finally came from the darkness. "Worthy of being Elder Bai, he was able to spot me from such a distance." As the words fell, a figure stepped out of the darkness. The man was dressed in black, with his face masked, showing only his 2 eyes. Couldn't really see who it was at all. When the man revealed himself, there was a lot of rustling in the mountains. Then one by one, people in night clothes appeared and directly surrounded the hayloft in layers. All of these people were not in bad shape, and were obviously coming from a bad place. Bai Jingshan knew that the person in front of him was by no means a member of the Jianghu when he heard the other party address him as Bai Lao. He asked with a sneer, "Who are you with? The 2nd Highness? Or the 4th Highness?" The other man smiled. "Lo, Elder Bai doesn't need to guess. You should know all the rules." Xiao Changping behind Bai Jingshan frowned, but there wasn't much anger in his eyes. Since taking over the remnants of Xiao Qingyi's forces, 4th Brother's ambition has indeed swelled quite a bit over the years, and for daring to come and assassinate me, I'm sure that you all hold the determination of certain death. The black-robed man's eyes only flickered with surprise. It was said that the 6th prince was multi-intelligent and close to a demon, and he didn't expect that he would be able to guess the identities of several of his own people in this situation. Although he hid it well, he was still seen by Xiao Changping for that moment of surprise. These first-rate experts were the most supreme figures in the world today if they were to talk about their martial arts and battle prowess, and even their hearts. However, such people tend to be more pure and are not good at mind games. Xiao Changping just casually swindled him and revealed himself. Of course, it also has to do with their own strength. 1st grade realm, land gods not out is already the strongest on this earth. Such people don't even need to hide their emotions on a regular basis. Bai Jingshan looked at the man in black and said in a deep voice, "The 4th prince's men? You're Wen Tai the Thunder Runner?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Bai Jingshan's face changed slightly and he turned his head to look at another place, roaring angrily, "Get out!" Waves of sound tumbled and strong winds whistled through the jungle. It wasn't long before another group of black-clothed men came out of the dense forest. Elder Bai deserves to be called Elder Bai. You found out. There was a first-grade expert with the same attire, obviously coming from a bad place. Xiao Changping's face was a bit gloomy. He suddenly realized a problem. Perhaps the fact that his body had improved had been made known to his group of brothers. Only when he resigned from the emperor before he left Kyoto. He used the obvious reason of not having long to live and wanting to see the great mountains and rivers. From the circumstances, it was obvious that those brothers of his had not discovered his secret. They all even came to his house to see him off before saying goodbye. It is not a false sentiment, because Xiao Changping hands in possession of the information is far more detailed than those other princes. Those princes are not really believe that he is not long for life, he is clearer than them. That's why he dared to bring Bai Lao to travel the mountains and landscapes with peace of mind. But from the way things were going, it was clear that the matter of his body had been exposed. But there was no one else in the world who knew about his health except Grandpa White and Mr. There was no way that Grandpa White would betray himself. The family that brought him up from infancy, Mr. is far away from Longquan and has no condition or reason to expose himself. And who exactly was exposed? Xiao Changping suddenly gave a start, his eyes suddenly becoming somewhat incredulous. He reached down and fished something out of his belt, a bamboo cylinder with a fuse at the end. Xiao Changping pulled hard against the sky. Bang! With a loud bang, a flame shot up into the sky, hundreds of meters high. It then exploded in the sky, transforming into a brilliant firework. Seeing his movements, the two men in black laughed and said, "Sixth Highness, there's no need to work in vain. The Imperial City Department's people didn't follow you into Dongyu Mountain." Xiao Changping's face turned a little pale, and his figure stumbled a little, almost unsteady on his feet. Lu Yuyu hastily reached out to help her. "How are you doing?" Xiao Changping waved his hand without speaking. Bai Jingshan seemed to have thought of something as well, and an incredulous look flashed in his eyes as he looked at Xiao Changping. Xiao Changping smiled helplessly and bitterly, barely having any half-strength left in his body. The two men in black sneered. "I'm sure your highness has already figured out who the person who wants to kill you really is." At the same time, far away within that imperial city of Taiyan City in the Middle Heavenly Prefecture, a middle-aged man wearing a black background and gold-patterned Chinese dress stood at the gate of Fengtian Temple, looking out to the south. In his eyes, there seemed to be rivers and suns and moons flowing, and heaven and earth and the living creatures worshipped. A temperament, even if it is a land god in front of the face, will not be able to help but vulnerable a few points. Footsteps sounded and stopped beside him. There were only a few people in the world who could get so close to him. Counting the hours, it should start, right? The Imperial City Division envoy bowed slightly. "Your Majesty, I think it should be almost done." The Great Zhou Heavenly Prince nodded. The ambassador opened his mouth, but in the end, he held his tongue. The Son of Heaven looked down at him with a lowered brow and said faintly, "Something?" The ambassador bent deeper and shook his head. The Son of Heaven's gaze fell back to the south, as if murmuring, "If you want to wear a crown, you have to bear the weight of it. If you can't get through it, you'll die." Chapter 154, Sword God Order. Xiao Changping got up with great difficulty and looked at the two black-robed men, saying indifferently, "It's me you're trying to kill. It has nothing to do with these two. They don't know who you are and they haven't seen your likeness. Let them leave." Before the black-clothed men could speak, Lu Yuyu had already sheathed her long sword and stood in front of Xiao Changping, looking at the group of black-clothed men. "Who said I don't know their identities? Aren't they the fourth prince's people?" Xiao Changping was stunned, and those black-robed men could not help but be stunned, thinking to themselves, "Is this girl a tiger?" Xiao Changping had the same thought, but then was somewhat moved. Lu Yuyu is clearly trying to cut off his own retreat and intends to live and die with him. "Senior sister, you don't have to be like this." Lu Yuyu, however, spread her eyebrows and smiled. "I'm sure the gentleman would be a little disappointed if he knew I'd abandoned you." Xiao Changping's eyes danced and he couldn't speak. Mo Qingyao on the side and also slowly drew out her long sword as she faintly said, "Since neither can leave, let's fight." Perhaps recalling the memories of years ago when she had also fought in blood, Mo Qingyao's gray eyes actually gained a bit more luster. Bai Jingshan looked at the group of black-clothed men and sneered. "Do you guys think that just because there are two first grade, you can definitely kill me? Old me hasn't made a move in over a decade. This Kyoto, have you all forgotten that I, Bai Jingshan, can also kill?" As soon as the words fell, an extremely majestic sword intent suddenly descended. The grass shed was instantly lifted off the ground, and with Bai Jingshan as the center, a powerful sword intent enveloped all within a radius of 10 meters. Those black-robed men couldn't help but retreat wildly on their feet, except for those two first-grade experts who didn't move like a mountain. Just then, another figure in the darkness of the night passed through the mountains and landed in front of the crowd. The aura on this person was obviously much weaker, and upon arriving at the scene, this person immediately bowed to the former two experts. "Greetings to the two seniors." The black-robed man by Jingshan called the running thunderer when Tai squinted at him and asked, "Bring this stuff?" The man hurriedly took something out of his arms and handed it over. Fortunately, running thunderer One Tai took the object in his opponent's hand with a hint of fire in his eyes. When Bai Jingshan saw what was in his hands, he was first a bit puzzled, then his face couldn't help but change drastically. His eyes filled with horror, while the others were puzzled. The long sword in Mo Qingyao's hand unexpectedly fell to the ground and looked at that later person in shock and anger. "This is the Sword God Order of my Qingping Sword Sect?" Hearing the three words Sword God Order, the others couldn't help but have a change in their faces. Only Lu Yuyu was unsure. "Sword God Order? What is it?" Xiao Changping's face was a bit ugly as he explained to her. Legend has it that it was something left behind by the God of Swords, Gai Nya, 500 years ago, and that a single Sword God Order contains 3 sword chi left behind by the God of Swords. 500 years had passed, and although the power of the sword chi inside had diminished, it could definitely kill a group of first-grade experts easily. It was rumored that back then, during the Warring States period, the Sword Sage Mo1, the Sword Sect Master of the Qingping Sword Sect, had used the Sword God Order once, directly reversing a battle that was almost certain to be lost. I didn't expect that this person would bring the Sword God Order, so I guess he must be from the Qingping Sword Sect. and his status is not low. Lu Yuyu's eyes widened. This thing, why is it so familiar? She subconsciously touched the scroll of words at her waist. For the first time, he realized how precious this thing he was carrying around that his brothers and sisters in the academy had one or two of in their hands. Mo Qingyao looked at that later person with disbelief. Looking at his stature, he felt more and more familiar. Finally Incredible said, "You're Elder Wu? You actually stole the Sword God Order?" Seeing that his identity was recognized, that later person no longer hid it and stood up straight to look at Mo Qingyao and laughed. "What do you mean by stealing? The Sword God Order isn't something unique to Mo1. It's shared by all the disciples of the Sword Sect. I'm just using it for a bit. How can I call it stealing?" Mo Qingyao's face turned white with anger and pointed at him angrily. "You dare to betray your master? Do you know that the sword chi contained in the Sword God Order is only the last one left? If you use it, it's gone. The most powerful card of my Qingping Sword Sect has been sold out by you like this. What face do you have to see your ancestors in the ground?" Elder Wu's eyes gradually turned cold as he returned. "Foolish, the treasure is not used to put in, that is a piece of waste. That person has promised me, as long as in addition to Xiao Chengping, can support me to become the Qingping Sword Sect Patriarch, at that time the Qingping Sword Sect under my leadership will only be 100 times 1,000 times more powerful than the present. The ancestors, if the fountain is aware, will only praise me." Speaking of this, Elder Wu hemmed and hawed. "Besides, as long as you all die here today, the Sword God Order will still be the Sword God Order, and no one will know that it has become a piece of scrap metal." Looking at this person in front of him, Xiao Chengping could not help but snort. "Stupid." Elder Wu froze and looked at Xiao Chengping, his face containing anger. "You're dead to the world. Where's the put?" Before the words were finished, Elder Wu suddenly froze. Suddenly my chest felt a little tight and swollen. He couldn't help but look down, only to see an extra palm on his chest at some point, bloody, with a beating heart cupped inside it. The hand then squeezed violently as his gaze grew overwhelmed with fear. That beating heart turned to pieces. Elder Wu, being a second-grade martial artist, did not die immediately. He braced himself for one last breath and turned his head to look behind him. What they saw were two icy gazes. "Why?" Running thunder hand when Tai drew out his palms, and with a shock of his true chi, the blood stains on his hands were immediately shaken off, and a pair of hands regained their white, jade-like appearance. He looked at Elder Wu, who was gradually going limp, and said without any emotional fluctuations, "Long-winded, Elder Wu's death was inevitable. No one will pity him." Mo Qingyao was even more eager to go up and add another sword. "There will always be some stupid people in this world, always thinking of seeking the skin of a tiger. And you should know that the one you can seek the skin of is not a real tiger." And Elder Wu was even more out of his mind. And the ones he conspired with were the two evil augurs. The natural end is to be swallowed whole. Bai Jing Shan's eyes were extraordinarily grave. His feet couldn't help but step back as he whispered to Xiao Chengping behind him, "Your Highness, I'll stall for a while. You guys run away as fast as you can, towards the central heavenly state. Find the people from the Imperial City Department, and you'll be safe." A flash of grief flashed in Xiao Chengping's eyes, but he nodded. Although she was in a daughter's body, she knew that this was definitely not the time to be a mother-in-law, and she could only escape in order to avenge Grandpa Bai's death. Hearing Bai Jing Shan's words, Lu Yuyu lowered her head and thought for a moment, then lowered her voice and asked, "Elder Bai, I would like to ask if the power of a sword god order has reached the level of a land god?" Chapter 155. Bai Jing Shan froze, and although he didn't know why Lu Yuyu was asking this, he answered anyway. Judging from the last time the Sword Saint used the Sword God Order, although the power was not up to the level of a true land deity, it was clearly a notch stronger than a first-rate. Lu Yuyu nodded in thought. Under her breath, she murmured, "Can you take it?" The group of black-clothed men on the opposite side also heard their conversation, but didn't care. Running Thunderer when Tai stepped forward and held the Sword God Order. "Elder Bai, today's matter has nothing to do with grudges. You and I are each forced to do what we want." Bai Jing Shan sneered. "If you want to fight, fight. What's the nagging?" One Tai nodded and waved his hand. "Since that's the case, then please still ask Elder Bai to go on his way." Saying that, all the black-clothed men immediately swarmed up. One Tai and the other first-grade expert charged towards Bai Jing Shan. Bai Jing Shan was about to make a move to meet the enemy when Lu Yuyu dodged in front of him. She already had an additional scroll in her hand, and without hesitation, she violently lifted it in the face of those charging killers. In an instant, endless sword chi rushed about as if waves were sweeping over. Everything in front of me shattered. Those black-clothed killers who rushed up were almost instantly swept away by the sword chi, and only a few who reacted quickly or were outside the range of the sword chi were able to escape. There was no lack of second-grade experts among them, who likewise couldn't carry it off and died directly. The two first-grade black-clothed assassins were shocked, not expecting them to have this kind of tactic. In a single glance, a group of black-clothed assassins unexpectedly died at least one-third. The two of them, Wen Tai, were not sure that they could surely kill Bai Jingshan at this time, so they roared towards the dense forest behind them. Still not coming out, trying to fish for a winner? Bai Jingshan was startled and looked into the dense forest. As expected, there was a horse of mastery hidden inside. Another first-grade killer appeared. This person didn't hesitate for a second after showing up and directly charged. When Bai Jingshan saw that the word scroll in Lu Yuyu's hand actually had a power not weaker than his, he couldn't help but feel a little more hopeful in his heart, and immediately rejoiced. Miss Lu, protect His Highness, go. Xiao Changping was similarly greatly shocked. Although Su Zhixing had also left a scroll of the words, the world is at peace, that scroll did not contain this majestic sword chi. That's why he didn't know that Su Zhixing's ink treasure had this kind of magical ability. But at this point Lu Yo was indifferent. She knew that if she didn't get rid of these people in front of her, even if Bai Jingshan helped them stall for a while, they would still end up being hunted down and killed. Elder Bai, put up a fight. Lu Yuyu snapped. Bai Jingshan was shocked and looked at Lu Yuyu with some disbelief. She was only a 5th rank. Where did she get the guts to say she would fight with 3 first ranks? However, at this time, there was no time for him to be distracted. The 3 experts had already rushed up. Running Thunderer Wen Tai was first, holding the Sword God order in his hand and shouting, Bai Jingshan, suffer death. On the Sword God's order, the terrifying might of the sword body even gave Bai Jingshan a sense of danger that made his scalp go numb. But at this point, there was no way back for him. Bai Jingshan pushed aside Lu Yuyu, who was blocking him, and his body's true chi violently erupted without reservation. A violent outburst that leaves no room for error is like a blip. After blooming, what awaits him is inevitably as withering, but he doesn't regret it. His life, which was originally given by the young lady, now that the young lady is gone, it is the same to give it back to the young master. Xiao Changping's eyes were so wide that they had become bloodshot. Grandpa White, don't! Wen Tai wouldn't show any mercy, and the Sword God order was raised high in the air by him. The true chi in his body was desperately surging into the token. The mere residual power emanating from him caused no one around him to be able to gain a foothold. Die! In an instant, the mountains and rivers shook, and that sword order unexpectedly transformed into a terrifyingly huge sword that descended from the sky. The pressure that was carried was like a brilliant heavenly might, pouring down. This sword, even if it didn't reach the level of a land god immortal, there wasn't anyone under the land god immortal realm in this world who could catch it. Baek Kyun-san is no exception. Even if he poured out everything he had, his sword chi was still crushed layer by that one sword. Lu Yuyu is also going out of her way at this time. If she can't block it, she will surely die. She forcibly operated her true chi against that terrifying pressure, violently lifting the scroll of words to the sky and subconsciously roaring, Mister, help me! As if sensing her will, that one scroll of words unexpectedly ignited itself out of thin air, blossoming into an even more brilliant and powerful sword aura than just now. Lu Yuyu's sword chi mixed with Bai Jingshan's sword chi to meet the prime sword that fell from the sky. At this moment, in the Dongyu mountain range, within the ravine where the remnants of the Chu kingdom were located, the complexion of Li Tianxian, who was sitting leisurely on the cliff, changed violently. Turning his head to look in the direction where Lu Yo and the others were, he frowned. Old man, I only came to see my disciple, and this girl ran into such a tricky opponent? As soon as the words left his mouth, he disappeared, turning into a stream of light and flying that way. And at that moment, under the combined force of the sword chi of both Bai Jingshan and Lu Yuyu, that huge sword was indeed blocked. But after a breath, Bai Jingshan violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood, and his breath suddenly withered. That huge sword directly annihilated the sword chi in Lu Yuyu's word scroll and fell down blatantly. Bai Jingshan's heart was like ashes. He knew that everything was over. At the last moment, Bai Jingshan blocked Lu Yuyu with his own body, then looked back at Xiao Changping, eyes full of reluctance and worry. Xiao Changping looked dazedly at the old man who was being annihilated little by little under the sword chi, even forgetting to breathe. Grandpa White. Xiao Changping let out a mournful cry. His body shook and spewed out a mouthful of blood. His body fell backward in a straight line and was caught by Mo Qingyao. However, it wasn't over yet. That huge sword fell towards Lu Yuyu even though its power had been greatly reduced after killing Bai Jingshan. For the first time, Lu Yuyu felt that death was so close to her. By this point, there was nothing more she could do. Her heart, however, was surprisingly extraordinarily calm. There was no fear, no anger, and no sadness. There is only some disenchantment, not forsaking your parents at home, not letting go of the teacher who taught me. I don't want to let go of those fellow disciples who have spent so much time together, unwilling to give up. The boy with the patches and the straw shoes whose eyes were always clear and clean. The sword light fell. Lu Yuyu's body lit up with a glowing white light. That was the guardian ink treasure Su Zhixing had left her. This time, this inkpot poured out everything without reservation. Just like the scroll just now, blossomed into full power. To do his last duty of guardianship for Lu Yuyu, the disciple who had so far not been recognized by Su Zhixing's system, but who was regarded by Su Zhixing as a true disciple. Chapter 156, Dead? A couple hundred miles was like walking from the living room to the kitchen for Li Tianxian, but it was such a small distance. But Li Tianxian could only watch as the layer of fluorescent light on Lu Yuyu's body surface shattered. The body was directly pierced through by that huge sword. Li Tianxian was several dozen miles away in the sky, waving his hand and striking out a true chi. Before that huge sword continued to wreak havoc on Lu Yuyu's body, it was finally dispersed. Himself followed suit, falling from the sky and landing in the center of the field, which was already in ruins. The several people of Wentai who had been planning to continue mending were startled, not knowing where this old man had come from, and not having seen his means of flying in the air just now, but still remaining somewhat fearful. Li Tianxian didn't have the energy to care about them at this time. Lu Yuyu's body was filled with terrifying sword chi. His breath was rapidly dropping, and he was about to die. As fast as he could, Li Tianxian fished out a porcelain bottle from his pocket, poured out a turquoise pill, broke open Lu Yuyu's mouth and fed it. Then he revolved his Xiangong and sealed all the meridians in Lu Yuyu's entire body, in order to stop those sword chi from continuing to wreak havoc. After finishing this, he held Lu Yuyu's body upright, and with the palm of his hand against her back, he began to use his energy to help her remove the sword chi from her body. A few people on the side of Wentai looked at each other. This old man was really reckless to save people in front of them. Wentai's palms glowed with a cold light as he stepped forward and said in a chilling voice, "How dare you!" Bang! Before Wentai could finish his words, his body exploded without warning, shredded into a pile of rotten meat. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, spraying the two first-grade killers around them with their heads and faces. Instantly, there was silence. Even the birds and beasts crawling in the mountains and forests were all silenced. A look of fear had filled the eyes of the two remaining first-grade assassins. Such tactics, God forbid, definitely not something that could be found in the first-grade realm. That is to say, the old man in front of me. Surprisingly, it was a land god. The two only dared to move their eyes. They couldn't help but look at Lu Yuyu, who was already unconscious, and there were literally 10,000 grass mud horses galloping through their hearts. Who would have thought that behind this young girl stood a land god? Why didn't you tell me you had such a powerful backer? If you'd told us, we'd have made you an ancestor. Isn't this a trap? There's no such thing as touching a porcelain. Both of them were a little weak in the knees, not only because of the fear of death, but also because the intimidation of the land gods was just too great. It was like a higher level of life, giving this world's living beings a kind of suppression from the essence of life. The two gathered their courage to look at the old man and slowly bowed. "Senior, we didn't know that this young lady is Senior's person, and we have offended a lot. Please be kind." The old man didn't pay any attention to them. The two men looked at each other, not knowing what to do. One of them flicked his eyes to the dense forest behind him, and the other immediately understood. However, the two of them were just about to move to escape when they heard the old man's voice coming from them. "Stand there, have you been told to leave?" The two of them immediately sweated. They could no longer care about that much. Their bodies' true chi violently revolved, and they were about to fly up. But as soon as they moved, an even more terrifying force intercepted them, and pinned the two men to the ground, unable to move an inch. Those surviving black-clothed killers around them looked at this scene with the same fear in their eyes though. But instead, these people were more like masters than those two first-grade masters, appearing to have more backbone. Other than those two first grades, all the other black-clothed assassins were bleeding from their 7 orifices and died of gas after a few breaths. They are supposed to be dead soldiers. If they fail in their mission, there is only one death. The old man did not give them a second glance, but was fully focused on clearing Lu Yuyu's sword chi. However, those two first grades were always suppressed and unable to move. Mo Qinya was also anxious at this time, but they didn't dare to come up and interrupt. Seeing this old man in front of her, her already rich experience in the Jianghu had almost guessed his identity. Great desolate city, great desolate sword, immortal Yi Yuan she has seen. Not this person. If it's the one in the imperial city, it's likely that he won't ask about Lu Yuyu's death. Therefore, this person in front of him was most likely that land deity who was far away from the hidden immortal island beyond the East Sea. which the world called the hidden immortal. Mo Qingyao also didn't expect that in addition to a Mr. Su behind Lu Yuyu, there was actually a land goddess in existence, Grandpa White. Just then, Xiao Changping woke up. He sat up with a jerk and looked around. He then rushed like a madman towards the spot where Bai Jingshan had just stood. It was just that Bai Jingshan's corpse had long since disappeared, and there was only a little bit of broken ash left on the ground, and Bai Jingshan's sword that had long since become pieces of rotten iron. Xiao Changping coughed up blood while picking up those fragments little by little, cupping them in his hands and embracing them in his arms in pain. In these nearly 20 years of Xiao Changping's life, Bai Jingshan was undoubtedly the most important person. She was born less than a month ago and her mother died prematurely. Although father doted on her, the world was not yet settled at that time, and father had no time to accompany her. Only that old man, that mother's swordsman in life and loyal servant in death, had been there for her since the beginning. Sweep away all the hardships and obstacles for her, play with her and make her laugh, gave her all the love she could. Bai Jingshan had long ceased to be a servant to Xiao Changping. Instead, it was a relative closer to her than her father. However, in the face of danger, she could only watch the old man die in front of her. Xiao Changping's eyes were bloodshot in an instant. She hated her brothers in arms, hate this heartless royal family of heaven, hate that father who has always been regarded by her as the world's #1 and other great heroes and heroines. To him, what were they, the royals, really? Compulsion? Let them fight to the death, and the one left at the end will be qualified to be his heir? Is it true that when you sit in that position, there is no longer any semblance of human decency? Xiao Changping looked at those fragments in his hand and finally couldn't restrain himself from lifting his head and wailing mournfully at the sky. Finally, he sprayed out a mouthful of blood again and fainted. Li Shantian just gave her a cold look before continuing to clear Lu Yuyu's sword chi. Although the power of this sword chi is not strong, but at least it is also left by that sword god at the beginning. Even he, while taking into account Lu Yuyu's body, wants to clean up also need to take a little effort. If, at this time, someone could look down on the 9 states from above the 9 heavens, it can be seen, over this vast landscape, there was a sword light that tore through the void, and was traveling all the way from south to north at an incredible speed. Chapter 157, Life, Death and Capture. One thought at a time. Li Shantian withdrew his shingong and let out a long breath. Finally, I've cleared this girl's body of sword chi. He stood up and looked at Lu Yuyu, who was covered in blood and unconscious on the ground, and shook his head regretfully. It's a pity that such a good seedling, cured, is still a wastrel. Just as the words were finished, Li Shantian suddenly changed his expression slightly and violently turned his head to look to the south. His feet couldn't even help but take a step forward, and he couldn't help but have a few more moments of anticipation in his eyes. Could it be? Is he this girl's mister? Hearing Li Shuantian's words, Mo Qingyao immediately understood who he was talking about and couldn't help but look to the sky as well, with a few more points of hope in her eyes. About a few breaths later, a terrifying pressure descended. In the night, the roiling cloud unexpectedly began to violently overturn. Afterward, Mo Qingyao saw an image that would be enough for her to remember for the rest of her life. Above the dome of the sky, the impenetrable clouds unexpectedly parted to the 2 sides in an unimaginable manner. A flash of swordlight was like a flying boat riding the wind and waves, directly tearing through the canopy. It was as if there was a sword that cut through this sky with a single stroke, revealing a clear sky at night, and a shining star in the heavens beyond. That sword light was like a meteor carrying an unrivaled sound, falling from the sky. It landed straight in the middle of this mountain forest. Grasses and trees tumbled and sword chi wreaked havoc. A rough linen garment was revealed. Mo Qingyao once again saw the face that had been engraved in her mind for several years but never blurred by half. Only now, the face was full of anxiety, with an abnormal flush. Su, Mr. Mo Qingyao softly called out. The person who came was none other than Su Zhixing. He sensed the first time Lu Yuyu used the word scroll. It wasn't long before Su Zhixing, who was planning to fly over to check on the situation, once again sensed that the word scroll was being used, and it was used in a way that left no room for error. Immediately afterward, he sensed that the Guardian Ink treasure reacted, and it didn't last long before completely dissipating. Su Zhixing was shocked, no longer caring about attrition. At the risk of injuring the fundamentals, he traveled far away with his sword regardless of the cost. But when he saw Lu Yuyu's motionless figure lying on the ground, he knew that he was still too late. In addition to Lu Yuyu, another of his disciples, Xiao Changping, was surprisingly present and was similarly unconscious. Su Zhixing didn't know what had happened, and he didn't have the heart to think about what had happened. His figure flashed to Lu Yuyu's side, ignoring the still restless sword chi in his body. He directly exerted his Haorun True Chi. placed one hand against Lu Yuyu's body, and one hand against Xiao Changping and began to check. About a few breaths later, a flash of grief flashed across Su Zhixing's eyes, but he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Hooray for being alive. It wasn't until then that Su Zhixing began to look around, seeing Mo Qingyao and seeing Li Tianxian. It was only at the first sight of Li Tianxian that Su Zhixing's eyes changed a little more. He had just felt a residue of true qi in Lu Yuyu's body that far exceeded that of an ordinary martial artist. And when he saw the old man in front of him, he immediately realized that Lu Yuyu was still able to hang on to his breath thanks to this person's help. Su Zhixing stood up and looked toward Li Xiantian, bowing with his fists. Thanks to the old man for coming to the rescue. Li Xiantian looked at Su Zhixing with interest and casually waved his hand. Old man, I'm still a step too late. Su Zhixing didn't say anything, just silently saluted. Essence flickered in Li Xuantian's eyes, and a fluctuation, if any, was transmitted from his eyes. Su Zhixing froze and glanced back at Li Xiantian. That fluctuation, if any, dissipated in an instant. Li Xiantian couldn't help but be greatly surprised and curious. You've only entered the 2nd grade of martial arts, but you have such divine soul power? It is truly a wonder of the ages. Nope, there are other powers within you. Little friend, how did you cultivate? Su Zhixing shook his head and said softly, next time I have the chance, I'll ask the old gentleman for a good lesson. After saying that, he carried Xiao Changping on his back and secured him with his true qi. Then he gently picked up Lu Yuyu and turned his head to look at Mo Qingyao and said, are you going to Long Springs? You can walk by yourself, right? Mo Qingyao nodded dully. Su Zhixing turned around and looked at Li Xiantian. Farewell, old man. After saying that, his body directly rose up in the air and headed south. Li Xiantian murmured as the luster in his eyes streaked across the room, looking at the direction Su Zhixing had disappeared in. What a strong sword intent. It's almost catching up with that Yi Yuan kid. After saying that, he also directly rose into the air and flew away. At this moment, those two first-grade experts who had been suppressed by Li Xiantian were also finally free of their restraints and stood up from the ground, wiping the sweat from their foreheads, their hearts palpitating. 2 land gods. 2. Just what kind of heavenly stupidity have we done? The other man also had a look of fear, his eyes filled with remorse. That young girl actually had 2 land immortals behind her to back her up. It was amazing that they still treated her like a mole that could be crushed with their hands. It is no exaggeration to say that the young girl with the backing of the 2 land immortals, even if she ran to the imperial city of Kyoto and said to the Son of Heaven that she would like to try to see if the dragon chair was comfortable to sit on, the Son of Heaven might not even be angry. It's over. It's all over. That was the only thing that was going through their minds at that moment. 2 land gods were offended to death by them, and the master behind them still wanted to fight for the throne? I'm afraid it's going to be hard to survive. At this moment, Mo Qingyao's hands were full of sweat. Those 2 seniors had left, leaving her alone to face these 2 first grades. There was no chance of surviving, but at this time, these 2 people also seemed to have no idea of continuing to kill people. Just now that land goddess had spoken to this woman before she left. They wouldn't dare make a move on this woman even if they had 100 guts. Just as the 2 were planning to leave, a voice suddenly rang out from above their heads. Almost forgot. There are still the 2 of you here. I was going to leave it for that little friend to dispose of, but it seems he can't see you guys. Forget it, old man, I'll work hard and send you guys on your way. The words were like a sentence from hell. The 2 people who had just survived the robbery instantly turned ashen. The true qi in his body began to circulate without hesitation. Their lifelong mastery blossomed into the most dazzling luster in their hands at this time, just facing a land deity who could slaughter tens of thousands of troops with one person. Even if they were a first grade, they were no different from a mortal. The 2 streams of light easily shattered their mastery techniques and pierced through their skulls. In just a single glance, the 2 were dead beyond repair. Mo Qingyao stared blankly at the corpses of the 2 men, suddenly feeling cold all over. At this moment, she truly felt why the land immortals had the word immortal. Mortals are like that roadside weed in their eyes. That's not the same level of life at all. At this moment, the heart of that martial artist who wanted to recover his cultivation and continue to become stronger began to die. She would have been a mountain in this jungle. Now the mountain has collapsed, but she is still there. As long as you don't give up, maybe, there's always hope. Mo Qingyao picked up her long sword again and continued on her way. Leaving a trail of corpses behind was enough to satiate the beasts of this mountain forest. Chapter 158, You doll is not human? Su Zhixing flew with Lu Yuyu and Xiao Changping, and the sense of weight-bearing was obviously far too much for him alone. 2 or 3,000 miles, flying for a full 2 hours. After returning to the academy, Su Zhixing gave Su Hongyu a command, and then delved into his room to heal the injuries of his 2 disciples. Su Hongyu was uncertain, but she could tell that Sir was in a hurry, so he obediently sat in the doorway, guarding the door to Su Zhixing's room, his hands resting on his cheeks, resting on his knees, staring around on full body alert. Just then, another stream of light fell and flew directly into Su Zhixing's courtyard. Su Hongyu rose violently, her spring-watery eyes filled with wariness. However, when she saw the visitor clearly, her body instinctively shrunk back, and a flash of fear flashed in her eyes. However, after touching the door of the room behind her, Su Hongyu took a firm step forward, her body's qi bulging as if there were waves of water. After Li Xiantian landed, the first thing he saw was Su Hongyu, with that long fiery red hair and porcelain doll-like appearance. Even if placed among millions of people, it was definitely the brightest one. However, what attracted Li Xiantian was not Su Hongyu's appearance, but the weather she displayed. The land gods and goddesses already have the power of the divine soul. The weather that can be seen in the eyes far exceeds that of an ordinary martial artist. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as Su Zhixing's Confucian aptitude, he was able to clearly sense Su Hongyu's difference. Ha! This little doll. That's interesting. The vision on your body. How? So strange? Li Xuantian's interest increased greatly, his eyes filled with curiosity. His feet couldn't help but take a few steps forward as well. Su Hongyu was so nervous that she hiccuped and a bubble actually floated up from the corner of her mouth. Stop! Don't move! After half a year, Su Hongyu was already able to communicate fluently, but her voice was really not half as intimidating. It sounds milky and mean, but it's even more adorable. Li Xiantian bent down with a smile, his line of sight leveled with Su Hongyu, and said, "Little doll, Grandpa is not a bad guy, don't be afraid." Su Hongyu crossed her waist with one hand and pointed at Li Xiantian with a frowning face. "You're too dangerous to come close to disturbing, sir." Li Xiantian froze, somewhat surprised. "Oh, you can see I'm in danger?" Su Hongyu innocently nodded. Li Xiantian became even more interested. He also no longer concealed it, and the power of his divine soul slowly emerged, enveloping Su Hongyu's entire body. About a few breaths later, Li Xuantian's figure shook violently. The eyes were full of incredulity, and even a little bit of excitement, as if they had seen something really fun. "Little doll, surprisingly, you're not human? What are you?" Su Hongyu cocked her head, thought for a moment, and returned. "I'm not a thing. I'm red. Red is." No, mister. Said I can't tell anyone." Li Xiantian took a few more steps forward and squatted down, looking at Su Hongyu and smiling. "It's okay, I'm no one else. I'm a friend of your husband. A very, very good friend. Tell me it's okay." Su Hongyu was a bit overwhelmed, not knowing how to react. She looked back at the closed door of the room and then at Li Xiantian, as if she was making some difficult decision. Finally making up his mind, he beckoned towards Li Xiantian and said, "Come here, Grandpa. I'll whisper it so no one else hears." Li Xiantian nodded his head repeatedly and just squatted like a duckling as he waddled over. Looking at Su Hongyu, she giggled. Li Xiantian also heatedly laughed. "You don't think Grandpa's a bad guy, do you? Go ahead." Su Hongyu looked around. Then with one hand around her mouth, she approached Li Xuantian's ear and was about to speak when the door to Su Zhixing's room suddenly opened. Su Hongyu was startled and relieved to see that it was Mr. Then he ran over and hugged Su Zhixing's leg as he tilted his head and blinked his big eyes and laughed. "Hello, sir." Su Zhixing smiled and nodded, his face still a little pale. Then he bent down and picked up Su Hongyu and said, "It's late, so sir will take you to bed first." Su Hongyu froze, a little confused, because she's usually basically sleepless, and even if he wanted to sleep, he would usually incarnate his body and jump into the Dragon Spring River to sleep. She didn't say much though, just nodding. She wrapped her arms around Su Zhixing's neck, her chin resting on Su Zhixing's shoulder, blinking her big eyes at Li Xiantian, and quietly waving her little hand to bid him goodbye. Li Xiantian stood helplessly in place, somewhat unfulfilled. That young man was obviously unwilling to let himself know the true identity of this little doll. Taking advantage of the time when Su Zhixing went to settle Su Hongyu, Li Xiantian wandered aimlessly around the academy. There is nothing peculiar about the schoolhouse, all the sets, the buildings are ordinary. However, Li Xiantian still found something that was different from the rest of the world. He walked over to the gazebo and looked at the couplet on its pillar. Good word. Not only were the words good, but the words actually contained an extremely pure will, and some kind of strange power that even he couldn't figure out. Li Xiantian walked to the backyard, and in the night, he saw a stone glittering in the darkness. On that stone block, there was even a trace of sword chi spilling out one after another. Li Xuantian's eyes once again shone brightly. Something like attaching one's power to an object was an ability exclusive to Earth immortals. Yet not everything could be attached to an Earth immortal's power, which requires a lot of materials and spirituality. Just like that sword god Gaini from 500 years ago, he was able to attach his power to the sword god order. That was because the sword god's order was not a mortal object in the first place. It was made from extremely rare refined gold and metaphysical iron, and having followed the sword god for years, it had formed a watery blend with the power in the sword god's body, which was why it was able to attach to the sword chi and ensure that it would still work hundreds of years later. But this kind of thing is not normally done by terrestrial gods, because it is extremely troublesome and time-consuming, and it also depletes cultivation. The power attached is again not as strong as their own power. It's totally a means to an end that doesn't pay for itself, unless there were direct descendants of children or disciples. In order to ensure their safety, some land deities would waste a little effort to make such items. Just like him, Li Xiantian, he had also crafted one of these treasures. Disciple Jing he used it when he went out of the mountain back to Chu to fight against the Great Zhou. That's why they were able to escape the final destruction of the country and were able to live on in the deep valley of Dongyu Mountain. However, Su Zhixing had attached his sword chi to a useless stone, which in Li Xuantian's opinion, was simply a wasteful thing to do. The point is that it's not just this one rock. It's all over this schoolhouse. What's that kid fed up with? What's the point of doing this kind of pointless tactic? Chapter 159, 10,000 Swords Technique. Elder is joking. Li Xiantian turned his head back and realized that Su Zhixing was already standing not far behind him. He couldn't help but stare. Although he was in a state of surprised disorientation just now, it was by no means possible that he could not notice the arrival of this young man. This kind of situation had almost never been encountered in the more than 100 years since he became an Earth immortal. Li Xuantian's eyes changed slightly as he lifted his foot and gave it a gentle thump. In an instant, the entire Longquan town seemed to tremble. The water in the nearby Longquan River violently exploded into a layer of huge waves. Something seemed to be flickering in the void. Li Xiantian narrowed his eyes at Su Zhixing and realized that there was a field that even he couldn't penetrate that surrounded Su Zhixing inside. That field contained an extremely terrifying sharpness, like a space densely covered with sword chi. He himself, on the other hand, was standing just outside the edge of this field, and as long as Su Zhixing took one more step closer, he would be able to envelop him within this field as well. Li Xiantian was not shocked but delighted, his eyes filled with childlike curiosity. He even reached out and poked his finger forward with interest. What is this? Su Zhixing was stunned, not expecting this old man to be such a tiger. The moment Li Xuantian's fingertips touched that field, a flash of sword light lit up. Li Xiantian withdrew his hand like an electric shock, looking at his fingertips with some incredulity. There was a surprisingly large additional wound there, one so shallow that it didn't even bleed out. But it was a wound. After all, how could you even injure me? You're clearly not at the Earth immortal realm. How on earth did this happen? Li Xiantian couldn't even remember how long it had been since he had been injured. Mortal weapons? Wolves? He couldn't possibly hurt him even if he let them slash without defense. But this young man in front of him, a strange field, was able to break through his skin and leave him with a small wound. It's a no-brainer. This was because from his eyes, the young man in front of him had not reached the Earth immortal level. No matter if it was his true chi cultivation or his physique, Li Xiantian suddenly began to pay attention to the other two forces within Su Zhixing's body, a chi that was similar to a sword chi, yet it was like some special kind of true chi. There was no reference to its strength, but one could feel that extraordinary sense of sharpness. The other is even more esoteric, but from its outward appearance, it doesn't seem to do any harm, but it is full of an ineffable rhythm. Such a strange wolf he had never seen before. Su Zhixing laughed and put away his sword domain, not explaining, but once again arching his hand and saying thank you. Today, I thank Senior for saving Yo-Yo from dying on the spot. Li Xiantian waved his hand indifferently. I've had a meeting with that doll, and she's very much to my liking, so originally I was planning to follow her around, find out her origins, and try to poach her from you to be my shut-in disciple. Unexpectedly, a moment of inattention, but by the curfew scourge, almost lost his life. Now well, the little doll's entire body meridians were shattered, and her physique was even more destroyed. Even if you wake up, the odds are that you'll be a fully paralyzed cripple in the future. Speaking here, Li Xuantian's eyes suddenly turned cold. This goddamned Great Zhou royal family. Old man, I could not easily see a good seedling, and it was just ruined by them. If it weren't for the fact that it's the Great Zhou Kyoto, old man, I'd go and flip him over. That being said, even if Li Xiantian was no longer indignant, he could only endure it. As a fellow land god immortal, he knew better than anyone else just how terrifying that one was in Taiyan City. Su Zhixing wasn't clear about these doorways, and he remained still arching his hand. Anyway, Yo-Yo is still alive, and as long as she's alive, there's hope. Su Zhixing wasn't particularly worried, because he has a system. Just a moment ago, the moment Lu Yuyu faced the fall of that sword god's order, his state of mind was devoid of joy and sorrow, and was somehow sublimated. It was at this time that the system finally recognized her identity as a true disciple, and her potential value broke through the passing line, reaching 83 points. Su Zhixing's martial arts cultivation had also reached the second grade realm all of a sudden due to Lu Yuyu's true chi returning through 9 times, and the system was extremely generous in rewarding Su Zhixing with a new inheritance. The name is 10,000 Swords Technique. A sword came out and diffused 10,000 swords, using the sword scripture as the root of his cultivation, causing 10,000 swords to submit. As for Lu Yuyu's injuries, Su Zhixing had already thought of having her start switching to the sword scripture, drawing sword chi into the body and quenching the body. Although with her current physique starting to cultivate the sword scripture, the pain she would have to endure must be far higher than that of the original Zhao Nico. But Su Zhixing knew that Lu Yuyu would be able to do it, because this is her chance to get back to normal action and get her life back. Once she waited for her sword body to become a great success, every inch of flesh and blood on her body contained a majestic sword aura, not to mention restoring his body. Even compared to a third-grade martial artist, he was definitely not inferior. However, there is another problem. Before cultivating the sword body, Lu Yuyu's body needed medicines and external forces to warm it up. This was something that the sword scripture could not replace. Su Zhixing suddenly felt that he might want to try to see if he could take in a disciple with a talent for healing. Although the Haoran True Qi has the ability to warm the body and has a powerful vitality, but it's still certainly not the same than real healing. Of course, this could only be considered a vision. After all, this kind of disciple was also unattainable. Su Zhixing also didn't know if the system would reward him with an inheritance about the medical path even if he took in a disciple with a talent for it. Su Zhixing looked at this old man in front of him at this time, and under the Ru Dao wisdom eye, this old man was like a cloud, a gust of wind, and a tree. It's like any item in this world. The body is indistinguishable from heaven and earth. The old man's hands and feet seem to be able to drive some kind of power in this heaven and earth. Let him stand there as if he were the center of heaven and earth, with the sun, moon, and stars circling around him. This should be the most supreme figure of this world, that legendary land god. Su Zhixing couldn't help but darken his heart. For so long, he had been treated as a land god by the outside world, and today he had finally met a real land god. In that case, it seemed that the experts of the land god immortal realm were indeed a bit too powerful, but Su Zhixing didn't feel half timid when he saw the old man. Instead, he felt a sense of eagerness to try. Having cultivated to this point, he didn't even know what level his full strength had actually reached. No sooner had this thought risen than the old man across the street seemed to have sensed it. He was equally happy to see the hunt in his heart. In all my years, I've never met anyone so interesting. Wouldn't it be a shame not to try it? Su Zhixing was the first to speak. The late generation has the audacity to ask the senior to teach me a thing or two. I wonder. Li Xiantian was also dry and directly rose up in the air, his voice coming out leisurely. Go, follow me to the sea for a battle. Su Zhixing smiled faintly, his body taking to the air and turning into sword light to chase after him. Chapter 160 Battle Against the Earth Immortal. The two streams of light flew forward and backward for nearly 1,000 miles, arriving at the shore of the Eastern Sea. Then it went hundreds of miles deeper into the ocean and stopped on a deserted island. Li Xiantian turned around and frowned as he looked at Su Zhixing, who was already holding the Mo Yuan sword. You're not in the best of shape, and you won't have fun fighting like that. Su Zhixing smiled and nodded, then sat down on his knees and said, Can senior wait for me for a quarter of an hour? Li Xiantian faintly said, Whatever. As soon as the words left his mouth, he once again looked at Su Zhixing in surprise. The mouth couldn't help but exclaim in shock. So bossy. An Earth Immortal Realm martial artist is no longer an extraordinary person. He who eats meat is brave and tough. He who eats grain is wise and premature. He who eats gas is divine and lives. He who does not eat does not die and is divine. At the super first grade Earth Immortal Realm, one could already achieve the ability to dispel grain and eat chi. After months of not eating grains and cereals, you still manage to maintain a high level of energy and vitality. And the so-called chi eating of the Earth Immortal Realm martial artists was actually swallowing a kind of yuan chi that was everywhere in the world, yet invisible and untouchable. This kind of vital energy exists in all parts of the world, some appearing in response to the rising of the sun, some following the veins of mountains and rivers. Martial artists who had reached the Earth Immortal Realm called this energy heaven and earth yuan chi. It is the most essential thing in heaven and earth, and everything in the world is born because of the energy of heaven and earth. It was only mortals, even first-grade martial artists, who could only be passively nourished by the yuan qi of heaven and earth, whereas martial artists who had reached the earth immortal realm were able to actively devour this kind of yuan qi. It made their physical bodies, the quantity and quality of their true qi, and their lifespans far exceed the limits of mortals. This was why earth immortal realm martial artists could manage to travel far in the air. This was because they were able to utilize the yuan qi boost from heaven and earth, rather than relying on the true qi in their own bodies to fly. According to the statistics of these 800 years of Jianghu history records, the earth immortal realm martial artist had at least 300 years of longevity. Thinking of an earth immortal like Li Xiantian who was around 200 years old, it wasn't really even the end of his days. At this moment, when Li Xiantian saw the speed and manner in which Su Zhixing was swallowing heaven and earth vital energy, he was once again shocked inwardly. With his cultivation level, he usually swallowed yuan qi and only inhaled it in strands. After swallowing it into the stomach, it has to be refined slowly. However, Su Zhixing in front of him was like breathing, swallowing one after another without any intermission. Even the pores on his body seemed to be able to swallow heaven and earth vital energy together. That's a little scary. The most crucial thing was that Li Xiantian was 100% able to confirm that Su Zhixing had definitely not reached the earth immortal realm. Without the cultivation of the earth immortal realm, how did one manage to devour the world's vital energy? Li Xiantian couldn't figure it out. He simply stopped thinking, quietly waiting for Su Zhixing to finish recovering. In fact, he didn't know that what Su Zhixing practiced wasn't any internal martial arts at all. Instead, it's the spiritual scriptures rewarded by the system. The spiritual scripture cultivation was originally based on absorbing the vital energy of heaven and earth, little by little awakening the activity and spirituality within the body. Su Zhixing realized that practicing with the help of the spiritual scriptures had also greatly contributed to his recovery in other areas. Over the past half year, his main focus had basically been on cultivating the spirit scripture, and now he had long since stepped into the realm of the third grade of the spirit scripture. Almost a quarter of an hour later, Su Zhixing finally woke up. A fatigue disappeared as much as it could, and it once again returned to a state of completeness. Li Xiantian looked at Su Zhixing with furrowed brows and asked, "What kind of martial arts are you practicing? Why is the true qi in your body completely different from that of an ordinary martial artist?" Su Zhixing smiled faintly and said indifferently, "If Senior can defeat me, I will tell you." Li Xiantian froze, then couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha 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 ha, interesting." As he spoke, Li Xiantian's feet slowly left the ground and his body slowly floated into the air. In an instant, heaven and earth changed color. Farther to the east, there was already a glimmer of light. Li Xiantian's figure, under that line of celestial light, was like an immortal of the red dust, overlooking the beings of heaven and earth. A pressure suddenly descended, and the barren island couldn't help but tremble, as if it was shivering. I, Li Xiantian, practiced martial arts at the age of 6, and at the age of 10, I had already perfected my physique and entered the 6th grade true qi realm. After that, for 8 years, he traveled the world without a single defeat, and step by step, he became the most supreme first-rate expert in the eyes of the world. In my time, the first rank was already the highest. It has been hundreds of years since there has been a land god realm martial artist. After I turned 18, I was invincible and just found life boring. He then went to the East China Sea to avoid the world and cultivate himself, and watched the ebb and flow of the tide at the hidden immortal island. And 10 years later, he had an epiphany and stepped into the realm of a land god. It's been 170 years now, and it's the first time I've heard someone question my strength. Kid, you're weird though, all messed up with power that even I haven't seen before, but if you think you can beat me with that, you're naive. Li Xiantian's voice started out as a mumble and ended up as if it was thundering from the 9 heavens. That pressure also became stronger and stronger as his voice grew stronger and stronger, suppressing Su Zhixing more and more. After his last word fell, the sea off the deserted island had begun to churn violently. Boom! With an explosion, all around the deserted island, a layer of terrifyingly huge waves surged up at the same time. It is as if the waters of the 4 seas were all established. It's like a wall 100 feet high. Watching this scene, Su Zhixing couldn't help but be swayed. This kind of greatness is indeed not something that can be possessed by people on earth. The land gods and goddesses are worthy of the word gods and goddesses. Li Xiantian hovered above the sea wall, looking down at Su Zhixing as he faintly said, "Since you want to see the power of an earth immortal, be prepared to die. Give me Jin." In an instant, the 4 sea walls outside the barren island pressed against Su Zhixing with a might as if the heavens and earth were trembling with rage. Under this terrifying might, Even a mountain peak would be directly destroyed. Su Zhixing stood in the center of the deserted island with his Moyuan sword in hand, his figure as small as a mole cricket in the face of the overwhelming seawater. The berserk aura blew away his long hair, and his cloth clothes grinned. Su Zhixing's expression was unprecedentedly solemn, and the Moyuan sword even bloomed with infinite swordlight. Sword domain. With him as the center, within a 5-foot radius, he was instantly enveloped by an invisible sword domain. As he moved his mind, the sword domain that covered down quickly contracted again and returned to himself. In the blink of an eye, Su Zhixing's figure disappeared. In its place was a huge sword with its blade hanging upside down. His voice then rang out from that sword with a sound that shook the heavens. Drive me! Beneath the monstrous waves, a sword light shot straight up into the sky. It chopped on top of the seawall that was pouring in. The water waves exploded, and the sound was as great as a giant beast breaking the surface of the sea. That sword directly cleaved out a channel straight into the sky, carrying an unrelenting sword momentum as it chopped at that immortal who was hanging in the sky. Looking at this sword, Li Tianxian nodded slightly and said rather approvingly, "This sword, it's still okay." Chapter 161. An earthy mortal who was so powerful as to be despairing. As soon as the old man's words fell, the huge sword had already arrived in front of him. In the face of this sword, which was enough to cut through the sea, the old man was not moved at all, and just casually stretched out a hand. With his fingers together, the tips of his fingers just collided with the tip of that huge sword. In an instant, a layer of shockwaves visible to the naked eye appeared in the void, thinking that the surrounding area exploded violently. Even the 100-feet-high sea wall was directly suppressed, high up in the sky, because the two exchanged blows caused a drastic change in the heavens. Surprisingly, there were bursts of thunder in this midwinter. Su Zhixing's giant sword was shattered in an instant, revealing his true form. The Moyuan sword in his hand trembled, while his own body was like a meteor falling on the deserted island. It smashed into the ground like a cannonball, smashing out a huge deep crater. A crack appeared, and was filled up again by the influx of seawater. Li Xiantian was still hanging in midair, looking at him with a disdainful gaze. Not even the sash on his body was messed up. Su Zhixing's chest was a little puffy, and he had a gray look on his face. He was lying at the bottom of the pit, looking at the old man in the sky with some disbelief in his eyes. A land god, to be this strong? But he was not discouraged. That sword just now was not his strongest sword. Su Zhixing spat out a mouthful of blood and rose up into the sky once again, in an instant arriving at eye level with Li Xiantian in the sky several hundred meters away. Li Xiantian put his hands behind his back and looked at him with a faint smile. Not bad. I wasn't much better than you when I was your age. Su Zhixing didn't say a word. Nearly 600 channels of vast true qi flourished in the mud pill palace, and in conjunction with the endless sword qi in his body, an incomparably strong sword aura surged out from the Moyuan sword. Senior, once this sword is struck, I don't know what the consequences will be, so please be careful. Li Xiantian casually smiled and said, "You go right ahead." Su Zhixing no longer hesitated, his figure instantly disappearing, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived within 5 feet of Li Xiantian. Sword domain, open. In an instant, the entire heaven and earth was enveloped by an extremely sharp sword aura. On top of that, Su Zhixing also wrote down a line of poetry with his Ru Dao aptitude, adding a few more points of power to the sword domain with his incredibly vast true qi. Endless sword qi filled any part of this space. Even a speck of dust would be crushed once again in Su Zhixing's sword domain at this moment. Even the air was decimated, creating an illusion of absolute vacuum. However, Li Xiantian looked around curiously, as if he was fine. On the surface of his body, there was a layer of hidden ripples enveloping him, and no matter how strong Su Zhixing's sword domain was, it could never break through that layer of protective layer that looked like a bubble. The old man smiled and nodded. In terms of sword Dao, you are no longer weaker than an earthy mortal. If we put it at the time when I first became an earthy mortal 170 years ago, you might have been able to kill me with this sword. But now, hey! As the old man's laughter rang out, Su Zhixing's face suddenly changed drastically. His sword domain, unexpectedly, had a shaky feeling. The old man raised his hand and a water sword condensed from seawater fell into his hand, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into an ice sword. The old man looked at Su Zhixing, the smile on his face finally closing. I have a sword as well, so you can see. His words then went suddenly cold. If you can't catch it, you'll die. Su Zhixing's heart pounded as he nodded. I would also like to ask Senior to give me some advice. Li Xiantian also stopped babbling and gently raised the ice sword in his hand. It was followed by an extremely casual stroke in front of his body. There wasn't any vision, not half a bit of sword qi spilling out. However, Su Zhixing's sword domain just broke without a sound. Not only that, Su Zhixing was even shocked to discover that a sword mark had even appeared in that void under Li Xuantian's sword just now. It was as if all of space was going to be sliced by him. Su Zhixing didn't have time to think too much, spitting out verse after verse from his mouth. One by one, warlords summoned from the psalms stood in his way, only to be quickly annihilated. Layer after layer of sword chi did not appear one after the other, but also shattered immediately afterward. Su Zhixing even drew in the surrounding heaven and earth energy to block in front of him. It was still unable to block Li Xuantian's sword that could not even be seen. In the end, he was left with only the sword in his hand, and a physical body. Su Zhixing knew that if he couldn't catch the sword, he would really die. The old man wasn't kidding him. At this moment, all the power in his body surged into the body of the inkwell sword. Su Zhixing's mind was also without any semblance of fluctuation at this moment, calm and collected to the core. And underneath this cool composure, there was a hint of madness that dared to compete with heaven and earth. Instead of waiting to be cut down by a sword, it would be better to hand out a sword that pours out everything at the last moment of this life. Going round and round, Su Zhixing's mind ended up with only one sentence: the heavens are strong, and the gentleman is self-reliant. As Su Zhixing fell downward, he swung his sword with everything he had. At this moment, he finally saw Li Xuantian's sword chopping down. No, that wasn't a sword blade. It was more like a will that was strong enough to cut through heaven and earth. Against his sword of self-improvement without reservation. After discharging this sword, Su Zhixing once again fell into the deserted island like a cannonball. The entire barren island was actually smashed into pieces in this instant. In midair, a circle of power that was enough to easily annihilate a group of first-grade experts rippled out in a hurry. Even the clouds above the high altitude were shaken apart in an instant, revealing a clear sky. Li Xuantian's beard and hair flew, and his figure flashed violently, unexpectedly appearing at the center of those two power clashes. There, at this moment, there was actually a hair-thin pitch-black crack. An extremely tiny crack unexpectedly appeared in midair. Li Xuantian, who had always looked relaxed even when faced with Su Zhixing's powerful sword, was clearly a little nervous when he saw this crack. Pounds of yuan qi surfaced in the palm of his hand and brushed over the crack. In the blink of an eye, the crack disappeared. The void became calm again. Li Xuantian was slightly relieved, and when he looked at his palm, a bright red color had unexpectedly appeared. Li Xuantian, who even Su Zhixing's sword domain was unable to injure him in the slightest, was actually injured to the point of seeing blood by this hairline-thin crack. Ugh, impulsive, didn't pay attention for a moment, made a little extra effort. He looked down to the bottom. The deserted island was already in pieces, in slow silence, but he couldn't see Su Zhixing's figure. This kid, he's not really dead, is he? After saying that, his figure flashed and landed on a piece of deserted island debris. Raise your hand. A water column immediately sprang up on the surface of the water. The top of the water column was topped by a figure right on top. The corner of Li Xuantian's mouth curled up slightly as he laughed. Not bad, there's still a breath left. Chapter 162 Martial Dao Refining God Realm. Li Xuantian took Su Zhixing on his way back to the academy, slowly helping him recover with heaven and earth energy. By the time he returned to the schoolhouse, Su Zhixing had woken up. After crossing over to this world, he had never been in such a sorry state since he started cultivating. Although the injuries were not particularly serious, mainly due to exhaustion, but this feeling of being powerless was really a bit unexpected for him. According to the cultivation level of the sword scripture, the sword realm should theoretically be no weaker than a land god. But against Li Xuantian, how could he not be able to fight back at all? From the situation of the sparring just now, if Li Xuantian wanted to kill him, it should be easy. From the beginning to the end, Li Xuantian did not use his full strength. It's like an adult beating a child. When he had recovered a little, Su Zhixing sincerely asked Li Xuantian his question. Upon hearing this, Li Xuantian merely smiled bashfully and asked in return, "How much do you really know about the so-called land gods?" Su Zhixing shook his head. "Not many, mostly just rumors." Li Xuantian nodded. It only made sense that Su Zhixing didn't understand. After all, in today's world, other than their 3 earth immortals, other people simply didn't know how strong the land immortals really were. Li Xuantian had a good feeling about Su Zhixing, whose heart and strange abilities gave him a different and fresh feeling, so he patiently explained to him, "In fact, if we are talking about strength, you have indeed reached the earth immortal realm, but there's one thing you don't know, and not many martial artists in the world do either. There are 9 grades of martial artists before the earth immortal. What about after the earth immortal?" Su Zhixing gave a slight lurch and immediately understood what Li Xuantian meant. Li Xuantian continued, "There are 9 grades before earth immortal, and the same realm differences after earth immortal. After the first grade, the martial artist would leap from body refining and chi refining to a whole new realm. The name is refining God. God refining likewise has levels. The first entry into the God refining realm is the earth immortal, which allows the divine soul to coalesce and raise a martial Dao Yuan fetus. A body of true chi would also be metamorphosed into true essence as a result, even if it was an unusual move. When it was executed with true essence, the power would change radically. So to an earth immortal realm martial artist, whether it was a ninth or first rank, there basically wasn't much difference. All of them could be killed with their hands. But this was not the limit of an earth immortal, and raising a martial Dao Yuan fetus was only just the beginning. If one continued to go deeper, the martial Dao Yuan fetus would metamorphose once again, transforming into the martial Dao golden body. The Wu Dao golden body was evolved by the merging of the divine soul and the true essence, and it was already possible for the divine soul to manifest itself externally, and separate from the physical body to travel the heavens and the earth. He can control the power of heaven and earth, and every move and style carries the power of heaven and earth. That is why this realm is also called the realm of divine travel. Although you have the power of an earth immortal, your body and soul are inferior, and the only thing that can compete with an earth immortal is your strange sword cultivation. Su Shixing came to a sudden realization. He also practiced martial arts, and even had this extremely profound martial arts text, the true explanation of martial arts. However, the two realms above the first grade recorded on the true explanation of the martial Tao were not explained in detail, but were simply divided into the first and second realms. Only when his cultivation reached the first grade realm would the latter two realms be clearly revealed. Just like he practiced the sword scripture and the supreme sacred Confucianism, before the sword body and the first grade of Confucianism, he didn't even know exactly what the next three realms of the sword scripture talked about, nor did he know the details of the next three realms of the supreme sacred Confucianism. Nowadays, his Wu Dao was only of the second grade, and the last two realms of the true explanation of Wu Dao were still in a state of ambiguity. Thinking of this, Su Shixing asked curiously, "Then senior's cultivation?" Li Xiantian glanced at him with some disdain in his eyes. "Old man, I can hang you with one hand with the power of an earth immortal, don't you think?" Su Shixing couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth as he nodded awkwardly. "The late generation understands." Li Xiantian smiled and patted his shoulder and said, "Don't be discouraged. Your cultivation now is less than an earth immortal, yet you have the power to fight with an earth immortal. Old man, I was not even as good as you back then. Give you a little more time. Maybe I can get two hands out of me." Su Shixing laughed helplessly. "Elder, are you encouraging me or discouraging me?" Li Xiantian laughed. "Be content you. It's already a big deal to get two hands out of me." Su Shixing was silent for a moment, then asked softly. The latecomer took the liberty of asking, "How does the one in the Great Zhou Imperial City compare to you, senior?" When Li Xiantian heard him ask this, he burst into a rage. "Bah! Aren't you disgusting me, comparing that kid to me? If he dares to come, even you might be able to beat him up. Compare him to me? Who are you looking down on?" Su Shixing hurriedly got up and apologized. "It is the late generation's shallow vision that has taken the liberty. Don't be angry, senior." Which is why Li Xiantian suddenly deflated. "Ugh, why don't I say hold my tongue? That kid is nothing more than a brat who has just entered Earth immortality, but it's kind of hard to beat him up." Su Shixing had already guessed the cause and couldn't help but ask, "It's because of the Great Zhou's national fortune?" Li Xiantian froze, looking at Su Shixing with some surprise. "And you understand the fate of the country?" Su Shixing smiled and nodded. "Slightly. Li Xiantian is also considered strange. This kid is full of strange abilities. It is reasonable to be able to see the country's fortune." He nodded. "That's right, it's the luck of the nation." Before the unification of the 9 states, although there was also the term of national fortune, there had never been a case where the power of a nation was added to a martial artist. And the strength of the Great Zhou's national power nowadays has brought the Great Zhou's national fortune to its peak. With the luck of the nation, if you run to fight him, you are fighting the entire world with your own strength. Old man, I almost gave an account. As if realizing that he had spoken out of turn, Li Xuantian's voice came to an abrupt halt. Su Shixing smiled, and in his heart, he couldn't help but say that this old man who claimed to be invincible in the world must have once suffered a bit of a loss at the hands of the one from Tian City. Seeing Su Shixing's expression, Li Xiantian no longer hid it and greatly said, "That's right, I did go to the Imperial City to look for him back then. God damn it. Old man, I was only going to reason and help my disciple get some back so that Great Zhou could carve out a piece of land for him to survive. His grandmother's that kid didn't talk about martial virtues and directly used the national fortune to evolve 9 golden dragons of national fortune to beat me. It's a good thing I ran fast or I really would have been accounted for there, with the Great Zhou's 1,000 years of national fortune to add to it." that kid is afraid that he has already approached, or even reached, the third realm of the martial Tao refining spirit, the celestial realm. It is not good to mess up. Fortunately, he is out of the imperial city of the country's power will be greatly reduced. Out of the city of Tian, it is no different from the ordinary earth immortal. Where else would there be a place for me and Sayaka to stand? Speaking here, Li Xiantian glanced at Su Zhixing and sneered. I know why you're asking me this. Isn't it just that you're thinking the same thing as my old man? Wanting to go and get back at the disciples? I advise you to give it a rest. Even if the three of you and I plus Little Leaf go together, you're still going to die. Su Zhixing didn't say anything, just nodded silently. In the eyes, there seemed to be 1,000 atmospheres flowing, but in the end, it was calm and deep as an abyss. Chapter 163, Proposing Marriage for Me. After hearing Li Xuantian's words, Su Zhixing shakily stood up, straightened his already tattered clothes, and stood straight, bowing towards Li Xiantian. He bowed in obeisance. Many thanks to Senior for your unstinting advice. Li Xiantian nodded slightly, looking at Su Zhixing with a little more smirk in his eyes involuntarily. This young man had an aura that was not found in most people in this world. It will make people uncontrollably close and convinced. With his cultivation and nearly 200 years of experience in the human world, he could tell at a glance that almost all of Su Zhixing's words and actions came from his heart. It's never superficial and for show. Inside, good and evil are revealed on the outside. From the external appearance of Su Zhixing, it was enough to see that he was likewise a pure and good person in his heart. This was why Li Xiantian was willing to put down his stance and accompany him to spar. He was willing to patiently explain to him the martial knowledge of the three realms of God refining. It was only when he could see that he had a desire to go to the imperial city to retrieve his honor that he would willingly expose his own unpleasant past to persuade him to dismiss the idea. He, Li Xiantian, thought that he was not a good person. In the more than 100 years since his debut, he could not even count the number of dead souls under his hand himself. Inevitably, one or two of them are people whose sins are not punishable by death. Therefore, Li Xiantian has never claimed to be a righteous, good person, and acted according to his preference, both good and evil. But it didn't stop. He looked favorably on a truly virtuous person like Su Zhixing and respected such a person. When he was at Dongyu Mountain, the reason why Lu Yuyu was held in high regard by him, and in the end, he even had the idea of accepting him as a close disciple, was precisely because of this reason. Lu Yuyu's goodness is also naturally from the heart, not intentionally for the good. Every word, every action, are interpreting the word goodness, yet it's not the kind of goodness that is illogical, and it's never soft when it's time to strike. If there were more people like that in this world, then how could there be centuries of war and chaos? And how could there have been that assassination in Dongyu Mountain that seems incomprehensible to ordinary people? After so many years of living in seclusion in the East Sea, Li Xiantian, who had always had a heart like still water, suddenly had the idea of wanting to stay and live for a while. He stood up and held Su Zhixing's arm and said, "Well, it's good that the gift is heartfelt. It's not commonplace to go overboard." Su Zhixing smiled and nodded. Li Xiantian looked around, then pointed at a thatched hut leaning against the river and said, "Old man, I have no relatives. I wonder if little friend would be willing to show mercy and take me in for a while." Su Zhixing glanced at the thatched hut that Li Xiantian was pointing at, smiled, and said with a bland expression, "An honor." After the day dawned, Xiao Changping woke up first. It was just that although her body had been conditioned a bit better by Su Zhixing, the blow that Bai Jingshan's death had brought to her was still there. Woke up holding the pile of debris in a stupor, not knowing what to think. There wasn't much Su Zhixing could do about this. This kind of trauma can only be recovered slowly by herself, and no amount of talk from outsiders will help. Although Lu Yuyu's injuries were stabilized, she was still unconscious. Su Zhixing also did not intend to let her parents and relatives know, so as not to add to the grief. It's not too late to go home later when Lu Yuyu has completely recovered. In the morning, Jian came to the schoolhouse early in the morning. Now that he didn't have to go to the blacksmith store to work as a handyman, Jian's daily job was to read in the schoolhouse, responsible for the meals of the king of appetite, Su Hongyu, cleaning the schoolhouse and tending the peach forest in the backyard. Today, as usual, Jian came to the schoolhouse with the intention of picking up water and sprinkling the courtyard. Just after picking 2 empty buckets out of the kitchen, he saw Su Zhixing standing in the doorway waiting for him. Jian hurriedly put down the barrel, clasped his fists and bowed. "Good morning, sir." Su Zhixing nodded and turned around. "You come with me." Qian froze, unsure, but for some reason, a flash of panic suddenly rose in his heart. Following Su Zhixing to the door of the room, Su Zhixing suddenly stopped and looked back at him. Jian was stunned and subconsciously asked, "Sir, is you who? What's wrong?" Su Zhixing sighed and turned to push open the door. Jian looked into the room, only to see that on the bamboo bed lay a blinding bright red. Jian froze in place, his pupils widening involuntarily. A bright smile flashed through his mind, gradually overlapping with the one lying on the bed. How? Like this? Obviously when I left, I was fine. Jian's tone trembled a little, and his feet subconsciously stepped forward, but he didn't notice the threshold under his feet, and his whole body tripped and fell forward. Su Zhixing was quick on his feet and held Jian's body, saying softly, on his way back, Yo-Yo was assassinated and is now seriously injured, unconscious, and his life is at stake. Jian drifted off into a state of disorientation, stumbling over to sit on his knees next to the bed. Looking at the breathless Lu Yuyu, his eyes instantly reddening, he reached out his hand, wanting to go and take Lu Yuyu's hand, but he didn't dare to touch it. Then he violently turned around and bowed towards Su Zhixing, saying in a sad voice, Please sir, you must save her. Su Zhixing looked down at Jian on the ground and said in a deep voice, Yo-Yo is my disciple. I will save her without you saying so. It's just that, even if she's cured, there's a high probability that Yo-Yo will be paralyzed, and without a miracle, I'm afraid that she won't be able to stand again for the rest of her life, and won't even be able to take care of herself. Jian's figure shook as tears came to his eyes, and uncontrollable grief welled up in his heart. He didn't dare to imagine, with Lu Yuyu's lively and active nature, if she could only lie down like an invalid for the rest of her life, how big a blow would it be to her? I'm afraid that by then, Lu Yuyu may even lose the belief in continuing to live, and from then on, his heart will be as dead as a stone. Jian, I called you in because I wanted to ask you, do you still like this Lu Yuyu as much as you did in the beginning? If she must find someone to rely on and trust for her future, that person, is it still you? Jian slowly raised his head and looked at Su Zhixing. The reddened eyes were unquestionably firm. He turned to Lu Yuyu and raised his hand to wipe the tears from his eyes, only to have his cheeks soaked again. Jian just looked at Lu Yuyu as if he was talking to himself in a soft whisper. She promised me to wait for her to come back. From that day on, she, Lu Yuyu, was the only one in my Jian's heart. She's back. No matter what she looks like, in my heart, she'll always be the same Lu Yo-Yo. It's the Lu Yuyu who stood up for me, taught me boxing, and never bothered me even when she was willing to listen to me nag about embarrassing things. I'm nothing but a poor kid who's good for nothing and can step on anyone when he's upset. What girl in this world would like such a Kian? Speaking of this, Jian turned back to look at Su Zhixing. A surprisingly happy smile came to his eyes. But sir, she'll like it. Lu Yo-Yo likes this kind of Jian. Sir, you say, for such Lu Yuyu, do I, Jian, have even the slightest reason to fail her? Su Zhixing didn't say anything. Kian, however, asked himself, it doesn't, never that. Sir, Jian has no father or mother. Sir, I Jian's only elder. So Jian has the audacity to implore you, sir, for me to propose a marriage. Chapter 164, Old Friends. In the face of Jian's words, Su Zhixing was suddenly in a bit of a trance. Thinking back, Jian is 20 years old this year, and Lu Yuyu is 19. In Longquan Town, a man who had not yet gotten married at the age of 20 was already considered an older man. The children of ordinary families, at the age of 15 or 16, will begin to open the marriage, looking for matchmakers to talk about marriage. In that case, as Jian's only elder nowadays, he seemed to have been a bit negligent himself. Su Zhixing nodded back. When Yo-Yo wakes up, I'll ask her. Then bring the proper etiquette and help you go to the Lu family to propose marriage. Qian kowtowed again and thanked him, sobbing uncontrollably. Su Zhixing sighed, reached out to help him up, gently wiped the dust off his forehead, and said, in these few days, I'd like to thank you for taking good care of Yo-Yo. Han Yu is still too young to do these things, and it's always a bit inconvenient for Mr. and the other senior brothers to do it. I should have invited Yo-Yo's mother, but if she saw Yo-Yo in this state, she would have been sad. Thinking about it, you're the only one. I'm sure even if Yo-Yo wakes up and finds out, he won't mind. Qian nodded. Don't worry sir, it's what I'm supposed to do. Su Zhixing laughed, and seeing that he still had a sad face, he patted him on the shoulder and said, don't worry, with Mr. here, there's always hope, and please believe in Yo-Yo, she won't just sink into silence. Jian snapped his head up and looked into Su Zhixing's eyes, seeking an answer. Su Zhixing nodded gently, then left the room. Qian once again couldn't contain his tears, only this time, there was a strong hope in his eyes. After gathering himself, Jian went to fetch a basin of warm water and returned to the room, incomparably gently helping Lu Yuyu wipe off the bloodstains on her body and change into the clean clothes left behind by Nico. Every movement he made was as if he was caring for a treasure that would shatter at the slightest touch, careful to the extreme. Even when he helped Lu Yuyu wipe her body and saw her uncovered naked torso, Ji Yan's eyes were only full of heartache, without any obscenity. Outside the room, Su Zhixing sighed helplessly. He turned his head to look at Xiao Changping, who was sitting and fuming in the hall, and couldn't help but shake his head. Originally, he wanted Xiao Changping to take care of Lu Yuyu, but looking at her current appearance, taking care of herself was a problem. Lu Yuyu's body is too fragile now to allow for a single mistake, so it had to be taken care of by Qian. With Ji Yan's affection for Lu Yuyu, he would definitely do his best. Moreover, he also believed that this disciple of his, who was full of light, would definitely not fail Lu Yuyu in the future. These two children are bound to become husband and wife, and I don't think Lu Yuyu will care about this bit of unauthorized right. Su Zhixing was also holding on hard at this point, his body reaching the end of its strength. Within 2 steps, he almost fell. Luckily, Little Red Jade was quick on her feet and used her tiny body to carry Su Zhixing, a pair of big eyes filled with anxiety. Sir, what's wrong with you? Su Zhixing's face turned pale as he weakly said, help me to sit down. Without saying a word, Little Red Jade directly carried Su Zhixing and ran to the gazebo, gently placing him on that recliner. He then looked at Su Zhixing with his hands on the armrests of the recliner. Sir, how did you get hurt so badly? Su Zhixing smiled and shook his head. It's okay, just rest for a few days. Little Red Jade seemed to have thought of something. She turned her head to look at Li Xiantian, who was loitering around not far away, crossed her arms and somewhat timidly gathered her courage to angrily say, Whitebeard, was it you who hit Mr. Li Xiantian, who was observing the words Su Zhixing had written, froze, then smiled sarcastically. I can't be blamed for this, it was your husband who dragged me into the fight. How can I be blamed for his own low skills and injuries? Su Hongyu didn't care about any of this. An appalling aura surprisingly surfaced on her tiny body. The water in the Longquan River by the schoolhouse boiled with it. I don't care. You pay for it. You stay with me, sir. Li Xuantian's eyes lit up as he'd said. Amazingly amazing. Such a sesame-sized cultivation level can actually invoke the power of heaven and earth? Su Zhixing saw that Su Hongyu had really gotten angry, and quickly raised his hand to rub her head and said, Hongyu, I don't blame senior. Sir is fine, just rest a bit. Su Hongyu's aura subsided, and the Longquan River gradually regained its calm. She looked at Su Zhixing with wide eyes, still puffed up, then lowered her voice to Su Zhixing's ear and said softly, Sir, when I grow up, I'll beat him up for you. Su Zhixing couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha. Well, sir, wait for Hongyu to take revenge for me and beat him up. Li Xiantian immediately blackened his face and pointed to his ears. Hey. Su Hongyu glanced at him, beamed and hummed, no longer paying attention to him. I didn't expect Li Xiantian to act like a child, and with a twist of his head, he grunted and went elsewhere. Little Red Jade, what's wrong? Why are you huffing and puffing? At the entrance of the academy, Zhao Hu walked in with a palm leaf parcel in his hand and smiled. Seeing Su Hongyu in the gazebo with her arms crossed and an unhappy face, she couldn't help but snicker. Just as he finished speaking, he noticed Su Zhixing sitting on a chaise longue in the gazebo, and immediately his face changed drastically. His body transformed into a residual shadow, and from the doorway he came directly to Su Zhixing's side, kneeling on one knee. He frowned as he held onto the handle of the recliner. Sir, your body. Although Zhao Hu didn't know exactly how badly Su Zhixing was injured, he was able to look at the qi. Su Zhixing, who used to be as bright and pure as the white moon in his eyes, looked extremely dim at this time. Obviously, something went terribly wrong. Su Zhixing shook his head. It's okay, just take some time to recuperate. Zhao Hu will believe it and wondered, who else could hurt you? Sir? Su Zhixing smiled. Da Hu, do not underestimate the world. Zhao Hu nodded and asked again, is Mr. really okay? Su Zhixing nodded lightly. Seeing this, Zhao Hu was only slightly relieved and handed the package in his hand to Su Hongyu. Hongyu, this is the rice cake that just came out of the pot in the morning. Eat it while it's hot. Su Hongyu, who was still unhappy a moment ago, suddenly brightened her eyes and couldn't wait to receive the rice cake, tilting her head and smiling and bending her eyes. Senior brother Da Hu is so nice. Zhao Hu dotingly rubbed Su Hongyu's head and leaned down to help her gently unwrap the package. Da Hu, Su Zhixing called out softly. Zhao Hu turned back to Su Zhixing and asked, what is it, sir? Su Zhixing pointed in the direction of the school hall and said, go and meet it. It's kind of your late friend. Persuade her. Zhao Hu froze. Deceased? Walking to the entrance of the hall and seeing the figure inside, Zhao Hu's footsteps visibly lurched. Surprise was in his eyes. Jiang, brother Jiang? Xiao Changping's figure shook, and a little more luster finally appeared in his gray eyes. Chapter 165, The Three Deaths of Man. Xiao Changping stared blankly at Zhao Hu in the doorway, and only at this point did she remember that this was Longquan Town, the Zhixing Academy. Zhao Hu was Su Zhixing's disciple and her senior brother. It was only natural to see him again. Zhao Hu was even more surprised than Xiao Changping. As a prince of the Great Zhou, it was unlikely that he would appear outside of Kyoto unless he was out on a mission, or had an imperial order. Jiang, why is His Highness here? Just after asking this, Zhao Hu remembered that Su Zhixing had told him that Xiao Changping was already his disciple as well. It was just that what made him at a loss for words was that Xiao Changping suddenly started sobbing as soon as he saw him. Zhao Hu scrambled forward and asked, "What's going on with your highness?" It was better if he didn't ask, but as soon as he did, Xiao Changping unexpectedly jumped into Zhao Hu's arms at once, wrapped her arms around his waist, and sobbed uncontrollably. Zhao Hu raised his hands high, not knowing what to do. Being hugged like this by a man he perceived as a man. Although Zhao Hu felt a little embarrassed, he could still feel Xiao Changping's intense sadness from his cries. Zhao Hu remembered what Su Zhixing had said when he let him in and realized that something must have happened to Xiao Changping. So stiffly, he gently patted Xiao Changping's back and comforted him. "Brother Jiang, did something happen?" Xiao Changping just bawled and didn't speak. Zhao Hu just stood there like a stake, letting him cry and vent. After a long time, Xiao Changping finally slowly quieted down. Separating herself from Zhao Hu's arms, she lowered her head and sobbed softly. Zhao Hu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and looked at his chest. His clothes were all wet. He was a bit surprised in his heart. After so many years of absence, Xiao Changping's appearance had matured a bit, but how come his body was still as skinny as it was a few years ago? And looking at his shoulders and brow, he seemed a little more feminine than a few years ago. Strange, Sir has already passed on his Confucianism. Now it seems that he also has a 7th grade cultivation. His body should have recovered. Why is he still so thin? Zhao Hu couldn't help but say in his heart. Only when Xiao Changping finally stopped crying did Zhao Hu sit down, looked at him, and asked, "Brother Jiang, did something happen? If you can tell me, why don't you tell me? I don't necessarily think I can help, but I can at least be a listening ear." Listening to Zhao Hu's gentle tone, Xiao Changping's eyes once again misted with water. Zhao Hu was a bit overwhelmed and thought to himself, "Why are you crying again?" Xiao Changping struggled to hold back his tears and took a deep breath, almost trembling. "My grandpa white. Not anymore." Zhao Hu froze as his memory flashed back a few years, remembering the white-haired old man who followed Xiao Changping around every day. The heart couldn't help but be shaken. No wonder Xiao Changping was so sad. So it was the closest person who had left. Zhao Hu was also a bit heavy-hearted and didn't know how to comfort him. Just a silent sigh. Xiao Changping was a little more relaxed after that big cry just now. The pent-up depression in his heart was finally vented. Looking at those fragments in his hand, Xiao Changping began to softly pour out his past with Bai Jingshan over the past 20 years. Zhao Hu sat on the sidelines and just listened silently, just like he said, doing a good job of being a listener. When Xiao Changping finished, Zhao Hu was silent for a moment before slowly saying, "Mr. once told us that a man will experience death 3 times. Xiao Changping turned his head to look at him, waiting for Zhao Hu to continue. Zhao Hu picked up a fragment from Xiao Changping's hand, held it in his palm, and said, "The first death, the physical death, is the moment the heart stops beating, and from the point of view of life, the person is dead. The second death is the memory of the living. When no one in the world remembers him anymore and everyone forgets him, that will be his second death. The last time, it was when all traces of the person left on this earth disappeared into thin air, which meant that the person was completely gone. It was the most complete death of all, with nothing left to lose, and no trace of him could be seen through history or the future." Xiao Changping listened silently and seemed to be touched. Zhao Hu put the fragment in his palm back into Xiao Changping's hand and said softly, "Elder Bai is dead. That's a fact that can't be changed. But you're still there. Your memories are still there. And you remember every single thing, every single image that you experienced together between you. From that point on, Elder White is not really dead. He will always live in your memory and in your heart. As long as you haven't forgotten him, as long as there are people in this world who remember him, he wouldn't be considered completely dead. Brother Jiang, Elder Bai left you with a share of such wonderful memories. Even if he left, there are still those memories to keep you company. You can grieve and be sad, but with the care that Elder Bai has for you, he definitely doesn't want to see you wallowing in sadness all the time. Your hidden illness is gone and you have a great future ahead of you. Carrying Elder White's memories with you is like carrying Elder White's life with you, so carry on living well. That's what you need to do now. Xiao Chengping looked at Zhao Hu dumbfounded. The image of the man in front of him little by little slowly overlapping with the young man whose style shone throughout Kyoto in his memory. After so many years, Zhao Hu had grown into a calm and introverted young man, and there was an extra layer of light beard around his mouth. His hair was combed meticulously, and there was a carved mahogany hairpin stuck in his bun. A scribe's green clothes, full sleeves of elegant bones. The look has changed, but the warmth and lightness is the same as it was back then. A light smile slowly surfaced on Xiao Chengping's pale face. In the eyes, there was a little more flavor that didn't belong to men only. She rose slowly and nodded gently. Brother Zhao. Many thanks. Zhao Hu stood up and smiled, patting Xiao Chengping's thin shoulders and said, you and I are now senior brothers, and there is no need to say thank you to your senior brother. Hearing Zhao Hu's sentence of senior brothers, Xiao Chengping couldn't help but blush a little, and his heart was more than a little flustered. It was even almost impossible to resist having to reveal his true identity, but finally nodded and said, what elder brother said. Zhao Hu smiled and turned around. Come on, take a walk. Mr. is worried about you too. Following Zhao Hu out the door, he walked to the gazebo. Su Shixing glanced at the two of them, his gaze lingering on Xiao Chengping's face for a moment longer. A few more strange smiles in his eyes. Sungi, feeling better? Xiao Chengping nodded his head as his cheeks flushed a little. Let the gentleman worry. Su Shixing shook his head. It's only human to be sad at the parting of life and death, so stay at the academy for a while longer during this period, and take a good break from the world, said another to Dahu. Dahu, take good care of Sungi. Hearing Su Shixing deliberately intensify the tone of the word care, Xiao Chengping hurriedly lowered his head. Xiao Hu, however, had no doubts and agreed. Don't worry sir, this is what I should do as a senior brother. Chapter 166, I am the Sword Immortal. Su Shixing looked at Zhao Hu's appearance and couldn't help but add another sentence. Dahu, did you find anything? Zhao Hu froze, unsure. What did the gentleman say? Su Shixing sighed and waved his hand. It's okay, that's all. Xiao Chengping, who was on the side, knew what Su Shixing was talking about and couldn't help but bury his head even lower. Su Shixing pointed to a chair on the side and said, Chengping, sit down and talk. Xiao Chengping nodded and sat aside. Su Shixing sat up straight, looked at Xiao Chengping, and asked, who, in your opinion, is responsible for this assassination in Dongyu Mountain? At the mention of the assassination, a trace of pain flashed across Xiao Chengping's face. The killing intent that flowed out of the corner of his eyes was undisguised. Xiao Chengping lowered his voice, seemingly restraining himself, and said slightly hoarsely, the ones that can be confirmed at the moment are 4th Prince Xiao Chengwu and 7th Prince Xiao Chengming, and there's another one. I'm not quite sure if it's 2nd Prince Xiao Chengqi or 5th Prince Xiao Chenggan. Su Shixing nodded slightly. A moment of silence followed. Since they would team up to assassinate you, they must have all discussed it beforehand. So, they already know about your physical recovery. Coincidentally, they knew at the same time. Xiao Chengping's eyes were sad and bitter, and his heart stung. Su Shixing knew he had guessed correctly when he looked at him like this. Alas, it is said that the heavenly family is merciless, and indeed there is no truth in it. This father of yours, the way he trains his successor is really cold-blooded. Zhao Hu on the side probably heard some clues, and in his mind, he began to organize and summarize the conversation between the two. At the end of the day, his face moved in surprise. Mr. is saying that the assassination of Shifu was pushed by the Son of Heaven behind the scenes? Su Shixing smiled coolly. The one who made the move was naturally not him, but he knew deep down that as soon as he let out the slightest bit of information, those sons of his would swarm over him like bloodthirsty ants to get rid of Sungpying. Perhaps he had thought of this day a long time ago when he favored Sungi extraordinarily. With this kind of cold-blooded tactics, perhaps he favors Sunghung just to give the other princes a reason to make a move. Zhao Hu was a bit puzzled. But why? Why would you kill your senior brother for a good reason? It was his own son, after all. Su Shixing glanced at Xiao Chengping and apologized slightly. I should be blamed for this. Both Xiao Chengping and Zhao Hu couldn't help but stare. Su Shixing sighed and explained. It's a matter of the Great Zhou's national fortune, so you will be able to notice it when your Confucian cultivation has entered the upper 3rd grade. You won't be able to understand even if you say more now. He looked at Xiao Chengping and said, your father should have sensed the change in the country's fortunes, so he wanted to make you the next great Zhou emperor, but the way he's cultivating it, it's pretty much a no-brainer. Xiao Chengping was stunned. To be honest, although she had a lot of power under her command, she had never thought of getting involved in a party fight, not to mention the thought of inheriting the throne in the future, because she knows herself, Being a daughter, it was unlikely that her father would allow her to inherit the throne of Great Zhou, but judging from the current situation, father is indeed grooming her towards the status of the emperor's heir. But why is this? Is it because of what Mr. said about the fate of the country? But that's what pained her the most. All along, her father had been the most heroic man under the heavens in her mind, the one who had established 1,000,000 feats and changed the world. More than that, he was a person who cared for her and gave her endless warmth. But today, her father pushed for this cold-blooded assassination, causing Grandpa Bai, who had single-handedly raised her, to fall. Xiao Changping had the feeling of being betrayed by the people closest to him. The pain was worse than killing her. After a long silence in the gazebo, Su Zhixing leisurely opened his mouth and asked, Sung Gi, what are you going to do next? Xiao Changping froze and began to reflect as well. Looking at the shards in her hand, the sadness and pain in her eyes gradually turned into a wave of anger. When this anger built up to its peak, Xiao Changping finally spoke. I want revenge, whether it's the second or fourth prince. When I find out who's behind this, I'll make sure they pay the price they deserve, as a sacrifice to my Grandpa Bai's spirit in heaven. Zhao Hu's heart shook slightly as he could clearly feel the killing intent emanating from Xiao Changping's body. A glistening white light involuntarily flashed under his eyes, as if he saw a dragon hissing up to the sky. Zhao Hu suddenly froze, somewhat confused. I hadn't looked at it carefully before, but now that I've taken a look at it, why do I feel that there's something wrong with this Xiao Changping? Why is the weather on that body so feminine? Zhao Hu didn't know why and was too embarrassed to ask more. He was only a 4th grade Confucian cultivator now, and he couldn't yet do what Su Zhixing did to see so thoroughly. Plus there are preconceived notions, so you don't think in that direction. It just felt that Xiao Changping was a bit strange. Su Zhixing heard Xiao Changping finish and asked immediately afterward, and then what? Xiao Changping froze. And then? Su Zhixing stared into her eyes and asked, and after you've gotten your revenge? Xiao Changping's eyes flickered a little at Su Zhixing's question. The majesty of the Son of Heaven was too prevalent, even if he played the role of a loving father. In the hearts of Xiao Changping and these imperial sons, it was an insurmountable mountain. But there was a hidden voice inside her telling him, even the Son of Heaven doesn't do everything right. Since the Son of Heaven is at fault, he should pay for his mistakes. Xiao Changping, teeth clenched. There seemed to be an intention in his chest to break out. Su Zhixing didn't rush her, and Zhao Hu sat in silence. Su Hongyu suddenly turned her head and looked at Xiao Changping. Her eyes were wide open, and her mouth couldn't even help but let out an exclamation of admiration. Wow, awesome. At the corner of the little girl's pink mouth, a crystalline drool actually flowed out unconsciously. Su Hongyu hurriedly turned her head back to the rice cake in her hand and buried her head to take a big bite. Xiao Changping's face flushed red, his fists involuntarily clenched, and on his neck, even his veins popped out. Finally, that breath broke through the chains of mind and body and broke out. I'm going to stand squarely in front of father and tell him that it's wrong to do this. I'm going to make him realize that it's not all about scheming and tactics if you want to sit in that seat. Su Zhixing was silent, a deep glint in his eyes. After a long time, he let out a long breath and looked at Xiao Changping, faintly saying, 3 months, and in 3 months, I will return to the capital with you. Then he looked at Zhao Hu again. Da Hu, take care of the affairs of the academy, and after 3 months, follow me to the capital. Zhao Hu knew what Su Zhixing was going to do. He just silently got up and arched his hand, answering with a simple word. Yes. Su Zhixing gently lay down, leaning back on the recliner and closing his eyes, but the corners of his mouth were tinged with a hint of a smile. Old-timers said that in Kyoto, that person is an absolutely invincible existence. I was advised not to be impulsive. Also, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. You have to hold back when it's time to hold back. But I am not yet a gentleman by nature. But, I'm a sword fairy. When a sword immortal acts, there is no reason to back down? Chapter 167, Confucianism's 3 Immortals, the Gentleman's Realm. In the backyard of the academy, Lei Xiantian, who was fishing by the river, looked back at the sword intent that rose up in the sky in the academy, and the cynical smile on his face actually slowly converged, muttering incoherently under his breath, should I call you stupid, or should I call you brave? In the gazebo, Su Zhixing smiled, like a reply to that old man. The heavens walk, and the gentleman is a self-starter. By the river, the old man lowered his eyebrows slightly, his lips moving slightly. The sky walks, the gentleman is self-improving? Self-improvement. Looking up again, there was already more than a little surprise in his eyes. The figure suddenly disappeared, and when it reappeared, it was already standing in the gazebo. Boy, who wrote that sentence? Su Zhixing sat up straight and returned. As far as this world is concerned, It's kind of self-out. The old man frowned and pondered for a moment before asking, any more? Su Zhixing nodded and said to Zhao Hu, Da Hu, go get a copy of the I Ching for the old-timer. Da Hu did not dare to be slow, hurriedly ran to the study and brought a copy of the I Ching and handed it to Li Xiantian with both hands. The mind could not help but wonder who this old man was. It looked plain and ordinary, like an ordinary old man with no semblance of special weather on him. But judging from the way he appeared just now, there was absolutely no way that he could be an ordinary old man. Li Xiantian took the books in Zhao Hu's hands and looked at Zhao Hu one more time before looking at Su Zhixing with some envy. How is it that all of your disciples are one in a million good ones? Su Zhixing smiled and did not answer the question, but pointed to the book in his hand and said, this book was copied by my own hand. Senior, take it and read it. Li Xiantian glanced at the book in his hand and casually turned a page. A surfeit of divine intent came over him. It made his eyes light up and he held the books, looking away as he did so. Seeing the old man leave, Zhao Hu was relieved for no reason. A fine bead of sweat unexpectedly appeared on his forehead. Who is that old-timer? Sir? Zhao Hu asked with some heartbreak. The hidden immortal of the Eastern Sea. Zhao Hu didn't react for a moment, and after thinking carefully, his face couldn't help but change slightly. That rumored East Sea land god? Su Zhixing nodded. That's right. This time when Changping was assassinated. If he hadn't stepped in to save him, I think it would have been fatal. Speaking of being assassinated, Xiao Changping remembered that Lu Yuyu also received a sword from the Sword God Order at that time, and did not know about his situation at this time, so he asked, Sir, where is Sister Lu? How is she? Xiao Hu, who was at the side, was stunned and looked at Su Zhixing. Yo-Yo's back too? What happened to her? Su Zhixing turned his head to look at the thatched hut not far away, waved his hand to remove the layer of vast true chi barrier, and said, can't die. Wait for Jian to come out for the specifics. You guys can ask him. It was only at this time that Zhao Hu sensed that there were two auras in that hut. One of them was extremely weak, like a candle flame in the wind, ready to go out at any moment. Zhao Hu was shocked. Judging from this aura, Lu Yuyu was clearly on the verge of death. But since Mr. said that he couldn't die, I'm sure he's not in any danger. So he waited outside the house at ease for Jian to come out. What they didn't expect was to wait for a day and a night. It wasn't until the next morning that the door to the hut was opened, and Jian, with a face of delight and no more than a semblance of his usual composure, was excited. Sir, it's awake, she's awake. He woke everyone up with this cry. Xiao Hu, He Jiqiu, Xiao Changping, and a worried Su Hongyu. Su Zhixing followed Jian into the room and saw Lu Yuyu on the bed. Qian took good care of her. Clean, even her hair was meticulous. Lu Yuyu just slightly opened her eyes. Although she couldn't see clearly, she could still feel that there were many people standing around her. Many people close to her. It made her feel a new peace inside. It's good to see them again. With just a glance, Lu Yuyu fell asleep again. Su Zhixing took out a pill that Li Xiantian had given him, then used the means of the spiritual scriptures to catalyze the yuan qi of heaven and earth to catalyze the medicinal power for her to nourish her body. By midday, Lu Yuyu finally opened her eyes again. This time, spirits were noticeably better. Being able to make eye contact with everyone, then weakly spit out a few words. In this way, under Jian's careful care, Lu Yuyu recovered quickly, but when she was completely awake but could not perceive her own body, even though she had experienced life and death, and her state of mind had made a big breakthrough, Lu Yuyu still almost collapsed. After Su Zhixing and Jian comforted her for a long time and promised her that she would be fine, Lu Yuyu was able to stabilize her mind. Half a month later, Lu Yuyu's spirit was no different from usual. Jian racked his brain and made her a wheelchair based on the ideas provided by Su Zhixing. When the weather was good, he pushed her to take a walk outside, and Lu Yuyu's face, finally, saw a smile again. Seeing that the time was ripe, Su Zhixing also told her about Jian's desire to propose marriage to her, and originally everyone thought Lu Yuyu would agree without hesitation. After all, during this period of time, Jian had taken care of her in every way, eating and sleeping together. And there had long since been no more half-secret to speak of between the two. Lu Yuyu never complained about this. Everyone could see that the eyes she looked at Jian were full of affection, but the results were unexpected. Lu Yuyu didn't agree right away, but just said that she would talk about it when she was able to stand up again. Jian knew Lu Yuyu's concerns and didn't try to persuade him more. In fact, in his heart, Lu Yuyu has been his wife for a long time. As for whether or not there is that husband and wife, he does not care. The fellow disciples in the academy were not worldly people either. Much less would they treat them with a few slights because of it. After half a month, Su Zhixing's injuries had basically recovered. The battle with Li Xiantian had benefited him greatly. The first is the progress in kendo. Although the range of the sword domain was still only 5 feet square, the sword immortal power within the sword domain that was uniquely his was significantly stronger than before. And that's not even his biggest takeaway. After that battle, Su Zhixing had seen the most powerful force in the world, and his state of mind had taken a great leap forward. The mud ball palace transformed into a sea of knowledge. The words heaven walks with health. A gentleman strives for self-improvement were always refining his vast true chi, causing it to be undergoing a little bit of a qualitative change. The last 3 realms of Confucianism and Taoism, the gentleman, the sub-sage, and the supreme sage, corresponding to the 3 Confucian imperishables, the establishment of virtue, merit, and speech. As far as the establishment of virtue is concerned, Su Zhixing's own virtue has long been sufficient. Not only himself, but he influenced those around him with his own virtues, the disciples under his name, with Yu Wenqing at the head of the crowd. Each and every one of them had been influenced by him and had grown up to be outstanding youths with both virtue and behavior. Before that great battle with Li Xiantian, Su Zhixing was also just one final step away from the realm of the gentleman, and the key to that step lay in his own state of mind. Now that the state of mind is complete, one can only metamorphose the vast true chi and condense a Ru Dao and gallbladder, and then one can truly be in the gentleman's realm after the first grade. Become a Confucian practitioner who can truly be no weaker in cultivation than an earthy mortal level martial artist. Chapter 168, Subduing the Evil Jiao and Cultivating the Sword Scripture. A heavy snowfall came a little earlier than usual this year. Since Lu Yuyu's injury, the 5th grade martial artist's body was destroyed, becoming much weaker than a normal person. Everyone in the schoolhouse was dressed in a single garment, except her, who was wrapped in a thick cotton coat. Today is an extremely special day for her, because today, Su Zhixing decided to teach him the sword scripture and start drawing sword chi into his body. Lu Yuyu had been inseparable from Zhao Nico for so many years, practicing swords together every day, and naturally understood what kind of pain that would be. But for her now, it was the last hope. If it doesn't work, she'd rather die on it. Outside the hut, Jian and Zhao who waited anxiously for them. At this step, no one can help Lu Yuyu. She can only rely on herself. Su Zhixing had long rehearsed countless times for today's transmission, and had even long ago constructed a sword chi operation route that passed through the great circumference in Lu Yuyu's body with his vast true chi in advance. The Deer Song sword, which was placed horizontally on Lu Yuyu's legs, seemed to have sensed its master's determination and was even trembling slightly. The Deer Ming sword was also created by Su Zhixing with the special sword casting method in the sword scripture, and accompanied Lu Yuyu for so many years. His own sword chi had long been not bad. It is the most suitable sword for Lu Yuyu to use to practice the sword scripture. Looking at the female disciple in front of him, Su Zhixing's expression was rare and grave. Yo, you have the cultivation of vast true chi. You can have a mind power that also far exceeds that of normal people, and you can directly enter the 3rd realm of the sword scripture, the sword body realm. However, this step is extremely dangerous, and my teacher would like to confirm with you once again whether you have decided to cultivate the sword scripture. If you give up, I will try my best to find a medical prescription for you to cure you, and even if I can't, I can still continue to live. But if once you start, you regret it halfway through, you're just going to die. Tell me, how do you choose? Lu Yuyu lowered her eyebrows and looked at the deer sword on her knees, no fear in her eyes. She spoke softly. Sir, you said that little cutie Jian, if I can't be by his side in the future, will there be any more girls who will look at him? And even if it did, I don't agree with it, so there's no need to ask again. Sir, my disciple's mind is made up, and he will never back down. Su Zhixing smiled and nodded. Okay, let's get started then. Lu Yuyu nodded slightly and closed her eyes. The 3rd realm of the sword scripture. The method of drawing sword chi into the body she had long been familiar with. The Deer Ming sword was already not bad, and it was connected to her heart, so as long as she tapped through that barrier, she would be able to stimulate the majestic sword chi and enter her body. Because of the missing cultivation of the previous 2 realms, this step could only be accomplished by Su Zhixing to help her. Su Zhixing raised his hand and the Mo Yuan sword appeared in his palm out of nowhere. The Deer Song sword was summoned by the murky sword and began to respond. With its own spirituality, the Mo Yuan sword communicated with the Deer Song sword and began to carry out this most crucial step. The moment the Deer Ming sword's spirituality reached its peak, a powerful sword aura violently erupted. Being guided by the spirit of the Mo Yuan sword, all of them drilled into Lu Yuyu's body. Almost instinctively, Lu Yuyu immediately let out a pained grunt, but then she held it in hard. At this time, it is never easy to dissipate your breath. Although Lu Yuyu had long thought that it would be painful, she had still far underestimated the extent of this pain. A million swords through the heart is not too much to ask. Every inch of muscle and bone on his body seemed to be being lynched by the sword chi. Even the brain had a sharp throbbing pain in it. Lu Yuyu's uncontrollable body was twitching violently. A trickle of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, blood that had flowed from biting his lip. Just at the moment when she almost couldn't withstand it and was about to pass out, a majestic vast intent descended. Yo, you can't pass out. Use the power of your mind to control this sword chi and make it work for you. Lu Yuyu's consciousness was already blurred, but he still instinctively followed what Su Zhixing said and used the sword scripture cultivation method to catalyze his sword chi. However, the sword chi that had just left the deer sword was like a wild horse that was out of control. Extremely difficult to control. Lu Yuyu had to endure the intense pain that pierced through his heart and eroded his bones while trying his best to operate the secret technique. At this time, sitting in the wheelchair, Lu Yuyu's body began to continuously spill blood. Her body was like a sack, and the blood gushed out from the cracks of the sack. Su Zhixing couldn't help but clench his fists as well. Success or failure is here. Subdue this sword chi. Lu Yuyu is considered to survive. Cannot be subdued. Then the sword chi will certainly be stirred up by the body of the vitality of the body. There is no possibility of survival. But even he could only watch at this point. No one can help her except Lu Yuyu herself. At this moment, in Lu Yuyu's mind world, that sword chi was like a vicious scaly scow swimming around, was ravaging a city past that belonged within her. Everywhere it went, there was no life. Lu Yuyu couldn't make this evil Jiao submit with all the means at her disposal, and she was on the verge of breaking down inside. But it was at this time that the fervor and fearlessness in her heart that only teenagers have was thus aroused. In the mind world, Lu Yuyu was already furious. Her figure unexpectedly continued to draw up, and in the end, it almost rose to the level of being as high as the sky. She hissed at the evil augur like a hoarse voice. Stop right there. The entire world trembled, and that evil augur couldn't help but pause. It tilted its head back to look at Lu Yuyu, who was at the same height as the sky, and its bloodthirsty eyes did not have the slightest bit of emotion in them. After a terrifying hiss, the evil Jiao actually lunged towards her. Lu Yuyu had no fear at all at this time, only full of anger. It's not your turn to take liberties in my body. A gigantic hand from the heavens covered and pressed down, violently slapping down from the sky and hitting that evil scaly dragon. The fury that hit it overflowed and gradually turned clear. In the future, the battering ram hand held the evil augur, as if flinging a large whip, furiously slamming it. After some miserable output, the evil scroll was finally dying. In the end, he could only obediently prostrate himself at Lu Yuyu's feet, not daring to make the slightest movement. Outside, although Su Zhixing couldn't see Lu Yuyu's mind engaging with the evil augur transformed by the sword chi, however, he could clearly feel the change in Lu Yuyu's mind power. It was as if a shoot had grown out of a desperate situation, and then suddenly rose up and grew into a huge tree. In the end, that rampaging sword chi was actually just brutally subdued by Lu Yuyu. Su Zhixing let out a long sigh of relief, thinking that he had finally survived. As long as one cultivates persistently, sooner or later in the future, one day one will be able to achieve great success with the sword body. The moment he becomes a sword immortal, it will be the day Lu Yuyu is reborn in fire. Lu Yuyu slowly opened her eyes, her chest rising and falling violently, looking back at the danger just now. At this time, it is still palpitating. She looked up at Su Zhixing and couldn't help but say in her heart, back then, Mr. and Nico, did they also go through such a desperate situation before cultivating their sword bodies? She suddenly understood why Mr. before had not allowed her to practice the sword scripture. With a state of mind like hers more than a decade ago, practicing the sword scripture could only be described as certain death. Lu Yuyu thought it was right. With her qualifications and heart back then, if she practiced the sword scripture to draw sword chi into her body, she would indeed die for sure. However, the perils and pain she experienced this time in practicing the sword scripture were much higher than when Su Zhixing and Zhao Nico practiced it, because the first two had come step by step, walking through the first two realms of the sword scripture, and at that time, Su Zhixing and their swords had merely only been warmed up for a short while, and the sword chi contained in them was far inferior to the deer song sword at this time. So relatively speaking, the degree of difficulty and pain was lighter than Lu Yuyu's this time. That was why Su Zhixing was so nervous this time. Good thing everything went well. Chapter 169, TSK, TSK, TSK. Lu Yuyu succeeded in the sword scripture initiation, and the crowd was ecstatic, because this means that sooner or later in the future, Lu Yuyu will be able to stand up again one day and be the same genius swordsman that is so popular in today's Jianghu. Happily, not only Lu Yuyu. After this time, Ji En, whose cultivation speed had always been slow, unexpectedly also opened up all of a sudden in general, and both Confucianism and martial arts broke through the realm. Confucianism had entered the 7th grade, and martial arts had even broken through to the 6th grade, condensing a strand of Wufu true qi. The gloom was cleared from the schoolhouse and the crowd celebrated. Even Li Xiantian couldn't help but marvel at Lu Yuyu after seeing him. A person whose entire body's meridians were completely wasted and who couldn't even walk could possess such an uncommon sword Dao weather. This made him a little more curious about Su Zhixing's sword Dao cultivation method. For this reason, he specifically pulled Su Zhixing to explore the matter for a day and a night. He even took out his own overwhelming martial arts technique, the Bihai tidal wave technique, which he had watched the tide for 10 years and then comprehended for nearly 100 years before he was able to perfect it, and exchanged it with Su Zhixing. Su Zhixing didn't mince words either, speaking out some of the essence of the sword scripture to exchange with Li Xiantian. It made the world-beating old man sigh when he heard it. Straight away, he called this method a true immortal method. For him, though, this kind of thing would only satisfy his curiosity. Already at the peak of divine journey cultivation, it was naturally impossible for him to switch cultivation for the sake of the sword scripture. However, he also commented on Su Zhixing's sword scripture, stating that as long as Su Zhixing could reach the final realm of heaven and earth as swords as stated in the sword scripture, he was afraid that he would be able to directly pick off the imperial city by then. This exchange, which was almost like a discourse, benefited Su Zhixing as well. Li Xuantian's nearly 200 years of experience in martial cultivation, that was a living, breathing book of martial history. Moreover, Su Zhixing realized that Li Xuantian's knowledge of whichever martial arts path number was the absolute pinnacle on earth. He had said to himself without ceremony, if he holds a sword in his hand, he is the #1 sword immortal in the world. Even that sword immortal from the great desolate city had been instructed by him. If you hold a sword in your hand, you are an invincible swordsman on earth. If bare hands, a boxing can also be the ancestor of the world's martial artists. No matter which course he was on, he could be the strongest in the world. Su Zhixing was convinced of this. However, although Li Xuantian's cultivation and insights were far above Su Zhixing's, he had grown to respect Su Zhixing more and more over these days. It was no longer like when they first met, treating Su Zhixing as a weak junior. Rather, he treats them as equals capable of being equal to himself. The reason for this was because of that one copy of the I Ching and the essence of that sword scripture. In Li Xuantian's eyes, Su Zhixing, who was able to write the I Ching, was enough to become the founder of a school of this lineage. Such characters are not inferior to him, all the more reason to honor him, because after reading through the I Ching a few times, even he felt that he had benefited greatly. If this kind of strange book could be spread to the world, Su Zhixing's great name would surely be immortalized and admired for generations to come. In response, although Su Zhixing was tempted to explain that the I Ching was not of his own making, but his life was so bizarre that if he had to go about explaining it like that, it might lead to unnecessary trouble instead, so it's just as well to acquiesce. However, Su Zhixing will continue to introspect within himself, admonishing himself to abide by his own heart. And so, another half-month passed. It's almost New Year's Eve. Mo Qingyao, who had been left alone at Dongyu Mountain in the first place, had finally arrived at Longquan Town in a dusty manner. It was the first time she had walked such a long distance alone since the fall. Without that powerful upper third-grade cultivation, this long trip Mo Qingyao was considered to have experienced a different life, traveled thousands of miles, slept and ate in the wind along the way, and experienced several life and death crises. Her state of mind in turn grew more and more peaceful. No longer does it feel like life is full of gray, as it was before. Su Zhixing knew where she was coming from. Actually, Mo Qingyao's situation wasn't difficult to solve. There are two ways. One is to turn to Confucianism. If her mind was bright and vast, she would naturally achieve something, which would in turn feed on herself, and her martial arts would naturally progress with it. After all, there's 3 pints of experience there. The other one was even simpler, and that was to turn to the sword scripture, as Lu Yuyu had done, and put his life on the line. Successful, that is the sword immortal posture. Not accomplished the fragrance of death, this annihilation. The sword scripture was the most powerful sword Dao technique in the world, and if it wasn't his own personal disciple, Su Zhixing certainly wouldn't have freely spread it out. The most holy Confucianism did not have this concern. The fact that she was able to cultivate it meant that she was a bright and vast person at heart. The more capable such a person is, the more beneficial he will be to the world. On the other hand, it is also considered to be Su Zhixing's work of indoctrination. However, Su Zhixing wouldn't pass on the supreme sacred Confucianism's method of cultivating and practicing qi to her right from the start, but rather, He would first let Mo Qingyao study well. If she can be patient and concentrate on her studies, then even there is still a way to save her. Mo Qingyao readily accepted this arrangement. On this long trip, there was no telling what she had experienced, and her state of mind was much lighter compared to before. Or perhaps it was just a case of resigning to it and not forcing the issue. I intend to live in peace with this and not fight for it. If she doesn't say so herself, no one else can guess. With Mo Qingyao's arrival, Su Zhixing was also quite relieved. In a little while, he's going to make a trip to Kyoto. Su Hongyu was still young, so naturally she couldn't bring it with her. With Mo Qingyao staying behind to take care of Su Hongyu, Su Zhixing could also go to Kyoto with peace of mind. Not long after Mo Qingyao's return, Su Zhixing's 14th New Year's Eve in this world was ushered in. It has also been 12 full years since the establishment of the Knowledge Academy. Counting, Su Zhixing was already 34 years old. His face, more than a little aged. The look remains the same, just less juvenile. It still looked like he was in his early 20s, but it gave the impression that there was a calmness and introspection in him that had been precipitated by the years. On New Year's Eve, the schoolhouse was rarely full. Zhao Hu and He Jiqiu accompanied their parents at home and also rushed over. The crowd was drinking and marching. Li Xiantian also got together to have fun with a bunch of juniors. The crowd realized that not only was this old man's cultivation frighteningly high, but his literary skills were surprisingly very impressive as well. If he wanted to, he would be able to write a poem from his mouth and a glass of wine just at his fingertips. After he once again made 2 lines of poetry with a rather uncommon intention on the spot, the crowd of juniors gave their thumbs up, all overflowing with praise. As Li Xiantian listened to the praises of the crowd, he crossed his arms with a smug expression and laughed. Just then, Su Hongyu, who was burying her head in a big meal, suddenly looked up and spoke. What's the big deal? My husband also has a book of poems, on which are recorded hundreds of poems written by the gentleman. Which one is not better than yours? Li Xuantian's face suddenly stiffened. The others were also filled with embarrassment. So Li Xiantian is a match for you? That's too much to look down on, Mr. Li. Li Xiantian immediately pointed at Su Hongyu angrily. You little red fish, what a big mouth. Hundreds of poems better than this one of mine? That's no way to blow a cow. Su Hongyu didn't even look at him, tilting her head back and inhaling a noodle with a zip, chewing and swallowing it, then casually chanting, the long wind will break the waves, and the clouds will sail through the sea. How's that? Can you write it? Li Xiantian froze, and his mouth mulled it over a few times, before he could fully figure out the flavor. Su Hongyu added, I was born to be a good man, and 1,000 golds are scattered. Can you? Flying down 3,000 feet, suspected to be like the Milky Way falling into the 9 heavens. Ever heard of it? When I'm drunk, I don't know that the sky is on the water, and the boat is full of dreams and presses the stars. Would you? A hall full of flowers and drunken 3,000 guests. A sort of light and cold shines in the 9 states. Listen, the rock rises with the wind in one day, rocking up to 90,000 miles. TSK. Chapter 170, Heaven and Earth's Anomaly. The other disciples looked at Su Hongyu with shocked faces and couldn't help but give a thumbs up in their hearts. They don't have that kind of courage. This is a land god who is even more powerful than Mr. I heard Mr. say that he is truly invincible. Only a child like Little Red Jade, who was uninitiated and had a mind cleaner than water, would dare to talk to him like that. Seeing Su Hongyu still wanting to speak, Su Zhixing put down his wineglass to stop him. Okay Hongyu, no rudeness. Only then did Su Hongyu stop and continue to bury her head in dry rice. Li Xiantian was indignant at the little girl's words, but when he thought about it, all of these verses were indeed better than his. Even with nearly 200 years of life experience, there are some things that just can't be written. It's not something you can do just because you've seen and read a lot. Li Xiantian could only mouth off in the end. Humph, not with you. Saying that, he turned his head and dragged He Jiqiu to drink and row. Only from this point onwards, Li Xiantian never mentioned the matter of composing and chanting poetry again. When the year-keeping was over, Su Zhixing took Su Hongyu alone to the Longquan River, intending to pass on her spiritual scriptures. As the first otherworldly cultivator in this world throughout the ages, Su Hongyu's talent and fortune were naturally beyond description. Previously, she hadn't been passing on the spiritual scriptures because she saw that her mind was ignorant and was afraid that she would have difficulty controlling herself. With this nearly 1 year's experience of human life, Su Zhixing was truly relieved. On the sword chi stone, Su Hongyu sat beside Su Zhixing and looked at him with a puzzled expression. Not knowing what Mr. was trying to do, Su Zhixing didn't nag. His forehead was close to Su Hongyu's head, his mind surging, and between them, they were already in the same state of mind. Hongyu, This gongfu is called the spirit scripture. It is the holy scripture of cultivation for you foreigners. My master will impart it to you today, and I hope that you will uphold your original intention and benefit the living world. In an instant, a rush of chi went straight up to the sky. In the sky, it was as if there were buckets of stars. The late-night sky was surprisingly bright, and there was even a vague immortal sound in haze. Inside the hut, Li Xiantian, who was playing chess with Zhao Hu and the others, raised his head violently and appeared outside the hut with a flash of his figure, looking up at the sky with awe in his eyes. Zhao Hu and the others were similarly startled and came outside the house, looking at the sky in shock. Thousands of miles away from the Great Zhou's Kyoto, that imperial city unexpectedly shook for no reason. The heavenly prince of Zhou, dressed in his regular clothes, walked outside his chambers to look up at the sky. This always majestic and unrivaled Great Zhou founding king's face was unexpectedly filled with gravity at this moment. If Su Zhixing at this time in Kyoto must be able to feel that belongs to the Great Zhou dynasty's 9 pillars of heavenly fortune, at this time even in succession vibration, in the end, it even split off and scattered in this pale heaven and earth. In the extreme west of the 9 states, within a deserted city, in the only room with lights on, a middle-aged man holding an ancient long sword raised his head violently and walked out of the room to the head of the great desolate city, looking at the eastern sky and thought, north of Yunzhou, thousands of miles further north, within that majestic city on the grassland, Yuan Shang put down the books in his hands and looked to the south with a feeling in his heart. At this moment, the topmost figures in the entire world were all unanimously sensed in their hearts. The heavens and the earth also seemed to have begun to produce some subtle changes. Those deep mountains and swamps, lurking in the mountains and swamps, the age-old beasts tilted their heads to look at the sky. Countless beasts hissed in unison. There's even an even more amazing scene going on. In the north of the desert, there was the Wolf King, Tsunami, kneeling on his forelegs and kowtowing continuously. A giant whale breaks the surface of the water in the East China Sea, emitting a low, deep whale call. In the primitive forest, where it is difficult to see the sun all year round, there is a giant python hovering over the sky-high trees, spitting out letters to the sky continuously. Such a variety of visions continued to appear throughout the entirety of the 9 states. It caused the world to marvel, thinking that some miracle had occurred. Li Xiantian looked at the sky and froze for a long time. After slowly exhaling a breath, he even flew up and went straight into the sky, disappearing in an instant. No one knows what he went and did. Until Su Zhixing finished transmitting power to Hongyu, the sun rose and set again in the sky. Li Xian genius reappeared from that starry sky. Su Zhixing was greatly surprised. This was because the aura on Li Xuantian's body was surprisingly far from what it used to be, shriveled up and not at all like a land god. Elder, what's wrong with you? Li Xuantian's face was a little pale, and his tone was weak as he returned. Aren't you going to Kyoto? I'll tell you when you come back from Kyoto. Su Zhixing froze and immediately understood what Li Xiantian meant. He was thinking that he would die for sure if he went to Kyoto on this trip. Su Zhixing smiled and nodded. Alright, then senior, rest well. Li Xiantian wasn't injured. He was just exhausted. Just rest for a while. Su Hongyu had been sitting on that boulder for a whole day after receiving Su Zhixing's power transmission. It wasn't until the 3rd day after the transmission ended that Su Hongyu woke up. For a while, there were again a series of visions and a great deal of noise. It was not as dramatic as the previous days, but it really surprised the crowd. Li Xiantian was even more greatly marveled. Amazing! This girl's future accomplishments are unprecedented. Su Zhixing knew that Su Hongyu's natural talent was demonic and her chi was deep, but he didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. Merely transmitting a feat to her had attracted such a vision. In 3 days' time, Su Hongyu had also only just received the inheritance of the spirit scripture, and her cultivation had unexpectedly broken through to the level of the 3rd grade realm of the spirit scripture. It's literally easier than eating and drinking. Su Hongyu's body looked as if it had grown up a bit as well, and in addition to being cute, it had a bit more unimaginable beauty to it. At this point, Su Zhixing was considered completely relieved. On the 6th day of the 1st month, he, Zhao Hu and Xiao Changping bid farewell to the crowd and left Longquan town. On the road to Kyoto, this trip was destined to be unusual. Facing the most powerful dynasty in this world, Su Zhixing had something to say that he didn't want to spit out. This is the latest chapter. Add my WeChat, MMY66618 more hot long novels recommended. Jihu. Today's headlines, tomatoes and other kinds of short story package month generation under the generation of find.